Only losers drive Ferraris, real men should drive heavy trucks. Reborn on the eve of the apocalypse. I neither hoarded food nor built a shelter, but sold my house to buy a heavy truck with a loan. This is because I know that 7 days later, mechanical civilization will invade the world, and at that time, everyone will be able to transform their vehicles into mechas. From bicycles and motorcycles to sports cars and buses, any vehicle can be transformed into a mecha. In my previous life, I didn't even have a toy car. After 2 years of hard work, I finally inherited a light combat mecha, but was brutally killed by my treacherous girlfriend and her brother, who had malicious intentions like Voldemort, due to an epic great energy crystal. Now that I have lived again, I will make them pay the price. Glancing at the time on my phone, I immediately ran to the loan shark company, using the house left by my parents as collateral for 700,000. Then I turned around and went to the nearest heavy truck dealership to buy a truck. I stated that I wanted the latest and largest heavy truck. The salesgirl hadn't even had a chance to start her introduction when I cut her off with my words, and she immediately took me to the garage. The moment the garage door opened, I saw a completely black heavy truck, which had some dust on it, but that did not affect my love for it at all. The salesgirl said, "Sir, this is our latest model of heavy truck. You can ask me anything you'd like to know." I directly responded, "No need. I'll take this one." She then asked, "Will you be paying with a loan or in full?" The salesgirl was clearly a bit confused, probably because she had never encountered such a straightforward customer before. I asked, "Can the loan be completed today?" She replied, "Yes, sir, you can make a 50% down payment, and the loan process only takes 2 hours." I said, "Okay, let's proceed with the loan." She said, "Alright, sir, please follow me." I closely followed the sales lady until the loan process began, and only then did my anxious heart feel a little more at ease. 2 hours later, all the procedures were completed, and the vehicle was under my name. I said to her, "Can you drive the car to this location? Is that okay?" She quickly responded, "No problem, sir, don't worry, I can drive, but I've never driven a heavy truck. If I were to drive this heavy truck out now, it would probably lead to a big accident. The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, and hitting someone to death now would still carry legal responsibility." So I said, "Have your people drive the car over? Just leave the car keys inside." After saying that, I turned and left. The sales lady looked at the car keys in her hand with a surprised expression, probably wondering why I was so at ease and not following along. The reason I don't worry about my car being stolen is that after the mechanical apocalypse, vehicles under my name will transform into mechas. Whoever's name they are under is who they belong to, so stealing them is useless. Besides, I have other important things to do and no time to waste on these trivial matters. As night was about to fall, I arrived outside a welding shop. Vehicles transform into mechas only in their basic form, and without evolution. They have no weapons, fighting can only rely on fists. But as a reborn person, I naturally won't just rely on my fists to fight. The owner of the welding shop saw me and asked, "Hey, brother, is this your first time here? What do you need?" I said, "I need a knife, 5 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick at the back." The owner was taken aback and said, "Brother, what are you saying? Don't joke like that." I directly took out a stack of cash and said, "This is a 10,000 deposit. I want the best alloy you have. Can you do it?" The owner looked at the money in front of him, momentarily at a loss, stammering, "We can do it, but we can't sharpen it here." I said, "As long as you can do it, that's fine, no need to sharpen it. I also need a shield. How long will it take to finish?" The owner replied, "About a week or so." I frowned. After a week, the mechanical civilization will have arrived, and what use will it be to have it done by then? So I said, "No, I can only give you 3 days." As I spoke, I took out 20,000 yuan. The boss hurriedly said, Okay, no problem. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done in 3 days." I said, "That's good. If there are any issues, we can contact each other by phone." After returning home, I quickly ate something and fell into deep thought. When the mechanical beings descended in my previous life, a high-grade source crystal appeared. No one knew its specific level or category, but I had to get my hands on this source crystal. Just as I was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, a surge of anger instantly welled up, but after calming down, I still answered the call. A voice on the other end said, "Wei Zi, where are you? Come to Jindian. There are girls." I suppressed my anger and calmly said, "I'm not going. You can have fun by yourself." After saying that, I hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, my hands trembled uncontrollably. The caller was none other than my girlfriend Han Zhao's brother, Han Su, who was also one of the people who caused my death in my previous life. I kept telling myself in my heart, "No, I must stay calm. It's not the time yet. I can't do anything to him now." But my body still couldn't stop trembling. After calming down, I blocked all of Han Su's contact information. Han Su was looking at his phone in the classic KTV, probably thinking, this kid knows I'm asking him to pay the bill, yet he's pretending to be confused. It's really ridiculous that he says he likes my sister with his behavior. No, something must be hidden from me since he's acting so strangely. I need to check on him. 3 days later, the battle knife and shield I had been eagerly anticipating were ready. After carefully inspecting them, I happily paid the remaining 20,000 yuan and had the store staff load these 2 large items onto the truck. After receiving the battle knife and shield, I called a designated driver and bought 1,000 mouse traps to load into the truck. Then had the driver take me to Xinfeng Mountain. Half an hour later, I had the driver stop the truck halfway up the mountain. I got out of the car and looked up at the mountain top, thinking, this should be the place, the source crystal should be at the top of the mountain, and I hope nothing has changed. But to be safe, I decided to go to the top of the mountain first to check the situation and look for a suitable place to catch mice. When I reached the top of the mountain, the scene before me surprised me a bit. It wasn't that there was anything special at the summit, but rather that I saw a mining area. I tapped my head and thought, how could I forget about this? The son of the owner of Chuan City Mining is one of the future 10 war gods of Longhua, and he is a person of great authority in Chuan City. The mining dump trucks under his name have mechas that are stronger than others' advanced models right from the start. I feel a bit envious. If I had enough funds, I would also get a mining dump truck to play with. However, it's best not to have any contact with him for now. We need to focus on the important matters first. Thinking of this, I ran back to the heavy truck from the mountaintop and took all the mouse traps down from the vehicle. I knew that after the mechanical arrival, most creatures on Earth would become mechanized, and any mechanized creature would produce source crystals in their bodies. Although ordinary source crystals are not as valuable as high-grade source crystals, they can be used to enhance the evolution level of mechs. If I could catch thousands of mice, my mech would be able to undergo its first evolution. At that moment, I suddenly realized I was missing something. The current mice are not very big, but the mechanized mice would grow to be 1 meter long and half a meter tall, and ordinary mouse traps would not be able to catch them at all. After thinking for a moment, I took out my phone and called the welding shop owner. When the call connected, the owner's cheerful voice came through. Hey, is there a problem with the items? I said, no, I need some additional items. The owner perked up immediately. What else do you need, brother? I said, I need some iron chains about the thickness of a thumb, around 2 meters long. The owner asked, how many do you need, brother? I said, about 1,000. The owner replied, brother, this isn't our first collaboration, and I won't cheat you, even if it's $40 each. How does that sound? I said, alright, I won't haggle with you, these things won't be of much use in a few days. But brother, you have to deliver the goods to Xinfeng Mountain for me. The boss said, with our relationship, this is all a small matter. I have the iron chains ready here. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, I started setting up the mouse traps, planning to stay on Xinfeng Mountain for the remaining 4 days. The next day at noon, the welding shop owner personally drove up to Xinfeng Mountain with some people. When they arrived at the mountain, they saw me seriously fiddling with the mice caught in the traps, smiling, and they were all dumbfounded. The welding shop owner raised his hand and gently pointed to his head, whispering to the person next to him, guys, is my little brother here a bit off? The others nodded in agreement. After all, who would play with mice in the wilderness? I saw the boss coming and greeted him warmly. Brother, you're here, the boss said. Little brother, the iron chains you wanted are all here. Why don't you check? He was probably a bit scared inside. After all, these days it can be quite dangerous to encounter someone who is not mentally stable. I waved my hand nonchalantly and said, no need, just help me unload it. As soon as they heard this, they immediately started unloading the truck. While the staff were unloading the truck, I transferred 50,000 yuan to the boss. After unloading the goods, they hurriedly left, not daring to linger for a moment or look at what I was going to do with the iron chains. Holding the iron chains, I walked towards the captured mice with a smile. It was obvious that these chains were meant to bind the mice. Meanwhile, Han Su found the welding shop. He had been checking on me for several days. Originally, he didn't have such perseverance, but ever since he learned that I had mortgaged my house to a loan shark, he became as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He thought that was a good several $100,000, and as a brother, he had to spend it with me. He said to Han Xiao, sister, just pretend to agree with him for now. With his personality, he can buy you anything you want. That kid has quite a bit of money on him right now. Standing next to Han Xiao was a stylish and somewhat revealing beauty, and Han Xiao responded, got it, I've said it so many times. Don't worry, Han Su said, I heard that kid has been here. I'm going in to ask. After saying that, Han Su walked into the welding shop. After getting accurate information about me from the shop owner, he took Han Xiao to buy a heavy motorcycle worth over 10,000 yuan. and then they headed towards Xinfeng Mountain. When Jiang Wei heard the roar of a heavy motorcycle, he turned around and saw the two faces that made him lose control of his emotions. Weizi, I brought my sister to you. You kid is quite leisurely. Ha ha, look at my new motorcycle. How is it? Handsome? Hansu didn't park the car before he started yelling that he was going to get Jiang Wei to help him with the final payment for the car purchase, while Jiang Wei was exclaiming in shock. Bought a car? Is your own rebirth creating a butterfly effect now? This is the middle of nowhere. Should we knife these two dogs here? Chapter 4 Mechanical Era. Advent. No, we can't make a move before it's time. Jiang Wei kept persuading himself in his mind. But wherever there was so little possibility of change to the future development, Jiang Wei did not want to take any chances. It's not worth it to hitch your future for these two dogs. Just when Jiang Wei was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, Han Su, who hadn't yet noticed that Jiang Wei was out of sorts, got out of the car with a big hand and wrapped his arms around Jiang Wei's neck. What Han Su didn't know was that when he wrapped his arms around Jiang Wei's neck, Jiang Wei's whole body trembled slightly, and his fists were clenched in death, almost too taut to slam his fist into this near face. How's that, buddy, enough for you? I've brought my sister. Let's see how you do later. Han Su spoke in a very small voice in Jiang Wei's ear. Jiang Wei seemed to be very excited, and in Han Su's eyes, Jiang Wei tried very hard to take several deep breaths. Afterward, a less than harmonious smile grinned on Jiang Wei's face. Han Xin, hello. The words, uttered almost through clenched teeth, sounded a little out of place. But, Jiang Wei, why are you so nervous? Han Xiao didn't hold back a light laugh. They had met before, and at that time, they hadn't seen Jiang Wei so nervous when facing himself. However, Han Xiao was still somewhat attracted to this kind of young and inexperienced handsome man, especially the one with a little money. At least the good feeling won't go away until the little dudes are spent. Look at your kid's unproductive demeanor. Han Su disliked Jiang Wei's back with his arm. No force was exerted, but this move really almost ignited Jiang Wei's fire that had been so hard to suppress. What did you come to see me for? I thought I just said I'd bring my sister to see you. I still have things to do here. Look, Jiang Wei pointed behind him. Only then did Han Su go to see what Jiang Wei was doing, and when he did, Han Su immediately frowned. Han Xin shrieked in shock and was stunned out of her wits. Weizi, why do you have this hobby now? Although Han Su wasn't afraid of rats, looking at the rats on the mousetrap was more or less not very comfortable. And what's the deal with big chains for rats? Useful. That, buddy, this car is a loan to buy, and almost money is not paid back. You see, it's fine. I'll help you out with the money, but not right now. I'll look for you in a few days when I'm back from the mountains. Right, your sister, not going, right? Jiang Wei glanced at the florid Han Xiao. Looking at Han Xiao's appearance, Jiang Wei's heart even vaguely developed a trace of pleasure of revenge. My sister won't be leaving anytime soon, so let's make a deal. In a few days when you're back in town, go find me. Han Su didn't want to stay here for long and couldn't wait to leave. Don't worry, I will definitely come to you. Jiang Wei had a very natural smile on his face this time. Okay, I'll wait for you. Han Su patted Jiang Wei's shoulder. Then, without saying a bit of nonsense, he directly took Han Xiao and ran away. The roar of the motorcycle faded away. Jiang Wei silently looked at the departing back of the duo. Letting you experience a few days in this post-apocalyptic world properly and just letting you die would be too cheap for you, you pair of dogs. The people of the last days are not as good as the dogs of the world in full bloom, which Jiang Wei knows very well. And how many people will die and how much humanity will be witnessed in this last days, which Jiang Wei also knows very well. Squeak! The rat's cry called back Jiang Wei's thoughts. Jiang Wei shook his head and smiled. It's fine if they're all there. There are ways to clean them up. This butterfly effect is also a good thing. Originally Han Xin was not in Chuan City. To be able to take revenge in advance, this is a big surprise. At this moment, it was as if Jiang Wei had truly relaxed, and he continued to go fiddle with his rats. From this moment on, Jiang Wei lived on Xinfeng Mountain. What brings Jiang Wei pleasure is not only the caught mice, but also Han Su's daily affectionate greetings. Noon on the 7th day of Jiang Wei's rebirth, an unusually bright flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and it was as if a powerful flashbulb had been thrown over the whole world. Wherever it was, by the time people's vision returned, the sky was dim, and there was a layer of overcast clouds that shrouded the entire world. Mechanical descent. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion as uncountable meteors appeared in the air. These meteors went straight to the earth, as if they carried the breath of extinction. The mechanical era. It's begun. Jiang Wei knew that these meteors were considered gifts for humans, as each one contained a source crystal. These source crystals, there were high-level ones and low-level ones, and it all depended on one's chance as to who could get them and what source crystals they could get. Soon the meteors smashed into the earth. The imagined explosion did not occur. When these meteors revealed their true colors, a message appeared in everyone's minds. It's a reminder of what mechanical civilization has done to mankind. Everyone, personal name vehicles have been transformed into mechs belonging to them. There was and is only so much information. Jiang Wei was agitated. Such a scene was not the first time he had experienced it. Mecha Core. A core source crystal like a black gem appeared in Jiang Wei's hand. Merge. At Jiang Wei's command, the black heavy truck that was quietly staying in place suddenly began to undergo a huge transformation. In less than 5 seconds, a heavy mech that was 10 meters tall and pitch black appeared in front of Jiang Wei. The mechs are slightly grimy in appearance, but not lacking in violent beauty. It's so beautiful. Jiang Wei sighed. Just as Jiang Wei sighed, a black light shot out from the chest cavity of the mech, and when Jiang Wei was enveloped by the black light, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a trance, Jiang Wei regained consciousness. His body had already merged within the cockpit of the mech, which was completely filled with a flesh and blood-like substance, and Jiang Wei's main body was closing his eyes within this massive substance. Jiang Wei's consciousness could no longer perceive his own body, and at this moment, he was in complete control of the mech, which was Jiang Wei's body at this moment. Open the mech panel. Jiang Wei's eyes shot out 2 rays of light, which formed a light curtain in front of Jiang Wei. Mecha form, primitive form. Mech rating, 1. Weight, 21 tons. Type, to be selected. Standard power pack, Super Matrix engine. Equipment, none. The standard configuration is actually the Super Matrix engine? Jiang Wei was a little surprised. Something he hadn't expected. The engine is the power source of the mech, and how good the engine is very important to the mech. The Super Matrix engine could be considered the ceiling of the original mechs, and I'm afraid that ordinary mechs don't have this kind of power engine even after 1 evolution, or even 2 evolutions. The most rudimentary engines are just single-core engines, with power levels differentiated by cylinder. Above the single-core engine is the Matrix engine, and above the Matrix engine is the Super Matrix engine. Select Melee Mech. Ding! Selection successful. A voice appeared in Jiang Wei's mind, and then the panel changed. Mecha form, primitive form. Mech rating, 1. Weight, 21 tons. Battle strength, 20. Type, medium melee. Standard power pack, Super Matrix engine. Equipment, none. Jiang Wei was satisfied with closing the panel. Jiang Wei was very familiar with all of this. There is nothing to be surprised. The only measure of the fighting power of the mech is the attribute of the battle power. The level 1 mech can have 20 points of battle power. Jiang Wei has been very satisfied, replacing them with those light, or even rudimentary, versions of mechs. It was questionable whether or not the battle power could reach 10 points. Mecha level 1, 10 levels before the first evolution. Now it's up to these rats. Jiang Wei looked towards the rats that he had captured. The rats were lying on the ground twitching. Their bodies were changing, but it would still take some time before they were fully mechanized. Up the hill. It would take some time for the rats to be completely mechanized, so Jiang Wei could just make use of this time to hike up the mountain to get that source crystal. The 10-meter-tall black mech with a thick body picked up the battle sword and shield that had been prepared on the ground long ago. Common alloy one-handed combat knife. Battle strength +3. Common alloy one-handed battle shield. Battle strength +3. It really lives up to the word ordinary. Grabbing his weapon and battle shield, Jiang Wei immediately climbed the mountain. It was not the first time Jiang Wei had operated a mech, and he was very skillful without any discomfort. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid it would take a long time just to get used to the mech. The 10-meter-tall medium-sized mecha ran wildly on the mountain road as if it were flat, and in just a few minutes, Jiang Wei had already appeared at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the source crystal that Jiang Wei had long been thinking about was emitting a beautiful 7-colored light. Jiang Wei was very excited to see the brilliant 7 colors. I thought that this source crystal would be at least a high-level source crystal, but I didn't expect it to be as high as this. The 7 colored rays of light represented the legendary level, and the source crystal level was divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, epic, and legendary from low to high. And as for whether there were any more above that, Jiang Wei was not sure, and he had not come into contact with it in his previous life. Jiang Wei couldn't care less about sighing. He couldn't wait to immediately pick up the source crystals on the ground. Ding! Obtained the legendary skill, Super Battle Strengthening. Chapter 5. Catch this thug. A legendary level skill? The body of the mech controlled by Jiang Wei couldn't help but tremble a little, because Jiang Wei knew how hard it was to get skills. In his last life, the thing that caused him to die was just a piece of epic skill source crystal. Epic levels, while valuable, had shrunk in value dramatically in the 10th year of mechanical descent, and only really powerful epic skills were worth a lot of money. However, even if the most trashy epic level skills are placed in the early days of mechanical advent, they are still deservedly divine skills, not to mention the legendary level skills that are still priceless even in the 10th year. Use. Ding! Learning superpower battle strengthening is successful. Base battle power +200. So strong. Zhang Wei sighed in surprise. Just learning a skill gives you 200 points of battle power bonus. For Zhang Wei, an old bird, such a power increase is something unimaginable. An ordinary mech, even if it evolves twice, may not be able to obtain 200 points of power. Zhang Wei didn't rush to feel the change in the 200 points of battle power added to the mech. He immediately checked the skill effect. Superpower battle strengthening. Use the body's superpower to strengthen the body to double its battle power. Duration 100 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Pervert. Zhang Wei once again couldn't help but sigh. Is this a legendary level skill? Zhang Wei's iron hand holding the battle sword trembled a little. No wonder Zhang Tao was so strong in his last life. This skill doesn't seem that strong right now, but when my battle power gets stronger, 200 to 400 is a really poor result. But what if it's 10, 000 that instantly becomes 20, 000? Or maybe 100, 000 becomes 200, 000? The most crucial thing was that the duration of this skill was long, yet the cooldown time was very short, a mere 10 minutes. Zhang Wei looked back. The rats on the mousetrap were still in the process of transformation. Their bodies were beginning to expand, but now they were only the size of a hyena, and it was estimated that it would take about half an hour for them to fully transform. Afterwards, Zhang Wei sat down on the top of the hill and looked into the distance. His battle sword was stuck in the ground at his side, and his battle shield was placed on the ground by Zhang Wei. In this life, I want to be invincible. Zhang Wei admonished himself in his mind and was also thinking about the road ahead. Just as Zhang Wei was formulating the next plan goal for himself in his mind waiting for the rats to mechanize, several big guys suddenly appeared in the mine. Ooh, it's starting. This must be a heavy mech. Looking at the mechs that appeared within the mine, Zhang Wei was slightly that envious. According to Zhang Wei's visual estimation, the original form of the dump truck mech was about 15 meters tall, which was a full 5 meters taller than his own mech, and people looked even thicker. Heavy mechs no doubt. Their own medium mechs had super matrix engines. Heavy mechs must have better engines as standard. Should we, dismantle one of his mechs and snatch the engine? Zhang Wei's heart was a little on fire. The engine is the power source of the mech. Not only can it give power to walking, running, fighting, when the first evolution, no matter close combat or long-distance combat, mechs are capable of short-range jetting. For example, at this moment, Zhang Wei could return to his position on the mountainside with just one jet at the top of the mountain. If the engine is powerful enough for continuous jetting, it's not impossible to fly short distances in the air. Zhang Wei quickly made a decision. While the super matrix engine is good enough, better engines are on the table. So how can you call it invincible if you don't grab it? Zhang Wei quickly got up and picked up his battle sword and shield and ran furiously in the direction of the mine at breakneck speed. Under the crushing force of the 10-meter-high mech, the district mountain road was not an obstacle at all, and small trees and rocks and such did not have the qualifications to stop the road at all. When Zhang Wei entered the mining area, he realized that it was in a state of chaos. People who didn't know what they were talking about ran around each other as they gathered around various models of mechs and chatted hotly about what was going on. There were a lot of vehicles in the mine. Current size and model mechs were arranged everywhere. Every mech was surrounded by people, and some were already manned. It was just that the level of their maneuvering left Zhang Wei without an eye, stumbling about like a toddler just learning to walk. There were naturally some medium-sized mechs of around 10 meters in the mix, all of which were heavy truck variations. Only, none of their mechs were of a better quality than Zhang Wei's. Anyways, Zhang Wei's mech was newly purchased. It was not comparable to these old mechs. Zhang Wei didn't care about the people and mechs that were still in a state of confusion. He took a big stride and rushed towards the yellow heavy mech that was closest to him. Sure enough, it's 5 meters taller than my mech. Dig the grass. Look, that big thing is running so smooth. Who is this? Oh my god. This thing, it's so rad. I need to go home. I have a car at home and I can handle a mech. A group of people stared at Zhang Wei dead in the face. Their envious and fiery gazes. If they had any temperature, I'm afraid that they would be able to melt Zhang Wei's mech away in an instant. What's he doing? Hoo. Originally people were shocked at the fluidity of Zhang Yang's actions, but when Zhang Wei raised the battle knife in his hand, the flavor could change. Zhang Wei's mech appeared to be smaller than a heavy mech, but its battle power far exceeded that of a heavy mech. After the boost from learning the skill, Zhang Wei's battle power had reached 226 points at this point. This heavy mech's combat power is only like 30 or 40 at the most. Battle power is the only standard to measure whether a mech is powerful or not. High battle power is high power, strong defense, fast speed and long endurance. Of course, battle power is battle power. Battle power is battle power. The human's technique of manipulating the mech, the skills it possesses, the tactics, and even the spiritual will and so on. All of these together with the mech can form the real battle power. The heavy mechs that were now in front of Zhang Wei were simply all unmanned and had zero combat power. Bzzz. Sparks were flying. the battle knife landed on the heavy mech's body. While the sparks were flying around, the battle knife in Jiang Wei's hand successfully sliced into the heavy mech. Without a high combat power boost, using this battle sword really won't be able to break the defense of a heavy mech. Jiang Wei sighed. However, to the onlookers, Jiang Wei's behavior flowed smoothly. However, only Jiang Wei himself knew clearly that this ordinary broken battle knife was not sharp at all. The good thing is, the war powers make up for all that. Where's the engine? Jiang Wei didn't understand heavy mechs, and after using his battle knife to cut out an opening in the heavy mech, he threw his battle knife and battle shield on the ground while reaching into the gaping hole in the heavy mech with both hands. Open rip. Since we don't know where the engine is, we're done with dismantling this mech for parts. The process of violent demolition is very smooth. When the battle is strong, the power is great, the speed is fast, and it's still demolition regardless of the cost. Can it not be fast? After just a few minutes, a 15-meter tall heavy mech was dismantled into a field of parts by Jiang Wei. Here it is. Jiang Wei found the engine of the heavy mech. Subsequently, the Jiang Wei mech's eyes released 2 rays of light. This is the appraisal skill that comes with the mech. Regarding mechanical items, as long as they are not too advanced, they can be appraised in this way. 2-cycle nuclear engine. Sure enough, it's a notch above my initial engine. Incoming mech space. The subwarp engine held by Jiang Wei disappeared into thin air. Mechs contain their own space inside, and the bigger the mech, the more space you can store inside. The storage space inside Jiang Wei's body was about 1 cubic meter or so. The space was more than enough for a few source crystals and such. If you want more storage space, then you need to equip cargo bins, which can only be obtained from within the source crystal. There was definitely no equipment within ordinary source crystals, and equipment would only be opened within at least intermediate source crystals. The equipment is divided into built-in equipment and external equipment. The built-in equipment is divided into engines, cargo bays, and modules. External equipment is divided into weapons, defensive armor, and thrusters. There's also special equipment, like the float gun. Currently, Jiang Wei's equipment only consisted of an engine and a weapon. The engine was self-contained and the weapon was crudely made by himself. Withdraw. Jiang Wei didn't have any lingering feelings after getting the engine he wanted and ran straight away. Jiang Wei wasn't sure if that Zhang Tao guy was here, but if he was here, what if he reacted and surrounded himself? The point was that there was simply no other benefit to killing these primitive mechs now. There were a lot of large and small mechs here, and although Jiang Wei's combat power was much higher, in this era of low combat power, the numerical advantage was a very big advantage. As for whether he would be hated by Zhang Tao in the future, this was something Jiang Wei was not worried about. When he upgraded his body to level 10, he would be able to undergo the first evolution, and by then the body would have changed. Even if someone took a picture of him now, he was not afraid that he would be recognized by Zhang Tao in the future. It's gone. He's gone. What do we do? Call the boss. We can't afford to lose this big thing. People hadn't realized that the end times had come, and it was true that there wouldn't have been too much turmoil if it was just humans with mechs. The real end times happened after the mechanization of animals, but these people don't know that they are afraid that their bosses will make them pay for damages, that they must report it, that they must catch this thug. Chapter 6 Mechanical Mouse Riot. Jiang Wei didn't care what these people wanted to do. He ran all the way back to Xinfeng Mountain. Taking a look at the rats that were still transforming, Jiang Wei once again sat on the top of the mountain. Replace the equipment. Jiang Wei took the dual-cycle nuclear engine out of the mech space while choosing to replace it. There was no need for Jiang Wei to worry about the replacement process. The mech could take care of it by itself. The armor on the belly of the mech opens up and the super matrix engine floats out from within the mech. And then the dual-cycle nuclear engine that had been snatched by Jiang Wei entered the interior of the mech. It took no more than 10 seconds. Ding! Replacing dual-cycle nuclear engines, plus 5 battle power. Not bad. Jiang Wei patted his abdominal armor with satisfaction and put his replaced super matrix engine back into the mech space. The new engine was 5 battle points higher than the mech's own engine. The battle power boost wasn't too much, but the power endurance it could provide was certainly a whole lot higher. Jiang Wei got up and adapted to the power of the mech now. Just as Jiang Wei was adjusting to the power, the entire mountain began to shake. Jiang Wei didn't feel strange, but rather calm. Turning his head to look, he only saw that the rats seemed to be infused with some kind of mysterious energy. The speed of their mechanization soaring like lightning, and their size expanding at an alarming rate. The rats that were controlled by Jiang Wei were being mechanized, and those rats that were not caught by Jiang Wei and were still hiding in their holes were likewise being mechanized. The mountain shook as if the entire earth was trembling at the sudden change. Those rats hiding in the rat holes, their rapidly growing sizes were like inflated balloons, relentlessly squeezing the surrounding mountains, causing this shocking phenomenon. However, it's not just a hill of beans. Throughout the world, the land trembled. The oceans roared, and all living things were dramatically changed by the sudden catastrophe. It's starting. Jiang Wei stood steadily, waiting for the tremor at the top of the mountain to subside. Then, as if awakening from their slumber, the mechanized rats opened their eyes one by one. The body surface of these mechanical rats was completely covered by a layer of impenetrable steel armor, and they looked like robot dogs that had been enlarged countless times, full of mechanical sense and coldness. However, unlike Jiang Wei's mecha gaze that flickered with azure light, the gaze of these mechanical rats was crimson, like a burning flame. This reddish color was not just the color of their pupils, it was a reflection of their instincts, bloodlust, and lack of intelligence. How dare something with only bloodthirsty instincts bare its teeth with me? A hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Wei's eyes, and the light of his tightly gripped blade flashed with a bitterly cold aura, facing the mechanical rat that was just a stone's throw away. Jiang Wei moved like electricity. The light of his sword flashed, and the sound of the blade clashing with steel echoed on the top of the silent mountain. The sparks dissipated, and the mechanical rat had collapsed to the ground without a sound before he had a chance to appreciate the world that had changed so much. The other mechanical rat connected to it seemed to have sensed the fall of its companion, and with a flashing red light in its eyes, it let out a sharp whine and sprang up, pouncing on Jiang Wei like lightning. Jiang Wei sneered, and his shield drew an elegant arc in the night sky, carrying an unrivaled force as it heavily smashed into the mechanical rat's brain. With a teeth-grinding sound of crushing steel, the mechanical rat's head was smashed into its abdominal cavity. 2 ordinary source crystals were revealed on the 2 piles of ragged remains left by the mechanical rats. Collect. The source crystal entered into Jiang Wei's body space. Jiang Wei did not stop and went straight to the next location. There were still many more mechanical rats waiting to be beheaded by him. 1, 2, 3. The light of the knife in his hand kept flashing, and the remains of the mechanical rats were scattered everywhere. The chain-bound mechanical rats stumbled one pair at a time and rushed towards Jiang Wei, forward and backward. Yet they faced relentless slaughter. Half an hour later, there were very few densely packed mechanical rats left. When Jiang Wei wielded his weapon and decapitated the last mechanical rat, Jiang Wei had the time to collect the source crystals from the mechanical wreckage one by one. Open the panel. Absorb the source crystal. The source crystals stored within Jiang Wei's body space disappeared one by one. On the panel, the body's experience value was rapidly increasing, and when 20 source crystals were consumed, ding, body upgraded. Battle power +2. 20 source crystals. Jiang Wei secretly nodded his head, which was more or less the same as what he had estimated. Go on. This time, 50 source crystals were consumed when the body level was raised from level 2 to level 3, and such a consumption was expected by Jiang Wei. However, Jiang Wei felt surprised when he realized that it had consumed 100 source crystals to raise the body from level 3 to level 4. That's not quite right. Could it be because the mechanical rats have just finished transforming and they don't have enough energy within their source crystals? According to Jiang Wei's thoughts, the source crystals consumed for leveling up should be in increments of 20 or 30, but the number of present increments is surprisingly 50. That's just not enough. Jiang Wei was a bit distressed. Originally, Jiang Wei had thought that more than 1,000 source crystals would be enough to raise his body level to level 10, allowing him to undergo his first body evolution, but now it was clearly not enough. Sure enough, after all the source crystals were consumed, Jiang Wei's body level stopped at level 8, and his battle power increased by a total of 16 points, with each level increasing by 2 points of battle power, which was much stronger than the light mechs that increased their battle power by 1 point per level. Nearly 700 more to go. Just as Jiang Wei was considering where to go to get the source crystals quickly, the ground rumbled and uncountable red eyes surrounded Jiang Wei's place from all directions. Seeing these red rays, Jiang Wei froze for a moment. This is? Those mechanical rats inside the mountain. No, these guys, are they that smart for only just being mechanized? The previous killing was so enjoyable that Jiang Wei had temporarily forgotten about these mechanical rats hidden inside the mountain. In fact, according to the normal process, these guys should have come with those rats they caught to pounce on them, or they should have developed fear and fled New Wind Mountain. But the behavior of these mechanical rats was clearly beyond Jiang Wei's expectations. Instead of blindly pouncing on themselves and fleeing, they had gathered together in an organized manner, and now they even showed up at the same time. There can't be a Fae among these guys, can there? It is possible for a Fae to emerge when a creature is mechanized, and Fae individuals are more powerful and also possess the ability to command their own kind. It should be. Come on. Jiang Wei was very excited, surrounded by countless mechanical rats. Instead of retreating, Jiang Wei took the initiative to meet the raging tide of rats. Jiang Wei's action completely ignited the anger of the rats. How dare you resist when you're surrounded? The rats are rioting. The sight of countless rats rushing up at once was spectacular. In the face of such a scene, Jiang Wei was unusually calm. With a battle strength of over 100, he would be afraid of these scum? Accidentally getting the legendary level skill made Jiang Wei's battle power soar, and in the case of crushing battle power, Jiang Wei only hoped that these rats would run away a little slower later on. Otherwise it's time to catch up. In the next moment, Jiang Wei's battle sword and battle shield in his hands all turned into weapons as he gave up on defense. At this moment, Jiang Wei only needed to release his wildness and exuberance to the fullest. Only what Jiang Wei didn't know was that not all the mechanical rats were surrounding him. There were still some mechanical rats that were doing something else. Chapter 7 Fine Electricity War Scythe. The mechanical rats that faced Jiang Wei directly were destroyed in a single blow. No rats could block Jiang Wei's attack at all. Every knife went down, at least one mechanical rat was cleanly split into two. And the power of wielding the battle shield was even more astonishing. A heavy blow could even smash 2 or 3 mechanical rats paralyzed on the ground, with their whole bodies sparking straight up. It's just that the number of mechanical rats is just a bit much. They densely surrounded Jiang Wei, numbering nearly 1,000. Jiang Wei could furiously sweep across the frontal mechanical rats, but was unable to take care of his behind. In just 2 short minutes, the back of Jiang Wei's mech was already covered with a layer of mechanical rats. They were like hungry wolves, frantically gnawing on Jiang Wei's back mech, but even though they had sharp teeth, they couldn't break through Jiang Wei's mech's defenses, and couldn't do any substantial damage. It won't do to go on like this. Jiang Wei slaughtered the rats in front of him while checking the condition of his own mech. Although the mechanical rats were unable to break through the armor defense of the mech, they pounced on Jiang Wei's mech, the weight of which was to be borne by Jiang Wei's mech. If 1 or 2 of them were messing around on his body, Jiang Wei definitely wouldn't care. But once this number became large, it would become a pressure that couldn't be ignored. The power is dropping too fast. In Jiang Wei's line of sight, the engine power was dropping at a very fast rate, and although the power bar did not have a numerical value to remind him, it was like a car's gas gauge, where he could see the approximate percentage left. In fact, the loss of power was nothing to Jiang Wei, because source crystals could not only upgrade the mechs, but also replenish the engines. It was just that Jiang Wei was not willing to waste it. Any piece of source crystal up front is valuable. All of you roll down. Jiang Wei maneuvered the mech into a crouching dragon flip. It's really just a roll on the floor. The physique is unflattering but very effective. Jiang Wei couldn't bear the weight of the mechanical rats, and likewise, the mechanical rats couldn't bear Jiang Wei's weight even more. Under Jiang Wei's heavy body, those mechanical rats were like fragile ears of wheat, instantly crushed. Their metal shells were deformed under the pressure, and some were even completely flattened like a discus. Ha ha, Jiang Wei laughed, his heart greatly energized. Compared to the previous way of chopping and slashing with a sword, this rolling and crushing method was simply like destroying the world and was incredibly powerful. In just one tumble, 40 or 50 mechanical rats were killed. How about just lying down and just rolling? This efficient way of killing mechanical rats made Jiang Wei a little less eager to get up. With such thoughts, Jiang Wei simply gave up on the idea of getting up, and he used his shield to block his face, leaving the rest to be trampled by the mechanical rats. When Jiang Wei felt that the number of mechanical rats pouncing on his body was almost the same, he would immediately use the crouching dragon flip, and pieces of mechanical rats perished. Just as Jiang Wei was happily using the crouching dragon flip, a mechanical mouse with an azure gaze was directing its minions to work. It was hard to imagine that the rats, which were usually disgusting to look at, could do handicrafts, and they were fiddling with the chains on the ground that Jiang Wei had used to tie them up, and at this moment, Jiang Wei didn't even realize this. He was only focusing on the rats that were pouncing on his body, and didn't even notice what was going on in the distance. These mechanical rats were the very same ones that had not participated in the group that had besieged Jiang Wei. By the time Jiang Wei realized this, the Fey mechanical rat had already commanded its minions to attach the cleverly strung chains to Jiang Wei's limbs one by one. And, when Jiang Wei tried to roll his body to break free from the restraints, more chains wrapped around Jiang Wei's body like maggots on a hawk. Suddenly changed. Jiang Wei froze for a moment. This is, forget the Fey, careless, reborn, smooth and reckless. Facing the crushing attack of the mechanical rats caused Jiang Wei to lose his vigilance. This change of events seemed to be a pot of cold water poured on Jiang Wei's head, dousing the gullibility and complacency in his heart. Just, with the power of you little things, you also presume to control me? Jiang Wei opened his mouth and laughed coldly, his voice revealing endless confidence and arrogance. He knew that in this world of machinery and the unknown, he could not be taken lightly at any time, but all the same, he was aware of his own strength, and this mechanical rat with a bit of a heart was nothing more than a small stumbling block in his path forward. Although he was controlled, Zhang Unicorn didn't panic at all. The battle power is here, so what if it's bound by chains? Each chain had at least 20 rats pulling on it in a deadly manner, but this would only be able to restrict some of Jiang Wei's movements, and would not be able to completely disable Jiang Wei's ability to resist. As Jiang Wei's arm pulled vigorously, the rat, who was pulling the other end of the chain as hard as he could, instantly took off and crashed into Jiang Wei's arms like an arrow off a string. Just before Jiang Wei could solve these rats, the chain that had just been controlled by Jiang Wei was quickly snatched back by more rats. When there were at least 50 rats pulling on each chain, Jiang Wei felt a surge of power, and the strength of the 50 mechanical rats gathered together was already enough to resist the strength of Jiang Wei's only arm. Devour the source crystals to replenish engine power. Jiang Wei mumbled in his mind. Although Jiang Wei wouldn't be harmed in a stalemate with these rats, Jiang Wei didn't want to waste any more time here. As the power of the source crystal continued to be devoured by the engine, the Fey mechanical rat with intelligence showed up. As soon as it appeared, it jumped straight at Jiang Wei, and Jiang Wei's huge mech didn't make it feel fearful. Instead, it was more excited, because as long as it devoured Jiang Wei, it would become even more powerful. As a Fey, it not only possessed intelligence, it was also far more powerful in battle than its kind. When it pounced on Jiang Wei's mech's chest cavity, it opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth and gnawed hard at the chest cavity. The armor that ordinary mechanical rats couldn't destroy unexpectedly showed tiny cracks under the Fey's gnawing. What hard teeth! Jiang Wei secretly marveled at the sharpness of this Fey's teeth. However, even if this Fey's attack was able to cause damage to Jiang Wei, it would still take some time to chew through Jiang Wei's armor. By this time, Jiang Wei's mecha power had been replenished to 80%. Use the skill, Superpower Battle Enhancement. The engine power was instantly consumed by 50% at Jiang Wei's command, but what it brought was a surge of double the power. Get the hell out of here, all of you! Jiang Wei shouted angrily, and his hands struggled to pull on the chains around him. The mechanical rats dragging the chain were in a mess in a matter of moments. Jiang Wei took the opportunity to leap up and grab the Fey that was gnawing on his chest armor. Why? The Fey mechanical mouse spoke in horror. It emitted an electronic synthesized sound with a sharp and treacherous voice, which was simulated through the brainwaves of the mechanical rat, which was a unique ability of the Fey mechanical creatures, which ordinary mechanical creatures did not possess. Die! Jiang Wei's voice was very cold. Jiang Wei didn't have the time to explain anything to this rat, so he just killed it. Under the force of Jiang Wei's palm, the steel armor on the Fey mechanical mouse's body quickly twisted, and in less than 2 seconds, the Fey mechanical mouse was pinched into a steel ball by Jiang Wei. After the deaths of the Fey mechanical rats, fear arose in the hearts of those ordinary mechanical rats. The Fey mechanical rat is their king. What can they do when the king is dead? Escape! However, before these rats could escape, Jiang Wei had already picked up his battle sword and shield and violently pounced on them. At this moment, Jiang Wei seemed like a different person, faster and stronger. This was the change brought about by the superpower battle reinforcement. And it wasn't just the sword and shield in Jiang Wei's hand that was the weapon. His feet were also a kick in the pants as he mercilessly stomped on the rats. The mechanical rats routed and fled under Jiang Wei's frantic killing. Just some mechanical rats escaped quickly, but Jiang Wei's speed was even faster. Unfortunately, these mechanical rats were the best at making holes, and the speed of digging the mountain was so swift that in just a few minutes, there were no more mechanical rats in Jiang Wei's eyes. Count yourselves as fast runners. Legendary level skill, how perverse. Jiang Wei stood in place and opened his mouth to sigh. Although it consumed a large amount of power at once, the power could be replenished using source crystals, which was nothing, and the key was that after the skill effect wore off, Jiang Wei did not feel any discomfort in the body. Right, that Fey. Jiang Wei quickly ran back to the place where he had killed the Fey mechanical rat. A red source crystal floated silently over the corpse of the mechanical rat. Turn on the source crystal. Ding! Obtaining a fine electricity war scythe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 8. You should call Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The red glow meant that this source crystal was a high-level source crystal. Ordinary source crystal white, intermediate yellow, advanced red, epic purple, legendary 7 colors. Jiang Wei thought that something good should be opened within this source crystal, but he didn't expect it to be so good. Mechanical rats were just one of the lowest level mechanical creatures, even if they produced high-level source crystals, but the chances of them being able to open something good were still very low. Something to do with the opening? Whatever. Jiang Wei couldn't wait to pick up his battle scythe. Fine grade electricity war scythe, two-handed, battle strength plus 50, attack with electricity attack. Good stuff. Jiang Wei instantly threw away his customized broken battle sword and shield. Compared to the battle scythe, the battle sword and shield were pure garbage. The length of the electric energy scythe was 10 meters, and Jiang Wei's height was the same. Holding it in his hand was like a god of war holding a powerful weapon. Domineering. Above the battle scythe, electric currents jumped, like silver snakes dancing wildly, radiating a palpitating electric energy. Jiang Wei was satisfied with this battle scythe, and at the same time, he also felt a trace of gratitude towards the Fey mechanical mouse. After all, it was a bit difficult for such a small physique to burst out such a large piece of a weapon, though it seems a shame that the war scythe is only fine level equipment, compared to the higher levels of excellence, epic, and legendary. However, Jiang Wei was a person who was satisfied with what he had, and he understood that in the early stage of the end times, it was already an extremely lucky thing to have a piece of fine-grade equipment. The quality of equipment ranges from ordinary to fine, to excellent, epic, and legendary, with each level representing a different power. As for this battle scythe in Jiang Wei's hand, although it was only of refined grade, it had already greatly increased Jiang Wei's combat power. Never used a battle scythe in my previous life. Getting used to it. Jiang Wei held a war scythe in his hand and stood on top of the mountain, the wind whistling as he swung it. The use of various melee weapons from his previous life kept coming back to him in his mind. He knew the commonalities of melee weapons, and the familiarity gradually revived with each swing of the scythe. As time passed, Jiang Wei's control of the war scythe became more and more comfortable. The originally unfamiliar weapon gradually became agile and powerful in his hands. Each swing cut through the air, leaving behind a sharp trajectory. When Jiang Wei's mastery of the battle scythe reached a certain level of proficiency, he then turned his attention to the source crystals that were scattered on the ground. This wave gained a total of over 800 source crystals. It could be imagined that the mechanical rats that had previously surrounded Jiang Wei must have exceeded 1,000 in number, because that's 500 or 600 rats that just ran away. Devour the source crystal. Ding! The body level has been raised to level 9, and the battle power is +2. Ding! The body level is raised to level 10. Battle power +2, and the body can evolve. After consuming 750 ordinary source crystals, Jiang Wei's body level was raised to level 10. Jiang Wei didn't immediately choose to evolve his body as he ran to the top of the mountain and took a look at the situation around New Wind Mountain. After realizing that there was no danger, Jiang Wei chose to evolve. It takes some time to evolve the body, and during this time of evolution the body cannot move and is likely to be attacked if a dangerous creature is nearby. Luckily, there hadn't been any wild animals on Xinfeng Mountain, only rats, and now that the rats had been chased away by him, there was no danger. Evolutionary body. Just as Jiang Wei chose to evolve his body, a mysterious energy seemed to emerge out of nowhere from the void, quietly descending like ancient magic. Only saw Jiang Wei's originally towering 10-meter mech. Under the effect of this energy, it slowly detached from the ground and gradually floated in the air. As the mech rotated lazily through the air, its form metamorphosed bit by bit. Every inch of steel seemed to be resculpted by this mysterious energy, and every joint seemed to be given new life. About 10 minutes passed, and when that last wisp of energy dissipated into the air, the mech's transformation was finally complete. At this moment, Jiang Wei's mech was brand new. There is no more striking change than its height and stance. The original 10-meter body has now risen to 12 meters, making it even more majestic, and its limbs became thicker and stronger, as if they contained infinite power. Evolution complete. Combat power +30. Mech internal space increased. Internal external equipment bits activated. Gained normal external defensive armor. Normal external thrusters. With the evolution complete, the mech slowly fell to the ground. Open the panel. Mecha form, level 1 evolution. Mech rating, 10. Weight, 31 tons. Battle strength, 320. Type, medium melee. Standard power configuration, 2-cycle nuclear engine. Equipment, fine-grade electrical energy warscythe. Normal external defensive armor. Normal external thrusters. Skill, super battle strengthening, legendary. After checking the mech's attributes, Jiang Wei closed the panel with satisfaction. Downhill. Jiang Wei activated the thrusters he had just gotten from evolving his body. With the possession of having thrusters, using jetting would be more power efficient, and you would be able to use more countermeasures if you encountered the kind of situation where you were just under siege again. As for now, Jiang Wei simply wanted to familiarize himself with the feeling of using the thrusters. Even though in his previous life, he had long been comfortable with thrusters, there were some differences between a light body and a medium body, which made him have to get used to them properly. After some brief adaptation, Jiang Wei once again found that familiar feeling. He stood at the top of the mountain, and with a light step, the mech jetted out like an arrow off the string. The mech's feet were a dozen centimeters away from the ground, and whenever the thrust of the propellers was insufficient, the propellers would erupt in a burst of fire once again to refill the power. And in just a few minutes' time, Jiang Wei reached the foot of the mountain. Jiang Wei, who had landed at the foot of the mountain, did not turn off his thrusters. He still used them to assist him in moving forward, heading straight for Chuan City. A large amount of resources within Chuan City were waiting to be harvested by Jiang Wei. Along the way, Jiang Wei did not encounter any mechanical creatures to stop him. Soon, Jiang Wei entered the city without any problems. Only, the situation inside the city is far worse than outside. Explosions, metal clashing, hissing and smoke filled the air. It was an apocalyptic scene. Standing in the chaotic city, Jiang Wei stopped briefly. The highest quality of mechanical creatures would be the zoo. Go check it out. The higher the quality of the mechanical creatures, the more advanced the source crystals that popped out, and the better the things you got. Having tasted the sweetness of having good equipment, Zhang Wei naturally couldn't look at those ordinary source crystals. Right now, Zhang Wei was still missing a lot of equipment, and the only way to get it was to fight those powerful mechanical creatures. Those mechanical creatures in the zoo in my previous life caused a great crisis in Chuan City. Taking them out must be able to get a lot of good things. I'm doing a good deed. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei rushed straight in the direction of the zoo. The culprits of the pandemonium in Kawasaki at this time were not rats and other animals hiding in the shadows. Instead, it turns out that people's pets are causing more harm than good, because mechanized pets possess a more powerful killing power than mechanical rats. Still, there are some good signs, because not all pets are irrational when mechanized. Within the city, there is a portion of pet dogs that are intelligent after mechanization, and they continue to protect their owners even after mechanization. Either that or there is some truth to the saying that dogs are man's best friend. Just as Zhang Wei was rushing to the zoo, a mechanical dog was confronting a light mecha in a corner in the chaos of an ordinary neighborhood in Chuan City. I told you long ago not to raise this stupid dog. You just don't listen. Tell me, what now? Han Su's roaring voice came out from within the light mech. The person he yelled at was Han Xin. What time is it? You kill it. Han Xin cried with a rain of pear blossoms, her face makeup becoming blurred under the tears, as if it were a ghostly face. But at this moment, Han Xin couldn't care less if Han Su yelled at himself. Right now, Han Xin only hoped that Han Su grabbed this mechanical dog with red eyes and killed it, because this dog had no sense and the first target of attack was surprisingly herself. Han Su had a hard time. If I could kill you, would I have to stand up to you? Would I yell at you? Wasn't the root cause of the standoff that he couldn't beat this dog? Look how many holes have been bitten in my brand new mech by this dead dog. You're not the one who's fighting for your life, are you? If I could kill it, I would have killed it long ago. You should call Zhang Wei and tell him to come and save me quickly. He bought a heavy truck before. His mech must be very powerful. Yeah, I'll call right now. After Han Su's reminder, Han Xiao remembered Zhang Wei, and as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, she took out the phone with her hands and feet. But will Zhang Wei come to save them? Chapter 9 Stabbing the Monkey's Nest. The mechanical apocalypse has just begun, and communications have not yet been interrupted. Even if the unusual means of communication on the blue planet were interrupted, the people controlling the mechs were still able to contact each other through the mechs, which was many times stronger than the means of communication on the blue planet. When Zhang Wei received the communication request, Zhang Wei was already close to arriving at the Chuan City Zoo. Seeing the unfamiliar caller, Zhang Wei froze for a moment. Who would be looking for me at this hour? Secretly guessing, Zhang Wei chose to answer. At the first moment of answering, Han Xin's voice appeared in Zhang Wei's mind, which was the mech taking over the communication function of Zhang Wei's cell phone. Zhang Wei, where the hell are you? Come save me. Han Zhao's voice was tinged with tears, hoarse and trembling, revealing deep despair and helplessness. When Zhang Wei heard this voice, an inexplicable pleasure surged in his heart. If it was the me that was once there, when I heard her voice like that, I'm afraid that I would have already rushed over there without a care in the world, right? Zhang Wei laughed to himself in his heart as he despised the self that had once risked everything for this woman. Subsequently, Zhang Wei's voice became calm and indifferent, as if he was a bystander scrutinizing the situation. Who are you? Why did I save you? Me? I'm Han Xin. Zhang Wei, isn't your mech great? Come and save me. My dog has turned into a monster. It's going to eat me. Han Xin's sobs revealed her anxiety at this time. Where's Han Su? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to ask rhetorically. Since Han Xiao hadn't left Chuan City, she should be with Han Su. He's blocking my dog, but his mech isn't powerful. He's about to lose it. Where the hell are you? When can you come? Han Xiao eagerly urged, as if she wanted Zhang Wei to appear in front of her right now. Let him take the top for now. I can't get away here. Zhang Wei's tone kind of carried a bit of indifference, and then hung up the communication. To save her? It's a joke. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to let Han Xin experience the cruelty of this post-apocalyptic world, that kind of daily living under the emotion of fear. Of course, he had to let Han Xin experience it well before he could do so. Now Zhang Wei no longer wanted Han Xin to die so painfully because it would be too cheap for her. As for whether Han Xiao and Han Su would be killed in this wave, Zhang Wei was not worried. Although a pet dog transformed into a mechanical dog was much more powerful than a rat, the mecha transformed by the heavy locomotive Han Su had purchased wouldn't be very weak either. It's enough against mechanical dogs. On the other side, Han Xiao was like a wooden sculpture, staring blankly at her cell phone, her face full of shock and incomprehension. What did he say? Han Su was so anxious that he could not wait to immediately slap Han Xiao when he saw him dazed. What time is it? You still have time to dawdle? He said to hold you over. Han Xin's tone was a bit robotic. She hadn't figured out why that was the case. Didn't you say you liked yourself? That's how you like it? When Han Su heard this, he immediately became furious and cursed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I can hold my own and still need to call him? At this moment, Hansu's hatred for Jiang Wei instantly rose a few notches. Jiang Wei's behavior seemed to Hansu to be seeing death. Is that what brothers do? You want to pick up my sister with that? Watch out. Han Xin's voice suddenly turned sharp. She nervously warned Hansu. It's coming over. Hansu cursed in a low voice. This damn dog. Knowing that Jiang Wei couldn't count on it, Hansu didn't have any more luck. As for Han Xin, he definitely couldn't count on it either. And now in this situation, as long as he didn't want to die, then he could only fight this dog himself. In the blink of an eye, the icy body of the mechanical dog had already pounced on it, and the two iron lumps ferociously crashed together with a deafening collision sound. In this close-range fight, Hansu was clearly at a disadvantage. The mechanical dog's movements were swift and precise, and the wounds on Hansu's mech were increasing. Fortunately, although Hansu's mecha was a locomotive transformation, his locomotive was heavy and brand new. The initial combat power was that much higher than the mechanical dog, and under Hansu's swinging iron fist, the mechanical dog was adding injuries to his body. Witnessing all of this, Han Xin's heart was already in his throat, because according to the current situation, it was not certain who would end up surviving. Kawasaki City Zoo. Jiang Wei, who had ignored Han Xin's pleas for help, had already entered the zoo. At this moment, the zoo has long lost the harmony of the past, and now the zoo has become a paradise for mechanical creatures to go on a rampage. Simply because there weren't many human mechs in the zoo at all. Even if they had, they'd largely become rations for the mechanical creatures by now. Humans can access the source crystals within mechanical creatures to enhance themselves. Mechanical creatures could do the same, and they weren't picky eaters at all. Not only could they absorb the power of source crystals, but they could also devour steel. Human mechs are a true tonic for mechanical creatures. They can devour mechs to increase their combat power, and devouring humans can even increase their intelligence. Mechanical creatures are also capable of evolving, just as human mechs evolve. It's so lively. Where to start? Jiang Wei took a deep breath, feeling the fluctuations of battles rising and falling within the surrounding zoo. His heart was invigorated. This realm was hell for other humans, but for the current Jiang Wei it was heaven. It couldn't be helped. Who made Jiang Wei's battle power enough to crush all the mechanical creatures at this stage? Even the mechanical tiger transformed from a tiger was far from a match for Jiang Wei. Without waiting for Jiang Wei to decide where to start, there were already unenlightened mechanical creatures rushing towards Jiang Wei. Mechs are a great tonic, and the mechs in the park were basically eaten up by the mechanical creatures. Now that such a big guy appeared, it would naturally attract the attention of mechanical creatures. Monkey? Jiang Wei froze for a moment as he looked at the mechanical monkey that was less than 3 meters tall. That being said, was there really no oppressive force from one's 12-meter tall mech? These mechanical monkeys are crazy, aren't they? Seeing that the mechanical monkey had rushed to within his attack range, Jiang Wei easily swung the battle scythe in his hand. The war scythe slashed through, leaving a purple current in the air. When the electric current swept through the mechanical monkey's body, the red light in the mechanical monkey's eyes instantly disappeared. So sharp. Jiang Wei glanced at the battle scythe in his hand, and satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The sharpness of this war scythe was not even on the same level compared to his customized war sword. If he had used that combat knife to attack just now, then although the mechanical monkey would have been sent flying by the powerful impact, it would have definitely left behind a bruised and battered body, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. However, at this moment, the battle scythe in his hand displayed an astonishing power. Only the lower half of the mechanical monkey's body remained in a charging stance, lurching forward, while its upper half had separated from its body and landed alone on the spot. This strike was as if it was cutting through tofu without any sense of effort. Retracting his gaze, the glow of satisfaction in Jiang Wei's eyes increased. Intermediate source crystal. Very good. Jiang Wei beautifully received the intermediate source crystal on the remains of the mechanical monkey's body. Just as Jiang Wei finished collecting the source crystals, a group of monkeys suddenly appeared around Jiang Wei, and at a cursory glance large dozens of them were definitely there. Seeing this, Jiang Wei murmured, "This is stabbing the monkey's nest?" However, it came just in time. Chapter 10 going in later. Be careful. Faced with the steel beast in front of them that dared to decapitate their kind, the monkeys instantly went into a frenzy, and dozens of mechanical monkeys roared as they rushed towards Jiang Wei, wanting to tear the enemy in front of them into pieces. The Monkey King let out a roar behind these mechanical monkeys. Jiang Wei didn't understand the monkey language, but he could feel the rage and anger emanating from the roar, to which Jiang Wei just smiled coldly. With a battle scythe in hand, this rage and anger would eventually turn into the helplessness of the weak. As the monkeys bullied him, Jiang Wei danced the battle scythe with both hands, which seemed to have turned into a gale in Jiang Wei's hands, sweeping the surrounding air, and the purple electric current jumped continuously along with the battle scythe, forming several circles of light that rotated around Jiang Wei. At the edge of the aperture, Any mechanical monkey that dared to step on it would turn into a pile of lifeless scrap metal in an instant, scattering on top of the ground, with only the floating source crystals being able to prove that they had once existed. When Jiang Wei had slaughtered more than half of the monkeys, the Monkey King finally realized that something was wrong. Its mechanical eyes glittered with alarm, and a low, urgent cry escaped from its throat. Upon hearing the Monkey King's call, the mechanical monkeys that had originally surrounded Jiang Wei immediately stopped attacking and turned to flee. You've only killed 30 or so, and this is how you want to run away? Beautifully thought out. Jiang Wei laughed coldly, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't stop his attack. Instead, he sped up and chased after the fleeing mechanical monkeys. The escape speed of the mechanical monkey was as swift as lightning. However, Jiang Wei was like a wild wind. His speed was even better. Despite Jiang Wei's lanky physique, it didn't affect his speed. The group of mechanical monkeys dashed left and right in the park, trying to use the surrounding buildings and trees to evade Jiang Wei's pursuit. However, it was all in vain. Any obstacles that stood in Jiang Wei's way were like papier-mâché. The buildings in the park, although already considered tall for normal people, were as insignificant as toys in front of Jiang Wei at this moment, and could not be an obstacle to his advancement at all. Moreover, with the cooperation of the thrusters, Jiang Wei traveled freely between the buildings with a fluidity that was more flexible than a mechanical monkey. Noticing Jiang Wei's speed of pursuit, the Monkey King was terrified. It had led the monkeys to take down many of the mechs in the park already, and in its experience, these human mechs were very clumsy and easy to take down. But what is this now? The Monkey King then led the rest of the mechanical monkeys to rush towards the crocodile park, as it was the closest place to it here. When the steel crocodile with a body length of 7 or 8 meters appeared in Jiang Wei's eyes, Jiang Wei then reacted. Kill people with a borrowed knife? This monkey, how could he learn to use a ploy so quickly? Jiang Wei marveled in his heart, seeing the Monkey King's intention. After the Monkey King crossed the crocodile pool, it turned its head and bared its teeth at Jiang Wei. In the Monkey King's opinion, the crocodiles with huge size and thick skin were enough to deal with Jiang Wei. Not to mention that there were more than 20 crocodiles in the crocodile park, and they were enough to tear Jiang Wei to pieces when they gathered together. Don't be in a hurry, I'll go kill you in a while. Jiang Wei stared at the Monkey King, his voice as cold as iron. Jiang Wei would definitely not let go of the Fei in the monkey group. The Fei in the rat group could give Jiang Wei a fine-grade electric energy battle scythe. So what kind of surprise would the Fei in the monkey group bring him? Also, this group of crocodiles in front of us. I can't believe there are no Fei? Jiang Wei was slightly stunned. Each of the steel crocodiles that stood in front of him exuded a ferocious aura, but the characteristic azure color of the Fei was missing from their eyes. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Jiang Wei since let out a light sigh, and then his body moved, rushing towards the crocodile group like an arrow off the string. The steel crocodiles were indeed large in size, but accordingly they moved slowly, and to Jiang Wei, these bulky steel crocodiles were living targets. The war scythe swung, each swing carrying a harsh wind sound. However, what surprised Jiang Wei was that the external armor of these steel crocodiles was so tough that it was able to block the blade of the war scythe. The war scythe slashed across the steel crocodile's body, only leaving a very long and deep wound, but it failed to kill it with a single blow. After all, it was originally clad in armor, so it's plausible that the defense is strong, but it's useless to be able to block it. The steel crocodile could resist a single blow of the war scythe without dying, but the electric energy attack attached to the war scythe had eroded this part of the steel crocodile's body, and the powerful electric energy could cause this part of the body to fall into a short circuit, thus rendering this part of the body incapable of action. It's no different than being paralyzed. Right at this moment, several steel tails violently lashed at Jiang Wei like steel spears. Jiang Wei's heart was startled. He did not want to experience the taste of being hit by the tail of a steel crocodile. The propellers exploded, and Jiang Wei's figure dodged at great speed, while the war scythe in his hand kept waving, making ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. Each swing of the war scythe left a shocking wound on the steel crocodile's body. In just a few minutes, a large portion of the ferocious and brutal steel crocodile had been paralyzed. The smile on the Monkey King's face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a deep sense of panic and unease. It never expected that all these brutal and ferocious steel crocodiles could not stop Jiang Wei. In the next moment, the Monkey King turned his head and fled in a sorry state. Jiang Wei swept a glance at the direction where the Monkey King had fled and did not immediately go after him. These steel crocodiles Jiang Wei would not let go of, because the source crystals that these steel crocodiles burst out were surprisingly all high-grade source crystals that smelled good. After a few more minutes passed, Jiang Wei managed to empty the entire crocodile park and harvested 23 high-level source crystals. Use normal source crystals to replenish power. The ordinary source crystals within the mecha space continued to disappear, and the power within the source crystals was gradually injected into the engine. Jiang Wei had practically flown all the way back to Chuan City from New Wind Mountain using the thrusters, and now that he had experienced 2 more battles inside the zoo, His engine power was already a bit low. Now that Jiang Wei was using ordinary source crystals to replenish his power, it really didn't hurt at all. This was because there was still a large amount of source crystals waiting to be harvested by Jiang Wei within the zoo, and there were almost no ordinary source crystals here. The lowest ones were intermediate source crystals. The energy contained within an intermediate source crystal was enough to be worth 100 ordinary source crystals, and the energy within a high-level source crystal compared to an intermediate was the same. However, using intermediate source crystals to restore power was enough, and using advanced source crystals to restore power was a bit too extravagant, because within the high-level source crystals were able to open good things, such as equipment, such as skills, and there was even a chance that modules could be opened. Modules are a very important part of a mech, and an important factor in opening up the gap in combat power with other mechs. This is because modules are not only difficult to obtain, but they also provide a variety of ability boosts. Only, right now, Jiang Wei didn't have the time to open these high-level source crystals he had obtained. If we don't go after that Monkey King, I'm afraid it's going to run out of sight. If the Monkey King sees the situation and escapes from the zoo, it will be hard to find him in such a big Chuan city. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately chased after the Monkey King in the direction he had fled. Just as Jiang Wei went after the Monkey King, a group of mechs appeared at the entrance of the zoo. At the head of the group were clear earth-colored mechs. These mechs would definitely be very familiar to Jiang Wei if he saw them, because these guys were exactly the same as the 15-meter-tall heavy mechs that had been demolished one by Jiang Wei. Boss, the mechanical creatures within this zoo are definitely all very advanced. We'll definitely be able to obtain a lot of advanced source crystals. When we go in later, all be careful. Whoever breaks the mech, see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Tao's voice came out, and he himself was controlling a super heavy mech that reached 17 meters in height. This is also the true ceiling in the initial mech, being a customized model or dump truck transformed. Chapter 11 Dog. Are you crazy? You can rest assured, boss, that we won't break the mech. Besides, our mech is so powerful. Who can break our mech? The man piloting the 15-meter-tall heavy mech opened his mouth respectfully. Zhang Tao's heart was naturally beautiful when he heard this. Before the end of the world he, Zhang Tao, had only a hand in Chuan City, and now that the end of the world had arrived, he wanted his hand to be even bigger and able to cover a bigger sky. Go! Zhang Tao was spirited and led the way into the zoo with a wave of his hand. However, when they entered the zoo they couldn't help but freeze, as the sight before them was beyond their expectations. What's going on here? Zhang Tao twisted his head to look at his group of juniors. If the metal wreckage all over the ground was from the mech, Zhang Tao would not be surprised, because they had already experienced the power of mechanical creatures. There were also quite a few mechanical creatures in the mine, and it took Zhang Tao and the others quite a bit of effort to clean up those mechanical creatures. However, the sight in front of him was unbelievable to Zhang Tao. These metal remains on the ground clearly belonged to mechanical creatures. If some other mechanical creature had taken out these mechanical creatures, it should have eaten the metal remains of the field. Apparently, it was someone who dismantled these mechanical creatures? Boss, this is someone robbing monsters. A resourceful junior immediately shouted in excitement. Come on, let's go and see who it is. Zhang Tao was in a hurry. He had already obtained quite a few source crystals and knew how important they were. Currently, Zhang Tao's body level had reached level 6, and this wave he was preparing to have his body level raised to level 10. If someone had gone ahead of him and gotten rid of all the source crystals of the mechanical creatures in the zoo, how could he play? Running from corner to corner around the city to clean up mechanical creatures? This method is too detrimental to efficiency. With that, Zhang Tao led his large group of minions to stride towards the interior of the zoo. A group of large and small mechs running around was still very shocking. The ground shook drastically from their stomping. Jiang Wei, who was chasing the Monkey King, was slightly surprised after sensing the vibration of the ground. What sizable fellow is this running over here? Jiang Wei twisted his head and glanced behind him. Whatever. Subsequently, Jiang Wei continued his pursuit, ignoring the vibrations behind him, and now he had only one goal, and that was the fleeing Monkey King in front of him. The Monkey King's escape speed was quite a bit faster than the average mechanical monkey, but it was facing Jiang Wei, an existence whose battle strength exceeded it by nearly 10 times. Therefore, there was no possibility for the Monkey King to escape at all. When Jiang Wei approached behind the Monkey King could only turn around helplessly. Facing Jiang Wei, the azure light in the Monkey King's eyes kept flickering, revealing his fear at this moment. However, the Monkey King did not give up its struggle as it bared its teeth at Jiang Wei in an attempt to terrorize him. That wasn't how you laughed just now. Jiang Wei coldly mocked, not taking the Monkey King's intimidation seriously in the slightest. Human, spare me. The Monkey King emitted an electronic synthesized voice from his mouth, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Overthink it. Zhang Unicorn was unwilling to say a word of nonsense to the Monkey King. there were still a large number of mechanical creatures waiting for him inside the zoo. Moreover, the vibrations behind him were getting closer and closer, and Jiang Wei didn't want to let this Monkey King escape again later when he was facing other mechanical creatures. The Monkey King still wanted to say something, however, what greeted it was the war scythe in Jiang Wei's hand that flashed with electricity. Facing the war scythe that came with a thunderous chop, the Monkey King was powerless to fight back. Initial mechs had little means of attack, and similarly, initial mechanical creatures likewise possessed only instincts and were no different from their original forms. The war scythe slashed fiercely at the Monkey King's body with a thunderous momentum, and the azure-colored light in the Monkey King's eyes instantly disappeared under the slash of the war scythe. Replacing the azure light was a high-grade source crystal, and the bright red color released by the source crystal was dazzling. Let go of that source crystal. Without waiting for Jiang Wei to put the source crystal away, a roar appeared behind Jiang Wei. Collect! Jiang Wei did not turn around and directly collected the high-level source crystals into the mecha space. Only when the collection was complete did Jiang Wei slowly turn his head. Mecha? It's you! With just a glance, Jiang Wei recognized who the visitor was. As Jiang Wei saw Zhang Tao also saw Jiang Wei. Originally, what Zhang Tao wanted was the high-level source crystal produced by the Monkey King, but now Zhang Tao's thoughts changed, and he wanted the battle scythe in Jiang Wei's hands more. This battle scythe, just by looking at it, you can tell how powerful it is. A 12-meter tall mecha. You people have a good chance. I'm Zhang Tao from Chuancheng Mining. Ever heard of him? Zhang Tao opened his mouth and introduced himself, with a few moments of arrogance in his tone. For Jiang Wei, Zhang Tao actually didn't put too much on his mind. After all, the height of Jiang Wei's mech was there. Based on the information available, the easiest way to measure a mech's combat power is to look at the size of the mech. The 17-meter tall mech controlled by Zhang Tao was then 20 points stronger than the 15-meter tall mech in terms of battle power. Jiang Wei's mech was only 12 meters, so even if he got a weapon, how much combat power could he have? Besides, Zhang Tao's side had close to 30 mechs of all sizes, so he still couldn't deal with a 12-meter mech. However, Zhang Tao preaches a virtue to convince people. He does not want to rob Jiang Wei's war sickle openly. He wants Jiang Wei to be his subordinate. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Jiang Wei was undoubtedly a very strong fighter. Zhang Tao, I know you. Could Jiang Wei not know it? The engine inside his mech was still looted by dismantling one of other people's mechs. Just know it. Hang out with me in the future. I guarantee you won't regret it. Zhang Tao threw out the olive branch with a big grin, not even saying what benefits to give Jiang Wei. In Zhang Tao's opinion, it was fine as long as Jiang Wei had heard of his name. Your own name is the best olive branch. Did you forget to take your medicine? Jiang Wei's tone was icy cold. Originally for this Zhang Tao, Jiang Wei still has some recruiting thoughts. I didn't expect that this one would come running to recruit him instead. What did you say? Zhang Tao was a bit skeptical if there was something wrong with his ears, mainly because he couldn't believe that Jiang Wei dared to speak to himself like that. Chuancheng Zoo is now my territory. Get out how you came in, and if you don't get out, you'll suffer the consequences. Dog, are you crazy? Big brother, don't bull **** with him, get him killed. The little brother standing beside Zhang Tao spoke angrily. Zhang Tao didn't reply immediately, but he was clearly shaking with anger. After a few seconds, Zhang Tao laughed out loud and opened his mouth. Ha ha, good, that's great. How long has it been since someone spoke to me like that? Get him killed. Don't break the weapon in his hand. Chapter 12. Look behind you. Zhang Tao had no intention of doing anything himself. With just a light order from him, nearly 30 mechs all rushed towards Jiang Wei, and at this moment, it was the time for these juniors to show their loyalty. It was important to know that all of these mechs, without exception, were under Zhang Tao's name, and Zhang Tao had absolute control. Once Zhang Tao withdrew his authorization, these people would not be able to control the mechs. However, Jiang Wei didn't even need to look at these mechs squarely. Bunch of garbage, didn't even have eyes to see. Is this a mech? Quite a good mech in the hands of these people is a bulky iron lump, running constantly swaying crooked, as if it is going to fall down at the slightest touch. It's really no wonder these people are so clumsy. The end of the world had just arrived, and in terms of skill in controlling a mech, who in the world today could compare to Jiang Wei? Dog, how dare you be arrogant? Get him dead. A light mecha lunged at Jiang Wei first, and Jiang Wei saw the mecha lunging at him, causing him to be stunned for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this would be a Far Cry mech, right? Jiang Wei saw the weapon in the light mech's hand. It was a gun, and it was also a proton freezing gun with good power. It can be seen that this mech prototype should be an expensive sports car class, if it is an ordinary vehicle transformed into a mech. After choosing the far battle can only get ordinary machine guns, rifles, shotguns. High-end goods like freezing guns and high-temperature guns could only be possessed by high-end mechs. Just What the hell is it for a far-fighting mech to rush up and fight for its life with a melee mech instead of hiding at a distance and firing cold shots? Jiang Wei couldn't understand it, but only those who chose the Far Cry mecha knew the pain in their hearts. With them being unskilled at handling the mechs, it would be a joke to expect them to stand at a distance and hit a target with their guns. Therefore, the current telekinetic mechs could only try their best to close the distance between them and their targets before firing. That would at least slightly increase the accuracy. At this moment, the light telekinetic mech that pounced on Jiang Wei was thinking the same thing. However, it could only be said that he was thinking too beautifully, for as he reached what he considered to be the right distance, he likewise came within Jiang Wei's attack range. The war scythe itself was 10 meters long, and even if Jiang Wei was holding the middle and lower ends of the war scythe, the range that the war scythe could extend out was still more than 10 meters. This was because the arms of Jiang Wei's mech were also about 5 meters long and short. Boo! Freeze gunfire! A ball of icy blue energy erupted from the muzzle of the gun, heading straight into the distance. That shot didn't even touch Jiang Wei's side. On the contrary, Jiang Wei's battle scythe slashed through the air, and amidst the sharp cracking sound, the purple lightning bolt slashed through the chest cavity of the light mech. The sharpness of the war scythe and Jiang Wei's strength were perfectly fused, and the destructive force created by this strike instantly cut the light mech into 2 pieces. Moreover, not only was the light mech sliced in 2 by Jiang Wei, but the same was true for the person manning the controls inside the belly of the mech. In the absence of accidents, the location where humans are located when maneuvering a mech is the belly of the mech. Immediately after that, the sound of metal rubbing and metal crashing appeared in pieces. It was as if the mechs rushing towards Jiang Wei had been forced to press the pause button, and a bunch of mechs twisted and fell together in a chaotic manner. But the messiness of the mecha was far less than the messiness of these people's hearts. What did they see? A scythe went down and directly exterminated a mecha. What kind of terrifying attack power was this? Luckily, their mechs were slower and not as fast as the light mech that had just rushed, or else they might be the ones whose bodies were now turned into 2 pieces. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He thought that Jiang Wei would be a good fighter, but he didn't expect Jiang Wei's combat power to be so fierce. And of course, he was even more eager for the battle sickle in Jiang Wei's hand. You're very powerful, but even if you're powerful, you can't defeat the siege of us people. Even if we can't get close to you, we can still trap you here. How about this? Let's make a deal. Although Zhang Tao was arrogant, he was also a brainy one. If Zhang Tao really did not have a brain but was just wildly arrogant, he would not be able to become one of the 10 great war gods in the future. Tell me, Jiang Wei did not have the heart to make a deal with Zhang Tao, but he was willing to listen to what Zhang Tao wanted to say. How about letting me have the weapon you're holding, and I'll give you 100 source crystals and allow you to hunt here at the zoo, and you can be my equal in the future as well? Zhang Tao stated his chips. No matter what, let's first trick the weapon in Jiang Wei's hand. As long as Jiang Wei had no weapon in his hand, he was still at his mercy. Hey, wake up, it's still daytime. Jiang Wei pointed at the sky. The mocking meaning expressed was already obvious. 100 source crystals? If Jiang Wei hadn't guessed correctly, they must all be ordinary source crystals, right? And the big talk about being allowed to hunt at the zoo. Did this guy just not hear what he said? The zoo has been taken over by Jiang Wei and is Jiang Wei's territory. As for the equalization is even more impossible. This life of Zhang Tao simply do not qualify to be equal with Jiang Wei. And even Zhang Tao's own biggest chance has been snatched away by Jiang Wei. Are you going to fish out of water? Zhang Tao was furious. He had already given in so much, but this guy even refused to advance. With you, you are not qualified to fight me to the death. Jiang Wei spoke out this harsh reality. By the way, I advise you to look behind you. Jiang Wei pointed in the direction behind Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao subconsciously turned back after hearing Jiang Wei's words. Turning back this time, Zhang Tao was instantly shocked and almost jumped in place. At some point, a bunch of mechanical creatures had appeared behind him, and not the mouse monkey kind of little guy. This is a group of height up to at least 5 meters of mechanical deer. Deer herd. The number was at least 50 to 60, and the sharp steel antlers were 2 meters long. If they were to be topped by this thing, Zhang Tao estimated that even his 17-meter tall neck would be topped through. How did they come behind themselves without a sound? No, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they're coming at us. Get up and hold them off. Zhang Tao opened his mouth and blurted out, urging the fallen juniors to grab their heads and get up. Unfortunately, the deer didn't give these mechs a chance, and under the command of one of the Fae, the deer launched an onslaught against the disorganized mechs. Jiang Wei secretly shook his head. He knew that the mechs were pretty much all going to be scrapped. At the same time, Jiang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao. It seems that in his last life, he should have been able to go all the way after getting the super battle strengthening. Otherwise, with this IQ of his, he would have died a horrible death even with a 17-meter super heavy mecha with a Tianhu opening. Zhang Unicorn analyzed while quietly watching, without the slightest intention of giving a helping hand. In fact, Jiang Wei had already been considered kind by not adding fuel to the fire. But of course, the main thing was that Jiang Wei didn't want to waste momentum. Chopping up these nearly 30 mechs was also quite power-consuming, and the key was that Jiang Wei would not be able to gain any benefits after chopping them up. Now how nice is this? Let the deer take care of these guys and then step in and take care of the deer yourself. Chapter 13 Mechanical Deer. Electromagnetic Pulse. Brother, help! Zhang Tao's cries were unusually urgent, and he rushed towards where Jiang Wei was while shouting. The deer and the mechs collided against each other, shaking the sky and earth. And in just the first wave of collision, 10 mechs lost the light in their gazes and lost their vitality. The remaining mechs were also all wounded, and with the state of these mechs, it was simply impossible to block the next wave of attacks. Even those heavy mechs that were 15 meters tall were similarly unable to block them. Jiang Wei kept cursing the waste in his heart. Such a good mech. Giving it to these people was a great waste. As for saving lives? On what grounds? With your money? Before the end times, the money thing might have worked well. But now, brother, save me. I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, anything. Zhang Tao understood very well that he could not escape from these mechanical deer, as his level of maneuvering the mech was comparable to those of his juniors, and he could not run out far before the deer caught up with him. Right now, the only one who could save him was Jiang Wei. It was not until now that Zhang Tao felt how terrifying Jiang Wei really was. Think back to those metal wrecks just inside the zoo. How many such mechanical creatures had this man slaughtered to get that much metal wreckage? I'm not interested in what you're talking about. And don't call me a brother. My name is Jiang Wei, Zhang of arrogance, and Wei of only my own. Jiang Wei at this moment was indeed arrogant enough. Unfortunately, there was no audience other than Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao didn't have the heart to care if Jiang Wei blew a gasket or not. He only wanted to live now. Big brother Jiang Wei, we're both surnamed Zhang. Maybe we're still relatives. You saved me once today. I'll definitely repay you properly. By the way, source crystals, I have source crystals. I also know where there are source crystals of high quality. I'll give them all to you. It was definitely impossible to impress Jiang Wei if he was a relative or not, but Zhang Tao said that Jiang Wei was interested in the source crystal. Anyways, this Zhang Tao was also a top 10 god of war in his previous life, and he had definitely obtained more than just the legendary level skills on New Wind Mountain. If he could get his hands on Zhang Tao's other chances as well, then Jiang Wei would be one step closer to the goal of being invincible. Stand behind me, Jiang Wei ordered Zhang Tao with an undoubtedly strong tone. Zhang Tao was waiting for these words, and he didn't dare to say a single superfluous word. Alright. Only, before Zhang Tao could get around behind Jiang Wei, he saw Jiang Wei maneuvering his mech into the sky, instantly crossing the top of Zhang Tao's mech's head and steadily blocking the front of the deer herd. The deer herd had basically taken down all of Zhang Tao's minions by this time, and for Jiang Wei who dared to stand upright in front of them, they released a wild and angry aura from their bodies. At this time, however, the fey mechanical deer in the herd softly squealed, a call that soothed the cranky herd. Got some eyesight? See, I'm not to be messed with? But just because you're not on it doesn't mean I'll let you off the hook. Jiang Wei swung his war scythe and took the initiative to charge the deer. Dismantling the mechs would not yield any benefits, but by killing these mechanical deer, Jiang Wei would be able to gain tangible benefits. The deer herd, which had originally quieted down quite a bit, instantly rioted after realizing Jiang Wei's action. The prey had actually launched a countercharge at the hunter, which was provoking the hunter's majesty. Without the need for the fey mechanical deer to command them, the mechanical deer standing in the front row immediately charged at Jiang Wei. Looking at the mechanical deer that lowered its head and charged violently to aim its antlers at itself, Jiang Wei sneered. What about treating me like one of those dumbass who's already been torn down? Jiang Wei danced the war scythe. The scythe of the war scythe was in the shape of a hook, and the scythe extended out to more than a meter long, which allowed the war scythe to cross the antlers of the deer and easily send the scythe into the body of the mechanical deer. The mechanical deer's body defense could not compare to the steel crocodile, and a knife went down and opened the belly. The mechanical deer that rushed towards Jiang Wei fell in the way of the charge. Zhang Tao stood dumbfounded and panicked not far away. Having seen Jiang Wei's true fighting strength, Zhang Tao was surprised why he was still alive now. Just now he had foolishly provoked such a powerful guy. In Zhang Tao's horrified gaze, the mechanical deer fell one after another, and no matter what angle the mechanical deer hit Jiang Wei from, the result was futile. Even if there were groups of mechanical deer impacting together from all sides, Jiang Wei could easily dodge them and was able to harvest the lives of 2 or 3 mechanical deer while dodging the impact. In less than 5 minutes, the number of mechanical deer in groups plummeted to just 5. Among the 5 mechanical deer that survived was the Fey. Human, you're strong. I don't want to be your enemy, the mechanical deer vocalized. Hearing the mechanical deer spit out human words, Zhang Tao's mech's mouth opened wide. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, had long been accustomed to it. What do you want in exchange for your life? Zhang Wei didn't rush to make a move on the Fey mechanical deer. The Fey among these mechanical creatures are sometimes capable of providing some good things out of them, such as certain equipment that is hidden by them. The Fey mechanical deer stuttered. What good could it be? Otherwise, you can have all the source crystals from those metal wrecks on the ground? Well, those source crystals seem to have been yours in the first place. Since there is nothing to exchange, leave your life behind. Zhang Wei made his move, his body as swift as the wind. As Zhang Wei rushed towards the Fey mechanical deer, the 4 mechanical deer surrounding the Fey mechanical deer took the initiative to ram into Zhang Wei. It's just that the 4 mechanical deer that were killed out of nowhere were just able to stall for a little bit of time. However, the Fey mechanical deer needed just that little bit of time. Electromagnetic pulse, mechanical deer murmured in his mind. Immediately after that, bright electric light suddenly burst out from its 2 horns. The light was so intense that it seemed to devour everything around it. The 2 electric lights intersected and entangled in the air, eventually converging into a straight electric current, like lightning cutting through the night sky, shooting at Zhang Wei at a rapid pace. Be careful. Zhang Tao took off his voice to warn, a hint of nervousness and panic in his voice. Zhang Tao wasn't really worried about Zhang Wei's safety, but Zhang Tao knew that Zhang Wei couldn't die, and if Zhang Wei died, then he would be cool with it. If Zhang Wei couldn't kill this deer, how could he? A guy whose combat power was not even a fraction of Zhang Wei's. Fight against the mechanical deer? Already learned the skill? So fast? Zhang Wei was surprised in his heart, not expecting that this mechanical deer could control the skill in such a short period of time. Zhang Wei, who had just cleaved a mechanical deer to death, held a war scythe and blocked himself. It would be good to have a battle shield at this time, but unfortunately, Zhang Wei's battle scythe was a two-handed weapon, so while gaining a strong attack power, it was definitely going to lose some of its defense power. Chapter 14 Big Brother, don't worry. I won't run. Surely I won't run. The electromagnetic beam was like a speeding bolt of lightning, slamming straight into the top of the war scythe. In an instant, that powerful force swept over as if it was a raging wind and rain, forcing Zhang Wei's body to sway and involuntarily take 2 steps back. The war scythe did not completely resist the power of the electromagnetic beams, and one of the electromagnets wrapped around Zhang Wei's arms like a spiritual snake. Zhang Wei's arms seemed to be bound by an invisible force after being covered by this energy, becoming sluggish and heavy. But that's about it. Finished? My turn. Although his arms had been slowed down by the electromagnetic influence, Zhang Wei was still able to swing his war scythe, only to see him swing with force. The war scythe slashed towards the Fey mechanical deer with a blazing air-breaking sound. The Fey mechanical deer had lost most of its power at this point, and all the power in its body was used to release the electromagnetic beam. Dodge? Can't do it. Zhang Wei's speed was like lightning, swift and incomparable. Even the Fey mechanical deer with full status could not escape from his harsh and windy war scythe. With just one slash, the mechanical deer was chopped into 2 pieces, and this was its ultimate fate. Zhang Wei stepped forward, and in a few steps, he came to the wreckage of the mechanical deer and collected the source crystal that had burst out from the mechanical deer into the mecha space. However, to Zhang Wei's slight disappointment, the light of this source crystal, although brilliant, was only of advanced grade, and did not reach the epic grade that he had expected in his heart. He had thought that the Fey mechanical deer that had mastered the skill would be able to burst out at least one epic level source crystal, but the reality was not like that. Big brother, that's awesome. Zhang Tao opened his mouth at an inopportune moment. Actually, Zhang Tao didn't want to make a sound to disturb Zhang Wei, and if it was possible, he would love to use the vanish skill to escape. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to vanish, so, instead of waiting for Zhang Wei to notice him, it would be better for him to say something nice and complimentary first. Your turn. What do you offer for your life? Zhang Wei slowly turned around, and even though Zhang Wei did not release any aura from his body, Zhang Tao still felt an aura that made him dizzy envelop him. With what? The Fey mechanical deer that just died was because it couldn't get something for its life. So, it died. Yes, I have something good. Zhang Tao hurriedly opened his mouth. He was afraid that Zhang Wei's battle scythe would fall on his body if he spoke slowly. Zhang Wei didn't say anything, and his azure-colored gaze just stared at Zhang Tao silently. Zhang Tao nervously opened his mouth. Aside from knowing the news about that source crystal, I have good equipment here. Bring it. Whether the equipment was good or bad, Zhang Wei had his own judgment standards, and if Zhang Tao fooled him, Zhang Wei didn't mind letting Zhang Tao suffer a bit. Zhang Tao was very unwilling in his heart, but in order to save his life, he could only obediently open his mech's abdominal armor and took out a cargo hold that emitted purple light. It's an epic class ion shielding pod with a large internal space, which I got from among a piece of epic class source crystal. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Tao to introduce it at all. Zhang Wei already knew that this cargo hold was definitely a high-class cargo when he saw it. Big brother, can you trade this for my life? Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with uncertainty. Could be. Zhang Wei didn't show his excitement, and his reaction was somewhat flat. Hearing the affirmative answer given by Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao let out a sigh of relief, and then he very obediently stepped forward to personally hand over the cargo hold to Zhang Wei. The image of a 17-meter-tall mech being respectful to a mech that was only 12 meters tall was more or less unbelievable. The image was like a middle school student respectfully offering snacks to an elementary school student. Zhang Wei equipped the cargo bay as if nothing had happened to the cargo space inside the mech. Zhang Wei's mech originally did not have a cargo hold inside, which saved the trouble of replacing it. Ding! Equip Epic Ion Cargo Hold. Battle Power plus 20. As long as the equipment, regardless of the position, is capable of increasing combat power. Although 20 battle points was a bit low, it was better than nothing, and the cargo hold was just an internal piece of storage equipment, with its primary function being to store items. No more for you. Let's go. Finishing equipping the cargo hold, Zhang Wei casually opened his mouth and gave an eviction order. This lets me go? Zhang Tao was a bit not quite daring to believe his ears. He had never thought that Zhang Wei would really let himself go so easily. If you were Zhang Wei in his place, it would make the most sense to kill and seize the treasure, right? What? You want to stay at my place a little longer? You still got the good stuff? No, it's just, that source crystal. I'll come find you when I'm done here. Zhang Wei's words instantly caused Zhang Tao's mood to fall to the bottom. Looking for me? What do you want from me? Now I've got a cramp in my leg and stomach when I see you. Why don't I have someone bring you the source crystal when I find it? We're done here, okay? Only, this kind of good wish Zhang Tao didn't dare to say it out loud, and could only murmur, okay big brother. Then I'll go and help Big Brother fetch back that source crystal right now. Don't think about escaping. Chuan City is still safe for now. As long as you don't make a fool of yourself, nothing will happen to you with your ability. But if you escape the city, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the sun the next day. Zhang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. In the first place, since we have already established a grudge, it is definitely safer to kill and exterminate. But Zhang Wei gave up on that idea. Zhang Tao's chance as a person was definitely strong. And currently a large portion of the goodies on Zhang Wei's body came from Zhang Tao. Therefore, keeping Zhang Tao was far better than killing him, and by keeping Zhang Tao, as long as Zhang Wei went to him once every few days, there should always be a surprise. Don't worry big brother, I won't run. I definitely won't run. Zhang Tao waved his hand to Zhang Wei repeatedly. Let's go. Zhang Wei raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the zoo entrance. Okay big brother. Zhang Tao left respectfully, immediately using his fastest speed to run wildly in the direction of his home after he was out of Zhang Wei's line of sight. Zhang Wei watched Zhang Tao run out of sight, while he then began to use ordinary source crystals to recover himself. Power needed to be restored, and the damage that had just been inflicted on both arms from taking the EMP hard needed to be healed. Devouring the energy within an ordinary source crystal was enough, just as the body autonomously devoured ordinary source crystals to restore itself. Zhang Wei took out a bunch of loot from the mech's inner space. The intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkeys, the high-level source crystals provided by the mechanical crocodile and the mechanical deer. This pile of source crystals amounted to hundreds. Turn on the source crystal. Zhang Wei opened the source crystals one by one, starting with the intermediate source crystals first. There were no surprises. Not a single piece of equipment appeared among the intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkeys, and all of them were converted into mecha experience values. A few dozen intermediate source crystals pushed Zhang Wei's body level to level 13. Although the level increase was not much, the increase in battle power was quite satisfactory to Zhang Wei. After level 10, every level increase would increase his battle power by 4 points. The intermediate ones don't ship so many high-level source crystals, 2 of which were popped by Fei. Surely they can open something, right? Zhang Wei began to open the advanced source crystal with slight anticipation. The advanced source crystals were able to provide more experience value, and Zhang Wei's body level began to soar. It wasn't until Zhang Wei opened the 17th source crystal that it was finally shipped. Ding! Obtaining a fine-grade cylinder cargo bay. Cargo hold? Zhang Wei was very dissatisfied. He had an epic level cargo hold. What was the use of this fine level cargo hold? Put it away. Zhang Wei received the cylinder cargo hold into his cargo space. The interior of the epic cargo hold is large. The hold is long and cylindrical, only half a meter in length, 30 centimeters in width and 50 centimeters in height. But it was such a small cargo hold that had more than 10 cubic meters of space in it. That much space is more than enough to put a lot of stuff in. As for why the useless cargo hold was put away, it was definitely useful. Although Zhang Wei couldn't use this kind of low-grade cargo hold anymore, but other people needed it, and even if they couldn't barter for it, they could still exchange it for some source crystals. Chapter 15. There's always a time to find you. Zhang Wei continued to turn on the source crystal after putting the cylinder cargo hold away. Perhaps it was because of the early stages of the mechanical advent. There wasn't much equipment being opened within the high-level source crystals, except for the last 2 source crystals popped out by the Fae. which were surprisingly all experience. Is your face so black? Jiang Wei's mood was a bit upset. Even if he was so miserable in his last life, he didn't have such a black face. Let's see if you guys ship out. Jiang Wei placed his last hope on the only 2 remaining source crystals. Turn on. Ding. Gain skill. Death laser. Jiang Wei grinned momentarily. Shipped. Keep driving. Ding. Obtaining superior grade external armor. Reinforced alloy armor. Sure enough, it still has to be a Fey. Jiang Wei was very satisfied with the goods that came out of these 2 source crystals. Learn about Death Radium. Ding. Learning Death Laser was successful. Death Laser, active skill that attacks multiple targets in a straight line. This should be what the Fey mechanical deer popped out. Not bad. Jiang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction. The Death Laser skill could be considered a means of long-range attack, which could make up for Jiang Wei's own shortcomings a bit. Moreover, this Death Laser had a similar effect to the electromagnetic beam of the Fey mechanical deer, not only destroying the target, but also giving it a paralyzing effect. Equipped with reinforced alloy armor. Superior reinforced alloy armor. Battle power plus 30. Durability, 500. Not bad. Jiang Wei opened his mouth to comment. All the armor could adapt itself to the size of the mech. Compared to the skill Death Laser, the armor was indeed a bit inadequate, and the increased combat power was just average for Jiang Wei. Armor is what provides defense, though, and the small increase in combat power is justifiable. As for the armor, defense depends on the quality of the armor and the material. Reinforced alloy. This material in the early post-apocalyptic period is not bad. Hard to resist the attack of ordinary mechanical creatures is not a problem. Durability is the degree of wear and tear on external armor. And if durability is too low, the defense of the armor is greatly reduced. The body level has increased to level 19. The upgrade speed is quite fast. If we look at it like this, I'm afraid we can increase the body level to level 30 today, right? Level 30 allows mechs to evolve a second time. Jiang Wei had imagined that he would have a smooth ride, but he had never imagined that it would be so smooth. Completing the first 2 mecha evolutions on the first day of the end of the world was something that was unthinkable before being reborn. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei quickly got up. The ordinary source crystals had been completely devoured by Jiang Wei. The mech power had recovered to 90%, and the numbness in his arms had disappeared. There are no more source crystals, Jiang Wei muttered as he walked deeper into the zoo. At this time, Jiang Wei really didn't have any source crystals left, not a single one of the intermediate and advanced ones. With only some ordinary source crystals left, collecting source crystals was imminent. After walking not too far, Jiang Wei entered the fox park, but there were no foxes in the park at this time. Where's the weirdness? Jiang Wei was a bit puzzled. However, as Jiang Wei went deeper and deeper into the zoo, this doubt deepened. Zebra Park, Giraffe Park, Hippo Park. Surprisingly, these parks were all empty. Not a single sign of a mechanical creature in sight. Could it be that they were all taken out by the mechanical creatures in the Mastodon zone? A pang of doubt surged in Jiang Wei's heart, and then he didn't continue to stay in the herbivore zone and traveled straight to the fierce beast zone. Mastodons were already bloodthirsty and manic, and their combat power after transforming into mechanical creatures was much more powerful than herbivorous mechanical creatures, which was the reason why Jiang Wei was placed at the back to deal with the Mastodon's mechanical creatures. However, when Jiang Wei entered the beast park, Jiang Wei's doubt turned into anger. Where's all the blame? What Jiang Wei did not expect was that the Mastodon area was also empty. Not a single mechanical creature in sight. Jiang Wei was still preparing to harvest more source crystals for his body's secondary evolution, but he didn't expect this to happen. The monster is gone. How do you evolve? In fact, all those mechanical creatures are alive and well. It's just that they all escaped from inside the zoo. Some mechanical creatures had sensed Jiang Wei's presence when he slaughtered the monkeys. When Jiang Wei exterminated the group of crocodiles, a portion of the mechanical creatures chose to flee. Even mechanical creatures that didn't become Fey had the instinct to avoid evil. What's more, those mechanical creatures that had already metamorphosed into the Fey species possessed an intelligence that was almost normal. Not only do they know how to survive in a world full of danger, they know how to avoid potential threats. Originally, only about half of the mechanical creatures had run away, but after Jiang Wei exterminated the Fey mechanical deer that had already learned to use the skill, all the mechanical creatures in the park ran away in groups. Facing a killing god you can't beat, stay and wait for death? If Jiang Wei hadn't chosen to open the source crystal after Zhang Tao left and hadn't delayed, he should still be able to catch some mechanical creatures. Now, it's late. Run out. Let's see how far you can run. Jiang Wei knew that the mechanical creatures here were definitely not dead, because there weren't many mechanical wrecks in these parks, and because in their previous lives, in order to eliminate the mechanical creatures in this zoo, the humans didn't know how many lives they had to fill in order to get rid of these mechanical creatures. Now that he hadn't made a move on these mechanical creatures, they must be alive, just all gone from the zoo. As long as you don't escape from Chuan City, there will always be a time when I meet you. After saying that, Zhang Wei turned around and left. What's the point of staying here without mechanical creatures? Although Zhang Wei couldn't look at those weak mechanical creatures wandering within the city, there was always something to gain from chopping them, and how it was better than doing nothing. Right, should we go check on those two dogs? Zhang Wei, who had no monsters to kill, suddenly remembered Han Xin and Han Su. Go take a look. Zhang Wei made the decision that if those two dogs were still in good shape, Zhang Wei was definitely going to have some fun for them. If they lived a miserable life, then Zhang Wei would think twice about adding insult to injury. There was nothing to do anyway, and it would be good to clean up the mechanical creatures and collect some source crystals along the way. Zhang Wei, who had left the zoo, didn't run, so he walked unhurriedly down the street. The streets were still in a state of chaos, but there weren't many roadblocks. Instead of the busy traffic of the past, there were only sporadic mechanical creatures chasing humans around. Zhang Wei witnessed someone being chased and killed and did not have the will to take action. Zhang Wei was not a saintly mother. In this post-apocalyptic world, the life and death of individuals depended on their own abilities, and they could not blame others for their deaths. Only when those mechanical creatures did not know what to do and took the initiative to provoke Zhang Wei's head, would he show his cold tactics? It was just that. Even though Zhang Wei had not struck out many times, his sharp means of attack had still been discovered. Chapter 16. How could I ever look at a woman like that? A picture of how Zhang Wei killed the mechanical creatures spread like wildfire in all the major group chats and circles of friends. And there were even some videos of Zhang Wei killing mechanical creatures, with every swing of the scythe and every perfect kill proving Zhang Wei's power. Oh my god, this person, so powerful. Can we be saved? Some people couldn't help but marvel, their words filled with the desire for life. Whoever has this man's contact information, I can give him a lot of money. I want him to protect me. Some people couldn't help but marvel, their words filled with a desire for life. However, there are others who scoff at this man. What good is money when the world has already ended? Since he has the power, he should take the responsibility. These words also caused a rebuttal. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's their own business if they are great. Why should they protect you? Is he your father? Why do you talk like that? Do you have any humanity left? All sorts of strife burned like a blaze in the major group chats. The voices of some were full of pleading and praying. Others attempted to seduce and hire with money, and still others tried to bind others with the yoke of morality. And the various voices were intertwined like a jumbled music, but without exception, Zhang Wei's appearance was like a breeze, bringing confidence to some people, because in their opinion, Zhang Wei was able to effortlessly decimate those mechanical monsters, so they themselves should be able to do the same. After all, most of them owned mechs. At this time, Zhang Tao had already returned to his villa, and he was holding his cell phone with a disdainful smile on his face as he checked the screen. You don't have to say that rich people are privileged at all times. Don't look at the fact that Zhang Wei had destroyed about 30 of Zhang Tao's men in one go, but he still had a large number of men and a large number of mechs under him. His family owns a mining company and has many more vehicles in his name. At this moment, outside the Zhang family villa, a dozen 10-meter tall mechs were patrolling and guarding. What kind of idiots are these? To expect him to protect you? That's crazy. It would be merciful of him not to kill you all at random. Outside, come in. Did you get that source crystal or not? Zhang Tao called out to the outside while swiping his cell phone. At this moment, Zhang Tao had already disintegrated from his mech, and he was wearing a piece of earth-colored mech core around his neck. As long as the mech core was in Zhang Tao's body, he would be able to merge with his own mech at any time. And after the initial transformation of the mech, the disintegrated mechs would all enter the mech core. It was as if there was a very large space within the core of this mech. Young master, the people we arranged are going to look for it, and there should be news soon. A butler-like person stood in front of Zhang Tao, and he faced Zhang Tao with a more respectful look than before the end of the world. There is no way, before the end of the world, if Zhang Tao is not good at best, but also to scold a few sentences, after all, is the rule of law society. But it's post-apocalyptic times, and a death is simply a small enough thing. If you really upset Zhang Tao, it would really kill you. Tell them to hurry up. I don't have much time. Zhang Tao waved his hand impatiently. Zhang Wei was like a cloud hanging over his head. He didn't know when Zhang Wei would appear. If Zhang Wei appeared in front of him when he didn't have what Zhang Wei wanted in his hands, what would happen then? Zhang Tao didn't dare to think further. Okay, young master, I'll rush it now. Just as the housekeeper wanted to leave, Zhang Tao suddenly spoke. Wait, forget it, go. Zhang Tao waved his hand helplessly. Originally, Zhang Tao wanted to ask the housekeeper to arrange for a few sisters to come in, but after thinking about it, he really didn't have the interest right now. The butler bowed and left. Should we check him out? But how is this going to be traced when only a name is known? The internet isn't completely down right now, so it's still possible to look something up. But Zhang Tao didn't know what Zhang Wei looked like. He didn't even know Zhang Wei's age. He only knew a name. So where to start? Forget it, we can't provoke him. With that guy's cold nature, I'm afraid we can't threaten him even if we catch his relatives. Really piss him off. There's one here. All of them will die. Zhang Tao gave up those unfriendly thoughts in his heart. This kind of killing god could only be pleasing and could not be messed with. The night was low, like a huge black velvet cloth slowly covering the whole city. Jiang Wei strolled idly all the way to the neighborhood where Han Su's house was located. At the moment, the entire neighborhood was filled with smoke and metal wreckage was everywhere, but the surrounding area was awfully quiet. The initial chaos of the end times is largely over. Those who deserved to die were dead. Those who should have been hidden had been hidden. Some of the mechanical creatures had been eliminated, while more were also hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to act. In this neighborhood of Han Su's house, for example, Jiang Wei had already seen several mechanical creatures hiding in the shadows. Most of them are transformed from the pet dogs and cats of the past. Only at the moment there is no longer the old tame and lovely, replaced by cold and cruel. When their gazes met Jiang Wei, they chose to retreat, their survival instincts telling them that this mech, they could not afford to mess with. There aren't many medium-sized mechs in the city, mostly light mechs, converted from motorcycles, cars, etc. Those mechanical creatures that were exterminated during the day were mostly exterminated by light mechs. Light mechs were able to exterminate these mechanical cats and dogs, not to mention Jiang Wei's medium-sized mechs. Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow will be even better. No, maybe tonight will be great. Jiang Wei looked up at the sky. Animals are transformed into mechanical creatures, which is including birds. Not many ornithomechanical creatures appeared during the day. It wasn't that birds were kinder than other animals, but that ornithomechanical creatures were also adapting to their new body configurations. They were meant to fly. After all, tonight, there will be military planes touring the entire city, and these planes will be attacked by bird-like mechanical creatures. This was something Jiang Wei had personally experienced in his last life. Jiang Wei thought as he walked downstairs to Han Su's house. Han Su's family lives on the third floor of a 6-story building. With Jiang Wei's current height, looking straight at Han Su's house was not a problem at all. However, Jiang Wei didn't show up, and he stood at the edge of Han Su's house quietly listening. Han Wook, what the hell are you thinking? Why isn't there any food at all in the house? Han Xin's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling and anger, and she tried to lower her voice as much as possible for fear of attracting those terrifying monsters. What's all this shouting about? Even if there's food, it's as if you know how to make it. Aren't you good looking? There's a single fat guy living upstairs from me. Go upstairs and seduce him and get some food. Han Su was lying on the sofa, his face pale, and it looked like he was seriously injured. If these words had fallen on the ears of an ordinary woman, she would have long been burning with rage. But Han Xin did not snap. She frowned slightly, a gleam of longing in her eyes. Really? Obviously. Han Xin's heart was moved. What am I lying to you for? Han Su looked at Han Xiao without any good humor. What time is it? Do you think I have the time to tease you? Okay, I'll go up and check it out. After saying that, Han Xinjin took a step and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. What did I look for in a woman like that in my last life? A feeling of nausea welled up in Jiang Wei's heart, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly smack himself a few times. After the end times, it was common for women to trade their bodies for food, but that was a few years after the end times. At the beginning of the end times, this was still very rare. For Han Xin to behave like this, it was clear that she wasn't a good person in the first place. Chapter 17. Collect some interest. Tick-tock tick-tock. The sound of high heels was extraordinarily crisp in the silent hallway, as if each step struck a chord. When Han Xin saw the fourth-floor portal, her face immediately revealed a petulant, aggrieved look, and she tore at her bodice with force. This caused Han Xin's already cool chest to reveal more snowy whites. Knock, knock, knock. Are you home, brother? Can you open the door and give me some food? Han Xin's voice was delicate and pitiful, as if a helpless little girl was seeking help. In this moment, she showed weakness to its fullest. Jiang Wei listened to all of this in his ears as he glanced down the fourth-floor balcony toward the house. The fat man in Han Su's mouth Jiang Wei didn't see, but Jiang Wei saw a mechanical cat that was 1.5 meters tall. Obviously, Han Xin's knocking was heard by this mechanical cat. The mechanical cat first froze for a moment when it heard the knocking, and after it heard Han Xin's voice, the mechanical cat grinned and revealed its sharp teeth that were flashing with a cold light in its mouth. Immediately after that, the mechanical cat leapt up and pounced on the sturdy security door. The moment it tumbled in the air, sharp nails suddenly popped out of its cat's claws, flashing with a cold light as if they could cut through all obstacles. When the sharp cat's claws collided heavily with the security door, a sharp metallic friction sound instantly resounded throughout the room, as if sharp blades were cutting one's nerves, causing one to involuntarily clench one's teeth. Han Xin, who was already completely invested in her acting skills, blanched at the sudden sound and sat down paralyzed with a racing heartbeat. When Han Xin looked up in a panic, he only saw that 4 shocking cracks had appeared on the security door, and through these 4 cracks, Han Xin saw the mechanical cat's eyes radiating red light. Holy! Han Xiao let out a cry of alarm, no longer caring about her image. The fear in her heart drove her to roll and crawl toward the stairs. However, the mechanical cat clearly wasn't going to let her go easily. Its sharp claws continued to tear viciously at the security door, each tear widening the cracks even more. The security door shook under the force of the mechanical cat, as if it would break at any moment. It was just that, despite the increasing cracks on the security door, it was fortunately strong enough to barely withstand the mechanical cat's fierce attacks for a short while. Han Xin, who took the road and ran wildly, rushed back to Han Su's house in only a few seconds, and Han Xin, who rushed into the house, was out of breath, with panic and nervousness written all over his face. Han Su, nestled on the sofa, was also full of panic. He also heard the commotion upstairs. What's going on? Han Xin vigorously slammed the security door shut before quickly moving away from it and making a silent gesture to Han Su. Shu, don't talk, there's a monster upstairs. Han Xin's voice was low, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Hearing the word monster, Han Su immediately shut up. Zhang Wei had witnessed the state of the two, which made Zhang Wei very relieved, and since the two were already living quite a miserable life, it would be good to continue. However, just as Zhang Wei wanted to leave, Han Xiao actually contacted Zhang Wei by phone. She knows I'm coming? Zhang Wei was a bit stunned. By the way, he didn't feel that he was revealing any cracks, and with the ability of these two people, there was no way that they could have discovered him at all. With this thought, Zhang Wei picked up Han Xiao's call. Hey! Zhang Wei's voice carried the indifference of rejecting others. However, Han Xiao couldn't care whether Zhang Wei was indifferent or not at this moment, and with a hint of trembling sobs, she carefully said to Zhang Wei, where the hell are you? Please, come and save me. I'm so hungry, and there's a scary monster upstairs. I'm really scared. Can you come and save me quickly? Han Xin's helplessness at this moment was not a disguise. She was genuinely feeling fearful and helpless. Although Han Su was armored, resolving Han Xin's pet had already caused Han Su to be seriously injured, and he simply didn't have the ability to continue fighting. If that mechanical cat upstairs rushed down, the two of them would really die. Oh, where are you? Zhang Wei opened his mouth knowingly after giving a light "oh." We're at Han Su's house. Can you come and save me? Han Zhao's tone was filled with anticipation. She doesn't have any friends in Chuan City, and besides Han Su, she only knows Zhang Wei, and after being frightened by the mechanical cat, Han Xiao can't count on Han Su, so she can only contact Zhang Wei. Right now, it doesn't matter what you eat, what matters is staying alive. Just happen to be in the neighborhood. Are you sure the monster you're talking about is upstairs in Han Wook's house? Han Xiao was greatly surprised at the words, and even though Zhang Wei wasn't in front of her, she nodded her head as quickly as a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, it's upstairs. I know. After saying that, Zhang Wei hung up the communication. I was going to leave it that way, but since you guys don't find your current state exciting, let's give you some excitement. Subsequently, Zhang Wei struck out, and the war sickle in his hand was directly inserted into the room from the 4th floor balcony. The mechanical cat that was frantically attacking the security door was instantly smashed against the security door by the top of the war scythe and ended up against the wall of the building. However, this mechanical cat did not die because of this. Its eyes still flashed with cold light, struggling to break free. Zhang Wei grinned coldly and said indifferently, "Still not dead?" Before the words left his mouth, he gently raised the war scythe in his hand, then swung it violently downward. The tip of the war scythe pierced into the mechanical cat like lightning, making a sharp metallic clash. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wei gave a forceful jerk, and the battle scythe was instantly pulled out of the mechanical cat's body, the blade of the tip of the battle scythe cutting a crack in the ground that connected directly to the balcony. From within this rift, Han Xin and Han Su's terrified faces could be clearly seen. Han Xin simply didn't expect Zhang Wei to be able to appear the moment he hung up the phone. Well, the monster's taken care of. I'm off. Zhang Wei's head appeared outside the balcony of Han Su's house, and after leaving such a sentence he turned around and left. Not that Zhang Wei didn't want to stay longer, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Looking at the horrified looks of the two men, forcing the relief that erupted from the bottom of his heart was indeed a bit of an ordeal for Zhang Wei. Walking into the distance, Zhang Wei glanced back at Han Su's crumbling home, which had basically become open air because of Zhang Wei's sickle, and with the mechanical bird appearing this very night, Zhang Wei could already imagine how terrified the duo would be at that time. It's just collecting a little interest, which is nothing compared to what you did to me in your previous life. With that, Zhang Wei left with a quick step. It was only when Zhang Wei had just left the neighborhood that Han Xiao contacted Zhang Wei again. Not that Han Xiao didn't call out to Zhang Wei when he had just left, but it was really because Han Xiao had only just recovered from the great panic she had felt earlier. Anything else? Answering the phone, Zhang Wei's tone became a bit colder and colder. was that you and Zhang Wei just now? You're so great, have you not eaten anything all day? Come back soon, I'll make you something delicious. Han Xin's tone was very agitated, and his voice even trembled a little. There was no way around it. The strength Zhang Wei had just displayed had taken over Han Xiao's entire heart. In contrast to Han Su, who was lying on the sofa, Han Xiao knew that she would only have true safety if Zhang Wei followed her around. Dinner? No need. Zhang Wei ruthlessly rejected Han Xiao. Chapter 18 Float Guns? There was no need to eat to manipulate the mech, and as the mech devoured the source crystals to replenish its power, there would naturally be energy replenished into Zhang Wei's main body. If Zhang Wei wants to eat, then he needs to disintegrate. At the beginning of the end times, the human ontology was very fragile, and without any special circumstances, Zhang Wei would definitely not disintegrate with the mech, unless we wait for the mech to evolve for the third time. After the third evolution, through the mech core, a portion of the mech's own battle power was attachable to the human body. That's when moving around outside in human form will have the most basic safety guarantees, because even if the mecha core was in hand, the merging process would take about 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, even some knives, not to mention firearms, would have been fatal enough. Zhang Wei didn't want his invincible life to end in a hurry before it even started. Wasn't that how he was pitched to death by Han Xiao and Han Su in his last life? Ha! Don't need it? How can I not use it? Aren't you hungry? Han Xin didn't expect Zhang Wei to rebuff so dryly and was a bit incredulous. Anything else? Zhang Wei was already showing impatience, and Han Xin reminded him again of the moment he was pitted to death by their siblings. Returning back now, Zhang Wei was afraid that he would not be able to resist settling these two dogs. Zhang Wei, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? Han Xiao no longer had any reserve, letting such a strong and powerful man go without hugging him. Could it be that she would regret it when she was eaten by the monster? After Zhang Wei heard Han Xin's words, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, and even though Zhang Wei's consciousness was controlling the mech, he could still feel his heart beating frantically. It's a phrase he's heard and believed in, but what did he get in return? It's death. Han Xin, you're playing with fire. Zhang Wei opened his mouth through gritted teeth, his voice sharp as a knife. The expression on Han Xin's face instantly froze after hearing these words, becoming dismayed and confused. She had originally thought that her confession would bring a romantic response, and had even been prepared to offer herself, but she never expected that Zhang Wei's response would be so cold and sharp. What happened to me? Me? Han Xin couldn't hold back the aggravation in her heart as she questioned and cried out. Doesn't this Zhang Wei like himself? Is that how you like it? Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Perhaps, the Han Xiao of this life hadn't done anything to himself, but people's inferiority couldn't be changed. Even if the current Han Xin didn't hurt Zhang Wei would never forgive Han Xin and Han Su. Humph. Zhang Wei coldly snorted before hanging up the communication. It's not me you like. You just like strong people. People who can guarantee your survival. Ha, since you like it so much, I'll just find one for you. Zhang Wei already had an idea in his mind. Although Zhang Wei knew deep down that people's inferiority could not be changed, it was true that Han Xin in this life had not yet done any harm to Zhang Wei. Didn't she say she liked herself? Well, let's see how she really likes it. Zhang Wei did not hesitate to speed up his pace, and his destination was that prestigious rich area of Chuan City, and the villa area where Zhang Tao's family was located. Under the darkness of the night, Zhang Wei maneuvered his mech through the silent city, as silent as a ghost. Only occasionally would the flames ejected from the mech's propellers briefly cut through the dark night, exposing his swift figure. It wasn't that Zhang Wei had mastered any profound secret stealth techniques, it was just that the black mech was originally like a stealthy ghost in this deep night, making it difficult to be detected. What is it? Come out. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. In a villa area in a remote suburb, a Far Cry light mech raised the rifle in his hand, and the direction he was aiming at was the location where Zhang Wei had just appeared. Only, where was Zhang Wei's shadow still in the direction he was aiming at? Just now it was merely Zhang Wei using his thrusters to pass by. Rich people. Ha! Zhang Wei sneered. Zhang Wei didn't hate the rich, he just disdained it. At the beginning of the end of the world, these rich people were still able to utilize all kinds of conditions to hire their so-called bodyguards, but when time goes by, these rich people, including their bodyguards, will be ruthlessly eliminated, because mechanical creatures evolve every day. Those who work hard to familiarize themselves with the mechs in a desperate attempt to hunt down mechanical creatures become stronger and stronger. The mech advantage that the rich initially have will soon disappear. But Zhang Wei wasn't kind enough to warn these people and remind them to roll up and grab the source crystals from himself. With a cold smile, Zhang Wei didn't take long to find Zhang Tao's home. To say that there is money, Zhang Tao's family is one of the best in Chuan City, so it is naturally very easy to find. The villa that covered the largest area and had the most bodyguards was definitely Zhang Tao's home. When Zhang Wei stood in front of Zhang Tao's family villa, the mecha in charge of the patrol immediately spotted Zhang Wei. Only, These patrolling mechs didn't show much excitement and nervousness. "Excuse me, is this gentleman Jiang Wei?" A voice came out from within a mech. "Yes." Jiang Wei coldly returned a word. Upon hearing this, the mech immediately bowed to Jiang Wei and said, "Please follow me, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Tao had long explained to his men about Jiang Wei, but these bodyguards didn't know that Jiang Wei was Zhang Tao's debtor, and they all thought that Jiang Wei was Zhang Tao's friend, so naturally, they wouldn't be slow or fearful. In front of these bodyguards, Zhang Tao still wanted to look good. Inside the villa, Zhang Tao did not have any sleepiness in the first place, and when he heard the commotion outside the door, he immediately got up and greeted him. Zhang Tao didn't dare to let Jiang Wei enter the villa. What would happen if a 12-meter mech rushed into the villa? His house was indeed not small, but it wasn't a palace and couldn't accommodate a mech that big. When Zhang Tao pushed open the door and ran out, he saw Jiang Wei, and with that, he immediately spoke. "Alright, go down, take them to a faraway place to patrol, and don't let anyone come close to this place." Yes, the mech that led Jiang Wei into the villa did not have any objections and immediately turned around and left after responding. Jiang Wei could see Zhang Tao's small mind. Wanting face, Jiang Wei can understand. In this regard, Jiang Wei did not make things difficult for Zhang Tao. After all, there were still things to be given to Zhang Tao to do. "Big brother, you're here, I was waiting for you." As his men moved away, Zhang Tao immediately piled a somewhat ugly smile on his face. Jiang Wei didn't talk nonsense and spoke directly. "Where's the stuff?" Zhang Tao was actually very reluctant in his heart. He did get that source crystal and also knew what was inside that source crystal, yet it was the knowledge that made him so reluctant. Originally, he was thinking of grasping to find something good to replace this item, but unfortunately, Jiang Wei came too quickly. "Here it is, big brother." Since it had been determined that it could not be preserved, it was handed over with a smile on its face. It could not be something that could not be kept and still allow Jiang Wei to pick a fight, could it? In this regard, Zhang Tao was still thinking through. Jiang Wei hadn't cared much about it, but when he saw what Zhang Tao took out, even Jiang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Floating cannon? Chapter 19. The bitterness in Tao Tao's heart. Jiang Wei stared at Zhang Tao in a bit of disbelief. The floating cannon belongs to his special equipment and does not take up any equipment position, because as soon as it is activated, the floating cannon is bound to the mech. It could be said that the float cannon was a very high-end thing, and the average person might not be able to get a normal float cannon even after 3 or 4 evolutions. But now, Jiang Wei saw the floating cannon, and it wasn't just an ordinary item, it was an excellent grade floating cannon. Big brother has good eyesight. This is a good thing. Although Zhang Tao was a little surprised why Jiang Wei knew that this was a floating cannon, but this did not delay him from properly showing himself in front of Jiang Wei. Only, Zhang Tao was ruthlessly interrupted by Jiang Wei before he could start his own gushing speech. "Bring it." This, good riddance." Zhang Tao was stunned, and an awkward smile appeared on his face, but he didn't dare to be the least bit displeased. He hurriedly walked to Jiang Wei's feet and carefully placed the floating cannon on the ground. Jiang Wei bent down and reached out to grab the floating cannon in his hand. Currently the floating cannon was still in an unactivated state. It was protected by a film of light that was the size of a normal source crystal, and only after it was activated would it show its proper size. Hiss! Jiang Wei sucked in a breath of cold air after picking up the floating cannon. Because this float cannon was not only an excellent grade, but it was also a special type cryo float cannon. Floating cannons were extremely similar to Far Cry mechs, and were divided into normal rifles, machine guns, and shotguns, and the special types were freezing, high temperature, and as for whether there were any other types, Jiang Wei didn't know. Jiang Wei in his last life couldn't touch that height. However, Jiang Wei was already very satisfied with the fact that he was able to obtain the excellent grade freezing type floating cannon on the first day of the end times. Activate. Ding! Obtaining a superior grade cryo float cannon. Superior class cryo flotation cannon. Battle strength plus 200. Firing speed, 1s. Extreme launch speed, 0. 1s. This thing, Jiang Wei murmured out. So strong. Battle enchantment. Launch speed, all strong. However, Zhang Tao thought that Jiang Wei was dissatisfied with the floating cannon, and when he heard the muttering sound Jiang Wei made, Zhang Tao couldn't help but physically tremble. "Big brother, if you're not satisfied with this floating cannon, I'll go find you another equipment." "Well, you have a heart." Jiang Wei looked down at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is good. It is simply a child who delivers money. Jiang Wei is more and more unable to kill Zhang Tao. Equipment. Jiang Wei chose to equip the floating cannon. When Jiang Wei chose to equip it, the floating cannon instantly connected to Jiang Wei's mech, and soon the body and the floating cannon authenticated with each other. Subsequently, the floating cannon floated back and forth between the left and right sides of Jiang Wei's head like a nimble little fish. Zhang Tao saw the scene almost shed tears of envy, which should originally belong to his things. But now, Jiang Wei didn't know what was on Zhang Tao's mind. and at this moment, Zhang Wei's mind was focused on the floating cannon. The floating cannon was connected to Zhang Wei's mind, just like using one's own arm, without any sense of lag, and was able to strike wherever it was pointed. Moreover, the floating cannon could also defend itself autonomously, so it could be said that with the floating cannon, Zhang Wei was no longer afraid of whoever in the shadows would take cold shots at him. Even if Zhang Wei himself couldn't notice it, when the cold shot reached 100 meters away from Zhang Wei, the floating cannon would enter the autonomous defense mode and shoot to block it. I wonder how far this floating cannon can attack. Try it. Zhang Wei twisted his head and looked into the distance as a beam of ice blue light bullets shot out from the muzzle of the floating cannon, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky and disappearing in an instant. After about a second's time, a brilliant blue ice flower suddenly bloomed above a lofty 10-story building in the distance. The ice flower was crystal clear and emitted a faint chill, as if the entire building was enveloped in an ice blue aura. Zhang Wei looked at the ice flower and secretly estimated the distance in his mind. There was a distance of about 500 meters between where he stood and the 10-story building. Zhang Wei was secretly delighted in his heart. The attack distance of the floating cannon was obviously far more than 500 meters, but a 500-meter attack range was pretty much the best range for this floating cannon. Because of the special properties of the floating cannon, the farther away the frozen bullet flew, the power was going to diminish along with it. Zhang Tao's tears in his heart became even more majestic when he saw that the floating cannon was so powerful. Who can understand the pain in Tao's heart? Who understands the pain of having to put a smile on your face when you're obviously heartbroken? Very good indeed. I'm very satisfied. Zhang Wei once again opened his mouth to express his satisfaction. Big brother, why don't you come into the house and sit down? It's dark now. Big brother hasn't eaten anything yet, right? I'll have someone prepare it? Zhang Tao politely opened his mouth to invite. Although Zhang Tao hated to see Zhang Wei leave immediately now, he absolutely could not say so on his lips. No, I'll just rest in the courtyard. There's something I need you to come with me tomorrow. Ha? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Anything else? What's up? Hearing Zhang Tao's surprised voice, Zhang Wei looked down at Zhang Tao coldly. What? You're not happy about it? Zhang Tao was frightened and immediately waved his hand. No, how can I? If Big Brother has something to do, I am obliged to do so. Hearing Zhang Tao's reply, Zhang Wei just laughed in his heart. He wouldn't believe a single word of these words. That's fine then. Go rest without me. Zhang Wei turned away after he finished speaking and sat down in a random place, with no intention of disintegrating with the body at all. Zhang Tao's heart became even more bitter as he saw Zhang Wei sitting on the ground without any intention to leave. Just this is still letting people have a good rest. Who can have a good rest when you, the god of killers, are sitting here? Only, no matter how Zhang Tao spat in his heart, he could only go back inside the villa. Midnight, the sound of helicopters rang out over Kawasaki, and not just one. Coming, Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at the sky. Then, from the helicopter came a broadcast, "Please don't panic and protect yourself. The military will come to the rescue as fast as they can." The radio sound is played on a loop. Zhang Wei believed in the sincerity of the military, but not their speed, as there were too many things that needed to be solved by them, such as the bird-like mechanical creatures that would soon appear and attack the helicopter. Zhang Wei had the heart to remind, but think about it and think better of it. There are some things that you cannot remember the lesson without experiencing it yourself. Only after the pain is over will you be cautious and respectful when you continue to do things. Soon bird-like flying creatures appeared. Zhang Wei couldn't tell what kind of birds the bird-like flying creatures that appeared were transformed from, and in his previous life, they were only categorized into 3 grades of large, medium, and small based on their body size. The ones that appeared now were just small bird-like mechanical creatures, with a wingspan of about 3 meters, but flying extremely fast, like discharged bullets, with beaks, wings, and sharp claws, all of which were their means of attack. Chapter 20. Want to run? The speed of the small bird-like mechanical creatures was an unknown number of times faster than the helicopter, and the helicopter, which was recognized by them as the first target of attack, had no possibility of dodging. Suddenly, a blinding silver light pierced through the sky, speeding in like a meteor. The helicopter, which was broadcasting a broadcast in the air, was almost instantly penetrated by this silver light, as if fragile paper was pierced by a sharp arrow. After a brief moment of silence, a deafening explosion rang out as if the sky had been torn apart. The fire from the explosion illuminated a small patch of the surrounding sky, the blinding light daring people to look directly at it. The people who were listening to the broadcast were all dumbfounded. Those who were listening intently to the broadcast were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their faces were filled with panic and helplessness. Some could not help but scream, while others covered their faces and cried bitterly, unable to accept this cruel reality. In people's minds, the military is their last resort, the straw that saves the day in their hearts. But now, Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, slowly shook his head, crying and begging for help. instead of having any effect, will lead to killing. Because the sound that people erupted would attract the attention of those bird-like mechanical creatures, and with the flying speed of those bird-like mechanical creatures, ordinary people wouldn't even have a place to hide. The sound of screams echoed in the night sky, mournful and desperate, as if pulling the entire city back to the fear and despair of the day once again. Behind Jiang Wei, Zhang Tao tiptoed to Jiang Wei's side with a hint of trembling in his voice. Big brother, I can't sleep, can I stay with you for a while? Zhang Tao is not at all unable to sleep. He is already scared all over the cold sweat. Zhang Tao saw the attack power of the bird-like mechanical creatures. Zhang Tao feels that only in the side of Jiang Wei he is safe. Those bodyguards at home can't give him any sense of security. Merge with the mech if you're afraid. Your mech isn't weak. You don't need to be afraid of these bird-like mechanical creatures. Jiang Wei kindly reminded Zhang Tao. Jiang Wei couldn't let Zhang Tao be so lazy. He was still counting on this money-giving boy to find some more good things for himself. Zhang Tao's eyes instantly lit up as he spoke with some excitement. Oh, right. He was a 17-meter-tall mech. What could these small bird-like mechanical creatures with a wingspan of only 3 or 4 meters do to him? With that, Zhang Tao immediately took out his mecha core and chose to merge. The huge mech appeared out of thin air, and after 5 seconds, Zhang Tao's figure disappeared and was replaced by Zhang Tao's mech. Only the way he stood behind Jiang Wei was more like Jiang Wei's bodyguard. Just then, the roar of a helicopter came from far away. Not all helicopters crashed under the first wave of attacks. There were still quite a few lucky ones that escaped. The one approaching Jiang Wei's side at this moment was obviously one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, the lucky man had also been targeted by the bird-like mechanical creatures, and in the sky, the helicopter roared to life, its mounted machine gun already spewing flames wildly, its barrel turning red-hot under the continuous fire. The seemingly heavy fire, however, was merely delaying the destruction of the Big Brother. Look, those mechanical birds are coming over. Zhang Tao's height was here, and he saw the helicopter side from a long distance away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei got up without haste. Originally, Jiang Wei hadn't thought about making a move. As long as those stupid birds didn't come to provoke Jiang Wei was too lazy to make a move. Because those birds fly really fast, with Jiang Wei's speed want to use the battle scythe chopping is also very laborious, or else it is a waste of mecha power. However, when Jiang Wei saw that one of the pupils among the silly birds chasing this helicopter was releasing an azure-colored light, Jiang Wei instantly became interested, just in time to try out the attack power of the floating cannon. The floating cannon and the mech certified each other in shared battle power, and currently, Jiang Wei's mech battle power was already as high as 556 points, and the power of a single freezing round from the floating cannon was quite considerable. Just as the group of bird-like mechanical creatures approached to a distance of 500 meters from Jiang Wei, the floating cannon opened fire. Icy blue beams of light cut through the night sky at breakneck speeds, and a freezing round struck a mechanical bird with unerring accuracy. The freezing projectile did little damage to the mechanical bird's shell, but the whole thing fell out of the air almost instantly as it was frozen in its entirety. Have someone go and collect the source crystals back. Jiang Wei stood still, his eyes looking high into the sky as the floating cannon fired again after a second had passed. Zhang Tao stared stupidly at Jiang Wei. Zhang Tao had thought that the floating cannon would be strong, but he hadn't guessed that the floating cannon would be this strong, when it should have been his. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao didn't dare to express the aggression in his heart. Instead, he also had to be very obedient. Okay, big brother. After saying that, Zhang Tao immediately arranged for his men to find the mechanical bird that had fallen from the sky. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt that it was quite a good feeling to have a little brother, and he was only responsible for the output, letting his little brother do all the chores, saving his heart and energy. Jiang Wei's hitchhiking behavior caught the attention of the helicopter pilot at the first moment. At this moment, the pilot was like a drowning man who had grabbed a life-saving straw, and after seeing that Zhang Tao's house was spacious enough here, the pilot immediately ramped up his power and rushed towards where Jiang Wei was. The helicopter had spotted Jiang Wei, and the mechanical birds weren't stupid, especially since there was a Fei present in this group of mechanical birds. The speed of the mechanical birds was much faster than the helicopters, and without the obstruction of the machine guns, they rushed towards Jiang Wei first, but in just a few seconds, they crossed a distance of 300 to 400 meters, and were about to rush in front of Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was unmoved, only to see Jiang Wei's gaze shift from azure color to lavender in an instant. Death laser. Jiang Wei whispered softly. 2 purple thunderbolts burst out suddenly from Jiang Wei's eyes, and they danced in the night sky, intertwining with each other like 2 purple dragons and snakes fiercely entangled in the air. As they entangled, the faint lightning gradually became thicker, like a thick purple lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. This sudden thunderous light instantly dispersed the surrounding darkness, as if a brilliant star had suddenly lit up in the night sky. And when this thick lightning struck those swooping mechanical birds with precision, the entire night sky seemed to be set ablaze and became abnormally bright. Those mechanical birds that were struck by the lightning light were invariably turned into a ball of blazing flames in the air, as brilliant and short-lived as fireworks. As the flashing thunder light faded out, both the ground and the air were plunged into a brief silence. What a pervert! Zhang Tao couldn't help but speak first. After a short period of silence, the roar of the helicopter suddenly became more high-pitched, as if the play button was suddenly pressed. The volume suddenly increased, and the pilot flying the helicopter could not wait to fly to Zhang Wei's side immediately. The body of that fey mechanical bird hovered in the air, and in the next moment, a sharp chirp came out of its mouth. The mechanical birds that hadn't been hit by the death laser began to retreat in panic at this moment, their movements becoming more rapid as if they were fleeing from an impending disaster. Want to run? Zhang Wei's eyes once again condensed thunderlight. The floating cannon floating in the air opened up its extreme firing speed after a short period of storing up its power, and freezing bullets began to float in the sky as if they didn't need any money. The freezing bullets may seem as if they are disorganized, but each one hits a mechanical bird with precision. As for the death laser aimed at only one target, the fey mechanical bird, other mechanical birds could run away, but only this fey Zhang Wei would not let go. Chapter 21 Valiant Lin Xianying. The battle was over before the helicopter was safely on the ground. The fey mechanical bird couldn't carry Zhang Wei's death laser at all, and the skill power would follow the increase in battle power. In fact, even without the battle power boost from the floating cannon, the 336 points of battle power of the death laser was not something that a fey mechanical bird at this stage would be able to stand up to. That's it? Zhang Tao exclaimed with some disbelief. The other bodyguards who darted towards Zhang Tao's place froze in place. How long did it take from the beginning to the end of the battle? They weren't staring at the sparks in the sky that hadn't completely dispersed yet. They were all staring at Zhang Wei standing under the night sky. And at the moment, in their eyes, Zhang Wei was a god, an invincible god of war. Collect the source crystals, don't keep them private. Zhang Wei didn't care about other people's gazes, but he cared about the source crystals, so he reminded Zhang Tao, okay, big brother. At this moment, Zhang Tao couldn't care less about the reserve and face of those worldly youngsters, as he stood in front of the many bodyguards and opened his mouth to call out to his big brother without hesitation. You know, being able to have a big brother with such perverted strength is simply a rare capital to show off. In this way, not only would he not lose face because of this, but he would also make these bodyguards fear him even more. Didn't you hear my big brother's words? Why don't you hurry up and take action? Whoever dares to take a little bit of it for themselves will be waiting to die. Facing these bodyguards, Zhang Tao was not so good-tempered, and a group of bodyguards turned into birds and beasts and dispersed amidst Zhang Tao's hissing. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Tao to remind him. Who would dare to embezzle the spoils of this god of war? If people could easily take out so many mechanical birds, then they could easily get them killed as well. No one dares to think ill of it unless they're sick of living. Just as the group of bodyguards went to collect the source crystals, the roar of the helicopter finally disappeared. Because it landed. After the helicopter landed, a total of 5 people ran down from the helicopter. Comrades, thank you. The pilot of the helicopter began to open his mouth loudly to thank Zhang Wei before he even ran near him. Originally, Zhang Wei hadn't invested too much attention to the pedestrians, his wasn't an active rescue, and he hadn't expected any gratitude from them. In his eyes, these people were just passing through and had nothing to do with him. However, when his eyes fell on the only female among those 5, Zhang Wei froze for a moment. This woman, she looks a little familiar. This woman was tall, like a sturdy pine tree, and her uniform was straight and well-fitting without being too heroic. Although that military uniform tried to hide her curves, her proud figure was still hidden, revealing a different kind of charm. Her skin was not that delicate white color, but a healthy wheat color, as if it had been baptized by the sun, adding to its toughness and vitality. So that's her. She's even prettier in person than in the picture. Zhang Wei remembered who this woman was, a very powerful existence among the military in his previous life. Hello, my name is Lin Xianying. You're amazing. Lin Xianying showed valor, without the dainty posturing of a young daughter. This kind of character, even more added a few points of charm. Zhang Tao are looking a little dumbfounded. Hello, my name is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and gave his name, while at the same time considering how to get along with this future female martial god. Unlike a thug like Zhang Tao, who had grown up by pre-existing chance, Lin Xianying had grown up on her own strength, and her fighting ability was very powerful. You're really good. If you have the chance, why don't we spar? Merge. Lin Xianying suddenly droned out. After 5 seconds passed, a silver white, about 7 meters tall, slender, long-range light mecha replaced the original Lin Xianying. Zhang Wei's gaze landed on the mech and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed, "Nice mech, but I'm afraid you won't be able to spar with me if you just take this gun. This is the rifle that came with the initial mech. Don't underestimate it. Its power isn't great but it's very accurate." Lin Xianying lightly caressed the rifle in her hand, but it was as if she wasn't praising her rifle for being powerful, but rather, she was praising her own marksmanship in disguise. That's true. Soldiers are good at shooting. Zhang Wei secretly nodded his head. He knew how to draw closer to this future female martial god. By getting on good terms with this female Valkyrie, not only would she be able to gain the friendship of a powerful person, but she would also be able to get in touch with the military through her. Zhang Wei didn't want to control the military or anything. He just needed to make sure that the military didn't see him, Zhang Wei, as an enemy. So, can you use a freeze gun? You have a cryogenic gun? Lin Xianying couldn't help but take a step towards Zhang Wei's side. She herself knew very well that the basic model rifle that came with the mecha had limited battle power enhancement and naturally limited power. Using it could only be said to be a little better than having no gun at all. There, you try. Zhang Wei took out a freezing gun from within the cargo space. The quality of the freeze gun is also only normal level, but the battle plus holds 30 points, which is much stronger than the rifle. The cryogun was small, more like a large pistol for a mech. Zhang Tao stared carefully at the frozen gun that Zhang Wei had given to Lin Xianying, and he thought how it looked familiar. Well, isn't this the old man's? This was the initial weapon of the light mech that was the first to be taken out by Zhang Wei inside the zoo. Use our man's things to give a beautiful woman. Good. Worthy of you, big brother. Really excellent. Zhang Tao wanted to cry again. Can't we deliver it ourselves? This, for me? Lin Xianying didn't take the frozen gun Zhang Wei handed over at the first opportunity. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. Normal quality frozen guns are only worth something at this stage of the game. Later on they won't be worth much. Using it to draw closer to the future Valkyrie was a huge bonus. Yeah, for you. Lin Xianying slowly shook her head at Zhang Wei. I can't take something from you for nothing. How about this? How about I exchange source crystals with you? Fine. Just give me 100 source crystals. Zhang Wei did not refuse. Lin Xianying nodded while taking out a dozen ordinary source crystals. That's all I have right now. I'll make up the rest later. Okay? Okay. Zhang Wei nodded his head and shoved the freezing gun to Lin Xianying, while also putting away the dozen or so source crystals. Zhang Tao looked stunned. Said big brother, such a beautiful woman. You are afraid really a straight man, right? Why are you charging source crystals for that piece of gun? Why don't you just give it to her for good luck? If this were Zhang Tao, he would have just given it away. Still collecting source crystals, not atmospheric at all. However, what Zhang Tao doesn't know is that he is a low-level hunter, who can only catch some material women, and can't catch those who are really superb. Of course, Zhang Wei has no intention of fishing for Lin Xianying, but just wants to make a good relationship. If he can receive the same underlings as Zhang Tao. Chapter 22 Head to a Man. Lin Xianying joyfully equipped the frozen gun, and the retired rifle was included in her mecha space. Zhang Wei pondered whether or not to strike while the iron was hot and sell his unused refined class cargo bay to Lin Xianying as well. But after thinking about it, Zhang Wei thought it was better. Come one at a time. Zhang Wei, let's go save the people. Lin Xianying offered her opinion after playing with the frozen gun for a bit. Saving people? Zhang Wei froze for a moment. Yes, I don't know how many people are suffering right now. Since we have the ability, let's save some if we can. Lin Xianying's voice was a bit low. For Lin Xianying, this topic carried too much responsibility and emotion. Perhaps it is a heavy topic for all the sons and daughters, who are currently running out of ways to fulfill their mission. But for Zhang Wei, he didn't want to do this kind of thing without benefit. There is no end to mechanical creatures to kill, and no end to people to save. The point is, the mechanical bird's flight speed is fast. Often a group of mechanical birds and a group of mechanical birds can only shoot down 3 or 4. The rest of the mechanical birds see that things are not good is going to run. Just as Zhang Wei wanted to refuse, the bodyguards who had run off to collect the source crystals returned. Boss, we're back. Their voices carried the pride and joy of a completed mission. Hearing the bodyguard's shouts, Zhang Tao prepared to brush up his presence. However, just as he raised his hand to pick up those source crystals, the bodyguard belonging to him, Zhang Tao, actually ignored Zhang Tao and directly crossed over him, bowing and standing in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Tao was staggered, and then tried to get annoyed. Just then, Zhang Wei's calm and gentle voice pulled Zhang Tao back to reality. Thanks a lot. Hard work. A few simple words, but it was like a spring breeze on the face, giving these bodyguards a feeling of being flattered. Zhang Tao wanted to shed tears again. He hadn't heard a word of thanks even after he had given away a floating cannon. Right? It's okay. It's okay. Our masters are Big Brother's brothers. These dogs are outsiders. Big Brother, that's because he thinks he doesn't need to be polite with himself. Zhang Tao kept comforting himself in his mind. You don't say. After some self-compassion, Zhang Tao's mood immediately became different. Zhang Wei didn't care what Zhang Tao was thinking. The intermediate source crystals produced by ordinary mechanical birds were all collected by Zhang Wei. That's right, it's intermediate level source crystals. Don't look at the ferocious attack power of these mechanical birds, but they were originally pigeons that transformed into birds of a similar size, and currently only produce intermediate level source crystals. As for that fey mechanical bird, it was a bit more powerful, and the only high-level source crystal in the pile of source crystals was contributed by it. Turn on. Zhang Wei opened the source crystal in front of everyone. It's not airframe experience. It's not skill source crystals. It's equipment. Superior class multipoint refueling propulsion. Battle strength plus 30. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, very satisfied with this thruster. Refueling thrusters, which can be propelled 2 or more times in a row, allow for more kinetic energy to be available to the hull. In addition to refueling thrusters, there are high-speed thrusters, parallel thrusters, jets, and more. There are many categories and the choice depends on individual needs. Zhang Wei got such a thruster now, there was no choice, but the renewed combustion thruster was already a very good thruster. Moreover, the quality of this thruster had reached an excellent grade, and the increased battle power was quite a lot, so how could Zhang Wei not be satisfied? Equipment. The ordinary thrusters underneath the back of Zhang Wei's mech were replaced with the renewed combustion thrusters that he had just obtained, and at this moment, even Lin Xianying felt so much envy. There was no way around it. Zhang Wei's outfit was luxurious. Apart from the fine-grade war scythe, all the other external equipment was of excellent grade, as well as the special equipment floating cannon, not to mention the skills Zhang Wei had mastered. If Lin Xianying knew that Zhang Wei also mastered another legendary level skill, I'm afraid Lin Xianying would be even more envious. Zhang Wei, are we ready to go? Lin Xianying's words broke the briefly quiet scene. Zhang Wei changed his previous thoughts after thinking about it, and he nodded slightly to Lin Xianying. It would be good to go out and collect some medium-grade source crystals, and if you couldn't open equipment, you could still level up the body a bit. As for saving lives, go with the flow. We won't go, right? There's not much use for us even if we go. The 4 people who followed Lin Xianying down from the helicopter were a bit downcast, a hint of helplessness in their voices. In terms of personal strength, they were not afraid of anyone present, but they felt helpless in the face of those mechanical creatures. Going against those steel monsters with bare hands was like hitting a stone with an egg, and would only become the prey of the other side. Seeing this, Zhang Tao immediately came forward and comforted. The 4 of you will just rest well in my house. You are safe here. Being able to maintain a good relationship with the military is something that is very necessary. Don't look like the military is looking a bit tweaked right now, but that's because they haven't used their real killers yet. Mechanical creatures also could not carry the attack of the shells. Although the current world was chaotic, Zhang Tao believed that sooner or later the order would be restored one day, and the one who dominated the restoration of the order would definitely have the military. You guys just rest here. There's no way for us to go back now. We can only wait until after dawn. Lin Xianying voiced her opinion. Alright, you guys go save the people. I'll contact my superiors. If there are any new orders, I'll contact you. The pilot spoke to Lin Xianying. Alright, let's get going then, Lin Xianying said, her gaze turning to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. Just then, Zhang Tao suddenly interjected. Big brother, Zhang Wei didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. You watched the house. Well, Zhang Tao was helpless. He actually wanted to follow Zhang Wei out to fight the fall. After all, if Zhang Wei got any equipment again, even if he couldn't use it, he might be able to throw it to himself in passing. If not, Zhang Wei's eliminated equipment, he could also pick up a leak himself. Waiting to see Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying out of his field of vision, Zhang Tao couldn't help but spit in his mind. If you don't want me to be a light bulb, just say so. Had to a man. Zhang Wei didn't know about Zhang Tao's tirade against himself, and even if he did, he wouldn't have any mood swings. Being upright and not afraid of shadows, he didn't have those nasty little thoughts at all. Along the way, Zhang Wei was quiet and didn't use his thrusters because he had to match Lin Xianying's speed. On the contrary, Lin Xianying was busy. Her pure white mech did look good, but it was like a guiding light under this night, and would be discovered by mechanical creatures from a long distance away. However, through observation, Zhang Wei also realized that Lin Xianying really didn't talk big, and her marksmanship was indeed good, hitting the target almost 8 out of 10 times she attacked. Just when Zhang Wei was ready to watch the show all the way, a huge mechanical tiger with blue eyes and nearly 7 meters tall stared at Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying. Chapter 23 Thermal Giant Sword. Here comes the big fish. The color of the night was like ink, deep and heavy, but the mechanical tiger's blue eyes were like 2 bright lights, flickering in the darkness of the night, unusually dazzling. It didn't seem to have the slightest intention of trying to hide itself. Instead, it deliberately showed up, as if it was provoking and showing off, wanting to see the terrified and confused expressions of Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying. However, Mechanical Tiger did not know Zhang Wei's identity. If it knew that Zhang Wei was the one who had made it run away in fear in the zoo during the day, I am afraid that it would have run away with its tail tucked between its legs at this moment. However, now that the mechanical tiger had appeared, since it had appeared in front of Zhang Wei, how could Zhang Wei let it run away? Only, before Zhang Wei could do anything, the freezing gun in Lin Xianying's hand was already spewing out icy flames. The icy blue freezing bullets cut through the air, leaving a string of gorgeous ice flower trails. With Lin Xianying's marksmanship, it was simply not too easy to hit a target as large as the mechanical tiger. Only, the power of the freezing bullet was a bit stretched, and the ice flowers formed on the mechanical tiger disappeared completely in almost an instant. My attacks can't hurt it. Lin Xianying immediately took 2 steps back when she saw this. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xianying's battle power was a bit too weak. Even with the frozen gun's boost, it was only 50 points, and that was because Lin Xianying's level had been raised to the 8th level. Otherwise it would only be 34 battle points. Can you do it? If not, let's run. Lin Xianying hadn't really realized how powerful Zhang Wei was. In her opinion, although Zhang Wei was definitely stronger than herself, he shouldn't be too much stronger. Her own freezing bullets couldn't harm the mechanical tiger. Zhang Wei's floating cannon was afraid to be the same as her own. As for Zhang Wei's level of melee combat or the kind of skills Zhang Wei unleashed with his 2 eyes, Lin Xianying was not optimistic. The mechanical tiger was not a mechanical bird flying in the air, and the 2 sides' combat power was simply not in the same class. Leave it to me. Facing Lin Xianying's concern, Zhang Wei only responded indifferently. Zhang Wei heard the suspicion in Lin Xianying's mind, but Zhang Wei didn't explain anything, because there was no need to explain. Soon Lin Xianying would see for herself how powerful she was. In the next moment, the sound of a tiger's roar appeared, and the powerful sound wave caused all the glass that hadn't yet shattered on the surrounding buildings to break at the same time. In the midst of this ear-piercing shattering sound, a huge mechanical tiger ferociously rushed out, its gaze ferocious as it pounced straight at Lin Xianying. For Lin Xianying, the guy who dared to take the initiative to strike at it, he had to be completely torn apart in order to eliminate the anger in the mechanical tiger's heart. However, the moment the mechanical tiger was about to pounce on Lin Xianying, a figure suddenly stepped in front of it. The floating cannon opened fire at the first time. Unlike Lin Xianying's freezing bullets, the freezing bullets fired from the floating cannon were not only more powerful in freezing, but the impact of the bullets even knocked the mechanical tigers that came swooping down to the ground. Lin Xianying looked at one of the mechanical tiger's legs that was completely frozen, and she fell into deep self-doubt. I'm not as good as that floating cannon he's carrying on his shoulder? This feeling made Lin Xianying very uncomfortable. It was even if he couldn't compare to other people's mechs. If he couldn't even compare to a floating cannon, then what was he? Without waiting for Lin Xianying to think more, Zhang Wei had already appeared in front of the mechanical tiger with a battle scythe in hand. The mechanical tiger saw Zhang Wei swinging his war scythe to chop at his brain, and at this moment, it couldn't care less about wondering why Zhang Wei was so strong, only to see the mechanical tiger exerting force on its hind limbs, instantly supporting its body to an upright state. And then its unfrozen tiger claws were covered with a layer of flame. The clash between the tiger's claws and the war scythe instantly erupted into dazzling sparks, as if stars were falling and lighting up the dark neighborhood. The power of the two finally erupted after a short stalemate, accompanied by a deafening rumble that made the entire neighborhood seem to tremble. The huge body of the mechanical tiger, under the impact of the huge force, was ruthlessly smashed to fly, like an out-of-control meteorite, drawing a shocking trajectory in the night sky. Its body crashed through building after building along the way. On the contrary, Zhang Wei stood still, not moving a muscle. Surprisingly not dead? Zhang Wei, who stood still without moving, was a little less than satisfied with his scythe. Not killing the mechanical tiger in seconds when his battle power was crushed was a disgrace, and a bit of a delay in pretending to be a beeper. However, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that he had already successfully pretended a wave, and at this moment, in Lin Xianying's eyes, Zhang Wei was simply the object of her worship. It's too strong. Some women like fresh meat, the white kind, and some like muscular men, but Lin Xianying liked men who were stronger than her, and now that she was shown a man who was so much stronger than her, Lin Xianying felt really handsome, especially the stance Zhang Wei had just taken when he wielded the war scythe. This was what looked like a real man to Lin Xianying. Zhang Wei didn't bother to look at Lin Xianying because the mechanical tiger wasn't dead yet, and Zhang Wei wouldn't let the mechanical tiger have a chance to escape. With that, Zhang Wei chased after the mechanical tiger along the large hole it had crashed out of. Although the mechanical tiger was not killed by Zhang Unicorn's scythe, its state at this moment was not much different from being dead. The two front limbs of the mechanical tiger lying on the ground had completely run out of power, and when it saw Zhang Wei rushing towards it, a faint whimpering sound came out of its mouth, as if it was pleading and begging for a ray of hope. But before it could open its mouth to beg for mercy, Zhang Wei once again swung his battle scythe. This time, there was no front paw to resist, so the mechanical tiger could only use its neck to catch the war scythe in Zhang Wei's hand. With a flash of purple light, The warsight easily broke through the defensive armor on the mechanical tiger's neck, directly cutting off the mechanical tiger's head. The remnants of the mechanical tiger's body shook on the ground for a few moments before completely losing its voice. A high-level source crystal slowly floated into the air. Collect. At this time, Lin Xianying also chased up from behind Zhang Wei. Killed it? You're awesome. Lin Xianying looked at Zhang Wei with adoring eyes. Only that the mech's eyes were all azure blue. So Zhang Wei was destined not to see Lin Xianying's eyes. Not bad. Zhang Wei opened his mouth somewhat modestly. Got any good stuff? Lin Xianying wasn't greedy for Zhang Wei's loot. She was just curious about what goodies such a powerful mechanical tiger could explode. I don't know yet. Let me see. Zhang Wei took out a high-level source crystal. The source crystal was then opened by Zhang Wei. Ding! Obtain the excellent grade Thermal Giant Sword. Thermal Giant Sword, excellent. Battle power plus 100. Possesses extremely high heat, which helps cut through enemy armor. Good stuff, Lin Xianying exclaimed. Even if Lin Xianying hadn't seen many pieces of equipment, she knew that this giant sword was something good. It's okay. Zhang Wei once again pretended to be a beep. To this giant sword, Zhang Wei also liked it a lot. Not to mention, the battle power bonus alone was much higher than the battle sickle in its hand. In the next moment, Zhang Wei put the warsight inside the cargo hold and replaced it with the thermal giant sword. The thermal megazord is a two-handed megazord, 8 meters in length, with a blade width of nearly a meter, and twice the weight of a warscythe, though with it comes greater power. I really envy you melee combatants. Your weapons are all so powerful. Lin Xianying opened her mouth somewhat sourly. In the future, you'll get very good weapons as well. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to pacify. This wasn't to fool Lin Xianying, as the weapons of the Far Warfare mecha were also very powerful. It just hasn't popped yet. Okay, trust you. Let's go. Good. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. The fierce battle continued, with Zhang Wei striking only a handful of times. Most of the time it was Lin Xianying running around from place to place. How many people were saved and how many voices of gratitude were received? Zhang Wei did not count them one by one. But aside from the sounds of gratitude, Zhang Wei's gains from this night were much greater than Lin Xianying's. Because Zhang Wei wouldn't make a move until it was a moment of crisis. And every time he made a move it was because Lin Xianying was caught in a heavy siege. So every time Zhang Wei made a move, he was able to take care of the hordes of mechanical creatures. However, most of the ones that Zhang Wei had solved were mechanical rats, and most of the harvests were ordinary source crystals, with the mechanical birds providing few intermediate source crystals, as they ran away when they saw the situation and truly flew. The high-level source crystal, on the other hand, was the only one contributed by the mechanical tiger. The sky was letting up and the night's chaos was nearing its end. When the sky was fully lit, Lin Xianying received a call from her companion that her superiors had given them new orders. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying returned to Zhang Tao's house without bothering to count their harvest. Chapter 24. Little Sister, be my girlfriend. It was just that what made Zhang Wei feel surprised was that after returning to Zhang Tao's house, the only ones who drove the helicopter away were those 4 men, and Lin Xianying even stayed behind. How come you didn't follow them? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Xianying, who had jumped down from the helicopter to go and return, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Xianying's face blossomed into a smile like the warmth of the spring sun, as she lightly approached Zhang Wei and gently tapped the sturdy defensive armor on his feet, with a bit of playfulness in her voice. Of course it's because of you. She paused, as if she was afraid that Zhang Wei would misunderstand, and hastily added, however, don't get the wrong idea, it's your strength that's too powerful, and I stayed behind in order to pull you in. Zhang Wei sniffed and appreciated Lin Xianying even more in his heart, and this kind of truthfulness and lack of pretense made Zhang Wei feel very comfortable. You're so powerful, and we don't have enough of a position to order you to do anything, so I can only stay and change you subtly. Lin Xianying's character was generous, but her mind was also delicate. Through a night of contact with Zhang Wei, she had already seen that Zhang Wei was a typical no-profit, no-morning kind of person. That is to say, without the benefit of things, he will not go to do. Lin Xianying wouldn't be turned off by Zhang Wei because of the way he handled things, but there was an impulse deep inside her to try and correct this mentality of his. She wanted Zhang Wei to understand that in this world, there are times when taking the initiative to help others, to lend a hand, can also bring unspeakable joy and satisfaction. Of course, it would be even better if Zhang Wei could join the military camp under unified command. Fine, as long as you're happy. Zhang Wei shrugged. Zhang Wei didn't think that he would be changed in any way by Lin Xianying. His current way of doing things had all been cultivated over the course of 10 years in his previous life. Who wasn't a hothead when they were young? It's just that the edges have been sharpened by the cruelty of the end times. Just as long as you can make me stay. Hearing Zhang Wei's reply, the smile on Lin Xianying's face grew a little wider. Can I interject a little? Zhang Tao, who had been watching the bustle for half a day, finally found a chance to interject. but he still had to ask if Zhang Wei would let him do so. What is it? When facing Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei did not have such a nice tone, and the words that came out were a bit cold. Zhang Tao didn't seem to care about Zhang Wei's cold attitude as he asked somewhat eagerly, "Big brother, did you get a new weapon?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied succinctly, "Right." When Zhang Tao heard this answer, he stammered a little and continued to pursue. "Then, what about the weapon from before?" His eyes revealed a hint of longing. "You want it?" Zhang Wei asked Zhang Tao rhetorically. Zhang Tao immediately nodded to Zhang Wei. "I want to." "That's nonsense. How did we meet?" "It's because of the scythe." "You can have it, but you're going to have to help me put on a show today." The electricity war scythe was no longer useful to Zhang Wei, and he had intended to give it to Zhang Tao to use. Now that Zhang Tao himself had brought it up, Zhang Wei naturally wouldn't reject it, and it could also be a motivation for Zhang Tao to help himself with his acting. "Alright, big brother, just tell us what to do." Zhang Tao beat his chest with a thud, itching to pull Zhang Wei into a big show right now. Zhang Wei already had a plan in his head, and only after considering the details a little did he narrate it. At this moment, not only was Zhang Tao listening carefully, Lin Qianying was also listening carefully. When Zhang Wei finished his thoughts, before Zhang Tao could say anything, Comrade Lin Qianying raised his hand first. "I'll go too." Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao looked down towards Lin Qianying. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Wei didn't quite want Lin Qianying to get involved. Lin Qianying was a young lady with an overwhelming sense of justice, but Zhang Wei was going to puddle people, and he was afraid that Lin Qianying would mess up. "That Han Xin you're talking about must be a green tea, right? How about I go help you piss her off?" On how to quickly draw closer to Zhang Wei, that was of course to quickly enter into the role of Zhang Wei's friend. Moreover, listening to what Zhang Wei had just told her, Lin Qianying knew that Han Xiao was definitely not a good person. Besides, Zhang Wei's approach is just a test. If Han Xiao is really deeply in love with Zhang Wei, she won't fall into the trap and won't get hurt. But if Han Xin was really a green tea, then she deserved to be hurt. And Lin Qianying wouldn't stand up for this kind of person even if she had a strong sense of justice. "How are you angry with her?" Zhang Wei subconsciously inquired. "Am I pretty or is she pretty?" Lin Qianying deliberately ruffled her short shoulder-length hair. "You." Zhang Wei's tone was very firm. There was no doubt about it. Even if Zhang Wei didn't evaluate Han Xiao and Lin Qianying with colored glasses, it was Lin Qianying who was beautiful. "That'll do. If she's really like you say she is, I'll just say I'm your girlfriend. How's that sound?" Lin Qianying was playful. This kind of drama was actually something she had long wanted to be involved in participating in. Sister Bing was also a human being and a young person just in her early 20s. "Whatever makes you happy." Zhang Wei didn't agree or refuse. "But what's with the sudden fire in your heart?" This time it was Lin Qianying's turn to be more anxious. "Then it's a deal. When do we leave?" "If you ask me, let's do it now." Zhang Tao offered his opinion. The two supporting actors were in such a hurry, so Zhang Wei, the main character, didn't waste any time. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei first entered the neighborhood where Han Su's house was located. The neighborhood had obviously become a bit more dilapidated, and it was clear that there had been some fighting here last night. Zhang Wei didn't care about the gazes that were secretly staring at him as he ran furiously all the way to Han Su's house. The house was still the same, the crack still existed, and the vibration triggered by Zhang Wei's frantic running attracted Han Su and Han Xiao to poke their heads out in a hidden place to observe the situation outside. When Han Xin saw that the visitor was Zhang Wei, her eyes shed tears indisputably because no one knew how scared she really was last night. "Zhang Wei, I'm here." Han Xiao had already forgotten about Zhang Wei's desperation yesterday, and she was waving her hand at Zhang Wei very vigorously. Zhang Wei laughed coldly in his heart, and then he quickly stepped in front of Han Xiao. "Zhang Wei, what's wrong with you? Are there any injuries?" Han Xin looked at Zhang Wei with a worried expression, as Zhang Wei had deliberately made his external armor dirty, looking as if he had gone through a very grueling battle. Zhang Wei didn't answer. He just slowly shook his head. It was at this point that the supporting cast made their entrance. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Wei, I'll see where you're running to." An even more violent vibration came and was accompanied by a very pompous loud laugh. Zhang Wei felt his heart pumping. This acting was too fake, as if it was like the scene of the debut of a brain-dead villain in some cottage drama. It was just that Han Xin and Han Su didn't see it that way because Zhang Tao's mech was huge enough. Zhang Wei's 12-meter mech was big enough in their eyes, but now this guy running out had a 17-meter tall mech. Humph. Zhang Wei snorted coldly before returning to pounce on Zhang Tao. Soon, the two twisted and fought together, and just at the first contact, Zhang Wei, who was obviously one size smaller, fell into a disadvantage. Han Xin and Han Su looked so dumbfounded that they didn't understand what was happening. When Zhang Wei was completely suppressed by Zhang Tao spoke again. "Hand over your weapon and I will spare you from death." "Do you mean what you say?" Zhang Wei spoke through gritted teeth. Zhang Tao raised his condescending head. "Of course, I, Zhang Tao, am the first heir of Chuanchang Mining. Can I lie to you? Good." Zhang Wei responded viciously, and then took the electric energy war scythe out of the cargo hold. Ha ha, good, right, that pretty young lady, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Tao's gaze fell on Han Xiao. However, before Zhang Wei could reply, Zhang Tao, who had gotten his hands on the battle scythe, immediately stood up from Zhang Wei and ran in front of Han Xin. Missy, be my girlfriend, how about it? Han Xin was momentarily speechless, and couldn't believe that happiness could come so suddenly. Chapter 25 Zhang Wei, don't stalk me, suddenly being confessed to. Han Xiao was a bit at a loss for words, and her heart felt as if it was being rattled by a herd of deer. The key is, Han Xiao knows who Zhang Tao is, a proper rich second generation. Besides, in this post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Tao can press Zhang Wei to beat him violently. What does this mean? Does one say yes or yes? In fact, even if Zhang Tao was just playing around with sex, or even just to piss off Zhang Wei, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage, would he? At least one is able to live well in this post-apocalyptic world until he gets tired of playing, right? And Zhang Tao wouldn't mind if he brought his brother along, would he? Wouldn't it be fine if he got enough out of him to give his brother before he got tired of playing with him? Just as Han Xin wanted to agree to Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei spoke up first. Zhang Tao, don't dream, she said she only likes me. If Zhang Wei remembered correctly, this was something Han Xiao had said yesterday, and he had only deliberately added an extra only. No, don't talk nonsense. Before Zhang Tao could say anything, Han Xiao immediately pointed at Zhang Wei in agitation and yelled, shouting a little bit in a broken voice. What is this? Ruining my marriage? Zhang Wei slowly climbed up from the ground. Han Xin, you weren't yesterday. I didn't say anything yesterday. Han Xin immediately interrupted without waiting for Zhang Wei to finish his sentence. What if I continue to talk and make Zhang Tao, the Diamond Bachelor, misunderstand? Immediately afterward, Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with a somewhat nervous expression. It doesn't matter. Even if she said it, what would it matter? I still like her. Zhang Tao expressed his attitude with a smile on his face. That's really quite a generous attitude. Han Xiao was very touched, and her heart was very pleased with the attitude expressed by Zhang Tao. Still, she explained, I really didn't say that. He's just a common friend of my brother's. We just know each other. It's just his wishful thinking that he likes me. There's no relationship between us. Oh, I see. So it's this toad who wants to eat swan meat. So, Missy, can you be my girlfriend? Zhang Tao was secretly happy in his heart. Why was it so cool to just scold Zhang Unicorn so bluntly? Zhang Wei gave Zhang Tao a slightly profound look. Who told you to put on such a show? Yeah, I promise. Han Xin made a little womanly gesture, looking a little squirmy. Ha ha ha, good. Zhang Tao laughed happily. With that, he was waiting for Zhang Wei to punch Han Xin in the face, which was how Zhang Wei had arranged the plot. However, before Zhang Wei could open his mouth to say anything, Han Xiao spoke again. Right, I have something for you. Saying that, Han Xin quickly ran towards the house. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with some puzzlement, saying that the plot designed by Big Brother didn't say that there was such a link. Zhang Wei shook his head slowly at Zhang Tao without any trace. Han Su was frowning and contemplating on the side. He always felt that things were a bit off, but he couldn't tell exactly how. Soon, Han Xin went and returned, holding a source crystal in her hand, which released a magnificent red color that was dazzling. Zhang Tao, this is for you. Han Xin handed the source crystal to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was a bit stunned. This thing, take it or leave it. Zhang Wei was surprised, not expecting Han Xiao to be able to take out a high-level source crystal. Just take it. I don't have a mech. It's useless to keep it. Han Xin then substitutes himself into his role and starts to pout. Green tea was green tea, and this petulance didn't feel out of place at all, as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. Alright then, don't worry, I will protect you well in the future. Zhang Tao did not refuse, and he received the high-level source crystals that Han Xiao took out into the mecha space. Although Zhang Tao knew that this source crystal was not related to him, it was fine to help Zhang Wei keep it for a while. Well, this source crystal is something I picked up yesterday at great risk, so it must be useful to you, right? Han Xin stared at Zhang Tao with slight anticipation. Zhang Tao nodded his head to Han Xiao with certainty. Of course, right. I don't think you can live here anymore. Why don't you go back with me? Han Xin smiled at first, then spoke with a bit of embarrassment. Can I bring my brother? Of course. Zhang Tao gave a very definite answer. This answer made Han Xin very happy. In Han Xin's opinion, no matter Zhang Wei or Zhang Tao, they were all just passing through. Only her brother was the safest thing for her to rely on in the future. No, Han Xin, how could you? Han Su, won't you say a word? Zhang Wei stood out to angrily look at Han Xin and Han Su. Han Xin didn't say anything this time as she looked at Han Su. Han Su also knew it was time for him to take a stand. Therefore, even though he realized that something was wrong, he still opened his mouth and said, Zhang Wei, we're just acquaintances. I haven't done anything wrong to you, and my sister has even less to do with you, so don't be a stalker. Ha, you two weren't this attitude yesterday. Jiang Wei stared at Han Xiao and Han Su with a cold smile. Sure enough, dogs can't change their ways. These two dogs have always treated him Jiang Wei as a little cutie. He's been treating him as a spare tire. Han Xin, is this how you say you like me? That's how you like it? What a? Han Xiao immediately became furious upon hearing this, but she did not show her anger. Instead, she looked at Zhang Tao with a delicate and aggrieved face. Tao Tao, this man is so annoying. I don't want to see him anymore. You look at it. This is only a few words of work, are called Tao Tao. Not only Jiang Wei disgusted, Zhang Tao also disgusted a little want to vomit. Originally, Zhang Tao also thought that Jiang Wei was a bit unkind to use a ploy against a little girl. It seems downright generous now. Zhang Tao is not a middle-aged teenager, and he has been mixing with all kinds of women for many years, and Zhang Tao really understands the mind of women too well. The purpose of this woman talking like this was to get herself to fix Zhang Yudong. She's making a fool of herself. Don't want to see him? How about I slaughter him? Zhang Tao waved the battle scythe in his hand and made a very tempting offer. Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with a somewhat blushing face and said, I'll listen to you on all counts. Well, that's almost like telling Zhang Tao to hurry up and do it. Jiang Wei, you hear that? She told me to get you killed. After saying that, Zhang Tao quickly rushed towards Jiang Wei. The distance between the two was not far, and in a few steps Zhang Tao had rushed to Jiang Wei. Big brother, this is the source crystal she gave. It looks like it's still a high-grade item. After Zhang Tao rushed in front of Jiang Wei, he acted in an obsequious manner, directly handing over the source crystal that Han Xiao had just handed over to him. This sudden outburst of change looked silly to Han Xin and Han Su. The two had basically the same facial expression of shock, disbelief, and glazed eyes. Yeah, let's see. Jiang Wei received the source crystal while choosing to open it. It's a far war weapon. Jiang Wei was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had gotten a far war weapon. Premier Freezer Gun. Battle power plus 100. Optimized focused output for maximum damage in a short period of time. Excellence grade freezing gun. Jiang Wei spoke softly. What? An excellence grade freezer gun? Really? Lin Qianying, who was hiding in the shadows, quickly rushed out. Chapter 26 Jiang Wei, come back. I still have something to say to you. Originally, Lin Qianying had wanted to hide a little longer before watching the drama, but when Jiang Wei said that he had obtained the excellence grade freezing gun, Lin Qianying couldn't hide it anymore. How did you come out so quickly? Jiang Wei opened his mouth with a bit of surprise. By the way, it's not yet time for Lin Qianying to appear. There are some lines left unsaid in the back. Lin Qianying spat out her tongue in embarrassment. I didn't hold back. Hopper. Lin Qianying had already shown her face in front of Han Xiao, so she didn't hide it and directly chose to merge. After the beautiful silver-white mecha appeared, Lin Qianying looked at the nearly meter-long cluster freeze gun, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Immediately afterward, Lin Qianying did not hesitate to reach out to Jiang Wei, her voice filled with longing. I want it. A beautiful woman telling a man she wants it. Ask what man can stand it. Anyway, Jiang Wei's fixation wasn't too good, and he was slightly stunned before the cluster freezing gun in his hand was involuntarily handed over to Lin Qianying. However, after handing over the frozen gun to Lin Qianying, Jiang Wei couldn't help but whisper in Lin Qianying's ear, no more money? When Lin Qianying heard this, a sly glint flashed in her eyes as the corners of her mouth rose with a smile. What are you talking about? I'm your girlfriend, hey. After saying that, she cheerfully equipped her cluster freezing gun before taking Jiang Wei's arm as she did so. The two of them moved intimately, and despite the fact that the difference between the two's mech sizes was a bit large though, it looked like this image was very silky smooth and harmonious, as if it was originally supposed to be like this. Zhang Tao looked at this scene and felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. He always felt as if he had gotten the least benefit. It was clear that he was the one who put the most effort into his acting. Jiang Wei was a bit confused by Lin Qianying's sudden embrace. It didn't say anything about physical contact before, did it? Although everyone was in a state of manipulating the mech, the nerves were fully merged with the mech, and the mech was its own body, and the sense of touch was quite sharp. Well, the mech is a bit of a handful. If only it would still be like this if it were back in its original form. Jiang Wei shook his head. He felt that he couldn't fall so quickly. Besides, this was just Lin Qianying playing along with his act. You. Han Xin finally woke up as if in a dream. She raised her hand tremblingly, her fingertips hovering in the air, pointing at Jiang Wei, then turning to the other two in turn. At this moment, Han Xin was actually too angry to speak. When Han Xiao had properly organized herself, she spoke again. Zhang Tao, you are the young proprietor of Chuanchang Mining. How could you recognize Jiang Wei, a beggar, as your big brother? Obviously, your mecha is so much stronger than his. Han Xin was already clear that Jiang Wei and the three of them were acting themselves out, so Han Xin didn't pretend to be soft anymore. Continuing to pretend would only make her look even more wretched and ridiculous, but Han Xin wanted to know why. Who told you that my mech is stronger than my big brother's? Zhang Tao asked rhetorically. Just because your mech is taller and bigger? That's because you haven't seen what my big brother is capable of. But, Han Xin's brain was a bit short-circuited. Wasn't it true that the bigger the mech, the stronger the power? However, past experience had made it clear to her that it was the thicker and bigger ones that lasted longer and were more powerful. Short and sweet is nice to say, but it can feel so much worse. Jiang Wei, what do you mean by that? Han Su took over Han Zhao's words. He wasn't looking at anyone else. He was just frowning and staring at Jiang Wei. What do you mean? Do you really need to put words in your mouth? Hand over your mecha core. Jiang Wei's tone was icy cold. More words he didn't want to say. Han Su was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, immediately taking 2 steps back and exclaiming, "What do you want with my mecha core?" The mech was the basic guarantee for their siblings to live in this post-apocalyptic world, and Han Su didn't dare to imagine what the days would be like if he didn't have the mech. Do you play with Han Xin every day? It's not like kids can turn into mechs, and besides, Han Su is tired of playing with them. Jiang Wei didn't open his mouth to explain. He just glanced at Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao saw Jiang Wei looking at himself, he immediately understood and carried his war scythe towards Han Su. The shadow of the 17-meter-tall mech gradually enveloped Han Su, and the oppressive feeling the mech brought at this moment almost suffocated him. Okay, I'll turn it in. It was better to die later than to die now. Han Su could still recognize reality. Jiang Wei's heart was cold, and he thought that what he had done was merciful enough. In his previous life, Han Xin took away Jiang Wei's mecha core and Han Su sent a knife into his stomach. Now Jiang Wei only took away Han Su's mecha core and didn't move against these two. What's that if not kindness and justice? Han Su painfully handed over the mech core to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao immediately knew what kind of mecha was here after he got the mecha core. Zhang Tao looked at Jiang Wei with surprise. Big brother, what do we need this piece of for? Throw it on the ground and stomp on it. Jiang Wei casually returned. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao really took it seriously as he threw the mech core he had just gotten on the ground, and then stomped on it without hesitation. For Zhang Tao, this was indeed just broken mechs. He had a lot of 10-meter tall medium mechs at home, and although 15-meter heavy mechs had been destroyed by Jiang Wei, there was still a batch of them. Han Su's heart is dripping blood. The mech that he had regarded as a treasure had been destroyed like this. Just like this. You too, take care of yourselves. What's between us is considered clear. Jiang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Not killing Han Xin and Han Su was something that Jiang Wei had thought about long ago. Rather than letting them die peacefully, it was better to let them experience this cruel end of the world. It was only the second day of the end times, and there were still a lot of fun things they hadn't experienced yet. Without letting them experience this post-apocalyptic world properly, how could they live up to the harm that these two people had caused to Jiang Wei in his last life? Big brother, is this the end? Or else, it's better to kill it. Cutting off the roots. Zhang Tao is serious. What do you know? Let's go. Jiang Wei disliked Zhang Tao before turning around. Lin Xianying had been holding Jiang Wei's arm without letting go, and just at the moment Jiang Wei led her to turn around, it was as if the freezing gun in her hand had been given life, and a deep blue light quietly gathered at the muzzle. The light gradually became brighter in the silence after about 2 seconds. A huge cryobomb whistled out from the muzzle. Its size was so huge that it was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary cryobomb. The freezing bomb hit the floor below Han Su's house, and the entire second floor was shattered by the impact, and the walls that didn't collapse rapidly froze on the walls, which caused the temperature to all drop by 3 or 4 degrees in an instant. However, the cold scent in the air was simply unable to withstand the icy coldness in the hearts of Han Xin and Han Su. The upstairs was split by Jiang Wei, the downstairs was frozen, and the key was that the entire building was already shaking and looked like it was about to collapse. Hurting my man, this is your punishment. Lin Xianying's icy words were transmitted to Han Su and Han Zhao's ears. Jiang Wei kept wondering in his mind, we didn't add any money, so how come Lin Xianying has started to add drama to herself? At this time, Han Xin suddenly screamed and shouted, Jiang Wei, come back, I still have something to say to you. Chapter 27 Bitch, I'll fight you. Jiang Wei didn't turn around when he heard Han Zhao scream, as if he had ignored it. When Han Zhao saw that Jiang Wei had no intention of stopping, her eyes glistened with tears as she darted downstairs. She couldn't let Jiang Wei go like this. Through what had just happened, Han Xin had figured out a few things. When Han Xin rushed downstairs, Jiang Wei hadn't gone far. Jiang Wei, are you doing this to me because of her? Is it because of her? Han Xin ran while pointing at Lin Xianying and yelling. This time, Jiang Wei still didn't stop. However, Lin Xianying pulled Jiang Wei back. Being pulled by Lin Xianying, Jiang Wei could only turn around helplessly. Soon, Han Xin ran panting near Jiang Wei and the three of them. anxiety and anger written all over her face. You tell me, is it her? What do you want? Jiang Wei's tone was icy cold, as if he really was a machine without any feelings. It must have been something she said in front of you, right? She must be the one who's stirring things up between us, right? You turned out to like me a lot. I told you that, and I like you, but after only one night you changed. And she did it, didn't she? Han Xin looked at Lin Qianying angrily, as if he wanted to eat her alive. In Han Xin's opinion, everything Jiang Wei changed was because of Lin Qianying. That's not what you just said. Before Jiang Wei could open his mouth, Lin Qianying gave an icy scoff. What had just happened? Lin Qianying had seen with her own eyes and heard with her own ears. Don't say a word, you green tea. If it wasn't for your redirection, how would Jiang Wei do this to me? Han Xin treated Lin Qianying with that true hatred. Why did Zhang Tao listen to Jiang Wei so much? What kind of character is Zhang Tao? This Lin Qianying was so beautiful. And why did she become Jiang Wei's girlfriend in just one night's time? All of this could only mean one thing. Jiang Wei was strong, very strong, so strong that it was unimaginable to Han Xiao. It was precisely because of this that Lin Qianying had stirred up trouble after knowing that Jiang Wei liked her, and had staged today's drama. The purpose is to test yourself. Unfortunately, she hadn't stood the test, but Han Xin wouldn't look for the reason on her own. She blamed it all on Lin Qianying's head. You're hilarious. You woman. Lin Qianying had a tendency to explode a bit. Tell me, is it you? The anger in Han Xin's eyes almost spewed out of his eyes. It's me. What do you want? Lin Qianying admitted it. In fact, it was useless not to admit it because in Han Zhao's heart, she had already decided what had happened. Well, I'm not going to let you get away with this. I admit that I've been wrong. But are you just good? You've only known each other for a day and you're following Jiang Wei. What are you? You got all your mechs from Jiang Wei, right? The point of Han Xin's true anger was exactly this. Han Xiao and Jiang Wei had at least known each other for a long time. And Jiang Wei even admired himself. So if it wasn't for this Lin Qianying interfering, then this beautiful mecha would be his own right now. In Han Xin's opinion, Lin Qianying had not only snatched Jiang Wei by means, but also snatched the mech that belonged to her. You really have a good heart. Heartthrob. The more Han Xin thought about it, the more angry she became, and the more nonchalant she spoke. Lin Qianying was really exasperated by Han Xiao, and she tightened her arms again, holding Jiang Wei a little tighter, thinking that she, Lin Qianying, a beautiful young lady full of righteousness and sunshine, would not be praised wherever she went. This is the first time anyone has called her green tea and a heartthrob. Say it, why don't you say anything? Han Xin questioned loudly. Lin Qianying's lack of response gave her the illusion that she had the upper hand. Lin Qianying suddenly looked up at Jiang Wei. I want to do something. Just go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Jiang Wei opened his mouth indifferently. He had already guessed what Lin Qianying wanted to do. It was just that Han Xiao, this woman, was already a complete stranger in Jiang Wei's heart, and it was out of Jiang Wei's hands what Lin Qianying wanted to do to her. Yes, Lin Qianying agreed. Then, surprisingly, she disintegrated with the mech. Under the astonished gazes of Jiang Wei and Zhang Tao, Lin Qianying, who had put away her mech, walked towards Han Xin. Han Zhao's arrogance just now was unexpectedly suppressed in an instant by the invisible aura released by Lin Qianying. Your mouth. It's dirty. It needs to be treated. Lin Qianying walked up to Han Xiao and nonchalantly slapped Han Zhao's face. Han Xiao was dumbfounded. She hadn't thought that Lin Qianying would even dare to take the initiative to hit her. It's obviously Lin Qianying who's at a disadvantage, isn't it? Your heart. It's dirtier. Lin Qianying waved her palm again. Both sides of the face, immediately balanced. Stinking. I'll fight you. It was only then that Han Xin, who had received 2 slaps, reacted. She lunged at Lin Qianying with her teeth and claws open, but she didn't know who she was dealing with on her own. People are a soldier's sister. Unusual big man 3 or 2 cannot get close to the kind. How could a woman like Han Xin, who could only splash around and grab her hair, be a match for Lin Qianying? When Han Xin lunged at Lin Qianying only slightly staggered with her, and Han Xin plopped down on the ground by herself in a dog dash asterisk position, and her pretty face came into close contact with the ground. Ah! A piercing scream came out of Han Xin's mouth. When she looked up, her face was bloody. Jiang Wei, are you just going to watch me be bullied by her? Han Xiao tearfully looked up at Jiang Wei. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Jiang Wei's tone was still as cold as ice, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Compared to what had happened to her in her previous life, what was Han Zhao's small injury and pain? Not nearly enough. Zhang Tao looked at Jiang Wei and silently noted Jiang Wei's attitude. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this Han Xin must have hurt his big brother very deeply. Otherwise, with his big brother's strength, he would have committed the crime of deliberately running to target this woman? I'll have to have someone specialize in taking care of these 2 in the future. Zhang Tao secretly made a decision in his heart. You really don't care about me? Han Xin's voice was a bit mournful. It's like a woman who has been mercilessly abandoned by her man. Zhang Wei was upset in his heart. And this scene actually gave him a sense of déjà vu. Even if you don't care about me, do you really not care about Han Su? He's your best friend, and his mech has already been destroyed by you, so give him another mech. After listening to Han Xin's words, Zhang Wei finally realized why he had a feeling of déjà vu. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh. Those demands once made by Han Xiao constantly echoed in Zhang Wei's ears. Just said, don't make your own death. Live. Isn't it good? Zhang Wei leaned down. The huge mecha caused Han Xin to endure an enormous oppressive force, and at this moment, she actually didn't dare to open her mouth. Although the gaze of Zhang Wei's mech was still azure, Han Xin could surprisingly see killing intent in that azure color. Lin Qianying frowned at Zhang Wei. She knew that it wasn't killing intent, but the killing aura released from Zhang Wei's body. Just where did this murderous aura come from? Although Lin Qianying hadn't met Zhang Wei yet, it wasn't hard to guess that Zhang Wei was at most around 20 years old. So how could such a young age release such a strong killing aura? Chapter 28. If we can't kill them, we'll find someone else to do it. Zhang Wei, I'm wrong, my sister is wrong too. Don't do it. Han Su ran out, his feet staggering, his voice a little shaky with a full plea. Looking at the impatiently roaring Han Su, Zhang Wei sneered in his heart. I'm sure it's a sibling bond. Forget it, let's just keep you guys alive, shall we? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying nodded slightly to Zhang Wei before merging with the mech again. Watching the three mechs go away in pairs, Han Su had mixed feelings in his heart. Han Xin lay on the ground and hid his head in his embrace, not knowing if he didn't dare to raise his head or didn't want to. Until the silhouettes of the three mechs disappeared, Han Su's accusing voice reached Han Zhao's ears. It's all your fault. If you could firmly say that you like Zhang Wei, would this still happen? Han Xin's head snapped up incredulously. Blame me? You still blame me? If it weren't for your lack of ability, would I have to? Who am I doing this for? Han Su was speechless. Well, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. And we can't go back home. Let's go find a place to deal with the injury on your face first. Han Su stepped forward to softly comfort, and pulled Han Xiao up. Does Han Wook really have such a good temper? Of course not. He hadn't really rushed out just now in a desperate attempt to protect Han Xin, but had another purpose. After all, Han Xin's face and figure were both upper middle class, and there were still great uses for them in this post-apocalyptic world. Big brother, where are we going today? Leaving the neighborhood. Zhang Tao's slightly excited voice appeared in Zhang Wei's ears. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao as he glanced down at his arm. Noticing Zhang Wei's movements, Lin Qianying then felt that something was wrong, and she immediately let go of Zhang Wei's arm and took 2 steps to the side. I was just afraid they were still watching from behind. So, find a place with a lot of monsters. A lot of source crystals are needed for body evolution. Zhang Wei didn't pick up on Lin Qianying's words as he successfully changed the topic. Machine evolution? Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei suspiciously at the same time. The information provided to humans by mechanical descent was limited, and much needed to be discovered by the humans themselves. Body evolution is one of them, and only those who have leveled up their bodies to level 10 will know this information. The first evolution can take place when the body level is 10, and after the body evolves it will increase its combat power a bit, among other benefits. Zhang Wei explained to Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying. How else can it be? Boss, let's hurry home then. I'm going to make some arrangements. Zhang Tao acted a little anxious. If he had known this, he would have put all his men out yesterday, but it's not too late to find out. It's just a day's delay. Zhang Wei, what's your mecha level? Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei and asked the doubt in his heart. Level 19. Zhang Wei hadn't had time to absorb the source crystals harvested last night. However, even if all of them were absorbed, the body level would not reach level 30 and could not evolve for a second time. So Zhang Wei was not in that much of a hurry. Level 19? That high? Isn't there a second evolution? Wouldn't you be able to raise your level by 1 more level? Lin Qianying stared at Zhang Wei like a curious baby. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. Of course there's a second evolution, but it's not level 20. The second evolution can only take place when the body level is 30. How do you know so much? This was Lin Qianying's real purpose. From the beginning of her contact with Zhang Wei, Lin Qianying felt that Zhang Wei knew a lot of information that other people didn't know, and always seemed so calm when facing danger. Therefore, Lin Qianying was really curious. The point was that the information that Zhang Wei carried in his head was very important to the military. It's a secret. You can tell the military what I said. Zhang Wei could see Lin Qianying's small mind. What else is there to say? Lin Qianying was ready to take out her little notebook and take notes. Zhang Wei pondered in his mind for a while, then said, the mechanical monsters on land and even the flying mechanical monsters aren't that scary. It won't take long to clear out the safe zone. What you guys really need to pay attention to are the mechanical monsters in the ocean, especially the ones that used to live within the deep sea. Speaking of this, even Jiang Wei had palpitations. In a previous life, it really didn't take long to create one safe zone after another with the military cleaning up. It was also because of this that Jiang Wei, who had no mecha, was able to survive for 2 years. However, when the mechanical monsters within the ocean rushed out of the sea, everything changed, and the steel walls built by the human safety zone could not stop those monsters at all. As for something more powerful than a marine mechanical monster, Jiang Wei did not say it. Saying it now would do nothing but demoralize humanity. And, Lin Qianying's tone was much heavier. After the fight with the mechanical monsters, Lin Qianying also felt that the mechanical monsters on land really weren't that difficult to deal with. It doesn't even take much to deal with the average mechanical creature as long as the combat strength is up to par and the mind is calm. Therefore, Jiang Wei was right when he said that he could clear the safe zone in a short time. But when Jiang Wei spoke of the marine creatures, Lin Qianying had already pictured the marine mechanical monsters rushing out of the sea in her mind. It's horrible. What would be the picture of swarms of shrimp and crabs storming the safe zone? A mountain of mechanical rats can scare the bejesus out of a man. What about lobsters that are 1,000 times more numerous? What will become of the original large sea creatures after mechanization? And what else? What else? Not for a while. And don't be so heavily curious. It's dangerous. Jiang Wei reminded Lin Qianying. Not only are you curious about this information now, but also about mechanical monsters later. Being too curious can really kill you. Oh, got it. I don't know if it was because of the merging with the mech, but Lin Qianying's reply was actually a bit of a little girl's flavor. Hiss. I want to take revenge. I must take revenge. I won't let them have a good time. Inside a residential house, Han Xin screamed loudly. Han Su, who was treating the wounds on Han Xin's face, frowned and didn't say anything. Han Zhao's face had been broken by rubbing intimately against the ground, and his right cheek was extensively bruised, which would not heal in a short period of time, and even if the wound recovered, I was afraid that it would leave an unsightly scar. How big a deal is that for a woman? It's just that. Is revenge just a matter of words? Han Su knew very well that, not to mention revenge, it was a problem for them to even survive right now. Han Su, will you help me or not? Han Xin herself screamed for half a day without waiting for Han Su's response. She stared viciously at Han Su, waiting for his answer. Help! You're my sister. Can I not help you? But let's think about what we should do. How? We can't kill them, so we'll find someone else to kill them. Looking for someone else? Find who? Han Su looked at Han Xin in disbelief. Han Xin suddenly picked up his cell phone and started fiddling with it, which currently had a network. Find him. Han Xin aimed his cell phone screen at Han Su. Han Su's pupils couldn't help but dilate a bit when he saw the image on his cell phone screen. Is this a snake? Han Xin sniffed and nodded to Han Su. Yes, this is a message from a pet store owner. This mechanical snake is his pet, and as long as we go and join him, he can help me take revenge. Han Xin opened his mouth viciously, his face full of resentment. This message was the quality information she found after looking through her cell phone all night. If she could follow Jiang Wei, a young quality man, then Han Xiao naturally wouldn't serve an old man. But now, Han Xin knew he had no choice. Chapter 29 Bumping with the Ball. When do we go? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Su spoke to Han Xiao with a grave expression on his face. Currently their siblings wanted nothing, and even if they hid in this makeshift nest there was a high chance that they would be killed by the mechanical monsters. Since Han Xin had already found a place to go, it was only natural that the quicker he acted, the better. Help me find a sarong to cover my face. We'll go now. Han Xin couldn't wait for revenge, and didn't want to wait a minute longer. Good. 10 minutes later, the siblings carefully left the makeshift nook, and fortunately, the pet store Han Xin said was not far from their place. Although mechanical monsters lurked everywhere on the dilapidated streets, as long as one was careful enough and wasn't unlucky enough to be lucky, there was still no danger to one's life if one wandered around the streets for a short period of time. Perhaps it was because Han Xin had already applied all the mold today, and after about 2 hours, they finally saw the sign of the pet store. Found it! Han Xin exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the intact and unbroken signboard. Unlike the other crumbling storefronts on this street, this pet store was so well preserved that surprisingly, not even the glass was broken. What does that tell you? It shows that this store really does have what it takes. Let's get out of here. Han Xin observed the situation around her, and when she confirmed that there were no mechanical creatures infesting the surroundings, she immediately took Han Su's hand and quickly rushed to the pet store. However, when they rushed to the door of the pet store, Han Xin's footsteps were instantly frozen as if they were frozen, and when she looked closely, her legs were trembling. You are able to see inside the pet store through the glass on the door. A huge steel serpent imprinted itself on the eye, just the head massive enough to cover the entire facade. At this moment, the two azure-colored pupils on that snake's head that were as big as buckets were staring at their siblings. Han Xin felt as if there was an invisible force tightly choking her heart. making it almost impossible for her to breathe. If she hadn't grabbed Han Su's hand, Han Xin estimated that she would have been scared out of her wits and sat on the ground. To look into the eyes of this steel monster was not to look into the eyes of a mech. The steel serpent was dozens of times more terrifying than Jiang Wei in Han Xin's heart. Someone's coming early in the morning? A lazy voice appeared. Then a somewhat unkempt-looking man with a bearded face came around to the front of the snake's head. Boss, come on in. When he saw Han Xin, he immediately pulled open the door with glowing attentive eyes. Boss, I didn't think that what you said in the group was true. It's so big. Han Xiao bravely entered the pet store and immediately began to praise the large steel snake, speaking in a teary tone. The man's body seemed to be run through by an electric current as if he was instantly refreshed when he heard Han Xin's delicate voice with some slight whine in it. Hey, not bad. What are you guys? My name is Han Xin. This is my brother Han Su. We've come to join you. Han Xin stated his purpose. Hearing the two words of defection, the boss eyes immediately light. Body so good girl. Speak voice and so sweet, if it is in bed. My name is Wang Shang. You guys can just call me brother Wang. Haven't you eaten anything yet? Come on in. Eat something first. Wang Shang greeted Han Xiao and Han Su very warmly. Truly, the siblings had been very hungry indeed, so they hadn't been polite. At the table, the food wasn't exactly hearty, but it managed to fill you up. Han Xiao didn't remove the face veil even during the meal, which caused Wang Shang's suspicion. Sis, what's wrong with your face? Han Xin was waiting for these words, and the next moment, it was as if Han Xin had broken his defense, and instantly shed tears. Brother Wang, I am being bullied. The crying Han Xiao actually pulled her Wang brother's arm directly and shoved her head into Wang Shang's arms. Wang Shang was struck by thunder. This treatment never had although he sent his message in some groups, also thought of fishing some girls, but did not think that happiness will come so quickly. This hand doesn't know where to put it. Wang Shang didn't know, but Han Xin did. Only Han Xiao looked up and immediately grabbed Wang Shang's hand with both hands. Brother Wang, you have to help me take revenge. While saying that, Han Xiao also pulled Wang Shang's hand into her arms. When Wang Shang touched that soft mass, his heart immediately blossomed. Maisie, you say, who bullied you? Your brother Wang will help you take revenge. Our family's Dahua is very powerful, and it can also command other little things. Wang Shang really wasn't being conceited when he said that. Dahlia was the great steel serpent that was 10 meters long, had a thick carapace, and literally commanded the little ones that were transformed into mechanical creatures in the pet store. Some cats and dogs and other minions. A dozen of them. Brother Wang? Really? You didn't even ask who bullied me. Han Xiao fluttered her big eyes, the tears on her eyelashes catching Wang Shang's eyeballs. Looking at the beautiful person close at hand, Wang Shang had the urge to immediately carry Han Xiao into the inner room. What's there to ask? Not to mention those mechs. Even more powerful mechanical monsters are no match for our family Dahua. Just tell us who it is, and Brother Wang will definitely help you out. Brother Wang, you're so good to me. Han Xiao didn't immediately say who it was, but just pulled Wang Shang's hand deeper. Wang Shang could already somewhat hold back the saliva in his mouth. What I didn't expect was that Han Xin's hand suddenly went slack and landed on. Yeah, Brother Wang. A delicate elongated voice came out of Han Xin's mouth. Looking at Han Zhao's coquettish appearance, Wang Shang couldn't help but tighten his abdomen, which he had gone through this battle. Before the end of the world, he had simply enjoyed this kind of treatment. Okay. Noticing Wang Shang's movements, Han Xiao lowered her head and squeezed into Wang Shang's arms again, and spoke in a small voice. I'll accompany you at night, Brother Wang. In the future, you'll have to protect the good family. Wang Shang's eyes are straight. This hint. Besides, you're squeezing a little too much. It's a ball-carrying hit, isn't it? Just that. Wang Shang welcomed Han Zhao's foul behavior of bumping into people with the ball. Good. Right. You haven't said who bullied you. Dare to bully my Wang Shang's woman. I think he doesn't want to live. The spirited Wang Shang wanted to help Han Xiao take revenge now. Then he could take the next step early. Han Xin acted a bit squirmy. Brother Wang, why don't you just forget about it? They're very powerful. I don't want you to be in danger. That won't do. Just say who it is and where he is. This Wang Shang looked like he hadn't studied the art of war and didn't even understand the desire to escape. Their mechs are very powerful. They all have good weapons. Even though Dahlia will become more powerful if she eats those things. Let's not go. It'll be really dangerous. Let's just stay home and have a good time. Okay? Han Xin added more fuel to the fire. These messages were also what she saw when she checked the news yesterday. Wang Shang became even more agitated at his words. Really? That's all the more reason to find them. Wang Shang knew that the news Han Xiao said was true, because when his Daihua was first mechanized it was not as powerful as it is now. It had learned a skill after eating a few mechs, and that was why it had the combat power it had now. If he could eat more mechs, Dahlia would be able to fight better. and he himself would be able to live a more dashing life in the future. You really want to go? Zhang Tao from Chuancheng Mining. Has Brother Wang heard of him? Who did you say? Zhang Tao? Wang Sheng was startled. Chapter 30 Big Brother. Something big is wrong. Brother Wang, you're pinching me. Hansha drew back her hand and gently shook it off a few times. When she finished shaking it off, her small hand was so dead that it pressed on Wang Sheng's chest again, still drawing circles. This press, at that time, gave Wang Sheng an honest press, and the naked eye could see that Wang Sheng's face showed a very comfortable expression. Is it alright? I didn't do it on purpose. I just got a little excited. Of course I've heard of Zhang Tao. He's just a two-timer. Aha, he's the one who bullied me. He took a really good piece of equipment and destroyed my brother's mech. As if Han Xin had spoken of a sad place, tears started dripping again with an indisputable snap. Wang Sheng saw the heart of that heartache. He raised his hand to gently wipe away Han Zhao's tears softly. Consolation, sister, no matter who he is, Wang brother today to let them give us a statement. Have you eaten? Have you eaten yet? Eat well and we'll go find them now. Han Xiao raised her head, gratitude shining in her eyes as she whispered, Brother Wang, you're so good to me. Good sister, how can I treat you badly when you have come to join your brother? Han Su looked at the two of them in front of him. He didn't know what was going on in his heart, but he hadn't interjected either. A few minutes later, the whole outfit was ready to go. The three of them stood on the back of the steel serpent, Da Hua, with the spirited Wang Sheng at the head, Han Xiao holding Wang Sheng's arm in a bird-like manner, her body leaning almost all the way against Wang Sheng's body. Han Su could only stand alone behind the duo without much presence. Let's go. Go to Zhang Tao's villa first. Zhang Tao is really famous in Chuan City. Where he lives can't be said to be known by everyone, but at least half of Chuan City people know. It's easy to find Zhang Tao. Dahlia opened the way, and those minions who were taken in by Dahlia were on guard around the area. Along the way, all mechanical creatures encountered would be torn apart by this group of minions, and there was no need for Dahlia to make a move at all. With this kind of treatment, Han Xiao was very satisfied in her heart, which was many times better than the caution that their siblings had just arrived with. Yeah, Brother Wang, be careful. The mechanical bird in the sky is coming over, Han Xiao exclaimed and reminded Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng and his party had caused quite a commotion, and they had been targeted by the mechanical bird. Only, Wang Sheng didn't care at all about those mechanical birds flying in the sky. He gently patted Han Zhao's small hand. It's fine, don't worry, Da Hua can take care of it. Han Xin still wanted to say something. After all, they were all standing on Dahlia's body. If Dahlia fought with those birds in the sky, what would the few of them do? Obviously, Wang Sheng's confidence was justified. When the mechanical bird swooped down to about 50 meters from the ground, Dahlia suddenly opened its mouth. Its snake's letter was more than a meter long, flung in the air as if it was a silver steel whip. Amidst the haunting hissing sound, only a thunderbolt was seen to be inspired by the tip of the serpent's letter with each fling as it flung itself through the air. It was as if the thunderbolts had grown eyes, and every single one of them struck the mechanical bird's body with pinpoint accuracy. In front of this kind of electric shock, the mechanical bird's defense was like a piece of paper, and it went down on the spot, falling out of the air in droves. Eventually, after leaving a dozen or so mechanical wrecks behind, the mechanical birds quickly retreated in terror. Awesome! This compliment from Han Xin was very much from the heart. In Han Xin's opinion, Dahlia was really very powerful. Hey, awesome! Wang Sheng contentedly wrapped his arm around Han Xin's shoulders, causing Han Xin to lean back into his arms again. That's awesome. We're not afraid of them with Dahlia around. More than not afraid. What we want is to help you out, and if he doesn't, then kill him. All listen to Brother Wang. Hey! In the midst of Wang Sheng and Han Zhao's flirting, their group was getting closer and closer to where Zhang Tao's house was. In less than an hour, they entered the villa area. There were very many mechs in the villa area, but when those mechs saw Wang Sheng's lineup on their side, they all wimped out. Not even one of them dared to block the way. In today's world, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. As long as Wang Sheng wasn't here to find them in trouble, they wouldn't mind their own business. However, when they were about to enter Zhang Tao's villa, they were stopped. What are you doing? Do you know what this place is? The bodyguard in charge of guarding the house was dutiful. They weren't frightened by the appearance of Dahlia with those other mechanical creatures. I can't help it. Our big brother is too strong. What's a mechanical creature? This is Zhang Tao's house, right? Where is Zhang Tao? Wang Sheng looked at the mecha blocking the road with a fiery gaze. He didn't have a mech himself, only a powerful pet like Dahlia. As for the mech, Wang Sheng was of course very eager to be able to obtain it. The mechs that were stopping him now were just fine, especially the two that were 15 meters tall. What do? You say you'll meet? The bodyguards wouldn't have any good attitudes when facing this line of business that was clearly ill-intentioned. Wang Sheng frowned, since he couldn't have a good chat then. Dahlia, Do it! Because Wang Shang and the three of them were on Dahlia's back. Dahlia couldn't move too much, so she was still using skills. Between the flashes of electricity, 4 mechs were struck by lightning in an instant. The initial mech's defense wasn't much stronger than that of the mechanical bird. The mechs that were struck by lightning were immediately paralyzed on the ground, but for the time being, their lives weren't in danger. Brothers, do it! This guy is here for trouble. The bodyguard side immediately exploded. If this happened yesterday, they definitely wouldn't be so brave. But today is no longer the same. Behind it stands the big brother. It cannot let the big brother look down on. Wang Sheng didn't expect these people to dare to resist and was surprised. Come on, let's go down first. Dahlia, waste them all. Don't kill them yet. After saying that, Wang Sheng pulled Han Xiao and jumped down towards the ground. As for Han Su, then he jumped by himself. When Wang Sheng and the three of them left Dahlia's back, Dahlia's body began to swim rapidly, and her speed increased by several notches. Fire! The telekinetic bodyguard opened fire first, but the accuracy is really very limited. And, even if it hits Dahlia, it doesn't do much good. It doesn't break defense at all. Dahlia's battle power had exceeded 100, even reaching close to 200. How could these mechs whose combat power was still in its initial state hurt Ohana? Destroyed. Dahlia's powerful intrusion swept through a field of mechs. A dozen or so caretaker mechs fell to the east in the yard. Wait, this gentleman, wait. You can state your request and I will relay it to my young master. The butler inside the villa rushed out after hearing the loud roar in the courtyard. Let Zhang Tao come out. Bullying my woman. Today this account will be settled with him. Wang Shang was very pompous. There's no way around it. The winning side is entitled to pomp and circumstance. Sir, may I ask your woman's name? Han Xin. Yes sir. I know. I'll inform my young master now. After saying that, the butler immediately contacted Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao found out about this news, he was surprised and looked at Zhang Wei, who was hacking away at the monsters. After Zhang Wei had almost finished hacking through this wave of monsters, Zhang Tao opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Big brother, something big is wrong." Chapter 31. How about I give you this snake? Zhang Wei almost didn't turn around and slash Zhang Tao when he heard Zhang Tao's alarmed cry. What's all the fuss about? What is it? Zhang Wei asked carelessly and casually. Zhang Tao was right behind himself, and Lin Xianying was battling the mechanical birds in the sky on a small 4-story building not far away from any danger. As for Zhang Wei, who had just destroyed a rat's nest, he was in even less danger. So why was it a big deal? There's a group of people that broke into our house and asked for me by name. Zhang Tao acted a bit agitated. A group of people? Zhang Wei was puzzled in his heart. Zhang Tao could be considered the biggest force in the early days of Chuan City because of his family's industry. Who dares to trouble Zhang Tao? I can't say it's a group of people. It's 3 people with a group of mechanical creatures. The most powerful one is a 10-meter-long snake. Big brother, what should we do? Zhang Wei said with a hint of teasing in his voice. It's not like he's looking for me, so what does it have to do with me? Zhang Tao's eyes widened at his words. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Big brother, you can't do this to me. Zhang Tao was also able to figure out Zhang Wei's temperament. As long as he didn't snatch the source crystal from Zhang Wei was still very nice to talk to, and was also able to joke around. He could hear that Zhang Wei had just been joking. Yes, definitely joking. Do you know who it is? Scare after scare. Zhang Wei of course wouldn't really leave Zhang Tao alone. Both Zhang Tao and the group of minions under Zhang Tao were of some use. The butler said he didn't recognize it. 2 men, 1 woman. Zhang Wei glanced at the entrance of the underground pipeline that he had violently raised. While then he turned his head and shouted to Lin Xianying, "Let's go! Back!" The mechanical rats within this underground pipe had already been exterminated by Zhang Wei's troop, harvesting 300 ordinary source crystals, which was considered a small gain. If he continued to clean up the underground pipes as they were, this day's harvest should be enough to raise Zhang Wei's body level to 30. However, with a fire in the house, it was definitely necessary to go back and put it out. And, with a 10-meter-long steel snake, it would at least explode with high-level source crystals, right? Currently there weren't many high-end mechanical creatures, and since one had appeared, it was definitely necessary to get the source crystal in order to do so, and ordinary mechanical creatures couldn't run away, so it was fine to come and clean them up whenever they wanted. Good. Lin Xianying, who stood on the roof of the building and kept shooting into the sky, returned Zhang Wei's sentence, and then she jumped off the roof and quickly disappeared. The source crystals dropped by the mechanical birds should definitely be collected. Not long after, Lin Xianying returned. Hey, guess, how many source crystals did I get? Lin Xianying's somewhat showy voice reached Zhang Wei's ears. 100? Lin Xianying shook her head. There aren't that many, but there are a dozen or so intermediate source crystals, so I'll give them to you. Saying that, Lin Xianying had already taken out the intermediate level source crystal and handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew what Lin Xianying meant. Lin Xianying was paying back the money for that frozen gun. You keep the evolutionary body for now, and give it to me later when you're richer. Lin Xianying thought about it and then nodded to Zhang Wei before re-receiving the source crystal into the body space. Right, we're going back now? Why? Someone stole the house. Let's go. Go back and take a look. Zhang Wei casually explained. Soon, the three of them left the battlefield, and the people indirectly saved by them watched them leave, leaving tears of emotion in their eyes from being saved. When the three of them returned to the villa area, they clearly felt that tense atmosphere. The entire villa area was surprisingly quiet and terrifying, as if even the wind had stopped breathing. Just as Zhang Wei and the three of them were approaching Zhang Tao's house, a scream broke the silence. That's him. Zhang Wei was a bit skeptical about his hearing. If he heard correctly, this was Han Xin's voice, right? Why is she here? In the next moment, a steel snake appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes. A big guy whose size could rival Zhang Wei's. Good guy. Looks much stronger than even that steel tiger. Zhang Wei's eyes glowed. A stronger mechanical creature meant that it could provide Zhang Wei with better source crystals. Why bother with death? Zhang Wei likewise saw Han Xiao, who was staring angrily at him, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. It's really a case of do or die. Obviously, Zhang Wei had thought about letting Han Xin experience the post-apocalyptic life well, but it was only the second day of the post-apocalyptic world, and Han Xin was repeatedly jumping sideways in front of himself, which was really a very big test for Zhang Wei. It's very hard to hold back the killing intent in your heart. You're Zhang Tao? You're the one who bullied my woman. At this time, Wang Sheng pointed at Zhang Tao and opened his mouth. Wang Sheng thought that he was the protagonist, so of course, he had to show off his king's dominance. As for why they were pointing at Zhang Tao, who made Zhang Tao's mech the biggest and look the most dominant? This woman, she can be really. Lin Xianying pulled Zhang Wei's arm and couldn't continue halfway through her words. As a woman with a very positive outlook, Lin Xianying really didn't know how she should describe a woman like Han Xiao. It hadn't even been a morning and she had already changed 3 men, starting from liking Zhang Tao, then Zhang Wei, and now it was the turn of this middle-aged man. Zhang Wei did not comment on this. Come to think of it, the Han Xin of his previous life was actually like this, only that Zhang Wei, under the joint deception of Han Xin and Han Su, did not have any conclusive evidence and did not look deeply into the matter because of that fondness for Han Xin in his heart. Now that I think about it, I was really too stupid in my previous life. No talk? Da Hua. Wang Sheng saw that no one gave a damn about him. His face was a little embarrassed. He decided to give Zhang Wei and the three of them a little color. Wait, I am indeed Zhang Tao, but I didn't bully your woman. It was my big brother who bullied your woman. Zhang Tao pointed to Zhang Wei by his side. Zhang Tao's mech looked powerful, but it was a flowery one, and apart from the battle scythe held in his hand, there wasn't a single piece of equipment that he could take out, letting him start a movie with this steel snake. Zhang Tao said he hadn't lived long enough. Wang Sheng looked at Han Xiao suspiciously. Noticing Wang Sheng's gaze, Han Xiao immediately took Wang Sheng's arm. Brother Wang, all three of them have a share. Hearing this, Wang Sheng didn't look deeper. Anyway, he was here to look for trouble. What's 1 or 2 more? Hear that? All 3 of you, hand over any equipment you have on you and come over here and apologize. Zhang Tao froze for a moment. I can't beat that snake, but it's doubtful if that snake can beat Lin Xianying. How dare this bastard call out to our big brother? Had enough? Big brother, is this guy here to be funny? That big guy will be given to you. Don't grab the rest of those small ones from me. Lin Xianying spoke to Zhang Wei. None of the 3 men took Wang Sheng seriously. Zhang Wei glanced around before nodding to Lin Xianying. Okay, what about me? Zhang Tao pointed at his nose, a little less than satisfied with Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying's allocation. Why don't we give this snake to you? Zhang Wei twisted his face to look at Zhang Tao. Chapter 32 I'm in charge of her life and death. Understand? Better not. Ha ha, I'll just watch the show. Zhang Tao laughed and said that he would just watch the fun and would definitely not grab the source crystals or anything else. Zhang Wei's trio was quite joyful in their distribution, but it made Wang Sheng angry enough. Are these 3 guys blind? You didn't see all those mechs lying on the ground? Wang Sheng was furious at Zhang Wei's trio's disregard. Da Hua, kill all 3 of them. Wang Sheng laid down his heart. What's wrong with killing a few people when it's the end of the world anyway? Besides, since Zhang Tao, this kind of second-generation ancestor, had been offended, he had to be killed, or else he would surely be bitten back. So why don't we just kill them all and let them become nourishment for Dahlia? Han Zhao's eyes gave birth to an excited glow after hearing Wang Sheng's words, and the thrill of revenge quickly grew in Han Zhao's heart. In the next moment, Dahlia pounced on Zhang Wei. At the same time, Lin Xianying didn't hesitate to open fire, freezing bullets pouring down like a torrential downpour on those mechanical creatures around them. Zhang Tao immediately and quickly disengaged from the battlefield when he saw this, but there were still 2 or 3 ungrateful little things staring at Zhang Tao. Sister Ing, It's not that I'm going to rob the monsters, this is them pouncing over on their own. Zhang Tao swung the battle scythe in his hand after shouting at Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying didn't reply. She had quite a few monsters to deal with and couldn't be distracted. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, didn't even move, and when Dahlia's huge figure was about to completely envelop him, the floating cannon opened fire. As soon as Hatsumomo opened fire, it was an extremely rapid fire, with ice blue freezing bullets spewing out in rapid succession one after the other. Dahlia, whose entire body was completely off the ground, was instantly struck stiff in the air, and ice blossoms bloomed everywhere on her body. A small amount of ice shattered as its body was sent flying backwards and smashing to the ground by the impact of the freezing projectile, but more remained attached to the Dahlia's body. Wang Shang was dumbfounded. Han Xin's smile froze on her face. As for Han Su, Zhang Wei did not see Han Su's figure. Right at this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly crossed the battle sword in his hand in front of his body. A lightning bolt like a silver snake blossomed on Dahlia's snake's letter and slashed at Zhang Wei. And learned skills? Zhang Wei opened his mouth in surprise after flinging his thermal energy giant sword. The lightning that pulsed from the battle sword was easily shrugged off, but it was immediately followed by another bolt of lightning. Zhang Wei wouldn't spoil this kind of problem. The propellers spewed out thick flames, and Zhang Wei's figure rushed out at great speed. The giant sword of heat energy was raised high and slashed down in a single motion. The incoming lightning all seemed to be split in half. However, Dahlia was much more miserable than the lightning that was split. Half of his face was cut. Luckily, Dahua's battle power was not weak. It barely moved its head to dodge the battle sword as it came at it, but it was still cut off half of its side by Zhang Wei's slash. The giant sword of heat energy attached to high temperatures was exceptionally sharp, and cutting off half of Ohana's face wasn't much of a hindrance. However, the vitality of the big flower was quite tenacious, and it still survived even after half of its face was cut off, and it even had some fighting power, and its letter was like a sharp spear, stabbing straight at Zhang Wei's abdominal cavity. As if Zhang Wei had already seen through Dahua's routine, he raised his foot and kicked it, hitting Dahua squarely on the head. The snake's letter pierced the air and Dahlia's body rumbled to the ground as she was kicked. Without waiting for Dahua to get up, Zhang Wei had already stepped on Dahua. Then, the giant sword of thermal energy cut across, and the head of Dahlia immediately separated from its body, and the azure-colored light in its eyes also went out at the same time. This set of attacks, line of clouds and water, without any procrastination, with time as just less than 10 seconds, fast to Wang Sheng simply did not react. When Dahlia's head moved, Wang Sheng finally came back to his senses. You pay for my Dahlia. He opened his mouth to yell at the first sign of returning to his senses, even to the point of breaking his voice. There was no way for Wang Sheng not to be excited. Dahua was his dependence on surviving. Without Dahua's protection, Wang Sheng knew that he wasn't even a piece of, and he didn't even have the most common mech. Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at Wang Sheng. This time, facing Zhang Wei's gaze, Wang Sheng was like being poured a pot of cool water from the top of his head, sobering up on the spot. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed this woman. She's the one who encouraged me to come looking for trouble. All of her. At this time, how could Wang Sheng still be overbearing? The rest was all humility, and he was afraid that Zhang Zoni would cut him into the air with his knife. That's right, it's air, and with all the heat attached to the thermal megazord saving the cremation, there's a good chance that not even a speck of ash might be left behind. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze and did not speak as he looked towards the source crystal floating out from Dahlia's corpse. High-grade source crystals. Zhang Wei prettily put the source crystal away, and this source crystal had a high probability of being able to open equipment, as it was popped out by the Fey Steel Snake. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. When Wang Sheng saw that Zhang Wei was ignoring him, he immediately took all of his anger out on Han Xiao. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Wang Sheng's words. Without Han Xin, Wang Sheng would never have come here to look for trouble. As long as he didn't mess with Zhang Wei, he could live well with Dahua and even lead a human life. But now, it's all gone. The more Wang Sheng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he was so angry that he picked up a piece of metal wreckage from the ground in his hand. Wang Sheng didn't know which unlucky person this had fallen out of. He only knew that it should work well in his hands. The next moment, before Han Xin could explain anything, Wang Sheng had already sent the metal remains in his hand into Han Xin's stomach. You don't have to tell me that any scrap of metal that falls from a mechanical creature is better and sharper than a normal knife. Han Xin fell to the ground in pain, and a large amount of blood gushed out from her abdomen. Big brother, I was really encouraged by this person. I helped you kill her. You let me go. Wang Sheng didn't bother to look at the collapsed Han Xin as he looked up at Zhang Wei, hoping that Zhang Wei would let him go. At this moment, Zhang Wei didn't know what was going on in his heart. The thrill of revenge? Really watching Han Xin's life being rapidly drained away. He didn't feel much pleasure in his heart. Of course, there was no sadness or pain. At this moment, Jiang Wei's feeling was indifference, as if what he saw was a stranger dying in front of him. Jiang Wei was indifferent, but the heart of Han Su, who was secretly staring at the place from the shadows, had been completely filled with anger and fear. His sister, Han Xin, is dead. Just die. He likes Han Xin and has had some indescribable things with him, but they are siblings and are only allowed to cheat, and are not destined to come to fruition. But now his sister is dead. Han Su stared at Jiang Wei with extreme hatred. Although Han Xin wasn't killed by Jiang Wei had nothing to do with Han Xin's death. Jiang Wei. Han Su gritted his teeth and roared in a low rage in his heart. He then turned resolutely away. He knew he couldn't get revenge now. He had to run. Who told you to kill her? Jiang Wei didn't notice Han Su hiding in the shadows, and he looked at Wang Sheng indifferently. I'm in charge of whether she lives or dies. Understand? Big brother I this. Humph. Jiang Wei snorted coldly, then rewarded Wang Sheng with a freezing bomb. Wang Sheng didn't even have the qualifications to turn into an ice sculpture, and under the impact of the freezing bomb, he turned into broken ice scattered all over the place. Chapter 33 Red Star, Enhancement of Thermal Giant Sword. Hey, that's not right. After resolving the mechanical creatures that attacked him, Zhang Tao crouched down on the ground a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Xianying appeared beside Zhang Tao. Her speed in solving the small monsters was not slower than Zhang Tao's, although the number to be dealt with was large, but there was no way around it. The advantage of long-distance combat, with accurate marksmanship and enough combat power, the speed of long-distance combat in clearing the small monsters was not comparable to that of melee combat. Zhang Tao pointed at the ground's broken ice and opened his mouth in a serious manner. It is said that there are some not-so-good physiological reactions after killing someone. How come I don't have any? Lin Xianying kicked Zhang Tao's ankle. It's not like you killed the person, and it's just some crushed ice. It's not bloody at all. What kind of physiological reaction are you expecting? That's right Tuao. Zhang Tao came to a realization. Don't be poor. Save the people. Jiang Wei said in a rude manner. There were still so many mechs lying on the ground, so he just didn't care? Big brother, how can we save it? Zhang Tao spread his hands and showed helplessness. These were all electrocuted by that snake, and according to Zhang Tao's idea, besides waiting for them to recover on their own, what else could be done? These source crystals, give them 2 each. Jiang Wei took out some ordinary source crystals and handed them to Zhang Tao, as if Zhang Tao had discovered a new continent. He dabbed his head and stood up. Source crystals have this kind of use? Mechs can be restored using source crystals as long as they are not completely scrapped. It wasn't a secret, so of course Jiang Wei wouldn't be stingy enough to not tell Zhang Tao. Good riddance. Zhang Tao stepped forward to receive the source crystals. He had no intention of being polite with Jiang Wei, and then handed out 2 of them to each person. Right big brother, that Han Su has disappeared. There were 3 of them when they came, now I don't know where he ran off to. Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Unicorn. In fact, he was asking if he should go and get Han Su back. After all, Han Xin was already dead, and keeping Han Su was more or less a hidden danger. After taking a look at Han Xin, who had died from blood loss, Jiang Wei said, just run and ask someone to bury her. After saying that, Jiang Wei stopped looking at it. People die. Debts are cancelled. Jiang Wei can't do this kind of thing like whipping a corpse. Afterwards, Jiang Wei took the source crystal out of the cargo hold. A pile of source crystals, white, yellow, and red, intermingled and looked very enticing. These source crystals Jiang Wei had no intention of sharing them. He left 100 ordinary source crystals to replenish the power of his mech and prepared to absorb all the rest. Lin Xianying did the same thing when she saw this. My mech should be able to evolve. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Before absorbing the source crystal, Lin Xianying asked Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei was experienced. There's nothing to watch out for. Don't worry about security. I'm here. Just follow the prompts. Hey, good. Lin Xianying laughed before starting to absorb the energy within the source crystal. Lin Xianying's mech level was already close to level 10. When Lin Xianying's mech was upgraded to level 10, all around the mech, it was as if it was enveloped by an invisible force. This was a sign of mech evolution. Mysterious and shocking. Jiang Wei's gaze spilled out in all directions and he began to be on guard. Although this was Zhang Tao's territory and there shouldn't be any danger happening, Jiang Wei wouldn't let his guard down. The metaphysical image of mecha evolution attracted everyone's attention, except Jiang Wei. Only when Lin Xianying's mecha had finished evolving did the crowd come back to their senses, and those bodyguards who were lying on the ground recovering from their semi-paralyzed state all looked at Lin Xianying with envy. Originally Lin Xianying was already very powerful. After that metaphysical evolution just now, it must be even more powerful, right? How does it feel? Jiang Wei opened his mouth to ask after seeing Lin Xianying finish evolving her mech. Very good. Lin Xianying looked down at her brand new mech. Her mecha's height had increased from 7 meters to 8 meters, and her body was a bit more robust, but she was still very slim and slender compared to Jiang Wei. Get used to the thrusters. Zhang Wei uttered his proposal. Everyone who had experienced their first mech evolution was going to have to get used to the thrusters. Melee mechs don't rely on thrusters that much yet, but long-range battles are very dependent on them, as the only way to be safe is to be at a certain distance from the target for long-range battles. If one was approached by a melee combatant, even if the melee combatant's strength was inferior to that of a distant combatant, the result would definitely be that the distant combatant would be taken down with ease. Proficiency in the use of thrusters is an important factor in the ability of a telekinetic combatant. Good. Lin Qianying nodded to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei then left Lin Qianying alone, letting her bounce around the villa area on her own. Absorb the source crystal. Ordinary source crystals and intermediate source crystals were all turned into experience and injected into Zhang Wei's mecha. Zhang Wei's mecha level began to rise, but the mech leveling stopped at 25. 24 battle points. Not bad. Zhang Wei was more or less looking down on the battle power brought about by the mech level increase. It couldn't be helped. The family was so big that taking out just any piece of equipment would top boosting dozens of levels. Subsequently, Zhang Wei set his eyes on the only remaining high-level source crystal. This is courtesy of the steel snake. Turn it on. Ding. Get a red star. Surprisingly, this is it? Even if Zhang Wei was prepared to reap a surprise, when he opened to get the red star, Zhang Wei couldn't help but gasp out in amazement. Hearing Zhang Wei's exclamation, Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying came to Zhang Wei's side as fast as they could. Those bodyguards in the neighborhood also wanted to come over to take a look, but thinking of their status, they held back. Big brother, what the hell is this? Zhang Tao opened his mouth to inquire just like a curious baby. Won't see for yourself? Ow. Subsequently, Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying Quan's eyes released blue light to shine on top of the red star held by Zhang Wei. 5-pointed star as symbol or communism or proletariat. Wide range of uses. Can strengthen equipment. Strengthening until level 3 is guaranteed to be successful. Can upgrade equipment quality. 100% upgrade fine grade equipment. High probability to upgrade excellent grade equipment. Woohoo trough. Big brother. Using this can raise my battle scythe to an excellent quality? While shouting, Zhang Tao was still stealing glances at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's little mind couldn't be hidden from Zhang Wei. Wasn't this just reminding himself that he, Zhang Tao, was still using a fine-grade weapon? Zhang Wei wouldn't skimp on a red star if he was rich, but with only one red star, using it to upgrade a fine-grade weapon would be a waste. Big brother, Zhang Tao shouted in a long drawn-out voice, almost going up to yank Zhang Wei's arm. Zhang Wei was disgusted enough. Stop it. Using the red star to upgrade the quality of the war scythe is a waste. At this moment, Zhang Wei was thinking about how he was going to use the red star. Ow. Okay. Zhang Tao was a little hard to bear, but he healed himself quite fast. No matter how Zhang Wei was going to use this red star, in the end, the one who would benefit would definitely be him, Zhang Tao, because the probability is that the equipment that Zhang Wei eliminated is his Zhang Tao's. Brother, how do we use this red star? Upgrade the quality of the thermal energy giant sword. Zhang Wei had already made his decision. Weapons can provide more battle power, and in the pre-apocalyptic period, battle power is the most important thing. Chapter 34. Big deal again? Big deal. How to be so idle. But there is a chance of failure. Zhang Tao was a little less able to understand Zhang Wei's approach. Lin Qianying's eyes flickered with the same misgivings. The two of them focused their gazes on Zhang Wei, expecting him to clear up their confusion. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Although it will definitely succeed when used to strengthen equipment, it's also a waste because using meteors can also strengthen equipment, and if it's used to enhance the quality of the equipment, even if it fails this time, it will still increase the success rate of enhancing the quality of the equipment the next time. Listening to Zhang Wei's explanation, it reinforced Lin Qianying's judgment of Zhang Wei in her heart. This man definitely knew more information. Big brother, what's a shooting star? Zhang Tao's head was full of question marks. The ones that can strengthen equipment and enhance its quality are meteor, red star, and purple star. You'll know about them later. Zhang Wei explained slightly. So much? Big brother, why is your knowledge so vast? Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao and ignored him. Afterward, Zhang Wei placed the thermal energy giant sword horizontally on the ground. He held the almost basketball-sized red star in his hand, and with one finger, he pressed the red star into the thermal energy giant sword. Everyone stared intently at the thermal megazord. A burst of red light was released from the thermal energy giant sword, and the blade, which was already so hot that it could almost melt steel, was now releasing a suffocatingly high temperature. Zhang Wei and the others took a few steps back. To be honest, Zhang Wei was also a little bit nervous at this moment. If the thermal giant sword could be upgraded from excellent to epic, the battle power would at least double. Fortunately, the waiting time wasn't too long, and after half a minute had passed, the blazing red light on the thermal energy giant sword suddenly receded like a tidal wave and coalesced back within the body of the sword. Immediately afterward, a fiery wave surged out, like the spitting breath of a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. Under the sweep of the heat wave, those broken ice on the ground instantly melted, and even those flesh and blood tissues within the broken ice disappeared under the sweep of the heat wave. It's done. Good luck. Jiang Wei's voice was filled with surprise. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's shout, Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying immediately looked towards the heat energy giant sword on the ground. Thermal Megazord, epic, battle strength plus 200, possesses extremely hot high temperatures, so strong. Zhang Tao soured then after seeing the attributes of the thermal giant sword. His own entire mech pile of piece together didn't even have 100 combat power. People's battle power boost for this one weapon is 200. How can this be compared? How can it be played? However, once he thought that the weapon would be his own after Jiang Wei eliminated the thermal giant sword, Zhang Tao's mood instantly became beautiful. Picking up the leftovers is actually pretty good. An epic weapon is that powerful? Then aren't the ones above epic even more powerful? Lin Xianying was also a bit sour. This was because even if Lin Xianying was holding a superior weapon, his entire body's battle power was still no match for this giant sword. A legendary weapon? You guys will know when you get it. Jiang Wei did not explain, because in his last life, he hadn't gotten a legendary level weapon even after hanging around for 10 years, but he had seen legendary level weapons and could only say that legendary level and epic level were simply two concepts. Moreover, there was a huge gap between low-end equipment and high-end equipment. As in the case of Jiang Wei's thermal giant sword, which was low-end equipment, there is no need to use this low-end equipment, but there is a basic battle requirement to use high-end equipment. That is, not enough battle power. Even if you get good equipment, there is no way to use it, because without enough battle power mechs can't drive those high-end equipment at all. Big brother, when are you going to change your weapon? This thermal energy giant sword. Change it and it's yours. Hey, it's still Big Brother who's good to me. Zhang Tao was satisfied. It didn't matter when Jiang Wei would be able to replace this weapon. It would be fine if it was replaced and could be used for him anyway. Let's go once it's all cleaned up. Jiang Wei picked up the giant sword and greeted Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying. The morning was not over yet and they were going to continue to clean up the mechanical creatures. Zhang Tao was eager to try, and Lin Xianying was even more eager to fight. After spending time with Jiang Wei, they felt that this mechanical end of the world didn't seem so scary anymore. However, just as the three of them wanted to set off again to clear the mechanical creatures, the butler hurriedly ran out. Young master! Hearing the butler's call, everyone looked at the butler who hurriedly ran here. It's not good. It's a big deal. Another big deal? Zhang Tao exclaimed. Why are you so busy with the big event? It's only been a morning and you've been out bubbling twice? Jiang Wei's eyes were glowing. The first big event gave Jiang Wei an epic weapon. What would this second big event get? Sure enough, this Zhang Tao guy was a blessing. North of the city. Our people said that the mechanical rats in the north of the city have rioted. The butler's voice was somewhat alarmed. A mechanical rat riot? How many are there? Zhang Tao didn't have much of a feeling. They had cleaned up quite a few mechanical rats before coming back, and those little things didn't seem scary to Zhang Tao at all. Lin Xianying also didn't have much of a concept of the mechanical rat riot. Only Jiang Wei got nervous. In the previous life, there were a lot of disasters caused by the mechanical rat riots. Don't look at the individual strength of the mechanical rats, but if they appeared in groups, the damage they could cause could even surpass that of a supergiant beast. As for how much destruction the mechanical rats could actually cause, it would depend on the number of rats in the swarm. It's not clear, but they said there are all at least tens of thousands of them. The butler was able to visualize the image of tens of thousands of mechanical rats gathering together. Not to mention mechanical rats, even if it was tens of thousands of ordinary rats rampaging through the streets, that image would be unimaginable. Not to mention, it was the mechanical rats that were now gathering to riot. Tens of thousands? Zhang Tao froze. How many people will die? The first thing that came to the mind of the righteous Miss Chanying was people. Have our people come back as fast as they can. Jiang Wei opened his mouth to order. Tens of thousands of mechanical rats are not something an ordinary mech can withstand. It could be said that anything was going to be crushed under the onslaught of these tens of thousands of mechanical rats. This includes humans, buildings, mechs, and other mechanical creatures. Fine. I'll inform them now. There were quite a number of people who had been sent out by Zhang Tao to collect source crystals, and if these people did not manage to come back, Zhang Tao's subordinate mechs were afraid that they would have to lose a large portion of them. Yes, quickly bring them back. Big brother, those mechanical rats, will they rush to us? Zhang Tao looked at Jiang Wei in a sixfold manner. Anyone going through this for the first time would be scared and overwhelmed. Jiang Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know. We're in the south of the city, but odds are that they're going to rush over. And I'm afraid that a rat king has already been born among these mechanical rats. What's a rat king? Lin Xianying had to take out her little notebook to memorize it again. Fae among Fae, evolved from Fae. I didn't expect that a Rat King would be born so soon. It should have gotten some kind of chance. Ordinary Fae can rule over their own kind, but they can't rule over too many of them. With a wave of tens of thousands of mechanical rats, there is definitely a Rat King. After saying this, Jiang Wei actually felt a bit excited. What level of source crystals does the Rat King drop? Chapter 35. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Then, can it be beaten? Lin Qianying frowned, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. Not questioning Jiang Wei's combat prowess, but facing such a huge number like tens of thousands of mechanical rats, just imagining it already gave people the creeps and chills. If you add a Rat King to the mix, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Just try it and you'll know. Let's go. However, Jiang Wei acted in an unusually calm and composed manner, only to see him wave his hand expressionlessly, signaling Lin Qianying and Zhang Tao to follow him. Hearing this, Zhang Tao instantly became nervous, and his legs even became a little weak. He knew his own weight. If he really had to face thousands of mechanical rats, it would be purely adding to the others. Big brother, why don't I watch the house? Zhang Tao wimped out. Jiang Wei shook his head at Zhang Tao without even thinking. No, just kidding. Zhang Tao is the lucky little prince. Let him follow and he might be able to get some windfall. As for security, there shouldn't be any problem with hiding a bit. Big brother, Zhang Tao was close to pampering Jiang Wei. Nay, it doesn't work well at all. Jiang Wei doesn't eat this. Seeing that Jiang Wei was staring at him without saying anything and the air had a tendency to turn cold, Zhang Tao immediately changed his attitude. Go, big brother. I'll go wherever big brother goes. The one who recognizes the time is a wise man. Zhang Tao knows that the arm cannot be twisted. Gone. Jiang Wei led the way, followed by Lin Qianying, and Zhang Tao was left at the end. With Jiang Wei opening the way, the journey was safe and secure. Zhang Tao had finally found his role. Jiang Wei did not have that much time to collect source crystals when he was killing like crazy, so this kind of blissful annoyance could only be done by Zhang Tao on his behalf. Just as Jiang Wei led Lin Qianying and Zhang Tao to kill in the direction of the north of the city, Han Su, who had disappeared from Zhang Tao's house, appeared in the villa area. Han Su stared at the distant Jiang Wei with hatred in his gaze. At this moment, his heart was incomparably painful and remorseful, hating himself for being unable to do anything, and not even having the courage to collect Han Zhao's body. Jiang Wei. Han Su clenched his teeth and squeezed the name out of his teeth, as if he wanted to pour all his indignation into it. Jiang Wei, he roared in a low voice once again, his voice revealing endless anger. With a heart full of indignation, Han Su traversed several villas without hesitation, and finally burrowed into one that looked like there were people in the house. The owner of the house was extremely vigilant, and the moment Han Su scaled the wall and entered the courtyard, he was acutely aware of the uninvited guest's presence. He was secretly shocked, and his eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and doubt. Han Su didn't hide his identity and even seemed a bit smug. He straightened his body and replied in a loud voice, I am Zhang Tao's subordinate. There was a provocation and arrogance in his tone. The owner of the house was a middle-aged man who frowned and stared at Han Su. The middle-aged man certainly knew Zhang Tao's name by heart. What happened in Zhang Tao's home has been rumored in their villa area owners group. For Zhang Tao, each of them are a little afraid. It was because of this fear of Zhang Tao that even though the middle-aged man was filled with dissatisfaction, he really didn't dare to get angry at Han Su easily. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and asked in a serious tone, What do you want here? This was the effect Han Su wanted, only to see Han Su walking unhurriedly to the middle-aged man, saying with a smile on his face, My big brother said to let me count the situation of our mechs here. How many mechs do you have? The middle-aged man heard this and returned with a nonchalant, Why should I tell you? Not cooperating? Okay, I got it. Han Su wasn't angry at all, and with a cold smile on his face, he turned around and was about to leave. When the middle-aged man saw Han Su leaving so painfully, he immediately panicked. Wait! Han Su's eyes flashed a cold aura at his words, and when he turned back, a provocative smile was already on his face. What else do you have to teach? The middle-aged man's face was very unpleasant. He didn't want to know what would happen if he didn't cooperate with Zhang Tao. Facing Han Su's provocative smile, he could only speak stiffly. I have 2 mechs. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate earlier? Where's the mech core? Bring it to me. Don't hide it. I can't guarantee what will happen if the number doesn't match. The middle-aged man hadn't intended to hand over the mecha core, but after hearing Han Su say this, he could only choose to continue to hold his tongue. A man under the roof has to bow his head. The middle-aged man took out 2 mecha cores and threw them to Han Su without any goodwill. With a somewhat harsh attitude, Han Su didn't care what attitude the middle-aged man had. After getting the mech core, Han Su's eyes were glowing, and when he checked out the mech core, his heart was even more invigorated. Although none of the mechs in this mech core reached the level of a medium-sized one, there was one mech that reached 8 meters in height, which should have been converted from an MVP model. This was going to be streets ahead of his previous mech. The next moment, Hansu activated the mech and the massive mech appeared within the villa. What are you doing? The middle-aged man yelled frantically. Summoning a mecha ensemble in your home. Isn't that tearing down your home? However, he underestimated Hansu. What Hansu wanted wasn't to demolish the home at all. He was to demolish even the people. In the middle-aged man's roar, Hansu, who had already merged with the mech, stomped on the middle-aged man. How could a body of flesh resist the power of a mech? Hansu didn't even exert much force, and the middle-aged man was stomped into pieces under the weight of the mech itself. Stupid or not, Humph. Hansu snorted coldly before quickly leaving the scene. This place is too close to Zhang Tao's home. Those bodyguards at Zhang Tao's home sensed the commotion here will probably come to check. Right now, Hansu didn't want to meet up with these people. He wanted to build up his strength. He wanted revenge. Chuan City, north of the city, tens of thousands of mechanical rats swept across everything in front of them like a giant wave. And nothing related to steel could escape their sharp teeth. The cries of people, the sporadic sounds of mech resistance intertwined with the sound of collapsing skyscrapers. But there were more mechs and other mechanical creatures that were frantically fleeing towards the south of the city. In the face of a rat tide, even bloodthirsty mechanical creatures would have to hold back for a while, not daring to block it. It didn't take long, however, for the fleeing mechs to spot the three mechs that had turned their backs on them. What are you doing? Don't want to die? Run away. At the beginning of the end times, there were still many good people. Someone shouted loudly, hoping that Zhang Wei and the three of them would immediately join the fleeing queue. Nay, Zhang Wei acted as if he hadn't heard it, and still kept moving forward as if he was on his own. Big brother, how about I just find a place to hide here? Zhang Tao once again beat a retreat. There was no way out. In front of them, smoke and dust filled the sky, as if the yellow sand that was capable of sweeping away everything was rapidly approaching them. If he was caught in this yellow sand, Zhang Tao did not know how many seconds he could last. Just stay around here. Absorb the source crystals. Make your first evolution first. Use the thrusters properly, and you won't die anytime soon. Lin Qianying, find yourself a high point to play freely. Don't die. After the explanation, Zhang Wei continued forward, charging straight toward the place filled with yellow sand. You be careful too. Lin Qianying shouted. Zhang Wei didn't respond as his silhouette faded away, and without two drags, he could maximize his speed. Chapter 36 Your Source Crystal? I want it. Retrograde. Very handsome. Lin Qianying murmured softly as she looked at Zhang Wei's back that was gradually moving away until it finally disappeared. Big sister. It's at this juncture. Do you still have the heart to commit nymphomania? Zhang Tao yelled at Lin Qianying with a look of displeasure. Hearing this, Lin Qianying glared fiercely at Zhang Tao and disliked him back. What the hell do you know? Yeah, you actually burst into foul language? Zhang Tao was shocked. It was rare for a soldier's sister to explode in foul language. Cut the crap and mind your own business. If you don't find a safe place to evolve your mech, when those guys rush over, you'll just have to wait for death. Lin Qianying nonchalantly reprimanded. Zhang Tao just wanted to retort, but his words came to an abrupt end only halfway through, and then he immediately began to absorb the energy in the source crystal with all his might. At this moment, everyone else was only focused on fleeing desperately, and no one would even bother with him. Moreover, there was Lin Qianying here, and Zhang Tao believed that Lin Qianying would definitely not leave himself alone. When Lin Qianying saw Zhang Tao begin to absorb the source crystal, her body leaped high, and with the assistance of the propellers, this leap reached a height of 10 meters, and after stepping on the borrowed force several times in succession, she had already gone up to the roof of a 10-story building. Good lord, is it that spectacular? Lin Qianying, who had gone up to the roof of the building, saw it more clearly. The place shrouded by the yellow sand could not see the edge at all. Through the yellow sand, she could see the mechanical rats running wildly on the ground. The countless red eyes looking at Lin Qianying had a chilling feeling. Boom! The freezing gun in Lin Qianying's hand fired, with a distance of about 1,000 meters still separating them. It was already beyond the range of the freezing gun, but there was no need for any kind of accuracy in this situation now. A shot would surely hit a few unlucky mechanical rats. Where did he go? Lin Qianying, who was standing on the roof of the building, didn't see Zhang Wei's figure. By all accounts, Zhang Wei had only rushed out not long ago, and she should have been able to see Zhang Wei when she stood at the high point. Unfortunately, Lin Qianying didn't see Zhang Wei at all. As for whether Zhang Wei had run away when he saw the situation, this Lin Qianying did not doubt it at all. If Zhang Wei didn't want to get involved in this matter, they could have just run away. Since Zhang Wei had chosen to block, he would definitely not run away halfway. At this moment, in a place Lin Qianying couldn't see, Zhang Wei was in the middle of a killing spree. The epic level thermal giant sword was really too good. The ordinary mechanical rats' bodies already had the tendency to be melted when they were close to the thermal giant sword, let alone facing the sharp edge of the thermal giant sword. there wasn't a single enemy, and if someone was able to look down from the sky, then they would realize that Jiang Wei had killed his way out. This straight and still unfilled path by subsequent mechanical rats went straight to the very heart of the swarm. Death laser. The death laser became a little thicker due to Jiang Wei's increased combat power. The purple thunder light swept across like a giant dragon, and everything it encountered was cut in half like tofu by the thunderlight. Often, a single skill thrown could take away the lives of a dozen, or even 24 mechanical rats. Yet this is a drop in the ocean for a colony of tens of thousands of rats. However, Jiang Wei's appearance drew the attention of the Rat King, who was manipulating the rats. After the rat group had been molded, they had been destroying everything along the way and hadn't encountered much resistance at all. And now that they were suddenly met with resistance, it would naturally cause the Rat King to be alerted. In the face of this resistance, the Rat King did not take it to heart. It had too many minions. There were more ordinary mechanical rats than it could count on its own, as new ones were constantly being added as the swarm ravaged the city. However, regarding the number of Fey mechanical rats, the Rat King was mindful of the hundreds of them, hundreds of Fey plus himself. Within this Chuan city, who else is its opponent? Those once unrivaled and powerful existences, didn't they also fall under its feet one after another? Right now, the Rat King was still storing 3 high-level source crystals, which it had gotten from killing those powerful mechanical creatures that had escaped from within the zoo, and it hadn't had time to devour them yet. Go check it out and kill the resistors. The Mouse King gave an order that sounded like a thunderous explosion. Yes, the 7 or 8 Fey led the order, and like an arrow off the string, they broke away from the core area of the rat swarm and rushed straight to where Jiang Wei was. Led by these 7 or 8 Fey mechanical rats, another small wave of rats formed behind them. This group of mechanical rats was like a sharp arrow that had been shot within the huge group of rats, and they were approaching Jiang Wei at an extremely fast speed. Incoming! Jiang Wei had the height advantage, and he saw the Fey mechanical rat rushing towards him. Humph! Jiang Wei snorted coldly, like a thunderstorm rising from the flat ground, while the floating cannon opened fire. The freezing bullets with rapid fire turned on similarly formed a queue, like ice dragons coming out of a hole, and when the freezing bullets collided with the rat pack was instantly lifted off the ground. While lifting off the mechanical rats, the ground froze, and the mechanical rats that weren't lifted off were unsteady on their feet, crashing into each other in a heap. Right at this moment, Jiang Wei carried a huge sword in his hand and sped in like a shooting star. The cold ice on the ground was like thin paper in front of him, and with his current weight stepping on it, the cold ice instantly shattered, and as the giant sword of thermal energy swept across, the shattered ice was again vaporized into water vapor like a cloud. In this diffuse water vapor, Jiang Wei charged across the street as if he was transformed into a god of killing. Neither the ordinary mechanical rats nor the Fey could withstand Jiang Wei's attack. Even if it was just lightly grazed, an ordinary mechanical rat would be killed on the spot. Just a few minutes of killing had created a forbidden area of mechanical rats around Jiang Wei. No mechanical rats dared to attack this forbidden area, and Jiang Wei began to collect the source crystals on the ground. Ordinary source crystals could still be recycled afterward. However, the source crystals popped out by the Fey were all at least intermediate, and had to be recycled on the spot to be viable. While Jiang Wei was collecting the loot, the Rat King had already led the rest of the Fey to gallop towards Jiang Wei's side. Although Jiang Wei had shocked it by destroying 7 or 8 of its men in a single breath, it by no means believed that Jiang Wei could be compared to itself. Those behemoths transformed from elephants were no match for him. What qualifications did a mere human mech have to compare with him? Showing up so soon? Jiang Wei was quite surprised as he looked at the Rat King who was leading the charge towards him. The Rat King was 3 meters tall and was particularly conspicuous among the rats. What made Jiang Wei even more surprised was that the Rat King was supposed to be an extremely cunning fellow and would never show up easily. What's going on now? How could the Mouse King come out of his own accord after just a short time of fighting? In fact, if we want to look into the details, it is the King of Rats who has inflated his ego and has not yet suffered a severe beating. Only after it had been severely beaten a few times would it change back to the cunning Rat King that Jiang Wei remembered. Damned human! How dare you harm this king's people? The Rat King roared through the air at Jiang Wei. Just a bigger rat. How dare you call yourself a king? Your source crystal. I'll take it. Jiang Wei charged towards the Rat King with his sword. His running speed was much faster than the Rat King. Chapter 37 Pile on Jiang Wei. The Rat King appeared to be unusually manic, and when it heard the words spoken by Jiang Wei, it became furious like a maddened bison, curling up a xenomorphic mechanical rat with its tail before smashing this xenomorphic mechanical rat into Jiang Wei as if it were a cannonball. Jiang Wei raised his sword and slashed, and the Fey mechanical rat was cut into 2 by the sword, as silky smooth as slicing tofu, without even the slightest blocking effect. Luckily, the distance between the 2 sides was already very close, which prevented the mechanical rats around the Rat King from continuing to be poisoned by the Rat King. Human, die! The Rat King let out a roar from its mouth that shook the ground, and when it was still a dozen meters away from Zhang Wei, it opened its mouth at him. In the next moment, the two sharp teeth rushed towards Zhang Wei like missiles off the string, following an irregular trajectory. Zhang Wei was well aware of his armor level, and he was afraid that he would be injured if he fought hard against the Rat King's attack. Thus, Zhang Wei sidestepped and dodged while the floating cannon fired. At such a close distance, even if the sharp teeth's trajectory was erratic, they couldn't escape the freezing bullets. When the cryobomb collided with one of the sharp teeth, there was a violent explosion, as if several grenades had gone off at once, and another sharp tooth that Zhang Wei had dodged sideways rushed towards Zhang Wei's back. The mechanical rats that followed behind Zhang Wei could be said to have been unlucky in their 8 lifetimes, as the sharp teeth instantly exploded violently after piercing into one of the mechanical rats. The mechanical rat that was attacked head-on by the sharp teeth directly flew up in place. The remains of its body was blown up all over the sky, and none of the mechanical rats within a 10-meter radius of it were intact even when they were affected by the explosion. This power is really good. Zhang Wei nodded his head in praise. The Rat King's skill is simply unbeatable for clearing large groups of targets, and is more efficient than Death Laser. Before Zhang Wei could finish sighing, the Rat King had already rushed to Zhang Wei like a hungry tiger. In front of Zhang Wei's 12-meter-tall mecha, the Rat King's 3-meter-tall size looked like a petite cat, but it was precisely because of its petiteness that the Rat King's movements were exceptionally flexible. However, although the Rat King was furious at this moment, it did not choose to fight Zhang Wei head-on. It circled around behind Zhang Wei like a ghost, wanting to launch a surprise attack from behind him. Just as the Rat King pounced on Zhang Wei's back and opened his mouth, wanting to gnaw through Zhang Wei's mech with the sharp teeth in his mouth, Zhang Wei suddenly went berserk, and his mech's propellers fiercely spewed out fire as if it were a ferocious cheetah, charging forward. If Zhang Wei had just used his charge to dodge the attack, that would have been fine, but his real purpose was not like that, only to see that while charging, his body made a 180-degree turn in the air, and his heat energy giant sword went straight towards the Rat King's face like a shooting star. Squeak! The Mouse King shrieked. In the next moment, a Fei flew up like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the Rat King's body. The Rat King was knocked away by the Fei mechanical rat, and at the same time, he happened to dodge Zhang Wei's turning sword. Only, that Fei mechanical rat was not so lucky, as it took Zhang Unicorn's sword instead of the Rat King, and the result was predictable. Ha! Zhang Wei lightly eeped, not expecting the Rat King to have this kind of operation. However, Zhang Wei was only slightly surprised. After dodging one sword, he could still dodge 2 or 3 swords? Just as Zhang Wei was about to go after the Rat King wimped out. Just now, when facing the thermal giant sword, the Rat King felt the taste of death, so it fled. Are you still the Mouse King? Only running away? Seeing the Rat King quickly retreating, Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt. Kill him. The Rat King simply ignored what Zhang Wei said as it commanded its minions to charge at Zhang Wei. Not only the Fei mechanical rats, but also the ordinary mechanical rats. In the Mouse King's opinion, with so many subordinates, the pile could also pile Zhang Wei to death, so to fight with Zhang Wei to the death, wasn't that silly? As for giving up, that was impossible. It had the same idea as Zhang Wei, who had his eye on the Rat King's source crystal, and the Rat King had his eye on all of Zhang Wei's equipment. The sea of mechanical rats under the command of the Rat King pounced on Zhang Wei without regard to life and death, and it wasn't just ground attacks. There were also mechanical rats jumping at Zhang Wei from the top of the taller skyscrapers. Looking at the mechanical rats coming from all over the sky, Zhang Wei sneered, "Is this a preparation to bury me?" Zhang Wei then fiercely stamped his feet in place, and the thrusters erupted violently. In the next moment, Zhang Wei's figure leapt up high, and the mechanical rats jumping down from the roof of the building were all cut down by Zhang Wei's waving heat energy giant sword. When Zhang Wei's body jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters, the jumping power disappeared and his body plummeted like a meteorite. Boom! A circle of smoke and dust quickly spread in all directions with Zhang Wei's landing point as the center of the circle. The ground shook, and the mechanical rats that were running wildly on the ground were already shaken so much that they couldn't stabilize their bodies and fell to the ground. The Rat King was furious at the sight, and it once again opened its mouth at Zhang Wei. Still? How many more teeth do you have? Zhang Unicorn stared straight at the Mouse King, who had already seen it before he even unleashed his skills. In the next moment, 2 sharp teeth flew out of the Rat King's mouth like lightning. Zhang Wei slashed with his giant sword in hand. Even if the Rat King's teeth movement trajectory was irregular, the surface that the thermal energy giant sword could cover was large enough to block the approximate movement trajectory of the sharp teeth as long as it was calculated. At the same time, the float cannon was firing, and the cryobombs were shooting one after another like meteors at the Rat King. The Rat King didn't dare to stay where it was after releasing the skill, and it scurried in the midst of the rats, and the freeze bomb failed to hit the Rat King. It wasn't that the Rat King was running too fast, but every time a freeze bomb was about to hit the Rat King, a mechanical rat would jump out defiantly to help the Rat King block it. Where can you escape to? Jiang Wei coldly grunted and then ran like a tiger. Most of the mechanical rats in front of him were furiously kicked away by him, and only when the Fey mechanical rats blocked in front of him did Jiang Wei swing his thermal energy giant sword. At this moment, Jiang Wei acted even more furiously than the Rat King just now. Rats are by nature timid creatures, and the king's rampage is based on the premise that he can command his pack to tear apart his prey. And when the prey becomes the hunter, the thought of retreating and fleeing immediately arises in the heart of the Mouse King. What could the Rat King do? The little brothers could not get close to him, even if the back door of Jiang Wei's mech was wide open. Ordinary mechanical rats could not catch up with Jiang Wei, and even if there were some on the side that could attack Jiang Wei, they were of little use. As for the Fey mechanical rats that were a bit of a threat, they would all be focused on by the floating cannon, which was equally useless, and the ordinary mechanical rats that pounced on them from the side would even stay on Jiang Wei for less than a second before they would be shaken off by the vibration force generated by Jiang Wei's running. And the front? Don't mention it. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. It was only when the Rat King released his skills that he would cause Jiang Wei a bit of trouble, but that's just a little bit of trouble. However, if it escaped just like that, how would it still mix in Chuan City in the future? Mechanical creatures also have circles. If the Rat King fled when facing Jiang Wei today, how would it stand up straight in front of other mechanical creatures in the future? A piercing screech came out of the Rat King's mouth. The frantically advancing swarm of rats stopped instantly after this scream, as if someone had pressed the pause button. In the next moment, all the mechanical rats all focused towards where the Rat King was. The Rat King was ready to fight with Jiang Wei. It didn't believe that Jiang Wei's mech power could be so abundant all the time, and it didn't believe that tens of thousands of mechanical rats couldn't pile up and kill one Jiang Wei. Chapter 38 Suddenly killed by the herd of elephants. Although Jiang Wei couldn't understand the rat language, he could tell the Rat King's intentions from the dynamics of the rats. Count on you having some backbone, and don't run after school. No, don't run away if you dare. Let's fight to the end. Jiang Wei was very happy. If he could get his hands on all these tens of thousands of source crystals, wouldn't his own mech level skyrocket? As for how to destroy these tens of thousands of mechanical rats, that would be better. As long as the mechanical rats don't escape, sooner or later they will be wiped out. The issue of power was not a concern for Jiang Wei at all, as the source crystals floating on the wreckage of the mechanical rats were a constant source of power for Jiang Wei. Just absorb the energy from the source crystal energy while fighting. It wasn't much of a challenge. Zhang Tao's side had already completed his mech evolution at this time, and he was fighting the mechanical rats in mutual cooperation with Lin Xianying. Only they weren't as crazy as Jiang Wei and could only fight and retreat. However, just as Zhang Tao was in the middle of a fierce battle with the mechanical rats, the rats suddenly retreated. They're scared? Zhang Tao looked suspiciously at Lin Xianying, who was 100 meters away on a high building. Lin Xianying stared into the distance. She wasn't as naive as Zhang Tao, although just now, her cooperation with Zhang Tao had been suppressing the mechanical rats, but that was because of the small number of mechanical rats that surrounded and attacked them. Now, they're not scared. They're off doing something else. Gone to do what? Chopping my big brother? Zhang Tao was a bit puzzled, but soon a light flashed through his mind. Lin Xianying nodded slightly to Zhang Tao before saying, "I'll go help him." After saying that, Lin Xianying didn't care what Zhang Tao was thinking and went straight towards the place where the rats gathered. Zhang Tao looked at Lin Xianying's figure as she kept jumping between various tall buildings. Zhang Tao was speechless for a while. Such a big thing. Shouldn't the two of us discuss it? Nope. Discuss my ass. Shouldn't I be hoping for his death? Zhang Tao shook his head. If Jiang Wei died, wouldn't he automatically resume his status as the boss? Who would be willing to be a little brother when they can be the boss? But thinking about it, Zhang Tao angrily scolded himself. Oh trough, am I being cheap? Although he had followed Jiang Wei for less than 2 days, Zhang Tao actually felt in his heart that being Jiang Wei's little brother was quite good. Put up a fight. Trough. After Zhang Tao roared in his heart, he also rushed towards the direction of the retreating rat pack like an arrow off the string. Between the tall buildings, Lin Xianying, who noticed something strange behind her, glanced back. Seeing Zhang Tao's slightly clumsy figure struggling to catch up with her, Lin Xianying smiled, and then, she slowed down her pace unhurriedly, waiting for Zhang Tao to catch up. Zhang Tao had just gotten his thrusters, and he did move slightly clumsily. However, Zhang Tao's mecha was tall enough and his combat strength wasn't too weak, and his speed wasn't too slow as he ran with his legs open, and in no time he caught up with Lin Xianying. Why are you catching up? Lin Xianying teased with a smile after Zhang Tao approached. That's my boss. Knowing that my boss is in danger, how can I stand by and do nothing? Zhang Tao said righteously to Lin Xianying. Not afraid to die? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? If I can't beat it, I can run away. You well. Lin Xianying stared at Zhang Tao and shook her head. Zhang Tao was stunned by Lin Xianying's words. Seems to make sense. Zhang Tao knew very well how flexible Lin Xianying's mecha was. If they were really surrounded by mechanical rats, Lin Xianying would really be able to escape. If you're surrounded, it's not too late to go back now. He didn't ask us to help. He just asked us to wait at that place just now. So even if he's fine after this, he won't look for trouble from you. Lin Xianying opened her mouth to persuade. Just know how Zhang Tao chose when the crisis broke out. There is no need to really pull Zhang Tao to death. What Lin Xianying had just said was not a joke. She did have the ability to escape in the face of the rat swarm's attack, while Zhang Tao could not. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't try to persuade me. Just go. If you keep dawdling, my big brother is probably going to get cold. Zhang Tao waved his hand repeatedly, rejecting Lin Xianying's proposal. Having come this far, how could the courage that had been so hard to muster be suppressed back by a few words from Lin Xianying? As for whether it will die, the big deal was to get more skilled at using the thrusters now, so that it would definitely be a bit smoother and silkier when you were running for your life later on. Okay, let's go then. After saying that, the two of them accelerated towards the rat pack like an arrow off the string. In the center of the swarm, Zhang Wei was already surrounded by 3 layers of mechanical rats inside and outside. And it wasn't just as simple as being surrounded. Zhang Wei's feet had been covered with an unknown number of layers of mechanical debris, all of which were left behind after the mechanical rats died. Originally, with the temperature of the thermal giant sword, it wouldn't have been difficult to melt away the remains of these mechanical rats. Nay, no sooner had the next layer of debris been melted away than a new layer was spread over it. At this time, a small hill had formed where Zhang Wei was, and as for how many mechanical rats had been exterminated, Zhang Wei himself was no longer sure. They're useless, or you'd better do it yourself. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to provoke the Rat King as he hacked away at the mechanical rats. The Rat King was about 600 meters away from Zhang Wei. This was the safe distance detected by the Rat King himself. Here, even if Zhang Wei used a floating cannon to attack it, it would be able to avoid it perfectly and its life would not be threatened. As for yourself, what's the point of going? Are you going to die? Not coming? That's fine, but it's agreed that you don't run. When Zhang Wei saw that the Rat King was indifferent, he admonished the Rat King and then began to focus on beheading the mechanical rats. Being under siege is much more efficient than going from sewer to sewer on your own. Zhang Wei's cargo space was already piled high with ordinary source crystals, all of which had been collected from decapitating mechanical rats. Standing still and chopping away would not delay him from collecting source crystals at all. If these mechanical rats could pause their attacks, Zhang Wei would be able to raise his mech level to 30 now and complete his second mech evolution. Unfortunately, it seemed that the mechanical mouse did not intend to give Zhang Wei this time. Just as Zhang Wei kept hacking away at the mechanical rats, violent vibrations suddenly erupted. Zhang Tao, who was running wildly in Zhang Wei's direction, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, and Lin Xianying, who was jumping between the tall buildings, also stopped. What's going on? Although Zhang Tao's mech was very tall, it still couldn't see as far as Lin Xianying on the roof of the building. Lin Xianying looked into the distance and was surprisingly frozen on the spot for a moment. When Zhang Tao saw that Lin Xianying didn't say anything, he walked to the side of a building and climbed up the tall building on his hands and knees. Who trough? Zhang Tao, who had climbed up the tall building, couldn't help but exclaim. What was that? An elephant? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Xianying with less certainty. Lin Xianying nodded. What about this? They are also running to the rats. Zhang Tao was anxious in his heart. The rats didn't even know how they should cope with it. And this ran out such a group of monsters. These monsters were an average of 10 meters tall, and their body size was even too large for Zhang Tao to describe. The point is, there are still a dozen or so in number. By the way, are there elephants inside the Kawasaki City Zoo? And, how come we didn't see these monsters yesterday? Chapter 39. Who gave you permission to kill it? No, no, no. Zhang Tao anxiously scratched his ears. What should be entangled now is how to save Zhang Wei, not to study where these elephants ran out from. However, Zhang Tao had no idea whatsoever in his mind about rescuing Zhang Wei, and he looked to Lin Xianying, hoping that Lin Xianying could give him an idea. Let's go attract their attention and draw them to us, creating an opportunity for Zhang Wei to leave. Lin Xianying was still relatively decisive and quickly made a decision. How to attract? Zhang Tao was a bit confused. Easy to say, but how? Lin Xianying gave Zhang Tao a blank look. Just chop down the building and make as much noise as you can. Zhang Tao suddenly realized at his words, and he immediately took his war scythe and made a move on the surrounding tall buildings. Fortunately, this place because of the rat tide in the high building has not been people in, otherwise the move will still have some scruples. You can't argue with melee combat when it comes to making noise. Under the cutting of the war scythe, one tall building after another collapsed, and the commotion on this side did attract the attention of the elephants. Lin Xianying was nervous when she stood on the high ground and saw the elephants stop moving and turn their heads toward them. As long as the herd of elephants had a tendency to charge their way, she was going to immediately run away with Zhang Tao. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Qianying eeped. Stop chopping. Lin Qianying greeted Zhang Tao, who was struggling to cut down the building. What's wrong? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Qianying in confusion. It's useless. Lin Qianying was a bit disheartened. The elephants did stop in their tracks at the movement on their side, but only for so long before charging at the rats again. Just then, Zhang Wei contacted Lin Qianying. You guys make a move? Zhang Wei? Is that you? How are you doing? Are you okay? How can we help you? Lin Qianying threw out several questions in one breath. Zhang Wei could hear Lin Qianying's anxiety and his heart warmed slightly. I'm fine. You guys leave quickly. What about you? I'll be fine. Don't worry. You guys go back and wait for me. Zhang Wei's slightly relaxed tone settled Lin Qianying's lifted heart. But, go back quickly. I'll run if I can't beat you. Zhang Wei interrupted Lin Qianying. Alright, then we'll keep in touch at all times. Lin Qianying had also figured out how to use the mech to contact Zhang Wei by this time. As long as she could connect with Zhang Wei, Lin Qianying wasn't that worried, and she still had confidence in Zhang Wei's combat prowess. Moreover, she knew that Zhang Wei would definitely not be polite with them if he needed help. Let's go. Back. Zhang Tao still didn't know that Lin Qianying had gotten in touch with Zhang Wei. He looked at Lin Qianying with a hint of anger in his confusion and said, Going back? Not saving my big brother? Your big brother contacted me and he told us to go back and wait. Contacted? Why didn't he contact me? Zhang Tao was a bit stunned. His focus had always been so odd. What do you say? At this moment, Zhang Tao realized, that's a big fan of sex, isn't it? I'm still so worried about you. A piece of my heart fed the ghost trough. After the tirade, it's time to run. Afterwards, Lin Qianying and Zhang Tao quickly withdrew. On Zhang Wei's side, the rats also showed some panic. The momentum caused by the herd of elephants was so terrifying that the ground shook more and more intensely, and the metal wreckage of the hill under Zhang Wei's feet had a tendency to be shaken down. They're here for you, aren't they? Zhang Wei looked towards the Rat King, who was obviously a bit flustered. The Mouse King did panic, because it knew that these elephants were indeed coming for it. As for the reason, isn't it that it commanded a herd of rats to exterminate an elephant earlier? Just why is this retaliation coming so fast? Besides, no one told it there was another herd of elephants. Can a herd of rats take on a herd of elephants? Stop it. A lot of rats can bite an elephant, but trying to bite a group of elephants would be too much of a challenge. Come to my side. I'll protect you. Zhang Wei spoke to the panicked Rat King. Human, don't try to trick me. The Rat King spoke angrily. I'm in an anxious mood and you're making fun of me? Just now we were fighting to the death. Now you say you're going to protect me. Who's going to believe you? Didn't lie to you. Zhang Wei just uttered these 3 words very plainly without much explanation. Why are you protecting me? Because you're the Mouse King, and I need source crystals, and as long as I work with you, I'll have untold amounts of source crystals. The Rat King's first reaction to hearing this was anger. What's that supposed to mean? It was to make himself his tool, summoning his own kind for him to decimate. On second thought, though, it seems that he has some real interest in this person. As long as the interest exists, then there is a basis for cooperation. Okay, if you help me kill them, I'll help you collect source crystals. The Rat King actually did agree. An answer that shocked and resisted the Fey mechanical rats under the Rat King. However, even if they were shocked and resisted, it was useless. The Rat King was the king of their pack, and there was no way for them to resist, even if they were Fey. You command the rat herd to harass them, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Wei acted very positively as he took the initiative to charge in the direction where the elephant herd was. The Mouse King didn't completely trust Zhang Wei, and it followed about 100 meters behind him, not daring to get too close, nor did it dare to escape. The Mouse King knew that if he escaped, Zhang Wei would definitely run as well. When the time comes, the elephants will only chase after themselves, the enemy, and will not go after Zhang Wei. So, follow Zhang Wei and command the rats to hold the elephants so that they can use Zhang Wei to kill the elephants. No more than that. You can make the elephants shift the target of their hatred. The Mouse King's little scheme crackled. Unbeknownst to the vulgar, Zhang Wei also had his own calculations. However, now Zhang Wei did charge straight at the herd of elephants without any letdown. The floating cannons had opened fire from a long distance away. Zhang Wei's presence also instantly caught the attention of the elephant herd. Unlike the countless small things on the ground, Zhang Wei possessed a 12-meter-tall mech that was equal to their height when standing straight. Of course, the mechanical elephants had thick limbs, and a mechanical elephant weighed over 100 tons, which was 4 or 5 times the weight of Zhang Wei's mech. If there were no special reasons, the elephant herd would not have any difficulty at all in sweeping Zhang Wei plus the rat herd. But Zhang Wei is an accident. Zhang Wei's mecha combat power was already close to 700. How much could the mechanical elephant's single combat power be? It was probably better than that mechanical snake Dahlia, but not by much. If they continue to be given time to enhance themselves and devour enough metals or source crystals, the battle power of the mechanical elephants would indeed climb rapidly. However, if he wanted to catch up or surpass Zhang Wei, it would take at least 7 or 8 days, and 100 points a day was already a very fast growth rate. Just, to what extent would Zhang Wei's battle power climb after 7 or 8 days? Human, get out of the way. We don't want to kill you. It's the rat we want to kill. The head elephant of the herd spoke to Zhang Wei after waving his huge steel trunk to smash the frozen bomb away. Who agreed for you to kill it? Zhang Wei opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. Chapter 40 Dazzling Purple. Epic Source Crystal. The head elephant froze for a moment at Zhang Wei's question. Let's just say, when did we ever need your approval as a human to kill a mouse? Besides, aren't you a little out of your mind? If I'm not mistaken, it was the rats that just surrounded you, wasn't it? If you're really looking for allies, we're the ones who should be on the same side. Unlike the elephant's disbelief, the Mouse King's heart was so moved. Seeing Zhang Wei taking on the line with the elephants, the Mouse King was much more assured about Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei was not sincere in helping himself, he definitely would not talk to the elephants like that. Are you mad, human? Leave now. We won't stop you. The head elephant's temper was quite good, surprisingly not attacking Zhang Wei in the first place. Before Zhang Wei could reply, the Rat King was not happy. Turning on my allies in front of me. Aren't you guys too reckless? Humph. Kill them. The Rat King coldly grunted as he commanded the rats to launch a charge against the group. Suicide punch. The mechanical rats pounced on the elephants like a sea of machinery. The elephant herd reacted immediately. The total number of elephants in the herd was 13, and they formed a defense back-to-back under the command of the head elephant. The average 5-meter-long nose was danced by them as if it were a windmill, and as long as a mechanical rat came into contact with their nose it would be instantly twisted into pieces. How did the mechanical mouse kill the mechanical elephant before? Because they killed a lone mechanical elephant. Mechanical rats rely on their small bodies and specialize in attacking places with holes in mechanical elephants. Even with such a buried means, the mechanical rat killed a mechanical elephant only at great cost. At this time in front of the mechanical mouse, mechanical elephant is not a single head, but a group of them. They back-to-back can be very good to protect the body of those holes, so that the mechanical mouse does not have an opening to drill. Human, aren't you going to do it yet? The Rat King's heart was dripping blood when he saw his people constantly being strangled by the elephants. Even if the mechanical rats had a large number of people, but that couldn't die like this. Don't be idle either. Create opportunities for me. Zhang Wei didn't listen to the Rat King's command. Instead, he commanded the Rat King. The Mouse King didn't retort at the sight, because it knew that Zhang Wei was right. Although Zhang Wei was quite strong, the herd of elephants had thrown their trunks so tightly that Zhang Wei would be of little use even if he rushed up. Good. The Rat King was still capable of doing this, and he saw the Rat King open his mouth and rush towards where the elephants were with 2 sharp teeth. Just then, Zhang Wei moved, and Zhang Wei used his legendary grade skill, Superpower Battle Strengthening, doubled the battle power. Zhang Wei's battle power instantly reached 1,312 points with the skill effect. Doubling your battle power returns more power, more speed, and sturdier mech defenses. Only, the Mouse King was staggered. It was because it felt as if Zhang Wei was charging in the wrong direction. Zhang Wei didn't rush towards the elephants, but towards the Rat King. Just as the Mouse King was stunned, Zhang Wei had already crossed 100 meters to the front of the Mouse King. Seeing the giant sword of heat energy slapping at him like a huge doorstop, the Rat King instantly returned to his senses. It turned out that the man's goal had been himself all along. Thanks to it, it was naive enough to think that this person really wanted to work with it. It's just that it's too late to say anything at this point. If the Rat King maintained a distance of 600 meters from Zhang Wei, then the Rat King would still have room to maneuver. And if not, he could let the mechanical rats keep impacting Zhang Wei to create an opportunity for himself to escape. But now, it's too close. Damn human, you lied to me. The Rat King screamed as sharp teeth erupted from its mouth like no money. When saving his life, the Rat King could not care about what would happen if his teeth fell out. So let's spray as much as we have first. The float gun opened fire, cryo bombs blasting out in all directions, sniping at the mechanical rats trying to get closer. The huge sword in Zhang Wei's hand was completely used as a doorstop by Zhang Wei. The sharp teeth that were stopped by the thermal energy giant sword exploded at the same time, and the sharp teeth that were not blocked by the thermal energy giant sword stabbed at Zhang Wei's armor. And the impact from the explosion forced Zhang Wei to stop his footsteps for a split second. When the impact dissipated, Zhang Wei checked the status of the mech. The fuselage takes no damage, but the external defensive armor durability is reduced by 70 points. The power generated by the wave of explosions just now was all absorbed by the defensive armor. The Rat King had thought that Zhang Wei would have to suffer some injuries anyhow after being bombarded so furiously by his sharp teeth, but the result was beyond the Rat King's expectation. The explosion only caused Zhang Wei's footsteps to pause for a moment, and surprisingly, he didn't even have the slightest intention to step back. Just as the Rat King wanted to turn around and escape, Jiang Wei swung the heat energy giant sword in his hand. The Rat King's rolling around on the ground was indeed very flexible, but after doubling his battle power, Jiang Wei could easily keep up with the Rat King's footsteps, which made it impossible for the Rat King to dodge. The thermal energy giant sword was approaching, and the Rat King felt the terrifying heat from the thermal energy giant sword. Not waiting for fear to be born in the Rat King's heart, the heat energy giant sword had already sliced off one of the Rat King's hind legs. Losing the support of his hind legs, the Rat King's body fell to the ground and smashed into the ground on top of the metal wreckage. Just after making contact with the metal wreckage, the Rat King's front leg swung wildly, punching a hole in an instant. Want to run? Jiang Wei was well aware of the mouse's ability to make holes, and he didn't relax in any way. Only Jiang Wei held the thermal energy giant sword with both hands, and then his body crouched down. The thermal energy giant sword easily plunged into the ground and managed to cut off one of the Rat King's front legs. A desperate scream erupted from the mouth of the Rat King, who was frantically digging. It had thought that it would be able to make a hole to escape, but it didn't expect Jiang Wei to move so fast that it sees no hope of life. You want to run in front of me? Jiang Wei rotated the huge sword, and then angled it upwards, and the Rat King, which had once again lost one of its front legs, was interspersed among the metal debris that had been lifted off the ground. The float cannon turned its guns and a cryobomb managed to hit the Rat King, who was flying in the air and hadn't landed yet. A small area of the Rat King's body was frozen, but the Rat King still didn't give up. It screamed frantically, and the mechanical rats rushed forward and back, trying to use their bodies to protect the Rat King. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei didn't give a chance at all. Jiang Wei's eyes gathered purple light, and in an instant, a purple thunder light gathered and took shape. Under the sweep of the death laser, all mechanical rats in contact were all caught up. Jiang Wei took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, grabbing the Rat King, who had lost 3 legs. Let me go. I can help you collect source crystals. The Mouse King opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Dignity is bull ****** in the face of life and death. In the face of the Rat King's pleas for mercy, Jiang Wei was simply indifferent. This was a Rat King, and there was a high probability that it could produce epic-grade source crystals. And at this early stage of the end times, epic-grade source crystals were much more valuable than ordinary source crystals. Therefore, the strength in Jiang Wei's hands kept increasing. The sound of metal being pinched and deformed came out, and the Rat King's neck gradually became twisted, while the azure-colored light in the Rat King's eyes was also gradually extinguished. At this moment, the herd of elephants stopped advancing and the herd of rats stopped charging at Jiang Wei. You can die now. After saying that, Jiang Wei's palm fiercely exerted force, and the Rat King's head completely lolled and lost its voice. Afterwards, a dazzling purple light floated out from within the Rat King's corpse. Chapter 41 Epic 100 Battles Core. The moment the purple source crystal appeared, the rats rioted. The elephants were equally frantic. Epic source crystals were an absolute tonic for mechanical creatures. Mechanical rats without intelligence simply couldn't restrain their inner desire for epic source crystals. They pounced on Jiang Wei without regard to death. Seek death. Jiang Wei snorted coldly and swung his sword violently with both hands after collecting the origin crystal. The mechanical rats that pounced on Jiang Wei like hungry wolves were all decapitated. The float gun opens up to extreme fire for a short period of time, and cryobombs go off in all directions. The purple death laser extended out for dozens of meters, instantly clearing a straight pathway. Jiang Wei's frantic killing was like a pot of cold water poured on the heads of the mechanical rats and the elephant herd, especially when the Fey mechanical rat clearly felt the killing aura released from Jiang Wei's body. The manic Fey mechanical rat panicked and became afraid. The herd of elephants also stopped agitating. The Fey mechanical rats turned and fled. The regular mechanical rats did not. They were still being manipulated by instinct. The herd of elephants didn't flee immediately either. They still wanted to see if there was a chance to snatch the epic level source crystals. Where to run? Jiang Wei shouted angrily. The Fey mechanical rat that had already turned around to escape had its body trembling in fear by Jiang Wei's roar. At the same time, they commanded the ordinary mechanical rats to charge at Jiang Wei, buying them time to escape. It was just that ordinary mechanical rats were not qualified to stop Jiang Wei at all. Thousands of battle points don't with you at all. Seeing Jiang Wei holding a thermal energy giant sword, every time he stepped the mech would rush out at least 8 or 9 meters, and along the way, ordinary mechanical rats were knocked to the ground, and many of them turned into metal wrecks even before they landed on the ground after being knocked away. The Fey mechanical rat that was targeted by Jiang Wei only hated that he was born with 4 less legs. When the shadow formed by Jiang Wei's neck enveloped the Fey mechanical rat, the xenomorphic mechanical rat knew he had a short life. It wanted to fight back, but, alas, it had no power to do so. After a single sword stroke, the Fey mechanical rat's body and head were scattered, and the high-level source crystal became Jiang Wei's trophy. Jiang Wei didn't stop. There were still a lot of Fey mechanical rats, and Zhang Wei wanted to decimate as many of them as possible. Seeing Zhang Wei killing the rats, the elephants were shaken. Run! The 13 mechanical elephants had already been scared out of their wits, and the combat power Zhang Wei had displayed was simply not something they could resist. Seeing this, Zhang Wei immediately gave up chasing the mechanical rats. Although the Fey mechanical rats could also burst out high-level source crystals, the source crystals burst out by the Fey mechanical rats were definitely much worse than the source crystals burst out by the mechanical elephants. When it came time to make a trade-off, Zhang Wei naturally wanted to get the better quality source crystals first. The thrusters erupted, and Zhang Wei's body briefly floated in the air before violently lunging in the direction of the elephant herd. You run! The leader of the herd is a man of action. It knew that if it didn't stop Zhang Wei, none of them would be able to escape. Therefore, it commanded the herd of elephants to flee, while it itself returned and rushed towards Zhang Wei. You can't stop me, Zhang Wei judged. If Zhang Wei hadn't used his superpower battle enhancement, then the leader of the elephant herd would really be able to block Zhang Wei for a moment. Although the mechanical elephant's battle power was just a little over 200, much worse than Zhang Wei's 600 plus battle power, but the size of the mechanical elephant was there, and it would take time to dismantle the mechanical elephant even with the thermal megazord. However, Zhang Wei, who had used the superpower battle strengthening, had already exceeded 1,000 points in battle power, which was 4 or 5 times more powerful than that of the mechanical elephant leader. Looking at the steel nose that was drawn towards him, Zhang Wei swung his sword without any hesitation. The giant sword of heat energy clashed violently with the mechanical elephant's trunk. Sparks flew in all directions, but they only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The hardness of the trunk, one of the few means of attack for a mechanical elephant, is unquestionable. Only the thermal sword was obviously sharper, and after a short stalemate, the thermal sword cut off the elephant's trunk and slashed at the mechanical elephant's neck without decreasing its momentum. Because the slashing power was consumed by the elephant's trunk, the thermal giant sword was stuck in the neck of the mechanical elephant. After a slight pause, not waiting for the mechanical elephant to make any movements, Zhang Wei's hands surged with an even stronger force. Break! As Zhang Wei shouted, the heat energy giant sword began to advance once again. As the two behemoths battled it out, it was clear that Zhang Wei had won. The mechanical elephant was constantly backed up by Zhang Wei's top, but soon it was unable to retreat, for its head had been separated from its body, and the elephant's head tumbled to the ground as its massive body came crashing down. Afterwards, the blue light in the mechanical elephant chief's eyes quickly went out. In the next moment, a source crystal floated out from the gaping hole in the mechanical elephant's neck. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. A source crystal close to epic level. Although the mechanical elephant was a fey, it was definitely not a king-level monster, as Zhang Wei had never seen this mechanical elephant use a skill. However, it exploded into a source crystal that slightly emitted a purple glow, which was out of Zhang Wei's expectation as it meant that this source crystal was about to evolve from advanced to epic level. Zhang Wei put away the source crystals thoughtfully, and he did not continue to pursue the herd of elephants. Run, I'll give you 3 days, Zhang Wei muttered. If the herd of elephants would only burst out high-level source crystals, Zhang Wei would definitely chase after them immediately. However, since the source crystals in the mechanical elephants had a tendency to evolve to the epic level, Zhang Wei was in no hurry to kill them instead. Wouldn't it be better to let the bullets fly for a while and then harvest them when they're almost done? What should be the choice between a dozen or so high-level source crystals and a dozen or so epic-level source crystals? Zhang Wei could still think clearly. When the Fey mechanical rats saw Zhang Wei go after the elephant herd, they had thought they were saved. However, what they didn't expect was that Zhang Wei had only hacked down one mechanical elephant before turning around and killing them again. Do you want to play like that? Has this been happy for half a minute? The Fey mechanical rat went crazy again. Frantic fleeing. Luckily they are possessed of intelligence and know to spread out and run. In this case, it's pure bad luck for anyone to get caught up. 1 minute later, the enhancement effect of Ultra Battle Force on mechs disappears. Zhang Wei's speed dropped violently by a fraction. After a few more minutes had passed, Zhang Wei could no longer see any living mechanical rats as far as his eyes could reach. The Fey ran away with dozens of them, and the ordinary mechanical rats must have run away with more than 20,000 of them. Zhang Wei shook his head inside. Still missing skills. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately contacted Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, bring people back and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Tao was on his way back to the villa area when he received Zhang Wei's call, and Zhang Tao obviously froze for a moment. Big brother, what's the situation? Zhang Tao subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. It's been resolved. Hurry up and bring someone back, Zhang Wei urged. The battlefield was not a small area. The mechanical rats that had been decapitated by Zhang Wei were everywhere, and there were some source crystals that had been buried under the metal wreckage, which were Zhang Wei's trophies that could not be lost. Zhang Wei had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield himself, which was why he informed Zhang Tao. Holler, right away. Zhang Tao was very happy. Zhang Tao was not that curious about how Zhang Wei solved the mechanical rat and the mechanical elephant. In Zhang Tao's opinion, as long as Zhang Wei was still alive, it was very good. After receiving an affirmative reply, Zhang Wei ended the communication, and he first collected all of the high-level source crystals before he couldn't wait to open the cargo space and take out the epic level source crystals. Open. Ding. Gain epic level. 100 battle score. Oh trough? Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth to exclaim. Chapter 42 Han Xin's body. It's gone. This is a 3-compartment core module? Zhang Wei felt as if he was going crazy. Zhang Wei had guessed that the Rat King would burst out good things, but he hadn't thought that the things the Rat King would burst out would be so good. The 100 battles core. A type of mech module. There are many types of core modules and a wide range of sizes. Some trash modules can take up to 10 compartments of space at their largest. The smallest module, occupying only one cell. A 3-frame 100 battles core was already a very extreme module, or at least Zhang Wei had never gotten one in his last life, or even heard of it. The most extreme module he got in his last life was the iron wall core that took up 5 compartments, which mainly boosted the defense ability of the mech. The 100 battles core, also known as core number 1, has a straightforward function, which is to increase battle power. In addition to the 100 battles core and the iron wall core, there is also the detection core, the strong attack core, the superpower core, the blast core, and so on. View. 100 battles core, epic. 3 cells. Battle strength plus 300. Wow trough. Zhang Wei marveled once again after checking the attributes of the 100 battles core. The attributes are straightforward, simple and explosive. A small piece of core module can increase 300 points of war power for nothing, which is also, that doesn't carry either. Only after a mech undergoes a second evolution will the mech's module space be opened. Now Zhang Wei could only look at the 100 battles core and stare dryly. Just as Zhang Wei was staring at the 100 battles core, Lin Xianying appeared at a very fast speed. Lin Xianying stared at Zhang Wei in surprise, quite a bit in disbelief, especially when she saw the corpses of the huge mechanical elephants lying on the ground. She immediately exclaimed, "Yikes, killed so many, all of them were killed by you? You've come at the right time, my mech is able to evolve twice, watch over it for me." Zhang Wei didn't have time to explain anything to Lin Xianying, he just wanted to equip the 100 battles core as soon as possible. Yes, Lin Xianying likewise didn't have any nonsense to say as she collected her surprise before selecting a tall building that was still intact and used her thrusters to jump to the roof. The expression is serious, earnest. Absorb the source crystal. Zhang Wei began to absorb the energy within the source crystal. Ordinary source crystals quickly turned into Zhang Wei's mecha experience. Soon, Zhang Wei's mecha level was raised to level 30. There was no way. There were enough source crystals to raise the level of the mech to level 30. And Zhang Wei still had a few thousand ordinary source crystals in his mech space. Evolution mech. Familiar and unfamiliar energies fell from the sky, and Zhang Wei's mech slowly floated into the air. As the mysterious energies continued to be injected into Zhang Wei's mech began to grow taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the mech's torso and limbs became even thicker. This evolution still took about 10 minutes. When the mysterious energy disappeared, Zhang Wei's mech landed violently. At this point, the mech that had undergone 2 evolutions had reached 15 meters in height. Ding! Second mech evolution complete. Battle power plus 50. Open core module space. Current space 10. All mechs gain 10 squares of module space for their second evolution, no matter what type of mech they are. 3 frames is actually enough to equip the 100 battles core. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to order. The 100 battles core floated to the heart of Zhang Wei's mech, and then a black box-like object popped out of the mech's chest, and the 100 battles core was stowed away in this black box. Ding! Equip the 100 battles core. Battle power plus 300. The moment Zhang Wei was equipped with the 100 battles core, Zhang Wei's mech that had just finished evolving changed once again. The mech's external armor was continuing to increase in density, strength, speed, and all-around enhancement. Even its weight had increased. Open the panel. Mech form, level 2 evolution, 15 meters. Mech rating, 30. Weight, 41 tons. Battle strength, 1066. Type, medium melee. Power, 2-cycle nuclear engine. Equipment, thermal megazord, epic. Alloy defensive armor, excellent. Renewed combustion thrusters, excellent. 100 battles core, epic. Skill, super battle strengthening, legendary, death laser. That's a bit of a luxury property. Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise himself. You know it's only the second day of the end times. That thing you just incorporated into the mecha. What is it? Lin Xianying curiously came up at this time. She ran over after seeing Zhang Wei's mecha evolve. Core module. What's that? Zhang Wei didn't mince words as he explained. It's a type of equipment. The module space will be opened after the mech's second evolution, and then it will be able to equip the core module. Is it very powerful? Lin Xianying felt like she had gained some more information and couldn't help but get to the bottom of it. The module I just equipped can increase my battle power by 300 points. Do you think it's awesome? Zhang Wei was in a very good mood, and he flirted with Lin Xianying with great amusement. Lin Xianying exclaimed, "How much?" 300 battle points. Zhang Wei cooperatively raised his hand and extended 3 fingers. Lin Xianying came closer to Zhang Wei as she stood on her tiptoes and reached out her finger to poke and prod at Zhang Wei's chest. What the 100 battles core looked like Lin Xianying had just seen it. But what Lin Xianying couldn't figure out was why such a small thing could add so much battle power. That doesn't make any sense. But Zhang Wei knew it was very reasonable. The core is a very advanced technological crystallization. Just like the memory of the phone. In the case of having the original memory again to add 16 GB of operating memory to the phone, the performance of the phone will naturally be greatly improved. The core is such a presence for mechs. Only, extreme cores were rare, and ordinary cores increased battle power by just 10 or 8 points. How much battle power do you have now? Lin Xianying inquired as she suddenly withdrew her hand to stare at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was considering whether to be honest or not. It wasn't that Zhang Wei wanted to hide anything, because there was no need to do so. Zhang Wei was mainly afraid of hitting Lin Xianying. Tell the truth. Lin Xianying crossed her arms as if she could see Zhang Wei's thoughts. Zhang Wei helplessly spread his hands. 1066 battle points. Raider Shao? Lin Xianying's voice went out of tune with excitement. You heard right. 1066 points. Lin Xianying instantly closed herself off. She knew that the gap between herself and Zhang Wei was not small, but she had never thought that the gap would be this big. Lin Xianying's battle power was just under 200 points. It will catch up. Don't be discouraged. Zhang Wei calmed Lin Xianying down. You stop talking. My head hurts. Leave me alone for a while. Lin Xianying crouched on the ground as she pondered why the gap between people was so large. Just as Lin Xianying closed herself off, Zhang Tao appeared with a group of people. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao and the others, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. According to Zhang Wei's understanding of Zhang Tao, this fellow would definitely be shouting when he saw such a big scene. At least it would have been grumpy enough to order his men to start working, but now Zhang Tao was acting calm, or one could say a little sullen. Without waiting for Zhang Tao to approach, Zhang Wei took the lead and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Tao raised his head and quickly lowered it again. He had brought his men to come so slowly by dilly-dallying, just thinking about how to tell Zhang Wei about this matter. Speak quickly. Zhang Wei resisted the urge to kick Zhang Tao and spoke sternly. Big brother, I really don't blame me. I don't know what happened. It's that Han Xin's body. It's gone. Zhang Tao jumped back a step while waving his hand repeatedly at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sniffed and spoke coldly. What do you mean it's gone? Chapter 43 Advanced Skill. Extreme Thunder Boom Sky. This, you say. Zhang Wei's gaze made Zhang Tao feel pressurized. He decided to transfer that pressure to his little brother. The little brother who was named by Zhang Tao could only harden his head when he saw this. Big brother, it's like this. We wanted to bury that woman as per Big Brother's request. It was when we buried her that there was an accident. What accident? Zhang Wei's tone eased a bit. He wouldn't make things too difficult for these juniors. The little brother saw Zhang Wei's tone is not so bad, also not so nervous. He organized the language and then opened his mouth. Too specific situation I do not know. We only arranged a brother to do this, but we waited for a long time, did not see him back. Originally thought it was he was lazy. But, the youngest brother spoke with slight fear after a pause. But when we went to look for him, we found him dead. His mech was pierced through the chest. How it was caused we don't know. Zhang Wei listened attentively, and through his little brother's description, he failed to figure out what this was. And there's something else going on. The little brother spoke again. What else? It's the steel snake, and the remains of its body are missing. There are other mechanical creatures appearing? Zhang Wei opened his mouth in doubt. Mechs have no need for metal wreckage. Only mechanical creatures use it as food. Swallowing metal wreckage can give mechanical creatures a boost in strength. No, not the other mechanical creatures. All the other metal remains are there and have been centralized by us. Only the remains of the steel serpent are missing. Zhang Wei spoke after a little thought. Okay, got it. Do something first and pack up the source crystals here? Yes, big brother. A group of minions started moving in an orderly fashion. Seeing that Zhang Wei didn't seem to be angry, Zhang Tao carefully approached Zhang Wei and eyeballed Zhang Wei's height at this time. Big brother, your mecha has evolved again? Aha! Zhang Wei softly hummed. He was still thinking about the matter regarding Han Xin. Did Han Wook get Han Xin's body away? As for the steel snake's corpse, Zhang Wei didn't care that much. It was just some metal wreckage. It didn't matter if it was eaten or stolen. Zhang Tao sniffed with some excitement. Big brother, what benefits did you get from the second evolution? I advise you not to ask. Before Zhang Wei could say anything, Lin Xianying jumped out first. You're so self-absorbed when you ask, aren't you? Although Lin Xianying thought that Zhang Tao was quite big-hearted, but big-hearted seemed to be unable to accept such a blow. For what? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Xianying suspiciously. Go, I'll talk to you. Lin Xianying pulled Zhang Tao. She could tell that Zhang Wei was thinking about things. Therefore, it was better for her to tell Zhang Tao about the second evolution. Moreover, Lin Xianying had to contact her superiors to report what happened today. Zhang Wei didn't stop the two. He was indeed still thinking about things. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei gave up on continuing to think about it. He couldn't guess anything just by listening to other people talk about what happened. I won't be able to see some hints until I see the dead brother's mech when I get back. Subsequently, Zhang Wei once again took out the source crystals. In addition to the epic-grade source crystals, Zhang Wei also had a lot of high-grade source crystals as well as a source crystal that was infinitely close to epic grade here. Once the advanced source crystal was opened by Zhang Wei, the chance of producing equipment basically reached 1/3. These high-grade source crystals were all obtained from the Fae, and their quality was unmatched. However, there was not a single piece of equipment that could be looked at by Zhang Wei, who just replaced it with an excellent grade defensive armor. The defensive armor Zhang Wei was wearing had lost some of its durability after the previous battle. Now that there's a brand new armor that's exactly the same, it's definitely time to replace it. It's up to you whether you ship or not. Open. Zhang Wei opened the last source crystal, the one that was infinitely close to epic level. Ding, gained advanced skill. Extreme Thunder Blast. Extreme Thunder Boom, melee skill, by the weapon cohesion ball-shaped energy. After excitation hit a single target will instantly trigger a high-strength particle, the target within 10 meters to strike. Group attack skill. After reading the skill introduction, Zhang Wei had a little bit of excitement and immediately put Han Xin's matter behind him. Although Death Laser could also be considered a group attack skill, the group attack effect was far worse than Extreme Thunder Blast. One is a straight line attack, the other is a ranged attack in a 10-meter radius. Can this be compared? Study. Ding. Learning Extreme Thunder Bombardment is successful. Battle power plus 20. And increased battle power? Pretty good. Zhang Wei was satisfied. This wave had this one skill even if it was a big profit. Big brother, your battle power is over 1,000? At this time, Zhang Tao's alarming voice appeared. This voice was not weak. Not only did it attract Zhang Wei's attention, the surrounding minions also heard it. What's wrong? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. It was almost close to 11,000 alright. Big brother. Zhang Tao was on the verge of crying. Why is this gap getting wider and wider? Not the slightest intention of getting closer. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao as he took out a bunch of equipment he had just gotten and said, you guys look at these things and divide them up. These pieces of equipment were basically all fine grade, and there were so many 3 or 4 pieces of excellent grade. Zhang Wei couldn't look at these equipments. Although there was more space in the cargo hold, it took up space to put so many equipments. It's better to give it to Zhang Tao instead of putting it away. Those minions were controlling Zhang Tao's mechs, and even if they gave those equipment to the minions to use, they were not afraid that they would run away. As for Zhang Tao, try running one? Zhang Tao didn't have that much of a mind, and he was immediately enraptured as he watched Zhang Wei take out a bunch of equipment. Just as Zhang Tao was picking through a pile of equipment, Zhang Wei spoke to Lin Xianying. There are also ones you can use. Pick them. Although Lin Xianying didn't have much to contribute to today's battle, Zhang Wei could see clearly that Lin Xianying wanted to help Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't be stingy with Lin Xianying. Good. Lin Xianying didn't squirm and didn't mention giving the source crystal. In Lin Xianying's opinion, everyone was already an accomplice, so mentioning the source crystal again would be out of line. Finished picking and choosing, Zhang Tao belongs to the birds and the bees, although the weapons are not replaced, but the other equipment is matched. Armor, cargo hold, propulsion. Zhang Tao's battle power was already close to 200 points, while Lin Xianying's battle power was over 200 points. After all, Lin Xianying's weapon was better than Zhang Tao's. The other minions also basically got their share of the equipment, and everyone was gorgeous. Although the combined battle power of all their junior mechs was not as high as Zhang Wei's own, at least with some increase in battle power, they were not so powerless when facing unusual mechanical creatures. How's the cleaning going? After the equipment was distributed, Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. Almost there. Big brother, what about all this metal wreckage? There's too much. Just throw it all away? Zhang Tao was commercially minded and always felt that it was a shame to throw away so much metal, mainly because there was so much metal debris everywhere this time. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment after hearing Zhang Tao's words. It was a question that really hadn't occurred to him before. After all, in his previous life he didn't have the ability to get so many mechanical creatures killed at once. This way, gather all the metal debris in a pile. What's the point? Zhang Tao opened his mouth, and Lin Xianying also looked at Zhang Wei. Mechanical creatures can devour metal remains to enhance their battle power, and these metal remains are good things for them. Then what? Zhang Tao didn't quite manage to figure out Zhang Wei's thoughts, but Lin Xianying figured it out, and without waiting for Zhang Wei to answer, She spoke first. Are you preparing to fish for law enforcement? Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. It was easy to talk to smart people. Ah, I see. I'll let them get it now. Zhang Tao slapped his head. It was like a big pile of fat meat piled up in the open, and the mechanical creatures would surely not be able to resist coming to feed on it. As soon as they come, then they will become part of this pile of metal wreckage. By then there would be no need for them to toil around looking for mechanical creatures. Those guys would jump out on their own. With that, Zhang Tao energetically commanded his minions to clean up the metal wreckage. The metal wreckage wasn't too much of a chore to clean up, mainly because all the mechs were at least medium-sized, except for Lin Xianying. It's a bit hard to get these minions to fight the mechanical creatures hard, but it's just a small matter of getting them to clean up the metal wreckage. In less than half an hour, the metal debris was piled up into a large metal pile 10 meters high and of unknown diameter. Looking at this huge pile of metal, Zhang Tao felt a sense of accomplishment, but before Zhang Tao could sigh, Zhang Wei greeted him. Let's go. Go back and take a look. Ha, not watching here anymore? Zhang Tao still wanted to keep watch here, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei to greet him and go home. Nothing will run out today. Go back and check first. Zhang Wei wasn't lying to Zhang Tao. Having just exterminated so many mechanical rats, which mechanical creature would dare to run here at this time to check it out? You have to have a life to eat if you want to. According to Zhang Wei's estimation, I'm afraid no mechanical creatures would appear even after today. Only when the fear in the hearts of those mechanical rats dissipated would they show their heads. As for the other mechanical creatures, the number was too small, and some cats and dogs were not in Zhang Wei's consideration. Oh, well, go back then, but keep a few people here to watch in case something comes through. Alright, you watch over it. Zhang Wei nodded to Zhang Tao. Afterwards, Zhang Tao was excited to go and arrange the manpower. 3 shifts. No one can be lazy. When Zhang Tao finished making arrangements, their group quickly advanced towards the villa area. Zhang Wei wants to see what's going on with Han Xin. Was Han Xin really gotten rid of by Han Wook? If Han Su knew that Zhang Wei doubted his words, Han Su would have cried foul. Chapter 44 Han Xin resurrects, turns into a snake. Han Su didn't know anything about Han Xin at all. After grabbing the mech, Han Su ran away at the first opportunity, not daring to stay at all. Now he's all the way to the westernmost part of Chuan City. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't quite strong enough, he would have been ready to flee Chuan City and stay far away from Zhang Wei. At this moment, in a sewer 2 or 3 kilometers away from the villa area, a scarred steel snake's entire body was shrouded in a layer of hazy light. This steel snake was feeding frantically, and piled in front of it was a pile of dead remains of mechanical rats. The light on it was a sign that it was recovering its body. Zhang Wei, you shall not die a good death. Wait for my revenge. Just wait. If Zhang Wei heard this resentful voice, he could definitely hear that it was actually Han Zhao's voice. Originally, Han Xin also felt that he was dead. It's a horrible feeling when the blood dries up quickly. Just as Han Xin lost consciousness and her breathing stopped completely, she didn't know what was drawing her in. She followed her instincts to move closer to the thing that attracted her, and by the time she regained consciousness, she had turned into a snake that was only the thickness of a small arm and less than half a meter long. Steel snake. And she's hidden in her original body. Anger flared when she realized a mech was trying to bury her body. Han Xin restrained himself from launching an attack on the mecha. Following the body instinct of the steel snake, Han Xin rushed out from the bloody hole in the original body's abdomen and instantly pierced through the mecha's abdomen. This injury would not have been fatal if it had been anywhere else in the mech. However, the belly of the mech was where the human cockpit was located, and Han Xin's attack not only pierced through the mech, but also the person who was controlling it. So, one hit kills, killing the mech and regaining some sanity. Han Xin panicked a bit. Panicking because it's the first time you've killed or because you've turned into a snake? Han Xin doesn't know. Luckily, Han Xin sensed that something else was calling out to attract him. The attraction dampened the panic in her mind. She didn't know what was going to happen next but followed the force that drew her forward to check it out. What Han Xin didn't expect was that what attracted her was the remains of Dahlia's body. Not being able to think about it, Han Xin approached the remains of Dahlia's body while no one was looking, and then she burrowed into the wreckage. After Han Xin entered the corpse of the Great Flower, she miraculously fused with the remains of the Great Flower's corpse. After the fusion, she became Dahlia, and even her severed head was reattached. Han Xin didn't know what she was feeling at that moment. She only knew that she couldn't stay here for long. If Zhang Wei could kill Dahua, then he could kill himself as well. She didn't have much combat experience. So, Han Xin ran away, and before she did, she went back and took her human body with her. Han Xin no longer cared about how this happened. She only knew that she was still alive and had gained a very powerful body. She wants revenge. If Zhang Wei was able to see Han Xin's changes with his own eyes, Zhang Wei would definitely be able to see it better than Han Xin himself. The metal fragment that had penetrated Han Xin's abdomen and caused the fatal wound must have come from Dahlia's body. Perhaps it was because of Han Shin's obsession, or perhaps it was because of Dahlia's unwillingness, or both. It eventually led to what it has become. Why is this the case? Jiang Wei can't explain, and no one can explain it. It's like how the mechs came down. Who can say? Villa area. Within the woodland not far behind the villa, a mech lay silent on the ground. Big brother, it's this brother. Look, there's a hole in his abdomen. Zhang Tao pointed at the hole in the mech's abdomen and spoke to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei had already seen the hole, arm's length thick, and if it wasn't a fatal injury, it wouldn't be fatal. Can't tell what it's made of. Jiang Wei muttered. It really doesn't look like it, because there would be no other injuries on the mech, just this one hole. What kind of mechanical creature could inflict such a wound? Or maybe there's a Far Cry mech sneaking around in the shadows? But does any telekinetic mech have that kind of attack power now? Rifles from a distance, machine guns, could cause this kind of physical damage, but with a bullet with this kind of penetrating power, the mecha's battle power must be at least 300 points or more. Lin Xianying only had a little over 200 battle power even with her own help. That corpse, Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Unicorn. Just lose it, don't worry about it, tell all our men to be careful, and patrol in groups of at least 3. Jiang Wei opened his mouth and commanded. An enemy with this kind of attack power is not very safe even in a group of 2. Good. Zhang Tao was very energized after hearing this, because he heard the word we in Jiang Wei's mouth. What does that tell you? This means that Big Brother already considers us as one of his own. Being able to become Jiang Wei's own person. Zhang Tao was of course exhilarated, mainly because this Big Brother was too strong, and following such a Big Brother was very secure. Moreover, Big Brother is a cold-faced and kind-hearted person. In the face of crisis, Jiang Wei did not treat him Zhang Tao as cannon fodder. Instead, he let him Zhang Tao go first. This made Zhang Tao very moved. Not waiting for Zhang Tao to finish being moved, Lin Xianying snapped. Jiang Wei, there's something to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Xianying with a bit of surprise. Lin Xianying acted a bit squirmy. My superiors want you to make a trip to our base. Don't worry, there's no other meaning, just for you to instruct our people. Lin Xianying was afraid that Jiang Wei would misunderstand something, so she explained very seriously and carefully. Jiang Wei didn't answer immediately. Contact with the military was sooner or later, and it was nice to have a good contact atmosphere with the military through Lin Xianying, but Jiang Wei didn't want to contact the military now. Mainly, not safe enough. Lin Xianying shouldn't be harmful to Jiang Wei's mind, but it's hard to say about others. Who wouldn't be impressed by Jiang Wei's luxurious outfit? Therefore, Jiang Wei was unwilling to contact the military when he didn't have enough strength. It wouldn't be too late to make contact after 3 evolutions, when his own body had some strength and his mech had shields. One must know that the military's planes and cannons were all still functional. The initial mechs were toys in front of such big killers, and Jiang Wei's current mech couldn't carry the missiles. Besides, if the military region sent someone to pick them up, they would definitely have to send a plane over to let Jiang Wei and the mech disintegrate and head to the military region, which would be better than taking Jiang Wei's life directly. Not now. Let's wait until after the 3 evolutions. There's no use for me to go now. Jiang Wei spoke to Lin Xianying very seriously. Lin Xianying let out a slight sigh of relief at his words. Lin Xianying's superior's attitude was adamant that Jiang Wei must be allowed to make a trip to the military region, but there was no stipulation as to when he should go. This won't make things difficult for Lin Xianying. Okay, that's no problem. How many levels do you need for the 3rd evolution? 50 levels. That's pretty fast too. Lin Xianying knew that Jiang Wei's mecha level was already 30. Isn't it fast enough to boost from level 30 to 50? Jiang Wei slowly shook his head. It's not fast. The higher the level, the slower the promotion. You've never played the game? Mech leveling is of the same nature as playing the game. Previously, Jiang Wei had opened a bunch of high-level source crystals, and more than half of them had gained mech experience. Yet that many source crystals had only raised Jiang Wei's level by 1 level. Today was a good opportunity to obtain so many high-level source crystals. It wasn't every day that one could obtain so many source crystals. Besides, even if he could gain this much every day, it would still take about 20 days to raise his mech level to 50. Like that? That doesn't matter much. Our side has pretty much stabilized. They want to recover the city. They mainly want to hear your opinion. Lin Xianying said smoothly, but she didn't say that this was just one of the reasons. My opinion? Jiang Wei was slightly puzzled. Right, you know more things. Lin Xianying rightfully opened her mouth. If it's just to get my opinion, I can tell you right now, no need to make a special trip. Lin Xianying looked at Jiang Wei in surprise and said, really? Of course. Jiang Wei already knew in his heart how he should establish a safe zone. After all, those were all success stories from his previous life. Quickly tell me what you think. Lin Xianying was a little anxious. To see the people suffer and not be able to save them is a great torment for every soldier with faith. Abandon existing cities and re-establish safe zones. The city doesn't want it now? Lin Xianying was unable to understand Zhang Wei's thoughts. Thrift is something that is engraved in the bones of the Chinese, and asking them to give up the city is a very difficult choice for the Chinese. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. You've seen the destructive power of the mechanical creatures. Just the rats can cause that much destruction. Do you think the cities nowadays possess the ability to resist the mechanical creatures? Lin Xianying was speechless. So, it's safest to use the metal remains of mechanical creatures. Melt them down and build a metal city. Lin Xianying froze. She didn't expect Zhang Wei's brainchild to be so big. A city made entirely of metal? That sounds like it's going to be good. Chapter 45 City West Regal. Lin Xianying immediately reported this news to her superiors. Whether or not she could accept this was something her superiors would need to look into, but she was definitely going to have to escalate this. When Lin Xianying finished her report, the crowd took a break. Their bodies weren't tired, but their spirits still needed to recuperate. In the late afternoon, Zhang Wei took Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao out of the villa area to go for a walk outside. It's just that the harvest is close to nothing. The entire Chuan city was quiet and harmonious. No mechanical creatures dared to venture out. Those bird-like mechanical creatures didn't dare to show their heads, and the humans were even more afraid to come out and fool around. This made Zhang Wei helpless. With no monsters to kill, how could he improve himself? Lin Xianying obviously realized this problem as well. Zhang Wei, if there aren't that many monsters, where are we going to get a large amount of metal wreckage? Moreover, sooner or later, the mechanical creatures will be killed off, right? Zhang Wei shook his head at Lin Xianying as he sniffed. It's impossible to kill them all. Mechanical creatures reproduce, and they reproduce very quickly. Mechanical creatures can reproduce? I don't believe it. Although Lin Xianying was not very old, she knew very well how animals reproduced. They're all mechanical creatures. How are they going to reproduce? Two steel monsters stacked on top of each other can rub crystals together in addition to sparks? They can indeed reproduce. Just like the mechanical rats. As long as an individual mechanical rat has accumulated enough battle power in its body, it can consume very little of it to reproduce small mechanical rats, without even needing the gestation period of normal creatures. This is the main reason why mechanical creatures can't be killed. There isn't one. In the previous life, the 10th year of the end times, mechanical creatures are all still abundant. There is no sign that they are going to be extinct. It can still be like this? Lin Xianying was shocked. If that's the case, won't mankind never have any peace? Big brother and big sister, this is not the time to study this. Let's study how to obtain the source crystals. Zhang Tao opened his mouth somewhat dejectedly. Half of an afternoon had passed, and the mechanical creatures had not even seen a few shadows. How does this play? Zhang Tao also wanted to evolve twice, and he also wanted to get an extreme core module. The mechanical creatures are all scared of being killed. I'm afraid they won't come out for a short time. Let's go back first. By the way, let our people pay attention to those initial source crystals. There should still be some initial source crystals that haven't been found. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao understood what Zhang Wei was talking about with the initial source crystals, the ones that fell from the sky at the beginning of the end times. In fact, Zhang Tao had been sending people to pay attention to it. Zhang Wei's floating cannon was obtained from the initial source crystal, and having seen what the floating cannon was capable of, Zhang Tao also wanted to get a floating cannon to play around with. Big brother, there's hardly any initial source crystals left in the city. They've all been obtained or eaten by mechanical creatures. If we really want to find them, we'll have to go outside the city. Going outside the city? It's not impossible. Zhang Wei secretly nodded his head. Now that Zhang Wei possessed close to 1100 combat points, going outside the city wouldn't be dangerous. And Zhang Tao was right. There must be quite a few initial source crystals far away from the city. In addition to the initial source crystals, there were also a large number of mechanical creatures. Things like field mice and frogs and other transformed mechanical creatures, for example, which also appear in groups. And, while there is no large wildlife here in Kawasaki, there is a river. There are far more mechanical creatures in the river than on land. In this case, you guys stay in Chuan City. With your current battle power, there's nothing wrong with defending yourselves. I'll go outside the city. Big brother, don't take me? Zhang Tao was immediately unhappy. He also wanted to go around the city. What's the point of staying in the city to kill some rats and cats and dogs? The outskirts of the city are dangerous for you. I'll go by myself. Zhang Wei already had a decision in his mind and would not change it easily. Okay. Zhang Tao had no choice but to nod. Lin Xianying spoke with some concern. Then be careful. Will you come back at night? Not necessarily. It depends. Zhang Wei casually coped. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with an envious face. This is too fast. It's only less than 2 days and Big Brother is about to take down this beautiful young lady Lin Xianying. That said, before the end of the world, one had to use money to open the way for 3 to 5 days to take a pretty young lady of Lin Xianying's caliber, right? However, Zhang Tao also understood that this kind of thing could not be envied, and if he were a woman, he would also choose Zhang Wei. With that, before the sun was about to set, Zhang Wei left Chuan City, and instead of choosing that direction of Xinfeng Mountain, he went to the opposite direction because the river was on this side. Only, Zhang Wei didn't encounter any mechanical creatures along the way. Mechanical creatures outside the city are more resourceful than those inside, as the wilderness is full of enemies. Mechanical creatures can devour each other to enhance their battle power, so it can be said that, except for the same race, all are enemies, and only when mechanical creatures encounter human mechs together is it possible to unite, because human mechs have a greater attraction to mechanical creatures. Just as Zhang Wei left Chuan City, among a large gang in the west direction of the city, Han Su was talking about something in front of a 12-meter mech. Chuan City is a second-tier city in the country, covering a large area with a large population, and all kinds of forces are intermingled. Although it is only the second day of the end of the world, but it has already formed large and small gangs. What Han Su had joined was the biggest gang in the west of the city, bar none. The gang leader is known as Brother Lei, originally a trucker captain. Lei operates several logistics companies, has a group of truckers under his command, and owns dozens of large trucks himself. These dozens of trucks along with the group of truckers under his command became a major capital for his rampage across the west side of the city. Brother Lei, what I said can be true. That Zhang Tao, there are a lot of good things, and that kid is very crazy, looking down on others, only some mechs under his name, confiscating other minions. If we go to him, he will definitely wimp out. Han Su tried his best to persuade Louis. Expecting Han Su to take revenge on his own for a short period of time is certainly no chance. Originally Han Su was prepared to bide his time and have the strength to find Zhang Wei's trouble again, but after joining Lei's gang, Han Su has a new idea. Lei's men have 300 to 400 mechs, and in Han Su's opinion, so many mechs can kick Zhang Wei one to death even if one of them goes up and kicks him. Borrowing someone else's hand to help you take revenge is also revenge, and Han Su isn't picky at all. Zhang Tao? I know that kid. We've even done a lot of work for him. He's really quite an arrogant guy, but we're hanging out in the west side of the city. There's no need to mess with him, right? Brother Lei is also a dignified figure in Sichuan City, with connections in both black and white, so he naturally recognizes Zhang Tao. Lei didn't want to mess with Zhang Tao if he didn't have to. He had a few hundred mechs under his command, but most of them had been forcibly collected, and there wasn't much cohesion. In a real fight, those mechs don't see much use. With the time to go looking for Zhang Tao's trouble, it would be better to find out those who had hidden their organic armor on the west side of the city. According to Lei's own guess, at least 1,000 more people with mechs could be found on the west side of the city. If we could absorb all the other small gangs as well, it wouldn't be a problem to put together 2,000 or 3,000 mechs. Chapter 46. What? Going to you? Brother Lei, that's because you don't know that kid's mech. Giving it to him is a waste. It's better to bring it to Brother Lei for his own use. The mech he controls himself is already as tall as 17 meters when it hasn't evolved. Han Su knew what would attract Louis. In this post-apocalyptic survival, the most important thing is the strength of the initial mech, and the more massive the mech is, the stronger the battle power will be. Han Su could see Lei's ambition. Lei wanted to dominate Chuan City, or even a larger area, which required extremely strong personal strength. This will allow for greater cohesion among the men. If the boss isn't strong enough, why should anyone follow you? Also, he has a great weapon, a large scythe over 10 meters long. I saw it with my own eyes. Han Su added another fire to Lei's heart. He couldn't believe that Lei wasn't impressed when he heard it. Really? Lei was really moved after hearing that. The main reason was that Zhang Tao didn't have that many people under his command. How could a few dozen mechs compare to his hundreds? At that time, even without their own hands, just this large group of mechs to Zhang Tao's door station, it is estimated to be able to give that hair are not long enough to scare the pants off the guy. Besides, Brother Lei also had battle power. His mech had completed its first evolution. His mech level had reached level 15, and he had also mastered a skill that he had also obtained by accidentally getting the initial source crystal. Of course, and that place is a rich area. It hasn't been damaged much. This mech of mine was robbed over there. There are still a lot of mechs there. If those rich people don't want to join us, then we can also rob their mechs. At that time, won't it all be Brother Lei's your property? Truly, Han Su's chatting about this would be tempting. 17 meters of mechs, weapons, and plenty of mechs waiting to be harvested on their own. Good, then go ahead and do him, and gather people to do it tomorrow morning. Brother Lei immediately clapped his hands. Originally, Han Su wanted to persuade Brother Lei to do it tonight, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. If he kept refuting Brother Lei, it might make Brother Lei's heart unhappy, which was not what Han Su wanted. Han Su wasn't willing to be just a little brother. He also wanted to develop himself more, so it wasn't too much to ask for some mechs when the time came by pleasing Brother Lei now. was it? As long as he had enough mechs in his hands, it would still be easy to find someone to control them, and wouldn't he be able to make himself king by then? That night, Lei slept beautifully with his arms around two beautiful women, and he felt that life in the end times was much more nourishing than before the end times, at least until now. Early the next morning, Brother Lei summoned all his minions. Large and small mechs of various models were close to 400. So many mechs standing together was still very spectacular. Lei gave a pre-war mobilization to the 400 men. Some favors were promised and some threats were made. Of course, it was the threat that was the main thing that allowed these people to listen. Who wouldn't have family? Most of the people who owned mechs had families, and anyone who disobeyed would be subjected to Louis's vengeance along with their families. Therefore, most of these nearly 400 people did not dare to disobey Brother Lei. A line of 400 mechs marched towards the villa area in great numbers. Along the way, no ungrateful ones dared to jump out and block the way, and the mechanical creatures all hid far away after seeing it. There were even some small gangs that were scared and trembling, who were afraid that Lei was coming to trouble them. Luckily, Louis didn't make a move on them. Taking half an hour, Lei led the men into the villa area. You don't say. This villa area is different. If I see it, why don't we just don't go and occupy this place? Isn't it also quite good? Brother Lei looked at the villa area as soon as he laid eyes on it. There was no way around it. Compared to the villa area, one's territory in the west of the city was like a dog's house. Of course it's fine. It's all up to Brother Lei anyway. Who dares to say a word? Hansu touted beside Brother Lei. Hansu's bragging has caused some people to be disgusted. These people are the ones who originally followed Lei, and now Hansu is making it seem as if their gangs are in charge except for Lei, which is what he, Hansu, is saying, which makes the old men who follow Lei very annoyed. Hey, you kid is really good. Brother Lei happily patted Hansu. What are you guys doing? Get out of here. An angry voice rang out. This was a bodyguard in charge of patrolling, and following him were two other people, only that neither of them spoke, but they were already in a fighting stance. Ray looked on in awe. Who on the sidelines wouldn't shiver at the sight of so many of their mechs acting together? What's the deal with these three guys? Not only are you not afraid, but even if you run out to block the road, what kind of tone did you just say? Brother Lei, these three guys are all Zhang Tao's men, Hansu reminded beside Brother Lei. It does look good. All medium-sized mechs. Lei nodded in satisfaction. He was very unhappy with the people manning the mechs, but was very happy with them. They were all 10-meter tall medium-sized mechs, the same model as his. Where is Zhang Tao? Brother Lei showed his demeanor and didn't bother anything with the three people across the street. It would be too much of a step down for him to be the boss and get angry with someone else's little brother. The three bodyguards all froze at the words. That said, what the hell is going on? Why does someone come looking for trouble early every morning? It would be so exciting if it was like this every day from now on. Frozen though, this side of the story was definitely going to be reported. Soon, Zhang Tao got the news. Zhang Tao quickly got up and ran straight to the place of the accident. After hanging out with Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao also developed the good habit of not disintegrating with the mechs, and the main one was safety. What just puzzled Zhang Tao was that he could be sure that he hadn't messed with anyone yesterday, and hadn't even seen anyone at all, so how could there be trouble coming again? Yet no matter how unsettling it is, it's something to check out. When Zhang Tao arrived, Lei's eyes were glowing. Hansu was right. Zhang Tao's mecha was a little too majestic. After the first evolution, Zhang Tao's mech had reached 20 meters tall, almost double the size of his mech. Such a powerful and domineering mecha, and should be owned by his brother Lei is right. You're Zhang Tao? Lei's tone was arrogant. Zhang Tao didn't get mad immediately. He opened his mouth very plainly and asked, Who are you? Me, Josie, Ray, the one running logistics in the west of the city? Zhang Tao asked uncertainly. In Zhang Tao's memory, there is indeed such a person. His family industry cannot be separated from the logistics industry. In the capacity is not enough time indeed will find Lei. Brother Lei nodded to Zhang Tao and said, It's me. You're here to defect to me? Zhang Tao rightfully spoke. What? Run to you? Chapter 47 I'm your uncle. Brother Lei wondered if his ears had grown blisters. What kind of words of tigers and wolves was this that he had heard? I have nearly 400 generals under my command and I'm going to defect to a man like you with only 20 or 30 juniors? Are you crazy? Originally, there were 30 to 40 people under Zhang Tao, but attrition was a bit severe. But that didn't affect Zhang Tao's thinking. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this guy, Lei, must have heard about yesterday's incident. A morning's time to break up the rat swarm capable of destroying the whole city. What does this mean? It shows that you're strong and powerful, right? Isn't it only natural that someone would come to join you? As for Brother Lei and his minions, these 300 to 400 mechs don't even count as in front of the rat swarm, right? Zhang Tao didn't care about how the news got out. Hidden in the cracks to survive is still a lot of people. Zhang Tao and cannot stop someone in the dark corner to record video for him. Have you lost your mind? Still think it's before the end times? Lei opened his mouth to taunt. If it was before the end of the world, he would indeed be willing to mingle under Zhang Tao. But now, oh, not here to defect? Zhang Tao gave a light oh, a little surprised. His tone actually did not put Brother Lei in his eyes at all. This drew an unpleasant response from Lei. It seems that you can't recognize reality until you've been taught a lesson. Afterwards, Lei was seen instantly swinging his fist, a powerful punch heading straight for Zhang Tao's chest. Originally, this punch was supposed to hit Zhang Tao's head, but unfortunately, it was out of reach. This is a skill? Zhang Tao was a bit stunned. It was clear that Lei's punch did not match the speed of his mech. Boom! Zhang Tao took a solid punch from Lei. The little brothers behind Brother Lei opened their mouths to shout. This was exactly what Ray wanted to see. And the stand-up was very effective. Zhang Tao's mech was knocked back 5 or 6 steps, and the durability of his defensive armor was knocked down by 30 points. If there was no defensive armor, this punch could indeed cause Zhang Tao to take some damage, but only some. Big brother. Calling Big Brother. There is a person who has learned a skill. Can the skill be exploded if we get him killed? Zhang Tao didn't fight back immediately. Instead, he contacted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was standing by the river in a daze, and when he heard Zhang Tao's call, he replied back, yes, there's trouble? No, I can solve it myself. Zhang Tao hurriedly responded. He didn't want to trouble Zhang Wei over this small matter. Of course, the main thing is that he looked at the skills mastered by Brother Lei. Not letting Zhang Wei back is afraid that he can't get it back. If he snatched the skills, his big brother can't be good enough to grab it, right? Aha! Zhang Wei looked at the river once again after returning the sentence. I can't. Why isn't there a single mechanical creature? Well, it's not too late to bring your men in defect to me. When Brother Lei saw that Zhang Tao was dumbfounded on the spot after being punched by himself, he thought that Zhang Tao was scared. Ha ha! Zhang Tao laughed out loud. Brother Tao, should we call someone? The bodyguard junior following Zhang Tao spoke in a serious tone. No need. Zhang Tao waved his hand. It's just a bunch of little trash. Where's the shouting? Mainly, he couldn't beat Lin Xianying, and it would be troublesome if this Brother Lei mastered a skill Lin Xianying could also use. Brother Lei wasn't stupid. He obviously heard that the conversation between Zhang Tao and his little brother wasn't quite right. Only, he was more skeptical that Zhang Tao was pretending to be a tiger and was trying to scare him. Zhang Tao, you think you can scare me away by scaring me a little? Who's scaring you? Don't flatter yourself. Zhang Tao opened his mouth and casually took out the electricity war scythe from within the cargo bin. When Lei saw the war scythe, his eyes were glowing. This was the weapon Han Su was talking about. Sure is bossy. Such a dominating weapon deserved to be owned by him. Lei, give me your weapon and I can spare you. Zhang Tao was a bit dumbfounded. Why do these words sound so familiar? By the way, this appears to be what he said to his big brother when he was at the zoo. At this moment, Zhang Tao could realize what Zhang Wei was thinking at that time. So, I was just a dumb beep in Big Brother's eyes that day. Zhang Tao evaluated himself very accurately, and also evaluated Brother Lei. What did you say? Brother Lei was puzzled, not knowing who Zhang Tao was scolding. I said, you're a dumbass. After saying that, Zhang Tao swung the battle scythe in his hand, and the scythe traced a purple light in the air. A sudden change. Lei simply could not dodge in time, because Zhang Tao's speed is very fast for Lei. After all, the difference in battle strength is here. How much battle power can Lei, who doesn't even have a single piece of equipment, have? Lei instinctively raised his hand to fend it off, and when the purple light flashed, one of the arms of Lei's mech detached from his body and fell to the ground. Laughter. Abruptly, it was as if those juniors following Brother Lei were being immobilized. They didn't expect that their big brother, who was incredibly powerful in their eyes, would be so brittle. Go on, get him together. Brother Lei still has loyal little brothers, precisely those cardholders who have always been with him to make a living, and the most active of them are those who have been allowed by Brother Lei to control Brother Lei's mechs. If anything goes wrong with Louis, they're out of luck. More than 30 mechs rushed towards Zhang Tao. The sound was still quite sufficient. Ugh, sure enough, I'm just a dumb beep. Zhang Tao cursed himself again. On that day, he himself thought that he could pin down Zhang Wei by relying on numbers. It sure seems like a silly beep now. With that, Zhang Tao stopped being polite to these people. His war scythe waved and his feet were not idle. The mechs that broke through the gap of the war scythe's chopping were all kicked to the ground by Zhang Tao. The fierce clash of metal was urgent and intense. Han Su had looked dumbfounded in the middle of the crowd. This hasn't even been against Zhang Wei yet, just against a Zhang Tao and it's one-sided? Han Su instantly calmed down, knowing that he would die if he stayed here. So, he ran away again. Only, this time, he didn't run away as fast. He had to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into Zhang Tao's villa, and he had to look for Han Xin's body. Han Su knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't take Han Xin's body this time, he wouldn't have to think about it in the future. There was no chance at all. Soon, Han Su arrived near Zhang Tao's villa. What makes Han Su depressed is that Zhang Tao's minions are standing together in twos and threes, and there is no single one catching the tongue to ask all this. Time is running out and Han Su is in a hurry. Just then, a cool voice appeared. Who are you? Lin Xianying stood on the roof of a villa and looked down at Han Su. Lin Xianying had known about the battle on Zhang Tao's side for a long time, only that Zhang Tao hadn't called her, so she hadn't gone to join in the fun. I'm your grandpa. Han Su screamed a curse before turning around and fleeing. Han Su knew how powerful Lin Xianying was, and he didn't think he could get any useful information from Lin Xianying's mouth. But of course, the biggest possibility was to leave his own little life here. So, run first, but a mouthful of pain is a must. Chapter 48 Thunderbolt. Lin Xianying froze for a moment. She didn't expect to be scolded. By the time Lin Xianying reacted, Han Su had already run out 100 meters away. Humph. After a cold snort, Lin Xianying shot at Han Su. Although Lin Xianying was a righteous young lady, she would be angry when she was scolded for no reason. The speed of the freezing bullet was much faster than Han Su, and in less than the blink of an eye the freezing bullet hit Han Su's back. A large area of the mech's back was frozen, which reduced Han Su's mobility by more than half. In fact, not being able to kill Han Su with a single shot was already Lin Xianying letting off steam. Let's go get him. A few bodyguards who saw the situation over here immediately wanted to go grab Han Su. They were very happy to please Lin Xianying. No need, let him go. Lin Xianying waved her hand. Being called a name and returning the favor is no small punishment. There's no need to drive a wedge. Yes, Lin Xianying had spoken, so naturally no one bothered with Han Su. In fact, it was Lin Xianying who didn't know Han Su's true identity, otherwise she definitely wouldn't have let Han Su run away. Han Su stumbled and fled. The more he ran, the deeper his resentment towards Zhang Wei became. Even if he couldn't beat Zhang Wei, why couldn't he even beat Zhang Wei's henchman? If Zhang Wei was willing to take care of him for a bit, could he be so powerful? Eventually, as Han Su was about to run out of the villa area, he rushed into the family's yard. Where's the man? Get out! Han Su was furious. The people inside the villa didn't dare to disobey Han Su at all, and a man shuffled out of the house. This man also owns a mech, and more than one, but really let him start a peace with Han Su. He is not willing, not dare, but he is afraid to cause too much damage and hurt the people who are important to him. Got any source crystals? Hand it over. Han Su wasn't polite at all. The frostbite on his back needed to be restored with source crystals, and he didn't have a few source crystals himself. There, give you the source crystal and you leave. The man nodded to Han Su. It was good to be able to use source crystals to keep trouble away from him. Okay. Hearing Han Su's affirmative answer, the man took out 10 ordinary source crystals. Only 10? That's fine. Ask you something. Han Su spoke to the man again after receiving the source crystals. The man's heart was a little upset because he thought Han Su hadn't kept his word. However, the men did not resist. Ask. Yesterday, did you know about the killing of a woman in Zhang Tao's house? Got it. The man nodded to Han Wook. A matter of this magnitude can certainly be known if one cares to inquire. Where did they bury that woman? Buried? Not buried. What? Han Su was furious. Not buried? What's that supposed to mean? Did that perverted dog Zhang Wei take her body? Anger rubbed up in Han Su's heart. The woman is gone. I heard she came to life and turned into a monster. The man spoke truthfully. This was not a secret in the villa area. Zhang Tao's bodyguards knew that these guys were on patrol, and as long as they were given some favors, they would be able to get this information from their mouths as well. It's not that Zhang Tao's bodyguards aren't loyal, but originally Zhang Tao didn't let them keep this a secret, and they said it as a pastime. Come to life? You're telling the truth? The anger in Han Su's heart instantly dissipated and was replaced by surprise. Huge surprise. Yes, came to life. I heard that it turned into a steel snake. As for where it ran off to, that's not clear, but it said that the snake left some traces when she left. If you're looking for it, you can follow the traces of where she left. Okay, thanks a lot. Han Su gave a thank you. The man had thought that Han Su was about to leave this time, and a small smile appeared on his face. But who would have thought that Han Su would take the man by surprise and grab him with a single palm? The man's pupils were extremely dilated as he stared at Han Su. Unfortunately, Han Su didn't give the man a chance to speak at all. His palm exerted force and directly pinched the man to death. You certainly can't keep the secret that I came, so you'll just have to die. After saying that, Han Su searched for the man's body and immediately left after taking away the mech core the man was carrying. However, what Han Su didn't know was that inside the villa, there was a little boy with red eyes, biting his arm to death and hiding behind the window. The man killed by Han Wook was his father. He didn't dare make a sound. He was afraid that Han Su would return and kill him too. After 10 minutes, Hansu never returned before the boy dared to rush out of the house. Looking at his father, who had been reduced to a pile of mush, the boy fell to his knees and cried out in pain. Who are you talking about? Han Wook? Sure it's called that? Zhang Tao carried his battle scythe and looked at the mechs kneeling in a row in surprise. At a cursory glance, there were hundreds of mechs kneeling on the ground, and the boss of these mechs, Lei, had long since turned into a dead soul under Zhang Tao. Yes, it's Han Su. He's the one who suggested Brother Lei to trouble you. Zhang Tao looked around. He's in so? No, I just saw him run that way. One man spoke hastily. He's fighting to stay alive. They had seen with their own eyes how ferocious Zhang Tao was. Brother Lei and Brother Lei's loyal minions were all hacked to pieces by Zhang Tao alone. Go, ask the brothers over there. Zhang Tao commanded a junior brother to check. However, Zhang Tao had no hope as to whether or not he would be able to find Hansu. They've run away early when they saw that things were bad, and they're still letting you catch them back? Get on your knees. Don't try to run away. I'll have to think about what to do with you. After saying that, Zhang Tao carried the war scythe and left, leaving only 2 minions here to watch. However, even so, no one dared to run. They all honestly knelt on the ground not daring to move. Thunder Strike. Normal skill. Big brother. Got a skill. Normal skill. Thunder Strike. Keep it for you? Zhang Tao tentatively inquired Zhang Unicorn. You used it yourself. Zhang Wei was still thinking about the problem. How could he have time to pay attention to Zhang Tao? Besides, an ordinary level Thunderstrike had no appeal to Zhang Wei at all. Thunderstrike simply consumes power to do almost twice as much damage at a faster rate with almost twice as much power. And it was still a single skill, which Zhang Wei didn't even care about. Good riddance. I'll just use it myself then. Zhang Wei is not rare, but Zhang Tao is not picky at all. Having skills is better than not having them, isn't it? Busy, don't bother me if there's nothing else. Zhang Wei disliked Zhang Tao in a bad mood before hanging up the communication. I was going to tell you about Han Wook, so let's wait until you get back. Afterwards, Zhang Tao saw Lin Xianying and he showed off the skill he had just gotten. Now he wasn't afraid of Lin Xianying grabbing it because it was a melee skill that couldn't be used in long-distance combat. After showing off, Zhang Tao talked about business. Right, someone just said Han Su ran this way. Did you see him? Chapter 49 Father-killing revenge is not shared by all. Han Wook? Lin Xianying immediately remembered the guy who had just scolded her when she heard this name. No wonder, Lin Xianying instantly knew why she had just been scolded. You saw him? Zhang Tao was a bit anxious. He wanted to catch Han Su, the guy who was messing around in the dark. Shot him, but it won't kill him. He went that way. Lin Xianying pointed in the direction. Lin Xianying didn't have any hope as to whether or not she would be able to catch up with Han Su, so she didn't even mean to move a bit. After all, Han Su had already run for so long. It would be strange if this could catch up, but Zhang Tao was an unbeliever. What if Han Wook gives him the idea that the most dangerous place is the safest? I'll go look for it. Zhang Tao immediately left after saying to Lin Xianying. Zhang Tao's frantic running attracted the attention of many people. After all, every step of this big guy would cause the surrounding ground to shake. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this was called beating the bushes. Unfortunately, the snake didn't startle him, but it made Zhang Tao hear a very body cry. At first, Zhang Tao didn't care, but Zhang Tao ran around the villa area several times, and the crying continued. If it were any other kid, seeing himself running around so frantically, he would have already hid in fear. What's wrong with this kid? Zhang Tao couldn't help but walk towards the kid's house. From a distance, he saw the boy clutching a ball of flesh and blood. Killed. Zhang Tao knew what was happening after just one look. If the man had been killed by a mechanical creature, he would have been eaten for sure. Only when you're killed, you leave a body behind. Kid, stop crying. Annoyed, Zhang Tao didn't get too close to the little boy. He was afraid of scaring this kid brother. Although Zhang Tao was a second generation, but he also had a little conscience. Scaring adult Zhang Tao had no psychological burden, but asking him to bully a child, Zhang Tao couldn't do it. Get out! You get out! The boy screamed madly at Zhang Tao. He was tired of crying and cried out for courage. In this moment, in the boy's worldview, there was nothing good about manipulating a mech. He didn't think he could live after losing his father anyway, so he might as well just die. So it was brave. Zhang Tao was scolded. I didn't mess with you, did I? Kid, look carefully. I didn't kill your father. Zhang Tao pointed at his nose and spoke. Zhang Tao's mech was still very recognizable, and he thought that the kid would be able to recognize himself. Unfortunately, reasoning with a child who has lost his mind is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you to get lost. The kid brother's voice was hoarse as he yelled, and he even casually picked up a stone to hit Zhang Tao. Unfortunately, the power was too weak to smash. Instead of being bored by the boy's behavior, Zhang Tao developed a bit of sympathy. Who hasn't had a childhood? If one's dad died at such a young age, then, kid, Want revenge? I can help you. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, the kid brother jerked his head up. At this moment, Zhang Tao felt that there was light in this child's eyes. Really? You can really help me? The hatred of killing my father is not shared. The kid brother surprisingly put away his tears in this moment. Can you tell me who killed your father? I'll help you take revenge. Zhang Tao patted his chest and assured. I don't know who he is. The kid brother agonized. His little face clenched together. Zhang Tao could understand. After all, whoever killed someone would not make a point of communicating their name before doing so. Tell me what you know. What's been going on? Okay, I'll tell you. After that, the kid brother began to narrate. Zhang Tao hadn't been in much of a spirit, but when he heard the kid brother say that the murdering mecha had inquired about Han Xin from his father, Zhang Tao immediately became agitated because he knew who the murderer was. It must be Han Wook. Besides Han Wook, who would inquire about where Han Xin is buried? After the kid brother told Zhang Tao all he knew, Zhang Tao immediately said happily, Good boy, good job, your revenge, I help you to report. Is there anyone else in your family? The kid brother shook his head slowly, his eyes sad. Okay, now on this world, follow me, go to my house, not bad for you to eat this bite. Zhang Tao's kindness is great, and mainly it is also true that the family is big, not bad for a mouthful of food. My dad, leave your dad here and I'll have someone help you bury your dad. Thank you. The kid brother was still polite, or at least knew good from bad. When Zhang Tao returned to the villa with the kid brother, Lin Qianying immediately curiously came up. And this kid is? Picked it up. I told you. Zhang Tao began to mouth the words. When Lin Qianying heard about this kid brother's misery, she immediately became motherly, and even disintegrated with the mech to properly appease the kid brother. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, followed kid brother's instructions and began arranging manpower to follow the traces left behind by the steel snakes in search of Han Su. While Zhang Tao's side was busy, Zhang Wei's side was quiet to Zhang Wei's annoyance. There really isn't a single mechanical creature. It's impossible for a river this big to be devoid of mechanical creatures. Zhang Wei was distressed. It's been over a day since I left Kawasaki and I haven't even gotten a single hair, so I might as well be rummaging through the sewers on the edge of Kawasaki. Am I forgetting something? Zhang Wei began to meditate. Originally, this river had a big part in the plan Zhang Wei had made before the end of the world, as there were definitely a large number of mechanical creatures here that could obtain a lot of source crystals. But Zhang Wei forgot one thing. For the first 2 years of his previous life, he was just a mongrel at the bottom of the heap who didn't even own a mech. He could remember some of the big things that happened at the beginning of the end times in his previous life, but some of the small things or things that he hadn't experienced himself were unclear to him. Take for example the matter of the rat tide. Zhang Wei didn't remember it, or maybe it didn't happen in his last life. After all, Zhang Wei's existence would trigger some butterfly effects. Those big guys in the zoo in the previous life never left the zoo initially, and the reason why those big guys left in this life was because of Zhang Wei. Let's look again. If there are no mechanical creatures in the river, it will be even harder to find them elsewhere. Zhang Wei continued along the riverbank. Also, there was an advantage to proceeding along the riverbank, because if you kept going, sooner or later you would come across the village. There were definitely poultry and livestock in the village, and although these mechanical creatures weren't as raw, none of them were too small, and they could at least provide intermediate source crystals. Traveling along, after roughly another half an hour, Zhang Wei was already able to vaguely see the shadow of a village. This village was supposed to be relatively wealthy, and every family had small 2-story buildings, but at this time these small 2-story buildings had basically collapsed. Apparently, the village had been massacred by mechanical creatures. With the advent of the end times, it was basically rare to see living people in the rural areas, which Zhang Wei had known for a long time, so there were no surprises. There's definitely no one left, but there are definitely mechanical creatures. Chapter 50 Harvesting Crab Swarms. Zhang Wei happily ran straight to this village. Walking closer, Zhang Wei realized that this place could no longer be considered a village, but could only be described as a ruin. It was just that Zhang Wei's elation had disappeared, and as he walked on top of the ruins, he still didn't detect any shadows of mechanical creatures. It can't be. Even if all those guys ate everyone here, it's impossible for them all to run off somewhere else, right? What he found in this village had simply overturned Zhang Wei's perception. Mechanical creatures generally don't leave places that make them feel safe, unless something uncontrollable has happened. What's going on in this village? Just as Zhang Wei was puzzled and thinking, there was suddenly a metallic clicking sound that sounded far behind Zhang Wei. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to turn around, the floating cannon had already opened fire. An uncountable number of heads were revealed on the riverbank 600 or 700 meters away. But even more striking were more large metal crab pincers. Crabs? Zhang Wei instantly realized after turning around and seeing the sight in front of him. Now, that makes sense. So river crabs are raised here. I told you. Zhang Wei was relieved. River crabs were food for humans before the end times, but after the end times, they became rampant and turned into a disaster. Individual mechanical crabs can reach 1 meter to 1.5 meters in length, and their crab pincers can reach 2 meters. The point is, they are plentiful, not as plentiful as a rat colony, but there are at least thousands and thousands of crabs on every sizable farm. What happens when all these things are transformed into mechanical creatures? The people and mechanical creatures in the village must have all been eaten by these crabs, and the lack of mechanical creatures in the river is all the work of these guys. Zhang Wei didn't make a move immediately, but these big crabs were not at all accustomed to Zhang Wei, and they swung their big pincers and rushed up the bank from the surface of the river, traveling horizontally and coming straight at Zhang Wei. The floating cannons began to fire non-stop, each one taking the life of a crab. Zhang Wei's battle power was over 1,000, and the attack power of the floating cannon was greatly enhanced. Taking away a crab with one shot was just like playing. Meanwhile, because of the freezing bombs, soon, the ground froze because of those frozen crab corpses. The crabs coming up behind slowed their onslaught considerably because the ground was icy and slippery. At this time, Zhang Wei took out his thermal giant sword. Try a new skill. Schools of crabs are just the thing for experimenting with skills. Extreme Thunder Blast. Energy suddenly began to converge at the tip of the thermal megazord. After a second of coagulation, a ball of fiery red light about 0.5 meter in diameter coalesced into shape. Go! Zhang Wei swung his sword at the group of crabs through the air. The sword-tipped ball of light slammed into the crabs as sharply as a cannonball. When the ball of light struck one of the crabs, both the ball of light and the crab stopped briefly for an instant. In the next moment, the ball of light shattered, and the shattered ball of light transformed into countless energy clusters like bullets. A 10-meter radius was completely enveloped by these shattered lights. The entire sky still shone violently even in daylight. However, the shattered light disappeared almost instantly, like sparks disappearing in a very short time after a metal collision. However, when the shattering light disappeared, all the crabs within a 10-meter radius fell to the ground, instantly clearing out a large space. The bodies of the fallen crabs were riddled with holes, not a single part of their bodies intact, including their large pincers. The power is good. Zhang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction. The extreme thunderbolt bombardment was indeed much stronger than the death laser in terms of group attacks. The consumption is also acceptable. Zhang Wei glanced at the panel. Using the extreme thunder blast only consumed 5% of the mech's power, which was a hair's breadth to Zhang Wei. Just use normal source crystals to recover while fighting. Power recovery and consumption can cancel each other out. The crabs were not in such a good mood as Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's behavior angered these guys. They were not rats and would not be easily scared away by Zhang Wei. Looking at the crabs that rushed towards him even more frantically, Zhang Wei was very happy. Ordinary crabs popped out intermediate source crystals, which was a much bigger harvest than killing rats. In the next moment, Zhang Wei rushed towards the crabs with his giant sword. Zhang Wei was like a brute bull charging through the crabs. The big pincers of the crabs couldn't hurt Zhang Wei at all, and the huge sword in Zhang Wei's hand, the 2 big feet, and the floating plankton cannon on his shoulder were all means of attack. The crabs were mercilessly harvested, and from time to time, the skills released by Zhang Wei were able to reduce the crabs to a large area. The massive attrition finally made the crabs realize something was wrong. Soon, the anger in the crabs' hearts disappeared and was replaced by fear, which any creature would be afraid of, including Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei met an existence with a battle strength of over 10,000 at this moment, Zhang Wei would also be afraid. After an unknown crab squeaked a strange cry, the crabs began to scatter. Zhang Wei, who had only killed less than 2,000 crabs, would definitely not let these crabs go so easily, but he stopped after chasing them for a while. Collect the source crystals first. While hacking and slashing, although Zhang Wei was also collecting source crystals, the source crystals that popped out from using his skills to kill the crabs, Zhang Wei was not able to collect them in the first place. Zhang Wei was going to chase the crabs in the river and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time, so it wouldn't be too late to collect the source crystals before chasing after them. As for whether the crabs would run far away, this Zhang unicorn wasn't worried at all. The river is just so big and the crabs are so numerous that even if they wanted to migrate, it would take time. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Wei had already cleared the battlefield. He then followed the trail left by the crabs as they retreated. After chasing him all the way to the river, Zhang Wei stopped in his tracks. It wasn't that Zhang Wei didn't dare to go down to the river, nor was it that he couldn't. It's not like mechs need to breathe or are afraid of water, and entering the water would just limit their mobility somewhat. Besides, the deepest part of the creek was only about 5 meters, so it was impossible to submerge Zhang Wei. But here's the problem. How can you not see a single crab in a river that is only 5 meters deep at its deepest point? Did they get into the river and get smaller? How is that possible? Zhang Wei instantly overturned his guess. He had only heard of mechanical creatures getting bigger as they evolved. He had never heard of them getting smaller. Get in there. Zhang Wei jumped into the river. which was only submerged to just above the knees of Jiang Wei's mech. And the river is diminishing rapidly, because the heat energy giant sword Jiang Wei was holding was unfriendly to the river. A large amount of water was being vaporized. At the same time, Jiang Wei's power was rapidly depleting, and the heat on the thermal energy giant sword was something that required power from the mech to maintain. Seeing this, Jiang Wei could only put away the thermal energy giant sword. To use one's own mech power to fight hard with this nearly endless river. Isn't this looking for discomfort? What's that? Jiang Wei, who had put away the thermal energy giant sword, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He had just seen a crab, but in the blink of an eye the crab had shrunk out of sight. Chapter 51. No. What's that? Death laser. Purple light converged in Jiang Wei's eyes as the thunderous light cut through the water. But of course, Jiang Wei's main purpose was to cut through the place where the crab had just appeared. What the hell is going on in that place? Just cut it open and see. As the lightning swept through, the debris and sediment at the bottom of the river defiled the originally fairly clear river water. When the mud and sand dispersed, a sliced, clear and ghostly colored hole appeared in front of Jiang Wei's eyes. The cave is small, about 5 meters in diameter, and goes straight up and down. It's only 7 or 8 meters deep. Jiang Wei, who looked down to check, muttered before stepping into the hole with 1 foot. Sure enough, there's still a cul-de-sac. Under the test of his feet, Jiang Wei discovered the dark passage that connected to the rest of the place, which was roughly 3 to 4 meters high and stretched all the way down diagonally. With Jiang Wei's current height, he definitely couldn't drill into it. However, this was not a problem for Jiang Wei. Just blast your way through. The thermal energy giant sword that was put up by Jiang Wei once again appeared in Jiang Wei's hand, and as the thermal energy giant sword slashed, the dark tunnel collapsed. Jiang Wei followed the dark passage that extended diagonally downward all the way through the thorns and thistles, and actually chopped the dark passage hard into the open air. However, also because of the fact that it was all the way down, Jiang Wei soon had his entire mech in the river. Just how deep is this thing? Jiang Wei was a bit puzzled. It's not that big of a river, and it's not supposed to have this kind of terrain. To say that this was opened up by the crabs themselves after mechanization, Jiang Wei didn't quite believe it. After all, it was only the 3rd day of the end times. As he continued to go deeper and deeper underwater, Jiang Wei sensed that the water current had begun to affect his movements, but the impact was really not that great. Fortunately, the crab's hiding place was not too deep, and when Jiang Wei went about 20 meters deeper underwater, the environment opened up before him. This was a very large underground space, as big as 3 or 4 soccer fields, but even with such a large space, Jiang Wei was unable to enter, as the venue was indeed large enough, but not high enough. The height of this underground space was only like 5 or 6 meters. Jiang Wei looked at the crabs spread all over the ground in the middle of the underground space, and he obediently crouched down before the hole that he had forcibly broken open. As for the thermal energy giant sword, it was once again put away by Jiang Wei. It was too power hungry. It's a good place. Jiang Wei wasn't going to leave, nor did he have any thoughts of destroying this underground space. According to Jiang Wei's visual inspection, the place where he was the only entrance and exit of this underground space. The only way for the crab to leave is by itself. So, Jiang Wei is going to stand guard here. As for why they didn't destroy this underground space, naturally, it was still because of the source crystals. If Jiang Wei simply wanted to kill these crabs, he could have directly destroyed the structure of this underground space, and as long as the underground space collapsed, none of the crabs here would survive. But then the source crystals in their bodies were also directly buried in place. Although Jiang Wei's mecha was strong and powerful in battle, it would be very laborious to collect source crystals in the midst of the ruins. Mostly it will be more time consuming. And it's not just big crabs here, it's small ones too. I can't believe these guys are already reproducing after only 3 days. How much metal are they swallowing? Jiang Wei looked at those small crabs that were only 20 centimeters long with a fiery gaze. These little crabs also had source crystals inside them, but the source crystals were definitely weak. But none of that matters. As long as Jiang Wei guarded the exit, Jiang Wei would use the metal remains of the dead crabs to feed these little crabs. With enough metal wreckage to manage, the growth rate of the little crabs will be amazing. And when these little things grow up, it will be a new wave of leaks. It's a pity that there aren't enough metal racks, or else we could all get a farm here. Jiang Wei spoke with some regret. If we could really get such a farm, then we would be able to achieve intermediate source crystal freedom. Just as Jiang Wei was sighing, the big crabs became angry. How can you not be angry when you are blocked at your doorstep? I don't know which of the big crabs led the collective riot. Unfortunately, the hole was only that big, and even though it had been violently expanded by Jiang Wei by nearly double, it could only accommodate at most 3 or 4 big crabs attacking Jiang Wei at the same time. Facing the big crab waving the crab pincers, Jiang Wei laughed coldly in his heart, only to see Jiang Wei waving his hands continuously, with each punch hitting the big crab's brain accurately. Once again, the crabs began to attenuate. However, the attrition is not fast, since Zhang Wei didn't use the heat energy giant sword under the river water, and the float gun firing was useless only to make the river water freeze, so he could only rely on Zhang Wei's hands and feet. This efficiency, it's a bit slow. Zhang Wei was a little less than satisfied with the speed at which he killed the big crabs. When he went back to look, he saw the bodies of the big dead crabs that he had left behind him. With that, Zhang Wei casually grabbed one, and with the force of both hands, he broke off the 2 crab pincers of the big crab. Under Zhang Wei's modifications, the crab pincer turned into a cyclops, and Zhang Wei only left the larger one behind, transforming the crab pincer into a spear-like weapon. In the next moment, Zhang Wei turned his head to attack and stabbed out with a spear, and the big crab that had just frantically chopped Zhang Wei's back drank his hatred on the spot. Not bad. The modified crab pincer was not considered a weapon, and it did not have a battle power boost, but the tip was sharp, and Zhang Wei was still quite comfortable using it. It seems like I'll have to get a conventional weapon to keep on me in the future, Zhang Wei reminded himself in his mind. The thermal megazord does work well, but in this restrained environment, using the thermal megazord consumes too much battle power, so it's still necessary to have a conventional weapon on standby. As time passed, the crab corpses piled up behind Zhang Wei grew more and more, and gradually they had piled up into small mountains. But even so, the crazy big crabs still had no intention of stopping their attack, which was ready to go on without end. It's not that the crabs don't know fear, it's because there's no way back for them. As for why they don't use their big pincers to reopen a way out, it's because circumstances don't allow it. Reopening a passage to the river would require breaking through a layer of stone nearly 20 meters thick, and, as this underground space had become less stable, breaking through the layer of stone could easily cause a collapse. Now their only way out was to repel Zhang Wei and run as much as they could, or at least rush out a gap for their breeding offspring to run away. However, the idea was quite good, but the ending was destined to be sad. Zhang Wei stood at the only hole and did not move, and apart from the crab corpses, nothing could leave through this exit. Gradually, the large crabs have become scarce, and when their numbers dwindle to a certain point, their madness fades. Zhang Wei checked the cargo hold and the harvest was delightful. With about 4,000 intermediate grade source crystals, if we raise all these little things, we'll almost be able to evolve for the 3rd time. Zhang Wei's heart was unusually energized. Having made the mech reach the level of 3 advancements in just a few days, Zhang Wei was eager to ask who else was there. However, just as Zhang Wei was secretly excited, the remaining large crabs began to stir, and a flash of azure-colored light very wildly broke out of the ground from the stone. Fei? No, what's that? Zhang Wei got up violently, almost rushing straight into the underground space without a second thought. Chapter 52 Legendary Source Crystal, Buried Alive. The blue-colored gaze was that of a Fei crab, 5 meters long, with large pincers as long as 7 or 8 meters. However, what made Zhang Wei feel the urge was that flash of 7-colored light that was pressed underneath it. It was a source crystal that released a 7-colored light. What do the 7 colors represent? Legend. Zhang Wei was very excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to see something of legendary level again so soon. No matter what this source crystal could open, it would be a huge boost for Zhang Wei. As for why that Fei crab didn't devour this legendary grade source crystal, it wasn't something Zhang Wei could figure out. Just as Zhang Wei was getting excited, the Fei crab swung its large pincers and rushed towards Zhang Wei, while the source crystal pressed underneath it stayed where it was. The speed of the Fei crab was almost twice as fast as ordinary crabs, and its strength was almost twice as strong. But unfortunately, it was still much worse than Zhang Wei. When the large pincer attacked, Zhang Wei stabbed the spear in his hand, and the spear collided with the large pincer, and the Fei crab staggered back 5 or 6 meters. That's right, just knocked back, because the large pincers of the Fei crab were too long. Zhang Wei was unable to stab the body of the Fei crab using his spear. Again, since both were using crab pincers as weapons, Zhang Wei did not have an advantage in terms of weapons. However, Zhang Wei was not at all panicked because Zhang Wei had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Even if they kept confronting each other like this, it wouldn't take long for the tremor to kill this Fei crab. However, Zhang Wei soon vetoed this decision of his as he discovered an ordinary crab preparing to devour that legendary great source crystal. If this was swallowed by an ordinary crab, Zhang Wei estimated that he would have to go crazy. In the next moment, the spear flew out of Zhang Wei's hand, and the spear turned into a javelin. This throw was accurate, and the crab that dared to approach the legendary great source crystal was nailed to the ground by the spear in death. At this moment, Zhang Wei could no longer care about the consumption of power. He took out the thermal energy giant sword from the cargo hold, and at the same time, he could not care about whether this underground space was collapsing or not, only to see that Zhang Wei used the extreme thunder blast immediately after taking out the giant sword. A ball of light formed at the tip of the thermal energy giant sword, and with a single strike, the ball of light flew towards the place where the legendary great source crystal was located. The ball of light exploded, and a 10-meter radius was instantly cleared. Subsequently, Jiang Wei raised his sword and slashed, forcing the Fey crab back with a single strike, and at the same time, leaving a gap of more than 20 centimeters in the Fey crab's large pincers. As the Fey crabs were cleaved back, Jiang Wei followed the trend and kept pressing forward. And as long as any ordinary crabs dared to get close to that legendary great source crystal, Jiang Wei would use Extreme Thunderbolt to clear the field. The already unstable underground space was on the verge of collapsing under Jiang Wei's furious destruction. Seeing that the underground space was about to collapse, Jiang Wei could no longer care about anything else, only to see Jiang Wei stooping down and crawling close to the underground space with his hands and feet. Anything could be thrown away. This legendary great source crystal could never be thrown away. Being buried in the ground isn't even an option, in case you can't find it. Now what breeding or not had long been left behind by Jiang Wei, and now he only had that legendary great source crystal in his eyes. Jiang Wei's behavior gave the Fey crab hope for victory. In the narrow underground space for Jiang Wei was unable to put up any effective resistance at all. When the Fey crab's large pincers clamped down on Jiang Wei, the Fey crab knew that the scales of victory were already tilting to his side. The force isn't small. The force emanating from the Fey crab's large pincers was indeed not small. Not only was it able to cause damage to Jiang Wei's shoulder armor, but it was even able to stop Jiang Wei from advancing. Superpower Battle Enhancement. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei used the Superpower Battle Strengthening, doubled the battle power. A powerful force instantly erupted. Under the impulse that matched the thrusters, Jiang Wei's body instantly surged forward. The unavoidable Fey crab was directly toppled by Jiang Wei, and one of its large pincers even stayed on Jiang Wei's body forever. Jiang Wei didn't care about these details. He wasn't far away from the legendary great source crystal. The big Fey crab screamed strangely. The remaining crabs heeded the call of the big Fey crab, and all of them gave up attacking Jiang Wei, and surprisingly, all of them ran in the direction of the exit, including those small crabs. So this is your purpose? Jiang Wei instantly realized. It's just a Fey crab. Has it evolved such a high IQ? Jiang Wei sighed in his heart, but there was no sense of being played. If this was considered being toyed with, Jiang Wei prayed that someone would toy with him every day. One legendary great source crystal per day would do, and Jiang Wei said that he wasn't greedy at all. While the crabs fled in a big way, Jiang Wei had managed to pounce on top of the legendary great source crystal. Just as Jiang Wei collected the origin crystals and prepared to exit this underground space, the Fey crab became furious. Although there were still some small crabs within the underground space that hadn't run away, at this time, the Fey crab couldn't care less about so many things, only to see it wield the remaining large pincer and begin to frantically destroy the structure of the underground space. Quite detrimental. So unkind. Just now I didn't even think of burying you guys. But you're good. This is trying to bury me? Jiang Wei could see the intentions of the Fey crab, but Jiang Wei just spat it out and didn't get angry at all. The collapse of the underground space was a devastating blow to the crab, but it was just a hair's breadth to Jiang Wei, who estimated that he could climb out with a little effort. The legendary great source crystals are in my hands, so what's wrong with a little waste of effort? Boom! The underground space began to collapse. A large number of stones fell. Jiang Wei glanced at the direction of the passageway, and then very submissively put his hands on his head and honestly lay down on the ground. Countless stones smashed on Jiang Wei, but only 4 or 5 meters high. There is also the buffer of the river. The damage caused by the stones is negligible. Is that there are more stones falling? A little heavy. When Jiang Wei felt no more vibrations on his head, he knew it was time for him to come out of the ground. Jiang Wei tried to move a little bit, and his arms and legs were able to move, but it was just a bit of a struggle. Luckily, there are enough source crystals in the cargo hold, or else they might really be buried here. Jiang Wei sighed, and then the mech began to devour source crystals to restore its power. When the power was almost restored, the thrusters fiercely breathed fire, and under the effect of the thrusters, the position of the rubble on Jiang Wei's body began to change. Because the rubble changed its position, a pressure was once again formed above it, and Jiang Wei, who had managed to get up with great difficulty, was once again pressed down to the ground. That's going to be tough. The weight of a 20-meter layer of stone is really hard to bear. Right. Float gun. Fire. Jiang Wei suddenly used the floating cannon. The cryobomb crashed into the gravel just as it was fired. However, the freezing bomb achieved the effect that Jiang Wei needed, and the debris and river water began to freeze. Chapter 53 Legendary Detection Core. The upper gravel is icy. Jiang Wei didn't fight with the rubble pressing down on him. He now only needed to ensure that the rocks above him wouldn't continue to collapse. Once the ice and rubble reached the hardened strength Jiang Wei needed, Jiang Wei began to dig underneath his body. This was relatively simple. Jiang Wei's mecha palms were just like the big claws of a digger, so as long as they were strong enough, digging a pit was naturally easy. It took 10 minutes, but Jiang Wei managed to escape. Sure enough, all ran away. Jiang Wei, who climbed out of the riverside, Now it was true that not a single crab's shadow could be seen. However, Zhang Wei didn't have any disappointment, only to see Zhang Wei defiantly sit on the riverbank and take out the 7-colored source crystal that emitted a fascinating light. What can be opened? Excited heart, trembling hand. At this moment Zhang Wei actually a little afraid to open this source crystal. Let's hope we open a good one. Turn on. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary detection core. Legendary core? Zhang Wei marveled out. Detection core, legendary plus 50 battle strength, 2 frames, fine detection range 1 kilometer, rough detection range 10 kilometers. Equipment. After the detection core was equipped into the mech, the image in Zhang Wei's eyes changed, and a detection icon appeared in his line of sight. It was like a car's head-up display, conspicuous but not blocking Zhang Wei's view. When Zhang Wei moved his line of sight to the detection icon, fine detection or rough detection would be performed depending on Zhang Wei's intention. Fine detection. At the next moment, everything within 1 kilometer of Zhang Wei's body was printed into Zhang Wei's mind, which was even clearer than the images transmitted by high-precision satellites, and even the images inside the house, underwater and 10 meters underground, and even in any narrow area could be viewed at will by Zhang Wei, which was just like a nano camera that flew around and monitored according to Zhang Wei's wishes. Rough detection. The detection range was raised to 10 kilometers, and the picture became one that could be provided by high-precision satellites, and that feeling of fineness disappeared, unable to detect deeper levels, just as a person looking down from a high altitude could see the details of an open area. Ha! Found it! Zhang Wei got up quickly. Zhang Wei didn't find the escaping crabs during fine detection, but during rough detection, Zhang Wei saw the crabs. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that he had no destiny with those crabs, but unfortunately, their destiny was forcibly renewed by the legendary detection core. Now that we've found it, what's the holdup? Chase. Zhang Wei was only 4 or 5 kilometers away from those crabs. With Zhang Wei's speed, it took less than 2 minutes to catch up with the migrating group of crabs. At this point, there aren't many big crabs left in the school. Most of them are little guys. However, Zhang Wei wasn't picky and rewarded him with a shot of extreme thunderbolt from a long distance away. And the floating cannon had already set its sights on the fey crab and kept firing. The group of crabs was instantly confused, as they did not expect Zhang Wei to still catch up. The fey crab that was targeted by the floating cannon was so furious and terrified that it actually caught up with it. So it seemed that the backhand it had prepared in advance should be useful. Still, at this point it wanted to run, but it was targeted by the float guns and couldn't run away at all. The coldness gradually took over its entire body, and it didn't take long for it to lose its ability to move. Fey crabs, completely frozen. If the fey crabs were so miserable, the other crabs would naturally be no better. The big crabs were named by Zhang Wei one by one. The crabs that ran away when they saw the situation were only a very small portion, and most of the crabs that escaped were small guys. In less than 5 minutes, resolving the battle, Zhang Wei didn't go after the escaping crabs, letting them run for 3 kilometers first. Zhang Wei arrived in front of the frozen fey crab. The giant sword of heat energy approached the fey crab, and the ice quickly melted. When most of the ice was melted away, the fey crab regained some mobility. I know you can understand me, so tell me, why don't you swallow that legendary grade source crystal? This was the only reason why Zhang Wei had left the fey crab alive, because Zhang Wei couldn't figure out why the fey crab didn't just devour the legendary grade source crystal. If this crab had swallowed the legendary grade source crystal, I'm afraid that it would have been a king grade crab by now. What made it resist the temptation to rise to the rank of king? The fey crab clearly did not want to communicate with Zhang Wei, and it chose to ignore Zhang Wei's question in the face of it. If you don't tell me, I'll make you perish, and all those crabs that got away, all of them will die. No way. You can't find them. The fey crab spoke with certainty. Even if the big crabs can't escape, those small crabs can hide and survive in any crevice. Where can we find them? Don't believe me? Then take a look at this. Zhang Wei chose to share the detection screen. This was a function that was only available when equipped with the detection core, and could be shared not only with other mechs, but also with any mechanical creature. The fey crab was instantly speechless. No wonder this guy could find them so quickly. In the face of such means, any concealment was useless. Speak, or not. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to force the issue, not wanting to give this fey crab too much time to think. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm doing it for the pack. The fey crab had indeed chosen to compromise. Ethnic group? Yes, the legendary grade source crystals will constantly release energy, which can accelerate the evolution of the pack. And it won't be too late for me to swallow the source crystals after the pack has reproduced to a certain size. The explanation of the fey crabs is simple to understand. Jean Unicorn understood when he heard it. To put it bluntly, it was still this fey crab's ambition that was too great. It was not satisfied with the number of its current horde and wanted to utilize the energy of the legendary grade source crystals to breed more henchmen. With enough henchmen, It can commandeer a larger territory. More resources will also be available. With such a benign cycle, this fey crab might really be able to become a dominant party. Unfortunately, it was pressed into the cradle and rubbed out by Zhang Wei. So that's how it is. No wonder. The rat swarms that gave birth to the Rat King haven't even entered this stage of reproduction. Your crab swarms have actually started reproducing. It's surprising that it's all because of the legendary great source crystals. Does the epic source crystal have this function? Zhang Wei really didn't know about this, and he had never heard of it at all in his previous life. I don't know. The fey crab spoke honestly in reply. It hadn't been given an epic level source crystal, so how did it know if epic level source crystals had any effect? Alright, any last words? Zhang Wei was quite respectful of this fey crab. After all, it had helped him solve his own confusion. No, I told you my secret. You're not allowed to go after my pack. Could be. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement without hesitation. There are just a few small crabs left, so it doesn't make much sense to kill them or not, because ordinary source crystals Zhang Wei could no longer look at them. Kill me. The fey crab spoke to Zhang Wei in a very honorable manner. Now Zhang Wei was really a bit surprised. Fey creatures are awakened to intelligence. There is no intelligent creature that is not afraid of death. But now this crab in front of him was actively begging for death. What was the situation? When things go wrong, there must be a demon. However, Zhang Wei didn't have the time to find out what this fey crab was up to, and with a single strike of the sword, the fey crab's brain shell flew up into the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Where's the source crystal? Zhang Wei looked at the corpse of the fallen fey crab, his heart filled with confusion. Chapter 54 Going out of the city. Chasing after Erhun. This was the first time Zhang Wei had encountered such a situation, not only in this life, but also in his previous life. I'm just reborn. It won't cause such a big change, right? Zhang Wei fell into deep self-doubt. It's not bull asterisk 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 that mechanical creatures don't have source crystals when they die. Without the source crystal is like a car without an engine. Even the power does not exist. How is the mechanical creature going to act? Forget it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What can Zhang Wei do? Flogging a corpse for spite? People just do not burst the source crystal. Flogging the corpse 100 times should not burst, also still not burst. Go back. Zhang Wei put away his thermal giant sword and turned around to run in the direction of Chuan City. The source crystals were enough, and he was going for his third mech evolution. Although no large mechanical creatures could be seen where Zhang Wei was currently, but after all, this was not the city, and Zhang Wei would definitely not feel at ease with no one guarding him. To evolve a mech, the safest thing to do is to go back to town and evolve it. Not long after Zhang Wei left, a small crab cautiously came to the corpse of the fey crab. It picked up the fey crab's head with all its might, and when it had roughly fitted the head to the body, it burrowed into the fey crab's corpse. After 10 seconds finally, the fey crab's dark extinguished eyes suddenly radiated a blue-colored light. Fey crabs, surprisingly, have come back to life. It turned out that it had stuffed its source crystal into the body of a small crab, and the source crystal that was previously in its body belonged to this small crab. The reason why Zhang Wei didn't get the source crystal after killing it was because the fey crab had completely exhausted the energy within that ordinary source crystal. Now that the source crystal belonging to itself had returned to its body, it had naturally been resurrected. To do such a thing was all because of the wisdom bestowed upon it by the legendary great source crystal. Or else did you really think that this fey crab would be so intrepid? Chuan Chang, I will seek revenge on you. The fey crab glanced at the direction Zhang Wei had left, and then immediately gathered the small crabs to continue fleeing. As for how to seek revenge on Zhang Wei, the fey crab already had a plan in mind. Zhang Wei naturally didn't know that fey crabs could still come back from the dead, and he rushed all the way back to Chuan City. It was already dark when we entered the city. Zhang Tao's family villa. Big brother, you're back? Zhang Tao immediately shouted loudly when he saw Zhang Wei from a long distance away. Big brother, take a look at how the new skills I got are. After saying that, Zhang Tao used Thunderstrike on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei saw it coming and kicked it straight out. Not waiting for Zhang Tao's fist to come into contact with Zhang Wei was kicked away by Zhang Wei's sole foot. The Thunderstrike was merely able to double Zhang Tao's strength and speed. However, even though Zhang Tao's strength and speed had doubled, it was still no match for Zhang Wei, and it was just a matter of hand-to-hand combat to clean up Zhang Tao. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Tao, who had been kicked off, rolled several times on the ground, making quite a commotion. Big brother, this is also too strong for you, right? Zhang Tao was on the verge of tears. Being kicked off was fine. It didn't hurt much, and the mech didn't take much damage, but the durability of the defensive armor actually dropped 50 points because of the kick. Is this still human? It's just a simple kick in the pants. Ha! A few more kicks and the armor will be scrapped, won't it? What happened? Zhang Wei is too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Tao. Before Zhang Wei did not ask what happened in detail. Now that he has returned, he naturally wants to ask about it. It's like this. Zhang Tao couldn't care less about the durability of the armor. He immediately mouthed off and started bragging about it. After all, this was his brilliant battle record of fighting 400 mechs alone. He definitely wanted to show off. Zhang Wei didn't care at all about Zhang Tao's valor. What he cared about was that Han Su had run out again. These two guys, they really don't die until they're completely dead. Since you guys are in such a hurry, there's no point in experiencing this post-apocalyptic life. After saying that, Zhang Wei unexpectedly turned around and walked away. Hey, big brother, where are you going? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. He hadn't even finished speaking. Why did Zhang Wei leave again? Haven't we already found traces of their departure? I'll go find them. Big brother, stop it. They ran out of Chuan City. It's such a big place out there. Where can we find them? It wasn't that Zhang Tao didn't try to look for it, but the traces after leaving Chuan City had basically all disappeared, so he couldn't find it at all. I can find them. Zhang Wei was confident. Before obtaining the detection core, Zhang Wei definitely couldn't find it either, but now Zhang Wei had the detection core, and if he could let Han Su live through the night, Zhang Wei would be considered to have lost. How can I find it? Big brother, I'll go with you. Zhang Tao was puzzled, but it was no longer the time to care about that. Following up was the most important thing. You watch the house. I'll follow him. Lin Xianying suddenly bubbled and ran out. Zhang Tao was sad. Why does everyone take every job? Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Xianying and didn't refuse. Lin Xianying's speed was quite a bit faster than Zhang Tao's, so there was no problem following. Moreover, Zhang Wei thought that Lin Xianying must have something to say about following him, not just to follow. Go! Zhang Wei greeted him, and Lin Xianying followed closely behind. It didn't take long for Lin Xianying to leave Chuan City with Zhang Wei, and during the daytime, Lin Xianying had followed the traces they had found to check it out. So naturally, she knew the way. But when it left the confines of Chuan City, then it was Zhang Wei's turn to play. The clues that others couldn't find could be found by Zhang Wei using fine detection, but Zhang Wei didn't go looking for it right away as he looked towards Lin Xianying. Say, what is it? I really can't hide it from you. My superiors want to make a deal with you. Lin Xianying spoke to Zhang Wei. What's the deal? They want to buy the metal wreckage, the big pile we have in the north of the city. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Xianying with some surprise. They've already accepted the construction of the metal city? Originally, Zhang Wei thought that it would take time to get certain old-timers to accept this kind of thing. They won't be so well behaved if they don't let the mechanical creatures teach them a deep lesson. Accept it? Why not? Lin Xianying rightfully asked back. Okay, you can give it to them. Don't you ever ask what they buy it with? Is it fair to say that you don't know what price you're selling something for? Equipment exchange is out of the question, which means source crystals. With so many people in the military and a bunch of mechs, the military's own shortfall for something like equipment was unknown, and it was certainly not possible to trade for equipment. So, it can only be source crystals. As for how many source crystals to give, Zhang Wei really didn't care too much. What he cared about was to have a good relationship with the military, and that was the main reason for keeping Lin Xianying by his side. Looking good and all that was secondary. People, sometimes it's not good to be too smart. Originally they weren't willing to give as many source crystals, but after my efforts, they're going to buy that pile of metal wreckage with 1000 medium-grade source crystals. How's that? Not bad, right? Chapter 55. Can we talk properly now? 1000 medium-grade source crystals? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. At this stage now, taking out 1000 medium-grade source crystals was already a big deal. Do you really think everyone is as rich as Zhang Wei? Right. Lin Xianying raised her head proudly. This was all the result of her hard work. Yes, very impressive. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying in satisfaction. By the way, I'm not responsible for transportation, so let them figure out how to get rid of it. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Xianying. Don't worry, it's ready over there. Zhang Wei nodded slightly before flatly saying, that's fine. Is there anything else? No more. Why don't you look excited at all? That's 1000 medium-grade source crystals. Lin Xianying was puzzled. If this 1000 medium-grade source crystals were given to her, how many levels would her mech have to rise to? It's only 1000. What's all the excitement about? Let's go. Found their traces. Zhang Wei spoke indifferently. This isn't Zhang Wei pretending to be a beeper. It's just the way it is. There were 5,000 or 6,000 medium-grade source crystals lying in the cargo hold. So how could Zhang Wei show excitement for 1,000 medium-grade source crystals? Found it? Where? Lin Xianying didn't dwell too much on the issue of the medium-grade source crystal. She was curious as to how Zhang Wei had found the trace. By now it was completely dark, and although it didn't affect the mech's vision much, it was too difficult to find the traces left by Han Xin or Han Su on this cluttered ground. At the very least, Lin Xianying herself definitely couldn't do it. Gives you shared vision. What is shared vision? Lin Xianying disguised as a curious baby. The next moment, Lin Qianying exclaimed, crouching. Luckily, Lin Qianying restrained herself and almost couldn't resist a classic national curse. What is this? Detection core. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and explained. You got another core? Well, go. Zhang Wei didn't explain too much. If he really wanted to tell Lin Qianying that his detection core was of legendary level, I'm afraid that Lin Qianying would shut himself up on the spot. Okay, what could Lin Qianying say? One could only follow Zhang Wei's footsteps. Outside the city, the ground was filled with various traces. The road had basically been completely destroyed. The traces left by Han Su Zhang Wei did not find, but the traces left by Han Xin had been captured by Zhang Wei. After all, Han Xin had turned into a steel snake with a large body size, and moving on the ground would definitely leave very obvious traces. Following along, soon, Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying arrived at a small town 50 kilometers away from Chuan City. The interior of the town was filled with smoke and flames that hadn't been fully extinguished. She's here? Although Lin Qianying was able to see the images provided by the detection core, she couldn't distinguish the traces left behind by Han Xin. Zhang Wei nodded at his words. It did enter this town. I just don't know if it's already left. Zhang Wei had a slightly hard time. The town was not big, but the internal situation was complicated, and the traces left behind by Han Xin would probably disappear. Go on, get in there. Zhang Wei led the way, followed closely by Lin Qianying. When the two of them entered the town, they immediately drew the attention of some mechanical creatures and mechs. It couldn't be helped. Lin Qianying's mech wasn't that conspicuous, but Zhang Wei's mech was very conspicuous, and when he walked on the road, it was a bit taller than the average 3-story building. It was too eye-catching. Zhang Wei didn't care about the guys who were secretly staring at him. His purposefulness was clear, and that was to find Han Xin and kill her. Lin Qianying, on the other hand, was like a child who had gotten a new toy, constantly switching her vision based on her own consciousness to check out those guys in the shadows. With this core, no one will be able to sneak up on you. Lin Qianying opened her mouth to sigh after playing for a while. Of course, there is some flavor of envy. You don't have a core of your own. People have too. Zhang Wei did not comment. In fact, sneak attacks and whatnot could still be encountered. When the telekinetic mechs get stronger, it will be easy to launch an attack at a distance of 1 kilometer. Mechanical creatures also become more powerful through continuous evolution, and they can also master some long-range attack skills. However, now was not the time to popularize such things to Lin Qianying, as someone was blocking Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying's path forward. Where did you come from? How come I haven't seen you before? A line of 5 mechs appeared in front of Zhang Wei. These 5 mechs were all 10-meter-tall melee-type mechs, and they still looked quite bluff. However, Zhang Wei could tell that these mechs hadn't even carried out their first evolution, and weren't the slightest bit of a threat. Chuan City. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to reply. From Kawasaki? So far away. Just the two of you? The person who asked looked surprised. Right. Zhang Wei nodded. Let me ask you guys something. Have you seen a very large steel snake? At this time Lin Qianying opened her mouth and asked. Woman? Steel snake we have not seen. We to want to know. You are not a beautiful woman. If you are a beautiful woman, I do not mind with you. He. The attitude of the person who asked the question instantly changed. The 5 mechs also took a few steps forward at the same time. They were creating a sense of pressure. You or me? Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying spoke after a moment's pause at his words. I'll do it. Well, don't get it killed. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Qianying. Dealing with this kind of little calamity, Zhang Wei really couldn't bring up the desire to do anything. Zhang Wei's conversation with Lin Qianying made the 5 people on the opposite side of the room very unhappy. What are these two discussing? The inquiry just now was merely to find out how many people Zhang Wei and his men were, and after learning that Zhang Wei and his men were only 2, they then bared their fangs, and the existence of this woman, Lin Qianying, merely accelerated the process of revealing their fangs. Now, these 2 people do not think of how to escape, but even think of how to fight back, right? Since you don't want to cooperate, we'll just have to do it ourselves. Guys, boo! Firing at close range, cryobombs bloomed on the speaker's mech. Without waiting for the other few to react in any way, Lin Qianying had already rewarded one of them with a freezing bomb. It wasn't that Lin Qianying was too stingy to give a few more shots, but if she gave a few more shots, Lin Qianying was afraid that these people would freeze to death. The world went quiet, and the 5 mechs that hadn't even carried out their first evolution, and whose battle power was only a few dozen points, were all frozen in place. Can we talk properly now? Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Big brother, can you ask? The mech in the lead had been frozen, unable to move, but had not lost the ability to speak. His answer was from the heart. In this situation, they must have run into a tough guy. See a steel snake? The man who answered hesitated. Zhang Wei didn't have any nonsense when he saw this and directly slammed his fist over. With Zhang Wei's current strength, striking at such a person was a descending blow, and after one punch, the mech's head was smashed into the mech's stomach by Zhang Wei. Chapter 56. I'm going to kill you today. Zhang Wei's behavior directly scared the other four people silly. That's a little too mean, isn't it? While they thought they were mean too, they were a paragon among the gentle compared to this person. Can you say it? Zhang Wei looked at the other man. Yes, big brother, I can talk. I know who you are talking about. She is our current boss. With the previous lesson right in front of him, how dare this person who was targeted by Zhang Wei not tell the truth? Telling the truth might get you eaten by the boss afterward, but if you don't, you're dead now. What's the point of choosing? Oh, Zhang Wei was more or less surprised. Tell us about yourselves. Big brother, we are now one of the strongest teams in town, and the only one, thanks to our current wise boss. This man was betting that Zhang Wei was an acquaintance with his boss, which was why he said the complimentary words. Zhang Wei interrupted. Say it's useful. Fine, I'll say, we have over 300 mechs in total, which should be all the mechs in town by now. All of them? Zhang Wei glanced at the town. Although the town was small, the number of mechs it possessed could never be just this small, even if more than half of them were killed by the mechanical creatures initially. Yes, those who disobeyed were all eaten by the boss. The man opened his mouth cautiously, surprisingly looking a little fearful. You want to capture us just to give it to your boss? Yes, this is the mission the boss gave us. The person who answered nodded repeatedly. In fact, he still has something to say. The male captured to be given to the boss to eat, but the woman, they will force the woman and the mech to disintegrate. The mech is definitely still to be given to the boss to eat. As for the woman, those who get it get it. Where is she? The center of town, the one on fire. Let's go. Zhang Wei turned around and greeted Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying followed behind Zhang Wei without saying a word. And the reason she was silent was because she really hadn't expected Han Xiao to be such a person. If it's just gold digging and just liking powerful men, it's not very nice morally to say that it's a green tea, but that makes sense. After all, there are quite a few of them. But what is it that Han Xin is doing now? Caging a group of people and grabbing others who don't listen to eat them is outright murder. Han Xin's behavior was constantly impacting the wave of justice in Lin Xianying's heart. Boo! The sound of the floating cannon firing roused Lin Xianying's concentration. Lin Xianying looked back. The four people who were frozen all died under the freezing bullets of the floating cannon. Zhang Wei's floating cannon's attack power is no joke. One shot a little friend. You think they're nice people? What do you think they ask you if you're pretty for? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question without waiting for Lin Xianying to finish her sentence. Lin Xianying was dumbfounded by Zhang Wei's question. Now, it's the end times, and I'm no saintly mother, but it's okay to take care of some of the crap as I go along. Zhang Wei sighed as he looked ahead. After that, the two stopped talking and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the town. The buildings here were taller, all around 6 stories, and could block Zhang Wei's figure. Only, Zhang Wei didn't have any intention of hiding himself, and he had already locked onto Han Xin, entering the detection range of 1 kilometer. Nothing could escape Zhang Wei's detection. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you would have evolved again. Zhang Wei appeared and spoke to Han Xin, who was lying on his back by a large torch. Han Xin's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. Zhang Wei? Han Xin couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't understand how Zhang Wei had found his way here. Where's Han Su? Zhang Wei looked around. There were more than 200 mechs spread around here. Which one of them was Han Su? Zhang Wei couldn't tell. How do you know I'm Han Xin? Han Xin didn't answer Zhang Wei's question as she opened her mouth to ask a rhetorical question. At the same time, her body had been slightly erected, ready to attack at any time. I've found Han Su. I'll go get him. Lin Xianying suddenly spoke. Zhang Unicorn had always shared the detection core with Lin Xianying, who had seen Han Su and could naturally recognize him. Good, don't let it go. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Xianying. For this kind of player who constantly jumps across the room looking for death, it's almost a shame not to fulfill him with that liveliness. Good. Lin Xianying replied and immediately began to move. What are you all looking at? Attack together. Han Su knew that things were bad, and he shouted loudly to get the other mechs to attack Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying together. Although Han Su had only been here for a short while, everyone knew that Han Su was their boss's younger brother, so Han Su still had a lot of say. Mechs of all sizes all attacked. Rifles, machine guns, freezing bullets, and high-temperature bullets fired first, just a little less accurate. Zhang Wei's floating cannon also opened its mouth, and for this kind of thing, Zhang Wei is now not afraid of the far war mechs at all, and comes to 1 second. As for the melee that rushes at you, it's a much better solution. Zhang Wei took out his thermal energy giant sword, while he then swung out with a shot of extreme thunder blast. The 10-meter range cleared instantly. Such a powerful skill attack immediately caused the charging mechs to regain their senses. Zhang Wei. Why? Han Xin hadn't attacked yet, and she was still staring at Zhang Wei. Why? What why? Zhang Wei was likewise in no hurry to make a move, as he was looking at a very interesting thing in the depth of 7 or 8 meters underground. Why are you doing this to me? I like you a lot. We could have been a great couple. Han Xin opened his mouth to question. A great pair? Are you being funny? Zhang Wei returned to his senses and laughed coldly. What are you yourself? Do you need me to remind you? What kind of sordid affairs between you and Han Su do you need me to tell you? Han Xiao was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that idiot Han Su to say anything to Zhang Wei. Only the two of them knew about what was going on between them. And since he hadn't told Zhang Wei himself, it must have been Han Su who had said it. Gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since you don't want to enjoy this post-apocalyptic life, then I can only send you to ascend to heaven. Don't worry, this time, there is absolutely no possibility for you to live. Anger was rampant in Zhang Wei's heart, and if Han Xiao didn't talk to him about his feelings, Zhang Wei would still be able to calm down a bit. Unfortunately, Han Xin even tried to play the emotional card, a card that Zhang Wei had experienced too many times in his last life, which brought back memories of the day he was sent away by Han Su himself. Phew! Zhang Wei took a deep breath. So die. Zhang Wei's eyes condensed death lasers and headed straight for Han Xin's face. Damn dog, I'm going to get you killed today. Seeing that it was useless to play the emotional card, Han Xin immediately raged and resumed his nature. Chapter 57. Cut you into 10 or 8 pieces and see if you can still come back to life. Ha, that's right. Zhang Wei sneered. And then, the death laser collided with the lightning that shot out of Han Xin's mouth. Han Xin had surprisingly inherited the skills that Ohana had mastered. I didn't realize that your battle power should already be close to 500, right? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised as he looked at the death laser and thunderbolt that were canceling each other out. From this, it could be seen that Han Xin's battle power was indeed no longer low. After eating you, my battle power will be higher. Han Xin pounced on Zhang Wei. Her body length had also grown to about 15 meters, and she thought that as long as she could get close enough to Zhang Wei and successfully entangle him with her body, then she would be able to strangle him in one fell swoop. How many people has this pitted? I was the one who thought wrong before. People with a dark mentality like you don't deserve to live. Zhang Wei sighed and opened his mouth. Previously, Zhang Wei had only thought of punishing Han Xin, of letting Han Xin languish in this post-apocalyptic world and experience the pain from the post-apocalyptic world. But Zhang Wei forgot what kind of person Han Xin was. When she didn't have her powers, she would show her delicacy to everyone. But as soon as she had her powers, she would unleash the darkness in her heart, as she was doing now. The already scarred world can't accommodate so many people with dark hearts. If all human beings died out, what would be the point of living for Zhang Wei himself? Fortunately, it's not too late. Zhang Wei sighed and swung the huge sword in his hand. Han Xin thought she was much stronger than Dahlia and was confident in her own defense. Therefore, she did not retreat in the face of the huge sword Han Xiao that chopped at her, and even her figure violently increased its speed. The faster the speed, the stronger the impact, and she was going to use her head to send the giant sword in Zhang Wei's hand flying, and then wind up Zhang Wei's body in the process. The ideas are really good and can be utilized to good advantage. Unfortunately, all of this was predicated on her being able to resist the attack of the thermal giant sword, as well as open up the empty door of Zhang Wei's top. The giant sword of heat energy collided with the head of the snake, with a chop to the end and sparks along the way. Han Shira was chopped away by Zhang Wei's sword. A hideous wound appeared on her skull, and the steel at the wound was still melting. Han Xin couldn't believe it was true. She didn't understand why Zhang Wei possessed so much power. Zhang Wei just stood still and slashed without the speed to strength bonus. Yet even so, he was still no match for Zhang Wei. The injury to the brain case came close to hurting the core of the brain, if it had been hurt to the core. Thinking of this, Han Xin's figure quickly retreated, and as she did so, she spat out snake letters to continuously use her skills on Zhang Wei. Told you, I won't let you get away today. Zhang Wei saw Han Zhao's intentions. If you can't beat it, run. Very right choice. And also the survival of the end of the world to survive the survival of the end of the world. But if you can't run, even if you can't run, then you can only die. Zhang Wei's speed far exceeded Han Xin's, and with the help of the thrusters, Zhang Wei only ran a few steps before the distance between him and Han Xin quickly closed. Han Xin saw this and ran headlong into a building. She was going to use these buildings to block Zhang Wei's pursuit, because she was a snake. All she needed to do was bang out a hole to get through the building, but Zhang Wei was 15 meters tall, and if he wanted to give chase, he would need to violently demolish the building in order to do so, or a detour would be fine. However, it would certainly slow down Zhang Wei considerably. It had to be said that Han Xin, this woman, still had some intelligence. and even if she violently broke through the building using the thermal giant sword, it would still slow down Zhang Wei's footsteps. However, Han Xin had forgotten the skills Zhang Wei had mastered, as well as Zhang Wei's floating cannon. Just now, the floating cannon was dealing with those minions of Han Xin at full strength. However, seeing how powerful Zhang Wei was, those guys who were still alive had been completely stunned and didn't dare to continue their actions at all. So, the float gun is idle. Freezing bullets were shot at Han Xin. At the same time, Zhang Wei swung his sword through the air and chopped out the extreme thunder blast. Han Xin had only mastered one skill and was still running away, unable to turn back frequently to release his skills. With both attacks coming at the same time, she could only choose to counteract one of them with lightning. Han Xin chose the freeze bomb. Freeze bombs don't necessarily do any damage to her, but they can slow down her movement. The thunderbolt and the freezing bomb collided to cancel each other out, while the ball of light from the extreme thunderbolt sky crossed over the two and headed straight for Han Xin. Han Xin flicks his tail to block. The ball of light shattered when it collided with Han Xin's tail. Uncountable amounts of shattered light continued to impact Han Xin's body. The first to bear the brunt was Han Xin's flailing tail, which was hardened by the impact of the shattered light to the point of breaking directly at the same time that the ball of light shattered. However, this also gave Han Xin some time to escape from the waves of shattered light. Just before Han Xin escaped from the range of the shattered light waves and had a chance to catch her breath, Han Xin saw a scene that horrified her. Only Zhang Wei was seen leaping high into the air before stomping on top of that building that he had violently broken. In the next moment, the propellers continuously erupted fierce flames, and when Zhang Wei's feet exerted force, the propellers fired at the same time, and Zhang Wei's body slammed into Han Xin like a meteor. The speed Zhang Wei displayed at this moment was almost 3 times his original speed. The price was just that building being kicked down by Zhang Wei, and the fact that the intense use of thrusters in a short period of time had consumed 10% of the engine's power. That's all, and it was Han Xin who had to pay with his life. What would be the consequence of being caught up by Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei, don't kill me! Han Xin couldn't even have time to unleash her skills on Zhang Wei who was in the air, and she can only pray that her pleas for mercy would be useful. Zhang Wei wasn't moved at all, and he was already in the air with his giant sword raised in both hands as he slashed at Han Xin. Zhang Wei didn't know the palm technique of descending from the sky, but Zhang Wei did know the sword technique of descending from the sky. This time, Han Xin's brain could no longer be hardened, and a snake's head was chopped in two by a sword. This time, there was no split body, and the giant sword of heat energy struck Han Xin's brow, splitting the entire snake's head down the middle. The ground withstood Zhang Wei's weight and sank by more than 20 centimeters. After landing, Zhang Wei didn't put away his sword. He once again swung his huge sword to chop at Han Zhao's body. Cut you into 10 or 8 pieces and see if you can still come back to life. Just as Zhang Wei was frantically outputting at Han Xin's corpse, the Fey pangolin that Zhang Wei had previously detected at a depth of about 7 or 8 meters underground immediately began to dive. It was horrible. The battle up there was so vicious that the pangolin felt like he had to hide deeper to be safe. A moment ago, it had relished the fluctuations of the battle above it, and it also hoped that Zhang Wei would bring trouble to Han Xin, and the bigger this trouble was, the better, since Han Xin was snatching food from it. However, right now, the pangolin was more expecting Zhang Wei to grab and go after he killed Han Xin and never linger here. Chapter 58. You've advanced to the king level? Surprisingly, the source crystal has exploded as well? Zhang Wei didn't pay too much attention to the movements of the armored man. It was enough to know what direction he was running towards. To Zhang Wei's surprise, after he chopped Han Xiao into 10 pieces, a source crystal floated out from the corpse, and it's still an epic source crystal. However, Zhang Wei didn't look deeper into it. It was good to burst out source crystals. Zhang Wei then put away the source crystal, and began to look at Han Zhao's corpse. Zhang Wei had already said that he would definitely hack Han Xiao to death today, not allowing her to have a chance to resurrect again, and this was naturally a matter of doing what he said. The body is gone, completely integrated into the interior of this steel snake. What kind of principle is this? Zhang Wei was puzzled in his mind. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that this change in Han Xin should be similar to a human manipulating a mech. It just turns the mech into a mechanical creature's body. But the reality was clearly not what Zhang Wei had thought, and Han Xin's body no longer existed. Still a bit uneasy, Zhang Wei muttered, and then he picked up the snake head that he had split in half. Take the head away and see how you live. Afterwards, Zhang Wei looked around at the mechs that were dumbfounded in place. What's going to happen to these guys? Getting rid of evil. These guys had all done a lot of bad things after Han Xin. Keep them and they'll wreak havoc on other people's lives. However, the mechs these guys were operating were innocent of any wrongdoing. You guys, disengage the merge. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and ordered. This order was resisted by many. In this world, only mechs can make them feel safe. Without the protection of mechs, it's disintegrate. There were not so many sevens and sevens of problems. It was a dead end if they didn't disintegrate, and they had no choice but to do as they were told. Hand over the mecha core. Zhang Wei continued to speak. Afterwards, the group reluctantly handed over the mecha core to Zhang Wei. After collecting the mecha core, Zhang Wei's floating cannon opened fire. He had no intention of letting these guys go. As for distinguishing whether there were still good people among them, sorry, Zhang Wei did not have the leisure to do so. Since he had followed the wrong person, he had to bear the corresponding price. After a dozen or so shots, the ground was left covered in ice sculptures. Hundreds of people, all alive. Afterward, Zhang Wei's figure rushed out with a big stride, and there were some mechs in the dark, all of which were also Han Xin's men, only that they hadn't gathered here just now. These people, Zhang Wei wouldn't let go either. After 10 minutes or so, there was no longer any mecha present in the entire town, except for Zhang Wei. Of course, chasing out that far? Zhang Wei used rough detection to check the situation on Lin Xianying's side. At this time, Lin Xianying had already chased Han Su out for 5 kilometers. Zhang Wei can't quite understand. With Lin Xianying's ability, it's easy to kill Han Su, not to chase him out so far. However, Zhang Wei didn't look deeper into it, as Lin Xianying wouldn't be in any danger anyway. Afterwards, Zhang Wei took out the epic grade source crystal provided by Han Xiao. Turn on. Ding. Get the purple star. Purple star can be used to strengthen equipment 7 to 9, can improve the quality of the equipment. 100% will be upgraded to epic level. A small probability of epic level equipment to legendary level. Surprisingly, it's the purple star. Zhang Wei felt a bit hot. Why? Because he had the possibility of having legendary equipment. If you use the purple star to upgrade the quality of the thermal giant sword, there is a certain probability that you can get a legendary thermal giant sword. Legendary and epic are simply two different concepts. However, that small probability forced Zhang Wei to calm down again. No, it's not cost effective, even if it can be upgraded to legendary quality. The grade of the thermal giant sword was too low. Even if it was upgraded to legendary quality, it was going to be eliminated when Zhang Wei obtained a better weapon. Pre-apocalyptic use of epic weapons is quite enough. It won't work to keep it. Upgrade the quality of the engine. Zhang Wei made a decision after thinking for a while. A good thing is only as good as the use it gets. What's the point of keeping it to look at? And the engine is the source of power. For the mech, the power is naturally the stronger the better. Although the engine within Zhang Wei's mech was already considered very good, Zhang Wei himself was a big consumer of power. Float cannons, thermal giant swords, thrusters, skills, all of these consume power to drive. After making the decision, Zhang Wei immediately took out the engine from the belly of the mech. He then pressed purple star into the engine. Upgrading engine quality. Ding! The engine quality has been upgraded to epic level, with a battle power of plus 100. How much the battle power had increased was not even that important to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei wanted to know how much the engine's power had increased. Almost about 3 times. Pretty good. Reintegrating the engine within the mech. Zhang Wei immediately felt the increase in power. After the third evolution, it'll be nice to see the intuitive data. Pack up the lower guys and head back. Zhang Wei muttered darkly in his mind. For the third evolution of the mech, all the attributes of the mech would be displayed in the form of data. And at that time, how much each ability was would be written plainly. Just as Zhang Wei was secretly wondering, Lin Xianying returned. Why did you chase so far? Zhang Wei opened his mouth in doubt. To get something back on him, so it took a bit of trouble. Lin Xianying casually explained. Not saying anything too specific, Zhang Wei didn't have the intention of pursuing the matter. Han Xin is dead. Let's go back later. There's something else. Lin Xianying looked at the ice sculptures on the ground and was puzzled. What else? Hasn't this killed just about everyone who should be killed? It should be good. After saying that, Zhang Wei took the thermal energy giant sword and violently plunged it into the ground. The thermal energy giant sword was more than 10 meters long, and with the length of Zhang Wei's arm, this sword almost broke the lifeblood of the wearer armor. The pangolin thought it was safe enough to hide more than 10 meters underground, not realizing that it would be discovered. When the pangolin felt the heat, it instinctively turned and was going to keep running. 10 meters or so was discovered. So what about another dozen meters deeper? Anyway, I can dig my own hole, so I don't believe I can't run away. Run again and you'll die a miserable death. Zhang Wei's ice-cold voice reached the piercing armor's ears. Immediately after hearing Zhang Wei's voice, the wearer beetle realized that Zhang Wei was not just fooling around and almost injuring himself by mistake, but really knew where he was. At this time, to run or not to run? 2 voices constantly hovered in the wearer's ears. Still not coming out? Zhang Wei did it again, and the heat energy giant sword continued to penetrate a distance of 3 to 4 meters. This time, the pangolin saw the giant sword of heat with his own eyes, as the blade was close to the pangolin's face. I'm coming out, big brother. Don't cut. The pangolin armor opened its mouth loudly before digging upwards regardless, and with a distance of more than 10 meters, it rushed to the ground in only 10 or so seconds. The speed of this hole punching really surprised Jiang Wei. Are you on the verge of advancing to the king level? Chapter 59. I just have a small request. Jiang Wei looked at the 6-meter or so long pangolin in front of him and was very surprised. Originally, Jiang Wei thought that the mountain-piercing armor was a more powerful fey, and that its battle strength should be similar to the steel snake that Han Xin had turned into. However, what Jiang Wei did not expect was that he found out that the pangolin armor was on the verge of evolving to the king level. As for how you can tell, it's all based on experience. As the tip of this pangolin's tail evolved an object similar to a meteor hammer. Not all king-level mechanical creatures could evolve other objects on their original bodies, but as long as they did, they were properly king-level. Take for example the king's mechanical rat, which hasn't evolved in appearance other than being bigger. Big brother, you see it? The pangolin armor didn't dare to be reckless. Even if it was promoted to the king level, it didn't think that it would be Jiang Wei's opponent. How many mechanical creatures have you eaten? Or rather, how many people have you eaten? Jiang Wei's voice turned ice cold. Big brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't eat anyone. Really? The pangolin armor immediately opened its mouth. It didn't want Jiang Wei to misunderstand itself. If this comes as a demon defender or something, won't you not be able to live? Didn't eat anyone? Jiang Wei expressed his disbelief. It was true that mechanical creatures could also evolve by devouring metal, but the rate of evolution wouldn't be that fast because mechanical creatures had a limited rate of digestion. Only by eating all of them, including the human and the mech, would the mechanical creatures evolve rapidly, and the human was like a catalyst for the mechanical creatures to evolve. Really, big brother, I'm not lying. I evolved to be like this by eating ants. Ants? Do you really think I don't know anything? Jiang Wei silently drew out his thermal giant sword, and he was ready to slash this mountain-piercing armor to death. Pre-apocalyptic. Insect-like creatures don't evolve into mechanical creatures at all. Insect-like mechanical creatures only appear in the 3rd year of the end times. And the insect-like mechanical creatures of that time will be the #1 enemy of all living things. Really, there's a source crystal under the ground. I found it. That source crystal can turn ants into mechanical creatures. I evolved by eating ants all the time. The pangolin had wanted to hide the source crystal it had found, but now it seems as if it can't be hidden. And if you continue to hide it, you're going to get yourself chopped up. As for resisting or escaping, the pangolin didn't even think about it. Source crystals? Ant mechanization? Show me. Jiang Wei didn't believe a word that the armored man said unless he saw it with his own eyes. Alright, I'll help big brother dig the passage. Without saying a word, pangolin armor immediately agreed. After that, the pangolin began to work, and the digging was so silky smooth that when he saw the hole dug by the pangolin, Jiang Wei could not help but sigh that professional things should really be left to the professionals. If he had this kind of ability of a pangolin, why would he have been pinned down in an underwater cave for so long? Get out of it in minutes. As expected, it didn't take long for the pangolin armor to dig out a huge cave that was big enough to accommodate Jiang Wei's entry. All the dirt that had been dug up was piled up in a small hill on the ground. Pity the people who turned into ice sculptures. They were buried before the ice melted. Moving forward, the passage was about 15 meters long, and Jiang Wei once again entered the underground at a depth of 20 meters. Lin Qianying was left outside the cave by Jiang Wei. Buried alive at this depth, Jiang Wei was able to get out of the hole, but Lin Qianying didn't have the ability to get out of the hole. Jiang Wei was afraid that the armored man would play any tricks. Big brother, look, here. The pangolin armor pointed at a 7-colored source crystal as if offering a treasure. Legendary level again. This. Jiang Wei's head swooned for a moment. When did legendary grade source crystals become great whites? Encountered 2 in one day. Getting an epic level in a previous life was a head-scratcher. This. How did the ants turn into mechanical creatures? Jiang Wei opened his mouth to inquire after easing up a bit. Here it is. These little things can be transformed into mechanical creatures in half an hour. The pangolin stared at a pit it had deliberately dug out not far from the legendary source crystal. Jiang Wei stared at the pit, and he found that the ants inside this 1-meter-deep pit had indeed shown signs of mechanization, and the ants had all reached about 20 centimeters individually. If fully mechanized, these ants should be able to have a length of about 30 centimeters. The key was that the number was extremely large, with many layers of densely packed ants stacked on top of each other, almost filling up the pit. How did you discover this method? Jiang Wei was genuinely curious. Jiang Wei wouldn't be surprised if this kind of feeding pattern was made by humans, but it was a pangolin that made it, which is more amazing. While none of the xenomorphic mechanical creatures had low IQs, how could it be years before this feeding pattern occurred to them? It wasn't like I thought of it myself. I just felt something draw me to it the other day and then I dug over to see it. And by the time I got here I'd already noticed mechanized ants in the area. Then, the aftermath is needless to say. The pangolin ate the ants and didn't bother to touch the source crystal. A steady stream of mechanized ants became the sustenance for the evolution of the pangolin. It had only been a few days. If the Pandalin armor was given more time, the Pandalin armor would definitely be able to evolve into a giant beast. Just like that crab. It could be said that each legend-grade source crystal could mold a king-grade mechanical creature, and when used well could even breed a giant beast. No, are you saying that this source crystal is able to attract you? Zhang Wei suddenly grasped the point in the armored man's words. Yeah, Pangolin nodded to Zhang Wei. Treasure hunting mouse? Zhang Wei exclaimed. Isn't this the treasure hunting mouse with the treasure hunting function? If he took such a guy to skulk around in the wilderness, together with the detection core, what other goodies could escape Zhang Wei's palm? Can just legendary grade source crystals appeal to you? The purple glow ones are fine too. I've eaten several of them. The Pandalin spoke the truth with little heart. How about you hang out with me from now on? Zhang Wei made his suggestion. Whatever it took, he was going to abduct this Pandalin. It was important to know that the initial source crystals did not just descend at once, but every 3 months thereafter. Initial source crystals would fall from the sky without interruption. Zhang Wei could only vaguely remember what powerful source crystals some of the more famous people had obtained somewhere. And even if more epic and legendary level source crystals were obtained, people would not even proclaim them. However, if one possessed this mountain-piercing armor, when the initial source crystal descended, all one had to do was to take it out for a stroll, and it would still be full of rewards? There was no need to waste brain cells recalling those vague memories of his past life. The wearer's heart fluttered. When you follow such a one, you are not afraid that you will be in danger, and you feel safe. However, the armored man also knew that Zhang Wei had begged for help, so he couldn't be so cheap, could he? It mentally conceptualized the conditions that Zhang Wei could accept. You're not happy about it? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. No, I just have a small request. The Pangolin didn't dare to be too cocky, which was also due to its original character. Timid. Otherwise, how could it, an existence that was almost about to ascend to the king level, not dare to steel itself against Han Xin? Chapter 60 Bombardment of Kawasaki. What demands? Zhang Wei was a bit agitated, but acted calmly. He couldn't let the wearer's armor see it, in case it got the better of him. But what's wrong with asking for something for such a big baby? Not to mention 1, 3 or 5 Zhang Wei can also endure. Can I have this source crystal? I still have to use it to cultivate food. Can I? The Pandalin armor acted a bit humble. Its words had already made it clear that it was telling Zhang Wei that in fact, even if Zhang Wei didn't agree, it wouldn't matter, and the Pandalin would still compromise. But Zhang Wei was also thinking deeply about this. Logically speaking, Zhang Wei should definitely take this source crystal. Legendary grade source crystals, they can definitely open up good stuff. Superpower battle strengthening, legendary grade detection core. How much of a boost did these two things provide to Zhang Wei? However, thinking about the ability of the mountain-piercing armor, Zhang Wei hesitated. In fact, in order to make the pangolin return to its heart, it wasn't impossible to give it this source crystal. After all, pangolins can create even more value later on. Yes, promise. Really? Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother, you are so kind. The pangolin armor was grateful. It probably didn't even think that if Zhang Wei hadn't suddenly killed it, this source crystal would have been its. From now on, you'll be called Little Treasure. Zhang Wei gave the pangolin armor a name. The word treasure is definitely called for, after all, counting on the pangolin to find the treasure. Originally, Zhang Wei wanted to call the pangolin armor Debao, but on second thought, the name was a bit wicked, so it was better to call it Xiaobao. Okay, Big Brother. The pangolin armor didn't care about names or anything. It only cared about its source crystals and a good life in the future. Take these away now, or else, you can eat them now. Zhang Wei pointed at the cyborg ants inside the pit and opened his mouth to Xiaobao. Yes, Pa was an unfussy eater and opened his big mouth to enjoy his last meal in this old nest of his. By the time Zhang Wei reappeared on the ground with Xiaobao, Lin Xianying was pacing in place with slight anxiety. What's wrong? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire when he saw this. There was no danger found around here either. Why was Lin Xianying like this? Something's wrong. Lin Xianying spoke to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had already seen this kind of words and was not surprised. If something didn't happen one day, then something was really wrong. What is it? The higher-ups are going to bomb Kawasaki. What? It was Zhang Wei's turn to be shocked. What's going on here? The military is actually going to bomb Kawasaki? A king-level mechanical bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters has appeared over Chuan City, and it has led thousands of numbers of mechanical birds that have been circling over Chuan City, and it has already killed quite a few people. This wasn't there when we left. This just happened? Lin Xianying nodded to Zhang Wei and said, well, the military tried to drive them away, but they don't have any intention of leaving. The military means to relocate everyone in the city, and will do it when all the people are evacuated. Zhang Wei did not ask how the military was going to do it. The military's strength was unfathomable, and the various missile bombs were very powerful. It's also a good thing that the military has such a deterrent, or soon this country would be in complete disarray. Then won't we have no home? This was also something that hadn't happened in his last life, and the sudden appearance of this kind of thing made Jiang Wei a bit overwhelmed as well. Chuan City was not only a home for Jiang Wei, but also a safe zone, without which the evolutionary mechs would be restless. It doesn't matter. The military has already started arranging for manpower to build the Steel City. The initial construction won't be very large, but the place should be sufficient. Lin Xianying told Jiang Wei about the military's decision. Okay, what could Jiang Wei say? This is the kind of thing he can't stop. Lin Xianying was a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that Jiang Wei would have a way to take care of that king-level mechanical bird, and as long as she could eliminate this threat, then there would be no need to bombard Chuan City. I can only say that Lin Xianying overestimated Jiang Wei. If it was a king-level mechanical creature on the ground, Jiang Wei certainly had a way to solve it, and was even very happy to do so. Each king-level mechanical creature represented a high-quality source crystal. However, if it was a king-level mechanical bird, then Jiang Wei really couldn't do anything at all. People could fly, and they could easily reach a height of thousands of meters. So Jiang Wei's current means was only the floating cannon that could attack the other party. A king-class mechanical creature wasn't something that could be handled with just a float cannon. At the very least, Jiang Wei's current battle power was not enough to solve it. If Jiang Wei could have tens of thousands of battle power, a single shot could make that king-level mechanical bird fall apart. Let's go. Go back first. Does Zhang Tao know about this news? Jiang Wei led the way towards Chuan City. Lin Xianying followed Jiang Wei and said, he has already been notified. He is preparing, and soon the military's decision will be communicated to those who are still alive in Chuan City. As for how many people will be able to leave safely, Lin Xianying didn't want to go any further, because a lot of people are destined to die this time. With the mass migration of humans, the shadowy mechanical creatures are sure to jump out and attack. Currently, there aren't many people with the ability to defend themselves, and the military can't afford to send people to keep those people safe. So, just do your best. Jiang Wei comforted Lin Xianying. For Jiang Wei, this actually couldn't be considered entirely bad. Humans gathered, and I'm afraid most of those guys who were hiding in the shadows and didn't come out couldn't help but jump out. While they were hunting humans, Jiang Wei could also hunt them. Right, this is Xiao Bao. He'll be hanging out with us from now on. Jiang Wei introduced Xiao Bao to Lin Xianying. You took it as a pet? Jiang Wei's words pulled back some of Lin Xianying's thoughts. Sort of. Jiang Wei nodded. This verbal agreement is only sort of that. As for signing an agreement, that is not possible. There is no such service. Hello sister, my name is Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao behaved very well. It knew that this was its big brother's companion and could not be messed with. Hello Xiao Bao, my name is Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying introduced herself as well. However, after Lin Xianying introduced herself, she contacted Jiang Wei through her mech. What's so special about it? Lin Xianying was curious in her heart. It can be seen that Xiao Bao is a mechanical creature of not low grade. According to Jiang Wei's previous performance, this kind of mechanical creature can never survive more than 2 episodes in Jiang Wei's hands. How did he take Xiao Bao in this time? It's capable of great things. It can hunt for treasure and be of great use. Jiang Wei didn't speak too carefully, just briefly introduced it. By the way, when is the military going to ship out the metal wreckage in the city? The convoy has left and will arrive this evening, and it is estimated to take about 2 days to transport. That means there's only about 2 days left. Yes, go back and I'll go in and initialize the mech. Evolving again? Lin Xianying suddenly stopped her body with her eyes fixed on Jiang Wei. Chapter 61 The Third Evolution begins. Well, the third evolution. I thought you said the third evolution wouldn't be that fast? Lin Xianying felt like she was already going crazy. The news we got this evening was more powerful than one. One more than the other was too much for her to handle. If I remember correctly, it was the day before yesterday when Jiang Wei said that the third evolution would be slower, right? Can 2 days be considered slow? Jiang Wei was more or less embarrassed. He did think that his third evolution would not be that fast. After all, the source crystals that could be obtained within the city were limited. Nay, after sneaking around the city, several thousand medium-grade source crystals came into the account, which was indeed enough for evolution. Before I came back to Chuan City, I got some source crystals, Jiang Wei explained slightly, not letting Lin Xianying think that it would be so easy to raise the mecha level to 50. How many source crystals? A few thousand medium-grade source crystals. I think. Lin Xianying was speechless. A few thousand medium-grade source crystals in less than 2 days? Is it 1,000 or 9,000? Enough to raise the mech level to 50. Must be in the big thousands. Lin Xianying was already thinking about whether or not she should go out and sneak around as well. Let's talk about the details later. Jiang Wei decided that he still needed to give Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao a good science talk. They can't be made to think that all mechanical creatures are vegetables. The one who encountered the crab swarm was Jiang Wei, and if it was anyone else, they would have died a few times already. Good. No words on the way. Without encountering any dangers or treasures, Xiao Bao was quiet all the way and didn't show any abnormalities. As they approached Kawasaki though, Pa showed nervousness. Big brother, up there, there's something. After Xiao Bao's reminder, Zhang Wei changed fine detection to rough detection. Sure enough, in the air about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Zhang Wei in a straight line, a group of mechanical birds were constantly circling in the air, and every now and then, a mechanical bird would also swoop down from the air. Zhang Wei glanced at Xiao Bao. I didn't realize that this guy would sense danger from such a distance, which was a pleasant surprise. It's okay, it's afraid to come down. Let's go. Zhang Wei calmed Pa down. If that bird in the sky dared to fly down and look for trouble, Zhang Wei would tell it what people it couldn't afford to mess with. Villa area. The lights are on. Zhang Tao was directing his minions in their endeavors. When he felt the slight vibration of the ground to look back, the first thing he saw was Xiao Bao, who looked like a small mountain. Big brother, there's a monster. Zhang Tao lifted his war scythe and rushed towards Zhang Wei's side. Looking at the situation, he was going to cut Xiao Bao down. Xiao Bao was startled by the aura displayed by Zhang Tao, and it instinctively hid behind Zhang Wei. Stop it. Newly accepted. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and reminded Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's war scythe had been raised in the air, and he opened his mouth in surprise. Newly accepted? Zhang Wei nodded to Zhang Tao. Well, his name is Xiao Bao. He's not very bold. Don't bully him. I'm afraid that if you piss him off, he'll whip you to death with his tail. Zhang Wei didn't open his mouth in a good mood. Zhang Tao, this is no longer brave, but reckless, and do not see what people have the ability to you on? Zhang Wei was puzzled and wondered how Zhang Tao had gotten to that position of top 10 war god in his last life. That good? Zhang Tao immediately put away the battle scythe. No kidding at all. Big brother said he could whip him to death with one tail, so I guess it certainly won't take a second hit. Bao is almost promoted to the king level. What do you think? Zhang Tao sniffed and immediately understood. I get it, big brother. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Zhang Wei was waiting for Xiao Bao to be promoted to the king level, and the moment Xiao Bao was promoted to the king level was when Xiao Bao was clicked by Zhang Wei. I'm going to evolve my mech. Pay attention to the sky. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. In the villa area of the city, the big bird in the sky was only about 2 kilometers away from Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei evolved his mech, he would definitely attract the attention of that bird. Zhang Tao sniffed and immediately spoke with some urgency. Big brother, danger. That bird, it's not easy to deal with. They not only kill people, they also hunt mechanical creatures. That group of elephants, big brother, do you still remember? What's wrong? Zhang Wei naturally remembered the herd of elephants, which were the mechanical creatures that he had truly set free. That bird, it's already killed 2 elephants. Zhang Tao's information was indeed very bright, and he already knew about something that had only happened not long ago. Zhang Unicorn was even more displeased to hear this. Did they move that pile of metal wreckage? I didn't before. I don't know now. I've called everyone back. Go over there. Zhang Wei turned around after greeting him. Xiao Bao and Lin Xianying followed behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Tao was dismayed. Could it be that he hadn't made the seriousness of the matter clear? Big brother, are you leaving or not? Zhang Wei interrupted Zhang Tao. Go! Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and followed. North of the city, when Bao saw the piles of metal wreckage, the azure-colored light released from his eyes was like 2 large light bulbs. Food, all of it. Big brother, I want to eat. Xiao Bao spoke to Zhang Wei with a hint of a supplicating tone. If he could eat these metal remains, he felt certain that he would be able to advance to the king level. This one doesn't work. It's already sold. Zhang Wei shook his head at Xiao Bao. One must be honest and not go back on one's word, but it's okay to eat less, right? Zhang Wei said while looking at Lin Xianying. I only said that there's a big pile of metal debris. How much there is? No one knows for sure. Lin Xianying said this to herself. Go on, eat less. Zhang Wei patted Xiao Bao's head. Good. Pa stormed out. Zhang Tao looked sympathetically at Xiao Bao, who rushed out. This stupid thing is still too tender. Don't you know that the more you eat the faster you die? I'll evolve the mech now and see if I can attract that bird down. If I can, maybe we won't have to move. Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying all looked at Zhang Wei before nodding in unison. For Zhang Tao, it was naturally good to be able to not move. When it really came to the military's territory, he was definitely not as comfortable as he is now. What Lin Xianying cared about, on the other hand, was the lives of the people of Chuancheng. Devour the source crystal. The source crystals inside Zhang Wei's cargo hold began to be rapidly devoured, and the energy released by the source crystals continued to pour into Zhang Wei's mech. The mech level began to climb amidst the integration of the source crystal energy. In a few minutes' time, consuming more than 5,000 medium-grade source crystals, Zhang Wei's mecha level was raised to level 50. Raising from level 31 to level 50 increased his battle power by 95 points, and currently Zhang Wei's battle power had reached 235 points. Begin evolution. the third evolution of Zhang Wei's mecha began. When Zhang Wei's mecha floated in the air, mysterious energy fell from the sky, forcing Zhang Wei to become one of the largest luminaries in the northern part of the city at the moment. With such a conspicuous pack, it naturally caught the attention of the large bird in the air instantly. Chapter 62 Xiao Bao, good job. Brother will never treat you poorly. Humans, mechs, how dare you? The king-level mechanical bird's eyes were fixed on Zhang Wei, and it was very dissatisfied with Zhang Wei's performance. Evolving a mech under your nose and treating yourself like air? Kill him. The king-level mechanical bird opened its mouth to give the order. The mechanical birds that were originally hovering in the sky immediately all swooped down towards Zhang Wei. Thousands of mechanical birds came out at the same time, and they were all of a relatively large size, with wingspans that could reach around 10 meters. The charge was still a bluff. Even at night, it had a cover-the-sky kind of feel to it. Big brother, they're coming over. Zhang Tao opened his mouth and shouted. With a charge of this magnitude, Zhang Tao felt like he could die at any moment. However, Zhang Tao didn't run. He took out his war scythe and prepared for battle. Lin Qianying, on the other hand, had already fired her gun, although the distance was a bit far and she might not necessarily be able to hit it, but the attitude must be there. Zhang Wei also saw the scene in the sky, and Zhang Wei was somewhat dissatisfied with this. He wanted to fish that king-class mechanical bird down, and it had nothing to do with these ordinary mechanical birds. Obviously, Zhang Wei failed, just as Zhang Wei wanted to unevolve. Xiao Bao, who was gnawing on the metal remains in his mouth, rushed out. Who dares to touch my boss? Bao roared as he threw the metallic remains of his tail curled up into the air. Pose behavior. The accuracy is certainly not there, but vigorously out of the miracle. As long as the metal debris thrown out of the rubbing touched, that is a crash of the end of the plane. After all, Xiao Bao was a mechanical creature that was infinitely close to the king level. Zhang Wei was surprised, not realizing that Xiao Bao could also be so brave. Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying would step in to protect him, something Zhang Wei had known for a long time, and they had faced more than just this one danger together. But what's Po's nature? Can't say it's cowardly, but it's not much stronger. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Zhang Wei was very touched by the fact that Xiao Bao was able to rush out without hesitation. However, it was Zhang Wei who didn't know what Xiao Bao was thinking, otherwise he would definitely curse himself for being moved too early. Why is Po so defiant? It wasn't because its source crystal was in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. Xiao Bao's body doesn't have much room for items. The source crystals are not large enough to be held in a paw, though, but if one were to waltz in with a legendary grade source crystal, what effect would that produce? Therefore, Xiao Bao deposited the source crystal in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. Xiao Bao's thought was simple. If Zhang Wei was killed by these stupid birds, wouldn't he lose his source crystal? That's a big reason why Po is so brave. However, only one little treasure is obviously not enough. The speed of the mechanical bird's charge was very fast, and there were so many of them that Xiao Bao himself could not completely block them, and it was also the fault of Zhang Wei's body being in mid-air. If it was on the ground, as long as that king-level mechanical bird did not move, Xiao Bao could still protect Zhang Wei's whole body. Forget it, let's wait and see. Zhang Wei was ready to continue evolving. Interrupting the evolution process would cause Zhang Wei's mech to suffer very great damage, and although it could be restored using the energy from the source crystal, it could be saved. A small number of mechanical birds attacked. Zhang Wei still didn't care. It would be different again if it was that king-class mechanical bird himself. Anyone who killed this king-level mechanical bird would be able to obtain at least one epic-level source crystal. With this kind of harvest guaranteed, it would be cost-effective to use as many medium-grade source crystals to recover from the mech's injuries. The fierce battle erupted. Xiao Bao repeatedly jumped horizontally on the ground. Its claws, the meteor hammer on its tail, and the tongue in its mouth, all of them were Xiao Bao's means of attack. No mechanical bird targeted by Po could survive. Lin Qianying's side was also not too bad. If he could hit the same mechanical bird with a few shots in a row, he was also able to bring down the mechanical bird. Zhang Tao would just be able to stare dryly. There is no way. Zhang Tao is a melee mech. There is no means of attacking from a distance, standing on the ground and chopping the mechanical bird's own speed, and cannot keep up with it, unless it is to use the skill Thunderstrike. However, Zhang Tao was not Zhang Wei and did not have that many source crystals for him to restore his power, so he could only stand closest to Zhang Wei, and if any leakage really appeared, he would use his own body to help Zhang Wei block it. But even so, there were still some leaky fish that pounced on Zhang Wei's body by crossing the layers of obstacles. In the face of these leaky fish, Zhang Wei didn't care at all. Just let them attack. They can't even wear down the armor durability anyway. A few minutes later, in the sky, the king mechanical bird was in an unhappy mood, and it was dissatisfied with its little brother's ability to do his job. A huge swarm of swooped up, did not achieve any results even if, how do you still die so much? A chirp came out of the king's mechanical bird's mouth. A purple energy then erupted from its mouth like a laser. The target, straight to Bao. Xiao Bao realized something bad when it heard that chirp, and it quickly dodged after its body landed on the ground. The purple laser blasted the ground by a fraction of a second. The laser left a hole in the ground about 10 centimeters in diameter and unknown depth. The king's mechanical bird continued to chirp. It was a bit far from the ground and it was understandable that the skill was dodged. This time, the king mechanical bird lowered its stature to only 500 meters from the ground. And, this time, instead of attacking Xiao Bao, it launched an attack on Zhang Wei. Seeing the purple laser rushing towards Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao was unusually hesitant in his heart. With his big physique, blocking those ordinary mechanical birds is not too much of a problem. But if he blocks this laser, put up a fight. Treadmill. Zhang Tao was very barefaced as he jumped in place, but he had also calculated the angle, and he was prepared to use the less important positions on his mech to block the laser. Actually, you could also say just don't get hit in the belly of the mech by the laser. The rest of the mech is scrapped, and Zhang Tao can disintegrate with the mech. If he was penetrated through the abdomen, Zhang Tao would have died inside the mech. As for whether the mech would be scrapped or not, Zhang Tao didn't care at all. Anyway, he had a lot of mech cores. The big deal was to change a mech. Besides, for the sake of his bravery, how can our big brother treat him poorly in the future? Zhang Tao thought quite beautifully. However, not long after he jumped, Xiao Bao blocked Zhang Tao's front with even faster speed. Only Xiao Bao's body was almost curled up into a round ball, and he was still spinning rapidly as he jumped into the air. Purple lasers descended. Violent sparks erupted on the surface of Xiao Bao's body. Poe's defense is still very good. After all, people before the end of the world came was the existence of a self-contained armor. After mechanization, Xiao Bao's defense is naturally stronger. Strength is also advantageous. The only disadvantage is that it is slower, and did not master any skills. Zhang Tao immediately relaxed as he watched Xiao Bao withstand the laser attack. This action of Xiao Bao not only saved Zhang Wei, but also saved him. Zhang Tao, Xiao Bao, good job. Brother will definitely not treat you poorly. In the future when Big Brother wants to kill you, I will definitely help you to stop him. I will reason with him properly. If I can't. Chapter 63 Big Brother, can fly? If you can't beat me, then you can't. What else can you do? Xiao Bao didn't have the time to listen to what Zhang Tao said. It was fighting against the laser attack with all its might. The reason why its body rotated was because it couldn't use one place to fight hard against the laser attack all the time. Even the hardest armor can be pierced at times, and body rotation will keep the laser from attacking the same place all the time. When the laser's light dissipated, the king's mechanical bird became even angrier. You're looking for death. In fact, the king's mechanical bird was not willing to fight these large mechanical creatures. Although you can get more food, there are dangers in moving. It was almost caught by those elephants before. In the middle of the sky, it's its territory and it can play as much as it wants. But what is it if an elephant catches it and rubs it on the ground? Therefore, this also caused it to remain unwilling to approach the ground now. And even though it was now angry in its heart, it still remained in the air at around 500 meters. Silly bird, get out of here. Xiao Bao landed on the ground. It stood upright and roared at the king mechanical bird in the air. Oomph. The king's mechanical bird wouldn't be able to take this kind of anger. Its size dropped another 200 meters, and with the distance close, its skills would be even more powerful. It wanted to see how many skills Xiao Bao could pick up from it. Zhang Wei had seen everything in his eyes, and he had just heard Zhang Tao's mutterings clearly. Zhang Wei knew that this was the idea that Zhang Tao didn't dare to tell himself about Xiao Bao to his face, and could only use this method to remind himself that Xiao Bao had saved him. So don't kill Xiao Bao or something like that. Regarding Zhang Tao's small-mindedness, Zhang Wei could only say that the bastard's brain circuit was a bit wide. It's almost done. It'll be over soon. The evolutionary process of Zhang Wei's mech had reached its final stage. It was right that this evolution would take a bit longer, but Zhang Wei chose to use source crystals to replenish his energy, accelerating the process of evolution. A laser descended again. Pa had no other means of defense, so he could only use the old ways. You don't have to say. The power of the purple laser did increase a bit after the distance was close. Scorch marks began to appear on Xiao Bao's body armor, and one by one, pitch blackness sat on Xiao Bao's armor. Xiao Bao, you go down first and let me block him once. Zhang Tao immediately stepped forward when he saw the state of Xiao Bao's armor. Pa would be dead if his armor was pierced. Zhang Tao was different. As long as he was careful, he felt he had many lives to waste. You can't stop it. Xiao Bao didn't listen to Zhang Tao at all. Zhang Tao's mech looked big, but in fact, its defense was really very average, far worse than Xiao Bao's armor. Xiao Bao didn't really care about Zhang Tao's life. It was mainly afraid that the laser would harm his big brother after it pierced through Zhang Tao's mech. As for itself, it knows its situation and it knows it can top it twice more. You guy, don't want to die? Zhang Tao was caught up in self-motion. Such a sentient pangolin is simply unheard of. Ah, how many people have been surpassed by such a disposition? sparks reappeared. Lin Xianying gave up on attacking the other mechanical birds as she aimed her gun at the king mechanical bird. The king's mechanical bird, which was releasing its skills, could not move quickly and could only resist the freezing bullets. Lin Xianying had thought that his freezing bomb could cause a little trouble for the king's mechanical bird. Unfortunately, the difference in battle power was a bit large, and the freezing bullets didn't even leave an ice ball on the body of the king's mechanical bird. For this kind of painless attack, the king mechanical bird certainly didn't care, and seeing that it was about to get Xiao Bao killed, it naturally wouldn't change its attack target. Right after Xiao Bao blocked another purple laser attacks, Xiao Bao finally couldn't take it anymore. It was only infinitely close to the king level, not a true king level. At this moment, Xiao Bao's armor was bruised and battered, and some places were even already glowing with electric sparks, which were those places where the armor was burned through. However, even so, Xiao Bao still didn't give up. It still had to block. Xiao Bao thought very clearly. In his current state, even if he ran, where could he run? The silly bird must have had his eye on him. Without the help of source crystals, it would take a long time for it to advance to the king level, and this stupid bird wouldn't give it a chance to evolve. Right now, Xiao Bao could only choose to trust Zhang Wei and believe that Zhang Wei would have a solution. All it had to do was to buy time for Zhang Wei, facing the oncoming purple lasers, but jumped once more. Only this time, it carefully adjusted its angle to try not to let the armor that was close to collapsing take the attack. Just then, Zhang Wei's hand suddenly landed on Xiao Bao's body. Xiao Bao, whose body was spinning rapidly, only felt a huge force acting on its body, which caused its body to come to a screeching halt and instantly stop spinning. What kind of power is this? Rest. It's been hard work. Zhang Wei pressed little treasure to land on the ground, leaving his back to the king's mechanical bird. Big brother, the back. Xiao Bao shouted anxiously. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, did not take the attack behind him seriously at all. Only the float gun fired automatically, and several cryobombs erupted from the muzzle almost simultaneously. The cryobombs and lasers cancelled each other out in the air. Ding! The mech's third evolution is successful. Battle power plus 200. Core module space plus 10. Open the panel. Mech form, level 3 evolution, 20 meters. Mech rating, 50. Weight, 51 tons. Battle strength, 1455. Strength, 14. 5 tons. Speed, 14m/s. Type, medium melee. Power, twin cycle nuclear engine, epic. Equipment, thermal megazord, epic. Alloy defensive armor, superior. Renewal thrusters, superior. 100 battles core, epic. Detection core, legendary. Skills, super battle enhancement, legendary. Death laser, extreme thunder blast. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. The third evolution might not seem like much of an upgrade, but Zhang Wei knew the importance of the third evolution. This was because after the third evolution, the body would be nourished by the mech, meaning that the physical body would become stronger, not only in terms of physical quality, but it was said that it would also affect the lifespan. Dog, you're wild. After checking the status of the mech, Zhang Wei fiercely turned to look at the king's mechanical bird in the air. The king mechanical bird was stared at in such a way that it felt that in front of Zhang Wei, it was just an ordinary mechanical bird, while Zhang Wei was the king. Superpower battle enhancement. In the next moment, Zhang Wei jumped fiercely, and the propellers instantly matched Zhang Wei's actions, and the fierce propulsion power even pushed Xiao Bao's body backward continuously. With such a strong output comes fierce power. Only Zhang Wei's body instantly scurried out, surprisingly heading straight for the king's mechanical bird in the air. Zhang Tao had been completely dumbfounded at the sight. Big brother, can fly? In Zhang Tao's eyes, isn't this flying? Have you ever seen anyone who can jump 200 or 300 meters in one jump? Anyway, Zhang Tao had never seen it. Lin Xianying also murmured to herself when she saw this. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. Chapter 64. Would it be okay to borrow a military fighter jet? Zhang Wei's furious flight into the sky scared the king's mechanical bird's wings, and in this instant, its flight posture panicked, and its body not only couldn't stabilize, but it was even descending. Seeing that the heat energy giant sword was getting closer and closer to him, the king's mechanical bird quickly organized its flight stance to stabilize itself while its body was also starting to climb up in altitude. I don't believe you can catch up with me. The king's mechanical bird spoke in annoyance. Responding to the king's mechanical bird was a cryobomb ejected from the muzzle of the floating cannon. After using the superpower battle strengthening, Zhang Wei's battle strength had already reached 2,910 points and was that close to rising to 3,000 points. This kind of battle power had already reached the level of crushing the king's mechanical bird. Although Zhang Wei couldn't see exactly how much battle power the king's mechanical bird had, according to Zhang Wei's estimation, it was only 400 to 500 points. 2,910 battle strength versus 4,500 points. That's not crushing? Therefore, The power of the freezing bomb was already enough to pose a deadly threat to the king's mechanical bird. The king mechanical bird obviously understood this, and from the fact that Zhang Wei was able to jump from the ground to a height of over 200 meters, it knew that Zhang Wei was not something he could deal with. When it sensed the incoming freeze bomb, it immediately responded by spewing purple lasers from its mouth. Lasers and cryobombs cancel each other out. Right at this moment, Zhang Wei had already jumped to a distance sufficient to attack the king's mechanical bird, and the thermal energy giant sword in his hand swung out, the blazing gale slicing out a brilliant red light in the air. The king's mechanical bird didn't even dare to use its own body to fight hard, and it extended one of its legs against the heat energy giant sword in an attempt to block it. The thermal mega sword doesn't care about your 7s and 7s, whatever is in the way, that's what it's going to cut. The giant sword of heat energy wrapped in heat waves cut off one of the legs of the king's mechanical bird as if it were tofu, and the process was so silky smooth that not even a single spark erupted. It was also the king's mechanical bird's legs that were too thin, or else it would have been able to at least slightly withstand it. However, because of the cushion of this sword, the body of the king's mechanical bird finally began to rapidly climb upwards. At this moment, the king mechanical bird didn't have the slightest idea of staying. It only had one obsession in its mind, and that was to fly quickly, and the higher it flew, the better. Zhang Wei's body upward momentum disappeared after this blow, and even if the thrusters continuously sprayed flames, it was useless. It's a pity. Zhang Wei looked at the king mechanical bird that was flying higher and higher and opened his mouth to sigh darkly. It couldn't be helped. It was already very difficult for a melee skill to jump to a height of over 200 meters. Expecting to jump thousands of meters in a single jump is simply impossible at this stage. Even with tens of thousands of battles, it's not possible unless you get a more powerful thruster to make it possible. But it won't let you escape so peacefully. Death laser. Zhang Wei's eyes condensed purple light, and a thunderous light that was extremely similar to the laser released by the king's mechanical bird shot out from Zhang Wei's eyes. Damn human! I won't let you get away with this. The king's mechanical bird opened its mouth while spewing out lasers. You've run away and you still won't let me go, right? Okay, you wait. The two purple rays collided in the air. However, this time, they did not cancel each other out, and Zhang Wei's death laser was obviously much more powerful. It didn't take long for the laser released by the king's mechanical bird to be assimilated by the death laser, which then headed straight for the king's mechanical bird. The king's mechanical bird saw this and quickly flapped its wings without stopping, its body pulling up a little faster. In the end, death laser couldn't catch up with the king's mechanical bird after all. Zhang Wei's body began to fall rapidly, and with his current weight, the speed of his descent was very fast. In the blink of an eye it had fallen out of the air and onto the ground. A ring of dust and smoke airwaves accompanied by a loud rumbling sound appeared at the place where Zhang Wei had fallen. Big brother, Zhang Tao immediately rushed forward. If you fall from that high up, it won't just crash, will it? Zhang Tao was ready to receive Zhang Wei's legacy. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei let Zhang Tao down. Zhang Wei slowly stood up straight in the large pit that was smashed out of the ground nearly 2 meters deep. At the moment of falling, the propellers erupted violently, reducing the force of smashing on the ground, while Zhang Wei's legs were bent to ease the impact well. So, Zhang Wei's ass is fine. It's a pity that it didn't get killed. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and spread his hands. It's already fierce. Zhang Tao spoke his heart's true thoughts. Lin Xianying also came over to Zhang Wei at this time and nodded to him. I know you tried your best. However, even though it didn't manage to kill it, I guess it definitely wouldn't dare to stay here for long. So at least everyone in Chuan City is safe. Lin Xianying was still in a good mood. In her opinion, there was no need for so many people to die. Big brother, I need to replenish. Xiao Bao didn't come closer. Instead it got closer and closer to the pile of metal wreckage. Eat openly. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Xiao Bao, whose performance Zhang Wei had seen in his eyes. If this was still withholding Xiao Bao's rations, then Zhang Wei felt like he was too inhuman. Good riddance. Xiao Bao immediately rushed towards the metal wreckage with excitement, showing no signs of injury at all. This guy, he's alive and kicking, but Xiao Bao is truly resistant to beatings. Zhang Tao opened his mouth enviously. Today, Zhang Tao didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt that Xiao Bao looked surprisingly kinda clear-eyed. Human, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to keep an eye on you, and if you don't make it easy for me, I won't make it easy for you. The flight altitude of the king's mechanical bird had already climbed to 700 or 800 meters, and its voice was transmitted from the high altitude to the ground, and instead of weakening, it became a bit louder. Not only was Zhang Wei able to hear the sound of the king's mechanical bird, most of the areas within Chuan City could hear it clearly. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of an unknown number of people was being amplified. It's still arrogant? Zhang Tao stared at the sky unexpectedly. It is only logical that losers should have the realization of losers and leave honestly with their tails between their legs. Why is this bastard so arrogant? Because it can fly. Can you? Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao and asked rhetorically. This won't. No matter what you do, I'll be watching you, messing you up, and I'll see which one of us is the one in pain. This King Mechanical Bird's heart of revenge was very strong. It was displaying the attitude that if you don't let the old man be good, the old man won't let you be good either. Jiang Wei looked up without responding. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was a bit anxious. Big brother, what should we do? There's no way not to be in a hurry. And if you do everything with such a thing over your head, you don't have to do anything. For example, when Jiang Wei was out hunting, this silly bird in the sky would only need a little reminder and all the prey would flee at the sound. If you can't hunt, you can't get source crystals. And without source crystals, how can you get stronger? The military, there are fighter jets, right? Jiang Wei didn't respond to Zhang Tao as he looked at Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying nodded to Jiang Wei. Yes, you thought of a way? Well, we might have to borrow a military fighter. Can we do that? If it's you borrowing it, there's definitely no problem. Lin Xianying opened her mouth to make a promise, because there really wouldn't be any problems. The military was trying to pull Jiang Wei's strings, so wasn't this a good time? Chapter 65 Sister. Just know yourself. That's fine then. Chuancheng should do what it wants. Sooner or later it will have to be evacuated anyway. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the military district. Really? Lin Xianying was surprised. She knew that Jiang Wei was more resistant to going to the military area. If it was because she wanted to borrow an airplane for something, it really didn't have to be that troublesome at all. Lin Xianying could just contact her superiors and have this taken care of. There was no need for Jiang Wei to go in person. Well, go ahead and make some comments about Steel City. Jiang Wei spoke his thoughts. Although the military had agreed to Jiang Wei's idea of building a steel city, the military definitely did not have too detailed a plan on how to operate it. Jiang Wei, as a returnee from the future, he knew very well what would happen to Steel City in the future. Jiang Wei also understood very thoroughly how to build a steel city in order not to take a detour. Okay, I'll let them know right away. How do we get there? Lin Xianying showed some excitement. Let the airplane pick it up. A helicopter will do. Jiang Wei spoke after glancing at the king's mechanical bird that was still hovering in the sky. Yes, if it was someone else who made this kind of request, Lin Xianying would definitely have refused. There's a king-level mechanical bird in the sky, and to have a helicopter fly over it this time of the day, isn't that looking for death? But the one who made the request was Jiang Wei, so that was fine. And Lin Xianying was eager to see what Jiang Wei really looked like. Big brother, can I go? Zhang Tao asked in a whispered opening. It wasn't that Zhang Tao was looking forward to the military, but he was afraid that he would become the ration of that bird in the sky after Jiang Wei left. You look after the house. Little Treasure stays with you. That thing in the sky is not badly injured. Little Treasure is there. It doesn't dare to come down. Alright, then I'll have them prepare a bit more tomorrow and be ready to move at any time. Zhang Tao nodded to Jiang Wei and accepted Jiang Wei's order. For his part, Xiaobao didn't care at all. As long as there was food, it didn't have a problem wherever it was. The night was silent, and Jiang Wei didn't disarm the mech as it was constantly nourishing Jiang Wei's essence. This kind of nourishment didn't come in a handful of times, and it didn't instantly instill a large amount of energy in Jiang Wei's body. However, after a small half-night of nourishment, the current reinforcement of Jiang Wei's body by the mech had already ended. It's true that it's all like that. The human body is able to gain almost 1/10 of a mech's combat power. Now, I have 145 combat power even with my bare hands. Jiang Wei twisted his head to look at Zhang Tao. If Zhang Tao knew that his human body's combat power could already arm wrestle with his mecha, I wonder what Zhang Tao would think. Jiang Wei, the helicopter is already on its way. It won't take long to arrive. Do we need to prepare anything? No need, right? Then surely we can't go in this form? The airplane can't pull it either. What Lin Xianying meant was expressed clearly enough at this point. Hearing this, Zhang Tao also came over. Zhang Tao had likewise never met Jiang Wei's original form. It would be a lie to say that I'm not curious. Okay, sooner or later, you have to see it. And if you weren't allowed to see it before, it was because of the dangers that would come from disintegrating with the mech. Now, Jiang Wei's main body had 145 points of battle power enough to defend himself, and even if danger occurred, he had the ability to merge with the mech. Disintegrate. When Jiang Wei chose to disintegrate, the massive 20-meter-tall mech quickly contracted, but in a matter of seconds, a behemoth disappeared in place. In his place was Jiang Wei, whose height had already risen to 1 meter 8. Originally, Jiang Wei was a bit skinny, but now he didn't look much fitter. But the muscles on his bare upper body were not faked at all. My god! Zhang Tao ignored his image and got down on the ground, his eyes staring straight at Jiang Wei. He couldn't do it without getting down on the ground. His body was too high and he couldn't see Jiang Wei. This little thing. After staring for half a day, Zhang Tao couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. How handsome! Not a compliment, but really handsome. Not only are the features good looking, the key is this shapely tendon meat. Not only do women like to look at it, but Zhang Tao is also very willing to look at it. Disintegrate. After Zhang Wei disintegrated with the mech, Lin Xianying also disintegrated with the mech. After disintegrating, Lin Xianying quickly walked over to Zhang Wei. So it's really a little brother. I didn't expect it to be so handsome. Lin Xianying looked around Zhang Wei twice with admiration in her eyes. She just liked this kind of real man full of masculinity. That kind of sissy wouldn't even catch her eye. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, didn't care about such trivial matters as he hung the mech core around his neck. Through the mech core, Zhang Wei was able to view the details of the mech, which was a function that only appeared after the third evolution. Check out the condition of the mech, repair it, and maintain it. Repairing and maintaining a mech is a bit faster when it's in the state of the mech core. This is also basically a daily must-do for those who own mechs in the future, because whenever a fight occurs, that mech will inevitably collide. While many of the collisions couldn't hurt the mech at all, what about those scratches? Scratches accumulate to a certain extent, and it is also the last straw that will crush the mech. There's also the mech's equipment, all of which needs to be maintained, the most basic of which is the ability to repair the durability of the external armor. Moreover, repairing the mech in its core form didn't take much energy. Everyone could afford it, so why not? Hey, Zhang Wei little brother, what are you thinking about? After Lin Xianying circled around Zhang Wei twice and realized that Zhang Wei didn't even look at himself, she immediately couldn't help but go up and poke Zhang Wei's pecs twice with her fingers. Wow, it's true, sister, just know it yourself, there's no need to say it, right? Zhang Wei blankly glanced at Lin Xianying without any good humor. Lin Xianying was indeed 3 years older than Zhang Wei, but being called elder sister by Zhang Wei's opening, Lin Xianying was still a bit offended. How do you talk? Be called Missy, understand? Okay, Missy, can I trouble Missy to help me find a dress? Big brother, why don't you wear my clothes? I have them at home. At this time, Zhang Tao opened his mouth to Zhang Wei after exiting from his envious state. Okay, for clothing, Zhang Unicorn was not picky at all, as long as he could wear it. Big brother, how come you're topless? Zhang Tao spoke to Zhang Wei after arranging for manpower to find clothes. Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Xianying while smiling without saying anything. Zhang Tao had a head full of question marks. Seems like that's a question for us guys, right? What are you looking at Lin Xianying for? And laughed. Zhang Wei didn't explain. Zhang Wei had never been a loser. And the third evolution, because the mech energy had to be injected into the body, the main pouring area was the upper half of the body. So naturally, the clothes of the upper half of the body disappeared under the rush of the mech energy. It can be argued that whoever evolves for the third time will cause this effect, including Lin Xianying. According to Zhang Wei's estimation, Lin Xianying would definitely have to evolve faster than Zhang Tao, and when the time came, he wouldn't poke at his pecs, and he would count his revenge back by just looking. Chapter 66 Arriving at the military base. What are you looking at me for? Lin Xianying was a bit flustered by Zhang Wei's look. It always felt like the look was a bit unkind. Nothing. You guys need to evolve soon too. Zhang Wei reminded the two of them. Now that Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying were already members of Zhang Wei's gang, Zhang Wei did not want these two to be too weak. I know, we're all working on it. By the way, this time when we go, we'll bring one more person with us. Lin Xianying opened her mouth with a slight pout. Who? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Xianying suspiciously. Who else but Zhang Tao? Him. Lin Xianying pointed at the little boy standing not far away. It was the kid brother who was saved by Zhang Tao. Big brother, this kid brother was saved by me, Han Su that killed his father. Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Unicorn. You're sending him there? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Xianying with little understanding. Well, his father's mech. I've already snatched it back for him and given it to him. And this is not a good place for us to raise children, so I want to take him back. Lin Xianying voiced her thoughts. Zhang Wei slowly nodded. Okay, Zhang Wei here, really not suitable for raising children. Thank you two brothers. Thank you sister, I will work hard. The kid brother mustered up the courage to speak, looking very serious. Just refuel. Zhang Wei gave a response that wasn't cold. Lin Xianying was obviously not too satisfied with Zhang Wei's response. Yesterday this kid brother had already seen Zhang Wei's heroic stance. Now this little guy was treating Zhang Wei as an idol. If Zhang Wei can encourage it properly, it will surely be a key force to motivate the kid brother to grow up. Zhang Wei understood what Lin Xianying meant, but Zhang Wei really didn't want to do that. Incentive for what? Inspire him to take risks. To become a monster's ration? Nowadays, in this world, there are many people who are as miserable as this kid brother, and if all of them need Zhang Wei to motivate them, then wouldn't Zhang Wei be exhausted to death? Just then, the roar of a helicopter came from far away. The helicopter is here. Let's go. Lin Xianying spoke to Zhang Wei. Good. Afterward, Lin Xianying pulled the kid brother and walked quickly towards the helicopter. Zhang Wei gave Zhang Tao another task before he left. Keep an eye on the herd. Zhang Wei didn't care that much about the rats in Chuan City. Ordinary source crystals didn't have much appeal to Zhang Wei, but Zhang Wei definitely cared about the elephants. After all, there were a dozen or so epic source crystals at stake. Zhang Tao answered with his mouth full, signaling Zhang Wei to rest assured. Afterwards, Zhang Wei then boarded the airplane. The plane takes off, and the pilot is still a little scared because there is a king-class mechanical bird circling over the plane with hundreds of ordinary mechanical birds. It's fine, let's go. They don't dare to come down. Zhang Wei pacified the pilot. Yes, what could the pilot say but listen to Zhang Wei? The higher-ups had already explained that no matter what request Zhang Wei made, he had to try his best to fulfill it. Hello Zhang Wei, my name is Shang Guanlin. Shang Guanlin extended his right hand to Zhang Wei. Shang Guanlin is a man who looks about 30 with a competent man, slightly tough-looking, with a very mature manliness. Hello brother Shang Guan. Zhang Wei shook hands with him and was very polite in his words. I'm troubling you to take care of this sister of mine in the past few days. Shang Guanlin smiled and spoke to Zhang Wei after withdrawing his hand. Never mind. Zhang Wei didn't have much desire to talk and answered very briefly. Luckily, the airplane took off with a loud sound, so Zhang Wei didn't have to deal with Shang Guanlin. When the plane took off, the king's mechanical bird couldn't sit still. What's this about? Don't take yourself too seriously, do you? Just waltz off on a slow-as snail airplane? Aren't you afraid you'll give you a hard time? Dare to move and get you killed. Zhang Wei stuck out his head and looked at the king mechanical bird in the sky. Hearing Zhang Wei's threat, the king's mechanical bird's entire bird was bad. Who is this with? However, looking at Zhang Wei's serious gaze and looking at his legs that had yet to grow, the king's mechanical bird said that he would endure. If it used its skills remotely to attack this helicopter, it could certainly cause a lot of trouble for this aircraft, but it definitely can't kill Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei is mad at himself, the king's mechanical bird didn't say anything. However, it definitely wouldn't let Zhang Wei go. It would follow and mess up whatever Zhang Wei was going to do. Shang Guanlin was stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Wei's casual threat to scare that big bird away from attacking. It was amazing. Shang Guanlin looked at Lin Xianying with a puzzled gaze, and Lin Xianying just nodded at Shang Guanlin without explaining anything. The helicopter then flew all the way to the military base without encountering any obstacles, and the mechanical birds accompanying them above their heads acted as if they were escorting them. If the pilot hadn't notified the base earlier, I'm afraid some of the rockets and whatnot would have been fired by the time they approached the base. In an hour's time, Zhang Wei arrived at the military base. The base supremo was already waiting. Zhang Wei was still a little proud and excited to be personally received by such a big shot. Of course, he certainly doesn't show that pride. Hello, sir, I'm Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took the initiative to extend his hand to the oncoming middle-aged man. Good, very good young man. We are all from the same family. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhang. Chief Zhang smilingly opened his mouth to Zhang Wei, and caught Zhang Wei's outstretched hand, looking very amiable. Okay Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wei had a sincere smile on his face, and Zhang Wei was naturally very willing to be able to climb into a relationship with this kind of person. If something really happened in the future that he couldn't solve on his own, Zhang Wei could still contact his Uncle Zhang to call for fire support. Not to mention the current Zhang Wei. Even if it was placed in 10 years, Zhang Wei would not dare to underestimate the power of the military. If they give you a mushroom bomb at any cost, what are you going to block? Let's go, little Zhang. I'll give you a welcome. Chief Zhang was very satisfied with Zhang Wei's performance, not arrogant and humble, which was good. Then I'll trouble Uncle Zhang. Ha ha, let's go. Ing is coming along. Head Zhang greeted Lin Xianying with a ha-ha smile. With Lin Xianying around, they would still have a good buffer when it came to talking about certain things if they had any disagreements. Yes, Chief. Lin Xianying didn't dare to act so casually. Her military salute was very standard. Then, their group entered the depths of the base. The cafeteria is a bit humble. Don't mind it, little Zhang. Chief Zhang sat on a chair next to the round table, accompanied only by Lin Xianying, Shang Guanlin, with another young guy who looked like a clerk type. Uncle Zhang, it's good enough to have this condition now. Ugh, you make a good point. Now in this world. By the way, tell us what you think of Steel City. Chapter 67. Being too good looking can sometimes be a sin. Chief Zhang was also an acute person, and before this meal was even served, Chief Zhang started to ask Zhang Wei what he thought. Zhang Wei naturally wouldn't be stingy. Uncle Zhang, it's like this. Building a steel city doesn't mean that the city will rest easy if it's all cast in steel. We also have to guard against birds in the sky and rats underground, etc. And as you know, they all feed on steel now. So if we don't guard against that, the cities we build will just become their cafeteria. Chief Zhang immediately clapped his hands when he heard Zhang Wei's words. Good. What you said, Xiao Zhang, is exactly what we are worried about. We haven't discussed a solution yet. Your Uncle Zhang. I don't know how much of my already small amount of hair has fallen out in the past couple of days. Since you said it out loud, do you have any solution? Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. Uncle Zhang, I do have some ideas that you guys can try first. Quickly say it. Chief Zhang acted a bit anxious. The military had already collected a lot of metal remnants, and it wouldn't be a problem to melt and recast them quickly. However, as long as the problem just raised by Zhang Wei was not solved, it would be useless to build the city. Uncle Zhang, this is what I think. Sky, we can temporarily pull up the high-voltage power grid. Mechanical creatures are also afraid of electricity, and when our conditions allow it, we can convert it into an electromagnetic grid later. Underground with the walls we can add a coating to the exterior, against the mechanical birds in the sky. In fact, the military had long had various ways to deal with them. Even if they didn't use the method Zhang Wei had mentioned, they could still use anti-aircraft weapons to deal with them. It's the walls and underground that really make it difficult for them. What coating? It's the same kind of exterior coating we used to use. Zhang Wei spoke out of turn. All of the people present revealed unbelievable expressions, including Lin Qianying. Everyone thought Zhang Wei was joking. A coat of exterior paint will prevent mechanical creatures from devouring it? I also found out by accident that the exterior coating we originally used had substances in it that mechanical creatures hated. Like how we in general can't take the taste of canned herring at all, as long as the outer wall coating is thicker. Most of the mechanical creatures won't attack the city and will even stay away from our city because of the outer wall coating. However, in order to prevent some accidents from happening, I suggest that a perception point be constructed for every square meter underground, so that whenever there is a problem at this point, we will be able to detect it right away. I just don't know if there is any difficulty in doing so. Zhang Wei said he didn't know, but in fact, he was as clear as a mirror in his heart. The scenario he's talking about is what the first mature steel city looked like in the last world. The steel cities that preceded it all fell. A large pile of steel lay there, and it was simply too much for a mechanical creature to resist the temptation. Building an undefended steel city, even with weapons mounted on the walls, would not be able to withstand the constant stream of mechanical creatures. When did you discover that the coating prevents mechanical creatures? Lin Qianying gently disliked Zhang Wei from his side. Secret, Zhang Wei whispered in response. The other few were all deep in thought. Obviously, Zhang Wei's words had shaken them all. After a while, Chief Zhang then looked up at Zhang Wei. Little Zhang, let Xiaoying accompany you for dinner first. Uncle Zhang is going to try the method you mentioned first. Uncle Zhang, just make yourself at home. There's no need to accompany me. Zhang Wei got up and spoke. Fine. After saying that, Head Zhang immediately ran away. Yes, he was running away, and the clerk chased after him. You fellow, just how many other things are you hiding from me? As the officer left, Lin Qianying regained some of her nature, and she stared at Zhang Wei with irritation as she opened her mouth to question him. It also came to me out of the blue. Zhang Wei slightly defended himself. I don't believe it. Ha ha, don't believe it or not. You guys haven't eaten properly for a few days either? By your light, I can eat some meat today. Shang Wanlin laughed and walked over. He was followed by several soldier boys, all of whom had meals in their hands. We're okay. Lin Qianying then returned. In Zhang Tao's house, I don't dare to say that I eat and drink every day, but I can certainly do it with big fish and meat all the time. Then I won't be polite to you. Move your chopsticks. Shang Wanlin opened his mouth to greet. In one meal, Shang Wanlin was satisfied with what he ate. Lin Qianying didn't eat much, and Zhang Wei ate even less than Lin Qianying. Zhang Wei's body had been strengthened by the mecha, and there was no longer much need to eat. If he really felt hungry, he could merge with the mech and then replenish himself through it. Without such an ability, I'm afraid that this post-apocalyptic world would be even more terrifying, and I'm afraid that man-eating things would happen all too frequently. The officers are still working on it. They don't have time for us at the moment. Why don't you guys go to the camps outside the base and have a look around? We've already gathered quite a few people here. They've spontaneously formed several camps. It's still very lively. Shang Wanlin opened his mouth to propose. Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei. Going or not? He needed Zhang Wei to make the decision. Go take a look. Zhang Wei nodded his head. There was strength in numbers, just in case he could find something good. No one cares about him now anyway, and he couldn't find anyone to borrow a fighter if he wanted to. Alright then, wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. Lin Qianying immediately ran away after saying that without waiting to see if Zhang Wei agreed. This sister of mine, don't look at her seriousness when she wears a military uniform, but she's also very lively and cute when she changes into her regular clothes. Shang Wanlin looked at Zhang Wei with a slightly deeper meaning. Zhang Wei is a bit confused. Why are you telling me this? You youngsters need to communicate more. Okay, you wait for her here. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. After saying that, Shang Wanlin unexpectedly left as well. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded in place. What's going on here? However, This Shangguan Lin was really Lin Xianying's brother? Cousin? 10 minutes or so later, Lin Xianying ran back in a flurry of wind. Ugh, where's brother Shangguan? Said something came up and he was busy. Alright then, don't mind him. Let's go. Lin Xianying said as she was about to go up and pull Zhang Wei. Why are you so excited? Zhang Wei didn't block Lin Xianying, allowing her to pull his arm. Look at the people, can't you? Okay, by the way, is brother Shangguan really your brother? Not by blood, but my dad and his dad were war buddies and I've known him since I was a kid, Lin Xianying casually explained. And then without giving Zhang Wei a chance to continue asking, she pulled Zhang Wei away. Along the way, the soldier brothers in the base couldn't help but look at Lin Xianying a few more times. It couldn't be helped. As Shangguan Lin said, Lin Xianying with short shoulder-length hair did look better and was really lively and cute. Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel some pressure even as he walked beside Lin Xianying. Red-faced scourge, that's people like Lin Xianying, isn't it? Being too good-looking can sometimes be a sin. Chapter 68 Lone Man, Debt Collection. Luckily, Zhang Wei thought to himself that he could withstand any pressure. Besides, he and Lin Xianying were only friends who had only known each other for a few days. And although they could be counted as lifelong friendships, they were a step away from that. Zhang Wei shook his head. What the hell are you thinking? Haven't you suffered enough from women? It's good to be friends. What are you thinking about? Lin Xianying didn't have as many thoughts as Zhang Wei, and she asked curiously when she saw Zhang Wei's expression. It's nothing, the camp is just up ahead, and to my surprise, it's quite busy. Well, I saw it just now on the plane. Let's get out of here. Zhang Wei didn't have that much leisure to look around on the airplane. Although the king's mechanical bird didn't dare to do anything after listening to Zhang Wei's warning. But what if? That was why Zhang Wei had always been on guard against the king's mechanical bird, and as long as the king's mechanical bird dared to make any small moves, Zhang Wei would immediately merge with the mech. Inside the temporary camp, the crowd was boisterous. It's obvious that people do feel safe living near military bases. Most of these people were brought here on their own by people in the neighborhood, and the military has yet to send rescuers to save those further afield. It's not that I don't want to, I really don't have the ability. Zhang Wei, look, the people here, life is not bad. Lin Xianying was relatively satisfied with the current state of these people's lives within the camp, and although most of them lived in tents, they basically couldn't see any fear on their faces. That's pretty good. Aha! Zhang Wei softly hummed. It was currently only the first few days of the beginning of the end times, and all kinds of supplies were not that tight. Without a lack of supplies, humans wouldn't be so quick to unleash their nature. What do you need? Pretty girl, handsome man? Come to our booth. We have everything. On the commercial street formed by the traders themselves, a trader opened his mouth to yell at Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying. The street was crowded with people and almost everything was for sale. There were all sorts of living supplies and things about mechs. Undoubtedly, in this current era, things about mechs are the most sought after. The stalls that were surrounded by crowds at every turn were selling things about mechs. Among them, the most sought after was the source crystals, and ordinary source crystals had already been priced by the traders. Money was definitely something useless, and the only thing that could be tied to source crystals was food. 3 pounds of food could be exchanged for 1 ordinary source crystal. For meat, a pound will do for a change. Things like meat will become more and more scarce, and I'm afraid people will become vegetarians in the future, because creatures the size of rats have been mechanized, not to mention domestic animals like pigs, ducks and sheep. It's safe to say that something like meat is a piece of cake. If it ever comes up again later, it will be human flesh. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei frowned slightly, for he thought of an organization that would later become infamous. The meat peddlers. Zhang Wei is not that selfless, nor does he have the sentiment of sacrificing himself for others, but the most basic human morality Zhang Wei has. Zhang Wei naturally abhorred such a morally corrupt organization. Perhaps Zhang Wei's sad face had done something. A man seemed to find some business opportunity in Zhang Wei's body. He pushed through the crowd and ran to Zhang Wei. Little brother, are you worried about the mecha? The man with the glasses and form-fitting attire wore a smile on his face that seemed to see through everything. Zhang Wei looked up. It was the man's turn to freeze. This kid, look, why is he so familiar? So it's you. The money you owe. Isn't it time to pay it back? The man with glasses suddenly shouted. Isn't this the same kid who mortgaged his house for a loan before the end of the world? For Zhang Wei, the man with glasses was very impressed. After all, there were not many people who could borrow money with that kind of momentum. Although Zhang Wei's face and body shape had changed quite a bit, the man with the glasses only thought it was because he didn't remember it as clearly as he should. Pay back? Why pay it back? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question, and he also recognized the spectacled man. You've taken out a loan with me. Of course you have to pay it back. Owing money is still so justified? Glasses man rightfully opened his mouth. His voice was not small, attracting the attention of many people. reason and law collapsed. And now the glasses man could only use this method to put Jiang Wei in his place. You don't have to give too much. It's good to get some food. Didn't I mortgage the house to you? You just take the house away. Jiang Wei was much more bland than the man with glasses. The man with the glasses wanted to curse. The house? The house is an ass. We don't even know if your house has collapsed yet. Besides, what's the use of getting the house back? Who dares to buy and live in it? I don't want the house. You should know what a mortgage is, right? Jiang Wei was in an okay mood and didn't mind chatting more with this glasses man. AI. Okay, count me unlucky, but you bumped into me again. So it can be said that your luck is really good. The man with glasses saw that he couldn't get his previous loan back. He immediately changed his strategy. What luck? Jiang Wei already knew what kind of business the spectacled man was doing now, but he still asked on purpose. Ahem, surely your little brother doesn't have a mech of his own? I'm in the business of mech rental now. But of course, I sell them if you want to buy them. The man with the glasses opened his mouth with pride. You don't have to tell me that these guys who don't follow the right path do have something in their heads. They don't dare to fight the mechanical creatures themselves, but they do make a very good income by collecting rent. I can't say that I can live a human life, but it's certainly the kind where you're above the subsistence level and still have a lot left over. How did you rent it? Jiang Wei inquired with great interest. Seeing as we are all acquaintances, you give me 30 ordinary source crystals as a deposit. I can rent you a 4-meter-high light mech. A long-distance battle. Safety is guaranteed. Moreover, don't mind the price. Our rental period here is 7 days. The rent is only 15 ordinary source crystals. After 7 days you return the mech. I will also return 15 source crystals to you. So, as long as your harvest in 7 days exceeds 15 source crystals, the rest is yours to earn. Expensive to a point. Bring me the mech to show me. That won't do. You'll have to pay a deposit. And there's no way the mech core will be given to you. I'll only authorize you to use it. The man with the glasses was obviously not stupid at all, and he still knew a lot about mechs. Forget it, I have the source crystals, but your mech is too inferior. It's only 4 meters tall. What kind of battle power can it have? Jiang Wei said and was about to leave. Once the man with glasses heard Jiang Wei say that he had source crystals, how could he let Jiang Wei off easily? Brother, wait a minute. What I just told you is only the worst mecha. I still have good stuff here. Why don't you come with me over there and let's talk in detail? Jiang Wei glanced around before nodding to the man with glasses. That's fine. Let's go. Chapter 69 Deal. Epic Source Crystal. Inside a fairly luxurious tent area in the temporary camp, when the man with glasses arrived with Jiang Wei and Lin Qianying, a group of people with rather menacing-looking faces immediately looked this way. It's okay, business, the man with the glasses snorted. At the sound of the voice, these people withdrew their gazes and continued to talk and laugh as they went about their own business. Jiang Wei couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. These people still have something. If they saw such a beautiful woman as Lin Qianying in other places, I'm afraid that these people would have already surrounded them like a swarm of bees, even if you don't move your hands and mouth to take advantage of something. In fact, Jiang Wei had overestimated the quality of these people, and the reason why they were so honest was all because the military had laid down rules for this place. Jiang Wei didn't even dare to make a move in front of the military, so these guys wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if they had 8 guts. Brother, sister-in-law, this my place. Let's come in and talk. The man with the glasses stood in front of a tent and made a gesture of invitation. Good. Jiang Wei indifferently entered the tent, and Lin Qianying followed closely behind Jiang Wei. Glasses man was the last one to enter, and then he smiled and opened his mouth. Old brother, this is really a good vision. When you loaned me I still think you. Did not think younger siblings are really beautiful. Jiang Wei didn't say anything. Lin Qianying didn't open her mouth to explain anything. The scene became a bit awkward. Sit you guys, make yourselves at home. It's just not in the best condition. Don't mind if you do. The man with glasses greeted Jiang Wei and sat down. The space inside the tent was not too small, and there were all the things that should be there, so the living conditions were already very good. The man with the glasses was actually pretending to be a beeper. There weren't many in the camp who could live in his kind of conditions. Say something. Jiang Wei spoke to the man with glasses. Okay, at a glance. Old brother, you are a quick person. Then brother, I'm not going to ink. How many source crystals do you have in your hand? As long as there are enough source crystals, I can get you anything good. The man with the glasses patted his chest in assurance, looking confident. Legendary grade source crystal. Do you have it? Jiang Wei opened his mouth following the words of the man with glasses. Isn't it just pretending? Who wouldn't? Besides, Jiang Wei wasn't just pretending to be a beeper. He really wanted to get the legendary grade source crystal. The spectacled man's brain instantly went down. What is a legendary grade source crystal? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. No, epic is fine. Jiang Wei lowered his requirements after seeing the spectacled man's appearance. Older brother. You're here to amuse me, aren't you? The glasses man's face became unsightly. Business is all about integrity. You're either a legend or an epic. Who are you talking to? I don't have any legendary grade source crystals, but I do have epic grade. Can you afford it? The man with glasses was also angry. He had a good discussion with Zhang Wei, but this guy had such an attitude. He wanted to see how Zhang Wei made a fool of himself. You do? How can I sell it? Zhang Wei opened his mouth in surprise. The glasses guy's eyes widened. You're really buying? Name the price. The man with the glasses hesitated. He looked at Zhang Wei, watching to see if Zhang Wei was still amusing himself. 100 medium grade source crystals. As long as you can get them out, I'll get you epic grade source crystals. Oh, it's possible. After saying that, Zhang Wei yanked the mecha core from his neck. The core released a soft glow under Zhang Wei's control, and when the glow dissipated, 100 medium grade source crystals had appeared on the ground. The man with the glasses was immediately dumbfounded at the sight. Be less. The main thing is that there is no precedent at all for such a good deal, and no one knows exactly what it is worth. In the glasses man's opinion, 100 medium grade source crystals was already quite a lot. A medium grade source crystal can be exchanged for 100 ordinary source crystals. 10,000 ordinary source crystals. This is how much food can be exchanged, and in Zhang Wei's opinion, that's a real bargain. 100 mid-grade source crystals could buy epic grade source crystals. I've never seen such a conscientious merchant. The man with the glasses was thinking about how to sit on his hands and raise the price. What? You don't have an epic grade source crystal? Are you lying to me? Zhang Wei's gaze glowed with a cold light. The man with glasses was startled by Zhang Wei's gaze. He waved his hands and said, No, how could I possibly lie to you? I'll go get it for you now, but I'm going to take away some medium grade source crystals. Go on. I'll wait here. Zhang Wei didn't care a bit if the man with glasses would run away with the source crystal. Good. The eye man didn't take more. He only took 10 medium grade source crystals and left the tent. As he stepped out of the tent, he waved and whispered something to one of the men. Only then did the man with the glasses turn and walk quickly away. After about 10 minutes or so, the glasses man returned with a joyful look on his face. And before he went back inside the tent, the man who had just been there came to the glasses man and handed him a few bottles of water. Ha ha, old brother, here's a change for you. The man with the glasses laughed as he walked into the tent, carrying a cloth bag in his hand, the kind of bag that could hide the light. Zhang Wei nodded darkly. For a change? He knew that he was afraid that this epic grade source crystal had been exchanged by the man with the glasses using 10 medium grade source crystals. The middleman, the man with the glasses, earned the difference of 90 medium grade source crystals, but Zhang Unicorn wasn't angry at all. People have channels, they don't, and this information gap is worth the price. Let's see. Here. The man with glasses handed the cloth bag in his hand to Zhang Wei, opening the mouth of the pouch. Sure enough, a purple source crystal lay quietly at the bottom. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes, and Lin Xianying also came over when she saw this. It's still true. Ha! Lin Xianying couldn't help but open her mouth to marvel. Epic source crystals are a good thing. If 100 medium grade source crystals could be exchanged, Lin Xianying would want to exchange some as well. Only one? Are there any more? Zhang Wei looked at the man with glasses. There is definitely something, but the price. The man with glasses unscrewed a bottle of water and drank a large mouthful violently. How much? 150 medium grade source crystals. Don't mind if it's too expensive for you, old brother. The people who get source crystals are hidden very deeply. Without special news channels, you can't find them at all. If it's you who get this kind of thing, you won't go around proclaiming it, right? What the glasses guy said made sense. Those who were not strong enough to obtain a source crystal of this grade would indeed be careful to hide it. Pitbulls are not guilty. Okay, 150 apiece. I'll take as many as I can get. Okay, it's settled. These are the ones I earned this time. I have to put them away. By the way, old brother, younger siblings, you're all thirsty. Drink some water. This kind of clean water is rare nowadays. The man with the glasses smiled as he received the source crystal into the core of his mech and handed over 2 bottles of water. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that if we can't talk business, the man with the glasses won't bring out the water at all. Acting a little stingy, Zhang Wei took these 2 bottles of water and didn't drink them immediately. Instead, he looked at the glasses man with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 71 Kick. 3 lives. The man with the glasses was a bit grossed out by Zhang Wei's gaze. He found out? That can't be right. I've done this before and never missed a beat. There's no way this guy could have found out. What's wrong, old man? Plain water doesn't taste good? Why don't I get you 2 drinks? It's fine. This mineral water is quite good. After saying that, Zhang Unicorn handed the bottle of water to Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying frowned slightly. Originally she didn't care about these small details at all, mainly because the glasses guy's acting was so on point. He took a sip of water ahead of Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying, which would make one's subconscious think that the water was drinkable. However, after Lin Xianying saw Zhang Wei's attitude, she realized that she was afraid there was something wrong with the water. Just why did you give it back to yourself if you suspected something was wrong? Drink! Zhang Wei unscrewed his own water and took a big gulp. Lin Xianying didn't want to drink, but she saw Zhang Wei's eyes. Well, it's true that I'm a bit thirsty. Lin Xianying also took a sip. Zhang Wei drank it even though he knew there was a problem. So he must have had some small mind, and Lin Xianying would naturally cooperate. However, what Lin Xianying didn't know was that Zhang Wei really needed Lin Xianying's cooperation, because the man with the glasses has put ecstasy in this water, the kind that can knock people out. This was what Zhang Wei had personally heard. With enhanced physical fitness, his hearing was also naturally enhanced, and the whispering of the glasses man to his subordinates when he left was no different from speaking in Zhang Wei's ear. With Zhang Wei's physique surely he wouldn't be mesmerized, but since he was going to act, it wouldn't do to not be mesmerized. So when should he be mesmerized? It's up to Lin Xianying. Just follow Lin Xianying and swoon. The man with the glasses saw that all of them drank the water, and he became even more enthusiastic. After only listening to the spectacled man rambling on for almost 5 minutes or so, Lin Xianying's body suddenly lurched a bit. That water? There's something wrong with it. Lin Xianying held her forehead and tried to open her eyes, trying to make herself able to see the situation in front of her clearly, but her vision was getting blurry. Zhang Wei was quick to help Lin Xianying, and then he started his own performance, cursing the glasses man in a confused and not too clear diction, and then fell to the ground together with Lin Xianying and pressed Lin Xianying underneath him. Zhang Wei didn't faint, but Lin Xianying was really fainted. Zhang Wei of course wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Xianying, and pressed on Lin Xianying just to protect her, definitely not to take advantage of the opportunity. Come on in, all of you. The fat pig is fainting. The man with the glasses greeted loudly. Ha ha, big brother, what kind of fat pig is this? It's obviously a beautiful chick. Can we play? A person laughed loudly and walked into the tent. You think about that all day long. If you really make something happen, those soldiers can't let us go. Grab their mechs and throw the people away. Before you throw them away, do whatever you want. The man with glasses gave an explanation. Hey, that's a deal. I'll go first. Are you all okay with that? The first person to enter opened his mouth with a strange smile. The few others who followed behind did not argue and responded with a cheeky grin. No, I have an opinion. Zhang Wei suddenly opened his mouth. It's not that Zhang Wei can't act anymore. In fact, he can still play along well. It was just that, when these people made their move on them later, they were bound to go up and down on Lin Xianying. This Zhang Wei couldn't stand it. Who? You. The man with glasses looked at Zhang Wei, who was slumped on the ground. In horror, Zhang Wei's playful eyes made the glasses man very flustered. What they do is out of sight. If the military found out, the best thing that could happen to them would be to be kicked out of the camp. Dogs, scare me. The first person who came in had a fierce gaze, and he lunged at Zhang Wei at the first opportunity. If you want this kind of thing to go unseen, then you have to kill people to silence them. And what they've done can't stand up to scrutiny. As long as Zhang Wei goes out and talks nonsense, they'll definitely be finished. So why don't we just do it? Get Zhang Wei killed here, and then just dispose of the body. As for why Zhang Wei hadn't been mesmerized, was that something that should be thought about now? Zhang Wei quickly got up and kicked the man in the chest before he could pounce on him. Boo! The visitor was kicked and flew, not only by himself, but also by hitting 2 other men who flew out of the tent with him. The luxury tent was smashed out with a big gaping hole. The man with the glasses was completely dumbfounded. Is this the kind of power one can have? How far did that kick someone out? 10 or 20 meters? Or farther? The person who was kicked head-on by Zhang Wei had already died through and through. His chest was bloody and almost kicked out a bloody hole. Even the 2 people who were smashed were not spared, and similarly lost their voices. 1 kick, 3 lives. Killing people to get rid of them. I told you that you dog wouldn't do anything good. And sure enough, it's true. Zhang Wei closed his legs and expressed his satisfaction with his own body's first battle. You. The man with the glasses raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Wei, his hand trembling a little. Murder. The other 3 men who were still alive cried out loudly. It's not that they haven't killed before, but to kill so ferociously, they really haven't seen. It's okay to yell, but don't run, you hear me? Zhang Wei's ice-cold voice was transmitted to the ears of the several people in the glasses man. This caused those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee to immediately wilt. You dare to kill someone. This is not allowed by those who are soldiers. You will be executed. The man with glasses suddenly opened his mouth fiercely to Zhang Wei. Yeah, ha, Zhang Wei sneered, not taking the glasses man's threats seriously at all. The man with the glasses doesn't know what to say. Soon enough, things were found out here. It wasn't because of the shouts of those men, but because of the 3 men who were kicked to death by Zhang Wei. They flew out so far that they smashed several people's tents. The tent owner, who had been cursing, shouted that passionate cry the moment he saw the dead man. Dead people, that's a big deal in camp. Someone had already gone to the base to look for the soldiers at the first sign of a dead man. In less than 10 minutes, a whole group of 20 soldiers entered the camp with loaded guns. Who did this? The lead captain had a sharp gaze. No one of the hundreds of people watching around him dared to meet his eyes. Comrade, just this way. 3 men flew out and smashed my tent. The man didn't run away, did he? The captain's expression was cold. This is a big deal and must be taken seriously. There is no way to manage the camp in the future if this kind of thing is not curbed. It's not running, we've got this surrounded. It's definitely not running. Okay, we'll take care of the rest. Everyone pull back a bit so we don't hurt anyone by mistake. Good. The crowd began to pull back. Everyone is not a little cutie either. At this time is afraid that the perpetrator of the murder doggedly merged with the mech. It will really cause a very great deal of damage when the time comes. Is that possible? If Zhang Wei hadn't been here, the chances of this happening were close to 100%. Who's willing to die? It's definitely a good idea to resist when you can. However, the situation inside the tent was that the glasses guy and a few of them had already resisted, and the result was a bit bleak for the glasses men. Their mecha cores were all confiscated by Zhang Wei, and everyone was more or less injured. Chapter 71, 6 Epic Grade Source Crystals. Inside, come out yourselves, or let us in. After the crowd of onlookers was evacuated, the captain shouted angrily at the tent with a cold face. Without waiting for the captain to shout a second time, several strong men limped out of the tent with their hands on their heads. You guys are finally here. Murder, that guy killed someone. After a few people walked out, the man with glasses immediately opened his mouth to complain. At this moment, when he saw this group of soldiers, he felt like seeing his long-lost relatives. Couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes. It's just too scary. The captain frowned. He didn't quite believe the glasses guy. While it wasn't a good habit to judge people by their first impressions, these guys made a very bad first impression on the captain. If he really said who would kill, the captain was more convinced that these guys would be the murderers. It's just that, looking at them, they seemed to be really aggrieved. Did I tell you to take your hands down? Zhang Wei's voice came out from inside the tent. The man with glasses subconsciously and immediately put his lowered hand back on top of his head. And then, Zhang Wei walked out from within the tent with Lin Xianying in his arms. Looking at Zhang Wei, who was hugging Lin Xianying horizontally, the pupils of the captain's eyes shrunk violently. It's him, Zhang Wei, the fierce man, was well known in the base. The main reason was that they had been accounted for by their superiors not to mess with Zhang Wei. All the soldiers on patrol had seen Zhang Wei's picture. Zhang Wei had wanted to explain after he walked out. After all, if he could not clash with the soldiers, then it was better not to clash. Only, before Zhang Wei could say anything, the captain leading the group spoke first. Brother Zhang Wei? It's me. Zhang Wei nodded with a bit of surprise. Good, cuff these people. The captain immediately opened his mouth to give the order after seeing Zhang Wei's nod. A group of soldiers quickly stepped forward, directly making the already dumbfounded glasses man's group of people even more dumbfounded. What are you guys doing? He's the one who killed the guy, not us. You guys are screwing with privilege. You're not being fair. The man with the glasses opened his mouth and yelled. If the most basic fairness and justice is lost in the camp, even if the soldiers have weapons in their hands, they cannot continue to convince the people. Shut up. The captain angrily scolded the man with glasses. He then spoke softly to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang Wei, what happened here? They drugged us, mesmerized Lin Xianying, and wanted to rob us. Zhang Wei briefly said what happened. Although Zhang Wei said it briefly, anyone with a discerning eye knew what had happened. No, he's the one who's falsely accusing me. They're doing it on purpose. They're setting us up. They're just looking at the resources we have in our hands. The man with the glasses opened his mouth to weasel out. I told you to shut up. Don't you understand? Do you know who she is? The captain pointed at Lin Xianying who was being held across Zhang Wei's chest. The man with the glasses shook his head in some confusion. Wasn't that this kid's girlfriend? She's a member of our special operations team. You said she set you up. You said, would I believe it? The captain questioned the glasses man. The glasses man's eyes were a bit flustered. He didn't expect Lin Xianying to have such an identity. Getting him to just resign himself to his fate, though, was not going to happen. Even if what you say is true, it's still them setting me up. You guy, you're really not honest. Zhang Wei gently placed Lin Xianying on the ground. Glasses man saw the situation. Fear immediately took over his heart. He was scared and directly squatted on the ground. Sir, look, he's going to commit murder again. I set you up to rob you? Are you worthy of that? Zhang Wei immediately took out all the source crystals within his mecha space. Shiny source crystals appeared in heaps, and there were very few ordinary source crystals. Basically all of them were medium-grade source crystals. Suddenly seeing so many source crystals, The eyes of the onlookers went straight. When had they ever seen so many source crystals? This time, no one believed the eye man at all. Thinking differently, if they saw so many source crystals, I'm afraid they would also become greedy. Besides, Glasses Man and his group were not good people in the first place, and most of the people in the camp knew them. The man with the glasses was utterly speechless. How can you argue with that? Brother Zhang Wei, you are speechless. Even the leader of the team was speechless. The source crystals were indeed a bit much, at least 1,000 of them, right? In fact, this was still Zhang Wei's evolved mech, otherwise he would still be able to come up with 5,000 or 6,000 medium-grade source crystals. Do some trading. I need epic-grade source crystals. 100 medium-grade source crystals for 1 epic-grade source crystal. I'll only wait here for an hour. Zhang Wei really didn't know who within the camp had an epic-grade source crystal in their hands, but he can buy and sell publicly. Although the value of epic-grade source crystals was much higher, epic-grade source crystals were simply unavailable in the hands of ordinary people. It's no use even if you keep hiding it if you can't exchange it for useful resources. Otherwise, what made the man with the glasses trade 10 medium-grade source crystals for an epic-grade source crystal? I'll switch. As soon as Zhang Wei's side finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward. Inside the camp, the population base is still not small, and is full of survivors who have converged from all directions. Every survivor was lucky, and it was normal for them to pick up some high-quality initial source crystals. It's not like Zhang Wei can just bag all the goodies on his own. There are still plenty of lucky people out there. Good. Zhang Wei had a smile on his face. I'm not afraid of anyone coming in for a change, but I'm afraid of anyone being afraid to come in for a change. Sure enough, with the first comes the second. In an hour's time, Zhang Wei had exchanged 5 epic-grade source crystals. Seeing that no one continued to come to exchange, Zhang Wei collected the source crystals on the ground. My name is Zhang Wei. In the future, whoever has epic-grade source crystals, or higher-grade source crystals, can come to me to exchange them. Just go to the base and look for me. The crowd of onlookers silently memorized Zhang Wei's name. They didn't know if the price Zhang Wei gave was reasonable or not, but at least they were really able to get the source crystals. That's enough. Brother Zhang Wei, let's go back. The captain waited until Zhang Wei's side was done with his work before speaking to Zhang Wei. Good. Those who have exchanged their source crystals, please help protect them. Brother, don't worry. We've made a note of the people who just redeemed, and we'll investigate to the end if anything happens to them in the near future. The captain was still very powerful. He looked at the people in the surrounding area as he spoke. The deterrent effect was very strong, which made some people who had moved to a crooked mind put their unsuspecting intentions in check. Thanks. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to thank him before walking back to Lin Xianying. The drug that the glasses man had put down was quite strong, and after almost an hour, Lin Xianying still had no intention of waking up. Zhang Wei could only reluctantly hold Lin Xianying across the front again after checking it out. Let's go back. Good. Press them back and leave 2 men behind to take care of the bodies over there. Afterward, Zhang Wei and the others returned to the base. With a little urgency in Zhang Wei's heart, a total of 6 epic source crystals were harvested. What good things could be opened this time? Chapter 72. Are you Chuanshang Zhang Wei? Returning to the base, the leader of the team personally brought Zhang Wei to the tent belonging to Lin Xianying. Brother Zhang Wei, is our Xiaowing okay? Zhang Wei sniffed and immediately replied, don't worry, it's just some ecstasy. You'll be fine after sleeping for a while. That's good. Then she's all yours. I've got things to do. Just greet me if you need anything. I'll leave you with 2 guards. Alright, thanks. Zhang Wei was not polite. If there was anything within this base, it was indeed better to let the soldiers help than for Zhang Wei to act on his own. The captain then saluted Zhang Wei and turned to leave. Zhang Wei rubbed the back of his head. Did he have to salute himself? However, Zhang Wei didn't think much about it as he carried Lin Xianying into the tent. To Zhang Wei's surprise, Lin Xianying lived in a single room, but it was just a single room, without the kind of coziness of a little girl's room. It was the same as an ordinary camp tent. Zhang Wei placed Lin Xianying on the bed and let her go to sleep. There was no one else present in the tent, which just happened to be the right time to open the source crystal. Turn on the source crystal. Ding! Gain epic dissociative cryogun. Dissociative freeze gun, epic. Battle strength plus 200. Possesses some dissociative effects and improves freeze damage effects. Ding! Obtain hydrogen power engine, epic. Hydrogen powered engine, epic. Battle power plus 100. Conventional power, 2000. Overdraft power, 1000. Zhang Wei was in a good mood. I didn't expect to be able to get a more advanced engine. Although they were of the same epic level, the hydrogen-powered engine was much stronger than the 2-cycle engine he was currently equipped with. Conventional power is the upper limit of the engine's power storage. The power needed for the mech's movement, weapons, skills, etc., is supported by conventional power. And the power of this hydrogen-powered engine is that the overdraft power kicks in when the mech's regular power isn't enough to support more powerful kinetic energy. Of course, the use of overdraft power can cause some damage to the engine, but it can be very useful in critical moments. Keep driving. Ding. Gain purple star +1. Ding. Gained float cannon advancement stone +1. Ding. Gain the skill 100 blaze swinging sky, epic. Ding. Obtain super energy sun sword, epic. 100 blazing swinging air, epic. A long distance combat active skill with a sweeping attack against a fan of enemies. Super energy sun sword, epic. Battle strength +400. With higher temperatures than the thermal megazord. It is an upgraded version of the thermal megazord. A two-handed solid megazord. Initial source crystals, they really are all good. Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. Not one of the 6 epic grade source crystals was junk. The purple stars and skill gear were needless to say. And the float cannon advancement stone was a good thing that had a major role to play for Zhang Wei. Mechs can evolve, and float cannons are capable of evolving as well. The float cannon requires 1 evolutionary stone for its first evolution, 2 for its second, and so on. As with mechs, the power of the floating cannon was able to be increased tremendously after it evolved. Zhang Wei had wanted to hold back a little bit, but now he couldn't hold back at all. He took everything back into the mecha core, and then he walked out of the tent without even looking at the unconscious Lin Qianying, not even realizing that it was now the very best opportunity to mooch off of her. Man, you guys here? What's the best place to use a mech? One of the soldiers guarding the entrance of the tent immediately spoke. I can take you there if you need it. Alright, thanks. Lin Qianying won't wake up for a while, so I'll have to trouble you to help watch over her for a bit. Zhang Wei said to the soldier who didn't say anything. It's what I'm supposed to do. Zhang Wei nodded. And then, under the leadership of that soldier, Zhang Wei came to the southwest of the base, and before he even reached here, Zhang Wei had already seen the mechs that were active in the distance. When they arrived, after a short negotiation with the soldier, he led Zhang Wei into this military mecha camp. Inside the camp, the ground had been reinforced an unknown number of times, and all sorts of light, medium and heavy mechs running on the ground wouldn't leave any obvious traces. Not bad. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to judge after taking a look. The military mechs had basically all undergone their first evolution, and a few had even finished their second evolution. However, there was not a single mech that had evolved 3 times. Mechs are allowed here, but you can't intentionally destroy the place. Okay, got it. Merge. Zhang Wei took out his mecha core and chose to merge. 20 meters tall, with a much thicker body and limbs, the mech appeared within the camp. One could tell that Zhang Wei's mech was more threatening just by looking at its appearance. Equipped the Super Energy Sun Sword. The Super Energy Sun Sword appeared in Zhang Wei's hand, and Zhang Wei's battle power increased by 100 points. Equipped with hydrogen-powered engines. After being equipped with a hydrogen-powered engine, Zhang Wei's mecha was more powerful and its combat strength increased. Finally, Zhang Wei took out the floating cannon advancement stone. Use the float cannon advancement stone. The advancement stone held in Zhang Wei's hand dissipated into points of light. The points of light coalesced on the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder. These points of light were continuously being injected into the floating cannon, and as they were injected, the floating cannon size was slowly increasing. After about 5 minutes or so, float gun evolution complete. Superior grade cryo float cannon first order. Battle strength +300. Firing speed 0, 8s. Extreme launch speed 0, 1s. Oh yeah, and a purple star. The float cannon is also equipped, and you can use the purple star to improve the quality of the float cannon. Upgrade the quality of the float gun. The purple star shattered. A purple glow enveloped the floating cannon. Excellence level equipment can be 100% upgraded to Dao Epic quality by using the purple star. Ding! The quality of the float cannon has been upgraded. Epic freezing float cannon first order. Battle strength +500. Firing speed 0, 8s. Extreme launch speed 0, 1s. The floating cannon quality is raised to epic level, increasing the battle power by 200 points over excellent level. There is no increase in launch speed or terminal velocity. Zhang Wei was satisfied. It was already perverse to be able to raise his battle power by this much. Zhang Wei opened his panel to check it out. After taking a look, Zhang Wei himself couldn't help but marvel in his heart. It's gotten a little sicker again. Other than that, the increase in battle power alone was enough for Zhang Wei to make this kind of exclamation. One wave of action and a 450-point increase in battle power. At this moment, Zhang Wei's battle power had reached 955 points. Nice mech. Bro, how come I haven't seen you before? Before Zhang Wei could finish admiring his attributes, an 18-meter-tall mech appeared in front of him. A 17-meter mech was already not bad. It was a medium-sized mech of the second evolution. It was also what Zhang Wei looked like when he evolved for the second time. But of course, there was still a big difference in appearance. My name is Zhang Wei. I'm not a soldier. Oh, you are Chuan City Zhang Wei? Hearing Zhang Wei's self-introduction, the mecha standing in front of Zhang Wei was obviously very surprised. Chapter 73 You have evil fire. Go somewhere else to vent it. Ah, right, my name is Zhou Jun. If you have time, let's have a fight. Zhou Jun introduced himself. He had obviously heard of Zhang Wei's great name, and seeing the real person, he was inevitably excited. Zhang Wei didn't refuse or agree. Instead, he was a bit puzzled. It's not good, right? Zhou Jun's attitude is quite good, but this small arms and legs, over the hand really good? What's wrong with that? We won't have any problems if we don't use weapons. Zhou Jun clearly didn't want to let go of the opportunity to strike with Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei was not very famous, but through Lin Xianying's delivery of various information to the military, Zhang Wei's name was known to everyone in the entire base in the past 2 days. Soldiers are very eager and worshipful to the strong, and to be able to fight with Zhang Wei, to see the gap between themselves and the strong, or to have the motivation to work hard to become stronger is not it. Therefore, having met Zhang Wei, Zhou Jun would never let go of such an opportunity easily. Alright, Zhou Jun was so enthusiastic, so of course Zhang Wei couldn't keep refusing. Moreover, Zhang Wei knew what kind of mindset these soldiers were in, and although the soldiers elsewhere appeared to be all busy with their own business, they were basically observing the situation on his side. In the future, Zhang Wei will definitely have the time to cooperate with the military, and when that time comes, Zhang Wei doesn't want certain people to go against him, so it's better to let these soldiers convince themselves now. Well then, let's do it here. My battle power is definitely not as good as yours. Let's just call it a day. How about it? Zhou Jun opened his mouth excitedly and took up an attack stance. You do not say. Professional and amateur, he is not the same. From Zhou Jun poses to see that Zhou Jun's combat power is very strong. Surely you can overshoot the war power of the mech. In exchange for an ordinary amateur player, 100 points of battle power would be good enough to bring out 50. Take Zhang Tao for example. Zhang Wei didn't put up any stance. He didn't learn it systematically, but after 10 years of surviving in the last world, Zhang Wei had his own battle rhythm. He didn't dare to say that he could surely bring out 100% of his mecha's combat power, but it wouldn't be too much worse. Yes, I'm ready. You do it. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Zhou Jun, who had set up his stance. Zhou Jun was not polite either, and he violently rushed towards Zhang Wei after his feet heavily stomped on the ground. Zhang Wei's battle power was too much higher than Zhou Jun's, and the speed that the mech could exert was simply not something that Zhou Jun could compare to. Zhou Jun, who came swinging, seemed to Zhang Wei to be moving unusually slowly and with a particularly clear purpose, and in just a short moment, several coping strategies appeared in Zhang Wei's mind. Zhang Wei chose a method that was the least in your face as he reached out his hand and grabbed at Zhou Jun's fist at a faster speed. Competing in melee fighting skills, Zhang Wei is definitely not a match for Zhou Jun. However, Zhang Wei could have raised his foot and kicked Zhou Jun away, and he could have circled around and attacked, and he could have even served a big earful, but Zhang Wei chose to fight with Zhou Jun's strength. This couldn't make Zhou Jun's loss not so ugly, and it could also convince the other soldiers. The amount of strength is a favorite competition among soldiers and a powerful means of proving a person's strength or weakness. Zhang Wei tried to catch Zhou Jun's fist, and Zhou Jun didn't even have the slightest chance of dodging it. Zhou Jun only felt his eyes blink, and then his fist had been completely controlled by Zhang Wei. Zhou Jun wanted to draw back his fist, but it didn't move, and he wanted to force it to fly against Zhang Wei, but he couldn't do it at all. Zhang Wei's hand was like an iron vice, firmly clamping his fist. In the next moment, Zhou Jun was ruthless in his heart and raised his foot to kick Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's movements came afterward, and his foot mercilessly stomped on Zhou Jun's calf. An insider would absolutely gasp in amazement at the interceptor if they saw it, but Zhang Wei knew himself. He would be a fart interceptor. He was only faster and could accurately intercept Zhou Jun's attacks, but that seems to be the essence of intercepting fist do, doesn't it? After his attack was intercepted, Zhou Jun still did not admit defeat, and after collecting his leg, he leaned sideways and inwards towards Zhang Wei, and when his other hand grabbed Zhang Wei's arm, he used an over-the-shoulder slam to try and wrestle Zhang Wei out. Zhang Wei acted as if he hadn't noticed, allowing Zhou Jun to power up. Go you! Zhou Jun was confident in his over-the-shoulder slam, and he couldn't help but yell, ha! The scene was slightly awkward, only to see Zhou Jun pouting his buttocks and trying to fall several times failed to make Zhang Wei's body move even a little bit. Zhang Wei had originally wanted to show others how fierce his power was, but Zhou Jun's ass-pouting behavior really made Zhang Wei very embarrassed. This was just two mechs. If it was two people engaging in this kind of action, it was inevitable that others would have some kind of misunderstanding. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding, Zhang Wei raised his foot and kicked Zhou Jun's calf at the bend of his leg. The huge force came, and Zhou Jun could not carry Zhang Wei's attack at all. His body was forced to kneel on one knee, and then Zhang only handlocked neck with one hand one arm of Zhou Jun tugged dead. You lose. I concede. Zhou Jun is not the kind of person who cannot afford to play. Were captured by Zhang Wei, then happy to admit defeat. Zhang Wei immediately let go of his hand when he heard Zhou Jun admit defeat. Although Zhou Jun was captured, Zhang Wei's hand was very measured, and Zhou Jun didn't suffer any injuries, only to see Zhou Jun quickly get up, and when he turned around to face Zhang Wei, he opened his mouth and said, "How come your power is so big? Didn't use your full strength just now, did you? That's awesome. I can hear it." Zhou Jun lost surprisingly quite excited. Zhang Wei laughed. "It's not bad. You can be this powerful even when your battle power is raised. Ha, what's so great about just being strong? The real battle is not a competition of strength." A discordant voice appeared abruptly. Zhang Wei looked to the onlookers not far away. That's what came out of one of the mouths. "Zhang Wei, this guy is Su Kai," Zhou Jun reminded Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was puzzled. Originally he thought that after he showed his power, these GIs would surely admire him, just like Zhou Jun, but he didn't expect that someone would even open their mouths to taunt him. "What's going on here? It's not quite what was planned." "I don't know him," Zhang Wei whispered to Zhou Jun, "but he knows you. He has been chasing Lin Xianying for a long time, and their two families have a very good relationship. He may have been irritated by Lin Xianying in the past 2 days, so he is treating you in a way." "Understood." Zhang Wei instantly straightened things out. "Lin Xianying and I are just friends. If you have an evil fire, go somewhere else." Zhang Wei spoke bluntly to Su Kai and did not mean to avoid the rest of the people. "Who has evil fire?" Su Kai's face immediately became a bit embarrassed by Zhang Wei's remark, speaking as if he was deliberately making things difficult for Zhang Wei for the sake of Lin Xianying. Chapter 74 Su Kai, how dare you sneak attack from behind? If you don't have evil fire, shut up and boom. Float guns firing. Zhang Wei didn't have such a kind temper, no matter what the reason was. Since Su Kai dared to actively jump out and find fault, Zhang Wei definitely had to make Su Kai understand the truth. Mess with no one but Zhang Wei. Freezing bombs bloomed above the ground in front of Su Kai. The ground was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and the temperature in the vicinity dropped 2 or 3 degrees. You're a long-distance fighter, right? Compared to skill, you're no match for me. Understand? Now, Su Kai was speechless, and the others all looked at Zhang Wei more adoringly. Obviously Zhang Wei was a melee fighter, but he possessed such a means of attacking from afar, and that thing he was carrying on his shoulder was a floating cannon, right? Why is it so powerful? Su Kai, what are you doing? At this moment, a cold voice appeared. Lin Xianying is here. Zhang Wei sighed darkly at the trouble. If Lin Xianying didn't come, this would be the end of the matter today, and Su Kai would definitely not dare to mess with him. However, Zhang Wei knew what men were like, and Lin Xianying's appearance would only add fuel to the fire. So even if Su Kai knew he wasn't an opponent, he couldn't admit defeat at this time. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xianying's side opened her mouth, Su Kai's side couldn't hold back. In Su Kai's opinion, Lin Xianying was defending Zhang Wei. How can one bear it when one's sweetheart defends another man? Especially at this age when everyone is young and hot. This is between men. We're just cutting up. What's it to you? Humph. Zhang Wei, ignore him. Let's go. Lin Xianying came in a merged state with the mech, and she reached out and tugged on Zhang Wei's hand, signaling for him to follow her. Your body is fine? Zhang Wei was still more concerned about Lin Xianying's body. It's okay. Lin Xianying nodded to Zhang Wei. Well, only to Zhang Wei's belly. There was a bit of a height difference between the two of their mechs. This gap would only be bridged after Lin Xianying's mecha also underwent its third evolution, and according to Zhang Wei's estimation, Lin Xianying's mecha should be able to be 14 or 15 meters after its third evolution. Su Kai is about to explode with anger. This is in front of my face to show love? Zhang Wei, I want to compete with you. Su Kai could no longer care a bit about how powerful Zhang Wei was. He desperately wanted to prove himself in front of Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying wanted to turn around and scold Su Kai, but she was pulled back by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei really didn't want to play this kind of girl-grabbing game with little nutrition. It was too childish. But you can't help it that some people are just so naive. Do you really think Lin Xianying will treat you differently just because you Su Kai beat me up? Stop it. Let's start by saying that you don't have that kind of relationship with Lin Xianying at all. If they really had that kind of relationship, do you think Lin Xianying would like you just because you beat up Lin Xianying's sweetheart? I'm afraid I'm going to loathe you even more. As a person who had been there, Zhang Wei still saw things clearly. Su Kai, stop it. Lin Xianying turned back to look angrily at Su Kai. To say that she and Su Kai are still quite close, it's just that after they all became adults, Su Kai's pursuit of Lin Xianying caused a rift in their relationship. Lin Xianying only thought of Su Kai as a friend, but Su Kai thought otherwise. You're still defending him? Su Kai raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Wei. Lin Xianying is going crazy. Protecting him? The old lady is obviously protecting you. You know Zhang Wei's identity. If you want to be crazy, go be crazy somewhere else. We have things to do. Let's go. Wait, Su Kai was more or less losing his mind, and he actually took out his Far Cry weapon. Lin Xianying saw the situation and could not wait to give Su Kai a few big mouths. Looking for death also did not look for it, so right? I'll fix it, don't move. Lin Xianying didn't care about Su Kai. The first thing she wanted to pacify was Zhang Wei. Lin Xianying knew how scary Zhang Wei was when he got serious. Knowing that you guys are friends, these two things are for you. The weapons can just be replaced. Don't use the skills. Don't let that thing find out. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. In the sky, the king's mechanical bird was still circling. Lin Xianying couldn't be bothered to get angry with that stupid bastard Su Kai at this time. In exchange for those epic source crystals opened up, Zhang Wei handed over the dissociative freezing gun and the 100-lie swinging skill to Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying didn't treat Zhang Wei with politeness and immediately equipped the dissociative freezing gun. And of course, the skill was learned as well. Lin Xianying didn't think there was anything wrong with her accepting what Zhang Wei had given her. After all, it was something that Zhang Wei had gotten only after she had paid for her coma. Take credit for it yourself. And in Su Kai's opinion, that's different. Lin Xianying had never accepted anything that he himself had given to her. Why is it so smooth for her to collect Zhang Wei's stuff? Could it be that they have? At the thought of this, the anger in Su Kai's heart instantly erupted. Zhang Wei, I told you, don't go crazy. If you really want to go crazy, I'll accompany you. Lin Xianying looked angrily at the somewhat crazy Su Kai. How long had Su Kai been waiting for Lin Xianying's words? I'll stay with you. What a nice thing to say. Unfortunately, how is it kind of hard to put it in this time of year and hear it? This was especially hard when it was being pointed at by the icy blue gun in Lin Xianying's hand. You're going to fight me for him? I'm not doing this for him, but for you, this dumbass. Lin Xianying wasn't polite with Su Kai anymore. If this isn't cleared up with Su Kai, I guess this won't end today. Come on, don't you want to do it? Let me tell you, my fighting ability is much worse than his. If you can't even beat me. Lin Xianying's latter words were not said, but anyone knew what Lin Xianying meant. Su Kai can't accept it. In his opinion, Lin Xianying was protecting Zhang Wei. Over to you. Zhang Wei gently patted Lin Xianying's shoulder. Anyway, the source of the trouble was Lin Xianying, so it was fine to let Lin Xianying take care of it herself. However, the intimate gestures between Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying rattled Su Kai's nerves even more. The rifle in his hand. Fired. Target. Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei continued to walk out of the camp without even looking back. Watch out. Zhou Jun opened his mouth to warn. The rifle's penetrating power is strong, and although Su Kai is a vinegar spirit, he still has strength. This would be no small trouble for everyone if Zhang Wei was injured. However, just as Zhou Jun opened his mouth, the floating cannon had opened fire. Rifle bullets, while powerful in their penetration, were a bit less powerful than the shells from the floating guns. Ice flowers bloomed in the air and rifle bullets were cancelled out. And by now, the anger in Su Kai's heart had been offset by panic. Not because the floating cannon had intercepted his attack, but because of his own behavior after the impulse. Su Kai, how dare you sneak attack from behind? Lin Xianying looked at Su Kai angrily. The other GIs were also opening their mouths to accuse Su Kai. Chapter 75. He's Japanese, and he's got a partner. I didn't do it on purpose. Su Kai hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. If he admits to this behavior, I'm afraid he won't have any friends in the future. If Zhang Wei was an enemy, then it would not be too much to use any means. But Zhang Wei was not an enemy, and this behavior of putting a black gun behind his back was really disgraceful. Su Kai, what are you doing? At this time, a very stern voice appeared. It wasn't a sound from a mech, but a human voice. The visitor had a country-type face, thick black eyebrows, and a stalwart face, and was looking at Su Kai with an unkind face at the moment. Captain, I was wrong. What a time to be here fighting over some personal feelings. You're really letting me down. Apologize. Su Kai lowered his head, and then he spoke without hesitation. Zhang Wei, I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can feel free to hit me out of anger. This apology was pretty sincere. However, I'll only apologize for shooting you in the back. I'm not going to give up on Lin Xianying. Su Kai was acting a bit stubborn. Even after being reprimanded by the captain, he didn't curb his feelings for Lin Xianying. Forget it. Zhang Wei spoke flatly. Brother Zhang Wei, I'm his captain. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Zhang Wei really didn't want to get into trouble with Su Kai. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a matter of one shot just now. One more shot and Su Kai would have drank his hate in the northwest. By the way, the chief asked me to call you over. Okay, thanks a lot. Let's go. Zhang Wei greeted Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying followed behind Zhang Wei, not even looking at Su Kai. Zhang Wei, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have been like that. Leaving the mecha camp, Lin Xianying spoke to Zhang Wei in embarrassment. It's not your fault. Disintegrate. Zhang Wei pacified Lin Xianying before disintegrating with the mech. He could feel his being getting stronger again. Lin Xianying also disintegrated with the mech. Out of the mech camp. It was easily not allowed to merge with the mech. This was the rule within the base. Just as Lin Xianying was about to say something, a big soldier quickly ran to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, someone at the base entrance is looking for you, saying they want to exchange source crystals with you. Oh, go and take a look first. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. This guy didn't come to the exchange when we were just at the campground, so why is he running over here now? Good. Lin Xianying nodded to Zhang Wei. It wouldn't take long to exchange the source crystals, and it wouldn't be too late to go back to Chief Zhang after the exchange. At the entrance of the base, a man looked a little anxious as he peered into the base. When he saw Zhang Wei appear, he immediately waved his hand at Zhang Wei continuously. Zhang Wei, here, I want to exchange source crystals with you, the visitor shouted loudly. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. This guy, something's not right. Previously, when he was in the camp, this person did not look for Zhang Wei to exchange source crystals, but now he did, which showed that this person was more careful and did not want others to know about the deal between him and Zhang Wei. There are extenuating circumstances for this, but now he's shouting so openly and loudly. Why? And you're not afraid of people finding out? There are a lot of people watching the base entrance. Something's not quite right. Be careful. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying failed to figure out why Zhang Wei thought something was wrong, but she trusted Zhang Wei's judgment and was secretly on guard. What source crystals do you have? Zhang Wei spoke to the person waving his hand after walking out of the base. Here, come see. The visitor carefully approached Zhang Wei. However, when he came closer to Zhang Wei, he suddenly took out his mech core and merged with the mech. Mechs over 6 meters tall appeared. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events, and the soldiers guarding the entrance of the base instantly aimed their guns at the mecha. What do you want? The guard soldier opened his mouth to question. Die. Zhang Wei. The mech pounced on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei grabbed Lin Xianying's collar and immediately threw her into the distance. All duck. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and reminded. And then, the mech pounced on Zhang Wei. It was a light telekinetic mech, not too powerful, but using a special type of high-temperature gun, only to see this mech stomp Zhang Wei under his feet, and then without any hesitation, he shot at Zhang Wei. Bullets were whistling. The soldiers didn't listen to Zhang Wei's dodge. They all poured fire on this mech. Sparks flew in all directions, and the armor of light mechs was not something that could be penetrated by unusual bullets. Zhang Wei single-handedly pressed against the mech's foot. Based on strength alone, Zhang Wei's main body was able to easily crush this mech, and it was enough to deal with it single-handedly. However, Zhang Wei didn't wait in place for the flames to descend, and when the mecha's muzzle spewed out flames, Zhang Wei had already grabbed the mecha's feet and started to exert force. The mech was unsteady on its feet, its body shaking, and the gun was naturally out of focus. Zhang Wei then kicked the mech's other leg with force. The already unsteady mech instantly fell to the ground. At this time, a freezing bomb came from not far away at this time, instantly smashing on top of the face of the fallen mech. Why aren't you merging with the mecha? Lin Xianying's anxious voice appeared. Try my current stance. Zhang Wei spoke indifferently. It was only at this time that the crowd of onlookers exclaimed in their hearts. What just happened? Zhang Wei was surprisingly able to harden himself against the mecha with his physical strength. No, not a hard fight, but a thrashing of the mech. This is simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. Why? Why are you so powerful? It can't be. The mech that was lying on the ground, having lost most of its combat power, opened its mouth and growled. The upper half of his body was almost entirely frozen, and there was no way to move if he wanted to. Who are you? I can confirm that I don't recognize you. Zhang Wei was puzzled. Why did this man, whom he had never met, want to kill him? Hansu Hanxiao was already dead, so Zhang Wei really couldn't think of anyone else he had a grudge against. If we're barely counting, Su Kai could be considered one. However, although Zhang Wei and Su Kai have not been in contact with each other for a long time, Zhang Wei can also see that Su Kai is a person who dares to do what he wants, and I am afraid that Su Kai will not be able to do this kind of thing of hiring a murderer to kill people. Besides, Su Kai didn't have that kind of time, knowing that he and Lin Xianying had just come out from within the mecha camp. Ha, you think this is the end? Not yet. Far from it. You all die. The mech opened its mouth and yelled. Zhang Wei frowned. It was a roar that didn't sound like impotent rage, but more like a signal of some kind. No good. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered something. Quick, go to the camp and evacuate the crowd. There's a bomb in the camp. He's Japanese. He has accomplices. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered an incident that happened in Chuan City in his previous life, and almost instantly identified this person. Japanese spies. Japanese spies created many riots on this side of Chuan City in the early days of the end times, killing many people and causing a lot of trouble for the military. At that time, because Zhang Wei was hiding in the dark corners within Chuan City, he did not have any personal experience, so his memory was not very deep. Now, Zhang Wei remembered. Chapter 76, the ice blue waterfall that flows backwards. What? Quick, evacuate the crowd. The soldiers immediately got busy. Everyone looked anxious, and there was actually no one who doubted Zhang Wei's words. Merge. Zhang Wei chose to merge. At this time, it was impossible to care about the rules within the base. Zhang Wei's body could arm wrestle with an unusual mecha, but who knew what kind of bombs these crazy little days would come up with? Moreover, these people were obviously running towards themselves. Their purpose is also clear: to eliminate all people of value. Obviously, Zhang Wei was the one who had value in their eyes. As for why little Japan would do this at this time, Zhang Wei was also clear. The little Japanese place is bordered by the sea on all sides. It wouldn't take long for the marine mechanical creatures to land, and then little Japan would fall completely. They were looking for a land that could accommodate them, and this place that they had once invaded naturally became their first choice. The spies that had been planted in this land by them long ago became the first sharp knives in their hands, to eliminate as much of the existence that threatened them as possible. Originally, the military base was the goal of these small-minded people, only that Zhang Wei's sudden appearance had disrupted their rhythm, and in their view, it was more meaningful to eliminate Zhang Wei than to cause trouble for the military. Moreover, killing Zhang Wei could cause a lot of trouble for the military at the same time. It is because of all this that this is happening now. Everyone, leave the camp. Don't mess up. Quick! Zhang Wei roared loudly. His mech was 20 meters tall, so his voice was naturally very loud and could be carried out a long way. Being reminded by Zhang Wei, the camp instantly became chaotic, with the crowd running everywhere, but their destinations were basically the same. They all wanted to enter the military's base to take refuge. Zhang Wei turned on fine detection. He wanted to screen everyone who approached the base. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhang Wei was rewarded. You guys, stand still. Zhang Wei suddenly swung his sword, and the super energy sun sword plunged into the ground, stopping the several people who were running towards the base. The heat wave from the sword forced a few people back, and they struggled to look up at Zhang Wei. What are you stopping us for? Arrest them. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and ordered. The soldiers on the ground were cooperative, and immediately someone rushed at a few of them. Don't even think about setting off the bombs on you. Trust me, the bombs won't go off and you'll die. Several people were shocked speechless by Zhang Wei. The bombs on their bodies were all close-fitting and couldn't be seen from the outside. So how did Zhang Wei find out? Die for the sake of Great Japan. One man didn't listen to advice at all and took out the remote control to press the explosion button. Unfortunately, John Unicorn had been staring at them all along, and when the man made the slightest movement, the floating cannon opened fire. One man's decision brought down his companions around him. The cold radiation range of the freeze bomb was about 3 meters, and the men stood no further than that at all. As the freezing bomb shattered the lead target, the cold spread quickly and in the blink of an eye the person next to him was turned into an ice sculpture. Zhang Wei is a little less satisfied. He did not want to kill people. If you want to kill, why order the soldiers to capture people? Directly open fire is. It wasn't that Zhang Wei was merciful, but Zhang Wei wanted to get information from these people's mouths. There are definitely more than a few people planted here by Japan. In a previous life, the Japanese really took hold on this side of Kawasaki and built 5 steel cities. The military didn't want to waste their limited mushroom bombs on these small-time kids, so they acquiesced and built a city here. Fortunately, the small Yahtzee were very subdued after establishing the city, and they didn't come out to rebel until Zhang Wei's death. But that didn't mean Zhang Wei recognized their existence. They had killed many people and done many things in the early days of their invasion of this land. Zhang Wei didn't think about it before, but now that he did, Zhang Wei definitely wouldn't allow the little tyrant to encroach on this land again. Whether it was a national hatred or personal feelings, Zhang Wei just wouldn't allow it anyway. Zhang Wei, how many more of them are there? Lin Xianying ran to Zhang Wei and spoke anxiously. How would I know? This person is yours. Don't let him die. Zhang Wei spoke to Lin Xianying before quickly leaving. He had found another suspicious character. Okay, you be careful. Lin Xianying reminded Zhang Unicorn. As Zhang Wei rushed out, the king's mechanical bird circling in the sky sensed that it was time for him to play. The military base was in chaos, all defending against the little Japanese who was who knows where. No one was watching it, and Zhang Wei had run away, so it was a good time to kill Lin Xianying. If the king mechanical bird was allowed to attack Zhang Wei right now, it would definitely not dare to do so, having been scared by the fight. But getting Lin Xianying killed, the king's mechanical bird said there was no pressure. It was seen quietly dropping in altitude, and there was no movement from the base's anti-aircraft weapons. When it descended to about 200 meters from the ground, it suddenly attacked Lin Xianying. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianying had been waiting for the king's mechanical bird for a long time, because Zhang Wei had long ago shared the detection core with Lin Xianying. The king's mechanical bird's behavior was all under Lin Xianying's surveillance. Purple lasers attacked Lin Xianying, who didn't hesitate to shoot into the air. The freezer rounds fired from the dissociative freeze gun are a touch larger, and the freezer rounds are fired a couple times faster. The main thing is that the power of the cryobomb has been greatly increased and the cryobomb comes with a dissociative effect. Facing this skill formed with energy works better. Before the cryobomb could collide with the purple laser, the purple laser began to crumble. The king's mechanical bird simply couldn't believe it, and it screamed strangely as it commanded its few remaining minions to rush towards the crowd below while it took the opportunity to begin pulling itself up to its full height. 100 lie swinging sky. Lin Xianying used the skill she had just obtained. The muzzle of the freeze gun instantly erupted a large number of freeze bombs. Only these were about twice as small, but there were a lot of them. The power within Lin Xianying's mech was dropping at a rapid rate, and in return, the freezing bombs covered a large portion of the sky where the king's mechanical bird was located in a fan. Ice blue freezing bullets struck high into the sky, as if they were backwards flowing ice blue waterfalls, and all the mechanical birds within this sector all suffered strong blows. In an instant there were already mechanical birds falling from the sky. The king's mechanical bird was naturally not immune. Its skills could block some of the freezing bullets, but there was no way to completely insulate it. Lin Xianying, after his battle power had increased, had been able to cause some trouble for the king's mechanical bird. However, what the king mechanical bird didn't know was that its real trouble had just descended, as Zhang Wei had already set his sights on it and had already rushed from the ground to high altitude. Chapter 77. Let's see how many rats will burrow out of it. When the king mechanical bird sensed Zhang Wei's figure swooping in, it was already too late. Zhang Wei, who had changed a wave of equipment, his mecha power was even stronger, and in order to be able to kill him in one blow, Zhang Wei had used the super battle power enhancement, and at this time, his battle power was already infinitely close to 4,000 points. This battle power was already almost 10 times that of the king's mechanical bird. Even if the king's mechanical bird had the advantage of flight, it wouldn't be much use. The floating cannon fired first, and the ice blossom bloom reduced the speed of the king's mechanical bird, and then Zhang Wei went up with his super energy sun sword and slashed. The king's mechanical bird couldn't even carry the thermal energy giant sword, so what could it do to resist the super energy sun sword? After one sword, the king's mechanical bird drank his hate. Zhang Wei's body also fell to the ground along with the king mechanical bird's corpse. Such a nearly invincible stance was seen by all those present, and many were dumbfounded on the spot, especially those mechs that had rushed out from the mech camp. They manipulated their mechs to see farther and clearer. Originally already thought of him as very strong, but I didn't expect that he, Zhou Jun muttered as he looked at the scene in the sky. Su Kai, on the other hand, was a bit lost in thought. Had he just been screaming with a guy like that? No wonder Lin Xianying chose this guy. If she was a woman, she would have made such a choice too, right? Zhang Wei violently killed the king's mechanical bird, shocking everyone. It was only when he landed causing the ground to shake that these people came back to their senses. Epic grade source crystals. Not bad. Zhang Wei took out the source crystal from the corpse of the king mechanical bird. The source crystals that exploded from within the bodies of mechanical creatures were definitely not as good as the initial source crystals. However, Zhang Wei was still very happy to be able to obtain an epic grade source crystal. Don't worry about those birds. Find someone first. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and reminded. The chaos was not over yet. The source of the real chaos is the little days in hiding. Those mechanical birds would soon run out of sight without the command of the king's mechanical bird. Yes. After witnessing Zhang Wei's violent decapitation of the king's mechanical bird, the GIs, one by one, were willing to listen to Zhang Wei. Ordinary people are even more afraid to refute it. The crowd was evacuated, and those who entered the base were strictly inspected and subjected to the control of those mechs from the mech battalion. They could not run around and could only stay in one place. Everyone was extremely cooperative without any discordant sounds. But even with the speed of the military's actions, something should have happened, or would have happened. Boom! Small mushroom clouds rose up and the one camp that was farther away from the military base was blown up. Zhang Wei didn't move, and the GIs didn't move around, but the mecha battalion sent 10 mechs to rush there. Everyone does what they are supposed to do at this time of year. Their target is not those camps. Killing some ordinary people won't be their goal. Their target must be the military's base. Do you know where the military's ammunition depot is? Zhang Wei used the mecha communication to contact Lin Xianying. I know, it's within the base, but the ammunition depot is a key protected place. Can they have a chance? Lin Xianying had wanted to say that the ammunition depot was definitely foolproof. In this post-apocalyptic world, what makes the military able to suppress the 4 directions? By virtue of ammo? Who would be afraid of you without plenty of ammo? Nowadays, it is basically impossible to produce ammunition, and things like ammunition are really used one by one. So naturally, it is important for ammunition to be protected. Don't underestimate them. Where are they? I'll go over. Zhang Unicorn didn't dare to underestimate the small day. In their previous life, They were able to tough it out and build 5 steel cities over here. Because firstly they have to come here from the Japanese island. How many sea beasts they will meet on the way that goes without saying. And secondly they have to build the steel city against the pressure given by China. What the small talk had compromised and how much it had cost to establish these 5 cities. Jiang Wei was not sure. But Jiang Wei knew that since they were able to build up these cities, they must be capable. Not to be underestimated. Alright, I'll mark the location for you. Lin Xianying didn't say anything nonsense. She trusted Jiang Wei and immediately marked the location of where the ammunition depot was on the reconnaissance map for Jiang Wei. After getting the location of the ammunition depot, Jiang Wei immediately rushed there. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, and Jiang Wei quickly arrived here at the ammunition depot. Jiang Wei, what brings you here? It's you? Jiang Wei was surprised because the one stationed at the ammunition depot was actually Su Kai. It's me. I'm in charge of manning the ammunition depot. Su Kai spoke to Jiang Wei. There were also 30 mechs stationed here along with Su Kai. The guarding force was indeed very strong. Jiang Wei used the detection core to detect the situation near the ammunition depot. Then Jiang Wei Su Kai spoke. All of you, listen to me now. Su Kai had wanted to refuse. Who were they to listen to Jiang Wei? But before Su Kai could refuse, the captain of the mecha battalion appeared. And this time, he appeared at the controls of a mecha. A second evolution heavy mecha, with just a second evolution, was already comparable in size to Jiang Wei's current one. From now on, all of you, listen to Jiang Wei. Brother Jiang Wei, this place is in your hands, okay? Leave it to me. Jiang Wei nodded to the captain. And after that, this captain didn't have any nonsense. He took his man and rushed out of the base. Outside the base, it was more necessary for the mecha battalion to hold down the fort. All of you, look at the map. I give to mark the exact place for you. To you I only have one request. Guard the place I marked for you. Other things, no need for you to care. Even if there is an accident somewhere, no need for you to move. Can you hear me? Jiang Wei's tone was harsh. This was not something that could be joked about. He had to make sure that all of these people, Su Kai, were able to carry out his orders perfectly. Because, it's just too much of a mess underneath the ammo dump. Yes, sir. With the orders left behind by the captain, Su Kai and the others naturally didn't dare to have any objections. Then, a magical scene occurred as Jiang Wei shared a portion of the detection course functions to Su Kai and the others. It wasn't that Jiang Wei was petty and wasn't willing to completely share with them. It was mainly because for every additional mech he shared with, Jiang Wei's mech power would have to be consumed by one more point. If he shared all the core functions with more than 30 mechs, Jiang Wei wouldn't have to do anything. Just stand in place and command. The good thing is that the consumption isn't as high if you only share a portion of the functionality. This is where you need to be stationed. With the situation 10 meters below where you are stationed, pay close attention. As long as someone appears, kill, understand? Yes, do something. After Jiang Wei gave the order, the 30 or so mechs quickly dispersed. From a distance, it looked as if there weren't many mechs guarding the ammo dump anymore, but in reality, it was only now that it was guarded tightly. Let's see how many rats will burrow out. Jiang Wei used fine detection to carefully investigate. Chapter 78. Let's go to Tokyo in 2 months. Underneath the ammo dump are drainage pipes, emergency pipes, and ventilation pipes, all of which are places where you can break through to get to the ammo dump. If Jiang Wei was a spy for the little Japanese, he would definitely choose to break through these places to enter the ammunition depot. Just setting off a bomb inside an ammunition depot, even one that is not as powerful, is enough to reimburse the entire depot. Without ammunition, the military loses the ability to support the 4 directions with firepower. By the time the people from the small set arrived, then both sides would have to fight for the mechs. And as long as the ordinary people here in Chuan City were traumatized significantly, the small set believed that the military in Chuan City would definitely compromise and would give way to a place that would allow them to survive. So, sabotaging the military arsenal is by far the most important mission these spies get, bar none. Although Jiang Wei looked down on the small talker from the bottom of his heart, he had to admit that there were strategic talents on the small talker's side. It hadn't been long since the end times had fallen, and they were already laying out the future, even anticipating that the island of Japan, where they were located, would fall. Without that foresight, they couldn't have moved so quickly against the military on the Chuan City side. By the way, notify my Uncle Zhang and tell him to tell the other nearby military bases that are close to the little Japanese homeland to be careful of sabotage by little Japanese spies, especially to protect the ammo depots, and be especially careful with the underground tunnels. Jiang Wei contacted Lin Xianying. Jiang Wei didn't really know how to contact Chief Zhang, but Lin Xianying was sure he could. Alright, I'll notify the chief now. Lin Xianying gave a response. She knew that this was not a small matter and there was no delay. They've been devastated here by the little day, and the rest of the world is probably getting close. Just being prepared minimizes the damage. Damn it, little Japanese, do you really think I'm made of clay? Notify the missile base to be ready to fire at any time. In the high-level conference hall of the base, Chief Zhang cursed. Originally this group of senior generals were all very happy because of today's discovery. I didn't realize that it hadn't even been a few minutes of joy before the small talk came out looking for trouble. Have been the end of the world. Now there is no one to care about those 7 or 8 politics. The small said did not come out to make trouble. Have some radical generals want to get the small said. Not to mention that now the small said even took the initiative to jump out. Chief, should we pay attention to the international impact? Now the whole international is full of gunpowder smell. If we open fire first, I am afraid. I'm afraid. My ass. This is their first terrorist attack on our place. Warn the little dingbats right away. Every 5 minutes. If after 3 warnings those little dingbats don't let those spies stand up on their own accord, fire on me. Every general has a dream of revenge. If you can make the whole small day under their own orders rising mushroom clouds all over the place, to the ground, in the face of those who preceded them, they can also laugh proudly told the ancestors, blood revenge. We avenge. Yes, the chief gave the order, and the lower mans immediately carried it out. Thanks to Zhang Wei. This is a good young man. If my country of China has more such young men, this doomsday is not so terrible. Notify Zhang Wei. Let him let go of his hands and do something. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover for him. Chief Shan once again opened his mouth to give the order. Yes, soon enough, Chief Shang's order had reached Zhang Wei's ears, and it was Lin Xianying who was responsible for passing it on his behalf. It's really going to blow up? Zhang Wei was very surprised in his heart. I didn't expect this cheap Uncle Zhang of his to be so tough. He just told him to be careful, but he didn't realize that people were so careful. 3 warnings, and 3 times if you don't listen, then you'll just fire. Zhang uniquely do not doubt the military's ability to say that bomb. That is certainly can be bombed, and still the small Japanese side cannot defend the kind of bomb. Zhang Wei had some doubts that if he had not been concerned about today's international environment, which was already on the verge of collapse, he was afraid that the small day would have been bombed when the end of the world had just broken out. Of course it's really bombed. What time is it? Who has the time to joke with them? Lin Xianying was also a staunch supporter of blowing up the little Japanese. No, it should be a decision that every GI would firmly support. That is, there is no chance. If there is a chance, I am afraid they will scramble to get their feet wet in Tokyo and take revenge. Fine, just blow it up. What can I do? Zhang Wei spoke indifferently. There had been some great characters over in the small days, and it would be nice to get them killed now. There was an indelible hatred between China and the little Japanese, and it was naturally good to be able to exterminate them ahead of time, lest Zhang Wei would have to do it himself in the future. For Zhang Wei, the people who should be killed, there were many, and the small talker was currently considered the number 1. Moreover, if it was really possible to leave no one on Little Day Island, it would be a great thing for Zhang Wei. When the next initial source crystal descended, Zhang Wei would be able to go skulking around Little Daybreak Island. By then, the entire island's source crystals would be Zhang Wei's. At this time, Zhang Wei was looking forward to the small said to never cooperate, never hard steel to the end. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei had misjudged the Little Day. First warning, missile silos open, and not one missile silo, but multiple military bases open at the same time. After the second warning, before the military side could do anything, the small fry side had already wimped out. Naturally, the small talkers had the ability to see the military side of things, so they goaded them very quickly. Not only did the little Japanese spies on the Chuan City side jump out and surrender voluntarily, there were also little Japanese spies on the other base side. Zhang Wei looked at the dozen or so people who had climbed out from the underground passage, and his mood was not beautiful. Why can't these guys have 1 or 2 stubborn balls? The kind that would rather die than blow up an ammo dump? There are still more than 2 months to go. After 2 months, I must set foot on the Japanese island. Zhang Wei set a small goal for himself. In Chuan City, Zhang Wei had to be restrained by his conscience and morality when he did certain things, but if he had his feet on the island of Japan, did Zhang Wei have anything to worry about? No, there won't be any at all. When the time comes, loot it all, kill it all, burn it all. It must be very comfortable to have the resources of an entire island feeding itself. Hey, what's on your mind? I've been standing in front of you for half a day and you're ignoring me. Lin Xianying stood in front of Zhang Wei, raising her foot and waving her hand continuously. Zhang Wei returned to his senses and looked down at Lin Xianying. One thing came to mind. Let's go to Tokyo in 2 months. Ha? Lin Xianying was confused, not expecting Zhang Wei to suddenly say such a sentence. Isn't this a little too sudden? Besides, if sending spies to Japan makes you uncomfortable, why don't we just send some spies there? Why did you have to go there yourself? Go in person. There are many benefits. You'll know when the time comes, but find a way to bring Xiao Bao there as well. This is a bit troublesome. Zhang Wei was already thinking about how to bring Xiao Bao there as well. with Xiao Bao around, it was much easier to find the initial source crystal. Chapter 79. A group of clear-eyed little sayings. Lin Qianying didn't understand Zhang Wei's brain circuits, but when the time came, if Zhang Wei really wanted to go, Lin Qianying felt that the odds were that she would definitely go along. As for Zhang Wei's preparations to go to Japan to wreak havoc on the island, Lin Qianying was vaguely looking forward to it in her heart for some reason. As for whether or not Zhang Wei had gone to the island of Japan to save all living beings, Lin Qianying would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. There was no need for Zhang Wei to worry about post-disaster reconstruction, and he couldn't do much to help. However, when Zhang Wei met Chief Zhang again, he learned from Chief Zhang that more than 1,000 people had died because of this small-scale riot of Japanese spies. It was hard to imagine that so many people had died in just a small-scale riot, and how many would have died then if Japanese spies had wreaked havoc without Zhang Wei's presence. Right, let's not talk about this. The little Japanese can't jump around for a few days. Talk about your business. I did hear that you have something to tell me. Don't be polite to your Uncle Zhang. Chief Zhang in front of Zhang Wei again turned into that amiable and good uncle. It's already fine. I was planning to borrow the fighter jet and get rid of that bird, and now it's already dead. Zhang Wei spoke truthfully. So that's how it is. You kid is really good. For the country and for the people. Chief Zhang was very relieved. Begging for work, thinking about all the solution to that bird. The purpose is naturally to protect more people. Zhang Wei was a little weak at hearing this. Who has served his country and his people? If I were to say that I was doing it for the source crystal inside that bird, I wonder how you would feel, Uncle Zhang. However, this kind of misunderstanding Zhang Wei would definitely not clarify. Uncle Zhang, although that bird is dead, it's better to establish the Iron City sooner rather than later because we don't know how many more of those birds there are, and there will be more and more mechanical creatures of the king level in the future. Well, what I'm looking for you to talk about is also this matter. The idea you provided doesn't have any problems. We've already tested it. The Steel City will soon start construction, which still needs you to contribute more and get more metal wreckage. Chief Zhang nodded to Zhang Wei. A major matter concerning people's lives. Chief Zhang would certainly not be ambiguous. I'm going back to Kawasaki today. Good. Uncle Zhang won't stop you. The promised source crystals are ready. Don't forget to take them with you when you leave. Uncle Zhang, just leave those source crystals. I said I wanted to exchange them for epic grade source crystals. So if someone comes to exchange them, I'll still have to trouble Uncle Zhang to help exchange them. It was impossible for Zhang Wei to stay at the base all the time and give up the means of exchanging epic grade source crystals with people. Now those epic level source crystals that ordinary people could get were basically initial source crystals, and that was all good stuff. In the future, if one wanted to exchange just 100 medium grade source crystals for epic grade source crystals, one was thinking about farts. So, if you can get more for it now, then do so. It's trivial. Then thank you Uncle Zhang. To say thank you, it's also us old guys who thank you. This time your credit is not small. The upper side is discussing what reward to give you. When there is news, I will inform you. Good. Zhang Wei didn't have the pretense to refuse. Making good relations with the military was originally one of Zhang Wei's strategic goals. Uncle Zhang, there shouldn't be anything else over here, so I'm going to get ready to go back. Alright, besides that girl Qianying, why don't I send you some more people to help you? Head Zhang put forward his idea. It wasn't to spy on Zhang Wei or anything. He really wanted to send someone to help Zhang Wei. Although Zhang Wei's individual combat power was obvious to all, but many times, one more helper was one more way to survive. Chief Zhang was unwilling to see Zhang Wei die midway. Now Zhang Wei's existence was like a needle in the sea. Not only did ordinary people have hope for their lives, but the soldiers in the base also had a goal to move forward. If Zhang Wei collapsed one day, I don't know how many people's confidence in living in this post-apocalyptic world would be shattered. Uncle Zhang, no need. I still have quite a few people on the Chuan City side. Zhang Wei didn't tell the truth. His battle power exceeded ordinary people too much. Even the most powerful mechs in the base were not a match for Zhang Wei. Bringing other mechs would only be a burden to Zhang Wei, unable to provide much help. Also okay, you have your ideas, but there is something. Must contact me at the first time. You kid can't have anything. Really wanna have trouble that can't be solved. Your Uncle Zhang used mushroom bomb to help you. Chief Zhang gave a strong and solid guarantee. Don't worry Uncle Zhang, if something really happens, I definitely won't be polite. Zhang Wei smiled. This line of work was quite rewarding. The harvest of source crystals was all trivial. This guarantee given by Head Zhang was the biggest gain. In these last days, who dares to claim invincibility? With this guarantee of mushroom bombs, Zhang Wei could be more assured and bold in his waves. Alright, go back and get busy. Head Zhang waved his hand at Zhang Wei. Good. Zhang Wei left, taking Lin Qianying away from the military base. This time, instead of having a helicopter send him, he chose to return to Chuan City on foot with Lin Qianying. The distance wasn't that far anyway. and it would be somewhat rewarding to encounter mechanical creatures on the way, and would help the military clear the way back and forth. After all, the military is going to be transporting metal wreckage back and forth. The night was silent, the harvest was minimal, and the mechanical creatures on the Kawasaki side of the city had become very quiet during the night, mainly because of the presence of such a great killing god as Zhang Wei. Many mechanical creatures had dragged their families away from the Chuan City area. How long has it been? How many powerful mechanical creatures had died in Zhang Wei's hands? The king-level mechanical creatures had gotten 2 of them killed, and they weren't even simple king-level. Rat King, Bird King, which one was good to deal with? What's the point of not running when you can't sleep well living around such a ruthless lord? Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about the small talker, the small talker was naturally thinking about Zhang Wei as well. Damn Chinaman, he must die. A circle of men with mustaches in a small daytime high command were all angry. It's all because of him, he ruined our plans. We paid too much, we must find a way to kill him. How to kill? The people we put out in the open have all been handed over, and those who are extremely well hidden cannot be moved now. We can't completely ruin our plans for him alone. Then kill him too. A group of people, you and I, with basically the same emotion, were angry. Use a missile. The man who had been sitting at the top of the pile and hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. Your Excellency, are you serious? How will the Chinese side react if we use missiles? Someone couldn't help but open his mouth to retort. Who said that missiles must be launched from our soil? That. The group's eyes gradually became clear. Chapter 80 Super Energy Sun Sword, Epic, +1. Zhang Wei didn't know that the small talker was counting on him, or else he was afraid that he would have to find all sorts of ways to sneak over there right now. Kawasaki City, Villa area. Zhang Tao has prepared all his belongings and is ready to evacuate at any time. Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying returned, causing Zhang Tao to be a bit surprised. Big brother, where is that bird? Zhang Tao looked at the sky in confusion. Wasn't that bird following Big Brother? Where did it go? Dead. Zhang Tao was shocked. To death? How long has Big Brother been gone before that bird got him? Aha. So, Big Brother, what's the good stuff? Zhang Tao rubbed his hands close to Zhang Wei. He was very clear about the ability of that bird. Absolutely can burst out some good things, in case the Big Brother has any elimination. Here, Zhang Wei took the thermal giant sword out of the cargo hold and handed it to Zhang Tao. Asterisk. This is good. Zhang Tao had long been thinking about Zhang Wei's thermal giant sword, and it was beyond Zhang Tao's expectations to get his wish so quickly. Where's Bao? It ate and fell asleep, so it's probably evolving. Zhang Tao replied while fiddling with the thermal energy giant sword, not even looking at Zhang Wei. His eyes were filled with the thermal energy giant sword. Equipped with the thermal energy giant sword, Zhang Tao realized why Zhang Wei's body was not afraid of the heat released from the thermal energy giant sword when he used it. Because the heat from the thermal megazord doesn't even hurt the mech body. What kind of principle is that? It's going to evolve? This time, it was Zhang Wei's turn to be surprised. Without devouring any high-level source crystals or having any special encounters, and being able to evolve to the king level just by eating metal remains, Little Treasure's potential was more or less dabbled in awesomeness. Well, by the way, Big Brother, the herd of elephants you told me to keep an eye on, they're running away. I sent some of my men to harass them. Now what? Zhang Tao jumped a little. Equipped with the thermal giant sword, Zhang Tao's battle power had also received a considerable boost, and he was so inflated that he wanted to fight the elephants. Go on, check it out. Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered to look at Xiao Bao when he sniffed. He definitely couldn't let the herd of elephants run away. It was a dozen of epic level source crystals on the move. Yes, Zhang Tao led the way, and Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying followed behind Zhang Tao. North of Chuan City, behind the ruins, the herd of elephants was moving away from Chuan City, and around the herd there were 7 or 8 telekinetic mechs that were constantly firing at the herd. Big Brother, when Zhang Wei arrived, a group of mechs opened their mouths to greet Zhang Wei. Meanwhile, the herd of elephants also noticed Zhang Wei's arrival and were nervous at the sight of him. Leave it to me. Zhang Wei spoke, then drew out the super energy sun sword. Lin Qianying also took out her dissociative freezing gun. Seeing that Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying were all birds of a feather, Zhang Tao suddenly felt that the thermal energy giant sword in his hand didn't smell so good anymore. In the next moment, Zhang Wei rushed towards the elephants without any nonsense. The elephants were in a state of confusion, and before Zhang Wei could get close to them, they began to run around in a chaotic manner, with a few elephants even colliding with each other and falling to the ground. The elephants that were originally a bit difficult for Zhang Wei to deal with were now lambs to the slaughter in front of him. Zhang Tao had thought that he had a chance to make a move, but now he could only watch the fun from the side. Instead, Lin Qianying was still able to fire a few shots from time to time to block the elephants that were trying to escape. In less than 10 minutes, the herd of elephants was resolved by Zhang Wei, who didn't even use his skills. And the super energy sun sword resolved the herd of elephants like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable. 8 high-level source crystals and 5 epic source crystals were a bit different from what Zhang Wei had expected. If these elephants don't run away and keep them for a while longer, they should all be able to burst out with epic grade source crystals. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei sighed in his heart in pity. Big brother, quickly see what goodies can be opened. Zhang Tao, who had never seen so many epic grade source crystals, acted very positively. First, have their bodies transported back. The people sent by the military are already on their way. Zhang Wei commanded. Yes, Zhang Tao nodded his head, but his eyes were still fixed on the source crystal Zhang Wei was holding. The high-level source crystals were put away by Zhang Wei, who currently couldn't look at high-level source crystals anymore and kept them to quickly replenish power in times of crisis. Turn it on. 5 epic source crystals were opened at the same time, and the scene was still magnificent. Not only was Zhang Tao staring earnestly, but everyone else was staring at this side as well. 1 red star, 2 purple stars, 1 piece of epic exterior armor, and 1 epic cargo bay. How can it still open out red stars? Zhang Wei's heart was annoyed when the epic source crystal opened out red stars. Nah, there's no place to complain, so I'll just have to admit it. Brother, quick this armor. The shape of the external armor still looked bluff, and Zhang Tao's eyes were glowing. Hydrostatic nuclear fusion armor, epic. Battle strength plus 150. Durability, 500. The armor comes with a static pressure feature that reduces the power of all types of energy attacks. Zhang Wei was still satisfied with the armor. The armor is in the shape of a dingbat, protecting the shoulders while also effectively protecting the mech's abdomen and connecting all the way to the crotch. Equipped with armor, Zhang Wei replaced the excellence grade armor on himself with hydrostatic nuclear fusion armor. The external armor adapted itself to the color of the body of the mech, and just from the outside it looked much more domineering than the excellence grade armor. Zhang Tao was envious. However, before Zhang Tao could let out an envious sigh, Zhang Wei handed over the epic cargo hold to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was in disbelief. Big brother, this is for me? Aha! Zhang Wei nodded to Zhang Tao. Mainly, he already had epic cargo holds, which he couldn't use at all. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, had a big family, many minions under him, and would have more and more mechs in the future. So Zhang Wei was prepared to give all the mechs he got from the glasses man to Zhang Tao. Zhang Wei couldn't carry all the rags he got in the future. Therefore, the cargo hold was given to Zhang Tao to serve as a mobile warehouse, and it was worth every penny. Zhang Tao didn't have that much to think about. Big brother gave it to me, so take it. It doesn't matter how much room there is in the cargo hold. Importantly, the cargo hold also gives 50 points of combat power. Zhang Wei no longer looked at the 50 points of battle power, but this battle power was fragrant to Zhang Tao. While Zhang Tao fiddles with his cargo hold, Zhang Wei pulls out the red star, enhanced super energy sun sword. There was no need to say how important weapons were to battle power enhancement. The super energy sun sword was still a low-end weapon, but it was no longer a waste to strengthen it with the red star. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Super energy sun sword, epic, +1. Battle strength plus 500. With higher temperatures than the thermal megazord. It is an upgraded version of the thermal megazord. A two-handed solid megazord. Battle power added 100 points. Not bad. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. And then, he put away the purple star. Something like the red star could be opened with a high-level source crystal, and Zhang Wei wouldn't be heartbroken to use it to strengthen the super energy sun sword. But the purple star has too many uses to just waste it. Go on, get back. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to give the order, and then the group marched towards Chuan City. Just as Zhang Wei returned to Chuan City with his men, Xiao Yaozi's side had already contacted Third Brother. Chapter 81 Big Brother. There's something up there. No one was sure what terms the youngster had agreed to with Sango, but the result was clear. Sango had agreed to the youngster's request. Sango promises to help the small talker destroy Zhang Wei. There were a few questions about this among the top brass of the small talk. They weren't doubting San's sincerity, they were questioning San's ability. After all, it was obvious to everyone what kind of missile Sango's family had. Sango had her own means of placating the doubts of the Little Day family, and they raised the pretty country for their own protection. They might not really be able to hit it on their own, but with tech support from the pretty country, what's not to worry about? And the message was recognized by the pretty countryside. This really put the Little Day at ease. This matter, it's better to act sooner rather than later. The sooner the better. This was the unanimous thought of the top management of the small day. Sango's side was also very quick to say that something would be done in the next day or two. Zhang Wei didn't know that there were already missiles on top of his head that could come crashing down at any moment, and he was directing his minions to transport the metal wreckage with the military men. Kawasaki City North, which has become the site of the other side's metal wreckage. In addition to the rats and elephants that Zhang Wei had killed, there were also mechanical creatures that the others had killed. or metal remains that they had picked up, which were now piled up in the north of the city. The military's capacity is very limited, but the military is very good at mobilizing the power of the masses. Inside Chuan City, the people hiding in the shadows did not trust Jiang Wei and his group in their hearts, but they trusted the military. Therefore, when the people from the military arrived, many of those hiding in the shadows took the initiative to run out, and those with mechs became important carriers. Jiang Wei, are you going back with us? The one who came to be in charge of transporting the metal wreckage was Zhou Tao. I won't go first, there's something else. Let my people go back part way with you first. Jiang Wei spoke to Zhou Tao after thinking about it. Little Treasure was still evolving, and Jiang Wei could not leave until Little Treasure had finished evolving. Good, then I'll return first. Zhou Tao nodded to Jiang Wei. Aha, Jiang Wei did not stay. The relationship has not yet reached that point, and the delivery team is required to escort. The team stretched out a long time. Zhou Tao and their defense is under great pressure. Why don't you follow back? Jiang Wei spoke to Lin Xianying, who was beside himself. Although she couldn't see Lin Xianying's expression, Lin Xianying had been staring at the team transporting the metal wreckage the entire time, and it was obvious that she was very uneasy. That's fine, then I'll follow them back, and you can come over again when Little Treasure is done evolving. Lin Xianying spoke to Jiang Wei after weighing the situation in her mind. Lin Xianying understood Jiang Wei's ability, and now she couldn't help Jiang Wei much by following him. On the contrary, the transportation team needed an expert like Lin Xianying. After all, the line was too long, and some mechanical creatures would inevitably rush out on the way. Okay, Jiang Wei nodded to Lin Xianying. Jiang Tao, on the other hand, followed Jiang Wei unswervingly without any intention of leaving. The night was silent. The metal wreckage in the north of the city had been transported more or less, and Jiang Wei and Jiang Tao, who had been staring at it all night, returned to the villa area. Little Treasure was huffing and puffing in the villa area, wondering when his evolution would be complete. The villa area is very cold today. No, I should say that the entire Chuan City is very cold. Never mind whether it is capable or not, as long as it is able to walk around. Basically all of them followed the military to leave Chuan City. Jiang Tao, who had returned to the villa area, was somewhat unable to sit still. He hadn't really gotten his hands on a mechanical creature since he got the thermal megazord, and he was a little itchy. Jiang Wei could see Jiang Tao's small mind as he spoke to him. Take someone out to kill the monsters. I'll watch over Xiao Bao. Alright big brother. Jiang Tao almost jumped up in excitement after hearing Jiang Wei's words, as he was wondering what to say about this. Sure enough, big brother is an understanding one. Jiang Tao led the people to leave, while Jiang Wei sat not far from Xiao Bao and began to think about life. What to do on the next road, where to go to collect source crystals. These were all questions. It was late afternoon. Pai is sober. The aura that uniquely belonged to the king's mechanical creatures erupted from Xiao Bao's body, opening his eyes, but couldn't help but roar his birth, proclaiming the birth of a king. But only halfway through his roar was interrupted by Zhang Yi's slap. What's all the shouting about? Xiao Bao, who roared with open arms, immediately shrunk into a ball after being slapped by Jiang Wei. After it saw that it was Jiang Wei who had given it a stroke, it stretched its body again. Big brother, when did you come back? I've been promoted to the king level. Awesome, right? Awesome. Jiang Wei coped somewhat perfunctorily. King level, is that impressive? It's just average. At the moment, for Jiang Wei, it can only be said that Xiao Bao has a lot of potential, and his battle power is really not enough. Regardless of what kind of mechanical creature it was, it would take time and resources to make the battle power increase, and the greatness of the king class was their intelligence and battle power ceiling. Ordinary mechanical creatures due to individual differences in the upper limit is also different. For example, mechanical rats. Ordinary mechanical rats battle power up to 200 even if the top of the sky, while the ordinary mechanical elephant's battle power upper limit can reach a few thousand or even tens of thousands of points. According to Jiang Wei's visual estimation, even if Xiao Bao was promoted to the king level, his battle power ceiling would only reach around 10,000 points. You're done evolving, we should go. There are no more mechanical creatures in Chuan City. By the way, do you still want to catch ants? Jiang Wei was thinking about the legendary grade source crystal that Little Treasure had deposited with him. This legendary grade source crystal was an initial source crystal, so it would definitely be able to open something good. Xiao Bao knew what Jiang Wei was up to as soon as he heard his words, and it certainly wouldn't agree. Big brother, definitely catch. Big brother, you give me the legendary grade source crystal. I can store it on me. Where to put it? Jiang Wei looked Xiao Bao up and down. Xiao Bao's body had indeed become a circle larger due to his evolution to the king level, but Jiang Wei didn't see any place to place the source crystals. Xiao Bao sniffed and extended his tail in front of Jiang Wei, after which the meteor hammer at the tip of his tail unexpectedly split down the middle. Jiang Wei froze at the sight. The bastard didn't evolve such a place on purpose, did he? Looking at the size of the space within the meteor hammer, It appeared to be dedicated to storing source crystals. Okay, what could Jiang Wei say? Still counting on Xiao Bao to work for himself in the future. People have a place to put the source crystals. They can't not give them, right? Jiang Wei somewhat reluctantly placed the legendary grade source crystal inside the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer closes and Pa is giddy. By storing the legendary grade source crystals in this way, the legendary grade source crystals would always be able to supply energy to its body. In this way, its battle power increased even faster. Just as Little Treasure was excitedly and continuously flicking its tail in triumph, all of a sudden, Little Treasure's body stood upright as it looked towards the sky. Big brother, there's something up there. Chapter 82 Tactical Nuclear Missile. Bombing. Jiang Wei looked up at the sky. Something again? Is it another bird? Only, Jiang Wei did not see the figure of the mechanical bird, and turning on fine detection did not reveal anything either. Jiang Wei looked at Xiao Bao suspiciously. Big brother, there really is something, and it's dangerous. Xiao Bao's tone was very serious. How far away is it? Jiang Wei knew that Xiao Bao wouldn't joke with himself like this, and he trusted Xiao Bao's perception. It's far, but it's fast. Let's run. It's far, and it's fast? Jiang Wei had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, it was useless to contact anyone, and Jiang Wei immediately turned on rough detection. The rough detection range was 10 kilometers away, but Jiang Wei still hadn't detected the thing that Xiao Bao had mentioned. Just as Jiang Wei was puzzled and wanted to continue asking Xiao Bao, suddenly, an object broke into Jiang Wei's detection range. Pa, don't follow me, run away. After saying that, Jiang Wei turned around and ran, and turned on the superpower battle reinforcement, and his thrusters were even more desperate to play with fire. Only Jiang Wei's body was like an arrow off the string, ferociously rushing toward the front. Little Treasure didn't even know what had happened as it froze and watched Jiang Wei disappear in front of its eyes. It's really a missile. At Mach 2, I still have more than 10 seconds. Jiang Wei quickly estimated in his mind. He had roughly projected the missile's speed and the detection core had been able to determine that it was targeting him. That's why Jiang Wei ran. However, while running, Jiang Wei casually grabbed a stone that was more than a meter in diameter. The sound of the missile whistling reached Jiang Wei's ears, and when he looked up at the sky, he could already see the exhaust jetting out from the missile's tail. So fast. At Mach 2, can't it be fast? The missile was approaching Jiang Wei at great speed, and it was constantly adjusting its attack trajectory as Jiang Wei ran. Jiang Wei had known that this would be the case. The missile was chasing him, and he was also calculating the missile in his mind. Seconds are like years. Finally, the missile was no more than a few hundred meters away from Jiang Wei. As long as Jiang Wei dared to stop, the missile was going to blast on Jiang Wei's body in less than a second. At the next moment, Jiang Wei threw out the stones in his hands with great vigor, and the floating cannon was turned on to shoot at extreme speeds, with several freezing bullets erupting at the same time. The rock thrown by Jiang Wei hit the tip of the incoming missile, and a mushroom cloud rose. Oh trough! Jiang Wei cursed darkly before his body was lifted off by the airwave. Although Jiang Wei threw a stone causing the missile to explode prematurely, the center of the explosion was only 100 meters away from Jiang Wei. If this was a conventional missile, this distance was already a safe distance, not to mention that Jiang Wei had also made other means of countermeasures, and the freezing energy generated by the freezing bomb could also further weaken the power generated by the explosion. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei had misjudged the determination of some people to kill him, and the missile was actually a tactical nuclear missile. Although it was only a small one, Jiang Wei felt that if he used it to hit himself, it would be like hitting a mosquito with a cannon, right? This was Jiang Wei's last thought before he lost consciousness. In front of a killing weapon like tactical nuclear weapons, Jiang Wei's current mecha's combat power was simply not enough. If it was a conventional missile, Jiang Wei would not be afraid of it if he was prepared for it. However, this tactical nuclear missile, even if prepared in advance, is useless. The mech was affected by the explosion and began to be rapidly damaged in various places. Fortunately, Jiang Wei had replaced his armor with an epic level armor, which was able to greatly diminish the power of the explosion and shielded the body of the mech's abdomen. Otherwise, this one missile could have sent Jiang Wei away. Big brother, an urgent shout appeared. Xiao Bao rushed towards Jiang Wei's side against the flames. It must be admitted that Xiao Bao's defense was really nothing to write home about. Although the power after the first wave of explosions had been weakened by more than a factor of 2, but to be able to rush out from the flames of the aftermath and still not have received any injuries, this was also already very strong. And, of course, mostly because nuclear radiation doesn't do much for Pa. Xiao Bao rushed to Jiang Wei's side at extreme speed, and without thinking much about it, it directly wrapped the upper half of Jiang Wei's body with its own body, so that the subsequent power of the explosion could not continue to harm Jiang Wei's body. The moment of trouble seized the heart. Seeing Jiang Wei's miserable state, Xiao Bao didn't have any other thoughts. It only wanted to protect Jiang Wei and didn't think of taking the opportunity to completely kill him. If it got Jiang Wei killed at this time, wouldn't it regain its freedom? On the other side, Zhang Tao, who was wandering around Chuan City, also discovered the missile explosion. What's this thing blowing up? What's with all the commotion? Go take a look. Zhang Tao greeted his little brother, and then a group of mechs quickly rushed towards the place where the explosion was created. Zhang Tao and the others moved, and those mechanical creatures that had not yet left from within Chuan City also moved, especially mechanical birds that can fly in the sky with great speed. For the mechanical creatures, it was a meal they couldn't resist. A king class, a human, a very powerful human. Anyone who could eat one of them, I'm afraid, would instantly evolve to the king level, right? It was a lure that no mechanical creature could resist. Even just going up for a few nibbles is good. Nearby mechanical creatures are rapidly converging here at the point of the explosion. Fortunately, the power of the missile outburst didn't dissipate that quickly, and the blazing heat forced the mechanical creatures to stay away. Xiao Bao was anxious in his heart. Although it was good at defense, there really wasn't much it could do in a situation where it needed to protect Jiang Wei. Big brother, wake up! Xiao Bao kept calling out to Jiang Wei, hoping that Jiang Wei would wake up. As long as Jiang Wei was able to wake up and defend himself a little bit, Xiao Bao would have the ability to drive away all the mechanical creatures that surrounded him, including those birds in the sky. Unfortunately, Jean Unicorn had no intention of waking up. Not only was his mech severely traumatized, but his main body was also heavily traumatized, and he would definitely not be able to wake up in a short period of time. There comes a time when the aftermath of an explosion has to dissipate. When the aftermath's power had pretty much dissipated, the leaping mechanical creatures rushed forward. Rats, wolves, cats and dogs, and many other kinds of mechanical creatures all pounced on Xiao Bao and Jiang Wei. Most of these mechanical creatures had red eyes, with only a few releasing azure-colored light in their eyes. These few Fey, for the moment, are still observing from the periphery and have not acted rashly. Roar! Xiao Bao roared, his tail constantly waving. The mechanical creatures that rushed up would be dead as long as they were flung by Xiao Bao's tail, without any exceptions. However, there were too many mechanical creatures rushing up. The scale wasn't quite on that level of a rat wave, but it was close. Xiao Bao, a newly promoted king level, couldn't hold back either, and some mechanical creatures had already pounced on it or Jiang Wei. Chapter 83 The Bomb is Coming. Where did so many mechanical creatures appear? Zhang Tao, who had rushed to the neighborhood, panicked. Their party would have a hell of a time trying to find the mechanical creatures in the city. Who would have thought that so many mechanical creatures would have gathered here at the blast site? Although the mechanical creatures here were all of the weaker kind, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Brother Tao, why don't we withdraw? The junior brother following behind Zhang Tao spoke to Zhang Tao. It wasn't that they were wimps, but there were a little too many mechanical creatures. Retreat my ass. There must be something good in front. Don't you see that they don't give a damn about us? They are all rushing forward? Zhang Tao was a smart one, although he wasn't sure what was in front of him, but seeing the stance of these mechanical creatures, he knew that there was definitely something good. Go, find a higher place and take a look. Zhang Tao led his men to run towards a high building on one side. Standing in the distance, one really couldn't see the besieged Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao. Jiang Wei fell to the ground, only 3 or 4 meters high, and although Xiao Bao was lying on top of Jiang Wei's body, the two together were only about 10 meters at most. Surrounded by densely packed mechanical creatures, it was literally invisible. However, when Zhang Tao ran above the tall building with his men, Zhang Tao saw clearly. Big brother. When Zhang Tao saw clearly what was going on, he was instantly enraged. Not being able to care about anything else, Zhang Tao quickly jumped down from the upper floor and took a step towards the center of the encirclement. Those with a battle strength of over 100 charge with me. Those who don't stay outside. Zhang Tao ordered as he charged. A mech with no more than 100 combat power wouldn't take long to be torn apart by the mechanical creatures, and wouldn't be of much use. The ones with a battle strength of over 100 can still hold up a bit. Some people questioned Zhang Tao's order, and some flinched. Having them rush into the midst of such monsters was indeed a test for them. However, there were still some people who had no choice but to follow Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was not calculating at this time, but he kept all those who had retreated in his heart. Zhang Tao, who wielded a giant sword of thermal energy, was not a bad fighter, and with him opening the way, the process went smoothly. It was also mainly because the mechanical creatures were cooperative and nothing ran out to intentionally block them. All the mechanical creatures were staring at Xiao Bao and Jiang Wei in the center of the encirclement. Xiao Bao, I'm here to save you. Don't panic, Zhang Tao roared and yelled, the heat energy giant sword in his hand continuously slashing the surrounding mechanical creatures. Hearing Zhang Tao's voice, Xiao Bao looked in Zhang Tao's direction. Come quickly, big brother is dying. Xiao Bao's voice was a little anxious. As soon as Zhang Tao heard this, he immediately increased his speed, and at this time, He surprisingly had no intention of giving up on Jiang Wei. Under Zhang Tao's leadership, a group of 8 mechs rushed into the encirclement and engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanical creatures that kept attacking Jiang Wei. With Zhang Tao's help, Xiao Bao's own pressure was sharply reduced. Xiao Bao, what's going on? How did Big Brother become like this? Zhang Tao checked Jiang Wei's condition while slashing the mechanical creatures. Truth be told, it's miserable. The parts that were protected by the external armor were still intact, but the places that were not protected by the external armor were full of cracks, and the thick legs of Jiang Wei's mech even had large and small pits, and some of the wounds had even caused penetrating wounds. Both legs are like sieves. Big Brother got blown up. Zhang Tao was a bit stunned at his words. Blown up? Our Big Brother was the one who got blown up by the explosion? Who did this? Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is how to get Jiang Wei out now. Well, it didn't matter. The most important thing at the moment was how they were going to survive. A good tiger can't stand up to many wolves. If it was Jiang Wei, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of these mechanical creatures. But Zhang Tao wasn't Jiang Wei, and his battle power was limited. The circle of defense that had barely expanded a bit when the 8 of them rushed in was shrinking. At this time, letting them break out on their own was a luxury, and expecting them to leave with the unconscious Jiang Wei was even more of a fool's errand. Whatever. Protect Big Brother first, Xiao Bao. Find a way to make Big Brother wake up. Okay, I'll figure it out. Zhang Tao was playing for keeps, and their mechs were adding wounds. Looking at this situation, Zhang Tao and the others wouldn't be able to hold out much longer at all. Little Treasure was anxious. It kept calling out to Jiang Wei, hoping that Jiang Wei would wake up. He didn't ask the severely injured Jiang Wei to be able to have any fighting power. He only asked Jiang Wei to be able to walk on his own, and Xiao Bao had his own way to bring Jiang Wei to break out. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei had no intention of coming to his senses, and at this moment, the source crystals in Jiang Wei's cargo hold were rapidly depleting. The first thing consumed was ordinary source crystals. This was the self-protection function of the mech. The mech was seriously injured was going to consume power on its own to recover. The lack of power naturally depletes the inventory in the mech space and cargo hold. However, because there was no human manipulation, the source crystals were consumed from the lowest level of ordinary source crystals. Ordinary source crystals had limited energy, and the recovery speed was naturally very touching. Fortunately, Jiang Wei didn't have many ordinary source crystals in his cargo hold at all. When it started to consume the intermediate source crystals, Jiang Wei's mech was emitting a somewhat hazy light. Restoration speeds up. Nay, even if the repair speed was accelerated at this point, it was useless. Zhang Tao's protective circle for them had already shrunk to its limit. There have also been people who couldn't hold on and were about to fall to the ground. Treadmill. It won't die young here, right? Zhang Tao muttered secretly in his heart. At this time, Zhang Tao was more or less regretful. The rushover was too impulsive and didn't anticipate the gap between the enemy and us. You're just here to die, aren't you? Let me help you guys top it off. Those who can't hold on quickly recover. Xiao Bao stepped forward at the critical moment. It knew that if it didn't help wait for Zhang Tao and the others to cool off, he and Jiang Wei would definitely not survive either. The defensive line was immediately stabilized when Per rushed up to help against his equally injured body. The king-level Xiao Bao was still very strong, and the meteor hammer swept out, sweeping a large area. When will Big Brother wake up? Zhang Tao opened his mouth to inquire with some anxiety. I don't know. Big Brother's body is recovering, but I don't know when he'll wake up. Xiao Bao gave a response. Try to hold on. What can Zhang Tao say? He couldn't do anything else but hold on and top it. Just at this time, a discordant rumbling sound came out from the sky. Not the kind of sound caused by mechanical birds flying through the sky. This sound. The sound of warplanes. Asterisk. The bombs are coming. As Zhang Tao followed the voice, he saw 2 missiles released from the fighter jet. Lie down. Seeing that the missile was heading straight for him, Zhang Tao couldn't think of anything else, and after reminding him, he himself crawled on the ground first. If he was blown up by a missile, Zhang Tao estimated that he would have to be pulverized. Chapter 84. Big Brother woke up. Originally, Zhang Tao thought that the missile was here to blow up his people, and it must have been because certain people in the military thought that Jiang Wei was a threat, so they wanted to blow Jiang Wei up. Those of you who own it are just the side dishes that come with it. However, after he realized that the 2 incoming missiles did not explode around him, but instead exploded in the group of monsters, Zhang Tao was puzzled. Did they miss? Right at this moment, the warplanes swept over Zhang Tao's head, and as they did, 24 huge figures fell from the sky. It was someone who had chosen to merge with the mech while it was in the air, thus causing the current sight. Upon dropping the 24 or so behemoths, the plane flew off at breakneck speed. Its mission accomplished, and now it's going to run to prevent being shot down by the mechanical bird. 24 mechs fell to the ground with a rumbling sound that shook the sky. Brothers over there, protect Brother Jiang Wei. We're here to help. Zhou Jun roared loudly. Their landing point was a bit crooked, not landing in the center of the encirclement, but it wasn't too far from where Jiang Wei was. Zhang Tao immediately became energized upon hearing this. Brothers, protect Big Brother. Zhang Tao was the first one to get up. He first stripped off all the mechanical creatures on his body, and then he raised his sword to slash, and his skills were released all the time without any money. The other mechs similarly got up. They were now not only protecting Jiang Wei, but also themselves. If you don't fight, you die. Luckily, it wasn't too tough with help around. It didn't take long for Zhou Jun to bring people to kill strongly, all the way to the thorns. These 24 or so mechs were all from the mech battalion, and they were all of the type with a battle power of around 200. With these 20 or so raw troops joining in, the defense circle was immediately held. Brother Jun, if you came a little later, I would have died here. Zhang Tao did recognize Zhou Jun. They had met when handing over the metal wreckage. We're here, don't worry. Zhou Jun frantically slashed the mechanical creatures. The distant battles in the mecha battalion played a huge role at this time. They specialized in naming those mechanical creatures such as mechanical dogs and mechanical cats so that these guys with stronger attacks could not get close. As for those mechanical rats that were not within the scope of their list, those things were just left to Zhou Jun and the rest of them to solve in close combat. Even if there were some leaks, they were fine. The mechanical rats couldn't do much damage to their mechs. A bitter battle was fought and experienced for more than 20 minutes. Because of Zhou Jun's airtight defense, the Fey among the mechanical creatures first gave up their attack. Led by the Fey mechanical creatures, most of the mechanical creatures all withdrew. Only the mechanical rats were still brazenly charging. There was no way. The Fey among the mechanical rats had basically died almost to death. And without the command of the Fey mechanical rats, the ordinary mechanical rats were all driven by instinct, wanting to eat these mechs in front of them. The result was obvious. What could a mechanical rat with an average battle strength of only 20 or 30 do against a mecha with a battle strength of 200? In the end it was nothing more than metal wreckage left all over the place. This time, there's something to be busy with again. After driving away the last of the mechanical creatures, Zhou Jun opened his mouth half-jokingly. These metal wrecks were all good materials for steel making. Why did you guys bomb my big brother? Zhang Tao angrily ran to Zhou Jun. He couldn't figure out what was going on. What's the point of blowing up your own big brother and putting him in a serious coma? And then sending someone to save him? In Zhang Tao's head, only the military had bombs, so it must be the military that bombed Jiang Wei. Xiao Bao stared at Zhou Jun and the others warily after sniffing. It wasn't us. The missiles were fired from the sand side. Which? Zhang Tao opened his mouth in confusion, feeling as if he hadn't heard him too clearly. On the sand side, they're using tactical nuclear missiles. Missiles aren't enough, but also nuclear missiles? Zhang Tao was a bit dumbfounded. No, we didn't mess with them. Why are they bombing my big brother? Zhang Tao thought of himself as a small boss, far from rising to the international level. Guilty of taking a mushroom bomb? Granted, tactical nuclear missiles are just the least powerful mushroom bombs, but that's not so bad. As for Jiang Wei, can't seem to reach that height either. Could it be that his own big brother had given? Some daughter of that old immortal in the third brother's house? Don't guess. It should be a small day's trick. What's going on? We'll investigate clearly. How is Jiang Wei now? Zhou Jun interrupted Zhang Tao's rambling thoughts. He was more concerned about Jiang Wei's current situation. When the head of the military, Zhang, learned of the news that there were tactical nuclear missiles bombing Chuan City, the head of the military, Zhang, dispatched Zhou Jun and the others to come to the rescue at the first opportunity, which is why they were able to come so quickly. As for how to follow up with retaliation back, it should still be under discussion at this time. Damned little Japanese, my big brother looks to be in good condition. He can't die. Zhang Tao glanced at Jiang Wei, who was indeed in good condition at this time, with his mech recovering rapidly. It was the high-level source crystals in Jiang Wei's cargo hold that suffered, as the intermediate source crystals were consumed and the remaining few high-level source crystals were not spared. The upside was that there was sufficient energy within the advanced source crystals, causing Jiang Wei's mech to recover very quickly indeed. It's good that people are fine. This matter, we will definitely give brother Jiang Wei an explanation. Zhou Jun spoke very seriously. It's not their military style to not fight back after being hit. Who blew it up? At this time, Jiang Wei's voice came out. You're awake, big brother? How is it? Is it alright? Zhang Tao nervously ran to Jiang Wei's side. Xiao Bao was also looking at Jiang Wei with concern, and if not for the presence of so many outsiders, it even wanted to take out its own legendary grade source crystal for Jiang Wei to recover. It's alright, did you find out what's going on? Jiang Wei was holding back the anger in his heart. It's not a pretty sight for anyone to be blown up by a mushroom bomb like that. It hasn't been investigated yet, but I guess it must be the little Japanese who are up to no good. Zhou Jun stated his guess. Jiang Wei uncovered the spy in the front, was bombed in the back, With the back of the foot think also know that this matter with the small Japanese cannot get out of the relationship. Got it. Zhang Wei nodded silently without making too many comments. Trouble you guys. Many thanks. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Zhou Jun and thanked him. No trouble, no trouble. It's these brothers of yours who are desperately trying to protect you. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid that you would have already gotten cold by the time we arrived. Zhou Jun said somewhat jokingly while waving his hands. Hey, protecting my big brother, isn't that the right thing to do? Zhang Tao hemmed and hawed. You see, it's not even necessary to take credit for yourself. Others do it for you. Zhang Wei naturally understood what was going on. Just look at Zhang Tao and their miserable faces. And of course, there was also Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei wouldn't say anything on his lips, but he had memorized it in his heart. By the way, can you walk? If we can walk, we'd better go to the base first. The base is safer. Chapter 85 I'm going to Japan. Can walk. Walk. Zhang Wei was not pretentious. In his current state, if there was another mushroom bomb, he would surely account for himself on the spot. Afterwards, the group headed towards the military base. With Zhou Jun and the others in charge of escorting them, there was no need to worry about safety. When their group arrived at the military base, Lin Xianying was the first to rush to Zhang Wei. Well, it's fine. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to respond. I just returned to the base not long ago. I heard you. Me. Lin Xianying looked anxious as she blamed herself for not being able to go and save Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei patted Lin Xianying's shoulder. It's fine. Looking at the smiling face Zhang Wei revealed, Lin Xianying was then slightly relieved. By the way, the chief wants to see you. Go. Zhang Wei followed Lin Xianying away while Zhang Tao began to clean up his men. All those guys who were just cowards and afraid of death should be weeded out. This kind of person, even if they are allowed to control a mech with a combat power of over 1,000, they are still a waste, and it is useless to have them. The people who were cleared were disgruntled but didn't dare to say anything more, and could only disappear into the camp in a grayish manner. Clearing out those useless people, Zhang Tao started recruiting new men again. A mech is not a waste until it is used wisely, and any mech has its rightful value. Conference hall. Besides Chief Zhang, there were 7 or 8 people sitting here. When Chief Zhang saw Zhang Wei, he quickly walked towards him. How is it? How's the injury? Chief, I'm fine. Fine. Good job. Being blown up so much is surprisingly nothing. Chief Zhang looked at Zhang Wei with relief. Zhang Wei was his baby, and those suggestions made by Zhang Wei had already been adopted by the state government. The military bases are being fully implemented. How many lives would this save? If only it would fall? Now it's good. The reward from the top has not yet been issued, and the person almost died. How can this make Chief Zhang embarrassed? Sit down. There's something else I need to tell you. Yes. Zhang Wei took his seat. Chief Zhang first introduced Zhang Wei to the people present. Without exception, all of them were bigwigs within the base. As soon as Zhang Wei greeted him, these people treated Zhang Wei with the same love as Chief Zhang. It was then that Chief Zhang spoke about the matter regarding this time. We have investigated clearly. The cause of the incident was instigated by Little Japan. Sanside made a move. Pretty country is the black hand behind the scene. Those damn guys, the world has turned into such a state. They even changed their mind to think of suppressing us. For this time, we have drawn up a retaliation plan and are now waiting for approval from the top. Zhang Wei, don't worry. Your revenge must be avenged. If the higher-ups don't agree, I'll do it myself. Chief Zhang was angry. It was an anger that could be seen with the naked eye. Chief, my business. I want to take care of it myself. You solve it? How are you going to solve it? Although the target of their attack was you, what they were really targeting was our country of China, and it's our responsibility to let you get hurt. Head Zhang took the fault on himself. Although this was a special time and there must have been a huge lapse in air defense, he considered it his fault for letting enemy missiles land in his own territory. Uncle Zhang, I still want to take revenge myself. Zhang Wei changed his address. You child, you are injured yourself. How are you going to take revenge? Moreover, who are you going to find to take revenge? They are all. Chief Zhang was also a little helpless, because the 3 hostile parties were all too far away. I'm going to Japan. What? Chief Zhang stared blankly at Zhang Wei. Going to Japan at this hour? If they can come to our place and wreak havoc, I can naturally go to their side, but it's unsafe. And besides, how are you going to get there? There are no ships that can navigate in the middle of the ocean right now. Marine mechanical organisms have always been monitored by the state. If the level of chaos on the ground is 1, then the level of chaos in the ocean is 10. It's not even on the same level. I can go by myself. I have another piece of news to tell Uncle Zhang. Does Uncle Zhang remember the day the source crystal fell from the sky? Head Zhang nodded slowly to Zhang Wei. He certainly remembered that there was still no way to find out from where these source crystals had descended. Starting from that day, every 3 months thereafter, a batch of initial source crystals would fall from the sky, And within these initial source crystals we're able to open up a lot of high-value items, so do your best to collect them. There's such a thing? It falls off every 3 months? Chief Zhang was a bit disbelieving. The point was, he wasn't sure how Zhang Wei had gotten this information. Yes, I'm going to Japan. Not just for revenge. I'm also going to grab their initial source crystals. But how do you get to Japan? There's also a big risk if you send an airplane to send you there. Although the news given by Zhang Wei shocked Chief Zhang, Chief Zhang still didn't forget to stop Zhang Wei for a little bit of source crystal to let Zhang Wei run to Japan alone. This is simply crazy in the opinion of the head of Zhang. What head Zhang couldn't imagine was that what Zhang Wei was fighting for wasn't just a little bit of source crystals. Uncle Zhang, I can go by myself. I've collected a pet that can swim and can take me there. There are more dangers in the ocean than you can imagine. You, Uncle Zhang, my pet is a king-level creature. It won't be dangerous if it just acts on the surface of the sea. King level? Headmaster Zhang knew what a king level was. It was because of this knowledge that Chief Zhang couldn't believe that Zhang Wei was able to take in a king-level mechanical creature as a pet. Aha! Can mechanical creatures still be taken in as pets? That's another good news. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. It's possible, but there's no contractual guarantee. So that's how it is. Then can you make sure it won't have second thoughts? If it has bad thoughts about you after you enter the middle of the ocean, then, don't worry Uncle Zhang, if it hadn't sacrificed its life to save me this time, I'm afraid I would have already died. Alas. Well, since you've made up your mind, I can't persuade you. I only have one request of you. Uncle Zhang, what is the request? Come back alive. Zhang Wei grinned at his words. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I will definitely come back alive. Okay, do you want anyone to follow you? No, I'll just go by myself. Zhang Wei knew who Chief Zhang was referring to. If it was possible, Zhang Wei would gladly take Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao with him. However, reality did not allow it, and Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying did not have the ability to follow across the ocean. Do you really want to be done? Chief Zhang was still a bit reluctant. Was it right to allow such a good seedling to take risks? I've thought about it. I'll set off once the mech is almost recovered. But I'd also like to ask Uncle Zhang to prepare some source crystals for me. Ordinary ones, intermediate ones will do. Chapter 86 Zhang Wei, come back alive. Okay, don't worry. I'll have someone go and get it ready for you. Alright then, Uncle Zhang. You guys take your time to chat. I'll leave first. Go on. Head Zhang waved his hand at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei left without expressing his own opinion on the retaliation, because he knows that his opinion doesn't matter at all. It's a matter at the national level. It's not his turn to worry about it. He can only go and do his own thing. When Zhang Wei found Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying to tell them about his desire to travel to Japan, they refused in unison. No, big brother, you can't go by yourself. Zhang Tao was a bit anxious. How can you let Zhang Wei go to Japan by himself? You have to take me with you. I know that side well and often go to fight for my country, Zhang Tao said while scowling at Zhang Wei. Lin Xianying gave Zhang Tao a blank look. It's too dangerous for you to go by yourself. It's actually not as dangerous as you think. Zhang Wei spoke to Lin Xianying. As for Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei didn't even want to care. Zhang Wei also wanted to fight for the country, but the previous economic conditions did not allow it. And for a dog like Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei just wanted to kick him. Why didn't you think of taking me with you when you were fighting for your country? Now that I'm going to dominate, you're thinking of dilly-dallying. What's so cheap? How can it not be dangerous? You're going over there by yourself, without even a helper. There's help. Bao is coming with me. And, really, there's no danger. Think about it. What's the situation over there now? Surely they are also preoccupied with themselves, making messy images everywhere. Who has the energy to deal with me? Even if their official people find out, can they even bomb their own countrymen together? Big brother, they're perverted. They can do anything, like that. You shut up. Zhang Wei angrily scolded Zhang Tao. He knew that Zhang Tao definitely didn't have anything good to say, and how could he say that kind of description in the back about how perverted he was in front of Lin Xianying? Even if you were to say it, it would be to yourself alone. I've decided that I'll leave once I've collected enough source crystals. You guys develop well here, and when the next initial source crystals descend, make sure to collect as many as you can, paying particular attention to the 7-colored legendary grade source crystals. Zhang Wei reminded the two. Got it, big brother? Don't worry, our team will grow bigger and bigger. Zhang Tao patted his chest and assured. Lin Xianying was still worried about Zhang Wei going to a foreign country alone. This sounds very dangerous anyhow. Nay, Lin Xianying couldn't command Zhang Wei, and since Zhang Wei had already decided, she could only listen. Alright, go ahead, we'll wait for you to come back. Lin Xianying nodded to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what was going on. In fact, whether he went to Japan or not had nothing to do with Lin Xianying. There was no need for him to fight for her consent, but hearing her agree to, well, Zhang Wei didn't continue to think about it anymore. He had to go outside the camp to talk to Xiao Bao after pacifying Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying. Xiao Bao's side was easy to solve. Zhang Wei only used one move to make Xiao Bao willingly agree to himself. Endless eating. On the Kawasaki side, most of the metal wreckage was to be given to the military for them to build steel cities, but going to Japan would be different. Zhang Wei didn't care what the people there would do. All the metal wreckage was food for Xiao Bao. When Xiao Bao heard about this good thing, how could he not agree to it? As for asking him to carry Zhang Wei across the ocean, is this called a thing? Pangolins would have been able to swim. Zhang Wei himself was certainly not afraid of water, and he could easily cope with it even if he encountered any danger. Nowadays, as long as Zhang Wei did not run into those behemoths in the depths of the ocean, the small marine mechanical creatures that merely infested the surface of the sea were just sending source crystals to Zhang Wei. Everything is ready but the source crystal. It was a 2-day wait. In the past 2 days, Zhang Wei had already restored his mech to its best condition, and the only pity was that the epic armor that he had just obtained and hadn't been rare for long could not be used. The durability was completely zero, and the energy of the source crystal could not be repaired. On this day, Chief Zhang personally found Zhang Wei. Son, the source crystal is ready for you. You yourself must be careful again and again. When it comes to things, saving your life is the main thing. Understand? Chief Zhang spoke in a heartfelt manner, his words filled with worry and reluctance. Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I'll be fine. If something happens, I can contact you guys at any time. When the time comes, Uncle Zhang, you can just support me with artillery fire. Zhang Wei smiled and opened his mouth. Right, you don't have any burden. As long as you meet something that can't be solved, you tell Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang's side will help you even at the risk of being disciplined. Chief Zhang came to his senses. Shelling the island of Japan is fun to think about. As for whether or not they can bombard the island of Japan, is that something that should be worried about? Not to mention missiles, rockets can hit the Japanese islands. Thank you Uncle Zhang. There's no need to say thank you to your Uncle Zhang. See if these source crystals prepared for you are enough. Head Zhang led Zhang Wei to a storehouse. There were piles of intermediate-grade source crystals stacked up in the warehouse. Around 3,000 as far as the eye could see. Uncle Zhang, this is too much. Zhang Wei was surprised. Although the military here was a big family, but it also consumed a lot on a daily basis. Being able to take out so many source crystals was really beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. Not much. Poor people are rich. That's all the intermediate source crystals we have here. Chief Zhang meant that he hadn't given enough, and I'm afraid he would give Zhang Wei more if he could still scrape it together. Zhang Wei did feel something touching in his heart. Although there is also a strong relationship between this concern and interest. Concern out of interest is also concern. Certain people don't care about you even if you give them the benefit of the doubt. Thank you Uncle Zhang. Put it away. When are you going to leave? Do you want me to send a plane to take you to the beach? Zhang Wei spoke after hearing this while collecting the source crystals. No need. I'll just walk by myself. I have little treasure with me. Head Zhang had already met Xiao Bao and was very pleased that Zhang Wei was able to take in such a pet. That's right. We can't carry our planes with it around. Uncle Zhang, take care. I'm leaving now. Well, be sure to keep in touch with us at all times. Okay? Good. Lin Qianying, then I won't go and inform her. Uncle Zhang, you can tell her for me. Yes. Zhang Wei hated that emotion at the time of parting, so he simply didn't bother talking about it. Anyway, it's convenient to be able to talk in real time when merged with a mech, and there are no phone charges. Afterward, Zhang Wei left the base and headed straight outside the camp. Bo was not too far from the campground. When Zhang Wei found Xiao Bao, Lin Qianying caught up. Zhang Wei, you came back alive. Lin Qianying hadn't merged with the mech, and she was a little out of breath from running all the way, and her eyes were a little red. Chapter 87 Giant Whales. Zhang Wei is gone. Took only Pa. 3 days later, Zhang Wei brought Xiao Bao to the beach. Along the way, Zhang Wei didn't collect many source crystals. Not that there were no mechanical creatures in the wild, but Zhang Wei didn't purposely go looking for trouble with mechanical creatures. Only those who were not open-minded enough to stand in Zhang Wei's way would become the souls under Zhang Wei's sword. Big brother, are you telling the truth? There's really a lot of food over there? You can eat whatever you want? Xiao Bao was still a bit unable to believe it until now, because Zhang Wei's words were a bit exaggerated. Sure, mechs can eat too? Sure. Zhang Wei nodded affirmatively. Then let's go over there now. Xiao Bao was impatient. Zhang Wei glanced at the calm sea level. Go. Zhang Wei knew that there was no peace in the ocean, and the peace he saw now was just a superficial phenomenon. The next moment, Bao entered the water. Zhang Wei was close behind. Bo was very watery and very fast in the water. Zhang Wei didn't need to struggle to swim by himself. He could just grab Xiao Bao with one hand and let Xiao Bao carry him forward. There is no danger in entering the sea for the first time. However, after they had been in the sea for an hour already deep into the ocean, trouble came. Big brother, There's a large group of small things in front of us. We can't go around. Xiao Bao's perception was very strong, much larger than Zhang Wei's fine detection range. Among Zhang Wei's detections, there were no noteworthy mechanical creatures within a 1 kilometer radius. Of course, fine detection can only detect a distance of 100 meters below the surface of the sea, and deeper than that, it can't be detected. If there really was something in the deep sea that had its sights set on them, they would also have to rely on Xiao Bao's perception ability. Charge over if you can't go around. Zhang Wei spoke to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao showed a lot of excitement, because the swarms of small things in front of him were delicious and savory food for Xiao Bao. Seeing Xiao Bao charging forward at a faster speed, Zhang Wei sighed in his heart that this was really an eater. It wasn't long before Zhang Wei also sensed the group of sea monsters that Xiao Bao had mentioned. Zhang Wei didn't know what these things looked like before, only that they were now extremely small mechanical creatures that were no more than about 20 centimeters long. In the middle of this huge ocean, these very small mechanical creatures could only serve as food. Big brother, do you need to leave the source crystals behind? No need. Zhang Wei shook his head and refused. Although there were source crystals within the body of this extremely small mechanical organism, the energy of the source crystals was too small, and they were ordinary source crystals among ordinary source crystals, and there was no point in collecting them. Good riddance. Xiao Bao plunged headlong into the group of mechanical creatures, only to see it open its mouth and not care about anything. Just eat, come what may. Not even chewing. Zhang Wei followed suit and rushed in, clanking and clanging sounds continuously emitting from the surface of Zhang Wei's body. This was the sound produced by those mechanical creatures hitting Zhang Wei's body. These guys, they don't look like they're wandering. It seems like they're fleeing for their lives. Zhang Wei paid close attention to the movements of these little things. They didn't have any inclination to attack Xiao Bao and themselves at all, and all of them were fighting to run away. Bao, watch out. Something should be chasing them. Got it, big brother? Xiao Bao gave a response, but did not make any warnings. Zhang Wei turned on rough perception, only to turn it on for just a moment before turning it off again. Rough perception can basically only see the surface of the sea, for below the surface can only detect a depth of 2 meters. 2 meters depth is simply not useful to detect underwater dangers. After about 5 or 6 more minutes, Bao suddenly became alert and stopped eating. Big brother, there are bigger guys coming from the front, and there are quite a few of them. Can we go around? Yes, go around. Thinking that it must be the big guy that Xiao Bao had now discovered that was chasing these little things, Zhang Wei was unwilling to have any friction with marine mechanical creatures in the middle of the ocean. After all, this is someone else's territory. Zhang Wei's combat power was going to be greatly reduced in the middle of the ocean. For example, the floating cannon, the freezing bullets would not be able to do much in the middle of the ocean. And another example was the super energy sun sword. If this weapon was taken out, although it could be used, but how fast the power would drop Zhang Wei himself did not dare to imagine. Therefore, the battle that can be avoided should be avoided. And if it is really impossible to avoid, it is not too late to fight again. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei detected the big guy that Xiao Bao was talking about. It was a group of mechanical fish about 3 meters long. They were spread out in a semicircle. This was the rhythm of surrounding and killing the group of little guys. Little Treasure was still sensing the route at this time, trying to go around. But what made Little Treasure disturbed was that it had changed several directions, but it still hadn't been able to bypass those mechanical fish. Zhang Wei detected a bit more clearly as he spoke to Xiao Bao. Charge straight over. Yes, it wasn't that but couldn't get around, but those mechanical fish would move with Pa. Those 3-meter-long mechanical fish didn't even dare to get close to Xiao Bao and Zhang Wei. In the middle of the ocean, mechanical creatures are powerful or not in terms of size, at least for now, except for those with special abilities. Otherwise, the small-sized mechanical creatures were definitely no match for the big guys. What is the volume of Xiao Bao? What volume is Zhang Wei? In the eyes of the mechanical fish, these were two behemoths that they naturally avoided when they encountered them. So in Zhang Wei's detection, he and Xiao Bao turned out to be repelling these mechanical fishes everywhere, like a protective umbrella for that little group of things. Sure enough, as Xiao Bao charged forward, the mechanical fish in the way backed off, and the perfect encirclement was torn open by Xiao Bao. Little Treasure, if you encounter a guy of this size again, just charge straight ahead, Zhang Wei reminded Xiao Bao. After this, Zhang Wei also recognized that the strategy he had set with Xiao Bao before was a bit too cautious. Although they weren't in the middle of their own territory, they couldn't forget about their status as powers, and with their status, there was no need to give way to these small mechanical creatures. Good net, big brother, Xiao Bao happily agreed. The ensuing trip was really much smoother, without so much as a detour, and the mechanical creatures encountered were basically just directly mangled through. However, 6 hours deep into the ocean, Zhang Wei saw something that struck fear into his heart. Whales. A huge mechanical whale. with a body length of more than 100 meters, so thick that Zhang Wei couldn't even describe it in words. This was a big guy that Zhang Wei hadn't even seen in his previous life. As Zhang Wei discovered the big guy likewise discovered Zhang Wei. In fact, it's logical that mechanical whales shouldn't be on the surface of the ocean. They're too big. However, their previous living habits caused them to often appear on the surface of the sea, which was why they were seen by Zhang Wei. Chapter 88. People do what they do. God sees what they do. Quick, turn around and run. Zhang Wei's tone was anxious. He didn't know why Xiao Bao didn't sense that huge fellow, but now was no longer the time to count on that. Pa was a little confused. Big brother, what's wrong? There's a big guy up ahead. Run. Pa sniffed and put his head out of the water to check. This look almost scared Pa to death in place. To Po's perception, the whale ahead was nothing more than a modest island. Who would have thought it was such a big mechanical creature? Pa makes an emergency turn and runs for his life. Human? At that moment, a voice came out. Zhang Wei was a bit dumbfounded, and when he turned back to look, he saw two large azure-colored eyes that were as tall as several stories. That's really Kazairan wide-eyed. Don't run, the voice came out again. Run. Zhang Wei hurriedly spoke to Xiao Bao. Don't run? Stop it. Pa didn't even have the time to talk. It was already on full throttle. Right at this moment, a water column erupted from the whale's back, which was definitely a super high-pressure water gun, and it arrived in front of Zhang Wei in just a split second at a distance of 1 kilometer. People fall over. Zhang Wei was impacted by the water column, and Xiao Bao wasn't much better than Zhang Wei. The two of them were smashed into a distance of more than 20 meters underwater. Fortunately, although the impact of this water column was strong, it did not cause any substantial damage to Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao. Don't you run, don't eat you. The whale's voice came again. Zhang Wei was puzzled in his mind. No, really? Pa, be ready to run away and see what it's going to do first. Zhang Wei was already preparing to call for fire support, but it did look as if the whale was not hostile, and the water columns were only blocking them from escaping. Good. After Xiao Bao agrees, Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao surface. Come over here. I won't hurt you. The whale spoke, and it did not move at the surface. Go take a look. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to command, but carefully swam in the direction of where the whale was. Where are you guys from? As Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao approached to a distance of only 200 to 300 meters away from the whale opened its mouth to inquire. Pa stopped advancing obediently. China, you know? Zhang Wei spoke with less certainty. Although this whale was at least a fei, Zhang Wei really wasn't sure if the whale would know about China. Hua Gua. I know. Zhang Wei felt a bit amazing. He actually heard a hint of joy from the tone of this whale. I was saved by your Chinese fisherman. Ha? Was it before you were mechanized? Were you intelligent at that time? Of course. How did you end up in the ocean? The whale sounded a little proud. Whales do have a relatively high IQ and many of them are also very friendly to humans. Zhang Wei didn't realize that whales had inherited this fine tradition even after they had turned into mechanical creatures. I'm going to the island of Japan. What are you doing in that place? By this time, the whale's tone showed clear unfriendliness. Zhang Wei heard the whale's tone, and although the whale was already intelligent, it was not good at hiding its preferences. That's fine. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If only there was such a big guy in the middle of the ocean to help. Kill. Zhang Wei spoke truthfully. Why? Whale inquired curiously. Because they're going to kill me. Therefore, I'm going to get my revenge. I can help you. Whale developed a feeling of empathy at this time. It had just stopped Zhang Wei, just curious as to why Zhang Wei had appeared in the middle of the ocean, and it just wanted to satisfy its curiosity. But not anymore. Do you have a grudge against the Japanese too? Yes. They were the ones who tried to hunt me down in the first place, and it was you Chinese who saved me, so I can help you. Whale re-emphasized. I'm also thinking of revenge, but I don't have the ability to go ashore. I can send you there, or I can meet you in the middle of the ocean, and if you're in danger and enter the ocean, I can keep you safe. The whales began to emphasize their importance. Obviously, the damage done to it by the Japanese is still fresh in its mind. This was something Zhang Wei could understand. The Japanese kill thousands or even tens of thousands of whales every year, not for the purpose of eating their meat, but to obtain valuable and cherished materials from them. Even though they are condemned by the whole world, the Japanese have not stopped their cruelty. The gods and the people are angry. How about just letting me help you guys? The whale showed great initiative. When Zhang Wei saw the whale's behavior, he had even guessed how exactly Japan was overthrown in his previous life. Man is doing it. God is watching. It is not unreported. The time has not yet come. The Japanese have hunted whales for years, and now that the whales have turned over and become masters, what would happen to the island of Japan if it were surrounded by hundreds of these behemoths? Whales can't be landed now, but what about later? Even if the whales had been unable to land, would it have been hard for them to collect some minions that could land, given their strength? For example, this whale that Zhang Wei encountered, Its purpose was to send Zhang Wei to the island to kill the Japanese. If he encountered something Zhang Wei couldn't defeat, Zhang Wei could still run back to the ocean, and this whale would protect Zhang Wei. In this case, if Japan is not destroyed, who will be destroyed? Chinese, how are you considering this? I can really help you. The whale was a bit anxious when he saw Zhang Wei's delay in answering. I promise you, my name is Zhang Wei. You can call me by my first name, and from now on we will be partners. Great! The whale was overjoyed. It spewed out a column of water, which shot straight up to the sky, able to reach a height of 5 to 600 meters, and the thickness was more than 3 meters in diameter. This scene made Zhang Unicorn stare blankly. Zhang Wei, you guys quickly come to my body. I'll send you there now. After the excitement, the whale hurriedly greeted Zhang Wei. It could be seen that it was indeed more anxious than Zhang Wei. Bao, go over there. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Xiao Bao. Po was still a little hesitant. He was scared because he wasn't sure he was big enough to fit in the whale's teeth. The kind of hatred the whales have for Japan is something Po can't empathize with. Hurry up. Zhang Wei patted Xiao Bao. With a thigh this thick, you're hesitant, my ass. With it, we can basically walk around in the ocean from now on, you know? Ow. Xiao Bao swam towards the whale with Zhang Wei. The whale was very cooperative, allowing Xiao Bao and Zhang Wei to climb up its body, and was not afraid of Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao wreaking havoc on its body. When Zhang Wei got on the whale's back, he realized it was small. His pattern was small and he had misjudged the whale's size. The whale's body length exposed on the surface of the sea was indeed about 100 meters, but its body below the surface was even longer, and after carefully weighing it, Zhang Wei learned the truth. The whale was 300 to 400 meters long. Chapter 89, Kneel and Surrender. What's the concept of 300 or 400 meters? About the same size as an aircraft carrier. Zhang Wei could only be considered a little bit small when standing on the whale's body. Luckily, the whale swam very smoothly through the water and were not bumpy at all. This whale is also a chatterbox, or perhaps not talk to humans. This way the mouth is not a rest time. Zhang Wei affectionately named the whale Fish Girl. That's right, this big whale is a female. Zhang Wei, when you are on the island, you must be careful. The Japanese are very bad. You are my friend. You must not die. As they approached the island of Japan, Fish Girl seriously reminded and admonished Zhang Wei to have a human friend, and one who had given her a name, was something Fish Girl cherished. Don't worry, didn't we all agree that if we were in any danger we would come to you? Well, you need to keep that whistle I gave you. It's been put away. Fish Sister gave Zhang Unique a whistle. The whistle was considered a special item. It had no power of its own, and the sound it blew out was not very loud. But the sound the whistle blew out had a very special attraction for Fish Sister, and it could be heard hundreds of kilometers away. Fish Sister and Zhang Wei agreed that as soon as Fish Sister heard the whistle she would enter the sea off Japan to meet Zhang Wei. For a country like Japan that doesn't have mushroom bombs, fish girls wouldn't be much of a threat at all, and missiles wouldn't even get hurt too badly if they blew up on them. You guys go then. Make sure you're careful. Fish Girl couldn't help but remind Zhang Wei once again. Okay, let's go. Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao, and at this time, they were already able to see the island of Japan as they stood on Fish Girl. Meanwhile, the top brass on the island of Japan are on the edge of their seats. A massive whale approaches the coast. What does it want? What damage will be done to this island if this big guy impacts it? The Japanese were still prescient. They knew how awkward the position they were in was, and defense against marine mechanical creatures coming ashore was the focus of their current defense, bar none. It's a good thing that Fish Girl didn't get too close to the island of Japan, because it's too big and could easily run aground if it went into the offshore. Fish Girl's action of not entering the offshore slightly reassured the Japanese top management, but they did not let their guard down, and their eyes were still all fixed on Fish Girl. As for Xiao Bao and Zhang Wei who ran off from Fish Girl had already been ignored by them. Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao did not strut on the surface of the sea towards the Japanese island. Xiao Bao led Zhang Wei to dive at a depth of about 10 meters underwater, and even when approaching the Japanese island, they did not have the intention of surfacing. Pa knows how to make a hole. A direct hole into the island would save a lot of trouble. According to Zhang Wei's reconnaissance, there would be a defense point every 1,000 meters near the offshore of the Japanese island. The defense point was well configured and manned with firepower. If they landed on the beach, they would certainly be in focus. The process of drilling the hole was smooth. Without Zhang Wei's help, Xiao Bao was enough on his own. The hole in the ground was dug a full 2 kilometers past the defense point before connecting to the surface. Little treasure. Memorize this place and cover it up. Maybe we can use it later. Zhang Wei reminded Xiao Bao, while he himself recorded this point on the map of the detection corps. Okay, big brother, where are we going now? Wherever there are more people. Go! Zhang Wei didn't know where he had landed. After all, he hadn't rushed here on his own, but rather, Fish Sister had brought him here. But it doesn't matter at all where it is. What's the point of killing and looting? From a long distance away, Zhang Wei saw a city ruin. which must have people and mechanical creatures in it. It starts right here. Go. Zhang Wei set out on a journey with Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao's destination was a place the size of an ordinary county in China, with basically no intact buildings within the city. However, the city was still very much alive, and before even entering the city, Zhang Wei had already felt the battle fluctuations. Being able to escape the fine detection and let Zhang Wei feel the battle fluctuation, it was obvious that the battle site must be more than 1 kilometer away from Zhang Wei. Switching to rough detection, Zhang Wei saw a generalization. Several mechs were fighting each other, and the fight was still relatively intense. It's been so many days, these mechs should have been able to collect some goodies as well. Zhang Unicorn muttered as he walked in the direction of the battlefield. When they approached the battlefield with about 500 meters or so left, Zhang Wei instructed Xiao Bao to wait in place. Pa had no objections. Zhang Wei alone barged into the fray. Bastard Inoue, why did you do that? An angry roar came from among the besieged mechs. Zhang Wei could understand the other party's conversation, and the mech would automatically convert the other party's language into Zhang Wei's native language. Similarly, if Zhang Wei spoke, his language would be converted by the other party's mecha. Matsu *******A. You're to blame for getting to it. If you give it to me, I can spare your life. Zhang Wei fixed his eyes to look at it. It was just an excellence grade one-handed knife. Nothing of value. However, the knife is valuable for these little books. Stop dreaming. Since you want to die, I'll just send you to your deaths. Matsu ****** roared. Wait. One person suddenly spoke up before looking in the direction where Zhang Wei was. It couldn't be helped. Although Zhang Wei was crouching, his body size was still too large, and the crumbling ruins couldn't completely block Zhang Wei's body. Compared to Zhang Wei's massive 20-meter-tall mech, these small books were somewhat pitiful. The mechs they were operating were all around 10 meters. It could be seen that they were all mechs that had undergone secondary evolution, and the fact that they hadn't reached 10 meters after secondary evolution could only mean that they had a bad base. There's no way around it. Small displacement cars are locally popular in Little Bend, and those little guys with small displacement transform into mechs that are basically just about 5 or 6 meters tall. Who are you? Matsu ****** and Inoue were all a little nervous. No matter how much they fight for themselves, it's an internal matter for them. Now that such a big guy had popped up, it would be a resource drain if the weapons were taken by this big guy. Kneel and surrender. Since he had already been discovered, Zhang Wei didn't talk nonsense and directly opened his mouth to give orders. Bastard! How dare you be so rude? Inoue was clearly much more manic than Matsu *******, and as soon as Zhang Wei had finished giving his orders, Inoue had already broken into a rage. Eater. Zhang Wei spoke coldly, and even colder than Zhang Wei's tone where the freezing bullet shot out from the floating cannon. A shot in the arm. Breaking into song, Inoue's entire mech was frozen. Your Excellency, we know we are wrong. Please forgive us. Pine got down on his knees. The ones following Inoue also knelt. Chapter 9. Do you hear any Chinese? Zhang Unicorn was not at all surprised by the behavior of these few people. The little book is just that. Bullying. Bully someone lesser than them and they will show you how evil human nature can really be. And when they meet someone more powerful than them, they tell you what the most standard specifications for saluting are. Ask your questions, answer well and live. Answer to my displeasure and you die. Your Excellency, if you please, we will certainly not expire. Matsu ****** spoke respectfully, and the others did not disagree in any way. Okay, your city, how many living people are left? Your Excellency, we have long seen that you are not one of us here, for we simply do not have any strong and powerful people here who are as powerful as you are. We still have a population of roughly 2,000 people here, and we are willing to follow all of your Excellency's commands. Matsu ***** had practiced this ass-kissing technique very well, and not only complimented Zhang Wei, but also expressed his allegiance in passing. What are all the mechanical creatures? Your Excellency, this place is mainly full of monsters from within the ocean, but with my Imperial warriors protecting us up ahead, our safety is not a problem. No, don't trust him, he's a Chinese, not one of us. A roar suddenly appeared at this time. Ha! Matsu ***** froze. Since the mech would convert the language on its own, Matsu **** did not know that Zhang Wei was speaking Chinese, but the person not controlling the mech is able to hear what the mech is saying. That roar just now was shouted by one of the people hiding in the ruins. You're from China? Matsu ******'s tone suddenly changed. Yes, what do you want? Zhang Wei's tone was cold. Honorable Lord, I am willing to be your henchman, and now I will help you kill that piece of trash. After saying that, Matsu ***** Shin got up and charged straight at the person who had just yelled. Zhang Wei stared coldly without making any moves. Zhang Wei was confident that this Matsu would not run, and even if he did, Zhang Wei could easily catch up with him and kill him. Now Zhang Wei just wanted to see how far this Panasonic could go. The war knife cut through, heads fly up, a face full of anger was fixed in the air. After decapitating one of his compatriots, Matsu rejoined Zhang Wei like a nobody's business and knelt down very firmly. At the moment, Matsu already hated the man who shouted. Even if you heard it, couldn't you have said it quietly? Shouted out to his face. What do you want us to do? The equipment on people's bodies is so old I can't even read it. One shot and Inoue's dead. Are you blind? For this kind of guy who dared to backstab himself. Of course, Matsu would not be soft, and the kill was very painful and silky smooth. As for showing allegiance to Zhang Wei, that was just showing. Well done. You people, you should have camps, right? Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Wei didn't take the obedience shown by Matsu seriously and wouldn't believe it at all. Yes, my lord, our people are grouped together so that it is easier to manage. You're the administrator? Don't laugh at me, my lord. I'm not qualified to be a manager. The man who manages us is called Inoue Saburo. Matsu laughed at himself. Oh, a relative with this fellow? Zhang Wei pointed at the frozen Inoue and spoke. Matsu shook his head back and forth. No, my lord. They just have the same last name. You're talking about Saburo Inoue. Great. It's true that he's stronger than my subordinate, but he's far from being your lord's opponent. Your lordship is the strongest person in our place, and all the resources here will belong to you. Matsu behaved in an exceptionally obsequious manner. At this time, even if he was asked to lick Zhang Wei's heels, it was estimated that Matsu wouldn't even say a word of no. It will even be savored with a smile on your face. Take me to your campsite and don't play any tricks or you'll be just like him. Zhang Wei raised his foot and stomped on the frozen Inoue. The sound of shattering was clearly conveyed to the ears of several people in Matsu As they watched, Inoue's mech completely shattered, and Zhang Wei casually collected the exposed cargo hold inside the mech without even looking at anything else, because it wasn't even worth looking at. It was all fine quality stuff, and it had been frozen and broken by the freezing bombs, so repairing it was basically a waste of source crystals. However, nothing happened to the contents of the mecha's cargo hold, so Zhang Wei casually opened it and swept it away with a glance at the fine-grade cargo hold. Matsu and a few others said nothing in fear. I've never seen anyone kill so well. Which of these mechs of theirs hadn't fought each other in a sparring match, even if the victor that is still covered in scars? And now look at this. It's killing me. It's so fierce, but it would be nice to really follow this one, at least to make a living within their small town. At that time, if he wanted women and resources, he would even be able to step on that Inoue Saburo guy. Matsu A's insides were starting to get hot. As for him following a Chinese, does it matter? The Chinese can also be the boss of his Panasonic if they are strong enough. My lord, this is a battle sword that my subordinate has just obtained not long ago, and my subordinate would like to offer this sword to your lordship. Matsu respectfully held the sword in both hands and delivered it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei glanced at Matsu before reluctantly putting the battle sword away. Excellence level, which is not bad, put it away and give it away. Seeing Zhang Wei accepting the battle sword, Matsu A's heart was overjoyed. This was a sign that he had accepted himself, right? Lead the way. Yes, my lord. Matsu **** got up on his ass, and a few others followed Matsu ****. Honestly, just a moment ago they were Inoue's accomplices, and now in the blink of an eye they were Matsu ****'s minions. The transformation is just so quick and unassuming. By the way, you guys here, are there any Chinese nationals walking on the road? Zhang Wei suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Matsu ****'s heart stuttered at the question. It was one he didn't want to face, but Zhang Wei had already asked, and he didn't dare not to tell the truth, because these things could be asked by just anyone, and if he dared to deceive Zhang Wei, he didn't know what he would face. My lord, we no longer have any Chinese here. Matsu **** spoke carefully, but don't be angry, my lord, they weren't all killed, many of them have been moved, and where exactly they have been moved to, only Inoue Saburo and the others know. Matsu **** spoke quickly, afraid that Zhang Wei would get him killed if he spoke slowly. Got it, let's go. Zhang Wei's mind didn't have much ups and downs, in this era. Being in an enemy country, Zhang Wei had already guessed long ago what the Chinese people living here would be treated. Chapter 91 The life of a little Japanese is not worth much. Inside the city. Inside a makeshift camp of roughly 3,000 square feet circled by a messy stone wall, there were more than 2,000 survivors. Most people are crowded into small spaces, and often 3 people may live in a tent that covers 3 square feet. After all, there is only so much land per capita here, and the people who run it must have better living conditions. Fortunately, the survivors here did not complain about anything, because they have long been accustomed to such living conditions. After all, 7 square meters of small single room they can also live in the beautiful, now replaced with a person of flat living space is nothing unacceptable. When Zhang Wei followed Matsu ****** A to the camp, Zhang Wei's appearance attracted the attention of almost everyone, because they just hadn't seen such a huge mech. Damn, is this finally remembering us? Finally coming to save us? Are we about to move to a bigger camp? Thank God for your excellency. Many cried out and others frowned. Saburo Inoue was the one who frowned. Enter the camp and disarm. Saburo Inoue opened his mouth in warning. Whoever entered the camp would have to disengage their mechs to merge, and how could such a small place allow mechs to move around in it? Unfortunately, Zhang Wei would not pay any attention to Inoue Saburo's warning. Bastard, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Zhang Wei was about to make a hard break into the camp, Inoue Saburo immediately quit. Merge. Inoue Saburo merged with his mecha and rushed towards Zhang Wei, charging all the way over. And I don't know how many people were injured due to his running, and some were even directly kicked to death by him. Outside the camp, the mechs responsible for guarding it all rushed over as well. The crowd didn't know why Inoue Saburo wanted to start a conflict with Zhang Wei, and they were running around like headless flies to stay out of harm's way. The crowd dispersed, and those who owned mechs in the camp no longer had any scruples, and all of them merged with their mechs one after another. There are quite a few mechs. This is more than 200, isn't it? Zhang Wei did a rough calculation. Yes, my lord. Matsu ***** stood beside Zhang Wei and bowed in return, not even looking at the rushing Inoue Saburo. Matsu **********, what are you doing? Saburo Inoue saw Matsu ********, and he opened his mouth to question, hoping that Matsu ***** would give him a reasonable explanation. Nah, Matsu ***** had no desire to respond at all, because as far as Matsu ***** was concerned, Saburo Inoue was already a dead man. You have a lot of nonsense. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Who are you? What for? What business do you have with us? Inuyasha Saburo was no cutie pie. He was acting mean just to prove that he was the boss of this camp. If he really asked him to get tough with Zhang Wei, he did not have the guts to do so, because it was also the first time he had seen such a huge mech. From now on, this camp, I will take over. Do you have any comments? Zhang Wei lightly opened his mouth to inquire. On what grounds? Inoue Saburo had gotten used to being the Earth Emperor, and he would not allow anyone to challenge his position, just by the fact that I'm stronger than you. After saying that, Zhang Wei directly rewarded Inoue Saburo with a frozen bullet. Inoue Saburo has a bit of power and is looking to avoid it. Nah, even if Saburo Inoue's thrusters were spewing smoke it wouldn't help. The distance between him and Zhang Wei was too close, just a few dozen meters, and the speed of the freezing bullets was so fast and the angle of the attack was so tricky that Inoue Saburo didn't even think that the thing floating on Zhang Wei's shoulder was still capable of attacking. So, Inoue Saburo is miserable. A shot in the arm. The difference between Inoue Saburo and Zhang Wei's combat power was too great, and his mech had little defense against the frozen bullets. In the blink of an eye, most of his mech was frozen and full of ice crystals. Such a scene instantly caused the other mechs that had gathered around to freeze on the spot. The boss got one shot. Now, what's the deal? You guys, all of you, come over here. Zhang Wei greeted. Baka, didn't you hear His Excellency's order? Why don't you hurry up and take action? Matsu ***** spoke angrily. It was his turn to be effective as a pseudo-soldier. Upon hearing Matsu ********'s angry rebuke, the other mechs then cooperated and all ran to Zhang Wei's face, each with lowered eyebrows, not daring to look at Zhang Wei's face at all. Of course, they couldn't see it even if they wanted to. The height difference was there. Standing in front of Zhang Wei, even if they tilted their heads, they could only see Zhang Wei's chin. Hand over all the source crystals, and whoever keeps them private will die, along with the 10 people around him. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded at that statement, including Matsu *******. Saburo Inoue had also engaged in exploitative behavior towards the likes of them, but not at all when he was this ruthless. My lord, this is my subordinate's source crystal. Matsu ***** was a know-how. He was dumbfounded as well, but he still understood what needed to be done. As the one who wanted to be Zhang Wei's #1 lapdog, he had to fully cooperate with whatever orders Zhang Wei gave. You guys, why don't you grab it? Anyone who dares to hide it is not the one who dies. All of you watch each other's backs, and if you get killed by someone else, you'll only have yourselves to blame. Matsu didn't have such a nice face when facing his compatriots. Jiang Wei gently shook his head. He finally understood why the pseudo-army traitors were so hated. These dogs are more disgusting than the invaders. However, these dogs like Matsu did do a very good job in this matter of squeezing their companions, and without Jiang Wei opening his mouth, he had already taken the initiative to take on the matter of collecting the source crystals, and his mouth was still threatening and warning. The results were very good. Although the source crystals that these people hoarded were basically ordinary source crystals, there were also some mid-grade source crystals. As for higher quality, no, maybe there is, but it's being kept private. Very good. Well done. Jiang Wei collected the source crystals sent by Matsu and complimented Matsu It would be an honor for Matsu to serve your lordship. Well, go, check their mech space with the cargo hold. And if anyone is hiding anything, kill them all, along with the 10 people around him. For little Benji, Jiang Wei didn't have any sympathy to speak of. The chance to live had been given. If these people themselves weren't willing to cherish it, then Jiang Wei couldn't do anything about it. Yes, my lord. Matsu had gotten a taste of what it was like to be one man, even though the scourge was his compatriots. But it was a very good feeling indeed, not caring how the others felt about him. He strutted over to the mech at the very edge. Open up the mech space with the cargo hold so I can inspect it. Yes, the mech had obviously done nothing wrong, and the mech space and cargo hold were left to Matsu A's inspection. However, among these 200 or so mechs, certain guys didn't have such an open mind. While Matsu was checking the other mechs, one of them suddenly turned and ran. The 10 people in his periphery, catch up with him and kill him to spare your deaths. If you can't catch up, you all die together. Jiang Wei opened his mouth and ordered. Without the slightest pause, at least 20 mechs ran out around that mech. Jiang Wei didn't care about that, so he just watched coldly. Some of these mechs were actually going after the escapees, and some were becoming new escapees themselves. Innocent. Jiang Wei snorted coldly while the floating cannon opened fire. Those who actually went in pursuit would not suffer from Jiang Wei's attack, but none of those new escapees could run away. One shot apiece, and one more won't be used. Seeing that Jiang Wei was killing in all directions and at least 7 or 8 mechs were frozen into ice sculptures by Jiang Wei, the rest of them were more honest and cooperative. That's the way the Japanese are. If you're better than him, he'll be more obsequious than any creature. In the end, the initial escapee did not run away. He was killed. 5 or 6 mechs completely split him up, and the cargo bay within his mech was preserved intact and sent to Jiang Wei. Curious, Jiang Wei opened the cargo hold. However, Jiang Wei was dumbfounded after opening the cargo hold. I thought that there would be something good inside the cargo hold. However, there was only one high-level source crystal inside this cargo hold. Getting killed for a high-level source crystal. The life of a little Japanese is not worth much. Chapter 92 Good service attitude and technology can't be beat. Jiang Wei sighed on this side, while on the other side, Matsu had already searched the cargo hold of all the mechs. Luckily, no one else has a private stash. You guys, stay put and don't move without orders. Jiang Wei gave another order. You come with me. Jiang Wei greeted Matsu A. Yes, my lord. Matsu bumbled along behind Jiang Wei as they gradually moved away from the camp. The mechs in the camp didn't dare to move. Even when Jiang Wei and Matsu were far away, they didn't dare to move because no one knew if there were any other henchmen that Jiang Wei had planted here. Outside the campsite, Jiang Wei found Xiaobao, who had been following Jiang Wei 2 to 3 kilometers away. When Matsu saw Pa, his legs couldn't stand up straight in fear. My lord, this is, don't be afraid, my pet. Jiang Wei walked over to Xiaobao and patted his head. Matsu was speechless. Pets? Seriously? Called out because there is something for you to do. At your service, my lord. The remaining mechs in the camp, split into 10 teams, and I want you to place at least 2 of your men among each team to keep an eye on them. Yes, my lord. I will complete the task. Go ahead. Tell them that each of them will turn in 20 ordinary source crystals a day. Those who fail to complete the task will have their families killed. Those who don't have families will have their arms and legs chopped off. And those who dare to run away will have your men take care of it with their hands. Can you do it right? My lord, there is no problem. However, those who follow the villain, their assignments are cut in half, and if they don't get it done today, they can make it up later. Yes, go do something. This starts tomorrow. I'll only give you 1 day to recruit your men, and by the way, have someone bring all those mech wrecks here. Yes. Matsu didn't dare say a single word of no, and he didn't want to, because according to Zhang Wei's instructions, he was able to have 20 henchmen. It's a great deal better. An excited Matsu ran quickly back to camp. When Matsu gave Zhang Wei's order, the people who were controlling the mechs all dared to be angry, and in their hearts, they didn't know how many lifetimes they had greeted Matsu A's ancestors. And of course, there were definitely some people who had greeted Zhang Wei as well, but would Zhang Wei care? With such an order, Zhang Wei wasn't really greedy for the little source crystals they had collected. What Zhang Wei wanted to do was to surround the point. The art of war left behind by our old ancestors must surely be lived and utilized. There were so many people in this camp, and even if those ordinary people who didn't have mechs were unable to contact the outside world, there were definitely some among these mechs that were able to contact the outside world. If some big powers knew that he, a Chinese, ruled this camp, could those big powers let themselves go? Surely they will send someone to clean themselves up. In this way, Zhang Wei simply do not have to struggle to find the Japanese. Stay here on the line, come one to kill one, and so kill no kill time. Change the next camp on the line. Soon, Matsu arranged for the mech wreckage to be delivered. Looking at the food that had been delivered in front of her, Xiaobao stomped her feet in excitement. Eat it, no one will grab it from you. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Bo also spoke up and ate, and it was eaten in front of those who delivered the mech wreckage. Crunchy, muscular flavor. The 4 mechs that delivered the mech wreckage were already starting to wobble. It was so scary. It was only after a few minutes that Zhang Wei seemed to have just reacted and said, "You guys go back." Yes, my lord. The 4 mechs only hated that their parents gave birth to a few less legs, and ran that fast, as if they were the next to be eaten if they ran slowly. Big brother, the mechs here are quite tasty. If it's good, you'll eat more, in a few days. I'm afraid there will be more of these than you can eat. No way, I can eat as much as there is. Xiaobao stated that Zhang Wei had underestimated him. Zhang Wei smiled and didn't say anything. Later that night, Matsu walked out of the camp to find Zhang Wei, and behind him, followed by 2 young girls. This is the one Panasonic hand-picked to serve Zhang Wei. My lord, it's time to rest. These 2 maidens, do you think you need them? Matsu wasn't sure what kind of person Zhang Wei was, and even though he had selected 2 maidens, he had only asked tentatively, "Stay, arrange for patrols at night, and if you dare to escape, kill." Yes, satisfied, Matsu left the 2 young girls behind and returned to the camp herself. Zhang Wei didn't even enter the camp to stay inside, which made Matsu A's satisfaction swell, because Zhang Wei was not there. He was the boss of the camp and did whatever he wanted. Disintegrate. Zhang Wei and the mech disintegrated. You're in Japan's territory. Why are you acting like a gentleman? When those 2 young girls saw Zhang Wei, they were surprised because they didn't expect Zhang Wei to be such a young person. Come here. Zhang Wei waved at the 2 young girls. The 2 were not too surprised, as they had long known that Zhang Wei was a Chinese, and they could understand simple Chinese. The duo carefully walked to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei frowned. Go back, get cleaned up and come back. These 2 young girls looked good, but the smell on their bodies was unacceptable to Zhang Wei. Think about it, ordinary people live in such a big place. All kinds of feces are all around. It would be strange if the body does not smell. Yes, 2 teenage girls returned to camp. When Matsu heard Zhang Wei's order from these 2 young girls, Matsu couldn't wait to give himself a few big slaps. Immediately, wash them, quickly, inside and out. Someone, prepare water for them. Water, an important life supply, but not so important right now. Getting these 2 women clean was the most important thing. With the help of a group of women, it didn't take long for the 2 teenage girls to be cleansed, and they even both got new clothes. When they reappeared in front of Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Come here. Yes, kneel down and use your mouth. Zhang Wei ordered. The 2 women were not at all repulsed and scrambled to start serving. Zhang Wei hummed out in comfort. To say cleanliness, Zhang Wei still has a little bit. Really let him raise the knife on the horse. He has a little bit of resistance. The first time in his life, how to leave his beloved woman. But accepting someone else's service with his mouth was not at all repulsive to Zhang Yi. However, when Zhang Wei was receiving the service, he deliberately revealed the mecha core hanging around his neck and acted defenseless. The second woman is not a light, not only good service attitude, technology that is not to say, all kinds of flower work will not stop. While they were serving, they naturally saw the mech core that Zhang Wei had intentionally exposed, and they silently made a note of it. Mouth smiling, heart MMP. Let the little Japanese sincerely for the Chinese people. That is impossible. Now these two women seem to be soft and shy fear, but as long as they are given the opportunity, they will certainly backstab Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was now sending this opportunity to these two women, and he wanted to see when these two women would make a move on him. Apparently, Zhang Wei had overestimated the guts of these two women, and after 20 minutes or so, Zhang Wei handed over his gun. In fact, Zhang Wei wanted to top it for a while longer. He estimated that with his current physique, he would have no problem topping out for half an hour. It's not over until these two women are tired and sore. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei had overestimated his own strength and underestimated these two women. Don't look at their age as only 17 or 18, but their skills and endurance are really no match, and they look like they have been developed for a long time. You guys, go back and get Matsu ******* A to set you up with a big place to stay. Zhang Wei raised his pants and also recognized people. At least he didn't forget to arrange a better living environment for these two women. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The two young girls were grateful. They wanted to say honorifics like Zhang Sang or something like that, but unfortunately, they didn't know Zhang Wei's name. Zhang Wei waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. The two women bent down and saluted as they retreated to leave. Only when they twisted their heads and turned around, a trace of undetectable coldness flashed through their eyes. Chapter 93 Ha! What are you doing? How's it going? Inside the camp, one of the more spacious tents, Matsu ****** A with the mecha steps whispered an opening inquiry to the two young girls who had returned. Matsu ***** A. He has no defense against us, so we have a chance to kill him if you can give us weapons. A young girl spoke to Matsu ***** A with a grim gaze. Another was nodding. Yes, he enjoyed himself when we served him. It was disgusting. The thought that I was serving a Chinese pig made me sick. You have to do your best to please him. You have to make him more relaxed. You've seen what he can do. You must be 100% sure before you make a move on him. Matsu ***** looked grave. He knew Zhang Wei's ability. If they couldn't get Zhang Wei killed at once, then they would be the ones to die. As for why, that was naturally because Matsu ***** didn't want a guillotine hanging over his head that could fall at any moment. Who wants to depend their life on someone else's mood? As long as Zhang Wei is not in a beautiful mood, there is a chance that he, Matsu ***** A, will die. Don't worry, Matsu ***** A. We'll try our best. Good, then tonight you guys let me relax as well. It's been a long day and I'm just too tense. After Matsu ***** finished speaking, he began to undress and unzip his pants. The two young girls were also very cooperative. Serving who was still not serving. As long as they didn't serve Zhang Wei, as long as the person they served could protect them, they were indifferent. In this world, nothing is as important as having enough to eat. Just as Matsu ***** relaxed, Zhang Wei kept sneering in his mind. After those two young girls left, Zhang Wei had merged with the mech and turned on detection. The conversation between Matsu ***** A and the two young girls was heard clearly by Zhang Wei. These guys, they thought of a way to solve me, but they didn't take you seriously. Zhang Wei patted Xiaobao's head. Big brother, do you want me to go eat him? Xiaobao opened his mouth naively. Zhang Wei kicked Xiaobao without any good humor. You've eaten so much and you're still not full? 8 points of fullness and 2 more. No, 1 will do. There will be times when you can't eat. Don't be in a hurry. Zhang Wei shook his head speechlessly. This guy, Xiaobao, just thought about eating and didn't catch the point of Zhang Wei's words at all. Don't you have any anger when people look down on you? Shobu? There was no talk all night. The next day, Matsu ***** ran to Zhang Wei's presence early in the morning to ask for peace. For the acting skills of the little Japanese, Zhang Wei had to write a word of conviction. If he hadn't detected the conversation between Matsu ***** A and those two young girls, Zhang Wei really wouldn't have suspected this Matsu ***** A, because he came across as really humble. Across from Matsu ***** A's greeting, Zhang Wei did not act warmly, and likewise was not cold, but merely instructed Matsu ***** A to do something. Matsu ***** readily led the order, only endeavoring to look up at the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder after departing. Currently, Zhang Wei hadn't shown any other abilities and had only utilized the floating cannon. This gave Matsu ***** A a slight illusion that Zhang Wei was living by pointing to the floating cannon. In that case, if he could get the floating cannon himself, would he be as powerful as Zhang Wei? Matsu ***** left with his heart full. Zhang Wei didn't move as he turned on rough detection to observe the movements within 10 kilometers at all times. Although he had detected Matsu A's machinations yesterday, he had to guard against the others as well. After all, if someone contacted the outside world through a mech, this Zhang Wei could not detect it. Zhang Wei wants to prevent anything from running over and sneaking up on him. Fortunately, Zhang Wei's worries were a bit redundant, and in one day's time, the wind and waves were calm. As night was about to fall, Matsu joyfully arrived in front of Zhang Wei, holding an ordinary grade cargo hold that contained the source crystals harvested today. My lord, today's source crystals have been collected. They all worked hard and each of them gathered enough source crystals. Very well, put it down. Yes, my lord, do you still need those 2 maids to serve today? Oh, the maids? That's a good one. Have them change and come to me. Yes. Matsu nodded at his own resourcefulness before bowing and leaving. It wasn't long before the 2 young girls from yesterday came walking in style. They were dressed in rather revealing maid outfits, and if they weren't so shady inside, they did look quite pleasing to the eyes. Zhang Wei and the mech disintegrated, and when the 2 women came close, Zhang Wei immediately opened his mouth to give orders. Come here. Today, Zhang Wei was not so compassionate. What's the point of being polite with 2 women who are ready to take your life at any moment? The 2 girls obediently came to Zhang Wei. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhang Wei's eyes, as they were afraid that Zhang Wei would discover the killing intent that could not be hidden in their eyes. Zhang Wei sensed their killing intent, but did not point it out. But today Zhang Wei held on a bit longer. A full 40 minutes. After the 2 women left exhausted, Zhang Wei sighed lightly and spoke. They shouldn't be able to last for a few more days, so I hope you can give me a surprise tomorrow. Zhang Wei didn't want to play the game with these 2 women slowly, and if he made his move early and put pressure on the people in the camp early, they would naturally follow Zhang Wei's mind to mobilize reinforcements from the surrounding area. The next day, the 2 girls had a new trick up their sleeves as they changed into sailor suits. Only, today they were clearly ready to strike, and they each carried a pistol in their back belts. It had been the smallest and sufficiently lethal weapon Panasonic could find. Against a mech, this pistol wasn't even a toy, but it was definitely powerful enough to shoot someone at close range. The 2 women were apprehensive. After all, they were going to have to do the killing themselves. However, when they saw the slightly upturned smile at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth, their apprehensive hearts instantly settled down. The physical and mental humiliation Zhang Wei had inflicted on them yesterday had strengthened her heart to kill Zhang Wei. Luckily, Zhang Wei looked like he hadn't noticed anything, and everything was going according to what they had in mind. After 10 minutes or so, the assisting maiden sensed that the time had come. She quietly put her hands behind her back. She was deeply afraid that making a commotion would attract Zhang Wei's attention, and she was also very afraid that she would be noticed by Xiaobao, who was not far away, so her movements were very slight and careful. Finally, she got the gun and gradually brought it to herself. Zhang Wei didn't have any unusual behavior. His eyes were closed and he was breathing heavily. Excitement shone in the eyes of the 2 women, who had already seen the hope of victory. Finally, the muzzle of the pistol in the young girl's hand was aimed at Zhang Wei's brain, close at hand. As long as she pressed the trigger, Zhang Wei would perish. Ha! What are you doing? Chapter 94 Big Mouth, Smash. Zhang Wei's icy cold laughter echoed in the ears of the 2 women. At that moment, the young girl with the pistol in her hand immediately couldn't resist pulling the trigger. However, Zhang Wei's speed was not something that these 2 women could compare. As Zhang Wei quickly reached out and grabbed the barrel of the gun and forcefully aimed the muzzle at the sky. Don't move! The 2 women all froze. Why is that? Zhang Wei sneered coldly, and then snatched the pistol in his hand, and after gently playing with it for a bit, the gun was aimed at that auxiliary girl. My lord! Boo! Brain splatter! A bloody hole appeared in the auxiliary girl's forehead. Ah! The main attacking girl shrieked out. However, before she could make any move, Zhang Unicorn cupped her chin. No tricks, go on. Couldn't let this woman mess around. Although Zhang Wei had a strong physique and a bite shouldn't hurt, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance that it would be bitten, Zhang Wei couldn't let that happen. Told you to get on with it. Are you deaf? No, my lord, I can hear you. I'm oozing right now. It's not over yet. If you're going to kill it, you're going to do it after you've had a good time. As for something like not killing women, it simply didn't hold water with Zhang Wei. What's the time for all that bending? These 2 women are turning tricks to kill you. What's the point of playing the gentleman bit? In this post-apocalyptic world, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is a friend and the other is an enemy. Nowadays, on the island of Japan where Zhang Wei is located, Zhang Wei can be sure that 99% of the people are his enemies, and a shuttle that kills 100 people should not be one that will die unjustly. With the pissy nature of this nation of the small Japanese, even if there were some people among them who felt guilty about China, these people would probably have died early in this wave of the end times. This is because these people have the opposite idea of the majority of the people in Japan. That to be pro-Chinese is to be anti their Japan. So, it's the enemy. If you are the enemy, you must die first. Inside the camp, Matsu was already too stunned to speak, and with his binoculars in hand, he was trembling as he stared at what was happening here at Jiang Wei's place. What to do? Surprisingly, it failed. What can be done about it? Matsu is afraid that the woman who is still alive will betray him. If Jiang Wei knew that he was behind this, could Jiang Wei let him go? No, she can't be allowed to live. With that thought, Matsu immediately rushed outside the camp, instantly merging with the mech as he left the camp. Still a long way off, Matsu opened his mouth and called out loudly, "My lord, are you alright?" At the sound of Matsu A's voice, a whimper escaped the mouth of the main attacking girl as she pleaded for help. Ugh, it's not enjoyable at all. Jiang Wei shook his head in displeasure. Damn it, how dare you all turn against his lordship? Die for me. Matsu doesn't care about all the sevens and sevens, and rushes in for the raw deal. However, before he could pounce in front of Jiang Wei, a tail was flung at Matsu from the darkness. Jiang Wei didn't merge with the mech, and of course, Xiaobao wouldn't let other mechs get close to Jiang Wei. Boom! Matsu A's mecha was smashed and rolled over and over on the ground. That was why Xiaobao didn't use the meteor hammer to smash Matsu otherwise he wouldn't have been smashed and rolled on the ground, but smashed on the spot. King Class Pa, the power piece doesn't joke with you at all. However, even if Shobu hadn't used the meteor hammer, this tail had almost snapped Matsu A's mecha in the middle. When the mech stopped rolling, Matsu immediately disintegrated with it. While the main attacking girl was still unable to speak, he was going to settle her immediately and not let her have a chance to speak. Since the control mech couldn't get close to Jiang Wei, it was time to disengage the merge. The wrecked mech turned into a mech core. Matsu ran and crawled to Jiang Wei's side. Without waiting to run to Jiang Wei, Matsu came in with a sliding scoop. Only the slide shovel is on your knees. Kneeling slide shovel, a Panasonic original, slides and slides into Jiang Wei. Are you alright, my lord? Look at that. What a loyal renegade. The greeting is spot on. What do you say? Jiang Wei stared coldly at Matsu Damn you all, how dare you hurt my lord? My lord, this woman is in my hands. After saying that, Matsu couldn't even bother to wait for Jiang Wei's response and raised his hand to yank the woman's hair. The corner of Jiang Wei's mouth rose as he slowly lifted up his pants. If you don't have fun, you don't have fun. It's okay to watch this Panasonic show. Matsu really knows Jiang Wei's preferences. He dragged the main attacking girl by her long hair, and then without any mercy at all, he raised his hand and started smacking his big mouth. This is really not leaving any force behind. With as much ability to make as much as she could, the young girl's face immediately swelled up after 2 slaps. Damn, you're still carrying a gun? At this time, as if as an afterthought, Matsu saw the gun on the young girl's waist. In the next moment, Matsu immediately snatched the pistol off and aimed it at the young girl's forehead. There was disbelief, resentment, and fear in the young girl's eyes. All sorts of emotions framed the young girl's eyes. The gun. It went off. Boo. The 2 young girls. The deaths could not be said to be extremely similar, but only identical. Guns are strong. After settling the young girl with a single shot, another thought was surprisingly born in Matsu A's mind. Just now, he had rushed over with only the thought of saving his life, but now he actually had the urge to raise his hand and shoot Jiang Wei to death. Matsu looked up at Chang only. When he saw Jiang Wei's teasing eyes, Matsu immediately threw his pistol on the ground. My lord, it's all my subordinate's fault. Please punish me. Matsu kneels again, almost a 5 on the floor kind of kneeling. It wasn't that Matsu was willing to kneel, but Jiang Wei also had a gun in his hand, and there was a Xiaobao behind Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei didn't say anything as he slowly stepped forward, without merging with the mech. What Matsu said was basically unintelligible to Jiang Wei. When Jiang Wei walked up to Matsu he yanked him by the collar. The next moment, Jiang Wei's slap landed on Matsu A's face. Jiang Wei didn't hit him with a deadly blow. He was holding back his strength. Matsu was the only person Jiang Wei knew of who dared to assassinate himself. This kind of talent needed to be kept and was still useful. There's no way to continue the latter in case everyone else in the camp is soft. But, the punishment must be strong. Big mouth must be smoked. Pop. Hi. Pop. Hi ee. Chapter 95 Panasonic Scheme. After a dozen slaps, Song Xia's face had completely swollen into a pig's head, and the whole person was dazed. If not for the fact that Jiang Wei was still tugging on Song Xia's collar, Song Xia would have already sprawled on the ground. Jiang Wei saw that the draw was almost done, also loosened the loose neck collar in a smooth manner. Matsu **** collapsed limply to the ground. It took a good 3 or 4 minutes for him to wobble and slowly rise from the ground. Clean this place up, and if this happens again, you die. Jiang Wei's ice-cold voice was like a pot of cool water poured into Matsu ******'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''**** immediately came to his senses. Hi! Matsu ***** nodded vigorously as he dropped to his knees. His head bobbed so much that he barely missed the ground headfirst. Afterward, when Matsu ***** saw that Jiang Wei did not continue to speak, he struggled to get up and then soldiered on, dragging the bodies of the 2 young girls. Zhang Unicorn had no intention of helping at all, as he merged with the mech while lying down on the ground with little image. Matsu ***** kept stealing glances at Jiang Wei with his eyes as he struggled to drag the body. Seeing the floating cannon carried on Jiang Wei's shoulder, Matsu ***** clenched his teeth fiercely. Well, almost all of the teeth were loose, and the fact that they didn't fall out could only mean that he had stronger teeth. Damn it, must get you killed. Matsu ***** thought viciously in his mind, but there was a constant, ingratiating smile on his face. Finally, after Matsu ***** yanked the body away from Jiang Wei, he let go of the body and slowly stumbled back to the camp. Matsu ******Kuan. What happened? Someone immediately surrounded Matsu ***** just as he entered the camp. The gunfire that had just rung out outside the camp was heard very clearly by them. Those 2 damned women, who dared to murder His Excellency. They have been executed by His Excellency. Go and collect their bodies. Matsu *****Kuan. Your face. Humph. This is the punishment I deserve. You guys, come with me. Matsu ***** raised his hand and gave a few false starts. These guys are Matsu ******'A's real heartthrobs. Inside the camp, in the middle of Matsu ******'A's tent, several of the Matsu ****** men gathered around and knelt in a circle. Matsu *****Kuan. It didn't work? What are we going to do next? Obviously, these guys know what Matsu ***** did. I'll contact Ono-kun right away. Ono-kun will send someone to take care of this Chinese pig. But we can't completely count on Ono-kun. Like this. You guys go and find an iron box that's about half a meter long right away. The sturdier the better. Matsu *****Kuan. What's your plan again? Humph. Why is he so powerful? It's just relying on that weapon on his shoulder. As long as we control that weapon of his, then do we still need to be afraid of him? Matsu ***** didn't hide his thoughts and coldly grunted as he spelled out his plan. How can we be afraid of him when he's unarmed? A few people looked uplifted. He will lie down on the ground when he rests at night, and if we find the right opportunity, we will naturally be able to control that weapon of his, and then we will swarm and cut him down. Matsu ***** couldn't help but grin and try to laugh maniacally at the excitement. Unfortunately, he didn't get to laugh, to the point where he bared his teeth in pain. Hi, that's a good idea. Let's go find it now. Go on. Matsu ***** waves. Several people got up and left the tent. Chinese pig, won't let you continue to be arrogant. After saying that, Matsu ***** also got up and left. He was going beyond the camp. He was going to merge with the mech. The injuries on his face would need to be recovered with the help of the mech, and to contact that Ono-kun he was talking about, he would need to manipulate the mech in order to do so. At the other end, outside the camp, Matsu ***** merged with the mech. Immediately after the merge, Matsu ***** contacted Ono. Moshi, Ono-kun, I'm Matsu *****. Yes? Ono's voice was very impatient. Ono-kun, a powerful Chinese has appeared in our area. I don't know where he came from, and now he has killed many people in our camp, and the chief of our camp, Inoue Saburo, has also been killed by him. Chinese? Are you sure? Ono immediately became interested after hearing Matsu *****'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''. Since the end of the world, Ono was the ultimate anti-Chinese, and since the end of the world, thousands of Chinese had died under him. At this moment, Hearing that some Chinese were being so reckless on their soil, how could Ono sit back and do nothing? Ono-kun, I can confirm that he killed 2 more of our maidens today. It's abominable. I hope Ono-kun can help us remove him. Matsu ***** voiced his request. Good. Tomorrow, I will personally bring people to your camp and prepare the most beautiful women within your camp. Ono didn't hide his inner desire at all. Hey, I'll be waiting for Ono-kun. With that said, the communication was interrupted. Matsu ***** is energized. He's going to try and get Zhang Wei before Ono arrives tomorrow. If he couldn't get killed, the big deal was to run first, and he thought he could still run away if he did. After running away, when Ono arrived, he would naturally be able to get Zhang Wei killed. With Ono, Matsu ***** is very confident, because Ono was originally the head of a society. He had plenty of men under him and a lot of mechs. After the end times came, he led his men to control a large camp with a population of tens of thousands. With tens of thousands of people searching for resources to feed Ono, it was easy to imagine how strong Ono was. The next day, before it was quite dawn, Matsu ***** got good news. Matsu ****'A's inner circle of henchmen found several dumpsters, and they stacked several of them on top of each other to come up with a very sturdy steel box. This fits perfectly with what Panasonic needs. When Matsu ***** saw the iron box, Matsu ***** was very pleased. Good. This thing is just right. Matsu *****Kun. When do we do it? Matsu *****A's men were also excited. Why did they follow Matsu ****A to assassinate Zhang Wei? Wasn't it because of Zhang Wei's Chinese identity? Being ruled by a Chinese, it made them feel very ashamed. Now that they thought of being able to get rid of Zhang Wei's control and even kill him, they couldn't help but be very excited. Don't be in a hurry. I'll go over there with this first. I'll use it to snap his weapon and press it dead center with my body. When I control his weapon, you guys will rush over and kill him. Got it? Matsu *****. Like this, won't you be in danger? Someone spoke up worriedly. It's nothing for me to be a little dangerous. So let's do it. Is Panasonic something so self-sacrificing? Naturally not. Matsu ***** thought that if he controlled Zhang Wei's weapon, he would at most take a few punches and kicks from Zhang Wei, and would not die instantly. And these guys who were facing Zhang Wei directly were definitely more miserable than themselves. Matsu *****. Chapter 96. Not a single survivor will be left alive. Well, don't be touched, this is all what I should do. By the way, you guys secretly mobilize your manpower and have them stand by at the entrance of the camp, ready to strike at any time. Matsu ***** opened his mouth to give the order. Hi, Matsu ****. We'll get the job done. Okay, guys, go get ready. Hi. With that said, a few people were very determined to disengage the merge and return to camp. Matsu ***** cursed in his mind. A bunch of fools. When you guys fight with him, I'll hug his weapon and run away. I don't care about you guys. When his weapon becomes my equipment, I'm going to kill him. Easy as pie. 10 minutes later, it was already dawn, and Matsu ***** walked toward where Zhang Wei was, holding the iron box. Zhang Wei seemed to be sleeping soundly, and he had no intention of getting up when Matsu ***** was already very close. Matsu ***** was thrilled, and the closer he was to Zhang Wei, the higher the likelihood of his plan succeeding. It was only when Matsu ***** approached to the point where he was only about 100 meters away from Zhang Wei that Zhang Wei reacted a bit. Do what? My lord, I have found something good and have come to offer it to you. Matsu ***** respectfully opened his mouth and replied, not showing anything out of the ordinary. Zhang Wei was cooperative and lay on the ground without moving. Bring it. Hi. Matsu ***** was getting closer and closer to Zhang Wei, and when Matsu ***** came to a distance of just a dozen meters away from Zhang Wei, Matsu ***** suddenly rushed towards Zhang Wei, and the iron box that was grasped by both of his hands managed to snap onto the floating cannon. Zhang Wei acted as if he hadn't reacted as he slowly got up, but didn't do much either. The spectacle left Matsu ***** a little overwhelmed, because it's a little bit different from what he thought. Shouldn't Zhang Wei be furious at this time? Why did he react like that? Kill. On this side of the camp, seeing that Matsu ***** had succeeded, the group of people who had been waiting for a long time all rushed out. Not just a few of Matsu *****'s court juniors. Almost everyone in the camp who owned a mech rushed out. Don't go. Ask you something. Jiang Wei pressed one hand on Matsu ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************who wanted to get up and run away with the metal box in his arms, to instantly freeze in place. No matter how hard Matsu ******* tried, his body couldn't move an inch. "Duh, my lord, what do you want to ask?" Matsu ****** felt like his mouth wasn't working very well at this time. "What kind of power is that? Have you contacted anyone else to come and kill me?" Jiang Wei had actually heard the conversation between Matsu ****** and his men. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so cooperative with Matsu *******'s actions. But it's better to ask Jiang Wei in person for peace of mind. "No, my lord, absolutely nothing." Matsu ***** was flustered, having the feeling of being seen through by Jiang Wei. "If there really isn't, then you can go to hell." After saying that, Jiang Wei was about to make his move. Matsu ***** had thought that he would be able to resist Jiang Wei's punches, but now he wasn't the least bit confident. "My lord, wait, I made contact, I really did." "Very well, Pa, kill them." Jiang Wei opened his mouth and ordered Xiao Bao. "Big brother, can I eat it?" Xiao Bao, the foodie, only cared about whether it was edible or not. "It's okay." Jiang Wei nodded to Xiao Bao. "Yes." After replying, Xiao Bao instantly rushed out, the ground constantly shaking because of Xiao Bao's running. "Tell me, who did you get, and is it awesome?" "Awesome, my lord. That man's name is Ono. He controls a camp of tens of thousands of people. I'm not sure how strong he is, but he has many men under his command. He said that he would bring someone to kill you today." "My lord, it wasn't me who took the initiative to contact him. It was him who threatened me with the lives of my family. I had no choice but to tell him about your situation." Matsu ***** tried desperately to defend himself. There's nothing to use." After saying that, Jiang Wei grabbed Matsu ********'s brain with one hand. Without much movement, Jiang Wei slowly twisted Matsu *******'s head. It's like a regular person twisting a doorknob. Silky smooth and effortless. When screwed most of the way around, the clicking sound of metal snapping kept coming. Matsu ***** tried to wail, but alas, he could no longer do so. Can a man live if his head falls off? You don't say. It's really alive. Matsu ******'s main body wasn't dead, just his mech was scrapped. Can Jiang Wei keep this Panasonic thing alive? Naturally, it's impossible. Only Zhang Unicorn's foot was seen stepping on the stomach of the Panasonic mech. The entire belly of the mech was stomped into a discus by Zhang Yi's sole foot. Matsu *******, who was inside the belly of the mech, would naturally not survive. "With you still want to control the floating cannon? Bizarre," Jiang Wei spat out. In fact, even if Jiang Wei didn't make a move, Panasonic couldn't snatch his floating cannon. Other than that, the power possessed by the floating cannon itself was not something that Matsu ***** could contend with. It was no exaggeration to say that if Matsu ***** hugged the floating cannon could carry Matsu **** around in the sky. The situation on Jiang Wei's side was seen by quite a few mechs. There was no way for them to break through Xiao Bao's defense, and when they saw Jiang Wei easily pinch Matsu **** to death, they were disheartened. "Run!" A group of mechs scattered in all directions. No one dared to flee back to the camp because returning to the camp would be a death sentence. "You won't be able to escape." Jiang Wei spoke in a cold voice. These people no longer had any value to live. So naturally, Jiang Wei would not be merciful. The floating cannons kept firing, and all the mechs that were not more than 500 meters away from Jiang Wei were one by one named by Jiang Wei's floating cannons. No exceptions. One-shot freezes. Ice sculpture after ice sculpture was created. Pa was excited to hunt down the mechs that hadn't been named because of their distance. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, chose another direction to go after. As long as these mechs didn't escape more than 10 kilometers in a short period of time, it would be easy for Jiang Wei to kill them. The lopsided slaughter lasted less than 10 minutes. When Jiang Wei killed the last mech, the wailing in the camp was continuous. As Jiang Wei returned, the wailing grew louder and louder. Luckily, Jiang Wei was controlling the mech and was able to understand what these people were howling. Some people angrily scolded Jiang Wei, while others kept crying that today's events had nothing to do with him. Others took the opportunity to show their loyalty and angrily denounce Matsu ****** and those of them. "Kill those who disrespect me and live. Otherwise, die." Jiang Wei blocked the entrance of the camp and vocalized. Some people understood Jiang Wei's words, while more did not, but it doesn't matter, as long as someone is listening. Faced with life and death decisions, the little Japanese in the camp are still relatively from the heart. The melee begins. It was basically primitive fighting. with only a few sporadic gunshots to prove that this was a society with hot weapons. Zhang Wei didn't care so much, he just blocked the doorway, and anyone who dared to make an impact here all died a miserable death. Zhang Wei didn't care about how many people could survive in the camp in the end, because Zhang Wei was just watching the show, and there wouldn't be a single survivor in this camp. Chapter 97 Guess. Where did those women go? To look on with cold eyes was Zhang Wei's current attitude. The camp was in chaos. These people would do anything to stay alive. It had only been 10 minutes, and there weren't many people left in the camp who could still breathe. In the end, there were only 100 people who ran to Zhang Wei. The 100 men, all of them relatively fit men, and the rest of those, my lord, we are willing to serve you. A Mandarin speaker stood at the front of the queue to show his loyalty to Zhang Wei. You are not worthy. With that said, the float gun opened fire. After a few shots, the world went quiet. The entire camp, not a single survivor. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. The sky had fully lightened. The guy Matsu **** contacted should be here soon. Bao, hide yourself first. Okay, big brother. Xiao Bao very obediently chose a place within the campground to dig a hole, and soon his figure disappeared within Zhang Wei's line of sight. The digging of holes is something that Pei is a pro at. After Xiao Bao hid himself, Zhang Wei sat upright at the entrance of the campground and waited. On the way to this camp, Ono was cursing and venting his anger, because he couldn't get in touch with that Panasonic shipment anyhow. However, Ono didn't suspect anything. He just assumed that Matsu **** hadn't merged with the mech and that's why he couldn't get in touch. Ono-san, should we have our men go scout the area first? The person following Ono spoke to Ono. Anton-san, there's no need to be so careful. There's only one Chinese we're dealing with today. What kind of Chinese are they? Anton-san, don't you understand? Ha ha, I'm not sure what it's like for men in China, but I do know about women. Anton laughed out loud after hearing Ono's words. I'm not sure about the taste of Chinese men, and I don't have that kind of interest. I heard that there are also 1,000 or 2,000 people within this camp. By integrating these people into our camp, our power will be even stronger. Let's just think about how to transfer the people here to our camp first. It's better for Ono-san to think long-term, so that's what you're willing to come here for. Of course, it takes a lot of source crystals to level up, and wouldn't it be nice to have more people serving us? Ono-san has a point, so let's move forward quickly. Good. Ono led a group of mechs to speed up their advance, and in their line, there were almost 100 mechs in total. Although Ono despised Matsu ****, and neither did he think that those who operated the mechs within this camp would rebel against him. But what if? So, Ono had brought more people, and 100 mechs would definitely be able to hold down the scene. After all, these people under him were originally members of the society, and the combat power that each of them could bring out was far stronger than ordinary people. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about long-distance combat. There are many people among the clubs who have touched a gun, and their shooting accuracy is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Without such ability, what makes them able to oppress others? Along the way, Ono and the others did not encounter any mechanical creatures, and when they arrived near the camp, the first thing they saw was Zhang Wei sitting at the entrance of the camp. What kind of mech is that? Why is it so big? Anthem opened his mouth to exclaim. They really don't have much insight. The small island of Japan has little minerals, and there are basically no big guys like mining dump trucks in the country. Even if there are some heavy trucks, none of them can reach the level of 3 evolutions. Therefore, a mecha like Zhang Wei, who was 20 meters tall and had thick limbs that looked badass overall, was something they had never seen before. This should be the mech controlled by that Chinese person. This mech is very good. When we do it later on we should all be careful. Don't break this mech. Ono looked at Zhang Wei's mecha with fire in his heart. He thought that if he was able to snatch Zhang Wei's mech, then his future days would definitely be more nourishing. Even if he ran to the headquarters, he could still have enough to say. Hi! The people who had followed Ono here were all Ono's juniors, and they would naturally obey Ono's commands. Only 100 frames? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head while standing up. When Zhang Wei stood up, Ono became even more excited in his mind. He likes big guys like that. Chinese? After Ono brought his men quickly closer, he opened his mouth to Zhang Wei. Are you the reinforcements those guys invited? Zhang Wei didn't answer Ono's question and instead asked a rhetorical question. Where are the people within this camp? Again, Ono did not answer Zhang Wei's question. He had sensed that something was a little off, because, outside the camp, it was obvious that there had been a sizable battle, and there were not only traces of the battle, but also various pieces of debris that remained after the mechs were broken. The people Ono brought with him were all on alert. They're not rookies who haven't seen combat. They all realized something was wrong. Dead. You may surrender, for you are surrounded. When Zhang Wei's words reached Ono's ears, Ono's group of them immediately spread out, alerting themselves from afar and exploring their surroundings in close combat. Being surrounded is not a good thing, and making sure you don't congregate is all about experience. However, after they scouted around, they were all confused. This was because they had explored several thousand meters outwards and had not found any of the hidden mechs. Chinese, you lied to me. Ono heard the various reports from his men and immediately realized that he had been tricked by Zhang Wei. Fool you? Not really, you guys are already surrounded by me. Zhang Wei was quite playful and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. What? Bastard. Chinese, there really isn't a single good thing. When I catch you, I'll torture you. I'll send you to a Chinese concentration camp. I'll make you enjoy your life in that place. Ono spoke angrily to Zhang Wei. His intention was to scare Zhang Wei, but Zhang Wei wasn't scared at all of Ono's words, but was instead interested. Concentration camps for the Chinese. Where are they? Do they live well? Ha, what are you dreaming about? In that concentration camp, there were only men, no women. And guess, where did the women go? Zhang Wei was silent. Seeing that Zhang Wei didn't say anything, Ono's interest grew even higher. And those men, do you know what they do every day? Don't be in a hurry. You'll know soon enough. Today I'm going to make you realize what the position of the Chinese in our great Japanese empire really is. Anton-san, are you ready? Ono suddenly opened her mouth to Anton and inquired. Ono-san, it's ready. Then what are we waiting for? Action. Chapter 98. You already have a way to take your death. Was Ono really willing to talk to Zhang Wei? Not really. The scene is clear enough. Surrounded is Zhang Wei. The reason why Ono hadn't made a move on Zhang Wei yet was naturally because he was also more afraid of Zhang Wei. After all, the mech physique was there. Therefore, when the juniors who had gone to explore the periphery returned, Ono was already secretly ordering to make a move against Zhang Wei. The Far Warfare mecha had completely surrounded Zhang Wei, and no matter where Zhang Wei hid, he would have to endure their attacks. This was the first wave of big gifts Ono was going to give to Zhang Wei. Do it! Anthem suddenly shouted. After a command, the sound of artillery fire appeared from all sides. Machine gun bullets and rifle bullets were all being fired at Zhang Wei from all directions at a distance. Zhang Wei had long been aware of these people's little maneuvers. To be honest, Zhang Wei didn't even bother with these guys. With their battle strength, with the ordinary weapons they were holding, it was simply impossible to injure Zhang Wei. Even for those guys who possessed fine or even excellent grade weapons, Zhang Wei similarly did not put them in his eyes. The difference is too great to be matched by a little numerical advantage. Rifle bullets and machine gun bullets clanged on Zhang Wei's body, and sparks constantly bloomed on Zhang Wei's body surface. It's done! Ono was happy and at the same time thought Zhang Wei was too stupid. I can't believe I don't even know how to duck. Melee on, control him, quick! This time it was Ono who opened his mouth to give the order. The melee mechs charged forward. They were not holding melee weapons in their hands. They were holding chains. The kind of chain with barbs. Everyone's mech isn't a complete plane. There are gaps in all the joints. How does a mech move if there are no gaps? Based on the characteristics of the mechs, Ono and the others had long ago worked out a way to control other mechs. Use chains with barbs. Chain hooks clamped down on the mechs. It didn't take much. There were 3 or 4 chains that could succeed and they could disable the mechs they targeted. This has been practiced many times and works very well. Zhang Wei's mech was a bit bigger, but just get more chains. Zhang Wei still didn't resist at the sight, allowing the thrown chains to be placed over his body. Got him. Harder. Put him down. Compared to Zhang Wei's calmness, Ono and his group of goods showed great excitement. However, when those tugging on the chains began to pull harder, they all froze. Why won't it pull? It won't pull. Come help. Someone opened his mouth and shouted. At that, someone immediately ran over to help. 3 or 4 mechs pulled a chain, and there were 7 or 8 chains on Zhang Wei's body. However, even so, Zhang Wei's body still remained motionless under the tugging and pulling of these little Japanese. Your men can't do it. Why don't you try it yourself? Zhang Wei raised his arm and hooked his finger at Ono. How could Ono have the leisure to put up a fight with Zhang Wei at this time? Ono only wanted to run now. More than 20 mechs exerted their force at the same time, but surprisingly, they were not even qualified to make Zhang Wei move a bit. How strong does Zhang Wei have to be? Ono-san, something's wrong. Why isn't he moving at all? He hasn't moved since the beginning. Perhaps he is no longer able to move? This Anton guy is still a little smart, but he may not have heard the Chinese saying, don't be smart. It doesn't help. Yeah, he hasn't been moving. Something must be wrong with his mech. Yeah, sure, I'll try him first. Anton volunteered. Yes, Ono nodded to Anthem. Anton walked towards Zhang Wei. When Entang came to be no more than 10 meters away from Zhang Wei, Entang finally realized how short he really was. Only half the height of Zhang Wei's mech. Because of his height, Anton had to step back another distance, and only by keeping his distance did he not have to look up at Zhang Wei. Chinese, something must be wrong with your mech, right? Is it unable to move? Tell me what's wrong with your mech and I'll find a way to help you. Anthem tried to lasso Zhang Wei. The Chinese men have been concentrated and locked up by you. And where have you hidden those women? Ha? Anthem was a bit confused. What kind of brain is this? How can you say something that doesn't match your own question? Answer my questions and I'll tell you about me. Ha, it's not like it's a secret. When the end times just broke out, our government had already ordered that all Japanese have the power to dispose of Chinese, and that if the Chinese dared to resist, there would be our self-defense forces to come and eliminate them. Those compatriots of yours are probably only 1/10 dead today, and as for the women you mentioned, they've certainly become our playthings. Do you want to know how I tortured them? Do you want to know how they all begged for mercy when they were dying? Anton said with excitement, without any intention of stopping at all. Ha ha, it's okay, you'll see. I'll let you see with your own eyes that there are many more Chinese female slaves that belong to me. Enough for me to play for a long time. And Tang laughed a little wildly, but as he laughed, he stopped laughing because he didn't hear Zhang Wei's angry roar. By the way, you don't know who those women are, so you don't feel anything, right? But do you know how those men react when they see their women being tortured? Some even bit through their own lips. But what is the use of that? They are incompetent, cowardly, and can only pray for my mercy. But unfortunately, even if they kneel on the ground and kowtow their heads, I will not have mercy on you, because a lowly race like you Chinese do not deserve my mercy at all. Zhang Wei must admit, this anthem triumphs. Originally, Zhang Wei had no intention of getting angry at all, because in Zhang Wei's opinion, all the Chinese who ran away to Little Japan were nothing good. But Zhang Wei heard in Tang's description and he was enraged. Perhaps some Chinese people really revere Little Japan, but there are others who came here to make a living. Do people who come here for a living deserve to die, too? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. What? You don't believe it? And Tang opened his mouth when he saw Zhang Wei shaking his head in doubt. It's not disbelief. It's normal for you little Japanese to do anything unconscionable. I'm just shaking my head to tell you that you already have a way to take your death. What? Anton didn't quite understand what Zhang Wei said out loud. The next moment, Zhang Wei took a step and raised his hand. When Zhang Wei's palm landed on Tang's brain, and Tang figured out what exactly Zhang Wei had just said. Chapter 99 Compromise or Die. Zhang Wei didn't snap Anton's neck on the spot. Doesn't he like to torture people? Then Zhang Wei let him enjoy himself, only to see that after Zhang Wei grabbed Tang's head, he didn't care what the other mechs were doing. And after making sure that Tang couldn't resist, Zhang Wei reached out his other hand and directly broke Tang's mech's arm. With mech damage, the pain is transferred to the body as well, just not as intensely. The pain level is about 20 to 30%, but it was enough to soothe Anthem. Screams appeared. Help! Ono shouted frantically. The men under him gripping the chains exerted frantic force. Unfortunately, there was no way to shake Zhang Wei. Arms broken, legs broken, with only his head and abdomen left, Anthem lost all ability to resist. Chop him to death. Ono could no longer look on as he commanded his men to melee mechs, and was the first to rush towards Zhang Wei himself. Seeing that the boss was on board, the minions naturally followed suit. This person, Ono, still had some ability, as he was holding an excellence grade one-handed sword, and before he even got close to Zhang Wei, the blade had already shone with the light of a skill. Zhang Wei looked at Ono, then threw Anton, who was unable to resist in his hand, to the side. Sparks were flying. Ono's knife slashed at Zhang Wei's arm. The toothsome sound spread in all directions, followed by more attacks descending on Zhang Wei's body. You slash, I slash, and I slash. Zhang Wei's mecha had strong defense and was simply fearless of the man's slashes. Zhang Unicorn was fending off the attacks and detecting at the same time as he was calculating the distance. On the melee side, Zhang Wei didn't have anything to worry about, but the distance couldn't be too far away if he wanted to wipe out all the distant mechs as well. By the time the far-fighting mechs all came within 300 meters of Zhang Wei spoke. Did you have fun chopping? Ono originally didn't have any fear of Zhang Wei in his heart anymore. In Ono's opinion, Zhang Wei was just a bit bigger and stronger, with basically no other abilities. There's nothing to be afraid of. However, when Zhang Wei asked, Ono suddenly had a moment of panic. Not waiting for Ono to speak, the blazing heat appeared suddenly. A huge two-handed sword that was even bigger than Ono's mecha appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. Bunch of trash. The super-energetic solar sword swept across. The circle of melee mechs that surrounded Zhang Wei at the very front were all cut in two. They didn't even have the qualifications to make the super-energy sun sword pause. This group included Ono. At the same time, the floating cannons opened fire. The floating cannons did not attack the melee mechs. The floating cannons targeted those faraway mechs. In just a few seconds of work, the floating cannon had fired a dozen times. Zhang Wei activated the extreme fire of the floating cannon. Xiao Bao, stop those guys in the distance. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and ordered. Xiao Bao, who was hidden underneath the campground, suddenly rushed out. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of Xiao Bao's berserk figure. It was then that the upper half of Ono's circle of mechs in their circle managed to fall to the ground. All the mechs were dumbfounded when they heard the rumbling sound of the mechs smashing into the ground. For a moment, the people Ono brought with him surprisingly wouldn't move, as if they were frozen in time. Ono-kun, Ono-kun, someone call Ono. Unfortunately, Ono had been burned to ashes. Jiang Wei didn't spoil these people at all, and swept his sword across, basically splitting all of them in the abdomen of these people's mechs. That is, where the human body is located. Under the high temperature of the super-energetic solar sword, there was no way for these people to survive. So, calling Ono was obviously not getting any response. Run! I don't know who suddenly shouted. A group of mechs looked like they had been turned on the start button and dropped their armor. Turned and ran without a second thought. Run now! It's too late. Superpower battle enhancement. Killing these rookies doesn't even use the superpower battle enhancement. But Jiang Wei didn't want to let any of them go. So there is a requirement for speed. Chop! Chop! Continuous chop. Jiang Wei transformed into the god of death. Each sword could take away at least one life. Pa is also on a killing spree. The far-flung mechs named by the floating cannon were even more miserable. And when Jiang Wei didn't use his superpower battle enhancement, the attack from the floating cannon meant that he was frozen to death in place. Now, one shot goes by and it's full of ice crystal fragments. Big brother, you don't have to care about these guys, let me do it. Xiao Bao was in a hurry. You can't play like that. There won't even be any intact mechs left in Far Cry before we keep playing like this. How can I eat this? Looking for garbage to eat all over the place? This was too much of a disgrace to the king's class. Jiang Wei secretly nodded. There weren't many far-fighting mechs left, and they were dying faster than the close-fighting mechs. Who made them the most likely to run away? Naturally they would be focused on by Jiang Wei. Your Excellency, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Suddenly, someone turned around in place and directly knelt on the ground. There was no way around it, because he could see that there was no way to run away. No way at all. Jiang Wei slaughtered too fast. On the outermost periphery, there was Xiao Bao, a king-level mechanical creature, and Jiang Wei also had the floating cannon. This was still the case when Jiang Wei did not use any other skills, or else these guys would have died much faster. In this situation, the only way to survive is to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Jiang Wei didn't have any mercy. What Anton said just now was still in Jiang Wei's mind, and these guys must be just like Anton, who hadn't spent much time on Chinese people. That being the case, there is no reason whatsoever for these people to live. It's no use getting down on your knees and begging for forgiveness. There are some wrongs that can't be forgiven just by apologizing. Hands up. One mecha after another turned into scrap metal under Jiang Wei's sword. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. This was still Jiang Wei spending some time chasing around. If these guys didn't run, Jiang Wei estimated that he would be able to chop up all these dogs in a minute. Oh, by the way, not all of them are dead. There's one left. Anton, who had been thrown aside by Jiang Wei, was still alive. This is a live one that Jiang Wei left behind on purpose. Since this guy had just spoken so comfortably just now, Jiang Wei naturally could not let him die so easily. Big brother, I'm eating. The blue light released from Xiao Bao's eyes all became a little brighter this time. Eat up, and collect all their cargo holds. Jiang Wei was too lazy to clean up the battlefield. This kind of thing was just right to leave it to Xiao Bao. Okay Pa grinned and started. Jiang Wei came in front of Anton. You, release the merge. It was only when he heard Jiang Wei's order that Antang really came back to his senses. Anthem tried to say something, but soon he compromised. It was compromise or death. The next moment, Anthem and the mech disintegrated. Jiang Wei similarly disintegrated with the mech. Chapter 100 Mechanical Beast. After the disintegration, there was a language barrier. Jiang Wei didn't have much to talk to Anthem about. He was just going to simply torture Anthem. Stepping forward and lifting Anton with one hand, a big earful was unavoidable. When Jiang Wei was almost done pumping, he then broke off Anthem's limbs according to the standards of Anthem's mecha. No, it's 5 limbs. Anton's screams never stopped, and in less than 5 minutes, Anton had no strength left to scream. Jiang Wei saw that the torture was almost over, so he didn't continue to do anything. Merge. To communicate, you must merge with the mech, without the need for Jiang Wei's command. And Tang was cooperative enough to merge with the mech himself after seeing Jiang Wei merge with the mech. Your Excellency, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please let me go. After merging with the mech, Anthem's mech was still the same bear, only the head and the abdomen. The rest of it was gone. However, as long as it was merged with the mech, the energy mech that devoured the source crystals could nourish Anthem's injured body. This is more useful than any medical treatment. Leave you alive and take me to your camp. Can you do that? Jiang Wei spoke in a cold voice. Yes, I can do that. How could Anton dare to say no now? Jiang Wei is too strong. Stronger than Anton's cognizance. So many mechs. So many good brothers. I can't believe it's all gone. Moreover, Jiang Wei can even manipulate monsters. This is simply Simply, Xiao Bao, eat quickly, we have to leave afterward. It was still early in the day, and after cleaning up the battlefield, there was enough time for Zhang Wei to rush to the next camp. Okay, big brother. Xiao Bao immediately sped up at his words. Zhang Wei stared on the side. He could tell that Xiao Bao's body was slowly getting bigger as it continued to devour the metal wreckage. Don't look at the changes slowly, but Zhang Wei knew that Xiao Bao's battle power was rapidly increasing. It was also thanks to Xiao Bao's ability to quickly consume metal wreckage. Otherwise trying to eat so much metal wreckage in one go simply wouldn't have been possible. While Xiao Bao was eating, Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at Intang. Say, the concentration camp you mentioned. Where is it? Zhang Wei believed that Intang at this time would be able to talk to himself properly. As expected, Intang immediately spoke up after hearing Zhang Wei's question. My lord, it's not far from our camp. What kind of work are you having them do? Zhang Wei was a little less able to understand. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, there are basically no jobs suitable for ordinary people. What are these little Japanese doing? This, Anton hesitated. No? Zhang Wei immediately became unhappy. This just didn't serve you comfortably, is it? Say, I said, they didn't do any work. We just concentrated them outside the camp to attract the mechanical creatures. If the mechanical creatures go to kill them, we, got it. What about those women? Zhang Wei interrupted Anton. There was no need for Intang to understand Zhang Wei to know what was going on. To put it bluntly, it's using Chinese men as bait, not even cannon fodder. The Japanese didn't care how many decoys died. They just needed a decoy to lure the mechanical creatures into appearing. As long as there were mechanical creatures attacking the concentration camp, they would be able to harvest the source crystals. The women, except for the ones who died, were sent to our society's headquarters, which is in Osaka. Anthem was still honest and didn't hide it. They, dead? My lord, I'm not sure about this, but I've heard a message that the higher-ups at our headquarters, who are planning something, need a large number of people, or else they wouldn't have asked us to send those women over. You do realize what they're planning, don't you? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. If Intang didn't know any information, I'm afraid he wouldn't have said such words. Yes, I did hear something about it, my lord, and I will tell you the truth as long as you promise not to kill me, my lord. Oh, it's fine, go ahead. Zhang Wei nodded to Anton without much hesitation. Anton was very happy. Although this verbal guarantee wasn't useful, Anton thought that as long as Zhang Wei agreed, then he had a hope of surviving. My lord, I've heard that the society executives have found a very secret place that has a very large, very exaggerated mechanical creature. A giant beast? Zhang Wei suddenly spoke. Mechanical behemoth. It can't be. How come the mechanical beasts are appearing now? Zhang Wei was a little less calm. With Zhang Wei's current body, he did not have the ability to call the shots with the mechanical behemoth. The mechanical behemoth was not a product of the blue planet. It was a true mechanical creature that had followed the initial source crystals to descend on the blue planet. However, in Zhang Wei's impression, the mechanical behemoths would not appear until a year after the end of the world. How come it's showing up here in Little Japan now? Your Excellency described it very aptly. It was indeed a giant beast. Only, that beast has not regained its mobility yet. The senior members of our society made contact with that giant beast, and it is rumored that as long as the beast is given enough human flesh and blood, the beast will be able to quickly regain its mobility. The higher-ups in our society are trying to manipulate the behemoth so that they can rule the entire greater Japanese empire. Ha, you people in the club are quite ambitious. Zhang Wei sneered. A human manipulating a giant beast? Don't make a scene. The mechanical behemoths are the ones that came to invade Blue Star, and the original mechanical behemoths were only destroyed by relying on a large number of mushroom bombs. Otherwise, with the mechanical behemoth in a year's time it would be able to sweep across the entire blue planet, and the marine mechanical creatures would be no match. Mechanical behemoths possessed abilities that could not be compared to the mechanical creatures on the blue planet. My lord, I also feel that this is unreliable. That's why I'm telling your lordship, and I also hope that your lordship can stop this. It's a big matter for all of us humans. Anthem instantly raised the matter to a high level. It couldn't be helped. Only by rising to such heights would Anton truly feel at ease, because then he would be on the same side as Zhang Wei. As for what was really in Anton's heart, that was something only Anton himself knew. Zhang Wei smiled coldly in his heart. This kind of thing was definitely not something that Anton's society could do. To say that there was no shadow of the Japanese government behind this, Zhang Wei would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In my previous life, the fact that the island of Japan fell so quickly might also have something to do with this giant beast. In my previous life, I was too weak to come into contact with this kind of thing. I just don't know how this giant beast was wiped out at that time. However, since I'm already here, I shouldn't be able to use the means of my previous life to destroy this giant beast. Zhang Wei was on fire inside. Behemoths are indeed powerful and indeed difficult to destroy, but the benefits that could be gained after destroying the behemoths were also enormous. For example, legendary high-end equipment. When he thought of the power of those high-end legendary grade equipment, Zhang Wei was a bit unable to restrain his inner joy. Chapter 101. You think you're in control? My lord, are you listening? Anthem panicked a little. What do you mean you're not saying anything? Is that a sign of disapproval of what we're saying? Community of mankind. Isn't that what you Chinese are promoting to the outside world? In the past, I must have scoffed at what you said, but now I very much agree with it. We are a community. We can't be killed. Well, let's go and lead the way. Zhang Wei spoke after returning to his senses. Anthem wouldn't then. Go, how do I get there? I'd like to show you the way, but do you want to see if I have legs? Bao, are you done eating? Big brother, it's almost time. Xiao Bao, who was nibbling around, gave a response without lifting his head. Come over when you're done eating. Take this guy with you and let's go. Anton was definitely unable to walk by himself, and expecting Zhang Wei to carry him was even more of a joke. So, this kind of work out of hard labor can only be performed by Xiao Bao. Po was a good boy after all, and was not at all fussy about what kind of work to do, only to see Xiao Bao running towards Zhang Wei's side in a lively manner. It looked like this was eating beauty. However, Anthem's mood was not beautiful at all. Such a big guy, jumping and running this way. Anton was afraid that one of Xiao Bao's feet would step on him and send him straight away. Luckily, Xiao Bao still had something in his heart, and when he got close to Anton, he flung his big nose and directly rolled Anton up. Although Pa doesn't pick the work, he picks the people. This Anton guy definitely doesn't want to ride on Xiao Bao's body. Being able to roll around on his nose is the best treatment Xiao Bao can give Anton. Zhang Yi didn't care a bit about what treatment Anton got, as long as Anton could show the way. Anton was bitter in his heart, but you can't talk about it, and you have to smile, even when you're wheeled all over the place by an excited little treasure. But, smiling on the surface, secretly MMP. Moreover, Tang had secretly contacted the top management of the association. It was impossible to expect him to truly obey Zhang Wei, and it was more or less the same to undermine Zhang Wei. In this regard, Zhang Unicorn wasn't surprised at all. He didn't expect Tang to be his little brother either. Just a thing to kill after use. On the way to catch up, Zhang Wei used the source crystals he had just collected for Xiao Bao to restore the power he had just given off. The speed of recovery was a bit slow. It couldn't be helped. Who let Xiao Bao collect basically ordinary source crystals? None of these little books are any good. Not even a single piece of equipment. All the equipment below the excellent level were nibbled by Xiao Bao, and there was not a single one above the excellent level. Just as Zhang Wei rushed to the next campsite with Xiao Bao, there was finally a response from the side of the superiors that Tang had contacted. Anton, are you telling the truth? Obviously, Anton's boss didn't quite believe what Anton said. Even after multiple confirmations, it's still very much a non-starter. Or rather, disbelief. Ono can't be contacted anymore. And basically all of the people who followed Ono can't be contacted either. Those who could be contacted had proved that Ono had left the camp. And then by what Anthem said it would also be possible to prove that what Anthem said was true. President, it's true. Ono-kun has been killed. This Chinese is very fierce. We are no match for him at all. Now he is on his way to our camp. President, you must find a way to kill him. And if that's not possible, contact the self-defense force. Anthem voiced his suggestion. Anton thought that it was definitely impossible to kill Zhang Wei using conventional means. What's the point of coming with more mechs when so many of them have been massacred by others themselves? I will consider your offer. The president didn't promise Anthem, nor did he refuse. President, please also make a decision as soon as possible, because it won't take us long to get to the place. Got it. You try to keep your life. With that said, the communication ended. Anton cursed in his mind. What time is it? Still can't put your foot down and beg for self-defense? Even if the self-defense force people help you this time, you won't lose your existing status and position. At most, you'll just give up some benefits. Do you know how many people would have died without the help of the self-defense forces? Unfortunately, Anthem's whining was useless because no one would listen to him. That president had no intention of contacting the self-defense force, and if he let the self-defense force take over now, he was afraid that he would lose more than just a camp. However, even if he didn't invite the self-defense force to help, he still had a way to deal with Zhang Wei. Someone call Ana over here. The president spoke. Hi. Outside the door, someone immediately spoke in response. It wasn't long before a petite, cute-looking woman walked into the president's office. President, you wanted to see me? Ana held a lollipop in her hand and kept rubbing it on her red lips. There's something that needs to be done by you. The president didn't pay much attention to Ana. It's not that the president is a noble man and doesn't approach women, but his heart is in the right place and he's getting older after all. What is it? Ana was a bit confused as she stuffed the lollipop into her mouth. Kill a man. Chinese. To kill a Chinese. You want me to do it myself? Aina's eyes widened. Who is Aina? The strongest person in the entire club at the moment, bar none, because she had received a gift from the behemoth. The mecha had completed its third evolution, and as she herself was a Japanese ninja, she was extremely capable of close combat. Yes, you need to personally take action and kill him. Everything he has is yours. That guy is very strong. You need to be more careful. If you need any help from the society, just ask. Oh, it seems that this is a tricky guy. I hope he can pique my interest. Aina saw that the president was so solemn. She also got serious. Go ahead. He's on his way to Camp Anai. Okay, I'll go now. Aina nodded to the president before turning to leave. Humph. The president gave a disgruntled soft grunt, because Aina had stopped respecting him as president, not even a word of salutation, and had left without saluting, which was a great disrespect. I can get you the behemoth's gift, and I can get others, so I hope you'll do as you're told, or else. The president did not say the latter. The corners of Aina's mouth turned up as she left. Those who have not undergone a third evolution will never understand how powerful one can be after being gifted by a mech. The president's self-satisfied mumbling couldn't be hidden from Aina's ears at all. You think you're in control? Ha! Aina's mouth pushed harder and the lollipop in her mouth was instantly bitten to pieces. Clicking sounds kept appearing as Aina chewed, and a chilling aura instantly spread in all directions with Aina at the center. Chapter 102 Women Can Kill You Too. Aina-sama, what does that old thing want with you? Downstairs, several young women in revealing clothing immediately surrounded Aina when she appeared. Want us to do something? Give him some face, help him this time, and in a few days, we won't have to look at his face. Aina opened her mouth to explain. Hi. The several young girls looked up to Aina, all with an unusually respectful expression. Let's go. To Camp Anai. Hi. Aina led the way. There were 4 of them in their party, and the other 3 young girls were Aina's helpers. Of the 4 of them, naturally Aina's mech was the strongest, but even after 3 evolutions, Aina's mech was only 10 meters tall, and the other 3 women's mechs were only about 7 meters. Apparently, their mechs hadn't undergone a third evolution yet. However, the mech was small but fast. Moreover, they ran with great regularity, and even though it was a skill that was not recognized by the mechs, it was still able to increase their speed quite a bit when they used it. It can be considered a very practical tip. The 4 maneuvered their mechs out of the camp and raced all the way to Camp Anai. The Anai camp was about 50 kilometers from where Aina and the girls were, and it wouldn't take long to run all the way there without a care in the world. By the time Aina and the others arrived at the Anai camp, Zhang Wei had yet to arrive with Anthem. This was because Zhang Wei didn't hurry fast, and instead of running, he walked slowly. Even so, 10 minutes after Aina arrived at the Anai camp, Zhang Wei also arrived. You 3, pester that monster and wait for my support. Understand? Aina opened her mouth to order the 3 girls behind her when she saw Zhang Wei's figure. Hi. The 3 women didn't have any objections. If they were to kill Xiao Bao, a king-level monster, they definitely couldn't do it. But if it's just pestering, there's absolutely no problem. Up. Hi. Aina took the brunt of the attack, heading straight for Zhang Wei, and in less than 2 blinks of an eye Aina was already far away from the 3 mechs behind her. It was also evident from this that Aina's mecha's battle power was far superior to the 3 behind her. The person you called? Zhang Wei coldly spoke to Anton when he saw Aina. No, my lord, it's definitely not me. I didn't contact anyone. Anton hurriedly denied it. How is it possible to admit such a thing? Ha! Zhang Wei just smiled coldly without saying anything more. And Tang would call for people. This was something Zhang Wei was well aware of. It was just that he couldn't figure out why Tang had called for such a small number of people. Who are you looking down on? The speed is okay, but it's still a bit slow. Xiao Bao, don't let this guy die. There's still a use for keeping it. Okay, big brother. Those 3 guys? Kill? Xiao Bao responded to Zhang Unicorn. Depends on your mood. Zhang Wei opened his mouth indifferently. Good riddance. Pabumbled and launched a reverse charge at the 3 mechs rushing towards him. Zhang Wei did not take out his own weapon, and when AI Nai approached to only 200 meters away from Zhang Wei's eyes shone with a purple light. In the next moment, a purple thunderbolt coalesced and headed straight for Aina. Death laser. Aina didn't expect Zhang Wei to be able to unleash his skills in this way, and immediately rolled on the ground to dodge. This roll is really just an evasive maneuver, not a woeful dodge. After rolling, AI Nai's body used the force of the impulse to get up quickly, and her speed of rushing towards Zhang Wei surprisingly did not weaken in the slightest. Oh, Zhang Wei was a bit surprised, not expecting Aina's set of movements to be so silky smooth. However, Zhang Wei was just a bit surprised. A straightforward skill like Death Laser really isn't that hard to dodge if you're intent on avoiding it, but can you dodge a floating cannon? The floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. As a sign of respect, Zhang Wei used rapid fire. firing 3 freezing bullets in a row in a second's time, and made a prediction in advance, sealing off Aina left and right. Oomph! Aina snorted coldly. This time, she didn't roll to dodge, but instead, her body leapt up high, and as she did so, a two-handed long blade appeared in her hand, with a slender blade that was about 8 meters long. Using the power from the sky, Aina made a slashing motion. Zhang Wei kind of didn't understand what kind of operation Aina was doing, because even if Aina jumped into the air, she was still 40 to 50 meters away from Zhang Wei. Is it a skill? Zhang Wei didn't stand still and wait, only to see the propellers on Zhang Wei's legs violently erupt a strong flame. Zhang Wei then bent his legs, and the next moment his body quickly leaped backwards. As Zhang Wei jumped into the air, the floating cannon fired again. Damn it! Aina didn't expect Zhang Wei to act so swiftly as well. Just now, the distance between her and Zhang Wei did reach the distance for her to cast her skill. However, Zhang Wei's one backward jump, jumping out of her attack range, made it difficult. However, what was even more difficult was that Aina was in the air, and without powerful thrusters, there was no way for her to dodge the trajectory of the freezing bomb's attack in advance even if she could see it clearly. What if I can't hide? Chop! The long knife in Aina's hand couldn't cut Zhang Wei, but it could cut the frozen bomb. Aina, who was in the air and had not yet landed, swung the long sword in her hand with great speed, and the long sword was swung out by Aina in a trail of shadows. The cryobomb was successfully intercepted by the long sword before it could even get close to Aina. Then, Aina used the thrust of the frozen bomb to fall to the ground sharply, and the first time her feet touched the ground, Aina's legs snapped, and the ground blew out a half-meter deep crater as a result of Aina's stomping. Such a huge burst of power was exchanged for greater speed. At this moment, Aina was like a cheetah in the wind. Her body was leaning forward, almost parallel to the ground, and her long sword was held sideways in her hand, a combat technique that Aina had mastered, impacting at an extremely fast speed. Without performing a frontal slash, the blade would naturally be able to cut Zhang Wei's mech when charging, and as long as she was fast enough to run a few laps around Zhang Wei would naturally be taken down by her. It's a technique of bullying people with pure speed. This little book of yours, it's a bit capable, Zhang Wei complimented. This was the strongest person with the strongest fighting ability that Zhang Wei had ever seen since the end of the world came. Bar none. It could be said that Aina's fighting skills were much stronger than Zhang Wei's. It was important to realize that this was the beginning of the end times, and the second wave of initial source crystals hadn't even descended yet. It was hard to imagine if this person could live 10 years from now, how strong she would be then. Oomph! Aina snorted coldly, not responding to Zhang Wei's words. Oh, still a woman? Zhang Wei was surprised, not expecting it to be a woman. A woman can kill you too. This time, Aina spoke up. Chapter 103. Let him enjoy himself. Understand? Yeah, I don't believe it. Zhang Wei's tone was a bit frivolous. Aina knew what Zhang Wei meant. Although she blocked the freezing bomb with her long blade, the freezing aura had already spread down the blade to Aina's entire body. Aina could sense that her body had been affected by the freezing aura and was gradually slowing down. Even though the internal power of the mech was constantly dispelling the cold aura, it couldn't stop it from spreading. Aina didn't know why this was happening. All she knew was that she didn't have much time left. Shadow kill. Aina's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air, and even the detection core couldn't detect Aina's figure. When Ai's figure disappeared from the detection core, Zhang Wei didn't dare to continue pretending and immediately drew out his super energy sun sword. Suddenly, Aina's figure appeared behind Zhang Wei's head, and her long sword turned into a stream of light to slash at Zhang Wei's neck. Ai had a deep understanding of how strong Zhang Wei's mech defense was, and according to her own estimation, even if she slashed Zhang Wei's mech's neck, she might not be able to break Zhang Wei's neck in one blow. So, she was ready for a second strike. When Ai's figure appeared, Zhang Wei noticed it at first. Zhang Wei felt very curious about this skill of Aina. Zhang Wei was able to determine that the skill Aina used would definitely not involve a higher energy like space, because there weren't many people who would be able to master this kind of energy in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world many years later. So, what is the principle of the skill that Aina is using now? While thinking that, Zhang Unicorn cocked his head, not to dodge off Aina's attack, but to use his brain to block Aina's blade. The mech on the brain shell had much higher defense than the one at the neck, and Zhang Wei believed that his head would be able to block Aina's knife. As expected, the long knife slash on Zhang Wei's brain just erupted into a burst of sparks, and a mere scratch less than a centimeter deep appeared on the brain's mech. Come down you! Just as Aina wanted to make a second strike, Zhang Wei suddenly reversed and swung the super energy sun sword in his hand. With Zhang Wei's speed, it was simply impossible for Aina to dodge. Halfway out of the sword, Aina was unable to put up an effective resistance and could only use her own sword to slash Zhang Wei's sword. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei didn't give Ai a chance to continue resisting. Relying on his speed, the sword in Zhang Wei's hand changed the direction of his attack, and without waiting to collide with the sword in Ai's hand, He had already slashed at AI Nai's arm. Zhang Wei could resist AI Nai's multiple attacks by relying on his mech's defense, but AI Nai couldn't block Zhang Wei's attacks at all. With one blow, his arm was chopped off, and even the long sword held in his hand fell to the ground. After cutting off one of Ana's arms, Zhang Wei immediately retrieved the Super Energy Sun sword back into the cargo hold before striking out and grabbing Ana's neck. When the huge force in Zhang Wei's hand acted on Ana felt a suffocating sensation. Although the mechs were not required to breathe, the suffocation was very real. It was the kind of feeling that comes when death looms over the heart. Let go of Ana-sama. At this time, the few people who were entangled with Shobu couldn't sit still then. There was no way they would let Zhang Wei kill Ana. However, just as they were trying to go and rescue Ana, Bao got serious. Big Brother's side is settling the battle. He has to work a little harder himself, doesn't he? The tail whipped and the meteor hammer smashed into the mech without any mercy. The speed that Xiao Bao's tail suddenly erupted was simply not something that these three mechs could withstand. And in one strike, the heads of the three mechs were all smashed into pieces by Xiao Bao's tail. Ana was desperate. She didn't think she would simply die like this. It was something she never expected. However, what she didn't know was that Zhang Wei didn't intend to simply kill Ana like that either. Judging from the abilities that Ana had shown, Ana's status and position must have exceeded Anton's. Then, Ana definitely knows more information than Anthem does as well. Therefore, Zhang Wei broke Ana's other arm and both legs very nonchalantly. After Zhang Wei threw the limbs he broke off from Ana far away, Zhang Wei let go of Ana. Without her limbs, even if Ana had mastered any skills, then she wouldn't be able to escape. Xiao Bao on the other side. It was already too late when Zhang Wei wanted to call out to Xiao Bao to make him stop. The three mechs had already been trampled by Xiao Bao, and the people inside the mechs were definitely not going to survive. Rather leave alive one. Zhang Wei muttered in a low voice. Big Brother, what did you say? Xiao Bao, still somewhat excited, turned around and asked Zhang Unique Mouth. Nothing. What can Zhang Wei say? Why don't you kill me? At that moment, Ana, who was lying on the ground, spoke. AI Nai. This woman behaved much more hardened than that guy Anton, who didn't even shout a word of pain when his limbs were broken. Seriously, Zhang Wei kinda admired this woman. What was that skill you just used? Humph, I won't tell you. AI Nai snorted coldly. Knowing that she was bound to die, she decided that before she died, she would definitely not tell Zhang Wei a single word. As for the means of torture, as long as she didn't disintegrate with the mech herself, what could Zhang Wei do to her? Something like torturing him wouldn't do much for the mech. No? Do you believe I'll kill everyone in that camp behind you? You can kill them if you want. What does it matter to me if they live or die? Ana opened her mouth to ask rhetorically. Zhang Wei hadn't really thought too deeply about this issue. Actually, that's right. It's the small talk he has to deal with. Expecting the small talkers to care about the lives of the rest of their compatriots seems to be a bit unrealistic. You don't care about their lives, so do you care about your own? Will you leave me alone? Don't think I'm that stupid. Ana's head glanced toward where Anthem was lying as she spoke. Anthem is definitely lying down and getting hurt. A little smart. Pa, stop playing around. Get him, nibble on him little by little. Let him have a good time. Got it? I understand. Bao bumbled his way to Anton. My lord, please let me go. I'm willing to cooperate with you let's community of mankind my lord, Anton called in a hurry. His limbless body actually rolled on the ground because of the excessive force. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei didn't reply. Xiao Bao was even more nonchalant as he fixed Anton's body firmly on the ground, while opening his mouth and gnawing on it, not feeding, but simply gnawing. Anthem's pleas for mercy turned into screams. The poignancy of the voice made one's scalp numb when listening to it. Zhang Wei didn't feel anything, much less pity. Compared to the things that Anthem did, this punishment was light. Chapter 104 turned out to be a ninja. The one whose scalp was numb was Ana. Ana though relied on her will not to scream out as she endured the pain, but the pain is real. It doesn't go away at the will of the individual. How much pain would one endure if they were actually chewed to death by that mechanical monster? I can tell you, you give me a hard time. Ana couldn't help but open her mouth to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew this would be the case, and if Ana didn't talk like this, he had other ways to make Ana talk. Yes, go ahead. The skill I am using is given by the behemoth. The shadow kill skill is the power light principle, thus allowing the mech to achieve a stealthy effect which is more conducive to assassination. So it utilizes the principle of light. Zhang Wei nodded. That's right. If it was said that Ana had mastered the spatial ability right now, Zhang Wei would definitely not be able to accept it. Ana, on the other hand, was nonplussed. Is that the point of what she said? Shouldn't the focus be on the behemoth? How did you make contact with the behemoths? As far as I know, the behemoths should all be in a state of slumber right now, and the mechanical energy available in Blue Star is not enough to awaken them. How do you know so much? Ana was shocked. Although Zhang Wei didn't say much, he expressed more information than AI Nai. a person who had come into contact with a giant beast. It was true that the behemoth was in a state of slumber, but what exactly it was slumbering for, Aina was not sure, nor was the society behind her. Now, Zhang Wei told Aina the reason why the behemoth was sleeping. It was because of the lack of mechanical energy. Why do initial source crystals descend from the sky every so often? It was because of the lack of mechanical energy on the blue planet, and only when the mechanical energy reached a certain level would the behemoths truly awaken and sweep through this world. How did you get the skill from the behemoth? Zhang Wei didn't answer Aina's question. The loser has no business asking questions of the winner. This is what they found. If you feed enough people, the behemoth will spit out some source crystals, and my skill was opened from amongst an epic source crystal. Aina told the truth. The people who feed to the behemoth are all Chinese? No, it's not. A large portion are Chinese. The rest are from other countries. Ha! Zhang Wei shook his head and laughed. Can you kill me now? Aina didn't want to have a conversation with Zhang Wei anymore. Aina felt terrible about this man. As for why, Aina couldn't say. Perhaps it was because of her sixth sense as a woman. Your fighting skills are impressive. You're not an ordinary person, are you? Zhang Unicorn wasn't in a bit of a hurry to make a move. This Aina's identity was indeed not low, as could be seen from the fact that she was able to get her hands on an epic-grade source crystal. There must be a large number of people waiting to use the giant beast to spit out the source crystals, so why should the epic source crystals be given to Aina to use? I am a ninja. So it's a ninja. You even know about ninjas? Aina was once again shocked. Zhang Wei had lived for 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, so he certainly knew what he should know. The ninjas of Japan and the cultivators of China. Zhang Wei had come into contact with all of them. It was true that the combat skills of these people were much higher than ordinary people, but they were also limited in how strong they were. Because of the limitations of the mechs, much of what they had mastered could not be achieved through the mechs. Take ninjas, for example. Ninjas know how to hold a handblade, can throw smoke bombs, shurikens, etc. So you could say that this is an assassin-like profession. But when it came to manipulating the mech, none of these means could be used, and the only thing that could be used was some combat skills. I've already told you, I know a lot. How many mechs does the power behind you have now? That, I'm not sure, and I'm looking into it. Oh, Zhang Wei was even more interested. Listening to the meaning of these words, there was gossip. I'm really not sure, and if I were, I would have overthrown that old man a long time ago. According to my investigation, the behemoth has spat out at least one legendary grade source crystal, but that one I have not seen. I am the strongest person within the entire society in the open, but I suspect that there are at least 1 or 2 people in the shadows who can fight against me, or even stronger than me. Aina voiced out her guess. She hadn't wanted to say so much to Zhang Wei. She just wanted to beg for a quick death, but Zhang Wei's behavior calmed Aina. No matter what she said, Zhang Wei didn't have any surprise, as if he already knew it. Aina didn't know the depths of Zhang Wei, so she didn't have the idea of trying to hide anything. So, you were pushed out to die. Zhang Wei spoke to Aina with certainty. Don't care if it is or not, just make a diversion first. Yes, I've sensed it. That old man must have known that you were so powerful. He just let me come to die, because within the camp, there were already many people who had secretly defected to me, and he was afraid that I would overthrow him, so he struck first. Aina followed Zhang Wei's words and speculated downward. A speculation that instantly made everything make sense. I can help you get revenge. You help me? Why? Aina looked at Zhang Wei without understanding. To say that Zhang Wei was pitying her, Aina wouldn't believe such nonsense at all. It was true that all strong people had a heart of compassion, but the compassion of the strong would not be generalized. Not to anyone. Aina didn't think Zhang Wei would take pity on her. Because I'm going to kill all the Japanese, and helping you will save me some trouble. Your Excellency, I am also Japanese. Aina was furious. Saying that he would kill all Japanese in front of a Japanese, Aina felt a wave of shame explode in her heart. Oh, to put it another way, what I'm saying is, to kill all the Japanese who are unfriendly to China. Is that acceptable to you if you put it that way? That can. Aina compromised. There really is nothing wrong with Zhang Wei saying so. If it was her Aina who became Zhang Wei's current character today, she would also kill all the Chinese. At one time, a large number of ninjas died in China, which was a shame that deeply entered the bones of every ninja. And every ninja was hateful to China, including Aina. Since that's the case, I think that you should be willing to cooperate with me. I'll help you take revenge. And after that, whether I kill you or not, that's up to your own choice. What do you think? Zhang Wei voiced his proposal. Use different tactics when dealing with different people. Anton's kind of soft bones, a strong pressure to scare him was enough to make him cooperate. But I'm afraid that this trick wouldn't work so well on Aina's body. So Zhang Wei switched to this current trick. What do you want me to do? Aina didn't promise Zhang Wei right away. All you have to do is to take me to see that giant beast. and on your way to take me there, the old man you talk about will definitely send someone to stop you, or even arrive in person, and when that happens, I will naturally help you take revenge. If that's all it is, I promise. Chapter 105 Splice Monster. Aina agrees to Zhang Wei's offer of cooperation. Since that old man wanted to get her killed, she naturally wouldn't let that president get away with it. It's better if we all die together. As for whether or not Zhang Wei would be able to see the giant beast, that would depend on Zhang Wei's ability. If Zhang Wei was able to block the people who came to assassinate her, she would naturally keep her promise to bring Zhang Wei to meet that giant beast. If Zhang Wei died halfway, it wouldn't count as her AI's word against hers. In that case, let's get going. You can contact that old man now. Zhang Wei reminded Aina. I'm afraid that the satellites on this side of the smallest side aren't that developed to monitor in real time, so there's no way to know how miserable Aina and the girls are right now. It was still necessary for Aina to take the initiative to inform about what was happening over here. Are you really not afraid at all? I've already told you, and I'm not sure what kind of cards he really has. Aina looked at Zhang Wei in a very incomprehensible manner. According to Aina's thoughts, right now they should sneak forward while the other party hadn't realized it yet, instead of doing what they were doing now, with a big grin on their faces. What do you think? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question. Aina was speechless for a long time. Well, listen to you. What could Aina say? Zhang Wei was not afraid of death, so she, who was already half dead, had to keep her opinions to herself even if she had any. Tell that old thing that I wasn't able to stop that Chinese man, that my mech has shattered, and that the man is now headed to Osaka, so tell him to prepare to die. Aina contacted the president's staff, and she was sure that what she said would soon be known to that president. As expected, the president, who was inside the Osaka camp, was soon informed of the situation on Aina's side. When he heard this intelligence, his first reaction was impossibility. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Aina lose? President, these are Aina-sama's own words. If she is lying to you, then she. The president's men didn't go into detail, but the president was a man of the people and understood at the first moment what his men meant by that. If Aina deliberately let the water go, Aina's meaning was clear. She was going to use this Chinese man to kill herself, but that's not right either. If that was the case, Aina could have left them uninformed and waited for that Chinese man to suddenly kill the camp. Wouldn't she be able to catch them off guard? No, Aina wouldn't joke around about something like this even though she's got something else on her mind. So you go down first. The president waved. After a few minutes of waiting for his men to leave, the thinking president picked up the landline phone on his desk. It didn't take long for the call to connect. How's the experiment going? The president opened his mouth to inquire. President, the experiment is moving in a good direction. Just give us 2 more days to complete it. No, you are out of time. Release the experiments immediately. I need them to form a fighting force now. President, I'm afraid this won't work. Our experiment hasn't fully succeeded yet. If we rashly release the experimental subjects, I'm afraid they'll hurt our own people. The experimental staff on the opposite side sounded a little alarmed. How strong the experiments they created were. Only they, the experimenters, knew. If they can't form a fight, then our entire camp will be destroyed. Is it important that a few people die or that the camp is destroyed? Hurry up and do as I say. The president growled loudly. Hi. This time, the experimenter was honest and answered very dryly. Damn, how nice to be a few days late. After putting down the phone, the president slumped in his chair somewhat helplessly. Inside the city, a ground suddenly cracked in a place that was a full dozen kilometers away from the camp on the opposite side of the city. It's not just the ground, it's the entrance to this underground lab out here. The entrance was established within a rotten construction site, where there were no people before the end of the world, and now there was even less than a single living thing to be seen. They can only simply listen to some of our commands now. If we really want to command them to fight, we need to follow in order to do so, and there's a big chance that they'll turn against us if they encounter a strong stimulus. Isn't the president asking us to get killed? One of the experimenters grumbled a very disgruntled complaint. Don't complain, it's rumored that we're dealing with a very powerful Chinese man. Even that woman, Aina, fell into the hands of this Chinese man. Aina? What kind of a thing is she? Any one of our random experiments could kill her. All stop talking and get moving. The head of the experimenters opened his mouth to angrily rebuke, and now all the experimenters were honest. Go, set off. With a command, the 8 experimenters began to advance with 3 oddly shaped mechanical creatures. Why is it oddly shaped? Because the main body of this mechanical creature was a human mech. But what was installed on top of this human mech that didn't belong to a human mech? For example, limbs, feathers, tails, scale armor, and so on. And all 3 of these monstrous mechanical creatures had a common feature on their bodies. They all had a triangular jetport on top of their heads. All of you be honest, complete the mission. There will be rewards for you when you return. and all of you should listen well. Understand? The head of the experimenters opened his mouth to the three monsters. The three monsters had already been mostly domesticated, and they all nodded their heads with souled energy after hearing this, with the one on all fours being more like a pug, just about sticking out its tongue and licking it. The other two showed less eagerness, but both were cooperative. As for how these little sayings were able to domesticate such monsters, it was because these monsters' bodies were mechs, and mechs were operated by humans. The reason why it was currently uncontrollable wasn't because the person who was controlling the mech didn't listen, but the person who was controlling the mech's thinking was chaotic, and with so many things that didn't belong to them hooked up to their bodies, their brains were being pounded by all kinds of thoughts, and they didn't turn into little cuties on the spot. It was already very impressive. Those who couldn't carry it off had already been eliminated long ago, and there were a total of more than 30 experimental subjects within the experimental base, and in the end, the only ones who survived were just the three of them. Good, they're still cooperating. It was a good experiment this time. Get going. Seeing that none of the subjects resisted much, the head of the experimenters was quite satisfied. Hi, the group set off with confidence, heading straight for Zhang Wei's current bearing. This orientation was revealed by Ana and approved by Zhang Wei. They've sent someone, but I'm not sure exactly who, but they seem to be very confident, and have told me to wait in peace for help. Will you be able to do that? Chapter 106. If you can't beat them, run away. In the face of Ana's questioning, Zhang Wei did not open his mouth to explain anything. All explanations pale in comparison, and the only way Ana will shut up is to show her what true power is. Even if you're confident, should you make some preparations in advance? Ana spoke up again and suggested. Ana wasn't concerned about Zhang Wei's death. She was concerned about whether or not she could get her revenge. Killing only some of that old thing's henchmen was definitely not something Ana was willing to do. Also, Ana didn't feel like she was bound to die. She was a ninja, and as long as she disintegrated with the mech, there were many other ways she could escape. But the prerequisite is that the environment has to be chaotic for it to work. If there's no confusion, how can Zhang only send Ana away with a cryobomb? How can he escape? As for the mech, it doesn't matter anymore. This mech is gone. Just grab another one. Although the level of the robbed mechs is definitely low, but it can still be slowly upgraded. No need. Zhang Wei faintly responded with 3 words. Even if that's the case, isn't it also the principle this Anai camp? If you're really suppressed by then, guess if the people within the Anai camp will still be as honest as they are now. Ana reminded Zhang Wei as she looked at the Anai camp not far away. Zhang Wei didn't open his mouth to answer. In front of absolute strength, everything is a paper tiger. Ana was helpless. Eventually, she stopped talking, and lay quietly on the ground, waiting. Anyway, even if Zhang Wei died, she wouldn't have much to do. The big deal was that she would be at that old thing's mercy from now on. As time passed, Zhang Wei finally saw the enemy silhouette when the noon sun shone hotly on the earth. What is this thing? Through rough detection, Zhang Wei saw 3 monsters. Ana looked at Zhang Wei, who couldn't help but stand up, and was puzzled in her heart, wondering what Zhang Wei had seen. What was found? Ana opened her mouth to Zhang Wei curiously. Zhang Wei hadn't shared the functions of the detection core with Ana, nor did he have any intention of doing so. But now, Zhang Wei really couldn't help himself, and he shared the core functions with Ana. Ana realized how ridiculous she was at this point. Zhang Wei's detection distance is too far, isn't it? While checking out the monster, Ana mentally raised Zhang Wei's danger level by 2 more levels. Any idea what these things are? Zhang Wei could tell that these 3 monsters had been remodeled by someone, but Zhang Wei could not distinguish what exactly was installed on these monsters for a moment, because so much has been artificially altered. Take, for example, the feathered wings on the monster, which look out of place, and the mounted tail, which is a bird's eye view. I'm not sure about anything else, but that jet above their heads. I know. What's that? That's what's on the behemoth. Ana was very serious when she said that. Parts from the behemoths were installed by them on human mechs? I must say, you little Japanese are really whimsical. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sneer. Are the parts on the behemoth that easy to manipulate? You, thought I'd warn you about being careful. Those jets are capable of spewing out gases that are very hot, hotter than your sword. And now that I'm pissed off, I don't want to tell you. Ha! Zhang Wei laughed. This arrogant Japanese is still pretending when she has already said it. Pa, pick an opponent and leave the remaining 2 to me. Yes, big brother. The wariness in Xiao Bao's eyes was strong. After hanging out with Zhang Wei for such a long time, Xiao Bao's guts had been practiced, and facing monsters that were about the same size as him, Xiao Bao didn't bring any fear at all. We've used the back of a giant whale as the deck of a ship. How can a monster scare Bao? Zhang Wei nodded to Xiao Bao, and then, he drew out the super energy sun sword. Facing such an unknown monster, it was natural to be a bit more careful for the better. Soon, the 3 monsters approached to a range of kilometers from Zhang Unicorn. Zhang Wei disconnected from sharing with Aina and switched detection methods alone. This time, the three monsters' physiques were constantly being detected by the detection core, and through the detection core's detection, Zhang Wei was able to determine some of the weaknesses on these monsters. The splicing is really simple and rough. Moreover, the intelligence of these guys is really all damaged. Loading the will of a giant beast with a human brain is really looking for death. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to comment. If only the limbs of other mechanical creatures were grafted onto the body. Even if they were grafted onto the limbs of king-level mechanical creatures, there was a high probability that nothing would happen to the human. But carrying parts on a behemoth is a different story. The parts on the behemoth have unique functions, which also contain the power of the behemoth's body. And crucially, the behemoth's power is not at all the same thing as the human mech stuff. Mechanical creatures are the closest relatives of human mechs. So what happens when two different power sources collide with each other? How much damage would be done to a human body being inside a mech under such a violent impact? The first thing that gets destroyed is their brains. In fact, more than 30 experimental subjects could survive 3 if Zhang Wei knew about it. Zhang Wei could only say that it was a miracle. Of course, the ability to have this survival rate is inextricably linked to the experimenters. One must admit that the little Japanese really do have a bit of a talent when it comes to getting into this kind of sick stuff. Splicing? Yes, I know. That legendary grade source crystal must be in their experimental base. They should have used the energy of the legendary grade source crystal to complete their experiments. As if Aina suddenly thought of something, she spoke to Zhang Wei extremely quickly. There is indeed this possibility. Zhang Wei nodded. Legendary grade source crystals were of great use, and there was one hidden in the meteor hammer at the tip of Xiao Bao's tail. Little Treasure's source crystal was able to spawn mechanical insects, so it seemed reasonable that little Benji would use the energy of the legendary grade source crystal to help them create such monsters. What now? Are you sure you're a match for them? If you can't beat them, just run. Aina needed a partner like Zhang Wei right now, and she already didn't want Zhang Wei to die so quickly. At least, Aina didn't want Zhang Wei to die before he killed the old man above her. Run? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. 3 spliced monsters trying to make themselves run? If that's all you're capable of, did you come to the Japanese base camp to get yourself killed? The battle power of these 3 monsters might be strong, but they would all be around 1,000 points, which was still much worse than Zhang Wei. If Little Treasure eats these things, his battle power should be able to increase a lot, right? Chapter 107. Don't be afraid. We have another experiment. Hey, what are you thinking about? They're already killing us. Aina spoke up loudly to remind Zhang Wei. What time is it? Still time to froth here? Bao. Throw her on the ground. Don't let her die. Okay, big brother. Saying that, Bao threw Aina to the ground without any mercy at all. And then, Pa rushed out with gusto. Looking at this stance, it was even more aggressive than Zhang Wei had shown. Zhang Wei was right behind Xiao Bao, and the offense caused by the two of them looked a bit more exaggerated than those 3 monsters. Kill them. The accompanying experimenter beside the monster opened his mouth to give the order, and the 3 monsters charged forward very cooperatively. Without waiting for the 2 sides to approach, the floating cannon opened fire first, and the monster with wings capable of flying became the floating cannon's key target. For this kind of long-distance attacking means, these people had never seen it at all, and the Birdman monster could not cope with it at all, and its body was continuously hit by the floating cannons. The power of freezing didn't care what kind of monster you were. The ice crystals kept spreading on the Birdman monster's body, and he couldn't maintain his flying stance at all, his body falling from the middle of the sky to the ground. Stupid. Use a skill. The Birdman dropped, and the person following him cursed angrily and opened his mouth. After this person's reminder, it was as if the Birdman only reacted, only to see the jet on his forehead spewing out a burst of mist, which quickly enveloped the Birdman's body, and in less than a few seconds, all the ice crystals on the Birdman's body melted. By this time, Zhang Wei had also made a short fight with another monster. The power of the super energy sun sword was not something that this monster could resist. With just one sword, one of the monster's legs was removed. For this kind of thing that only knew how to charge hard and did not know how to dodge, Zhang Wei was really comfortable bullying it. In Zhang Wei's opinion, this kind of thing with a low IQ was not as good as some Fae with high combat power. What's the use of having a high level of battle power when you can't utilize it? Just as Zhang Wei raised his sword in an attempt to get this monster completely killed, the jet on this monster's forehead suddenly spewed out a fiery snake. Zhang Wei couldn't dodge in time and raised his sword to parry. The huge impact formed by the flames pushed Zhang Wei backward, and 2 deep ditches were plowed under Zhang Wei's feet. This power? Did you guys remove the behemoth's thrusters? Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth and spit. If Zhang Wei's thrusters were enlarged, each individual jet would be identical to the jets on the foreheads of these 3 monsters. Though they only used thrusters with only one jet, it was something that had been removed from the behemoth. This aspect of power was not comparable at all, and according to Zhang Wei's estimation, The propellers on the behemoth were at least high-end legendary class things, because in order to provide enough propulsion for the behemoth, it simply couldn't be done without thrusters of a certain quality. Roar! Just as Zhang Wei was thinking, the monster that had one of its legs removed by Zhang Wei fiercely lunged at Zhang Wei. It's really just the same kind of lunge as a wild animal. A raw lunge. Death laser. Zhang Wei's eyes condensed lightning. Purple laser formed and hit the monster right in the brain. The monster wasn't a vegetarian either. Perhaps driven by fighting instincts? The jets that had just finished spraying flames spewed out flames again. The laser slammed into the flames. The laser disappeared, and the flames were still spewing. It wasn't that Zhang Wei's laser was not powerful enough, but that the laser had no follow-up power. Laser is a skill and monster jets are not. Just like Zhang Wei's thrusters, they can be used when they want to and can even be overloaded. In other words, the flames spewing out of the opponent's brain can go on forever. In that case, Zhang Wei suddenly moved. He changed his stance and avoided his opponent's brain. Since he couldn't just defeat the opponent's flames, he would avoid them. The speed that Zhang Wei could exert far exceeded that of the monster, and the speed at which the monster transformed its body simply couldn't keep up with Zhang Wei. Only Zhang Wei's body had arrived at the monster's side after a few prances. A sword slash followed. The monster's head fell to the ground. The decapitated monster's body kept its forward momentum and rushed out in a doggy stance on the ground. By this time, the birdman that had hardened itself against the floating cannon's attack had already arrived in mid-air, no more than 100 meters away from Zhang Wei. He did not continue to approach Zhang Wei, and the jets on his brain shell continuously sprayed flames to fend off the attacks of the floating cannons, while countless sharp blades suddenly shot out from his flickering wings. The sharp blades were palm-sized and didn't look big, but they were all exceptionally sharp. Zhang Wei waved his hands, and the super energy sun sword slashed diagonally into midair. Extreme thunder blast. A ball of light was flung from the tip of the sword. The ball of light exploded in the air as it touched the first sharp blade. All of the 100 meters in a radius were affected by the waves of energy released by the extreme thunderbolt. Only a few pieces of the palm-sized sharp blades crossed this barrier and hit Zhang Wei's body. Unfortunately, the power of these sharp blades was really limited, only leaving a few scratches on Zhang Wei's neck. The bird monster didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so resistant to being punched, and he fell out of the air in a bit of a daze. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue to fly in the sky, but the move he had just made had shot out all the feathers on his wings, and without feathers only the skeleton of the wings could not be supported in continuing to fly in the sky. When he dropped to the ground, Zhang Wei had long since rushed underneath his body across a distance of 100 meters. Zhang Wei didn't give the birdman any chance to explain, and raised his hand and sent a sword straight to the birdman's crotch. With this sword, Zhang Wei was not trying to cut off the birdman's lifeblood. Birdman was also a master with limited intelligence. If he used his thrusters to change his falling orientation at this time, this was able to avoid Zhang Wei's attack. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have the sense to use the thrusters. The super-energetic solar sword cleaved the birdman's crotch. Unlike the birdman's feathered attacks that had little power, Zhang Wei's attacks were simply not something the birdman could withstand. A sword that cut from the crotch of his pants all the way to the top of his head. Everyone was confused when the two pieces of mech wreckage crashed to the ground. Aina was shocked and didn't know what to say. The experimenters who followed the two monsters were even more mute with their mouths open. The powerful experimental subjects that they had pinned high hopes on had been lightly exterminated by someone else. 2 of them. That's a real understatement. It's almost like seconds. How can this be acceptable to this group of experimenters who are proud of their 3 experimental questions? However, it's not possible to not accept it, because it's the truth. The facts that have been laid before their eyes. Don't be afraid. We still have an experiment. At this time, I don't know who opened his mouth and shouted this. In the next moment, all of these people looked to their last hope. Chapter 108 entering the experimental base. Hope. Shattered. Xiao Bao's side was also resolved quickly, facing something that only knew how to rampage. Xiao Bao didn't have any trouble at all in resolving it, and when these people looked towards Xiao Bao's side, Xiao Bao was already feeding. The meteor hammer had cut the monster off at the waist, and the experimenters who had followed that other monster had all been brutally exterminated, with none of them surviving. Tell them not to think of running. Whoever runs, dies. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at Aina who was thrown not far away. Aina heard Zhang Wei's words before she reacted. Okay. Aina then relayed Zhang Wei's words. Several of the experimenters trembled. At this time, let alone running, let them walk, they would probably already be unsteady. Ask them what's going on with these 3 monsters. The experimenters didn't have mechs, and without mechs they couldn't understand Zhang Wei's words, so they needed Aina to relay Zhang Wei's question. As for what these experimenters said, Zhang Wei was able to understand them. My lord, this lord from China, we are just researchers. Science has no borders. We are also working for the survival of all mankind. Please spare us. Let them answer the question. Zhang Wei was disgruntled. Science without borders? Indeed. But scientists have borders. And for all mankind? If mankind is counting on a few of you rotten things, it's better not to live, and it would be more enjoyable to kill yourselves altogether. Aina heard Zhang Wei's dissatisfaction and her words were much sharper. Hey, these 3 experiments were created by us through the means of grafting. I didn't realize that these 3 things were so vulnerable in front of the valiant lord. Ask them if they're using legendary grade source crystals to prompt these mechs to fuse with the monster's limbs. Aina froze for a moment at her words, but soon she opened her mouth to ask, which was something Aina wanted to know. Hi. Yes, your honor is not only valiant, but also knowledgeable. It was the power of that legendary grade source crystal that we used to succeed in our experiments. The rest of their bodies are ordinary mechanical creature limbs that we collected, but the jets on their heads were taken from the body of the behemoth. And if your honor needs them, we still have plenty of related materials among our experimental base. Take us to the experimental base. Zhang Wei made a decision. Heading to the experimental base. What Zhang Wei was looking for was definitely not the raggedy materials they said. That kind of stuff was only worthy of being Xiao Bao's rations. What Zhang Wei was looking for was that legendary grade source crystal. Hey, thank you for not killing me. We'll definitely help you transform your mech to perfection, Aina-sama, and your situation can be greatly improved. The experimenters obviously knew Aina as well and recognized her. Aina's current state was simply the most perfect experiment, which didn't even require their hands to chop off the useless limbs from Aina's body. Aina's anger flared. Although her mech's limbs were severed, as long as she had enough source crystals to support them, her limbs were capable of repairing themselves back. And who would want to install all those strange things on their body? However, with Zhang Wei present, even if Aina was dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't explode on the spot. Little treasure, come over here and eat the heads of these guys, it'll be good for you. Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao bumbled over. He also knew that eating the heads of these weird things would be good for him. He had just eaten a head and his battle power had increased by more than 50 points. 10 minutes later, after Bao had eaten all he was supposed to, the party set off again. It's just that the group is a little bigger this time, and Pa has to carry a little more people with him. Luckily, it didn't slow down. Along the way, the experimental staff on the back of Xiaobao and AI Nai is a distance. They want to whisper to AI Nai, but do not dare to contact AI Nai directly. One of them suffocated that difficult. Aina knew what these people were trying to tell themselves, but Aina was too lazy to bother with these guys. They're all traitors to that old thing, and Aina won't help them. Actually, that would be a bit petty of Aina. The few surviving experimenters weren't trying to ask Aina to do anything. They just wanted to warn her. Unfortunately, there was no chance. When their group arrived outside the experimental base, none of these people sought any opportunity to communicate with Aina. In the end, a few people had no choice but to obediently open the entrance to the base before leading Zhang Wei into the base. Luckily, this base was built large enough, and with the experimental body also used the power of the mecha to forcefully expand this experimental base a lot. Otherwise, Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao, with their physique, really wouldn't be able to enter this base. My lord, the source crystals you want are in the deepest part of the base. My lord, please come with us. My lord, don't worry. There are no more experiments in the base. There is no danger. Except for those 3 successful experiments. All the other experiments are already dead. One of the experimenters spoke eagerly to Zhang Wei. It acted as if they weren't welcoming an intruder, but more like they were welcoming their old friend. Zhang Wei was a little confused. Aina, on the other hand, reminded Zhang Unicorn. These people, there's something wrong with them. See, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Wei belonged to the category of being an artist who was bold and didn't bring any fear at all. Aina could sense that something was wrong with these people, but exactly how Aina couldn't say. After all, her knowledge of this base was basically zero. It didn't take long for the group of them to arrive at the deepest part of the experimental base. A very large underground space had been dug out here, which had a radius of 300 to 400 meters and a height of 50 to 60 meters. The entire underground space, brightly lit. It could be seen that there had indeed been a number of experimental bodies here. All sorts of machinery throughout the underground space. The most striking thing was the large-sized vessel at the very center of the underground space. Inside the vessel was a floating source crystal. The source crystal released 7-colored light. It was a legendary grade source crystal. Connected to the vessels were countless tubes that would infuse the energy released from the legendary grade source crystals to be stored within the other vessels, so that when the need arose, they could be taken out and used directly. It can be said that these little Japanese do have some ability. My lord, the source crystal is right there. I'll go take it out for you. No need. Zhang Wei raised his hand and directly inserted it on the ground in front of this guide. For something like fetching source crystals, Zhang Wei could just go by himself. After saying that, Zhang Wei stepped into the underground space, and then went straight to where the source crystal was. Just as Zhang Wei walked towards where the source crystal was located, The faces of the experimenters who followed him all inadvertently revealed smiles. Chapter 109. Find out right away. Look out. Aina was all too familiar with what these people's smiles meant. These people want to get Zhang Wei killed, but Aina doesn't want to. Aina was counting on Zhang Wei to help her, and didn't want to let herself fall into the hands of these experimenters. Just take a look at the monsters that had been exterminated by Zhang Wei earlier to know what would happen to him. Zhang Wei looked back at Aina. The experimenters standing around Aina each had a gracious smile on their faces, and that complimentary look made Zhang Wei want to slap them. Xiao Bao, kill them all. Zhang Wei gave Xiao Bao the order. The legendary grade source crystals had already been found, and there was no longer any use in keeping these people. Good. Little Treasure didn't care about all the sevens and swung his tail and swept toward the crowd. Damn it, blow him up. At this point, there's no need to hide it. Only one person took out a remote control and instantly pressed the red button on it. Little Japan is also afraid of accidents when they do this kind of experiment. This is the insurance means they set up. Only, now this insurance tactic was used on Zhang Wei. Ha! Zhang Wei had long been prepared. With the detection core in place, the bomb buried inside the wall could not escape Zhang Wei's detection at all. As the bomb was detonated, Zhang Wei rushed out with an arrow step and pressed the vessel containing the legendary grade source crystal underneath his body, before allowing the raging energy to wreak havoc above his back. Mushroom bombs couldn't even kill Zhang Wei. What can this conventional bomb do to Zhang Wei? The reason why Zhang Wei took the risk was because he wanted to protect the legendary grade source crystal. Nothing can go wrong with this baby. Just as the explosion had just risen, a group of experimenters had also been swept away by Xiao Bao, all flying towards the center of the field. Just in time, they came in with a face-catching bomb, not waiting for these people to fall to the ground. The power of the bomb just fully erupted, and the raging flames engulfed all of these people in an instant. Aina was also good or bad enough to be swept away by Xiao Bao's tail, but as Aina's body flew out, Xiao Bao used his tail to reel Aina back in. Zhang Wei could resist the power of the explosion, but Aina couldn't. Your master, go save him. Aina was anxious. Aina wasn't sure that if Zhang Wei was blown up, the monster that was Xiao Bao would still be able to keep her alive. A monster without a master to restrain it must reveal its nature, right? Just thinking about the image of Bao gnawing on the mech gave Aina a shudder. Why don't you go? Inside the grounds, smoke filled the air, fire raged in the sky, and boulders kept falling from the top as Aina watched. Luckily, the place where Aina and Bao were was reinforced with steel, and although it did vibrate, there was no risk of it collapsing. Po remained unmoved after hearing Aina's words. There's really no point in trying to move. Aina was in a hurry, which meant that she herself had no way to move right now. Otherwise she would have already rushed in to save the others. Just as the grounds were still in a state of chaos, a tall mecha suddenly appeared in Aina's eyes. Zhang Wei, stand up. The violent explosion only scraped off a layer of skin on Zhang Wei's back. In the next moment, Zhang Wei jumped directly to Aina's side with a big jump while holding the legendary great source crystal. You're okay? Aina couldn't believe what she was seeing. How can this Chinese man act like nothing happened after that violent explosion? Of course it's fine. Zhang Wei responded casually. I've seen mushroom bombs before. What's a little fight like this? The only thing worth Zhang Wei's attention right now was the legendary grade source crystal he was holding. After Zhang Wei violently dismantled the vessel containing the legendary grade source crystals, Xiao Bao shyly came over. The big nose is still sniffing. Step aside. Don't you have one yourself? Zhang Wei mercilessly pushed Xiao Bao away. Little Treasure was so aggravated. Big brother, I don't want it. I'll just smell it. You have another one? Aina moved her eyes to Bao's. A source crystal of this level and one more? Po tilted his head proudly. Yes, there is. What? Zhang Wei was too lazy to pay attention to the Xiao Bao fellow. His attention was all focused on the legendary source crystal. Turn on. Zhang Wei didn't have the bad habit of keeping legendary source crystals. Although the energy released by the legendary source crystal was useful, it was only after opening the source crystal that one could better enhance one's battle power. Ding! Obtaining legendary grade, vacuum energy shield. Vacuum energy shield, legendary, battle strength plus 500. The energy shield formed by using the vacuum state has an extremely strong defense effect. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. An energy shield, or a legendary one. Equipment. Well, the gear doesn't fit. The energy shield equipment bit can only be opened after the mech has made its fourth evolution. Without an equipment location, you can only stare at the legendary energy shield when you get it. What's this? Aina lay on the ground and looked hard. Because Zhang Wei was too tall, she couldn't really see, much less know what Zhang Wei was holding. But this thing was opened from amongst the legendary grade source crystals, so it was definitely a good thing. Zhang Wei glanced downward before retracting the energy shield into the cargo hold. Zhang Wei wouldn't tell Aina about such a good thing. Nothing, we should go. Petty. Aina spoke up irritably. For nothing she was worried about this guy's well-being just now. Jiang Wei turned around as if he hadn't heard Ana's words. Pa was still a little lingering. The explosions in the grounds had stopped and there was still a lot of broken metal inside. Which could be food. Let's go. There's more delicious food outside. And if you really can't, get a giant beast's leg for you to eat. Jiang Wei patted Xiaobao's brain. As soon as Xiaobao heard this, he immediately followed Jiang Wei with his butt. Hey, there's me. Ana couldn't help but exclaim. Without looking back, Pa curled his tail around Ana's body and threw it on his back. Osaka campground. Feeling the vibrations coming from the experimental base, the folds of Club President Okamoto's old face had drawn together. What happened? Can someone tell me what's going on? Okamoto was growling. Each of the few men standing behind him trembled with fear and didn't know how they should answer. Say, Okamoto turned to rage. Hey President, the experimental base blew itself up. We haven't investigated what exactly happened, but based on a cursory investigation, it should be our people who lured the Chinese person into the base. Blow him up? Okamoto couldn't help but speak. He didn't care how many people died, and he didn't care what the base was bombed into. He cared whether Jiang Wei was dead or not. President, that's something we can't say for sure, but we've sent someone to check it out. Find out right away. Chapter 110: A One-Sided Massacre. I have to say that this club in Okamoto is really something. They didn't send personnel to investigate. The first thing they sent was a swarm of drones. Jiang Wei saw hundreds of small drones hovering above his head, but Jiang Wei ignored them. Let them see it if they want to. They won't show their cards until they get nervous. For this camp in Osaka, Jiang Wei was determined to win. For no other reason than for the source crystals alone. Jiang Wei wouldn't let it go. Currently, Jiang Wei was still rather anxious about upgrading his mech to level 80, who just got a legendary energy shield. However, to raise the level of a mecha from 50 to 80, it would require a massive amount of source crystals, even a massive amount of high-level source crystals. It was important to realize that all mechanical creatures were currently basically at the novice stage, and the energy of the source crystals in their bodies was not that strong. The difficulty involved in leveling up to level 80 in a novice village could be imagined. Moreover, there simply weren't that many high-grade source crystals to take to Jiang Wei to use. However, according to Ana's description, the amount of source crystals in the middle of the Osaka camp was very considerable. Therefore, Jiang Wei was quite willing to mobilize all the living opposition forces within the Osaka camp. If this hurt his source crystal, Jiang Wei's mood would become very grumpy. Hey, they're sending over drones. They're definitely going to try to kill you next. Are you sure you don't want to prepare something? They are capable of utilizing powerful artillery. Ana was still patiently reminding Jiang Wei. I know. Jiang Wei responded very flatly. If he's not afraid of missiles, how can Jiang Wei be afraid of artillery? Artillery is also subject to capture by the detection corps when approaching within kilometers of Chang's only. Once captured, it can be intercepted with a float gun, unless a saturation attack is used to hurt Jiang Wei, or a mushroom bomb. Unfortunately, these 2 points are not expected to be done even by Japan's current regular self-defense forces. So expect an association to do it? Why do you care so little? Even if you're not afraid, aren't we? Ana just couldn't help herself. The defensive power of Jiang Wei's mecha was something she had witnessed for all to see, and she must admit that it was really very hard. But no matter how hard you are on yourself, I'm not hard at all. If this gets blown up, it's going to be a straight-up raggedy mess. Bow, take her and lean back a bit, don't let her die. There's still a use for keeping her. Hey, can you avoid me? Ana was going crazy. Talking like that in front of you, do you still treat me like a human being? Zhang Unicorn didn't want to avoid AI Nai at all. He wasn't afraid that AI Nai would give up and quit. Even if they really quit, then they are not afraid. Throughout the Osaka camp, the number of people who know the location of that giant beast will definitely not be too few, and when the time comes, they will just catch another one who knows about it. Okay, big brother. Xiaobao didn't care if AI Nai was complaining. It only listened to Jiang Wei. Soon, Xiaobao was about kilometers behind Zhang Unicorn. By this time, Jiang Wei was also very close to the Osaka campground. Okamoto had been in contact with Ana, but unfortunately, Ana had cut off all contact and loved whoever she could. She didn't want to care about anyone. Seeing that Jiang Wei was about to reach the Osaka camp, Okamoto really couldn't sit still. Send someone to intercept him at once. He must not be allowed to enter the camp. If we let such a big guy get into the middle of the camp and mess around, the whole camp would be a lost cause. Hi! A vast army of mechs assembled in the Osaka camp. Osaka camp. A bit of drone is a good mix, and artillery or whatever is just pulled out to scare the commoners in the camp. Trying to hit a moving mech without a professional is a pipe dream. Soon, the mecha army rushed out of the camp and headed straight for Jiang Wei. Omega, ooh. The formation is not small. Jiang Wei was really shocked when he saw the mecha army. That's got to be thousands of mechs, right? Of course, all of these mechs are relatively petite. Only what made Jiang Wei strange was that when the thousands of mechs had rushed halfway to the other side, 3 to 400 of them turned around in place and ran to the other side to rally. What kind of tactic is this? Although there were long-distance fighter mechs among the group of mechs that ran to the other side, Jiang Wei was too far away from them. Their attack weapons simply couldn't hit Jiang Wei. Hey, those who ran away are my people. Can you not hurt them? Aina contacted Jiang Wei at this time. It seems that Aina does have some tricks up her sleeve within this Osaka camp. Thousands of mechs she could mobilize 3 to 400. And that number was already significant. No wonder the old men within the camp want to get you killed. Jiang Wei didn't say yes or no, but only flirted with Aina. As for whether or not to get those mechs killed, that would depend on Jiang Wei's mood. Extreme Thunder Blast. Facing this situation in a group fight, using Extreme Thunder Blast was the best means. Swarms of mechs rushed over densely. If this was not given a shot, it was all sorry for the Extreme Thunder Blast skill. The ball of light was flung out along the tip of Jiang Wei's sword. The mechs that were still 500 to 600 meters away from Jiang Wei did not know what this ball of light that was attacking them meant. However, when the ball of light touched the first mech, those mechs that had not been affected by the power of the skill understood. Brains are instantly clearer. In a 100-meter radius, all the mechs caught in the wave were paralyzed, and none of them survived. Spread out, all of you. A cool-headed fellow opened his mouth to give the order. In the next moment, a large number of mechs rushed towards Jiang Wei in a fan shape. What's the point? Jiang Wei muttered before accelerating fiercely, and the various long-distance war bullets coming from afar kept shooting at the place where Jiang Wei originally stood. Jiang Wei's speed far exceeded the expectations of these mechs, and with the cooperation of the thrusters, the distance of 500 meters was already crossed by Jiang Wei in just a few blinks of an eye. When Jiang Wei's tall mecha really appeared in front of the little sayers, these guys all calmed down, and the anger in their chests was doused quite a bit with the constant spray of freezing bombs. However, the floating cannon was only Jiang Wei's auxiliary means of attack, and what was truly used to strangle the enemy was the super energy sun sword in his hand. The blade of the sword was blazing hot and sharp, and there was no mech that could block Jiang Wei's blade at all. Those mechs that held one-handed swords and shields in their other hands couldn't block Jiang Wei's attacks. A sword went over, and even the shield with the mech, all of them were chopped into two pieces. Slaughter, lopsided slaughter. Without waiting for Little Day's mecha to surround Jiang Wei had already killed his way out of the encirclement. The far war mech Jiang Wei began to use the floating cannon to name them one by one. Against the close combat, it would be just a matter of going back and forth, in and out of the mech swarms, and a few more times of penetration, and there wouldn't be much left. Chapter 111 Self-Defense Forces sent out. Quite a nice group of formed mechs. Came in fine. Can't go back. 2 or 3 of the remaining big cats and kittens had begun to lie on the ground and play dead. Anyway, the mechs are dead in pieces, so who knows if the ones lying on the ground are dead or alive. Unluckily, Jiang Wei knows. Under the detection of the detection core, no cat or dog should try to gain life by pretending to be dead. When Zhang Tonglu cut down 5 or 6 mechs that were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, someone immediately got up and knelt on the ground. Your Honor, please forgive us, please. There were more than a dozen mechs kneeling on the ground, including some far-away mechs kneeling in the distance. Far war mechs crumble even more than melee. He had never encountered a battle that was so overwhelming. It wasn't that they had suppressed Jiang Wei, but Jiang Wei himself had suppressed all of them. A floating cannon, hitting all the far-flung mechs crying out for help, with no power to fight back at all. Looking at the fellow soldiers who fell to the ground like ice sculptures, the Far Cry mechs that were still lucky enough to be alive didn't even have the courage to raise their guns. As for running away, stop it. Are you faster or their bullets? Jiang Wei didn't have to be polite with these small talkers. Since they had all chosen to come to kill themselves, they had to have the realization of being killed before they could do so. You'll live if you get down on your knees and admit you're wrong? Where's the good in that? So the results are predictable. Jiang Wei showed no mercy. When Jiang Wei's side resolved the battle, Xiao Bao bumbled over. With a floor full of food, he was able to increase his battle power quite a bit more. You're a pervert, aren't you? Aina couldn't help but open her mouth to Jiang Wei after recovering from her shock. She knew that she was being a bit disrespectful to Jiang Wei by talking like that, but it was a true reflection of what was going on in her heart. To Aina, Jiang Wei was a pervert. One person single-handedly challenged 600 to 700 mechs, and surprisingly, it took 10 minutes of time to end the battle. More crucially, Aina realized that Jiang Wei hadn't been harmed in any way. As strong as a person is, that should have a ceiling. To Aina, it seemed as if there was no upper limit to Jiang Wei's power. In fact, Aina had actually guessed right. Where was this? Jiang Wei hadn't even used the superpower battle strengthening yet. That's what's called perverted after using this legendary skill. Have your men open up the road and kill all resistance you encounter. Can you do that? Jiang Wei ignored AI Nai as he opened his mouth to order him. Aina was internally torn. She really didn't care about the lives of some ordinary people, but she still had some trouble getting her to slaughter the people of her people. But sensing Jiang Wei's cold attitude, she knew that if she didn't agree, it would be herself who would die, and it would be those of her men who would die. Yes, great, let's go. Jiang Wei didn't stop as he patted Xiaobao, signaling him to follow. It's not like the mech wreckage on the ground can get away, so come back and eat it whenever you want. Little Treasure was a bit attached to the idea, and even got himself a little snack every now and then as he advanced behind Jiang Wei, and in front of Jiang Wei were the 300 to 400 of Aina's men. At this moment, the gratitude of these 300 to 400 small sayings to Aina was practically bursting through the sky. Why? Because if it wasn't for Aina's blocking and ordering, they would have been one of those wrecks all over the ground by now. Damn thing, turn back. I order you to turn back and kill him for me. Okamoto screamed impotently and frantically from atop the camp's outer wall. It couldn't be helped. There was no other guard force left in the camp. All he could count on were these mechs under his command. But now, these mechs had turned out to be the accomplices of that Chinese person. How can Okamoto take this? Jiang Wei heard Okamoto's words as he was less than a kilometer away from the Osaka camp, and Okamoto's actions were all under Jiang Wei's detection corps surveillance. President, those damn cowards have gone rogue. What should we do? Go, contact the people on the behemoth's side at once. Sacrifice all the Chinese people, male or female, and awaken the behemoth. Awaken the behemoth at once. Okamoto was practically growling as he gave the order. Hi, Jiang Wei was upset, and sure enough, there were quite a few Chinese people here. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't realize you were in such a hurry to die. Boo! Float guns firing. The cryo bullet cut through the sky like a meteor, and Okamoto, who was roaring, didn't even have time to turn around before he was blown to the ground with a blast of ice. Even the little Japanese who tried to go and give the order was caught in the blast and died a very peaceful death. This cannonade shattered the faith of the existing defenders in the camp. Many cried out for help, and many more ran wildly toward the camp. Some people have also contacted the Japanese self-defense force. Sir, we are here at the Osaka camp. We have a Chinese mech appearing here. He is very strong. All the mechs in our camp have been wiped out. He is coming towards our camp, requesting backup. We request backup. Who cares about association interests when lives are at stake? Being alive is all that matters. At the moment only defecting to the self-defense forces will give them any hope of survival. The self-defense force side was shocked to learn the news. How is it that a Chinese mecha suddenly appeared in Osaka and swept through the city? Soon the news was reported to the top brass of the self-defense force. The top brass opened an emergency meeting and mobilized all the resources currently available to pull up surveillance on this side of the Osaka camp. How can we be sure that this is a Chinese and not someone from my great Japanese empire? Your Excellency, after multiple confirmations, the person controlling this mech is indeed a Chinese national and has great hostility towards our great Japanese empire. In that case, kill him, send a brigade to clear him, and remember, don't harm anyone inside the Osaka camp, much less let him get near the giant beast. Hi! The self-defense side reacted with great speed. Of course, the main reason that forced them to react so quickly was still because of that giant beast. As it stands, a small number of people don't matter to them at all. They value the behemoth. Before, the reason why Okamoto's society was kept was because it was useful and everything was under the control of the self-defense force. Now, however, Jiang Wei is not in the control of the self-defense force. There was no way they were going to let the behemoth be exposed to this Chinese man. Taking control of the behemoth and manipulating it was something they were now looking forward to. As long as you can manipulate the giant beast, who else in the vast blue planet can stop the great Japanese empire? All continents shall tremble under the iron heel of the great Japanese empire. This was the most important strategic goal for Japan as of now, so the SDF would not let Jiang Wei run wild in the Osaka camp. Chapter 112. You're actually so handsome? Just as the self-defense forces were dispatching troops on their side, Jiang Wei had already entered within the Osaka camp, and all the existing personnel have all been gathered together. Tell them to hand over all the source crystals, and whoever keeps them private will die. Hi! Aina had no choice but to follow Jiang Wei's command. The collection of the source crystals was very smooth, as no one dared to resist. Resisting was death. There was no need for Jiang Wei to do it himself. Those mechs under AI9 did it themselves. It's okay for you to chant this and that, as long as you don't drag us to our deaths. If we suspect anyone of dragging us down, then sorry, just get you killed. There's no mercy at all. When Aina's men killed a dozen of them, everyone was honest. It took more than half an hour to collect the source crystals, but Jiang Wei was still satisfied with the amount of source crystals harvested. Although most of them were ordinary source crystals, and some of them were intermediate ones, the quantity was so considerable that Jiang Wei's own cargo hold couldn't even be loaded. So he asked Xiaobao to get 2 cargo holds and hang them on his body before he could collect all the source crystals. The person who has killed Chinese people, come forward. If he himself does not come forward, the people around him can report. If no one reports and is found out afterward, the 100 people around this person will have to give him a burial. Zhang Wei was no Mr. Nice guy, and there was no such thing as an ordinary person with no hands in his place. Those who have done evil must die. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Immediately after Ana relayed Zhang Wei's words, someone got up to escape. There must be something fishy about people who get up and run away. It's a no-brainer. Of course, there are those who are so lucky that they hide their faces in their own pants for fear that they will be discovered by others. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the survival instinct of humans. Soon a large number of people were identified. The man who was identified, infuriated, turned his eyes and fought with the man who identified him. Zhang Wei was used to seeing this kind of thing, and it had happened in that camp before. That's human nature. The melee took only 10 minutes from start to finish. All those who had done evil had been lying on the ground, some broken, some dying. It can't be helped because the evil doer will be surrounded, and with 2 fists it's hard to beat 4 hands. Even if they have something, it doesn't work at all. Sure, there were some innocent people on the ground, but did that matter to Zhang Wei? The only thing that made Zhang Wei sigh with relief was that not all the people in the camp had died. Looking at those cowards like rats squatting on the side shivering and not even dare to look at their own Japanese, Zhang Wei contemptuously sneered. Have your people? Hand over the mecha cores, and from now on, the people here will be under your management. Zhang Wei turned his head to look at Ana. Ana was reluctant to hand over the mech core. Without the mech core, even she was just a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Truly encountering a powerful mechanical creature, there was no chance of surviving. However, if she didn't hand it over, she was afraid she would die now. Yes, after agreeing, Ana opened her mouth to give the order. Ana didn't know what she had told her men. Anyway, her men were quite cooperative, and close to 400 mech cores were handed over to Zhang Wei, including Ana's broken mech. For Ana's mech, Zhang Wei had no desire to take it, but he wouldn't leave it to Ana either, and in the end, the mech core was handed over to Xiao Bao, who happily ate it into his stomach. Ana dared to be angry, and without her mech, she couldn't understand Zhang Wei's words anymore. Who knows Chinese? Step forward 1. With Zhang Wei's question, a person immediately stood up in the middle of the crowd. I can speak Mandarin. Zhang Wei is a bit puzzled. This person's Chinese language is very close to Mandarin. There is no Japanese people say Chinese language with the kind of tone. You're from China? I use half Chinese blood. My mother is Chinese, so I can speak Chinese. My lord, I can relay any orders you have. Zhang Wei was not happy in his heart, but Zhang Wei didn't take it out on this person. Choosing to be a second 5 was this person's mother's decision, not his. Just you. Come here, follow this woman and let her lead the way to the behemoth. Yes, my lord. After saying that, the man immediately ran towards where Ana was before relaying Zhang Wei's request. Ana was sure not to resist, and after ordering her men to pacify the remaining people in the camp, she once again walked ahead to lead the way. Without the help of the mech, Ana didn't move forward very fast. Luckily, the place where the behemoth was not that far from the Osaka campground. The giant beast is within this underground cave. Ana spoke after leading Zhang Wei to his destination. Zhang Wei should have seen the giant beast buried in the ground a long time ago. Seriously, it's kinda hard to be a part of these little sayings. Zhang Wei could only detect a distance of 10 meters underground, and among Zhang Wei's detections, he could only detect a metal brain, and the other parts of the giant beast could not be fully detected. And it was in this way that the small sayings also discovered the underground behemoth, above which they had placed a number of elevators. To be able to spot the behemoth and get up and down through the elevator in such a short period of time shows that this society Okamoto is manipulating is indeed something. However, Zhang Wei didn't have to face the giant beast with so much trouble. Bao, work, dig this behemoth out for me. Yes, Xiao Bao's speed in making holes was well known to Zhang Wei. Even though this was a bit of a big project, it wasn't a problem at all in Xiao Bao's case, and it would only take some time to dig out this giant beast. However, just as Bao was digging, an elevator rose from the ground to above the surface. You're a Chinese, we already know that. If you leave now, we can guarantee the safety of those Chinese underground. Otherwise, we'll feed all the Chinese to the behemoth. Make your pet stop. The bald man who appeared in front of Zhang Wei in the elevator spoke vehemently, with a strong flavor of threat. How many Chinese have you killed? Zhang Wei opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. The bastard interpreter immediately relayed Zhang Wei's words. Chinese, lowly race. The Chinese who died in my hands have long exceeded 100. I don't mind killing all of those remaining thousands underground as well. This man had yet to realize the seriousness of the matter as he was still showing off his battle record in threatening Zhang Wei. Disintegrate. Zhang Wei and the mech disintegrated. Wait, don't move yet. After disintegrating, Zhang Wei instructed Xiao Bao. you're actually so handsome? Aina opened her mouth to Zhang Wei in a somewhat dazed manner. Zhang Wei ignored Aina after listening to the bastard interpreter as he looked towards the bald man. Chapter 113 Cowards. Don't you dare. The bald man was also looking at Zhang Wei. Such a young one? Young man. Very nice to hold. The bald man was in a more relaxed mood. However, when Zhang Wei walked in front of this bald man, before the bald man could open his mouth to continue saying anything, Zhang Wei had already reached out and choked the bald man's neck. Threaten me? Are you worthy? Zhang Wei's gaze was ice cold as he stared into the bald man's eyes. At this time, there was no need for the bastard interpreter to say anything. The bald man had already realized the meaning of what Zhang Wei had said from the tone of Zhang Wei's voice and his eyes. The bald man was on the verge of suffocating. He wanted to beg for mercy. His eyes had revealed a plea for mercy. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei was not moved at all, and if he wasn't in a bit of a hurry, Zhang Wei wouldn't have let this dog die so easily. After a few seconds passed, the bald man who was being choked by Zhang Wei and stomping his legs randomly did not move, completely losing his breath. The bastard translator was going to be scared to death by Zhang Wei's actions. Go on, go down, and Bao will keep watch at the top. Yes, big brother. Xiao Bao obediently nodded to Zhang Wei. Aina and the bastard translator followed Zhang Wei's footsteps. Aina wanted to have a good exchange with Zhang Wei at this time. Just a simple exchange, nothing more. Unfortunately, the language was not clear, and Aina didn't want someone close to her translating for her. As for using her ability to kill Zhang Wei, who had disintegrated with the mech, this was something Aina hadn't even thought about, because only those who had completed the third evolution of a mech would know what the third evolution meant. Zhang Wei's mech was so powerful, so how much battle power would the mech be able to provide to Zhang Wei? Aina didn't think that she could get Zhang Wei killed with some of her ninja tactics. Therefore, Aina honestly followed Zhang Wei without any small movements. The elevator was a bit rudimentary, with no exterior walls, just a steel cage, but the elevator was pretty fast. It was a full 100 meters or so of descent before the elevator came to a stop. Outside the elevator, there were already loaded men with guns raised and pointed at the elevator. Tell them to relax. Zhang Wei spoke flatly, as if the person being pointed at by the gun was not himself. Aina spoke up and ordered, put down all the guns in your hands. Aina still had some brand name, and all the armed men in this behemoth base knew Aina. Some of them lowered their guns, while others still held them tenaciously, as they had received orders to resist tenaciously, and the self-defense forces would soon come over to settle this trouble with Zhang Wei. These people still have more faith in their own self-defense forces. Seek death. In the next moment, Aina didn't know what kind of thing she threw out, only to see a cloud of smoke appear out of nowhere at Aina's feet, and when the smoke completely enveloped Aina's figure disappeared. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. The speed that Aina displayed was a bit fast. The point was, Zhang Wei didn't see clearly how Aina scurried out, and the smoke she used to come out deceived Zhang Wei's eyes. Then the sound of a knife cutting through flesh appeared. Aina didn't hold back. She showed how powerful she was as a ninja. Those who raised their guns all had their necks cut by Aina. If it was a normal day, Aina would probably just slit these people's wrists. But the current situation didn't allow Aina to do that. The disobedient ones have been cleared out. After cutting down about 10 people, Aina withdrew her sword and returned to Zhang Wei. Although Zhang Wei couldn't understand the details, he knew the general meaning that Aina was trying to express. Then Zhang Wei slowly nodded his head and said, take me to the place where the Chinese are being held. The mongrel translators are starting to do their job. After Aina sniffed, hi, watching this woman, Aina, nodding her head in front of herself, the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth rose slightly, but he did not make any comments. Afterward, led by Aina, the group of them went straight to the place where the Chinese nationals were being held. This underground space wasn't small. On one side was the legs of the behemoth. On the other side was the passageway dug out by the little Japanese. Zhang Wei could reach out and touch the behemoth's external mech. Not much distance ahead, Zhang Wei saw a mech. The mech was only about 3 meters tall, and he was resting against the behemoth's external mech, which had tightly arranged jets above it. This is underneath the behemoth's thrusters, and this weak mech of about 3 meters acted as a translator as well. The behemoth, though not fully awake, was already able to express some of its own will because of the feeding from the little Japanese, which was done through the translation that came with the mech. Otherwise who could understand what the hell the behemoth was saying? Is this where you guys feed from? Zhang Wei looked up and pointed at the behemoth's propeller jets. Dried blood can still be seen on these jets. Hi! The people following Aina all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei smiled coldly and didn't continue to say anything. As the crowd continued to climb upwards, roughly 20 meters or so in level, Zhang Wei heard noisy voices. Ma, are you still human? You work for those mother heirs. Aren't you afraid of retribution? He doesn't have the strength to work anymore, so it's just the right time to take one of your places, so you don't have to die. And instead of thanking me, You're blaming me? I think you guys really don't want to live, right? This was followed by a burst of angry curses. These conversations were understood by Zhang Wei, because these people are speaking Chinese, without the need for others to lead the way. Zhang Wei quickly moved forward, and soon he saw the live image. A group of women were pointing at a man and cursing him, but these women dared to move their mouths because the man had a gun in his hand and he was followed by 4 men with machine guns in their hands. Peter Ma, you son of a, you only dare to bully women. I'll go with you, don't make things difficult for them. At that moment a somewhat weak voice came out from among the women. The women sniffed and shielded the man even tighter. All of you, get out of the way. He's agreed to it himself, and any of you who are stopping will be fed to the behemoth with him. Ma Peter took a few steps forward with a scowl on his face. The women were frightened and backed away. It was only at this time that Zhang Wei saw the man who was being protected by the women. The man looked to be in his 30s, his face was yellow and thin, and he was lying very weakly on the ground. He tried hard to support his body to get up, but failed to do so after several efforts. Zhang Wei frowned. Old he, you continue to be mad at me. I'll feed you to the behemoth today. Let's see how you can still go against me. Ma Peter grinned widely at the sight of old he's appearance. Pussy. 2 words spat out of old he's mouth. These 2 words almost made Ma Peter break his defense. He pointed his gun at old he and said, say that again if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I'll pop you with 1 shot. Coward. How dare you? Kill me and your master will make it hard for you. You. Peter Ma's hands shook a little. Behemoths like to eat the living, not the dead. If you get this one dead. Chapter 114. It was all an act just now, to fool you. Fine. Get him out of here. Ma Peter shouted angrily. Several people behind him sniffed and immediately stepped forward, ready to carry out Ma Peter's orders. Wait. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. When they heard Zhang Wei's voice, everyone looked over in the direction where Zhang Wei was. To say that Ma Peter this guy can become a small Japanese lapdog it, I cite this piece of Ma Peter to pinpoint very accurate. Yikes. What brings you lords here? This Ma Peter even spoke fluent ghost language. Zhang Wei frowned when he heard it. Speak human. Zhang Wei's tone was icy. Ma Peter was confused. This guy, who is he? How does it look like the status is higher than these Japanese? Because Zhang Wei stood at the front of the crowd, it was easy to recognize Zhang Wei's status and position. However, what made Peter Ma confused was how this person was speaking Chinese. Could it be that he's from China? Various thoughts kept drifting through Ma Peter's mind. Not talking? Ha! Zhang Wei went up and gave Ma Peter a kick, directly kicking him over and breaking his leg bones. Miserable howls erupted from Ma Peter's mouth as he covered his leg and fell to the ground, rolling over and over. It was only when Zhang Wei walked towards Lao He that Ma Peter slowed down a bit. Son of a, how dare you kick me? I'll get you killed. Ma Peter was enraged. How dare you, a Chinese, make a move against me? This is if a little Japanese gave Ma Peter a kick. Ma Peter would never dare to speak up. Just as Ma Peter roared, he simultaneously picked up the pistol that had fallen on the ground and aimed it at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei turned around fiercely, and his icy gaze landed on Ma Peter's body. It made Peter Ma's finger, who was trying to pull the trigger, a little bad. What kind of gaze is that? Is this the kind of gaze a human being can have? Goon. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to comment. Aina also cursed Ma Peter angrily in her mind. If you want to shoot, just hurry up. If you can kill this handsome man, the old lady will definitely give you more rights. It was as if Ma Peter had heard a nice heart, and also perhaps of being screwed over because of Zhang Wei's comments about him. He really shot. The muzzle of the gun was only a dozen meters away from Zhang Wei, 7 paces away. Is the gun faster or the man? Must be a fast gun, and within 7 paces, the gun is accurate and fast. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei's existence was beyond common sense, and Zhang Wei had already made a move to dodge when Ma Peter's fingers fired. The bullet fell short. Zhang Wei appeared in front of Peter Ma, and then, Zhang Wei kicked out 2 feet, and Peter Ma's arms were shattered, leaving only skin and flesh attached. Don't let him die. Zhang Wei looked at Aina. The interpreter immediately relayed Zhang Wei's words to Aina. Hi. Aina nodded respectfully. This handsome man was really strong, and Aina didn't dare to disobey Zhang Wei. How are you guys doing? Zhang Wei turned his head. The anger on his face had disappeared, but he didn't look much more amiable. The group of women were too scared by Zhang Wei's performance to open their mouths. In the end, it was Lao He, who was lying on the ground, who answered Zhang Wei's question. We're alright. Oldie pointed at Ai Nai and the others not far behind Zhang Wei. It's okay, I'm here to save you. Tell me about this place. Save us? Are you from the country? A strange light shone in Old He's eyes. Zhang Wei sniffed and nodded to Old He. He knew what Lao He meant by what he said, and although he wasn't the kind of person Lao He thought he was indeed a Chinese, and no one could change that. So Zhang Wei wasn't exactly lying. Great. Old He was so excited that he almost shed tears. Tell me about this place, Zhang Wei reminded Old He. Old He struggled to sit up from the ground, and only then did this begin to complain to Zhang Wei. That's right, a complaint. After the outbreak of the end times, the Chinese who were in Japan were too miserable. Almost everyone was captured. Women became playthings, skinny men became bait, and strong men became hard laborers, and the passage was dug by them. The women behind Old Ho were all sent here to serve as rations for the giant beast after they were tired of being played with. You have not resisted? Resisted, but resisting will only get us killed faster. And people like Peter Ma, they're traitors. If it wasn't for them, how could so many of us have died in such a short period of time? Speaking of which, Lao He fought the urge to get up and go settle the score with Peter Ma. Among you, there should still be prosayers, right? Zhang Wei's eyes were fixed on Old He. Lao He wanted to say no, but when he felt Zhang Wei's gaze, he couldn't say the two words without. Yes, even when the Japanese do this to us, there are still some people who praise them, and those guys are a bit stubborn. But don't worry, more people are with me. We hate the Japanese. You haven't seen what they have done. They are worse. At this moment, the tears in Lao He's eyes could no longer stay in their sockets. You hold Old He and gather everyone here. Zhang Wei spoke to that translator. Okay. The interpreter immediately went up to assist Lao He. Zhang Wei waited right where he was, and was still calculating something in his mind. Who the hell are you? If you're Chinese, why did you hurt me? We are both Chinese. Ma Peter was sort of slowing down at this time. He wasn't dead yet, and he still had the strength to yell at Zhang Wei. Chinese? Are you worthy? Zhang Wei coldly stared at him. How am I not worthy? Do you know how many more people would have died without me? I'm in the middle of something. You have to save me. Upon hearing what Peter Ma said, there were immediately women who wanted to line up against Peter Ma, but Zhang Wei spoke up to stop it. Shut up! The murderous aura released from Zhang Wei's body shocked Ma Peter, as well as the women who wanted to line up against Ma Peter. After about half an hour's time, Old He led a group of people towards Zhang Wei's side. Each of the people who followed Old Ho had yellow faces and tired looks. However, they all had a light in their eyes because they had all heard Old He say about Zhang Wei and that they were about to be saved. Are all the people here? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. All here. Old He nodded to Zhang Wei. Alright, get ready to take all the Chinese people and feed them to the giant beasts. Zhang Wei spoke in a shocking manner. The scene was instantly quiet. Not a single cacophony of noise left. You, Old He stared at Zhang Wei with incredibly wide eyes. Me? It was all an act to trick you just now, so why don't you do it? Zhang Wei looked at Aina. The interpreter immediately relayed Zhang Wei's words to Aina. Aina sniffed, indicating that her brain had short-circuited. Chapter 115. What's the secret? What's going on here? How come this handsome man suddenly wants to throw all the Chinese people to feed the giant beasts? Isn't he here to save these people? Sir, I'm not a Chinese. I've long been of Japanese nationality. I was caught by mistake. You can't kill me. Although I have not yet changed my nationality, but in my heart has long been a Japanese. I have never said anything bad about Japan. You cannot kill me. At this time, all the cowards and demons from all walks of life all jumped out. Zhang Wei memorized the faces of these people. My lord, it turns out that you are going to. Ma Peter looked uplifted. He felt that something is not right. How could a group of Japanese listen to a Chinese? Turns out it was all an act, just a bit heavy and costly on its own. Just as a cry for mercy continued to ring out, Old He became enraged. Dog, I'll kill you. Old He's spirit almost collapsed. I thought a savior was coming, but I didn't expect a demon. Unfortunately, Lao He's physical strength was limited, and after he pushed away the people supporting him at his side he only ran forward 2 steps before falling to the ground. Zhang Wei ignored it as he walked over to one of Ma Peter's juniors and snatched the pistol held in the man's hand. Guns were something that Zhang Wei had played with and had no rustiness. Just when the crowd thought that Zhang Wei would pop Old He with a shot, a few people stepped forward and blocked in front of Old He. They didn't say anything, but their expressions could already tell everything. They couldn't wait to eat Zhang Wei alive. Zhang Wei didn't care a bit. He raised his hand and fired 4 shots, booting all of the minions under Peter Ma. The smell of blood shook everyone. Without waiting for any reaction from the crowd, Zhang Wei walked towards the crowd, which automatically gave way to Zhang Wei, firing a shot every time Zhang Wei walked up to a person who had just opened his mouth to beg for mercy. What made Zhang Wei more pleased was that among these more than 400 men, there were only 10 or so who opened their mouths to indicate that their hearts were toward the Japanese. Originally, Zhang Wei thought he was going to go on a killing spree. In fact, there are not a few of these people who had their hearts set on Japan before the end of the world. Simply because the end times have come, they have experienced a lot. They have recognized the reality and know the face of the Japanese. Just ask, which man can stand to have his woman defiled by the Japanese in front of him? Who can stand it? You, what are you doing? Peter Ma wasn't dead. He was alive and well, but had become somewhat demented. Experiencing too many mood ups and downs in a short period of time hit Ma Peter's spirit a little too hard. What do you think I'm doing? Jiang Wei turned around and opened his mouth with a light smile. At this moment, not only did Ma Peter know what Jiang Wei was doing, old he and the others also understood. Aina read it too. This man, he's really scary. Aina didn't expect Jiang Wei to use this method to recognize the enemy. Lao he might be able to tell Zhang Unicorn what some of them did, but he certainly couldn't tell the whole story, and there would be leaks. After Jiang Wei's toss, I'm afraid that even if there are still a few fish left in the net, there won't be many. My name is Jiang Wei, a Chinese. I'm here to save you. When I can send you back to your country, I'm not sure. I'll try my best. Now, here are some mechs. You guys look after yourselves and divide them up. Jiang Wei took out the mech core, and he handed the mechs he had collected to old he. Jiang Wei could not act as a babysitter for these people, and these people could only rely on themselves if they wanted to live in this part of Japan. I don't want to go back to my country. I just want revenge. Old he's gaze was firm, and he was the first one to raise his hand and grab the mecha core. Yes, no return. We want revenge. The seeds of hatred began to germinate. When they are incapable of doing so, the thought of revenge can only be hidden in the deepest recesses of their hearts. But now, with their mechs, they had the hope of revenge. So hatred germinated. Jiang Wei nodded silently. These people hadn't lost their bloodlust yet, and hate will make them stronger and will be their motivation to improve themselves. There are still many of our countrymen in Japan, and we are going to save them. Those who have suffered know what suffering is really like. Lao he knows how deep the water is for the Chinese living in Japan right now. Jiang Wei had held up a piece of sky for them, and they were going to hold up the same sky for more Chinese people. Don't be impulsive. If you leave here, you can go to the Anai camp first. There aren't many people left. Jiang Wei opened his mouth and reminded. How Lao he and the others chose their future lives was Lao He's own business, and Jiang Wei had no control over it, nor was he qualified to plan others' lives for them. Thank you Jiang Wei. Old he opened his mouth to thank him. Although the others didn't say anything, they were all looking at Jiang Wei with grateful gazes. Don't do anything to apologize to China. Don't do anything to disgrace China. That's the best way to thank me. Leave as soon as you can. Something else will happen here. You can't stay here for long. Okay, we're leaving now. People, come on, grab the mech cores. Men protect the women. Get out of here first. Old Ho is a bit of a leader. Under his arrangement, a group of people divided the labor fairly clearly. Jiang Wei didn't pay attention to what was going on here after seeing this. He twisted his head and grabbed Ma Peter's neck collar, lifting Ma Peter to walk towards the way he came. Ai Nai and the others didn't need to ask Jiang Wei to do anything, and all of them honestly followed behind Jiang Wei. Old he and the others also moved quite fast, and when Jiang Wei brought Ma Peter to the bottom of the behemoth's thrusters, Old he opened his mouth to Jiang Wei to say goodbye. Jiang Wei simply waved his hand before watching Old he and the others leave. As long as they left this underground space, they could merge with their mechs, and 300 to 400 mechs would be enough to protect their group. Only when everyone was almost gone did Jiang Wei look up at the behemoth thrusters. Feed him to the behemoth. I'll see how the behemoth eats people. Jiang Wei handed Peter Ma over to the mecha that specialized in feeding the behemoth. Why don't you hurry up and pitch in? The translator came back into play this time. At this interpreter's scolding, the 3-meter-plus mech grabbed Ma Peter and was about to throw him at the thruster's jets. Wait, Jiang Wei, I know a lot of secrets about this place. I can tell you. Don't kill me yet. Ma Peter saw that he was going to die and immediately started yelling. What happened to those who were thrown into the behemoth's thrusters was all too clear to Ma Peter. He didn't want to die yet, even if he was now crippled by Jiang Wei's torture. What secret? Jiang Wei didn't promise anything, but secrets and whatnot he was still willing to hear. Speak. Jiang Wei's voice was icy cold, and the gun was aimed at Peter Ma's brow. Chapter 116 No, I don't want to go in there. Looking at the blackened muzzle, Peter Ma did not make his demand. He wimped out again. I know the secret about this behemoth, which is unknown to the Japanese, and I have not reported it. Go on. Jiang Wei lowered his gun and gestured for Peter Ma to continue. Up there, up the passageway. They dug through a passageway that would allow access to the inside of the behemoth's body. Entering the inside of a giant beast's body? Jiang Wei was a bit stunned. This news if true, Jiang Wei wasn't sure if he was able to destroy the giant beast. Even if he used the superpower battle strengthening to increase his battle power, Jiang Wei wasn't sure, because behemoths are great killers, and behemoths in slumber are not something that ordinary mechs can break. But this is talking about the external armor of the behemoth, not the interior. If he could enter the interior of the behemoth, Jiang Wei was 100% certain that he would be able to destroy it. Besides, there were a lot of good things inside the behemoth, so if he could go inside the behemoth and sneak around for a while, Jiang Wei would naturally be very willing to do so. Other than that, the behemoth's engine was very much on Jiang Wei's mind. How strong must the behemoth's engine be to be able to power such a massive behemoth? And there will be other goodies. Yes, I can be sure. It's the passage into the interior of the behemoth. I'll tell you if you spare me. Alright, let's go. Jiang Wei nodded to Peter Ma without any hesitation. Jiang Wei's lightspeed promise made Peter Ma a little bit confused, always feeling that it was not quite real. According to the normal script, shouldn't this be a bargaining for a while? Well, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that one is able to live. Subsequently, Jiang Wei retook over Peter Ma's body, and with Peter Ma's oral lead, Jiang Wei led the people all the way upwards. Having raised himself about 50 meters upward, Peter Ma suddenly called a halt. This is it. How do I get in? Along the way, Jiang Wei knew that this underground passage was excavated in a spiral shape around the giant beast. The Japanese mentality is that they want to find a way to control the behemoth, or failing that, get a little something good from the behemoth. Like the propellers found by the Japanese, the behemoth's propellers have been treated almost as their own private property by the Japanese. At this moment, this place where Ma Peter shouted to stop, the behemoth mech was smooth. There was no abnormality, and there were no gaps in the behemoth's armor to be seen. Jiang Wei looked at Ma Peter with a puzzled look, hoping that Ma Peter could give him a reasonable explanation. This is it. Just kick it hard enough. Jiang Wei sniffed, and without any politeness at all, he kicked at the smooth armor. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a metal wall, and this metal wall was directly dented after Jiang Wei kicked it hard. Ma Peter's whole body was going crazy. It was pure chance that he found this place. It was only by bullying a certain person here and pushing him vigorously against this wall that a little indented change appeared, and he assembled several people who took a lot of effort to push this wall in. And now, Zhang Unicorn kicked the wall in. What kind of power is this? Peter Ma glanced quizzically at his legs. He felt as if he had stood up, taking a kick with that much power. He was surprised that his bones were only broken. This seemed to be very strong already. This is. Jiang Wei looked at the wall he had kicked in and wondered in his heart. What is this place? The wall that Jiang Wei kicked in was over 2 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, like a secret door. Who would leave such a trapdoor in the behemoth's body? No, I'm afraid this is. Core space? The core space, which Jiang Wei's mech also had, was the place where the core module of the mech was specially placed. Of course, Jiang Wei's core space wasn't this big, but considering the huge physique of the giant beast, it seemed reasonable to have such a large one. This is it. I kid you not. Ma Peter spoke somewhat invitingly. Get out of the way. It'll pop out. Hearing Ma Peter's words, Jiang Wei grabbed Ma Peter and flashed to the side. After a few seconds, the metal wall that Jiang Wei had kicked in did pop out. If you didn't dodge it, you would definitely be disliked by this metal wall to the wall on the other side of the passage. Jiang Wei gave Peter Ma a meaningful look. The dog certainly wouldn't have warned himself if he hadn't grabbed the guy himself. Subsequently, Jiang Wei raised his eyes and looked towards the interior of this core space. Inside the core space, it was pitch black, at least as far as Ma Peter could tell. However, Jiang Wei's 5 senses had been strengthened, and although Jiang Wei couldn't see the situation in the distance too clearly, Jiang Wei could see the scene within 100 meters. The core module or whatever Jiang Wei did not see, but Jiang Wei saw a few withered bones, human skeletons, dead bones without a trace of flesh and blood. How long has it been since the end of time? Even if these few people had entered this space at the first moment after the behemoth descended, it was impossible for them to die so cleanly. There's a process of decomposition. Moreover, it was simply impossible for these few people to enter this space at the first moment the giant beast appeared. The first person to discover this space was probably Peter Ma. Well, the people within this core space. Jiang Wei looked at Ma Peter one more time. Hurry up and go inside. It won't be long before this wall pops back up. Ma Peter was a little weak from Jiang Wei's look, but he could only speak with a stiff upper lip. Aha! You go in first. No, I can't walk. It's useless if I go in. Ma Peter tried to wiggle his hands, but unfortunately, both of his hands had become a pose, and in the end, he could only keep shaking his head. This was a place he didn't want to go in at all, because, going in there is going to kill you. Then you stay here? Jiang Wei tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Okay, I'll stay here. Ma Peter immediately nodded. Overthinking. Jiang Wei grabbed Peter Ma and walked into the core space. You guys wait outside, and you're advised not to run until you're sure I'll die here. Jiang Wei reminded AI Nai before entering the core space. Jiang Wei's words were naturally relayed by an interpreter. Do I dare run? Aina sighed softly. How can I run away when I'm already on Jiang Wei's boat? Where can I go if I run away? She had been defined as Jiang Wei's accomplice. Not only her, but also those of her men. Jiang Wei ignored Aina's mutterings. If Aina ran away, then she had already mastered the way to take her death. And Jiang Wei wouldn't be the slightest bit polite with Aina. If Aina hadn't run away, then she still had some use to keep her. No, I don't want to go in there. Don't take me in there. Ma Peter struggled frantically. However, with only one leg left, how could he resist Zhang Wei's control? Chapter 117. Two epic cores. In is definitely in. Zhang Wei led Ma Peter into the core space of the behemoth in a big way, and Ma Peter struggled all the way. When Peter Ma saw the dead bones on the ground, he was completely devastated. Son of a, hurry up and get me out of here. You'll die, you know? Are you blind? Can't you see the bones on the ground? If you want to die, then die yourself and don't take me with you. This is a complete liberation of Ma Peter's nature. He was about to die, so what did he care if Zhang Wei was going to kill himself? Anyway, even if Zhang Wei didn't get it, he still had to die. See, you killed these people, right? Zhang Wei's tone was very flat, with little emotional fluctuation. You, my kill. Why? Do you know how they died? I don't know. I know they were fine when they came in here anyway. How the hell did they die? How do I know? Peter Ma was somewhat justified. Zhang Wei smiled faintly before throwing Peter the horse onto the ground. You'll find out soon enough. Ma Peter was going crazy. He felt that Zhang Wei was a real devil at the moment, knowing full well that entering this place would kill him. Not only did he want to pit himself to death, he even followed himself in order to get himself killed. Is this guy even prepared to take his own life? Peter Ma was scrambling around in his head as he stomped hard on the one leg he had left to get the hell out of there. Zhang Wei didn't block it, so he stood holding his bladder and watched. A guy like Peter Ma, it would be too cheap to kill him with one shot. This man must die and suffer enough fear and pain before he dies. Now, seeing Ma Peter like this, Zhang Wei was satisfied. As for the question of whether Zhang Wei himself would die, Zhang Wei wasn't worried at all. Even if the body couldn't carry it, the big deal was to merge with the mech. There wasn't that much room in this place, but the mech could force the space. Peter Ma didn't know what Zhang Wei was thinking as he struggled to crawl forward, his body arching on the ground like a maggot. It's just that the slow speed is a bit pathetic. It didn't take long for the ejected metal wall to start bouncing back. The rebound wasn't fast, yet when Ma Peter saw the metal wall start to rebound, he went completely insane. Come on, hurry up and get me out of here. I don't want to die here. Please, you don't want to die here either. Let's all get out. Zhang Wei was unmoved and didn't have the slightest intention of moving. When the metal wall was about to return to its original position, Ma Peter once again opened his mouth and cursed angrily. You shall not die. I will die, and you will not live. You dog, killing my old man and risking your own life. You're just a fool. Who told you that I would die? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. Ma Peter looked puzzled. And, did you feel that the temperature here is starting to rise? Zhang Wei reminded Peter Ma. Zhang Wei had already guessed how those dead bones on the ground had died. High temperature evaporation, which was evaporated alive by high temperature, and the heat took away their flesh and blood, leaving only bones. As you can imagine, this death must have been very unpleasant. The entire core space, plunged into darkness. Metal wall, completely closed. When the metal wall closed completely, the temperature within the core space instantly rose by a dozen degrees and counting. Zhang Wei himself was definitely nothing, and this temperature was nothing to the current Zhang Wei. The temperature was raised to about 60 degrees. Zhang Wei estimated that he could only feel a little bad, but Ma Peter couldn't carry it. The temperature inside the core space had reached 50 degrees by now, and his whole body was paralyzed on the ground. Sensing the pain coming from his body, Ma Peter shed tears. Only, the tears had evaporated into water vapor before they could drip down his cheeks. Are these his tears of remorse? Perhaps it was, but it was definitely not because he was remorseful for defecting to Little Japan, exactly because of what he was remorseful for. Zhang Wei was not sure and did not want to know. You play here by yourself. I'll go in and have a look around. Zhang Wei spoke easily. When Ma Peter heard Zhang Wei's voice, he hated biting his tongue. Why? Why have you become a prawn that is about to be vaporized and that is still alive? Why does he sound like he's just fine? Ma Peter was not destined to come up with an answer. Zhang Wei had already left and entered the depths of the core space. It's not as if the behemoth is consciously killing people. With the external armor closed, the heat generated inside the behemoth won't spread. It can only circulate internally. That's why it's like this. I also wonder if there are any core modules inside this giant beast. But even if I did, I couldn't use it, could I? Zhang Unicorn muttered as he explored forward. After walking not too far, Zhang Wei saw the core module he had imagined in his mind. To Zhang Wei's surprise, the core module looked not too big, the same size as the core module of Zhang Wei's mech equipment. They're all the same size module. What are you doing getting such a big core space? To look like you're big? Zhang Wei was a bit speechless, and then he yanked a latticed metal wall in front of him. This grid-like metal wall is where the core will be installed. The behemoth's grid-like metal wall had a larger footprint than Zhang Wei's mech, and upon closer inspection, it was 50 grids long. How many cores can this be planted if they are all equipped with 2 or 3 compartment cores? It's such a big place for nothing. How come there are only 2 cores? Jiang Wei raised his hand with a happy face to tug on the two cores on the metal wall. Don't look at his mouth complaining, but in his heart he is beautiful. Behemoths are born with their own cores, which must be at least epic. Moreover, even if they were all legendary level cores, Jiang Wei wouldn't be too surprised. When Jiang Wei yanked the core off the metal wall, Jiang Wei immediately took out the mecha core. Identification. A soft blue glow was released from the mech's core. The blue light gradually formed a light curtain in front of Jiang Wei after sweeping through the two cores. Strong attack core, epic 3 frame. Battle power plus 100. Mecha attack ability is increased by 30%. Blast core, epic 3 frame. Battle power plus 100. Thruster kinetic energy is increased by 30% and power consumption is reduced by 30%. Great guy. Jiang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth in awe after seeing the information on the light screen. The two epic grade cores. Although neither of them reached legend grade in quality, Jiang Wei was already very satisfied. How can you be so greedy when you get a core module for nothing? The key was that these two core modules were too useful, and the combat power that could be boosted definitely far exceeded the 200 combat power that they themselves provided. Chapter 118 Fire. Stow it. Jiang Wei held back the surprise in his heart as he stored the two core modules in the mecha core. Just as Jiang Wei put away the two core modules, a huge vibration arose within the behemoth. The sleeping behemoth briefly woke up as its own core module was taken from it. If it was just a matter of disassembling some of his external parts, like a couple of jets for the thrusters or something, the behemoth wouldn't even bother, because that all belonged to renewable equipment. As long as there was enough energy, it was able to recover on its own. But not the core module. Lost is lost. The behemoth surely couldn't tolerate someone taking his core modules. These two core modules were useful to Jiang Wei, and by the same token, they were even more useful to this giant beast. This is because both core modules are percentage increases in combat power. The more powerful the attack, the better the strong attack core can be utilized. The same goes for blast core. However, no matter how furious the behemoth was, the power within it was not enough to support it in making any effective means of counterattack. To put it bluntly, it's like a car with no gas in the tank. Without a power source, it's a no-brainer to expect it. The big guy. To move. The behemoth slumbered underground, originally gathering cohesive momentum. However, although the behemoth could not move yet, it could barely manipulate the airflow within its own body. Violently hot gases began to coalesce towards the core space. This caused the temperature of the core space, which had already reached over 50 degrees, to rise again. In a few blinks of an eye the temperature had risen above 60 degrees and was still climbing upwards. 70 degrees, 80 degrees, 100 degrees. As the temperature reached 100 degrees, Jiang Wei also felt bad. Sprawled on the ground of the horse Peter Ismore has long been no breath. Not to mention 100 degrees. The horse Peter in the temperature raised to 60 degrees when the gas has been cut off. It's like being in a sauna, where a person feels comfortable at 40 degrees or so. But what about 60 degrees? Who wants to know what it feels like to have your airways on fire? Anyway, Ma Peter couldn't enjoy it, while Jiang Wei was enjoying it at the moment. Can the temperature be any higher? Jiang Wei spoke softly, with no intention of leaving. It was so hard to enter the middle of the treasure mountain. How could one leave so easily? At least the engine inside the behemoth had to be taken away before Jiang Wei felt that this trip could be considered complete. It was easy to walk out of this core space, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to come back in. With such a glaring hole in its body, the behemoth is also capable of repairing itself. Therefore, Jiang Wei has no intention to leave. For this 100 degrees of heat, Jiang Wei just feel a little bad. Far from letting him die, not even close to it. Beast simply did not expect someone can be so rolling knife. Baidu high temperature cannot get dead. Beyond the expectations of the beast. Nay, the behemoth was somewhat at its wit's end. Not to mention that it couldn't move now. Even if it couldn't do anything about Jiang Wei, who was relying on its body and wouldn't leave. Just as Jiang Wei was about to make a move, the behemoth's voice reached Jiang Wei's ears. Humans, Mandarin. Jiang Wei froze. It's not hard to understand that behemoths can talk. Fey kind of players talk. Is it weird that behemoths can talk? What surprised Jiang Wei was that the giant beast was speaking Chinese. Could it be that this giant beast had already seen that he was from China? However, soon Jiang Wei frowned. It wasn't because the behemoth saw that he was Chinese. Rather, it was because the behemoth had devoured a large number of Chinese people and absorbed their intelligence. So naturally it was able to grasp the language of China as well. Damn little Japanese. Jiang Wei clenched his teeth fiercely. Human, I'm not a little Japanese. Although the giant beast possessed a not-so-low level of intelligence, it clearly hadn't yet figured out what it meant to live and learn. What is your business? Jiang Wei naturally wouldn't get serious with a giant beast, and he wanted to know what this giant beast wanted by taking the initiative to find him. Human, leave my body and I can forgive you and won't kill you. You can try to come and kill me. Jiang Wei spoke coldly. Little Japan was indeed hateful, but this giant beast that had devoured a large number of Chinese people was no good either, and it was impossible to expect Zhang Wei to have a good attitude. It was obvious that the behemoth's brain was a bit down. According to its understanding, after it had spoken these words, this human should have gratefully left of its own accord. That's what happened when it dealt with the Japanese. Zhang Wei's way of handling things left the behemoth in a daze. Tell you what, it's fine if you want me to leave. Give me your engine and I'll leave. Zhang Wei wasn't sure where the engine was inside the behemoth, which was why he said that. What? Human, you have angered me. The behemoth raged. This human wasn't satisfied with stealing its core module. He even wanted to steal its engine. The engines are also renewable equipment, but that's only if the engine malfunctions, or breaks, or something like that, and the energy can be utilized to restore it. What's the point of recovering if you take away the engine in its entirety? Do you understand the conservation of energy? How can it be created out of thin air? What kind of behavior is this from Zhang Wei? Bandit behavior. Behavior that doesn't give a damn about living at all. The behemoth was so big that without the power provided by the engine, it wouldn't bring awakening even if it slept for hundreds of years. No, it simply couldn't sleep for that long. Without power influence, it would have all sorts of problems inside and outside of its body, and perhaps in a few years' time this body would be ruined. Human, I'm going to kill you. The furious behemoth lost its mind a bit. It endeavored to push the engine inside its body, and the engine released more power so that it could have the possibility of being able to kill Zhang Wei. With enough power, the internal generation of temperature and air pressure and such will be stronger. And that's what Zhang Wei wanted. Only if the engine moved hard could Zhang Wei tell what part of the behemoth's body the engine was hidden in, know where the engine is to find it and take it away. How could the giant beast know that Zhang Wei would even have so much on his mind? It only released high temperatures, wanting to obliterate Zhang Wei. The temperature within the core space continued to climb under the behemoth's efforts, and soon came to 120 degrees. Just as Zhang Wei wanted to make a move, a huge commotion appeared behind Zhang Wei. Boo! A flame appeared, illuminating the entire core space. Chapter 119. You gave me back my engine. Who? Zhang Wei was startled by the sudden appearance of the fire. Zhang Wei quickly turned back. This turning back, Zhang Wei's face instantly darkened. Where is anyone? It's Peter the horse lying on the ground that's on fire. The temperature was so high that the clothes on Peter's body caught on fire, burning up Peter's body along with it. Scared the hell out of me. Zhang Wei was slightly relieved, but then he glanced at his clothes. His clothes were provided by the military when he was at the Kawasaki City military base. It says it is fire and water resistant and has some defense. Originally, Zhang Wei didn't quite believe it, but now Zhang Wei believed it. Can't you see the one on the ground is on fire and he's not doing anything? Thought it was you who was up to no good. Zhang Wei sighed, and then proceeded to check the entire space by the light of the fire. Although Zhang Wei could also see relatively clearly in the dark, with light, he could naturally see more clearly. So, those gases were released in from this place. By the light of the fire, Zhang Wei really did make a new discovery. Inside the core space, the metal wall that housed the core module was connected to the ground floor, and connected to each other was an iron pillar, with a gap in the circle of the pillar, from which the hot air was released. With this discovery, how could Zhang Wei be polite to the giant beast? Go you! Only to see Zhang Unicorn's big flying kick. It had to be said that the metal inside the behemoth, the defense was like tofu dreg construction, and it was bent by Zhang Wei after only one kick. The gap between the iron pillar and the ground widened, and the fiery breath was released in an even greater surge. Zhang Wei didn't even care. He grabbed the bent iron pillar with his upper hand, and then yanked it outward with a deadly force. The behemoth was about to die of anger. It's not that its internal metal is fragile, but that iron pillar is supposed to be high-tech, coming with many internal parts. After all, it's meant to transform the core ability into its battle power. How can it be realized with a solid iron pillar? And the link between the iron pillar and its body was not as strong. Who would have thought someone would break into its core space? So, the result is sad. Not waiting for iron pillar to scald Zhang Wei's hands, iron pillar was violently pulled out by Zhang Wei. The iron pillar Zhang Wei pulled out was not wasted, and Zhang Wei directly threw it into the core of the mecha. And then Zhang Wei looked down the hole that spewed out fiery breath, and he could already clearly perceive the roar of the engine inside the giant beast. Afterward, without any hesitation, Zhang Wei directly jumped down this hole. The space below, like the internal wiring of an electrical appliance, made 7 turns, and Zhang Wei did not violently break anything, going all the way forward without the slightest intention of stopping. The giant beast was about to explode with anger. If Zhang Wei was allowed to run around in his body, sooner or later, he would be able to find the engine. Behemoth could not allow that to happen. A greater energy erupted from within it. All the energy it had accumulated since descending to the blue star being released by it. The engine began to roar wildly. It's like that feeling you get when a car is in neutral and then you push the gas pedal to the floor. The light buzzed, but other than shaking a little harder, there was nothing else that could be done. But this throttle-drying behavior did allow the engine to explode with more energy. Hot air, hotter. Jiang Wei felt that the temperature should have been raised to around 150 degrees. The respiratory tract burns and the body is evaporating water. This outfit, it's really good. Under such circumstances, Jiang Wei still had the heart to sigh at the quality of the clothes. From this, it was clear that this temperature had not yet reached the limit of what Jiang Wei could withstand. But this had reached the limits of the behemoth. Jiang Wei didn't care about all that. He followed his senses all the way down, and it didn't take long for him to fall into another space. After all, the behemoth was only 100 meters tall, so how big could it be inside? In the midst of this space, Jiang Wei saw an engine that was roaring to work. The engine stood over 3 meters tall, and from the looks of it, you could tell it wasn't mortal. Can my mech fit in such a large engine? The engine should be able to adapt itself to size, right? Jiang Wei was a little unsure. After all, who can get such an awesome engine when the mech is low on rank? However, regardless of whether it was feasible or not, Jiang Wei was determined to have this engine, and it was useless for anyone to stop him. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately came forward and hugged one of the corners of the engine. And then, Jiang Wei powered up, and the engine, which was much taller than Jiang Wei, was actually lifted up by him. The lifted engine instantly broke the link with the behemoth. The behemoth completely panicked. Human, I'll give you anything you want. You drop my engine. What do you have in exchange? Jiang Wei opened his mouth. Give the engine back, that's not going to happen. However, in case there was anything else good inside this giant beast, Jiang Wei could also laugh about it. The behemoth sniffed and immediately began to think about what was in it that wasn't so important. I have a weapon. Surely you need one? What weapon? I'm sure you won't be able to use my teeth and claws, but I do have a laser weapon. It's right at my shoulder. So drop my engine and I'll get you there. You can really think of nothing. The weapon you used, do you think I can use it? Jiang Wei didn't have the good sense to speak. Does this behemoth not realize how big it is on its own? However, this incident also reminded Jiang Wei that the behemoth's external weapon, Jiang Wei, definitely couldn't use it. Mechs wouldn't have room to load that massive of an external weapon. But this behemoth's external weapon could be put away and kept for Xiao Bao to use. Xiao Bao's physique was going to grow all the time. Even if it wouldn't be as big as this behemoth when it reached its peak, it wouldn't be too far off. If Xiao Bao can't use it then just give it to Fish Sister, who is sure to be able to use it. What other goodies do you have? Don't hide it, if you're not sincere. I'll take this engine away. Yes, I still have it. What else? Behemoth won't. There's still a fart in me. There are only a few that can be taken. How about thrusters? Defensive armor? None of them seemed to work. They were all suited for behemoths, not for human mechs. The thrusters are longer and wider than the mech's thighs. Just ask how you use them. It seems that you don't have anything good to offer, so I'll be rude. Jiang Wei turned around and left after saying that he was carrying the engine. It was putting pressure on the behemoth. How will the behemoth confess without some pressure? Unfortunately, Jiang Wei had miscalculated. The behemoth resisted the pressure. It could also be said that the behemoth really didn't have anything that could be exchanged with Jiang Wei. Ugh! Jiang Wei sighed before using the mecha core to put away the engine he was carrying. You give me back my engine. There was still a bit of power left in the behemoth's body, and when that power ran out, it would really be down for good. Chapter 120. Tell them that I'm with Jiang Wei. Give it back. My ass. Jiang Wei spoke coldly. How can you expect me to give you back what you've got? Don't even think about it. And, not only do you not give it back, you have to go back and blast your way out of there and see what you can do. Jiang Wei didn't expect that he would be able to kill a giant beast that hadn't fully awakened yet so easily. Compared to the combat power of the awakened behemoth, this unawakened behemoth was like a small sheep. Fiddle with it all you want. The behemoth was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but he couldn't speak anymore. The residual power was gone and the behemoth was completely down. Although he was able to determine that the mechanical beast was definitely finished, Jiang Wei did not return the same way just in case, and he casually dismantled an iron pillar inside the beast. The iron pillar was more than a meter long, arm thick and thin, and then he took the iron pillar really blasting all the way. As long as it was something in the way, all of them were smashed mercilessly by Jiang Wei with violence, all the way to the metal wall. Jiang Wei looked back at his masterpiece. The road is not far. It is less than 10 meters, but this way, all kinds of parts fell scattered all over the place. Destroyed like this, it wouldn't survive even if you pressed the engine, would it? Jiang Wei didn't feel that his worries were redundant. It wasn't uncommon for the little Japanese to be able to get up to anything. Of course, the best solution would be to let Xiao Bao in after he left the behemoth's body, preferably to eat all of it. Afterwards, Jiang Wei began to exert force against the metal wall in front of him. In fact, Merging with the mech was the best choice at this time, as the mech's power was far greater than Zhang Wei's own body's power, and being able to use the super energy sun sword, it was estimated that a few swords would be able to cut out a gaping hole. Nah, Zhang Wei is still a bit kind. He didn't know if the people outside were gone or not, and a violent break-in could potentially lead to a collapse. This place was nearly 100 meters deep underground, so if it collapsed, Zhang Wei would be able to survive, but others might not. Therefore, Zhang Wei chose to use an iron rod to open the way. Luckily the defenses inside the behemoth were very weak. The behemoth's body was like an arched pot lid, and it was a lot of work to wreak havoc from the arched side of the lid, whereas it was easier to wreak havoc from the inner recesses of the lid. With Zhang Wei's efforts, it took less than 10 minutes for the metal wall in front of Zhang Wei to go from dented to cracked. When Zhang Wei broke through the metal wall, he thought that the odds were that he would encounter an underground wall. However, Zhang Wei was lucky that this metal wall he chose to break through happened to be built right at this underground passage. The first thing Zhang Wei sees when he resurfaces is Aina. Aina, sure enough, didn't dare to run away. It's not good. Go up and take a look. Your pet. It's fighting with the self-defense force. Aina stared at Zhang Wei with an anxious face. The interpreter standing beside Aina immediately translated what Aina said to Zhang Wei. A fight? Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered to ask more questions and immediately ran towards the elevator. Xiao Bao was indeed very strong, but Zhang Wei didn't know what kind of configuration the self-defense force of Little Japan was, in case Xiao Bao couldn't top it. When Zhang Wei ran to the side of the elevator shaft, he found that old he and his group of people were all blocked here and no one had left yet. All go back and hide. Don't come out until I call you. Zhang Wei couldn't ask anything in time before he immediately spoke to old he. We can help you. Old he had regained a bit of strength, and his demeanor was resolute, indicating that he wanted to help. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head after glancing at old he. Expecting these people to help? Stop it. Even though they gained the mech core, the mechs wouldn't be downgraded just because they changed owners. But what kind of people are Lao He and his group? Arguably more than rookies, many had never handled a mech at all. Expecting them to be able to fight like a mech is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And, even if they could fight as well as they should, what level were all the mechs that old Ho and the others had gotten? Just don't make any trouble. All of you, go back and wait. Zhang Wei spoke nonchalantly before getting on the elevator. The elevator has lost power. Old he reminded Zhang Unicorn. If the elevator hadn't lost power, they would have gone up to help. Zhang Wei sniffed and frowned slightly before he began to climb upwards quickly with his hands and feet. This person, after having a drag, will do anything is to look forward and backward. If Zhang Wei didn't care about the lives of old he and the others, he could have merged now. And the 100-meter deep hole in the ground was just a big jump plus the help of the propellers, and Zhang Wei would be able to jump above the ground in a few blinks of an eye. Now, it's just a matter of slogging your way up the ladder. Fortunately, Zhang Wei's physique was here, and although the elevator shaft was simple, it had its advantages, and the shelf supporting the elevator became a tool for Zhang Wei to climb. In just a few blinks of an eye, Zhang Wei climbed a dozen meters upwards. When old he saw Zhang Wei's action, he was surprised and couldn't close his mouth. Then his heart became more and more bitter. Looking at people with this body, I'm afraid they're really afraid of them messing up. Old he, are we really not going up to help? Those little Japanese. Okay, stop it all. Leave it to him. He doesn't need us, but someone else does, and we need to be good. I know a lot of you aren't afraid to die anymore, but you can't die uselessly. Let's go. Old he had just become the leader of these people, and no one refuted what he said. By the time Lao He collided face-to-face with Aina and the others, Lao He and his group were all looking at Aina and the others with strange gazes. Aina knew such a gaze all too well. It was a gaze filled with hatred. Tell them that I'm with Zhang Wei and won't harm them. Aina spoke to the translator. The interpreter informed Aina of her words, and Lao He just grunted coldly without responding. However, he didn't lose his mind and let his men take a shot at Aina. The reason for not making a move was not because of Aina's words, but because Aina did follow Zhang Unicorn. Aina watched Lao He and the others leave and was slightly relieved. If these people really wanted to swarm them, Aina, a ninja without a handy weapon in hand, would not be able to do much good. Just as Aina and the others arrived here at the elevator shaft, the fluctuations that erupted from the battle at the well reached Aina's ears. All pulled back to prevent the elevator shaft from collapsing. Now, Aina opened her mouth to order. The people following Aina immediately began to move, and they were all afraid of death as well. Above ground, near the elevator shaft, Zhang Wei had already merged with the mech, but Zhang Wei didn't participate in the battle immediately. It was because Zhang Wei had already seen that Xiao Bao's situation was quite easy and there was no danger. Chapter 121 Floating Cannon from the Sky. As for what Zhang Wei is doing, of course I'm going to arm myself with what I just got. The Strong Attack module, and the Blast Wind module were placed by Zhang Wei in his module space. Although Zhang Wei's module space was only 20 spaces, both modules only occupied 3 spaces. This module can be housed in another 3 or 5 pieces. With the successful placement of the 2 modules, Zhang Wei's mech's battle power had increased by 200 points, but the real battle power that could be exerted could be converted into at least thousands of battle power. 30% of the attack power provided by the strong attack core is already worth thousands of battles. After placing the 2 modules, Zhang Wei took out the engine he had snatched from the mechanical beast. Previously inside the giant beast, Zhang Wei hadn't properly checked it out, but now he naturally had to check it out. Electromagnetic Extended Range Power Engine, Legendary. Battle Strength plus 500. Conventional Power, 10,000. Overdraft Power, 5000. Short Burst Power, 8000. Heavy-duty Extended Range Power Engine with electromagnetic gas pedal for high power output in a short period of time. What a strong motivation. Zhang Wei was excited. This power, it was too surging. Not to say that it could be squandered at will by Zhang Wei, but as far as the current stage was concerned, if Zhang Wei wanted to scourge the engine power to 0, that was basically not possible. A powerful engine not only had surging power and possessed various efficacies, but it also had to refine the source crystals at a much faster rate. This Legend-class electromagnetic extended range power engine has a special function. Short bursts of power can allow Zhang Wei to utilize a more powerful fighting force. What kind of attack power Zhang Wei would develop by bursting out 8000 power was not clear, but Zhang Wei knew that there was no need for that much at all. As long as he burned 1000 power at once, it would allow him to exert an attack power that exceeded the mech's doubling in a short period of time. To put it bluntly, it's burning power for strength and speed, which is kind of a skill that isn't a skill. If you use the short burst after using the superpower battle enhancement, it's powerful. Zhang Wei glanced over to the elevator entrance. Zhang Wei had the illusion that he felt that if he exploded with all his might, he was afraid that he could already slash the giant beast to death with his sword. Gear up! With such good equipment, Zhang Wei would definitely not be polite. The legendary great engine really did have other wonders, and when Zhang Wei chose to equip this engine, the engine immediately connected with Zhang Wei's mech. Based on the size of Zhang Wei's mech, the engine was surprisingly shrinking automatically. Legendary great items are really all extraordinary. Zhang Wei sighed and opened his mouth, and then, he put the replacement epic hydrogen power engine back into the cargo bay. Hydrogen-powered engines, while much worse than electromagnetic extended range power engines, are also absolutely great, and won't be outdated until the late post-apocalyptic period. After all, there were only so many good things, so Zhang Wei wouldn't waste them, and the hydrogen-powered engine had to be put away. After Zhang Wei put the hydrogen power engine in place, the electromagnetic extended range power engine started up in the middle of Zhang Wei's mech. The source crystals inside the cargo bay of Zhang Wei's mech were burning rapidly, and the engine power began to recover rapidly as the source crystals burned. Zhang Wei felt the surging power within the mech continuously pouring into his body, and he couldn't wait to moan out in relief. As the mech's battle power increased, the mech would naturally feed back to Zhang Wei's own body, which was both physically and mentally pleasurable. The pleasure is addictive. Soon the pleasure subsided. Zhang Wei didn't care. After all, he didn't raise his battle power much this time. The core module plus the engine only raised a total of 600 battle points. Well, only Zhang Wei dared to think so. In the eyes of other people today, 600 combat points would be a number that they wouldn't even dare to think about. After the pleasure subsided, Zhang Wei still didn't join the battle immediately as he checked his current panel. Mech form, level 3 evolution, 20 meters. Mech rating, 50. Weight, 53 tons. Battle strength, 2655. Strength, 18. 5 tons. Speed, 20 m/s. Type, medium melee. Power, electromagnetic extended range power engine, legendary. Equipment, hyper energy sun sword, epic. Alloy defensive armor, superior. Multi-point renewal thrusters, superior. 100 battles core, epic. Detection core, legendary. Strong attack core, epic. Blast core, epic. Epic freeze float cannon first order. Skills, super battle enhancement, legendary. Death laser, extreme thunder blast. The power speed has been increased, and there is a legendary level energy shield lying in the cargo hold. This equipment, indeed, is somewhat luxurious. It's just that these two excellence level items are a bit off. Zhang Wei looked at his attribute panel and muttered while looking at it. The other side of the battlefield was in the middle of the battlefield. Pai is spirited. No, Pa is going crazy. It was like a mad dog charging through the mecha army of the little Japanese self-defense force, facing such a king-level mechanical creature with extremely strong defense like Xiao Bao. The current little Japanese mechs were simply here to give away food, and there was simply no one to fight against. Melee mechs touching Xiao Bao is the fate of being directly crushed, although distant mechs are able to attack Xiao Bao, but as long as they weren't aiming to hit the vitals on Po's body, Po wouldn't even bother. and as long as the current vitals on Bao's body didn't open its mouth to bite, then only the eyes could be considered vital. These idiots, they can't even defeat Xiao Bao. It's a bit of a waste of feelings. Zhang Wei stared at the battlefield, and surprisingly, he had a feeling of being unable to do anything. The mechs were all surrounding Xiao Bao, who was spreading his wings, and every now and then a few more mechs flew up into the sky, the unlucky ones that were thrown away by Xiao Bao. With such a harmonious picture, Zhang Wei felt that if he rushed in, he might affect the harmony. Just as Zhang Wei hesitated on where to start, a team of elite mechs descended from the sky. There were only 10 mechs in this group, and although the number was not large, Zhang Wei could tell that these 10 mechs were all in the state of 3 times of evolution. I told you so. Even if the self-defense force is wimpy, it won't be that weak. Zhang Wei nodded. This was what it was like to be a self-defense force. Almost all of the resources were piled on these 10 mechs, which led to the fact that their mech level could reach 50. With such strength, it looked a lot stronger than the base of the military in Chuanchang. However, Zhang Wei knew that this had a huge correlation with the attributes of the two teams. Self-defense forces, not so high-minded. The end times come, they only care about themselves, will not care about the people. Even the people are the object of their oppression. As for the Kawasaki military, they were not going around plundering resources, they were doing their best to protect the people. So naturally, the Kawasaki military did not develop as fast as the self-defense forces of Little Japan. A floating cannon? Zhang Wei suddenly realized something interesting. A mech that fell from the sky was actually carrying a floating cannon on its shoulder. That's interesting. Chapter 122. 8 people surrounding the attack. The float cannon. As a special equipment, the mechanical creatures of the blue planet basically would not explode, and even the chances of obtaining it by opening the initial source crystal were very low. In a place as big as Chuanchang side, Zhang Wei himself was the only one who possessed a floating cannon. Now, Zhang Wei saw another floating cannon. Regardless of what quality this floating cannon was and what its battle power was, since Zhang Wei had been allowed to see it, the floating cannon could already be declared to have changed ownership. A mech can house 2 float cannons, one for each shoulder. Just then, the mech that was still in the air and falling towards the ground shot at Zhang Wei. High-temperature bullet. The red glow of the bullet means that the round is a high-temperature round. Like Lin Qianying's freezing gun, the high-temperature gun belonged to the group of special firearms that were amongst the far-flung group. Special firearms are definitely more powerful than normal firearms because they have special attack attributes. Of course, this is if the quality is the same and the level is similar. Here, quality has the biggest impact on the power of the gun. A high-level common firearm is certainly not as powerful as a low-level firearm of legendary level either. Legendary, that's how good it is. The high-temperature bullet that assaulted Zhang Wei was definitely not a bullet fired from a legendary grade firearm, but it should have reached epic grade as well. Legendary weapons are not that easy to obtain. Except, of course, with a purple star hard smash. Kind of interesting. Zhang Wei didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the high-temperature bullets and raised his hand to slash. Although both high-temperature bullets and freezing bullets are powerful, the speed at which they shoot bullets is relatively slow compared to unusual firearms. With Zhang Wei's current battle power, he could easily capture the attack trajectory of the high-temperature projectile, and by using his sword to slash in advance, he would naturally be able to hit it. The little Japanese who fired the high-temperature rounds eked. He saw the bullets he shot being cut by Zhang Wei's sword, and Zhang Wei surprisingly rushed out of the fire as the flames of the high-temperature bullets spread. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. So, some surprise, but just some surprise. Boom! 10 mechs smashed to the ground. Their appearance Zhang Wei had also used. Jumping down from the plane and choosing to merge with the mechs while in the air would result in the current scene. Not to mention, this outing was really quite shocking. Spread out. Leave this to us. Hi! The mechs that surrounded Bao immediately withdrew. In fact, there was no need for these 10 mechs to order them at all. Someone had already started retreating, facing a monster that can't be beaten. If you don't run faster, then the one who dies is yourself, and the ones who rush to the front are stupid. Now it's good. The savior has come without them having to go up and die. Facing 10 thrice-evolved mechs, Pa became less manic, and it was obvious that the equipment on these 10 mechs were all relatively luxurious. Just as Xiao Bao was thinking about how he was going to do it, 2 melee mechs among the 10 mechs rushed towards Xiao Bao. Pa was a little surprised, wondering why these people didn't swarm him. Soon, Bao could see it, as the other 8 mechs went to deal with his big brother. Zhang Wei wasn't that polite. Taking a high-temperature bullet didn't hurt him, but it was a fact that he was provoked. Therefore, after rushing out of the coverage area of the high-temperature bombs, Zhang Wei made his move. First there was a death laser shot, and then the freeze bomb was specifically aimed at the guy with the heat gun. The body surface of the melee mech that greeted the death laser was as if it had been welded from end to end by a welding torch, which meant that his mech armor was thick enough, or else the shot of death laser could have killed him. Good stuff indeed. Epic armor. This isn't a team of elite mechs. This is a team of treasure-giving little princes. Jiang Wei felt that he could really bird-dog himself this time. This Chinese man is very strong in battle. Stop him in melee and kill him from afar. The leader of the elite squad opened his mouth and ordered. The two melee mechs acting as meat shields immediately rushed towards Jiang Wei. These two mechs were also about 15 meters tall, and they were both wearing epic-level external armor with very strong mech defenses. If it wasn't for the resistance of the epic external armor, what would these two goods have done to block the death lasers unleashed by Jiang Wei's 2,000 odd battle power? Extreme Thunder Blast. From a long distance away, Jiang Wei swung his sword through the air. The ball of light was chopped out by Jiang Wei. When the ball of light exploded, the melee mechs that had gathered together and rushed towards Jiang Wei were all fixed on the spot. Extreme Thunder Blast is also a thunder attribute skill. Radiation spreading will form a thunder attribute attack at the same time. Meat shield type melee mechs are thick-skinned, but the mechs are patronized by thunder and lightning. It will still cause a short period of paralysis. The mechs of the three advances are indeed all a bit of a level. They can't be killed in a single move. Jiang Wei sighed while he had also rushed to the frontmost two melee mechs. Facing these two mechs, Jiang Wei nonchalantly swung his sword. The reflexes of these two mechs were quite outstanding, and they raised their shields at the same time as they carried the paralysis of their bodies. The shields in their hands weren't ordinary goods either. All of them were epic one-handed shields. These two guys were very well coordinated, and while they raised their shields in defense, they both swung out their one-handed swords and chopped at Jiang Wei's legs. If it's against an enemy of equal strength, this trick works really well. It's not a skill, but it's better than a skill. Meat shield-shaped melee plays a defensive counterattack, but counterattacking presupposes that you can play defense. Is Jiang Wei's sword that good a defense? Although the epic shields were able to block the blade of the super energy sun sword, they could not carry Jiang Wei's power. Counting the power of the forward charge, the power Jiang Wei could exert with this sword had exceeded 30 tons. The power that Jiang Wei's mecha could originally exert had already reached 20 tons, and with the impact of the forward stroke, the gravity of the super energy sun sword itself, and other factors added together, was the power of the sword not so easy to block? Even though the two melee mechs had all taken a defensive stance, and were able to better withstand the impact with their half-crouched bodies, the power of this sword was too great for them to block. As they swung out the swords in their hands, both of their bodies tumbled backwards uncontrollably. In this way, their attacks naturally fell short. Fortunately, this time the support from Far Cry arrived. Besides that Far Cry who was using a high-temperature gun, there were still 4 other mechs among the 10 mechs in their line that were Far Cry. Melee versus long range, half and half. Jiang Wei's footsteps were slowed by the impact of rifle bullets, followed by countless machine gun bullets. Machine gun bullets are not as powerful as rifle bullets in a single shot, but even if you can't break the defense, it's easy to hit the opposing cell phone armor back. Unfortunately, they weren't facing an ordinary opponent. It was Jiang Wei. Chapter 123. Since we're here together, let's go together. Facing the dense machine gun bullets, Jiang Wei's body did not tilt back in the slightest, and apart from the sparks that constantly erupted from the mecha being a little bit of a viewing experience, it did not have any effect at all. Seeing Jiang Wei approaching, the two meat shield melee fighters who had been chopped and rolled out were obviously panicked, and they wanted to get up quickly, but the speed at which they got up was definitely not as fast as Jiang Wei's impact. In the next moment, Jiang Wei leaped up like a god descending from the sky, and when he landed, his feet had already stepped on the bodies of these two meat shield mechs. Luckily, they had stopped Jiang Wei's big feet with the shields in their hands, or else the power of those feet could probably scrap them, but even stopping them was bad. The mech took a tremendous amount of pressure, not to mention that its body sank into the dirt. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the shields in their hands were used to resist Jiang Wei's feet, and once again facing the huge sword in Jiang Wei's hands, they could only use their heads to block it. Just as Jiang Wei stepped on top of these two mechs and swung his sword, 2 other melee mechs arrived. They swung their weapons in their hands at the same time. These two mechs used all two-handed weapons to maximize their output. Jiang Wei turned a blind eye to these two mechs, and the target of the huge sword in his hand was still the two meat shield mechs that he stepped on. An ear-piercing metallic friction sound appeared, and 2 strings of sparks erupted from Jiang Wei's body. At the same time, Jiang Wei's body retreated for the first time. Having been slashed twice at the same time, Jiang Wei, who was already standing on a meat shield mech with a less stable physique, was unable to maintain his balance. And what Jiang Wei received in exchange for these 2 blows was the fall of 2 mecha heads. Wounded, 4 dead. Moreover, the mech being slashed twice was only a minor injury to Jiang Wei. Not even a minor injury, because those 2 melee mechs were obviously confident in their own attacking abilities. The place where they slashed was Jiang Wei's mech's abdomen, the place where Jiang Wei's main body was located. As long as they could penetrate Jiang Wei's mech defense, they would be able to kill Jiang Wei with a single blow. Unfortunately, what Jiang Wei was wearing was superior grade external armor though, with limited armor defense. But after this external equipment was chopped and scrapped, the weapons in their hands encountered the body of Zhang Wei's mech. The defensive power of Zhang Wei's mecha body was simply not something that these two melee mechs could imagine. Those war powers that came out high weren't high for nothing. The sparks were also created by the friction between the weapons in their hands and Zhang Wei's mecha body. You guys are in a hurry too. Zhang Wei raised his hand and removed the external armor on his body. Armor that has been scrapped is just a liability to wear. Zhang Wei then swung his sword, and with his arm span and the length of the Super Energy Sun sword, it was enough to slash the two melee mechs in front of him. Withdraw! With a loud cry, two melee mechs' legs erupted in fire, which was the use of thrusters. With the help of the thrusters, their bodies retreated quickly. However, they had thrusters, but Zhang Wei didn't. Although the quality of Zhang Wei's thruster was not too high, and it was also an excellent grade, Zhang Wei's mech had enough power, and with the idea of scrapping the thruster, Zhang Wei violently exploded with 1,000 points of power. Under the impetus of 1,000 points of power, Zhang Wei's thrusters began to roar. It was a real roar, so loud that it even drowned out the sound of those distant war shots. With this power boost, Zhang Wei's speed instantly reached breakneck speed, and his huge figure seemed to turn into a shadow, overtaking the two remaining melee mechs in just the blink of an eye. This only happened in a split second, and when Zhang Wei surpassed these two melee mechs, the scene was strangely quiet. The Far Cry mechs have ceased fire. It wasn't that they were scared silly, but Zhang Wei's movements just now were so fast that they weren't able to keep up with Zhang Wei's rhythm. When their guns caught Zhang Wei again, Zhang Wei should have surpassed the two melee mechs. They didn't have time to speak to Zhang Wei. They wanted to see how their companions were doing. Boom! Two mechs fell to the ground. Zhang Wei could resist the slashes of these two mechs, but they couldn't carry the huge sword in Zhang Wei's hand. Only a red line appeared on the abdomen of all these two mechs. This was the mark left by the mech metal being burned red after the Super Energy Sun sword slashed it. In the next moment, the upper and lower halves of the two mechs separated. Not to mention the mech. The person inside the mech was also scrapped under Zhang Wei's blow. These two guys are even more miserable than those two meat shields. Although those two meat shields were beheaded by Zhang Wei, at least the person who was controlling the mech was not dead. Your turn. Zhang Wei didn't stop. He quickly rushed towards the telekinetic mechs that used high-temperature guns, and his floating cannon was aimed at the telekinetic mechs that used rifles and machine guns. Why? Because the telekinetic mech using the heat gun was hit twice by the floating cannon. Although the freezing bullets were not enough to kill the opponent, the speed of movement of the opponent's mech was greatly restricted. This kind of enemy, just catch up and slash a sword. Besides, this guy was definitely the most important target among these people, more important than the leader of their elite squad, because not only was this guy using a special type of heat gun, he was also carrying a float gun on his shoulder. With so many high-end equipment in his possession, to say that this was an unimportant person, Zhang Wei would definitely not believe it. Help me! Seeing Zhang Wei rushing towards him while he was moving slowly, the telekinetic mech using the high-temperature gun immediately opened its mouth to call for help. Obviously, Zhang Wei's guess was correct. This guy was definitely an important person, and the other three farfighting mechs rushed towards Zhang Wei at the same time, charging like melee mechs. The farfighting mechs were much faster than the close-fighting mechs, but they couldn't catch up with Zhang Wei's speed, and they could only watch Zhang Wei go far away. Don't kill him and you'll regret it. Baka, he's royalty. Do you know what will happen if you kill him? The telekinetic mech that couldn't catch up with Zhang Wei opened his mouth loudly while firing. Zhang Wei's heart rejoiced at his words, and then he once again carried out the decapitation operation. After a sword, the mech's head flew high. If he couldn't even carry Zhang Wei's attack in close combat, what right did he have to carry it in distant combat? Just because he's a royal? The imperial family of Japan is nothing but an ass in Zhang Wei's eyes. Damn it, leave that monster alone. In fact, there's no need to shout at all. The two mechs that were put against Xiaobao had already rushed over this way, only that they were some distance away from this side, and it naturally took time for them to rush over. The two mechs ran away, and Xiaobao was in hot pursuit behind them, but Xiaobao's large physique and running speed was no match for the two mechs that used thrusters, so he could only follow them and eat dust. Zhang Wei didn't take these two mechs to heart at all. 8 mechs besieged, and now there are 3 left. Since we're here together, let's go together. Zhang Wei turned and charged. Chapter 124 Prince. Let's escape while we still can. The moment Zhang Wei turned around, the 3 Far Cry mechs were about to die of fear. As Zhang Wei chased after them, they turned around and ran, and they were spread out. They didn't know if they could run away, but they were going to run as hard as they could, as far away as they could, and they were going to create an opportunity for their other 2 companions. Given enough time, their companions would be able to save that royal family. I didn't think I'd be able to use it, but I didn't realize that I still had to use it. Superpower Battle Enhancement. Zhang Wei used the legendary ranked skill. Super Battle Strengthening. Power is halved. Combat power is doubled. Jiang Wei's speed had almost doubled, and the sudden burst of speed caught the three escaping mechs off guard. The mechs that were first targeted by Jiang Wei were unlucky, but the telekinetic mechs that were named and focused on by the floating cannon were even worse. When the battle power wasn't doubled, he was able to deal with the freezing bullets fired from the float gun for a bit, but when the battle power was doubled, the speed of the frozen bomb in the air was also greatly improved. Of course, it's the power of the cryo bombs that kills. The original freeze bomb, even if it hit his body, would just be able to affect the mech's mobility for a bit, but after he took another cryo bomb, he realized he couldn't move. The mech is frozen. While this mech was frozen, Jiang Wei's side had already chopped off another head. There's one left. Jiang Wei didn't go after it, leaving it to the floating cannon. Jiang Wei, who had cut off a head, returned quickly. That little Japanese mouthpiece of royalty had already disintegrated with the mech and was preparing to flee with a tear-stained face, escorted by two mechs. To say the two mechs were quite intentional, the melee mechs escorted this royal family, while that farther war was collecting pyros and floating cannons. Just as he wanted to stow the high-temperature gun and the floating cannon in his cargo hold, Jiang Wei returned. There's nothing to say, just go up there and do a flying kick. The telekinetic machine, which was considered petite in comparison, was kicked by Jiang Wei and took off in place. It was a true takeoff, with his feet at least 5 meters off the ground, while the mech flew out in a parabola for a distance of several dozen meters. Watching the dust rise up in front of them, the melee mechs that had fled with the Imperials stopped in their tracks. He knew for sure he wouldn't be able to run away. 10 members of the elite squad, in a very short period of time, he was the only one left. How does this run? As he looked back with difficulty, he saw a huge sword slashing at him. A sword lord's, very silky smooth. With the collapse of this last melee mech, the battle was considered half over. Don't come over, go after those things. Jiang Wei looked at Xiaobao, who was still charging this way, and immediately raised his hand and opened his mouth to command. Without saying a word, Xiaobao sniffed and reversed his direction, charging towards those mechs on the periphery. Pa has a knack for slaughtering such little trash. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, didn't bother to chase after him. He first ran out a few dozen meters, and at the first time, he put away the high-temperature gun and the floating cannon, and then returned to the side of that high-temperature gun Far Cry mech again. The weapons this guy was using were so high-class, and the rest of the equipment on his body must be luxurious as well. External defensive armor, epic level surprisingly or fortified +3, take it away. Epic thrusters that are still enhanced +3, take it away. Cargo hold, premier, garbage. Engine excellence, garbage. Jiang Wei main fighter should take. Do not look at it to throw aside. Excellent great equipment could not even catch Jiang Wei's eye. After pickpocketing a mech, Jiang Wei ran to the front of another mech and continued what he had just done. The little Japanese royal family that was sitting paralyzed on the ground had been dumbfounded. This powerful Chinese man didn't take him seriously at all, and didn't even look at him. Afterwards, the remaining people who were still alive all gathered around this royal family. Other than the two melee mechs that were cut down by Jiang Wei, the rest were all alive. Only, the mech they were controlling was scrapped. The original fix still works. The head just mounts back on, but under Jiang Wei's violent demolition, these mechs were considered to have completely ended their lives. When Jiang Wei had almost finished dismantling it, Jiang Wei then regretted it. These were all thrice-evolved mechs. Wouldn't they have more hope of surviving if they were kept for old he and the others to use? Fortunately, Jiang Wei's reaction was also quite timely, as there were still two mechs that hadn't been poisoned by Jiang Wei. Of course, being able to think of this was actually because Jiang Wei had already picked up equipment, and the best thing had already been taken by Jiang Wei, which was that royal family's equipment, and the equipment on the other mechs, and only the cargo hold was still a bit attractive to Jiang Wei. Prince, let's escape while we can. A man spoke up. Where to run? Look around, one retorted. Though their bodies were enhanced with mecha, flesh and blood was flesh and blood. Unless they possessed a battle power as high as Jiang Wei's, they could fight the mecha with their physical abilities. Otherwise, what to fight with? How can we run? Xiaobao had stirred up those ordinary mecha camps on the periphery, and whichever direction those of them ran, it would only take one careless move by a certain mecha to kick them off. In such a chaotic situation, no one would care if there was a royal family under their feet. Besides, did you really just run away? What do you think that guy who's collecting loot is? Not to mention catching up. They could send them to their deaths with a single round of their floating cannon. Jiang Wei didn't care about these people at all, and even if he heard their conversation, he had no intention of paying attention to it. Jiang Wei didn't care what attribute the high-temperature gun was, but Jiang Wei cared about the floating cannon. Epic Rifle Float Cannon 3rd Order. Battle Strength plus 300. This is it? Jiang Wei looked at his own float cannon and then at this float cannon that he had just gotten. How come there's such a big gap between the two? Jiang Wei's first-ranked floating cannon had increased his battle power by 500 points, How come this third-ranked thing only added 300 points? White anticipation. Zhang Wei was a bit disinterested. However, 300 battle points for nothing seemed good. And besides, no matter how bad this floating cannon was, it was still a floating cannon, a weapon that could automatically perform attacks. Gear up. Well, even if it's too much, it's still a good idea to equip it. Looking at his own things now becomes Zhang Wei's, the little Japanese imperial family heart that is not comfortable. But being uncomfortable, he didn't dare say anything yet and could only watch. Right after Zhang Wei equipped the new floating cannons, the floating cannons on both of Zhang Wei's shoulders began to fire. The target was none other than the chaotic mechs on the periphery. Still, if you're all here, don't leave. Of course, killing them all is unrealistic. After all, some of the mechs had already begun to run, and with them scattered around and escaping, it was unrealistic for Zhang Wei to want to leave them all behind. Chapter 125 Momoyama. Right? You'll listen to him from now on. However, there is no problem leaving most of it behind. This is the time to show the benefits of the float gun. Whether it's a cryo bullet or a rifle bullet, the mechs that are named by the float cannon are basically able to survive intact. Being hit by a frozen bullet, the whole body turned into an ice sculpture. The rifle specifically picked the belly of the mech to hit, with the strong battle power of Zhang Wei's mech to add. The penetration of the rifle bullet was very strong, a shot into the soul, directly to the operator of the belly of the mech to death. In this way the mechs were preserved. After almost 20 minutes or so, the dust of the battlefield cleared. Those who deserve to die are already dead, and those who don't deserve to die are pretty much dead. There were still 6 people left on the side of the little Japanese imperial clan. The 2 telekinetic mechs that had not been frozen and had not yet been dealt with by Zhang Wei. The mechs were definitely fine after the ice crystals on the outside of the mechs melted, but the people who had been frozen on the inside were dead. Big brother, can we start dinner? Xiao Bao ran bumblingly to Zhang Wei's side. At this moment, Xiao Bao was happy, and he felt that Zhang Wei really didn't lie to him. This place, there's food everywhere and it's high-end ingredients. Ordinary self-defense force mechs were already very good ingredients, and those thrice-evolved mechs that had been dismantled by Zhang Wei were even more top-notch delicacies. Go! Zhang Wei waved his hand at Xiao Bao. So many mechs, enough for Bao to eat for hours. Pa ran off joyfully. There's so much food here, there's no end to it. There's no end to it at all. Zhang Wei then walked towards the elevator shaft, and when his huge head blocked the entrance to the elevator shaft, Aina, who was looking up below, was startled. All come up. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. With that translator there, Zhang Wei didn't worry that Aina and the others wouldn't understand. After the interpreter translated what Zhang Wei said, he immediately ran off to find Lao He and the others. By the time everyone was gathered, the silence had no tendency to be broken. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of wreckage. No mechanical creatures, all mecha wreckage. Aina couldn't even dare to imagine how Zhang Wei had done it. It took such a short time to exterminate so many mechs. Aina was especially nonplussed when she saw the distinctive mechs. Those 2 frozen mechs you can use. They're 3 times evolved mechs, and the mech cores are in the people who were frozen to death inside the mechs. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Old He after lifting the merge. Thanks, no need. I still have things to do and have to leave. You guys will have to rely on yourselves from now on. Zhang Wei spoke softly. Good. We'll try to stay alive and we'll try to save as many people as we can. Zhang Wei didn't comment on this as he turned towards Aina's side. Go! Aina didn't say anything, and neither did anyone else, all quietly following behind Zhang Wei. The direction they went was exactly the royal family side of Little Japan. This is your royal family. Except for him, and those around him, whoever kills will live, or else all die. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to this Aina and the others. This, among other things, included Aina. When that interpreter translated what Zhang Wei had said, some people were shocked and angry. Some people sucked in cold air, and their expressions were more wonderful than one another. The angriest among them were naturally the 5 people who followed the royal family. Someone suddenly rioted against Zhang Wei. However, before Zhang Wei could make a move, the man had already been ferociously pressed to the ground by Aina's neck. Aina was not a kind man or woman. She was originally a ninja and her body had been strengthened by a mecha. Her strength could be said to be the strongest under Zhang Wei in the room, bar none. For Aina, she wouldn't blink an eye even if she killed royalty, not to mention killing an ordinary person, because Aina believed what Zhang Wei said. Those of them who did, could only live for 5, or even, less than 5. Places were limited, and Aina didn't want to compete with anyone else. Then the melee broke out. The group rushed towards the remaining 4. Zhang Wei quietly stood still and watched the show. And Aina came behind Zhang Wei after breaking the neck of the person who had made a move on him, like a well-behaved maid. Zhang Wei was satisfied with Aina, a smart woman, but didn't show it. That, should I go too? The dog translator carefully opened his mouth to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at him, then shook his head. The interpreter was still useful, and Zhang Wei had no intention of getting him killed yet. Seeing Zhang Wei shaking his head, the dog translator breathed a sigh of relief. If we really let him go up there, I'm afraid he won't survive. For of all these men, he was the most civilized. And look at the murderers at the scene. Miserable. 4 were mech-enhanced, and the rest weren't as strong, but they were outnumbered and tough as nails. After 10 minutes of playfulness, the victory emerged. As expected, ordinary people couldn't beat someone who had been reinforced by a mecha even if they played with their lives. The 4 people who had followed the young Japanese imperial family ended up with 2 left, but they also won badly, and one of them had one of his ears bitten off. TSK, kill it. Zhang Wei sked and opened his mouth. What's the point of these 2 surviving? It's not like Zhang Wei said they could live if they won. This time, there was no need for the dog interpreter to speak. Aina comprehended Zhang Wei's meaning and she made her move. Subsequently, Zhang Wei didn't care about the situation over here as he looked down at that imperial prince who had become a bit dumbfounded not far away. Don't kill me. I surrender. This imperial prince surrendered to Zhang Wei by speaking a somewhat broken Chinese language. Oh, can speak human language? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. Yes, I will. Zhang Wei said with a cold smile. Are you really a royal son? Yes, I am a prince, and my name is Momoyama. Prince? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. I did not expect that the small Japanese, but also can make so many tricks. Say, this prince has a fiefdom? Zhang Wei really didn't know much about the Japanese royal family. My lord, this Prince Taosan has some status. The dog interpreter might have seen Zhang Wei's lack of understanding, and he came over to Zhang Wei's side and reminded him in a low voice. Zhang Wei doesn't care if this is a prince or a prince. Anyway, it has a relationship with the royal family, so it is useful to keep it. Really, if little Benji got some high-kill weapons from somewhere, like some mushroom bomb or something, Zhang Wei could use this prince as a meat shield. He couldn't believe that little Ben even blew up their prince along with him. As for whether or not the little book had those things, Zhang Wei was not too sure. At the international level, they say they don't have it, but who knows if they actually study it secretly. With how shady little Benji is, the chances of them secretly having a mushroom bomb are very high. This time, Zhang Wei had destroyed so many self-defense force mechs, and he was definitely going to walk in front of the eyes of the top brass of little Benjamin. Zhang Wei wouldn't be surprised by whatever tactics little Benji used against him. Keep it useful, manhwarecap, right? You'll listen to him from now on. Zhang Wei pointed at the dog translator and opened his mouth to Momoyama to order him. Chapter 126 The Dog Who Can Bend and Stretch. The dog interpreter's mouth opened wide as he looked at Zhang Wei, then at Momoyama, and finally pointed at himself. What the hell is this? Getting a little Japanese prince to listen to himself? Did you hear me right? Regardless of whether it was before the end of the world or now, the prince that was an unattainable figure in his own right. Now it's good enough to have a prince as his little brother? Hi, Momoyama will definitely not fail your lordship. Compared to the dog translator's shock, Momoyama is doing very well. This Prince Momoyama is considered to be the small Japanese that can bend and stretch to play clearly. Greetings, translator, and I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the future. Momoyama faced the dog interpreter and surprisingly bowed to him. The scene confused the dog interpreter a bit. Fine, I know. Aina frowned slightly as she looked at a few people. She felt like she was out of the big group, and Aina couldn't even understand what Zhang Wei and the rest of them were saying. It's just irritating. In order to keep herself out of society, Aina decides that she's going to have to get the dog translator to have a good discussion about life in the evening, and learn a bit of Mandarin. Bow, eat gently, save your stomach, there are good things to come. After dealing with Peach Mountain, Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao. The guy was joyfully feasting on the 3 advancing mechs, and surprisingly didn't eat the 3 advancing mechs, which were top-notch food for it. First, Zhang Wei could guess what Xiao Bao was thinking. It was easy to be bitter before sweet, but hard to be sweet before bitter. Xiao Bao should be afraid that it would dislike these ordinary mechs after eating the Sanjin mechs. Running on the principle of not wasting anything, so Bao started nibbling from ordinary mechs. Big brother, what good stuff. Xiao Bao opened his mouth with gusto. What could it be that could be described as something good by Zhang Wei? Eat these mechs first, then I'll take you there. Zhang Wei pointed at those Sanjin mechs and spoke to Xiao Bao. Yes, without any hesitation at all, Xiao Bao charged straight at those Sanjin mechs. Looking at Xiao Bao's growing size, Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. It took no more than 5 minutes for all 8 mechs to enter Xiao Bao's stomach. To say that this 3-entry mech was just something. After Xiao Bao ate these 8 mechs, Zhang Wei could tell with his naked eyes that Xiao Bao had grown quite a bit stronger again. I think that this wave of Xiao Bao's battle power should have increased a lot as well. Well, can you still eat? Seeing Xiao Bao finish eating 3 into the mech, Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, Xiao Bao, this good's main hit is it can eat. Eat more. Digestion is also fast. Metal debris into the belly of Xiao Bao will be quickly melted. and then enhance its own body. Zhang Wei hadn't studied what the internal structure of the specific mechanical creature was like. Anyway, he just needed to know that Xiao Bao could continue to eat. Go down, 100 meters deep. Zhang Wei pointed at the elevator shaft and spoke. Yes, Pa took the brunt of the elevator shaft after agreeing. The entrance to the elevator shaft was a bit too small for Xiao Bao, who had to open the way in front. And anyway, there wasn't much left down there, so even if it collapsed, Zhang Wei didn't care. Seeing that Xiao Bao began to violently open the way, Zhang Wei slowly walked forward. Without being greeted by Zhang Wei, AI9 and the three of them all followed behind Zhang Wei without a word of nonsense. Originally this elevator shaft has a straight up and down passage. With the speed of Xiao Bao's digging in this original passage base, the speed of drilling holes is that fast. In less than 5 minutes Xiao Bao had dug to the deepest part of the underground. Okay, it's okay. Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao, which if he didn't, I'm afraid Xiao Bao would continue to dig down. Look over there, try to see if you can eat it. Zhang Wei pointed at the metal wall and spoke to Xiao Bao. Po's eyes were glowing when he saw the metal walls. He didn't even have time to answer Zhang Wei's question and charged straight up. However, when Little Treasure gnawed on the metal wall, ear-piercing sounds came out and a series of sparks kept erupting in Little Treasure's mouth. Can't chew on it. Zhang Wei nodded. It made sense. Never mind that the behemoth had lost all power, but people hadn't lost their defenses. Don't gnaw here. Change places and go in from over there. Zhang Wei pointed out the direction to Xiao Bao, the very same bearing that Zhang Wei had previously broken out from within the giant beast. As long as there was a gaping hole in the ground, Zhang Wei believed that Xiao Bao would definitely be able to chew up this giant beast. Even if he couldn't gnaw on the behemoth's external armor, the interior could hollow him out. Zhang Wei didn't believe that the beast could still come back to life after its interior was hollowed out. Xiao Bao was one to listen to advice, mainly from Zhang Wei, and he quickly found the gap by following the direction Zhang Wei pointed out, and then it is violent demolition. Xiao Bao's big tail turned into a tool like an iron hook, under his deadly pull. Originally not big gap hard to be pulled by Xiao Bao into a gap more than 4 meters high, because of the dirt and stone above the channel is in the way. Xiao Bao also demolished some of the above dirt and stone. When Zhang Wei watched Xiao Bao burrow into the giant beast, Zhang Wei was completely relieved. Tell me, what is the status of your self-defense force now? Zhang Wei suddenly turned to look at Momoyama and opened his mouth to inquire. Your Excellency, I am not a member of the self-defense force. I only know some general information. At the moment, the number of self-defense forces in the country is about 50,000 people. These are the ones who are still alive. This unit I am in has a total of about 3,000 people, and the number of mechs is more than 2,000, but at the moment it looks like less than half of them should still be left. Where are the elite mechs? Just your squad? Hi. Yes my lord. It's hard enough to provide for our squad. They don't have any more resources to train other elite mechs. Your Excellency wiped out this elite squad, which kind of cuts down a big chunk of the self-defense force's attacking capability. Momoyama is really one to see things through. Listening to him speak, it's as if the self-defense force has nothing to do with him. Momoyama, you have a high status among this self-defense force, don't you? Hi. Although Momoyama's strength is not good, but he still has some status, and indeed he can say something among the self-defense force. Does your Excellency want to incorporate the self-defense force? If so, Momoyama can help your Excellency. Momoyama bowed deeply to Zhang Wei after he finished speaking. Zhang Wei skimmed Momoyama. Integration? To be honest, Zhang Wei had never thought of such a thing. Collected for what? Waiting for these dogs to turn on us at any moment? Don't look at Momoyama's current politeness, but in reality, he didn't know how dark he was inside. If Aina was a poisonous flower, then this Momoyama was a highly poisonous viper. The more of these dogs that can bend the rules, the less of a thing they are. This self-defense force, does it have heavy weapons? Zhang Wei did not respond to Momoyama as he continued to open his mouth to inquire. Chapter 127 Little Treasure Sleeping. Hey, back to your lordship. Yes, there are conventional missiles, tanks and all that, just not a lot of them and most of the weapons belong to those in the pretty country. Speaking of pretty country, Momoyama's face was a little less than pretty. After Momoyama's reminder, Zhang Wei also suddenly thought of this. Little Japan's territory is stationed with beautiful country's big soldiers. These guys can be said to be the supreme emperor-like existence in Little Japan's territory. You don't have the right to use it? We can apply to use it. But, haven't you guys ever thought about getting them killed? Zhang Wei interrupted Momoyama without waiting for him to finish. Of course we've thought about it, and very much so. It's just that even now, we're too oppressed by the pretty country to use too drastic a tactic. Zhang Wei gave Momoyama a slightly thoughtful look. See, let's say that this bastard is a black-hearted dog. Look at this gnashing of teeth. Zhang Wei has done things that are more excessive than those big soldiers of the beautiful country. If this Taosan is given a chance to turn over, this bastard will be even more ruthless and black to himself. If not for the fact that he still had a use for this Taosan bastard, Jiang Wei would definitely have killed this dog immediately. What do you say? Your people, will you apply for the use of heavy weapons to attack me? My lord, that's impossible. Momoyama would never let them harm your lord. Well, what a loyal traitor. Tell the truth. Jiang Wei's voice instantly turned ice cold. Hearing Jiang Wei's icy tone, Momoyama's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. This, my lord, for their own safety, they should have applied, and I'm afraid the pretty country's GIs would have agreed. Momoyama spoke the truth against Jiang Wei's icy gaze. He was afraid that if he didn't tell the truth he would be killed immediately. Jiang Wei nodded in satisfaction. The truth was not nice to hear, but Jiang Wei was willing to listen. Would they still shell me if they knew you were with me? This I can call the royal family. Let the royal family to give the self-defense force pressure. As long as the royal family open mouth, the self-defense force absolutely do not dare to mess up. Momoyama hesitated for a moment before speaking to Jiang Wei with certainty. He couldn't afford not to hesitate. This was something he had to think about before he could do anything about it. After all, it was his own life that was at stake. If it really came to shelling, Jiang Wei could merge with the mecha, and it was unclear to Momoyama if the shells could kill Jiang Wei. But Momoyama knew that he was definitely going to die. Although his physique had been strengthened, it was far from being able to resist cannonballs with his bare hands. So, Momoyama meant what he said. It looks like you're still somewhat useful as a prince. Aina, inside the Osaka camp, you should be able to talk on the phone, right? The dog interpreter, seeing that he had come to life, immediately opened his mouth to translate. Hi, it's okay. Aina acted equally humble. Wait a while, go back to the phone and tell your royal family that I have you. And if they don't care if you live or die, then let them send in whatever they want or just use heavy weaponry. And if they do care if you live or die, let the self-defense forces get those pretty country GIs. Got it? Jiang Wei wasn't saying this to the royal family behind Taosan. What Jiang Wei wanted was very clear. As for how Taosan could maneuver with the royal family, that was Taoshan's business. If the self-defense force side really used heavy weapons to bomb Jiang Wei would definitely survive, but Momoyama would surely die. Momoyama certainly understood this, and he once again bowed to Jiang Wei and said, "Hey, don't worry, my lord, Momoyama will definitely complete the mission." Jiang Wei grinned and did not make a comment. If it works or not, let's see. Anyway, no matter how things turn out, Jiang Wei is not losing money. As for letting the self-defense force kill pretty country's GIs, that would be pure trouble for little Japan, because if there is a fight, it's a lose-lose situation. And, surely, the pretty country GIs will report the behavior of the little Japanese. There can be more than just a big army of beautiful countries here in little Japan. Exactly how many Jiang Wei is not sure, but the number will not be small. Moreover, these big soldiers had masters behind them, and Jiang Wei kinda wanted to see little Japan dogfight with pretty country. My lord, why don't I go back and make the call now? Momoyama spoke to Jiang Wei in a low voice after weighing the situation repeatedly in his mind. Momoyama was afraid that if he called late, a bomb missile or something would have already fallen. No hurry. Jiang Wei really wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't afraid of bombing anyway. Keep Momoyama under constant pressure so he can rack his brain to get things done. Hearing Jiang Wei's words, Momoyama didn't dare to say anything, but his back was gradually drenched in sweat as time passed. Jiang Wei also did not expect to wait for such a long time, as little treasure burrowed into the giant beast and gnawed on it for a full 6 hours. And it was only when the sky was completely dark that little treasure wobbled out of the gaping hole that had been violently broken open by him. Looking at Xiao Bao, who looked like he had drunk too much, Jiang Wei was worried and went up. How is it? Are you alright? Xiao Bao can't have any problems. Jiang Wei is still waiting for Xiao Bao to take him on a treasure hunt. Big brother, I'm fine. I just ate too much. This giant beast provides too much nutrition. I seem to be in a deep sleep for a few days. Pa voiced his feelings. If it wasn't for the fear of Jiang Wei's worry, just now, Xiao Bao would have slept in the belly of the giant beast. Okay, you go back to sleep in the belly of the behemoth, and I'll collapse the place so no one else disturbs you. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Bao thanked Jiang Wei before wobbling back, and it was obvious that Xiao Bao was still enduring a lot of hard work. Jiang Wei followed behind Xiao Bao and kept sending Xiao Bao back into the belly of the giant beast. And when he saw that Xiao Bao was lying on the ground with a burst of light starting to be released from his body, Jiang Wei retreated. To be honest, Jiang Wei didn't know what kind of state this was for Xiao Bao right now. As a matter of fact, there are no higher-level mechanical creatures above the king level, but Jiang Wei also suspected that he was too insular to understand the deeper secrets. However, Xiao Bao's change was definitely a good thing, and Jiang Wei didn't have the intention to look deeper into it. Go on, get back. Jiang Wei opened his mouth to greet. Momoyama couldn't wait to rush to the Osaka camp. How many hours has it been? If he didn't contact the self-defense force or the royal family, they were afraid they would think he was dead. If they think they're dead, it's probably not too long before the bombs come down. However, Zhang Wei was still in no hurry. After he led the 3 AI out of this huge cavern, Zhang Wei merged with the mech and didn't need Zhang Wei to do much, just stomping madly on the ground. The earth and stone structure below had already been damaged, and Zhang Wei's own weight, combined with the strength he possessed, could easily collapse the cave. Only after the cave had completely collapsed did Zhang Wei take Aina and the three of them back to the Osaka campground. Chapter 128 Excited Aina. Entering the Osaka camp, Zhang Wei disintegrated with his mech, and there was no danger for him to speak of here. Although there was also the possibility of that little bit of an accident happening, it was safer than Zhang Wei merging with the mech, because merging with a mech would be too big of a goal. Don't even need any satellites or anything like that to see it. You can see it very clearly from a distance with a drone. If some dogs didn't even care about the lives of their nationals anymore, and if they really threw down something unconscionable, Zhang Wei wouldn't feel too good either. Momoyama was taken by Aina to that old Okamoto's office as soon as he entered the Osaka camp. In the entire Osaka camp, there was only one phone here that could communicate with the outside world, and that was because there was a series of old things like Okamoto who were too precious about their lives. Even if they could easily get their hands on a mech core, they wouldn't merge with it, because in their eyes, some sort of bad thing must have happened to merge with the mech. To put it bluntly, these old guys are very life-thirsty. This old man also includes the royal family of Little Japan. Taoshan went to make a phone call. Zhang Wei didn't follow. He didn't want to know what Taoshan had said. He just needed to know if things were done or not. Also, even if Zhang Wei didn't follow, Zhang Wei was sure that he would soon know what Momoyama had said and done, because Aina is following Momoyama. You won't run, right? Zhang Wei looked at the only dog interpreter who was still following him and opened his mouth. I'm sure I won't run, and if I have to say I'm afraid, I'm sure I am, but I can live by following you, and I'm afraid I won't be able to live much longer if I don't follow you. The dog interpreter started to tell the truth at this time, without all the bending and twisting. In truth, it was also this dog translator who saw that Zhang Unicorn was not a good liar at all. Not only is he strong and ruthless, but he is also highly intelligent. Playing tricks in front of Zhang Wei, he was afraid that he would die immediately, so he might as well be honest. Well, that's the truth. I'll give you a task. Watch Aina, and at the same time tell Aina to watch Momoyama. Got it? Don't worry, my lord, I know what to do. The dog translator looked resolute. He knew why Zhang Wei had ordered this, and he also knew that there was a high chance that Zhang Wei wouldn't send anyone to watch him, as he simply didn't have any other abilities other than mastering 2 languages. By Zhang Wei's side, he was a useful person, and away from Zhang Wei's side, he was a piece of. Here, he was able to command Prince Taoshan to do things, and others were afraid of him when he slipped around the camp, not to mention running away. Even if Zhang Wei drove him away now, he wouldn't leave. Zhang Wei had a little bit of satisfaction, and had some feeling of empathy with the ancient emperor. It's, called checks and balances, right? Go on, get 2 pretty women over here, and 2 of your own. Remember, pretty ones. This. The dog translator was stunned by the words that suddenly crashed out of Zhang Wei's mouth. That's not what we were talking about, is it? How do you turn a corner so fast? What's wrong? They are only allowed to scourge our people, and we can only talk to them about benevolence? Zhang Wei spoke coldly. No, not. The dog interpreter waved his hand back and forth. He wasn't trying to get Zhang Wei to talk about benevolence and morality. He just hadn't turned the corner himself. Zhang Wei never thought he was a gentleman. He didn't understand those things of benevolence and morality. Even if he did, it was to talk about benevolence and morality with people. And with these Japanese dogs, what to talk about? A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye is all it takes. Then it's still going fast? Zhang Wei had so much anticipation. Let's not talk about anything else. The level of service in Japan is really online. No matter how young you are, the skills are great. Yes. The dog translator left Zhang Wei's room. The room Zhang Wei was in was the top floor of the tallest building in the camp, and standing by the window, he could see the entire camp. As long as there was any movement in the camp, Zhang Wei would be able to notice it first. Although Zhang Wei believed that the dog interpreter was a smart one and wouldn't run away easily, but in case something happened, it would be easy for Zhang Wei to cope with it in this place. It didn't take long for the dog translator to come back, but Aina did. My lord. Aina didn't knock. She called softly from the doorway. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Chinese words. Come in. Learn Chinese? Zhang Wei spoke to Aina with a light smile on his face. A little bit. Aina raised her hand to gesture as she spoke. This was for fear that Zhang Wei wouldn't understand him if what he said wasn't standardized. Quite a quick learner. Zhang Wei complimented Aina. Aina herself is a ninja. Learning ability, needless to say, after being strengthened by the mecha, learning ability will naturally become stronger. Some simple words. The speed of mastery is naturally very fast. Here's the translation. Aina handed Chang only a piece of paper. It would be hard to get her to speak more Chinese, but there was no difficulty in saying just a few words and then handing Zhang Wei the already translated paper that Momoyama had already said. Zhang Wei received the piece of paper and revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Zhang Wei hadn't read the contents carefully, but the handwriting was good. Who wrote it? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. Aina's head was full of questions. Obviously, the 3 words that Zhang Wei said were not among the statements that Aina had mastered. Seeing the confused look on Aina's face, Zhang Wei shook his head with some amusement before looking at what was recorded on the paper. The paper is full of what Momoyama said, and it's still very long. Just by looking at these words, Zhang Wei had also been able to roughly sense Momoyama's emotional changes, from the initial order to the later softening and begging for forgiveness. It even seemed that a marriage was promised before Momoyama finally got what he wanted and accomplished what Zhang Wei had explained. Kind of funny. Crumpling the paper in his hand into a ball, he then threw it on the ground. Looking at Zhang Wei, who was leaning against the bed and exuding a lazy aura, Aina surprisingly didn't know what she should do for a while. Leave? Or maybe, help him relax and unwind? Does he need to? Aina was still confident in her looks and her maneuvers and all that. It was that she wasn't sure what Zhang Wei was thinking. This language barrier just doesn't work. Dry. This in turn strengthens Aina's resolve to get a dog translator to learn Chinese properly. Just as Aina was a bit overwhelmed, the dog translator returned. He was followed by 2 women. Zhang Wei hadn't expressed his opinion yet. Aina's side was not happy first, and she gabbled at the dog translator for a while, looking a bit agitated. The dog interpreter was pretty excited too. It's not his fault. Zhang Wei asked for it. Why did this come to scold him? Isn't it just that you didn't send yourself to Zhang Wei's bed? As for being so excited, can Aina not be excited? You're here. You're a beautiful woman. Why do you still need to find these rough edges to come over here? Chapter 129 My Lord lets you in. The dog interpreter kind of really stood up for himself and argued his case, not letting up in the slightest. Anyway, Zhang Wei was right here, and he didn't believe that Aino really dared to beat him up. It was true that Aino didn't dare to make a move against the dog interpreter. She was just voicing her anger. It died down after a few arguments. You guys go out. Don't forget to get 2 for yourselves as well. Zhang Wei waved his hand and opened his mouth after seeing that these 2 were almost done arguing. Good. The dog interpreter also lost his temper after responding and turned around without giving Aino a chance to translate at all. Aino was so furious when she saw this that she didn't even have time to say anything to Zhang Wei and directly followed him. After the duo left, Zhang Wei grinned. These 2 guys, they can act pretty well too, deliberately arguing so much in front of him. Wasn't it to put Zhang Wei at ease and make Zhang Wei think that they weren't wearing the same pants? There's no need. There's really no such need. In the face of absolute strength. Come here, you guys. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to greet the 2 women. The language is not clear, but the gestures are all understandable. Leaving aside how these 2 women helped Zhang Wei's service, that dog interpreter really did get himself 2 women after he left. The main event is in obedience. Moreover, he could play even more flowery than Zhang Wei did. After all, he had lived here in Little Japan and knew a lot of tricks. However, just as he was exerting all his strength to frantically gallop for the job, Aino suddenly barged into his room. Not the kind of entry where you knock on the door and get permission. Really just breaking and entering, kicking the locked door off the room kind of thing. The soon-to-be-launched dog interpreter almost died in place from the shock. Aino, are you crazy? The dog translator growled frantically when he saw that the person barging in was Aino. At this point, the dog translator is indeed a normal man. Anyone who is so frightened at such a time, I am afraid that they will be so crazy. The point is, what if you get scared? What if it doesn't work anymore? The little translator that normally takes half a minute to completely shrink back when it's done, by just doing that, completely shrunk back in less than a second, and was even smaller than usual, with less than 2 centimeters left. In order not to let Aino realize her embarrassment, the dog translator grabbed a piece of clothing haphazardly to block her vitals, and the 2 women on the bed all shrunk under the covers, not daring to show their heads. The dog interpreters are the ones who hang out with Zhang Wei. They can't afford to mess with him and can only serve him with all their heart. And they can't afford to mess with Aino even more because Aino was originally a big shot within this camp. And nowadays, he is even more of a man of words. Got something for you. Aino didn't think she had done anything wrong in the slightest. Instead she was all smug. She could have come to the dog interpreter a long time ago, or even just followed the dog interpreter back. She had appeared at this time on purpose. In fact, she had been listening outside the door for a while, just to break in at the most crucial moment. What is it? The dog translator put away his anger. If Zhang Wei had asked Aino to come to him, then wouldn't he be angry at Zhang Wei if he got angry? For his current master, the dog translator didn't dare to have any temper at all. Teach me Mandarin. You. The dog translator gasped and reached out to point angrily at Aino. With this reach, the covering tool held in his hand naturally fell away. Ano looked down twice before a meaningful smile appeared on her face. TCH, it's that big, huh? I'll give you 2 minutes to get dressed, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. After saying that, Ano simply walked away. The dog translator felt a buzzing in the middle of his head, because he wanted to learn Chinese. He came to scare himself at such a critical time and mocked himself afterward. The little ing Benji. The furious dog translator could only get up and get dressed. No matter what, he couldn't really confront Ano. He didn't have the capital. There was no talk all night. Ano pulled the dog translator to learn for the rest of the night. It was real studying. Nothing else was happening. And even if they really had to take any special classes, Ano would have to take them with Zhang Wei. Not this dog interpreter who was only that big. The next day, when Zhang Wei woke up, Ano was already waiting in the room, her eyes staring straight at Zhang Wei, looking like she wanted to pounce on Zhang Wei's bed. Moreover, today, Ano intentionally dressed a bit more coolly, and when she saw Zhang Wei's eyes open, she practically catapulted up from her chair. Because of the excessive rise, it led to, the shaking was so great that Zhang Wei saw two white things swaying in his eyes. You're showing him this in the middle of the morning when he doesn't even have an erection? The next moment, Zhang Wei did as Ano wished and pulled Ano to let Ano show her mouth work. It was only after a full 20 minutes that Ano, whose lips were exhausted, walked into the bathroom with tears in her eyes. My lord, Ano, who had re-entered Zhang Wei's field of vision, opened her mouth somewhat daintily, her face still slightly flushed. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was already dressed. It was just a game. Zhang Wei wouldn't take it seriously. Besides, it's not like he really had anything going on with Ano. He was just borrowing Ano's mouth. What's going on? Coming over so early. My lord, it is Prince Momoyama who wishes to see you. Ano spoke slowly. After an evening of study, Ano's Mandarin had improved so much that even her intonation was less audible than it had been in the small days. Let him come over. Chinese language. Well learned. Zhang Wei complimented Ano. I don't know if I'm really praising Ano for speaking Chinese well, or if I'm praising Ano for being good with her mouth. Yes, my lord. My lord, do you need to eat something? Ano spoke to Zhang Wei with a smile on her face after being praised. No, you eat. Zhang Wei waved his hand and refused. Food was dispensable to Zhang Wei, and he has to guard against someone poisoning him or something, so it's better not to eat. Anyway, after merging with the mech would naturally replenish the energy in Zhang Wei's body. I've just taken a big bite. It's all essence. I'm full. Ano gently rubbed her hands in front of her body, not daring to look up at Zhang Wei, because Ano didn't know if Zhang Wei could withstand such a scale. Zhang Wei froze for a moment before grinning. He just thought Ano went into the bathroom to throw up, but he didn't realize it was for food. Go ahead and send Momoyama over. Yes. Ano didn't continue. Point blank. Just about right. Not too aggressive. Too much. She believed that she would be able to push Zhang Wei down sooner or later. On the other side, Momoyama had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He had run to Ano early in the morning to tell her about his request, and after waiting for more than 2 hours with no movement at all, could he not be anxious? Good thing that Ano, who had left, was finally showing up. Ano-sama, did His Excellency say anything? Momoyama took the initiative to meet Ano with an anxious expression. Disgusted, Ano took 2 steps back and said, My lord will let you in. Chapter 130. Want me to say it again? Why do you dislike it? Because Ano wants to keep her distance from Momoyama. No, keep your distance from all men. In order to really take down Zhang Wei, this must be done without sloppiness. Thinking that, Ano didn't care what Momoyama thought as she ran back to her room to change her clothes. When appearing in front of others, Ano had to dress appropriately, and cool clothes could only be worn for Zhang Wei. Momoyama didn't care what Ano did to himself. He knew that Ano was a ninja, and as a member of the royal family, Momoyama knew the ninja profession all too well. It could be said that there would be nothing they couldn't do, and even if Ano wanted to be close to him, Momoyama wouldn't be happy about it. If something really happened with her, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to get screwed over in the future. After Ano left, Momoyama straightened his clothes and went to find Zhang Wei, who he knew where he lived. When he went to find Zhang Wei, Momoyama was still contemplating whether or not to remind Zhang Wei, because Momoyama knew that this woman, Ano, had definitely climbed into Zhang Wei's bed. However, Momoyama only thought about this matter, and would definitely not be reminded. In case Ano succeeded in killing Zhang Wei one day, wouldn't he, Momoyama, be free? Wouldn't he still be the same Prince Momoyama who held great power? My lord, may I come in? Walking up to the door, Momoyama opened his mouth respectfully, and even though he didn't see Zhang Wei, he was bowing to the door. Other than that, little Benji's ostensible bowing and scraping is a real trick to play. They look like they are polite and courteous, but they have a belly full of bad things. Come in. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Momoyama then pushed the door open after straightening his clothes again. Greetings, my lord. Bowing again. Zhang Wei waved his hand carelessly. What is it? My lord, the self-defense force has already fought with the pretty countryside. Do we have to do anything? Momoyama was here to report on this, and according to Momoyama's idea, they should leave right now, going to help the self-defense forces. This is the only way to reduce the attrition of the self-defense forces. The pretty country GIs are not vegetarians either, and if they really expect the self-defense force to exterminate the pretty country GIs, I'm afraid that there won't be many of them left in the self-defense force, unless it's to bring back all the men guarding the seas. However, in case the mechanical creatures from the sea intruded on the island, there would really be no rest for the day. In order to control more members of the self-defense force, Momoyama desperately hoped that Zhang Wei would step in. Unfortunately, Momoyama didn't know Zhang Wei well enough to know what he was thinking. It's better if both sides are dead. Expecting Zhang Wei to help? Don't even think about it. Why should there be action? Zhang Wei opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. This rhetorical question directly confused Momoyama, but Momoyama is kind of a brainy one. He froze for only 2 seconds before organizing what to say in his head. My lord, I'm afraid that the SDF will lose, and if the SDF loses, I'm afraid that those pretty countries' big soldiers will take all the SDF's resources. What's all the good stuff? Zhang Wei came to be a bit more interested. He forgot to ask about it yesterday. The self-defense force was a pisser. Zhang Wei knew that even though they had piled out 10 triple entry mechs, the self-defense force should still have a lot of source crystals inside. I'm not sure exactly how many ordinary source crystals there are, but I know that there's also a legendary grade source crystal within the self-defense force. Momoyama knew what strength Zhang Wei was, and with such strength, his vision must be very high. Ordinary things definitely couldn't get into Zhang Wei's eyes, so he could only use legendary grade source crystals to impress Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei wasn't too excited when he heard about the legendary grade source crystal. It was true that the legendary grade items were all good, but Zhang Wei knew that the odds were that he wouldn't be able to use the items that were opened. It's like his legendary energy shield. Still, it's time to get your hands on it. Legendary grade source crystal. Not bad. Go call Ano over. Zhang Wei pretended to be a beep. Legendary grade source crystals were already the top of the line, and Zhang Wei had even said that it was not bad. Yes, Momoyama didn't care if Zhang Wei was pretending to be a beeper or not. He just needed to know that Zhang Wei had agreed to act, and that was enough. Soon, Momoyama found Ano and said that Zhang Wei called her. When Ano appeared in front of Zhang Wei threw a mecha core to Ano. Within the core of this mech was just a level 30-something binary mech, and it had no skills whatsoever. My lord, this. Ano looked at Zhang Wei with a little bit of not quite believing. Go to the self-defense force and bring back the legendary grade source crystals within the self-defense force. Can you do that? Zhang Wei opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, without any hesitation. Ano gave a very precise answer. You won't run, will you? The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth rose slightly. Does Ano want to run? She did want to run if possible. However, she knew Zhang Wei's ability. Possessing that kind of detection means, even if she ran, how far could she run? Knowing full well that she couldn't escape Zhang Wei, that's why she went to great lengths to please him. Otherwise, did she really think that she, a ninja, would be willing to serve Zhang Wei, a Chinese? The average woman in Little Japan was very resistant to serving a Chinese man, let alone Ano, a ninja. My lord, Ano is already your man, and Ano will not run away. Just know yourself, go do something. Yes, Zhang Wei really had no intention of going forward by himself, although both sides said there wouldn't be too much of a problem. But what if? A legendary grade source crystal couldn't compare to Xiao Bao's life, so Zhang Wei had to guard Xiao Bao and wait for him to wake up. The legendary grade source crystals couldn't be left out, which was why Zhang Wei had arranged for Ano to go over there. Ano, a ninja, was still very capable of fighting, and as there were no more Sanjin mechs on the self-defense force's side, Zhang Wei believed that Ano would be able to complete the task he had given him. As for whether or not Ano would run, Zhang Wei thought it was half and half. However, even if Ano ran away, it was fine. As Ano herself thought, it wasn't too difficult for Zhang Wei, who possessed the detection core, to find Ano. Since there was a 50-50 chance, and since he himself had the ability to be able to find Ano, there was no problem with leaving this to Ano. Ano then took the mech core and left. She had her mech back again. Ana, how is it? What are His Excellency's orders? Momoyama saw Ana walk out of Zhang Wei's room and immediately went forward to inquire. You, call and inform the self-defense force that in order to protect the legendary grade source crystals, tell them to hand them over to me, and I'll go get them now. What? Momoyama couldn't quite believe his ears. Can't you understand? Want me to say it again? Ano looked at Momoyama impatiently. If what this Momoyama said worked well, it would save Ano a lot of trouble, and if it didn't, then so be it. Ano had nothing to lose anyway. Chapter 131 Jump Back. Momoyama didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't it just a moment of doubt? What's the point of being so mean? No wonder I heard that guy doesn't need you to serve him. If he really makes you angry, he'll bite him off, won't he? I'll try. If it'll work, I don't know. This was something Momoyama didn't dare to pack a punch. This is not to protect the source crystal. It is clearly an open robbery. He's not in the self-defense force, so what he says is good. Well, whether it works well or not, the call is a must. Under Aina's watchful eye, Momoyama ran off to make a phone call. Seriously, it was just that Momoyama's identity was a bit special. Otherwise the side that answered the phone would probably be cursing. We're in the middle of a battle with the beautiful country's soldiers, and you're still in the mood to call for the crystals? You want to face it or not? What should be done about this shameless dog? Just hang up. Not a word back. Love whoever. Momoyama put down the phone with a bewildered look at Aina. Waste. Ain gave a very fair assessment. Then he twisted his head and walked away, his little butt wiggling and wiggling, looking at Momoyama's heart. That's gone? Momoyama suddenly reacted a few minutes after Aina left. Aina is gone and the dog translator doesn't know where he is currently then. Here's your chance. Do you really think Momoyama wants to stay in this Osaka camp? Do you really think this is a nice place? With Aina the pussy gone, who could stop him? Momoyama. With that thought in mind, Momoyama glanced down the window to where the tallest building in the camp was. Well, there's one more person, the man from China, but he shouldn't have the time to keep an eye on himself. At this moment, Momoyama couldn't hold back any longer. As long as he left this hellhole in that man's grasp, he, Momoyama, would still be a royal prince, still able to call the shots. Peach Hill, ready to escape. Momoyama was seen quietly descending the stairs, and there were a few people roaming around outside the building, as well as being managed. No one paid any attention to Momoyama, the prince. Those managers were Aina's people. They were not responsible for keeping an eye on Momoyama. They were only responsible for the order in the camp. This was good. Momoyama's eyes were on fire. He circled the camp twice as if he had no business being there, and after realizing that no one really cared about him, he made his way to a place he had chosen long ago, a relatively high spot on the camp's outer wall. The higher the wall, the less people are staring, and the lower the place the more people are staring, because if someone wants to escape, they must have picked a low place to run. Momoyama came in the opposite direction, and anyway, his body was strengthened, so this 4 or 5 meters of broken wall made out of rubble couldn't stop Momoyama at all. Peach Hill, up on the wall. Just as he was riding the wall and trying to jump down, a gunshot came. The sudden turn of events startled Momoyama as the dirt crumbled at his feet. Go back, Aina's icy voice came. As it turns out, Aina didn't really leave. She knew Momoyama would screw up and had been waiting for Momoyama for half a day by this high wall. Anything Momoyama can think of, so can Aina. And Aina isn't afraid of Momoyama getting away from the low places, because the low part of the wall was always watched. Momoyama would be discovered at the first opportunity if he dared to go up the wall. At that time, even if he couldn't capture Momoyama himself, Zhang Wei could easily bring him back. Didn't you leave? I'm telling you to go back. Aina's tone was unusually cold, and the gun she held in her hand was already aimed at Momoyama's brain. What can Momoyama do? His body was strengthened, but it was not Superman, and at such a close distance, a shot to the head was certainly not out of the question. However, just as Momoyama jumped back, the dog translator appeared at some point. Jump back. The dog interpreter also had a gun in his hand, and was a dozen meters away from Momoyama. The dog translator was not as physically fit as Aina and didn't dare to be that careless, so he was a bit far away from Momoyama. But that doesn't delay anything. Momoyama was dumbfounded. How did another one pop up? I told you to jump back. The dog translator's dog temper was also really up. According to Zhang Wei's order, this Peach Mountain was under his control. If this Peach Hill runs away under his watch, whose responsibility is it? It's hard to have some status. The dog translator doesn't want to be knocked back. Seeing that Momoyama was not listening to his orders, the dog translator fired 3 shots in a row. To say that this physical quality is not good is also really not good. The dog interpreter is obviously aiming at the foot of Taoshan, but after 3 shots, the first 2 shots were hit on the wall, but the last shot because of the recoil of the gun, the muzzle of the gun upward. This shot actually hit the calf of Taoshan. Cold sweat broke out on Momoyama's forehead. It's not the pain, it's being scared. Fortunately, this dog interpreter fired 3 shots, which if a 5-shot 6-shot, the muzzle all the way up. This dog thing is not directly to send themselves away. I'll jump, you take it easy. Momoyama didn't get angry. He spoke very gently, calming the dog translator's not so stable emotions. This time, Momoyama succeeded, and he limped over to the wall, his calf's stomach bearing blood from the force of his leg. Jump back. Aina wasn't going anywhere yet. Her gun still pointed at Momoyama's skull. Momoyama is going crazy. Momoyama didn't say a word of nonsense, though, and continued to climb the wall and jump. Go back. The dog translator was addicted to playing. I don't know if the dog interpreter and Aina are discussing, the two of them, one inside the wall and one outside the wall, commanded Momoyama, who was bleeding from his leg, to go back and forth over the wall, and tossed Momoyama a dozen or more times before it was finished. Actually, it was Aina who couldn't hold out. Momoyama's body had been strengthened, but that couldn't hold up to this much bloodshed. He was getting weaker and weaker, and his speed over the wall was getting slower and slower. Aina had a mission ahead of her and didn't have the time to tarry here with Momoyama. So, Aina left after saying hello to the dog translator. Without Aina's cooperation, the dog translator couldn't torture Momoyama anymore. And if it weren't for Aina leaving, the dog translator felt like he could play here all day. Still running? The dog interpreter looked at Momoyama, who had struggled to roll back over, and spoke coldly. Momoyama shook his head slowly, taking in large gulps of air, not having the strength to speak at all. Looking at Momoyama in this state, the dog translator frowned. Come, two men, take him back. No need to treat his wounds. Let him die if he can't hold out. The dog interpreter was also a ruthless man, and after hearing what the dog interpreter said, Momoyama was almost exasperated. Taosan swore in his heart that he remembered this dog-fighting thing, and when he had the day to turn over, he would be the first to take this dog and sacrifice it to the sword. Zhang Unicorn stood straight upstairs and watched the farce below, not interfering or blocking it. It's nice to get a little show a day. Chapter 132. Good sister. So cute. I don't know how many days that Gaipa needs after all. Zhang Wei muttered and returned to his bed, thinking about what he was going to do next. He wanted to take up more territory the next time the initial source crystal descended. Occupying all of Little Japan, that's out of the question. But try to occupy as much as you can and gather a group of men as well. There are many people. It is still a good thing to do, as long as they are not issued with mechs. These little Japanese can't make any waves, because they had no way to use the source crystals when they got them. They could only turn them in. Just give a little reward when the time comes. As for white people, it's still because of the mechanical creatures. Although Zhang Wei hadn't seen many mechanical creatures since he came to Little Japan's territory, there were definitely quite a few mechanical creatures here, not just the ones in the sea, but also on the land. Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it's not there. At that time, the mechanical creatures would also compete with Zhang Wei for the source crystals, counting on the fact that Zhang Wei himself could not possibly collect too many source crystals in the first place. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about where he should go next, Aina had already set off on her journey. After merging with the mech, Aina felt very uncomfortable. Operating a 3-entry mech was used to. This 2-entry mech was too bulky for Aina. Many of the moves he was accustomed to using could not be used, and even the running stance had to be changed because the mech was underpowered. Luckily, Aina's ability to adapt was good, and it took her almost 2 hours to arrive at the self-defense quarters. There is indeed heavy fighting going on here at the moment, with the sound of gunfire. Aina had no intention of getting involved in the fight, and she headed straight for the self-defense forces lair after disarming her merge, but didn't waltz past. That phone call Momoyama made already proved the attitude of the self-defense force. People don't give Aina the source crystal willingly. If they don't give it, then Aina will have to take it herself. As for where the source crystals were, it was also easy to tell. The source crystals were located wherever the number of mechs was high, except where the engagements were taking place. Momoyama had already notified that someone would be coming for the source crystals. Would the self-defense force dare not send someone to guard them? The self-defense forces are fighting the pretty country GIs, and the camp is in a bit of a mess. Aina carefully moved around the camp after feeling her way inside, and by the time she found the place meant to hold the source crystals, it was half an hour later. So empty? Aina frowned at the distance. The place she was staring at was the central location of the camp, with an iron house built from several containers stacked up in a very empty square. There were a dozen or so mechs walking back and forth around this iron house on patrol, and there were ordinary soldiers with guns on the ground. To get close to that place, you have to walk across the open area. When the time comes, it's definitely going to be discovered. Tough break? No way. Aina shook her head. If she was controlling her own triple-entry mech, she would certainly have no problem breaking in hard. But now that she wasn't controlling a triple-entry mech, going in hard would be a death wish. Most of these guards' mechs were bi-progressive as well. If breaking and entering doesn't work, then we'll have to find a way. With that thought in mind, Aina ran to the kitchen within the camp. While there were a good number of mechs within the SDF, more members of the SDF did not have mechs to manipulate. Without mech energy to replenish your body, then you need to eat and drink. So, Aina went to the kitchen, and it was getting close to the time when they were going to eat at noon. Before Aina entered the kitchen, though, she smoothed out a self-defense outfit. Male clothing doesn't fit too well on the body, but it does look good. Aina then walked into the kitchen. Ha, who are you? Inside the kitchen, half of the 20 or so cooks busily working looked to Aina. Hello brothers, I'm the new helper chef. The officer asked me to help you with the food delivery. Aina spoke in a petulant voice, squirming and inadvertently squeezing the 2 buttons on her chest open. Ouch! Aina exclaimed, scrambling to straighten her clothes. This organizing leaks even more spring. I don't know how many cooks looked at it with straight eyes. It's their fault. I can't find any female soldiers' clothes, so I'll have to deal with wearing this one for now. Aina muttered and complained. The demeanor was so dainty. It's okay, I'll help you. The guy closest to Aina couldn't resist trying to get on top. The guys hadn't touched a woman in some days, and they didn't have any female soldiers within their self-defense force, and even if they did, they couldn't let them bully them at will. And outside of the self-defense forces, they, the cooks, had no business going out, and they didn't want to go out. It's hard to come by a female soldier, or a cook for their cooking class. How can this not be a little more attentive? Anyway, men and women are all in need, and it's okay to have some fun together at night. Now, whoever gets their relationship up with Aina will get first dibs. Thank you, brother. No, it's done. Is the meal ready? Do I need to send it to anyone? Aina politely declined, and she really did button up her buttons, which left the cooker who stepped forward without a chance to take advantage of it. Just chagrin. Are you going to do something now? That's really hard working. In that case, you'll take these to the wounded. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? My name is Aina. Aina, what a lovely name. Who cares if he's cute or not? Just open your mouth and praise him anyway. Thank you, brother. Is it all this food? No, these are too many. Aina, you won't be able to hold them. You just take less. Okay, brother, then Aina will make a few more trips. With that said, Aina lifted her dinner tray and headed out the door. Seeing Aina leave, the cooking class immediately exploded. See, no matter where men are, they all love beautiful women. Even if the breed of men in Little Japan is low. Aina, who had left the cooking class, was filled with disgust. She could hear the discussions within the cooking class. Something about being very white, very big, having a great body, having a pretty face, and having a small mouth that must be very comfortable. And the more she heard, the more annoyed she became. If there wasn't something to do, none of you guys would be alive. Aina gritted her teeth while walking over to the container. To the wounded? Stop it. Wounded men aren't Aina's cup of tea. As expected, Aina with her dinner plate didn't attract the attention of the guards, and there were even people who took the initiative to welcome them. And when they saw Aina's appearance, they ran even faster. Brothers, let's eat. I'm too weak. I can only take so much at a time. I'll get it again. Good sister. So cute. Why haven't I seen you before? I'm the new chef, brother. Aina had a sweet smile on her face, a smile that seemed to melt people away. Chapter 133. He should care too, right? Great. I've long looked at those guys in the cooking class, but my sister is still good. My sister sees that you are so thin and weak. Have you eaten anything yet? Why don't you, brother, help you to fetch it? Ni, that's not good, is it? Aina squirmed and opened her mouth, and deliberately squeezed her chest. In the self-defense force the seesaws have to look twice. See Aina so gentle and lovely still air little cute. Which good old man can resist? The one who greeted Aina couldn't resist anyway. What's wrong with that? If those guys dare to give you a hard time, brother will help you beat them up. So take these over to eat with them and wait for brother to come back for you. Okay, brother. Aina nodded her head curtly, and then, without going, she watched the man run towards the cookhouse 3 steps at a time. When the man left Aina's line of sight, Aina then smiled coldly, and in the effort of twisting her head, she switched back to that lovable face. One man is good to hold, a group of men is even better. In the face of the attentive people, Aina came to the table and gave food and drink. It was a submissive. The group of men were so coaxed by Aina that even those manning the mechs couldn't help but keep looking this way. The self-defense force is different from those big soldiers in pretty countries. They are only responsible for bullying their own people, but not insulting. There's never a shortage of women on the pretty country GI side, and here they are. It's too much to say. They only dash off when they catch those other countries' women. It's not just China here, but all the other countries as well. These men, who hadn't eaten meat in days, had nothing but Aina in their eyes and couldn't wait to flay Aina alive. Aina of course will not let them have their way. False Snake is already Aina's bottom line. Mixed face on the line. The meal, which lasted more than an hour, was accompanied by the sound of artillery fire from the front as if it were music to cheer them up. With the wine and the food gone, Aina cleared the plates and left under the fond gaze of a group of men. Later that evening, Aina came again to deliver the meal, a much more enjoyable dinner. And the fact that Aina had learned from the men that some of them were going to be on night watch at the front line showed Aina an opportunity. At midnight that day, Aina walked in again with a dinner plate. Because of the 2 deliveries during the day, the guarding mechs naturally didn't stop Aina when they saw her holding the food tray. The night guards, few and far between, were only 2, and both were still drowsy. When they saw Aina appear with a dinner tray in her hand, both of these men immediately came to their senses. Long night, if. Good sister, what brings you here so late? I see that you two brothers are working hard, so I'm giving you two brothers some evening snacks. It's still my sister who cares for my brother. Come over quickly. The duo greeted Aina eagerly, and the two glanced at each other. After the two had exchanged eye contact for a while, one man lost the battle and he spoke very quietly to the victorious one. You hurry up. Don't worry. The victor had a smile on his face, and soon, he stepped forward to take the dinner plate from Aina. It was a late night meal, and that victor wasn't as gentlemanly as he acted during the day, with his salty hands reaching out to Aina frequently. Aina wanted to refuse, letting the bastard take a little advantage of her, and without a little sweetening, the aftermath would be impossible. Sure enough, just when the guy hadn't gotten enough of touching his thighs for a few moments and wanted to go further, Aina shyly slapped the man's hand away. Brother, there's someone else, Aina whispered in a small voice, as if only the two of them could hear it. At this point, the other guy had the good sense to get up. I'm going to the restroom. The heart of the guy who left was dripping blood. He wanted to go first too, but, thinking that the guy was also 2 minutes away, he decided to hold back and go to the bathroom to take a small pill first, waiting for the pill to kick in and wait a little while before he could play better. If you make the girl comfortable, she'll come to you night after night. Won't the good times come? The outsiders left, and the victorious guy hated to pounce on Aina. I can't, there's someone else. Aina looked with her eyes to the mecha not far away. The mechs weren't patrolling anymore, they were all standing there looking this way. Through the vision of the mech, the darkness could not stop them, and, with the vision of the mech, they could see much more clearly than with human vision. Oops, look at me, come on, let's go inside. After saying that, Victory pulled Aina and headed for the room formed by the container. Seeing how the guy was monkeying around, the mechs didn't step in to stop him. Who hasn't had a moment? In case you can do that yourself later, the other party can also make it easier, right? Entering the container, Aina seemed like a little girl who had an eye-opening experience, and sounds of amazement kept coming out of Aina's mouth. Listening to the cute and cuddly little movement, the victor could not hold it even more. Just as he had half of the clothes off his body, Aina suddenly spoke up. Brother, there isn't a place to rest here either. Looking at Aina's blushing face, the victor's mouth watered. Yes, definitely can't let such a cute and lovely white and clean beautiful girl lying on the ground to do something with herself, right? Then find a good place. Thinking of this person immediately pulled on Aina's hand and headed inside. This place was an important warehouse for the self-defense force, with many substances stored inside, including weapons and ammunition, and naturally, heaps of source crystals. Aina took all of this in and remembered it. However, here Aina didn't find the legendary grade source crystal. So, Aina wasn't in a hurry. She let the man pull her, and eventually the two of them entered the interior of a room converted from a shipping container. Aina was a bit surprised. It would have been hard for Aina to find this room if she hadn't been led into it by this man. Looking at the furnishings in this room, Aina's heart went cold. What a time to have a bunch of antiques, many of which were looted from China, in a place where important materials were hoarded. To say that these guys are respecting the cultural relics, right, Aina will never believe it. These guys are just greedy for money. They must think that these antiques from China can help them exchange for quite a lot of benefits in the future. Because, the Chinese care about what their forefathers left behind. He should care too, right? Aina's eyes changed as she looked at the antiques again. The guy who pulled Aina into this room didn't know what Aina was thinking. He had already stripped himself pretty much and now he was ready to help Aina. However, just as he went up to grab Aina's clothes, a force he couldn't resist suddenly came from Aina's delicate little hands. Chapter 134. Did you all grow up eating? The guy who was pinched until his hand bone was in severe pain almost screamed out. Why are you in such a monkey business, brother? Aina twisted her face to look at the guy in her grasp. Sister, you're so strong. Right, there's a bigger one. Want to see it? Aina opened her mouth with a delicate smile. The guy who had been grabbed hadn't reacted to what was going on now, and surprisingly nodded innocently. In the next moment, the strength in Aina's hand suddenly surged, and the wrist that she grabbed was directly broken by her, and all the bone spurs that were tragically white and broken were exposed in the air. Just as the man tried to open his mouth to yell out, Aina gagged the man's mouth with her palm. Looking at Aina, who was close at hand and whose body scent reached his nostrils, there was no longer lust in the man's eyes, but only fear. Where is the legendary grade source crystal? Aina's voice lacked any semblance of petulance, and there was an endless coldness. That way. The gagged guy whimpered and opened his mouth, but he was able to express what he wanted to say. Aina glanced in that direction, while then her hand slightly exerted force, and with just a click, the neck of the guy in Aina's grip was snapped. Cut. Aina looked at the limp guy with contempt before unbuttoning two of her clothes and leaving the room. Right after Aina left the room, she began to gasp loudly. "Ah, oops, brother!" A shriveled sound echoed throughout the coffers, but the commotion stopped after only a few minutes. This made the guy waiting outside the door unusually anxious. Why was this one over the top today? Waiting until he couldn't hear Aina's voice, the guy collected himself slightly and prepared to enter. Only, before he could enter, Aina poked her head out. When he saw Aina, the man's eyes went straight. This career line, so majestic. Those mechs staring this way were also staring at Aina fiercely. And if it wasn't for the fact that the mechs didn't have a camera function, it was likely that the shutter would have been pressed and broken by now. "Brother, it's your turn." "That brother isn't very good." "Don't worry, I can do it." At this point, who cares if Aina is talking about tigers and wolves, since the sister has a need, then he, as a brother, must fulfill it. The next moment, Aina anxiously dragged the man into the warehouse and closed the door. No one thought anything was wrong, including the guy who was dragged inside the warehouse by Aina. After entering the warehouse, however, everything changed. Aina revealed a ferocious gaze, and without waiting for any reaction from the man, Aina broke the man's neck with the same move. And taking pills? Aina looked away for a moment, and had the urge to give him a broken foot. Luckily, Aina didn't make an extra effort and a very large moan once again came out of Aina's mouth while her body had already arrived at the room that the first dead ghost had pointed out to her. With a lock? That's hard to beat a ninja. Aina was seen yanking out a very thin needle amongst her own hair, and after she casually bent it a few times, she began drumming on the lock that was in front of her. It wasn't that Aina couldn't violently break the door lock, but after violently breaking the door lock, she was exposed. The mechs that were staring at the place wouldn't come in anytime soon, but if they heard an unusual sound, it was a sure thing that they would come in to check it out. It only took 3 or 5 seconds for the door to unlock. The moment the door was opened, Aina had seen the legendary grade source crystal. Aina excitedly stepped forward as she used the mecha core to place the legendary grade core within the mecha space. Although the space of the mech was limited, there was certainly no problem fitting such a source crystal. Just as Aina was still thinking about plundering some more, suddenly, the alarm bell rang loudly. It turned out that the place where the legendary grade source crystals were placed had black technology that would trigger an alarm as soon as it was taken away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Merge. At this time, Aina couldn't think of anything else. She couldn't be besieged here. Seconds later, the guard mechs arrived first. As they violently lifted the container that served as the door to the warehouse, they were just in time to see Aina enter the mech. That woman, an enemy, kill her. The Far Cry mechs immediately opened fire. Aina stepped on the air mech and ran frantically, rushing into the room with the Chinese antiques in only 2 or 3 seconds. Aina then opened the cargo hold and stuffed everything she could into it. After feeling that it was about time, Aina drew a superior grade 2-handed sword and cut a gaping hole in the wall of the room with just one chop. Beyond this gap is the empty square. Not caring about anything else, Aina immediately ran out through this gap. Coming head-on were a dozen or so mechs that had heard the alarm and rushed to the area. Aina launched a countercharge against these mechs. As expected, these guys' resilience was very weak, and they didn't attack Aina the first time they saw her. By the time they saw Aina's actions and tried to organize a counterattack, it was already too late. Although Aina's control of the Nijin mech wasn't as flexible as the Sanjin, her combat skills were definitely not comparable to these self-defense forces. Only to see AI Nai quickly rushed into the mecha group. AI Nai was like a ghost scurrying through the mecha group, which made the mecha that were already not very good even more frazzled. As those guarding mechs came to support them, the scene became even more chaotic. Aina shifted the battlefield in a split second after she had almost finished playing. The sword in her hand had already reaped the lives of 2 or 3 members of the self-defense force, and cut off the legs of 5 or 6 mechs as well. Aina then ran off, heading over to the cookhouse in the campground. Someone must have run out to see what was going on when they heard the commotion here at the cookhouse. By the time they realized that a mech was rushing their way with ferocity, all of them began to panic and take cover. How could Aina, who had come to these people, let them run? There's a price to be paid for the flowery mouth. Under Aina's relentless stomping, the cooking class was scrapped, and half of the 20-odd members of the cooking class were trampled on the spot, and the rest were all injured. Only after doing so did Aina twist and run towards the outer walls of the camp. The guard mechs followed Aina, firing constantly from a distance. Unfortunately, most of the bullets were dodged by Aina relying on her positioning. Those who couldn't avoid it would just use their mechs to fight hard. They were all ordinary bullets, and even if some powerful bullets pierced through the mechs, they wouldn't affect Aina's movements. Damn, the warehouse was robbed. Did you all grow up eating? Inside the self-defense force, the top officer with black eyes roared loudly. Chapter 135 Aina's mental struggle. No one who was reprimanded by this officer dared to look up. The warehouse was in the very center of the camp, and with so many forces assigned to protect it, it was surprising that it had been robbed just like that. The point was, the legendary grade source crystal was still lost. It must have been Momoyama who did it. No, it was the Chinese man who captured Prince Momoyama. What happened during the day is still very well remembered by those of them. Momoyama himself demanded the source crystal and said he would send someone to get it. Now, the people who were sent here showed up and managed to take the source crystals that belonged to them. Damn Chinese. Does he think he can act recklessly just because he's captured a no longer useful Momoyama? Contact the royal family. Now, this supreme officer does have a bit of a temper, but that was the norm. None of the self-defense force really took the royalty very seriously. It's the confidence the barrel of a gun gives them. Not to mention this end time now. It was pretty much the same before the end time. Of course, the royal family should be respected. It's just that nowadays this respect comes at a bit of a high price. And Momoyama has gone overboard by losing his extreme mech as well as that luxury equipment that is considered to be so luxurious. Now he had even gotten rid of the only legendary grade source crystal within the self-defense force. This will never work. It was the latter part of the night, but the call was soon answered. How did Momoyama do his job? He sent someone to steal the team's legendary grade source crystals, and this is a matter that needs to be taken care of by the imperial family. This supreme officer was not prepared to give the royal family any face at all, and without even asking who the person across from him was, he opened his mouth to snarl. "Officer, you need to calm down." A very calm voice came out from within the microphone. Hearing that voice, the highest officer of the self-defense force, Officer Ami, immediately calmed down really well. For the owner of the voice was not some cat or dog, but the supreme leader of the imperial family, the Emperor, Utoku. "Your Majesty the Emperor." It was Utoku who was unruly. "Please punish him, Your Majesty." Other members of the royal family. The official cannot give face, but he really do not dare to blow up in front of the Emperor, because the Emperor's call is so strong and powerful. Whoever blows up in Little Japan's territory will die. I already know about the matter of Taosan. Your task now is to settle those big soldiers of the pretty country. What you lost, the royal family will make up for it. So disposed of, are you still satisfied? Your Majesty, rest your anger. The official wouldn't dare do something. I hope to hear good news tomorrow. Hi. The official curtsied into the air, his head banging on the desktop where the phone was kept. Da. The phone hung up. The official slumped in his chair. He knew that if he didn't answer to the Emperor's satisfaction just now, he would be greeted with countless bombs. The official would not doubt the Emperor's tactics and ruthlessness at all. How did a Momoyama cause the Emperor to care? The official couldn't figure that one out. There were many princes and such existed in the imperial family, which was why the official didn't care that much about Momoyama, because in his opinion, in the eyes of the Emperor, Momoyama wasn't as important as him, a party official. After all, he had soldiers and weapons in his official hands, and could be a sword in the hands of the Emperor. That Taosan, no matter what he was capable of, was a soldier under his official, and if he was told to fight, he couldn't rest. Could it be that some old thing within the imperial family is pressuring the Emperor? Ugh, what the hell? Just fulfill the mission the Emperor gave you. There was nothing else left in the official's mind. Finish the mission and wait for the reward of this Mikado. He had lost a legendary grade source crystal, so if he was compensating, he should at least compensate for the same, right? Order. Thinking of this, the officer suddenly shouted out, "Hi!" Outside the door, the two messengers immediately pushed their way in. "Now, launch a general attack. Whatever it takes, make sure to take Pretty Country's base before dawn." Hi! The already sparse gunfire on the self-defense force's side became violent once again. Aina couldn't hear the guns on at this point, as she had run out so far that her pursuers were gone behind her. Without a pursuer, Aina took out the legendary grade source crystal from within her mecha space. Looking at the source crystal in front of her, Aina's heart was very torn. In her mind, there had been a voice arguing with her. A voice that told her to keep this source crystal for herself. Kawaii was resisting. She knew it was wrong of her to do so. It has nothing to do with loyalty or lack thereof, only with her little life. Opening the source crystal now would be of great benefit to Aina no matter what she got. But what about later? What if Shang Wei finds her later? You're going to die after a while? Aina didn't think anyone was capable of protecting her. Even if she was told to go to a bigger camp, or even a place like Tokyo, Aina wouldn't feel safe. Aina stayed in place for a good 20 minutes or so of mental construction before finally resuming her journey. Her reason overcame her desire. Although source crystals were good, they were not as important as lives. Aina, who had solved her mental problems, traveled at a brisk pace and made it back to the Osaka camp before dawn. Inside the camp, Aina and the mech disintegrated, and the patrolling guards opened their mouths to greet Aina. Aina inquired about the events of the day before taking a step towards the tall building where Zhang Wei was. Arriving outside Zhang Wei's room, Aina was a bit hesitant. Should I wait here, or knock on the door and go in, or go in quietly? After thinking about it for half a day, Aina decided to go in quietly. The door to the room rose softly and Aina tiptoed into the room, asking herself not to make any noise. But Zhang Wei was already awake because originally he wasn't really asleep. He was just resting his eyes. Noticing Aina approaching, Zhang Wei didn't get up. Aina walked over to the window, frowning lightly. She caught a whiff of an odor she knew well. Afterwards, Aina pouted her lips slightly and blanked Chang's soul with her eyes. This guy, doesn't he know to wait for his own return? Can those mediocre girls really compare to themselves? In terms of looks, age, stature, and tongue dexterity, who can compete with yourself? However, Aina only dared to spit it out in her mind. After sputtering, Aina quietly sat down on her knees, her head on the side of the bed. Her eyes stared fiercely at Zhang Wei, her mind wondering what she was thinking. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was a bit nervous, though the physical strength had been boosted, and it was certainly much stronger than the current Aina. But Aina was a ninja, so hell knows what other underhanded tricks she had up her sleeve. With such a close distance, Zhang Wei was also afraid that he would be hit. But even then Zhang Wei still didn't move. This Aina still needs to be tested. Aina had figured out on the way back that she really didn't have anything extra to think about. As she watched, she actually fell asleep on the side of Zhang Wei's bed. Chapter 136 Pulse Warp, Legend. Listening to Aina's even breathing, Zhang Wei became uncomfortable. He is sleeping soundly. What about him? Sleeping in peace, too? No way. Absolutely no way. What's going to happen to you if you fall asleep and Aina gives you 3 cuts and 6 holes in your body or something? Well, the wait was straight on until dawn. When Aina woke up, she opened her eyes and saw a handsome face of Zhang Wei. The point is, the eyes on this handsome face are open. Awake? Aina immediately rose in a panic at his words. My lord, it was Aina who took the liberty. It's okay, things done? Done. Without any hesitation, Aina took out her mecha core and then took out the legendary Great Source Crystal inside the mecha core. A smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face when he saw the 7-colored light released from the legend Great Source Crystal. Well done. Keep the rest of the loot for yourself. Zhang Wei is still generous. Since AI Nai is able to do something, Zhang Wei certainly won't be too exploitative. As long as he can steadily press AI Nai, he's not afraid that AI Nai will make a demon. My lord, Aina has brought back some goodies to offer to your lordship. What good stuff. Zhang Wei got up and got out of bed, receiving the legendary Great Source Crystal into his mecha core. Look, my lord. Aina handed the antique that she had spent a lot of effort to get her hands onto Zhang Wei as if she was offering it as a treasure. It's an antique artifact from China ya. Aina winked and sold it. And what's more, they're all hidden away like babies, and I basically brought them all back. Only brought these things. No source crystals? Zhang Wei realized something and he looked at Aina in surprise. Aina nodded to Zhang Wei. Yes my lord. The emotion that AI Nai wants to express is very clear. You see, the old lady to care about you Zhang Wei. Desperate to bring back what you need. The source crystal did not even take. Touched. Ha? Zhang Wei could only say that he was not touched at all. What era is this? Although Zhang Wei was also a person who respected culture and antiques, but as far as the current era was concerned, there was nothing that could compare to source crystals. What's the point of messing around with these useless antiques if you don't want to grab the crystals? Gold in times of chaos. Antiques in times of prosperity. Hello. It's a time of chaos. Antiques don't mean. Well, next time, remember, take the source crystals. Aina was a bit confused. This was a bit different from the script she had devised for herself. By the way, my lord, the antiques are all in the cargo hold of this mech, and the mech core is returned to my lord. Aina respectfully offered the mecha core with both hands. Oh, I didn't ask you for it. Why don't you keep it yourself? Zhang Wei shifted from being in pain to being surprised. Zhang Wei did not expect that Aina would take the initiative to give back the mech core. By the side of your lord, Aina does not need to have her own mecha. If your lord needs Aina to contribute, he will naturally allow Aina to use her mecha. Yesterday it was because Aina needed to go to a faraway place to carry out a mission. That's why Aina accepted the mecha core, and I ask you to please take back the core. Aina remained in the posture of bowing and offering her hands. She had already thought it over. Since she would not have any second thoughts anytime soon, she would completely treat Zhang Wei as her true master. Only then would she be able to gain enough. At least, if he gave his heart, Zhang Wei would definitely be able to feel it, and he wouldn't have to be on guard against himself at every turn, or even allow yourself to use enough resources to maneuver a triple entry mech again. Good. Zhang Wei was able to gain insight into Aina's thoughts, regardless of what Aina's intentions were in her heart. At least for now, Zhang Wei was satisfied with Aina's performance. Such a capable henchman. Zhang Wei was willing to accept. Let's go. Go out for a walk. Zhang Wei greeted Aina. Yes. Aina opened her mouth to respond. Afterward, Aina followed behind Zhang Wei and walked out of the building, making her way out of the campground. Inside the camp, everyone looked at Zhang Wei with awe. Little Ben is such a dick. If you're better than him, he treats you like his own father. But as soon as he realizes that you're weaker than him, then you'll see the darkest things hidden deep inside little Benji. The bullying, which is played out by little Benji, is extremely silky smooth. Jiang Wei didn't care about these things. So far, all the small books were tools in his eyes. Aina may have that little bit of status to be the one to use these tools. Jiang Wei might still care a little about the thoughts of the people who use the tools, but as for the thoughts of those tools, would Jiang Wei pay any attention to them? Just as Jiang Wei let Ai Nai out of the campground, the dog translator trotted all the way across the distance to catch up. The dog translator felt he couldn't afford to fall off the wagon. He could already feel some threat to his status position. Because of Aina's amazing learning speed, it was expected that he wouldn't be needed as an interpreter in 2 days. If he can't even perform his basic duties, what use does Jiang Wei have for him? So, no matter what Jiang Wei wanted to go and do, the dog interpreter had to follow and make his presence felt. Jiang Wei didn't have the time to pay attention to the dog interpreter, and after leaving the camp, Jiang Wei merged with the mech and gave Ai Nai the right to control the mech. Looking at the two behemoths in front of him, the dog interpreter had a bad taste in his heart. He would like to operate a mech if possible. After merging with the mech, Jiang Wei took out the legendary grade source crystal that Aina had brought back. Turn on. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary grade weapon Pulse Battle Halberd. A legendary grade weapon? Jiang Wei's entire body was nonchalant. Moreover, it was a legendary weapon used in melee combat. Immediately, Jiang Wei checked the attributes of this war halberd. Pulse halberd, legendary. Battle power plus 1500. Equipment requirements, mech battle power 2000. Introduction. The shimmering spearhead is not made of solid material. The spearhead is formed by intense pulse fluctuations that can cause a pulse attack with every strike. I'm Nima. Legendary weapons are truly extraordinary. Jiang Wei checked his mecha's battle power. Just enough. Subtracting the 400 battle power provided by the super energy sun sword, Jiang Wei's mecha also had 150 points of body battle power. Meeting the requirements for equipping this legendary grade pulse war halberd, Jiang Wei immediately put away the super energy sun sword while equipping the pulse battle halberd, the battle power sword, instantly raising his battle power by 1500 points, which caused Jiang Wei's battle power to rise to 3650 points at once. If you use the super battle strengthening, your battle strength will soar to 7,000 points. This is the time when the first glimpse of the skill super battle enhancement is considered. So handsome. Aina couldn't help but speak. Jiang Wei nodded slightly after looking down and admiring the weapon in his hand. Indeed, it was handsome, and Aina's appreciation level was still online. Chapter 137. It's just an emperor. What's the big deal? Pulse halberd, a legendary grade weapon, adapted itself to Jiang Wei's mecha body type. Currently the halberd was 18 meters long, and the spearhead alone was 2 meters long. The sharpness of the halberd could not be seen from the outside, but what endured the halberd's attack would be understood. As for what Aina said about being handsome, it should be that this war halberd came with a light weapon effect, and it was inevitable that the spearhead formed by the pulse fluctuation was glowing, but because this weapon was legendary grade, the spear handle was also releasing a shimmering light. Because the halberd hadn't been strengthened yet, the light on the halberd's spear handle wasn't strong, but as soon as the reinforcement level goes up, the light, which will be very thick, will shine. Legendary items are striking wherever they are placed. By the way, thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately took out Meteor, the red star, from within his cargo hold. This was all Jiang Wei's inventory, but also the trophies found within the 2 camps that were harvested. This special resource was a waste when used to strengthen other equipment, but when used to strengthen legendary grade equipment, there was no such thing as a waste or not. Even the most lowly legendary items were worth strengthening. Reinforcement. Jiang Wei took the meteor and pressed it on top of the war halberd in his hand. The meteor transformed into a current-like existence and merged into the war halberd. Ding! Pulse battle halberd reinforcement +1. Go on. Jiang Wei had no intention of stopping at all. 2 meteors in a row were pressed into his war halberd. Then there's red star. The 3 red stars pressed into the war horn. At this moment, the brightness of the light released by the war halberd itself had at least doubled. In Aina's opinion, the battle halberd was even more handsome. And what Jiang Wei cared about wasn't light effects, it was battle power. Pulse halberd, legendary, +6. Battle strength +2100. Equipment requirements, mech battle power 2000. An emotion called happiness was wildly released in Jiang Wei's heart. A single legendary grade weapon alone would catch up to the sum of the various equipment of his entire mech. This was only strengthening to level 6. If there were enough purple stars, the war halberd could still be strengthened to +9. As for above +9, Jiang Wei doesn't quite dare to think about it at the moment. While it's still a good idea to use purple stars for enhancement, since there's a high risk of failure to continue after +6, that failure won't do much damage to the equipment. However, after adding 9, there is a risk that the equipment will break if you fail to strengthen it. Zhang Wei had just such a legendary weapon. Letting him use the purple star to raise his halberd to +9, Zhang Wei was definitely happy to do so, but above +9, it was unnecessary. Even if there would be a qualitative increase in battle power after equipment +9, Zhang Wei did not dare to bet on it. Well, actually it's a struggle to add 9 now because Zhang Wei doesn't have enough purple stars. Two-handed sword. Can you make it? Zhang Wei, who was in a good mood, looked at Aina. Will do, my lord. Aina nodded to Zhang Wei. As a ninja, he had been exposed to all kinds of weapons, and of course he would use a two-handed sword. The height is a little bit worse, but it shouldn't be a problem after 3 entries. Saying this, Zhang Wei handed over the super energy sun sword to Aina. This epic two-handed giant sword was 3 to 4 meters taller than Ainai's mecha, and it was because of this disparity that Zhang Wei asked Ainai a question. As far as rewarding your men or whatever, it doesn't exist, because the core of the mech was here in Zhang Wei. Whatever equipment Zhang Wei added to this mech was also Zhang Wei's, and Aina was just a user. Let's say this mech is a car, and Zhang Wei bought a steering wheel cover for his favorite car, and Aina is the driver. Aina is also just touching the steering wheel more comfortable. In fact, this steering wheel cover has nothing to do with Aina. It is still Zhang Wei's. That was why Zhang Wei was not stingy at all. Aina was able to have more battle power with this epic weapon, and would be able to do more. Aina didn't care about the twists and turns. All she knew was that she loved the giant sword. But looking at the added battle power makes Aina love it. What kind of weapons did she used to have? Thank you, my lord. Aina opened her mouth to thank her. Zhang Wei nodded to Aina unconcernedly. My lord, may I see the attributes of my lord's newly acquired weapon? Aina thought that she had already received Zhang Wei's initial approval, so she didn't have too many qualms about speaking. Yeah, Zhang Wei was just about to pretend to be a beeper, but this pillow came. Zhang Wei showed Aina the attributes of the pulse battle halberd. Seeing the attributes of the pulse battle halberd, Aina instantly felt that the giant sword she had just obtained didn't smell good at all. And then look at the battle power of this mech of yours. Well, it doesn't even compare to other people's weapons. Even if he was equipped with the super energy sun sword, the attributes of the mech that Aina was controlling was just over 800 points. In fact, Zhang Wei wasn't just pretending to be a beeper. He wanted to give Aina a clear perception. That is, Zhang Wei is invincible and unbeatable, so that Aina will be more loyal. With this little Benjamin, just make her feel that you're awfully strong and she'll listen better than anyone else. So strong, so powerful. Whoops, Zhang Wei always felt like he had heard Aina say this before. If memory serves, it should have been said one morning when Aina swallowed something. Well, that's something that Zhang Wei said he loved to hear. Come on, let's go see Bo. Since he was already out of the camp, Zhang Wei wasn't prepared to just go back. He had to go see how Xiao Bao was doing. Aina didn't have a problem with it and followed behind Zhang Wei. It's a pain in the ass for the dog translator. People with 2 mechs. Just walking was also many times faster than his sprint. Looking at the 2 distant mechs, the dog translator was bitter in his heart. Will he or she go after them? Or not? Never mind. There is a need for someone in charge within the camp, and this great responsibility will fall on me. After thinking it over, the dog translator turned back and walked towards the campground. Shortly after returning to camp, the dog interpreter answered the phone. It wasn't the dog interpreter who made the call outward. There was a call to the Osaka camp. Who? The dog interpreter didn't care who was calling, not in a friendly manner anyway. I am Yutoku, the emperor spoke. Who's Yude? The dog translator hadn't responded, his tone puzzled with a hint of skepticism. He always felt that the name was so familiar, but surprisingly he didn't really think of it for a short time. This is justifiable. After all, the emperor level of existence is too far away from dog translation both before and after the end times. Emperor Yutoku. Yutoku's connoisseurship was still very good. There was no anger and his tone remained calm. The dog interpreter over here, on the other hand, was so taken aback that he almost didn't drop the microphone in his hand. It took a full 10 seconds for the dog translator to get his mental construction right and his wildly beating little heart to calm down quite a bit. I can't get excited. It's just an emperor. What's the big deal? I'm under His Excellency's command now. I can't disgrace His Excellency. If this wants to be disgraced, I won't have to mix in the future. Yes, that's it. Chapter 138. What are you doing? To beat you up. What's the matter with you? Doing a good job of building the psyche is strong. The dog interpreter's tone remained strong. It was the hand holding the microphone that wasn't so too obedient and shook a little. For a dog translator living in a small book, switching to China is like an ordinary person suddenly receiving a phone call from Shide. Just ask you if you're afraid. Even if you're not afraid, just ask if you're excited. Is Momoyama here? Yutaka was a bit surprised. He could sense that the dog translator was taken aback when he heard his name, but he didn't expect the dog translator to adjust so quickly. But Yud didn't care is all. He's alive. Yude on the other side of the phone was a bit confused. What kind of answer is that? Emperor Ben asked if he was there. To put him on the phone, not if he was alive. If he's not alive, do you believe that this emperor will order missiles to bulldoze your camp right now? Well, Yudoku's culmination was indeed good. Not getting annoyed by the dog translator's rudeness. Please put Momoyama on the phone. That won't do. Momoyama can't answer the phone without our lord's permission. After a few conversations, the dog translator found confidence and his hands stopped shaking. So much for the emperor and all that. If I don't talk properly, doesn't he have to listen honestly? At this moment, the dog interpreter was more than confident. It was almost a little bit crazy. Then go and ask your lord to come and speak with me. If the lord you speak of knows the Japanese language, my lord is out of camp and can't be asked for instructions, so leave a contact where you can be reached, and I'll speak to my lord when he returns. Are you Japanese? No, I'm Chinese now. The dog translator overruled Yudet's words. Who's Japanese? You're the one who's Japanese. Your whole family is Japanese. Although the dog interpreter's nationality was already Japanese, he was very sure that he was a Chinese from this moment on, and he would be in a hurry with anyone who said he was Japanese. Not even the other side's emperor. Yutaka heard the meaning in the dog translator's words. Now is the Chinese. That is, before the Japanese. The defection is very thorough. This emperor grants you royal status and will give you the right to control the self-defense forces. As long as you listen to this emperor from now on. Will you do it? The power play is something that Yude is still very good at. With the promise of a high rank, he didn't believe that the dog translator could resist. You take me for a cutie. The dog translator opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question. That's a pretty slick way to write a blank check, and a pretty good job of drawing a big pie. It's just, what's the point of your royal status? And where are the self-defense forces? Even if everything you say is true, that's only if I have the life to be able to see you. Coming back to the point, if I do leave your lordship, will I be of any use to you? It's a wonder any of that stuff you're talking about ever materializes. Oh, you don't believe me? I can make you Momoyama's adjutant first, and as long as you help Momoyama escape from Osaka, Momoyama will take over the self-defense force, and when you lead the self-defense force to Tokyo, everything this emperor says will naturally be honored. I don't believe a word you say, and I will truthfully convey to my lord what you have said to me. The dog translator responded with a sneer. He really didn't believe a single word of what Yude had uttered. He also helped Momoyama leave as Momoyama's adjutant. If he really ran away with Momoyama, he would probably be the first one Momoyama would take out. That hole in Momoyama's leg hadn't stopped oozing blood yet, and the dog translator didn't think Momoyama was a generous prince. Think carefully, do you really want to take things to the extreme? Are you so sure that he can hold back the flood of steel from my great Japan? You have to think about your future life. I think very clearly. You don't say nonsense. I didn't realize that the Emperor of Japan is also such a hypocrite. Goodbye. Snap. The phone hung up. What a dog. The dog translator cursed angrily. He felt that this Yude was insulting his intelligence. I can't find trouble with you now, but I can find trouble with Momoyama. Thinking of this, the dog interpreter immediately went to have Momoyama brought over. He's going to take the piss out of Peach Hill. Momoyama, who was lying in bed and was feeling sorry for himself, was startled by the sudden intrusion. Without him knowing what was happening, he was brought before the dog interpreter. Just now, Yude called. His Majesty the Emperor? What did His Majesty the Emperor say? It was as if Momoyama had grabbed a lifeline. He knew the Emperor would save him. He made me a member of the royal family, promised me to be the chief of a local self-defense force, and said that he would let me be your man first to help you escape. The dog translator spoke bluntly, not hiding or caring about the two men who had come pressing against Momoyama. At this moment, these two people were ready to make a move against dog translator and Momoyama. They're not dog translator people, they're Ainai people. If the dog interpreter didn't have any second thoughts, then he was the one beside Zhang Wei, and they were willing to listen to the dog interpreter's orders. But if the dog interpreter has second thoughts, then I'm sorry to say that they won't be the least bit soft when they move their hands. However, they were also surprised that they didn't do it right away. If this dog translator really had second thoughts, why would he say that to their faces? Needed henchmen so wanted to pull them in? Or is there something else on your mind? Such a good offer, you've already agreed to it, right? Has that Chinese person already left the camp? Now is the best time. What are you waiting for? Momoyama was excited. He knew that Zhang Wei had left the camp with Aina. The mecha made quite a commotion, and Momoyama certainly felt it. In his opinion, the emperor had given such a good offer. The dog interpreter would definitely agree. You think I'm you, growing a dog's brain? That I would agree to such bull conditions? What were you thinking? The dog translator raged. Not only did that Yude think he was a cutie, this Momoyama also thinks he's a cutie. Rack him up. The dog translator rolled up his sleeves. The two men who were ready to strike froze for a moment before obediently setting Momoyama up. It was good that the dog interpreter was still on their side, still on that lord's side, and they needed to be obeyed. What are you doing? Momoyama, who was being racked up, was a little alarmed. His body was weak, bleeding a lot, not to mention that he hadn't eaten anything to replenish his strength, and he wasn't able to put up any resistance at all. What for? Beating you, you stupid bastard trying to run. That stupid bastard Yutoko made me betray my lord. All of you things deserve to die. After saying that, the dog translator swung his fist up. Punch after punch landed on Momoyama's soft stomach. Although the dog interpreter is just an ordinary person, but at least it is a man. More or less a little strength. This fist fell on the stomach. It is also very painful. Chapter 139. Ask him how much Peach Hill is worth. The dog interpreter hit the comfort zone. Momoyama, on the other hand, was having a hard time. Who's the prince who's ever taken such a fat beating? It was already hard on his body, and now that he let such a dog beat him up, Momoyama wanted to shed tears in aggravation. Luckily, the resilient Momoyama relented, and he made another entry in the little book of his heart for the dog translator. The dog interpreter doesn't care so much. Beat the hell out of it, and then say, who knows what will happen in the future. It had been a 10-minute fight before the dog translator stopped. It was forced, because the dog translator ran out of steam. Say, there's something fishy going on between you and that Yud. The dog interpreter sat down in a chair, and the racked Momoyama went limp, spitting acid. Don't say it, right? The dog interpreter gasped a few ragged breaths, then rolled up his sleeves and surprisingly prepared to do it again. Wait. Momoyama spoke up hastily, nearly choking himself on the acid in his mouth. Speak. The dog translator sat back down again. He really didn't want to do it either. He didn't realize that the job of beating people up could be so tiring. I'm on good terms with the emperor. He won't leave me alone. His name's Yutaka, okay? The dog translator reminded Momoyama. Who are you talking to here? Fine, it's Yutaka. He'll save me. Momoyama resigned himself to the fact that the situation was stronger than the others, and it really wasn't possible to disobey. Tell me, is there something fishy going on between you two? No, really. I didn't reach him on the phone earlier. Momoyama tried to wave his hands, but nah, he couldn't move with both of his arms being held up. Oh, so he's calling to make a deal with my boss? Yes, I suppose so. Momoyama nodded to the dog translator. All right, bring it down. The dog translator waved his hand impatiently. Wait, let me speak to Yud. I can fight for more, and I'm afraid he'll do something bad if I don't let him know I'm alive. Momoyama was anxious, and he desperately wanted to get in touch with Yutaka. The dog translator didn't say anything. He was weighing it up in his mind. As a matter of fact, this kind of thing would definitely require Zhang Wei's nod. But what Momoyama said wasn't unreasonable. If Yutaka is allowed to think that Momoyama is dead, then, bring it down. Try to make me make a mistake. You're dreaming. That whoever, you guys arrange for someone, to go to the boss and tell him about Momoyama and Yutaka. Hi. The two left with Taosan and immediately arranged for someone to seek Zhang Wei. The dog interpreter sat in his chair, very much surging inside. That's the beauty of power. At this time, the dog translator sort of understood why some people were so greedy for power. On the other side, Zhang Wei had already brought Aina to the ruins that had been created by Zhang Wei. The ruins are still the same bird. Nothing has changed. Zhang Wei opened the detection core to check it out. Although he couldn't see the small treasure about 100 meters underground, but only 10 meters was enough. At least he could see if there were any traces of destruction in this 10-meter range. Checked around and there were no problems. Bo was safe. Aina, who do you think will win between the self-defense force and those pretty countries' GIs? Zhang Wei suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. My lord, the self-defense force will win. Aina voiced her thoughts. She had personally entered within the camp of the SDF and knew some of what the SDF could do. Judging by the fact that they were still able to cook in peace, she knew that the SDF could be victorious. Well, we should see soon. How much source crystals are in the self-defense force's coffers? Plenty, but basically all of them are ordinary grade source crystals. Okay, got it. Let's go. Go back. Zhang Wei greeted Aina. For the source crystals within the self-defense force, Zhang Wei was prepared to make them all surnamed Zhang. However, now is not the time to do it. Wait for another 2 days for Xiao Bao. Just as Zhang Wei and Aina were on their way back to the camp, one of Aina's juniors rushed over in a hurry. My lord, something to report. Speak. Zhang Wei bowed his head and spoke. The 20-meter tall mech wasn't much bigger than an ant when looking at the little man on the ground. Emperor Yutoku called and asked for Momoyama, and we couldn't make a decision, so we came to inform your excellency. Okay, got it. Go back. After saying that, Zhang Wei began to speed up. Aina was close behind. After they returned to the camp to disengage the merge, Zhang Wei came to the room where the phone was installed. Boss, you're back. Sitting on the chair was the dog translator, who immediately got up. What's going on? The dog interpreter sniffed and immediately told what had just happened one by one, without any concealment or exaggeration. Jiang Wei smiled coldly after hearing this. That's all the little Japanese emperor can do. Go and bring Momoyama here. Yes. The dog translator himself had dragged Momoyama into the middle of this room in less than 3 minutes. How come our prince is in this state? Jiang Wei was a little surprised. Momoyama had taken a shot in the leg. Jiang Wei was aware of it, but it wasn't that bad, was it? Look at the pale face, as if it's going to die at any moment. And it might have something to do with the fact that I just punched him, the dog translator muttered in a not-so-nice whisper. Jiang Wei waved his hand indifferently. Just live. Make the call. Jiang Wei looked at Momoyama while pointing at the phone, as if Momoyama had grabbed a lifeline. He immediately struggled up and picked up the phone. He knew what number to call to reach Yutaka, and when the call came through, Momoyama cried outright when he couldn't hold back. Emperor, you must save Momoyama. At this time, the role of the dog translator became apparent as he stood beside Jiang Wei and translated sentence by sentence in a whisper. Momoyama, how are you? Yutaka was indeed in a hurry. Emperor, Momoyama is still alive. Your captors, are they there? I want to talk to him. Good. Momoyama handed the microphone to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei used a look at the dog translator. The dog interpreter stepped forward and took the microphone after realizing Jiang Wei's meaning. If you have anything to say, you can say it, and I'll pass it on. Yutaka's brain hurt a little bit as soon as he heard the dog translator's voice, but for Momoyama's sake, he forced himself to speak. What do you want as a condition for releasing Momoyama? The dog translator covered the microphone and relayed it to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was a bit staggered. He had captured Momoyama with the intention of using it for bomb defense, not kidnapping at all. How come it's making it seem like he kidnapped Momoyama now? Ask him how much Peach Hill is worth. Yes. The dog translator nodded, and then the jabbering started. Jiang Wei couldn't understand bird language, but Aina could. Aina frowned slightly. The meaning of the words spoken by the dog interpreter was indeed what Jiang Wei wanted to express, but the tone as well as the words used were a bit too nonchalant. Chapter 140. Let's go ahead and exterminate the self-defense forces on the other side of the coast. However, Aina just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Boss, you'd said he can give us source crystals where we can exchange them for hostages. Hostage? What hostage? Jiang Wei was a bit unable to understand. Did Yuta catch someone here? The dog interpreter's side started asking questions. Boss, he said he could exchange them for Chinese. They've captured a lot of Chinese inside the Tokyo base. The dog translator's voice got smaller the more he spoke, because he knew Jiang Wei's attitude towards Chinese people living in this part of Little Japan. As expected, Jiang Wei's expression changed considerably after hearing this. Ask how many heads Peach Hill is worth. This time, the exchange between the dog interpreter and Yu took a bit longer. When he finished talking to Yude, the dog translator looked at Jiang Wei. Boss, he said that he could release 2,000 people, but after I theorized with him, he's now promised to release 3,000 people and will also give us some source crystals. Tell him to send someone to escort the person here, and the source crystals, that's it. Jiang Wei waved his hand with some impatience. Jiang Wei knew that there were far more Chinese in the Tokyo base, and he could get out a little bit. Go inform old he and the others to prepare to receive these 3,000 people, and help them prepare some of the food they need over there. Jiang Wei spoke to Aina. Are you really going to let him go? Aina pointed at Momoyama and spoke, not avoiding him in the least. Momoyama looked at Jiang Wei with an expectant face, waiting for Jiang Wei's pronouncement. Why did you let him go? Jiang Wei asked rhetorically. Since this guy is still relatively important, it's good to keep him. Get someone to treat his wounds, and don't let him die. Yes. Aina nodded her head in satisfaction. She had already submitted to Jiang Wei, and she naturally had to think for Jiang Wei when things happened. My lord, they will not be honest, and of those they send, I fear there will be some. I know, the royal family has ninja offerings, and there are a lot of resources that the royal family can mobilize, so there should be Sanjin mechs appearing by then. Aina continued to speak up and reminded. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up at his words. Triple entry mechs. That's a good one. It would be better to have 2 more Jiang Wei to be happy. Got it. Go do something. Wait, you can't do this. I've been very cooperative. Why are you doing this to me? Everyone else was satisfied, except Momoyama, who wasn't satisfied at all. Jiang Wei had no intention of releasing him at all, so how could he be satisfied? You're cooperative? Then why did you run? Jiang Wei's rhetorical question immediately caught Momoyama off guard. Yes, one was caught running away yesterday, but why did I run away? You don't know. I just want to live. There are many who want to live. Who are you? Take them down. Treat their wounds, it seems. Yes, the dog interpreter replied, then arranged for the manpower to drag Momoyama away, not giving him a chance to continue talking at all. My lord, In that case, we would have completely fallen out with the royal family. AI Nai continued to remind Zhang Wei. In this part of the world, a complete falling out with the royal family isn't really a good thing. So what can be done? Tell me, if I ask for a piece of land to be divided and we are autonomous, will Yuta agree? Zhang Wei uttered a very bold idea. There was still a little more than a month to go before the next initial source crystal descended, and Zhang Wei could sense that he definitely did not have enough time. So, get bigger and safer ground before the initial source crystal descends. I'm afraid that's impossible. Aina's eyes widened. The emperor can agree to grab land under the eyes of the imperial family? What if we kill all the self-defense forces on that side of the coastline? My lord, this won't work. Without their defense, the mechanical creatures in the ocean will flood in, and we'll be in trouble then. AI Nai was anxious to dispel Zhang Wei's dangerous idea. The influx of marine life onto land is no joke. Other than that, there were hordes of crabs and things like that, and that was more than they could handle. Zhang Wei was indeed strong, but the others weren't as strong, and Old Ho and his group were even worse. You think so too? So the emperor must think so too. And if we want this territory, we will also be responsible for the defense of this place. So the emperor will agree. Zhang Wei nodded. It's not enough to have only one undercard like Peach Hill. This undercurrent might make the emperor throw in the towel. But what about the rest of the imperial family? If he took over the defense of the sea, then even if the emperor tried to blow himself up, the rest of the imperial family would stand in the way. To guard against mechanical creatures in the waters is not something that can be done with words. It requires a lot of manpower and resources. My lord, even if the emperor agrees, we won't be able to hold it. Who says we can't hold it? Zhang Wei smiled gently at Aina. Relying on humans alone, that's definitely not a defense. But who said Zhang Wei had to rely on humans for defense? Do you really think Fish Girl is a vegetarian? As long as Fish Girl was roaming around in this part of the sea, then no small mechanical creatures would dare to approach this part of the sea. Then I'll take you to see the world in a moment, and I'll leave this matter of negotiating with Yutaka to you, while we go ahead and exterminate the self-defense forces over on the coast. This is going to go? Aina glared, not realizing that Zhang Wei was really thinking out of the box. None of them have any plans. They just think of something and do it. Is that really good? It wasn't difficult to exterminate the self-defense forces defending the coastline. Some bunkers were just that, and Aina was able to pull them out. But uprooting the marine mechanical creatures behind those bunkers was the real problem. Yeah, right now. Go. Zhang Wei immediately moved after greeting Aina. Aina couldn't be persuaded even if she wanted to. Zhang Wei left the camp with Ai Nai, and before leaving, he asked the dog interpreter to watch the house. And the dog interpreter's performance was still quite satisfactory to Zhang Wei. Although Zhang Wei didn't understand the bird language, the dog interpreter's tone of voice and attitude just now was clear to Zhang Wei. Dog translation: this goods even the emperor to dislike. He and the small Japanese side is really cannot mix. Can only follow Zhang only road to the black. Therefore, Zhang Wei was relieved to have a dog interpreter to watch over the house. Besides, what if this place twists and turns and gets blown up? Anyway, Zhang Unicorn didn't care a bit about the human lives within this camp. The dog interpreter's face reddened with excitement when he was given power. Aina also explained about her men before following Zhang Wei out. The duo left the camp and immediately merged with the mech. Zhang Wei disliked Ai Nai's slow running. He took the initiative to pull up Ai Nai's hand, while the thrusters were at full power and sped straight to the beach. It was only at this moment that Aina could truly perceive Zhang Wei's power. This speed, it's horrible. Equipped with the Pulse Battle Halberd, Zhang Wei's mecha battle power had reached 150 points, and his speed had naturally increased greatly. Chapter 141. This is the journey that originally took 3 to 4 hours took Zhang Wei less than an hour to complete with Aina. Although the power consumption was a bit high, it didn't matter. Zhang Wei still had quite a few ordinary source crystals here. Do it! Zhang Wei opened his mouth to instruct Aina. Aina was helpless, and then did it. Is it easy for a mech to raise a bunker on this side of the coast? It was easy. The soldiers inside the bunker didn't put up much of a fight at all. Their weapons were great against small marine mechanical creatures, but they were ineffective against a mech like Aina. The machine gun bullets clanked against Aina's mecha's body only erupted a little spark, and only the armor-piercing bullets of the heavy sniper rifle could cause a little damage to Aina's mecha. However, Aina wasn't stupid enough to wait in place to take a bullet. Aina under fast maneuvers is not something that anyone can shoot at. Equipped with the Super Energy Sun Sword, Aina's attack power had been boosted tremendously, often just passing by a bunker, and the people inside that bunker were already dead. It couldn't be helped. The heat released from the Super Energy Sun Sword was too high. How could a human resist with his body at a temperature that could melt away even a mech? The removal of the bunker was very fast, and Aina showed no mercy when she came down on these members of the self-defense force. Zhang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction. There was no need for Jiang Wei to do anything to kill these weaklings. After Aina's side cleared out close to about 10 kilometers of coastline, Jiang Wei called out to Aina, "It's almost time, come back first." The bunkers could still be cleared more, but exactly how much further they could be cleared, this was something Jiang Wei needed to ascertain with Fish Girl. Aina returned to Jiang Wei in disbelief, only to see that Jiang Wei took out a specially shaped whistle, and then stuck it in his mouth and blew on it a couple of times. It didn't sound great, it didn't sound bad, and it wasn't much louder. Aina doesn't know what Jiang Wei is up to. By the time Jiang Wei finished blowing, Jiang Wei had put away his whistle and waited in place. Aina was tempted to ask Jiang Wei what he was waiting for, but the words were held back. She was only Jiang Wei's subordinate now, and had no special relationship other than sometimes moving her mouth to help Jiang Wei do something. So, she's still very cognizant of who she is. When it's time to make suggestions, sure, but when it's not time to talk then you need to learn to shut up. After about a few minutes of this, there was a huge vibration in the sea. Aina blocked in front of Jiang Wei, staring vigilantly at the sea. "My lord, this should be some kind of mechanical creature about to appear. Let's pull back a bit." If this were Aina herself, she would have run away long ago. However, Jiang Wei didn't have any intention of moving. "It's fine, one of our own." Jiang Wei was satisfied with Aina's performance. Something like a ninja was indeed still good if used properly. Feeling Jiang Wei patting her shoulder, Aina's lifted heart slightly dropped a bit. Before Aina could be reassured much, however, she was soon nearly scared out of her wits in place. "Fish girl, show yourself." "Jiang Wei, what happened? Come to my side. I'll protect you." Fish girl opened her mouth and shouted at Jiang Wei just after she showed up from the sea. Aina's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing Fish girl's words. What's going on here? What kind of stuff did a mechanical whale of that size just say? Could it be that this mechanical whale is also Jiang Wei's? Aina looked at Jiang Wei in horror. So it turned out that Jiang Wei not only had a perverted mechanical creature like Xiao Bao, but also had Jiang Wei's mechanical pets within this ocean. Isn't this too sick? There's no danger, just missed you and came to see you. Jiang Wei smiled and spoke, and took a step towards the ocean. Really? Where's Bao? Fish girl was a bit puzzled, and Aina's presence was automatically ignored by Fish girl. Little treasure is fine too, swallowed a giant beast and is evolving. Behemoth? What kind of behemoth? Fish girl opened her mouth to inquire. Hearing Fish sister's inquiry, Jiang Wei's mind suddenly flashed. There are sleeping giants on land, so there must be some in the vast ocean, right? There's no way those guys who dropped the behemoths could have just dropped them on land with precision, right? It's like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately patiently explained to Fish sister. If the Fish sister could eat one or more of the giant beasts, the Fish sister's strength would also be able to receive a huge boost, which could only be beneficial to Jiang Wei, but not detrimental. After listening to Jiang Wei's introduction of the behemoth, Fish sister's heart was moved. She also wanted to get stronger. There's no rush to find the behemoths. There's still a long time before they wake up. Let's get down to business with you first. What is it? Can you control the small mechanical creatures around these waters? Of course they can. As long as I'm here, none of them will dare to come close. Fish girl opened her mouth proudly. How far can it be controlled? Jiang Wei, how far do you need to go? I can have all my friends come over as well. Jiang Wei was waiting for that. Mechanical whales stay anywhere in the middle of the ocean anyway, and since that's the case, just have them all come over here and stay near the coastline. When the time comes, do we still need Jiang Wei to defend this and that? All the sea creatures in the vicinity will be turned into a delicacy for the fish girls. Good. Try to control as many places as you can. I won't let your friends help for nothing. Letting Fish sister help herself. Jiang Wei was somewhat at peace with herself. After all, she wouldn't treat Fish sister poorly if she had anything good, such as the news of the giant beast. But let the Fish sister's friends to help. Then you have to give some additional benefits. Expect people to help you for free. That is unrealistic. Helping you for a day or two is for the sake of Fish Girl. But what Jiang Wei wants is for them to be stationed here for a long time. So if they don't give enough benefits, why should they help you? Just because you have a big face? Okay, Jiang Wei, wait for me here. I'll go get them. Fish Girl is a feisty character, and when she's done, she's off, diving down to the bottom of the ocean very quickly. The waves that rose up drenched Jiang Wei, and likewise drenched Aina, who was standing on the shore. My lord, this is, Aina stammered, pointing to where the Fish Girl had left. Jiang Wei had finished talking business with Fish Girl, and surprisingly, Aina hadn't reacted yet. That's scary? When the time comes for a group of mechanical whales to come, won't they still scare you to death? Jiang Wei laughed and opened his mouth to Aina. The more shocked Aina was, the better, because the more shocked she was, the more she wouldn't dare betray Jiang Wei. It did scare me. I didn't realize that adults could be friends with these whales. Jiang Wei didn't say anything. Become friends with mechanical whales. This is also thanks to you little Japanese who let you have nothing to slaughter whales to come. Chapter 142. It's not easy to say no, is it? Soon the sea began to boil. Countless huge columns of water erupted from the sea and shot up to the sky. Such a spectacular scene scared not only Aina, but also the self-defense forces stationed further away. Where have they ever seen such a big scene? Originally, they had already reported what Zhang Wei had done and waited for the higher-ups to criticize Zhang Wei, and also waited for the higher-ups to order them to retreat for the time being. After all, there wasn't a lot of distance between each garrison to see what was going on. Aina had uprooted so many garrisons, if they still couldn't react then they could go home and snuggle us out asleep. But now, what do they see? They saw something even more terrible than Aina uprooting the garrison. What could erupt a column of water of this magnitude? It must be a whale. This creature, they were familiar with. Now what are these whales trying to do? The weapons in their hands were able to fend off small marine mechanical creatures, but definitely not whales. It's just that don't these massive guys hang out offshore all the time? Have they been able to get ashore? At this time, what the hell is there to defend? But all the internal self-defense forces of any garrison that saw this sight began to flee. Nothing about being penalized afterwards or anything like that matters. Luckily, there were some fairly dedicated people who reported the whales appearing offshore and trying to attack the land. How the people at the top will react they don't know. And these people ran even faster when it was reported. Zhang Wei, how is it? Still satisfied? The fish girl reappeared. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the fish girl who had burrowed out of the water. Stay away from the shore. If you run aground here, I may not be able to move you. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if he could move this big guy that was over 100 meters in size. It's okay, those little things around here are scared away. There won't be any danger here. Fish girl opened her mouth full of concern to take credit. Stranding was non-existent. Even if something did happen, she had so many companions around, how could she get her back into the sea? Right, I've gotten you a cannon, so I'll load it on you when the time comes. Zhang Wei remembered the peripheral cannon that the behemoth had mentioned, and Xiao Bao estimated that he would definitely not be able to use such a thing, so giving it to Fish Sister was just right. Really? Zhang Wei, you're too good to me. By the way, you've been there for days. How many Japanese have you killed? Fish Sister was curious to inquire. She didn't care too much about the cannon that Zhang Wei said. As long as it was sent by Zhang Wei, she would like it. After all, she only had such a human friend. As for how powerful the cannon was, Fish Sister didn't care at all. Oh, there should be quite a few killed. For this kind of thing, Zhang Wei didn't have a breakdown. And anyway, those that should be killed had already been killed. Great. You remember to kill more and help us get revenge. Yes. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Aina was uncomfortable. That said, there's more than just the two of you here. There's also a Japanese guy you're talking about. Fish Sister, you guys play by yourselves over here. I have to go back first. I'll bring you the gift in a few days. Alright, be careful yourself. Come to me when you meet a guy you can't beat. I'll protect you. Got it. Let's go. Zhang Wei turned around after waving at Fish Girl. AI Nai followed behind Zhang Wei, and at this moment in AI Nai's mind, Zhang Wei's image became even more lofty. With such a group of mechanical whales as friends, Aina didn't know what could kill Zhang Wei. She was grateful for her choice. Thinking about what? On the way back, Zhang Wei and Aina were much more laid back, and the speed of their rush dropped drastically. It's nothing, it's just that I'm glad for myself, and it's also Aina's luck. Otherwise she would surely have already been killed by your lordship. It's all karma. By the way, my lord, shall we visit the Anai camp? Aina opened her mouth to propose. Old he those rescued Chinese are at Camp Anai. No need, they just develop on their own. Zhang Wei shook his head. He didn't want to socialize too much with the Chinese on this side of Little Japan. It was already considered Zhang Wei's benevolence and righteousness to be able to save them. And Zhang Wei was not their babysitter and was not responsible for after-sales service. Of course, when it was time to use them, Zhang Wei would not be polite to them. What do you say? Now that this is happening, that old thing Yuta should be able to agree to my conditions? My lord, if I were Yutaka, I would definitely say yes. Aina nodded her head with certainty. As long as it's not a little cutie, then it was bound to agree to Zhang Wei's request. After all, even holding on to such a large place would do you no good. Mechanical creatures were scarce. Not much source crystal could be obtained. And the offshore was still overrun by whales that didn't know when they would attack the land. If this place was allocated to Zhang Wei, it would be a great thing for Yuta. Because if these whales really wanted to attack the land, the first to bear the brunt would be Zhang Wei. How could Yutoku not agree to let the Chinese take the front as cannon fodder? We're kind of helping him guard his home. So it's not too much to ask for more source crystals, right? Not excessive. Not excessive at all. Aina glanced at Zhang Wei. And Zhang Wei who came up with this kind of bad thoughts attracted Aina even more. Little Japan. There is no way. Curtain strong is their nature. Aina this ninja cannot escape the law of this true flavor. That's fine. Let's go. Go back and talk to that old thing Yud. how to talk. I'll leave it to you this time. Yes. Instead of refusing, Aina jumped a little. She was going to do well, or at least better than the dog translator. That dog. When they returned to the Osaka camp, it was dark. The disembodied Zhang Wei returned to the penthouse where he belonged. Aina was close behind. Without Zhang Wei saying anything, Aina, who had followed Zhang Wei into the room, had already started to act on her own. After washing up and starting to serve, it took half an hour before the service was complete. What should be swallowed was swallowed, and what shouldn't be swallowed was also swallowed. And only after serving Zhang Wei comfortably did Aina turn around and leave. Aina, who had left, was in no hurry to contact Yutaka. The appearance of whales offshore still needs to fester for a while, and it's going to give the royal family and all those ministers a good headache. The only way to negotiate with them is to make them feel a headache. The next day, Aina came running to Zhang Wei early in the morning. Seeing the majestic little Zhang Wei, Aina didn't hold back from pressing Zhang Wei and starting to barf again. What can Zhang Wei say? It's not like it's easy to say no, is it? After a refreshing wash, Zhang Wei led Aina to the office where the phone was installed. The dog interpreter had already made this room his home, and usually stayed here, answering the phone, giving some orders and so on, sort of living the same life as that Okamoto president in advance. Chapter 143 Aina can write and fight. Boss. The dog interpreter who was lying on the bed and was recalling the marvelous taste of last night immediately jumped up from the bed when he saw Zhang Wei. Have someone bring Momoyama here? Not dead? Not dead. Still alive. I'm going now. The dog interpreter responded before quickly running out of the room. He wouldn't dare command Aina, though little. This little was in and out of Zhang Wei's room during the day and night, and the dog translator had already guessed what she had done to Zhang Wei. After all, Zhang Wei hadn't asked him to arrange another woman while this little was around. Doesn't that tell you something? It wasn't long before Momoyama was pressed into the room. Looking at Momoyama's form, it does look that much better than yesterday, but it's also limited. It can only guarantee that he won't die. I'm afraid it's impossible to recover. My lord, wait, don't talk. Zhang Wei interrupted Momoyama. If this Taosan cooperated, Zhang Wei would still be able to give some good face, but this bastard didn't cooperate at all, and being able to let him live was already Zhang Wei's greatest gift to him. Aina, you call. Yes, Aina nodded to Zhang Wei, and then dialed a phone. Soon, the opposite side picked up the phone. Put Yutaka on the phone. Aina didn't even ask who was on the other side and spoke directly in a commanding tone. Bold, for every minute you delay, I'll put a hole in Momoyama's body. So if you don't care if Momoyama lives or dies, then don't rush. Damn it, you guys do whatever you're told to do and you get on with it. Now, before the person on the other side of the phone got anxious, Momoyama got anxious first. Momoyama knew exactly how ruthless the ruthless Aina was. He knew that Aina was absolutely true to her word. When the opposite side heard Momoyama's angry voice, they naturally didn't dare to delay. A minute passed before a gunshot erupted in the middle of the room. It was accompanied by Momoyama's screams. True to her word, Aina was a pussy, and after a minute had passed, she gave Momoyama another hole in the injured leg. Shut up! Zhang Wei frowned impatiently at Momoyama. The room is so big, and you're howling so loud. It's deafening. Zhang Wei's words were much better than Aina's. Momoyama immediately shut up after hearing Zhang Wei's words, not daring to scream anymore even though he was sweating from the pain. Luckily, Yutaka was pretty fast, and at close to 2 minutes, Yutaka answered the phone, which made Momoyama drop his heart. He really didn't want to get shot again. I'm Yud. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Right now, our lord has a condition to talk to you. Didn't we all already agree to exchange hostages? Yuda frowned, upset in his heart. His side had already prepared to send people to move, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei to change his mind. The original terms that were agreed upon are still in effect, and new terms are to be negotiated today. What else do you guys want to do? Yudel had a bad feeling in his heart. We want all the districts of Osaka Prefecture, and all the Japanese here are to be expelled or die. The place will henceforth be under the control of the Chinese state, and the defense will naturally be taken over by the Chinese state. What? You want the entire Osaka Prefecture? Yutaka was going crazy. What is this request? With national territory at stake, Yude's first reaction was that there was no way he would agree. How big is Osaka Prefecture? Looking at the map, that's an entire place that juts out and covers a huge area, and Osaka Prefecture is right next to Kyoto. So if this place were to be given to China, yes, we want the entire Osaka Prefecture. Aina made her attitude clear. Moreover, this was just the first request, and Aina would only move on when Yutaka's side agreed to this request. I'll give you 10 minutes to discuss it, and after that, call back and let me know what you decide. After saying that, Aina hung up the phone very dryly, not giving Yutaka any time to react at all. The dog translator had been by Zhang Wei's side to help translate, and after listening to what Aina said, Jiang Wei gave Aina a thumbs up. Well done. This negotiation is a bit specialized. It left time for Yutak to consult with other ministers and allowed them time to recognize the reality of the situation. It was also unrealistic to force you to give an answer right away at this time. After all, no one in power would ever agree to such a cession of land. However, when his ministers persuaded him, Yutaka was able to agree. After all, if one were to analyze the pros and cons, it would certainly be most advantageous to cede out. Those whales are not easy to deal with at all. As long as they compromise on this point, then they can naturally go on to make other conditions down the line. And the rest of the conditions could have been a bit excessive, because these little Benjamins were still counting on Jiang Wei to help them guard the waters of Osaka. As long as Your Honor is satisfied. Your Honor, do we need to get all the Chinese over here? Aina had already thought about what conditions she wanted to propose in her mind. The initiative was on their side. They could propose whatever conditions they wanted. Only, Aina wasn't quite sure what exactly Jiang Wei had in mind. If it's possible, it's coming over, and I'd be more comfortable using a Chinese than a Japanese. Yes, Aina nodded to Jiang Wei, and then it's all about waiting. It didn't take 10 minutes, just under 7, for the phone to ring. I agree to your terms. Osaka House can be given to you. Yutoko had indeed compromised, and he was free of any anger. The whale scourge that was giving them headaches was solved, so what else did he have to worry about? Okay, second condition. We need 10,000 higher source crystals, 100,000 medium source crystals, and when all the self-defense forces of Osaka Prefecture evacuate, they will not be allowed to take away any of their weapons, equipment and resources. The anger that had just been suppressed at the bottom of Yuta's heart rose again. Is this a deal? It's bare-knuckle robbery. Just as Yutaka wanted to storm out, someone beside him immediately pulled Yutaka back and kept nodding at him. What should be left behind must be left behind. Otherwise the Chinese cannot hold back the whale's attack at that time. Will not they still have to go on their own? It's impossible to be stingy at this point. Okay, I promise. The third condition is to arrange for all Chinese to enter Osaka Prefecture, and we will retaliate if any of them appear outside of Osaka Prefecture. National resources are not well mobilized at the moment, and we don't have full control over the rest of the country. This request, that's your business. It has nothing to do with us. I'm only giving you 10 days. Aina's attitude is very strong. Jiang Wei listened and nodded his head continuously. Very something, very good, able to write and fight. Okay, wait for our news. We'll do this handover first, and today, the people will arrive. Chapter 144. You didn't leave any for yourself? First wave of handoffs. Start. The people originally sent to assassinate Jiang Wei were urgently withdrawn. This caused great dissatisfaction in the hearts of the two withdrawn ninjas. I've sharpened my knife and you're telling me you're not going to play? It sure doesn't work. There were 2 ninjas mixed in with the 3,000 Chinese who handed over. Originally, the number of ninjas was 10, and in the end, only these 2 didn't hold back and carried out their own subjective initiative to get Jiang Wei killed even though they disobeyed orders. It's also the case that these ninjas simply don't know the story behind the decisions made at the top, or surely they wouldn't be so adventurous. Jiang Wei also thought that he would not gain anything this time. After all, both sides have talked about it. The little Japanese count on Jiang Wei to help them imitate the coastline. Naturally, they will not engage in any catfights. However, when those 3,000 Chinese nationals were escorted outside the Osaka camp, Jiang Wei froze. Jiang Wei, who had already merged with the mech and watched old he and the others hand over the hostages, noticed something was wrong. Those self-defense forces that came escorting the hostages were pretty honest, but there were a lot of dishonest people among those 3,000. Not just the 2 ninjas in disguise, but some of the dogs who were constantly whining and barking at the sight of their fellow countrymen. Although these dogs speak Chinese, their minds are obviously not in the right place. Lao He and these people are not Jiang Wei. They do not have such a cruel heart. They are people who have experienced suffering, and naturally have the greatest tolerance for those who have also suffered the same thing. However, sometimes, forgiveness is only rewarded with more licentiousness from the other side. Some even asked for mech cores to be issued to them. Aina, get your men to go, and kill those who are making trouble. Kill them. Jiang Wei has no mercy in his heart, and those who don't listen are killed directly, without giving any chance at all. Jiang Wei didn't have the time to identify what attributes all these people were. Anyway, as long as they didn't listen, then they would kill them. Kill them until everyone was obedient and everyone didn't dare to disobey Jiang Wei. Aina wouldn't even hesitate to do anything to her own countrymen. First in letting her kill some Chinese. Could Aina hesitate? With Aina's order, a group of burly men rushed out of the Osaka camp, and as they rushed into the crowd of hostages like tigers into a herd of sheep, gunshots soon rang out. Seeing someone get shot and fall to the ground, the guys who were screaming were honest then, faced with little Benji with a gun in his hand. These guys who faced their fellow screamers showed what it means to lick. Why are these people allowed to be bold and reckless in the face of their fellow mech-clad citizens? Because they knew that old he and the others wouldn't do anything to them, and were even able to fulfill many of their rude requests. But not little Ben. They are literally killing people at the drop of a hat. So, these guys are wimpy when it comes to the little book. These dogs, kill them all. Zhang Wei looked furious, naming one by one. All the guys named were all pulled out by AI's men and shot one by one. After a full 50 or so kills, the group of hostages sort of really died down. Your Excellency Zhang Wei, people, we've already delivered them. Here are the supplies you need. Please check and receive them. The leader on the self-defense side opened his mouth to Zhang Wei. They definitely had mech cores on them, but they didn't merge with the mechs, which would better show their sincerity. Zhang Wei didn't move as he left the counting of resources to Ana. After the inventory, return that Momoyama guy to them. I have something else to do, Zhang Wei explained to Ana. The two ninjas still mixed in the crowd. Zhang Wei did not move. After all, there are a lot of ordinary people in this place. If they make a move here, then there is no telling how many people will die. So, Zhang Wei is going to change places. Seeing Zhang Wei step away and head in that direction where Xiaobao was, the two ninjas and the group of hostages exchanged glances, and then taking advantage of the fact that the self-defense force was exchanging blows with AI, they managed to escape and chased after Zhang Wei in the direction he had left. In fact, it was all in Ana's eyes. How ninjas acted, Ana knew all too well. How stupid. At the behavior of these two ninja, Ana coldly opened her mouth to comment. Dare to make a move on Zhang Wei. What kind of goods are these two? The royal family will pay more for the behavior of these two ninjas. Just as Zhang Wei was about to approach Little Treasure's breakthrough ground, Zhang Wei took the initiative to stop his footsteps. After waiting for less than a minute, the two ninjas showed up, and looking at Zhang Wei's tall figure, these two immediately merged with the mecha. Zhang Wei had his back to them at the moment, so as long as they acted fast enough, they could catch Zhang Wei off guard. Two triple-entry mechs with decent equipment. Zhang Unicorn was staring at the two ninjas straight on. Who says you have to look with your eyes? Can't we just use the detection core? However, it was not clear to these two ninjas. The shape of their mechs were similar. All of them were about 16 meters tall, and the equipment on their bodies was basically the same, with their weapons and external armor being of epic level. Just as they finished merging with the mecha and rushed towards Zhang Wei wanting to give him a heavy blow, a battle spear suddenly appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. Pulse Warp. The light effect of the legendary grade weapon nearly blinded these two's dog eyes, as it was a weapon they had never seen before. Zhang Wei didn't care about all those 7s and 7s. He turned around and swung his halberd, and the two mecha heads shot up into the sky. There's no need for extra tricks to clean up a little party girl like this. The mobility of Zhang Wei's mech was not something that these two ninjas could imagine, and the attacking ability was even more heaven-defying. Their mech was similar to a piece of tofu under the attack of the halberd in Zhang Wei's hand. Not to mention that Zhang Wei was attacking the necks of these two mechs. Even if he was directly slashing the abdomens that were protected by the external armor, it would still be a death sentence. Disintegrate. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to order, and the battle halberd in his hand was already aimed at the belly of the fallen mech. At this time, the ground shook as Ana maneuvered her mech and came running wildly. My lord, the mecha should not go to waste. Ana was heartbroken. This was a triple entry mech. How many source crystals needed to be piled up to raise the mech to this level? Luckily, it was only the head that was cut off, so as long as the head was pressed back in and a little source crystal was used, it could still be restored. Fine. As you wish. These two, arrest them and ask you what he means. Don't worry, my lord, leave it to me. Isn't it just a trick? It's a job that Ana is familiar with. By the way, my lord, this is the source crystal they sent. AI handed Zhang a cargo hold filled with source crystals that AI had already counted. Well, you didn't leave any for yourself? Nope, I'll fix this mech. I'll just use this from now on. AI opened her mouth to Zhang Wei, indicating that she had already taken a liking to the two triple entry mechs lying on the ground. And why waste source crystals to evolve on her own when there were ready-made ones? As for the mecha core, that was definitely going to be given to Zhang Wei. Chapter 145 Yud's Rant. Zhang Wei received the cargo hold and was happy to see the source crystals inside the cargo hold. That's kind of seeing some hope in raising the mech to level 80. These two guys are all yours. After saying that, Zhang Wei began to absorb the energy within the source crystals, and all the source crystals were turned into experience value to increase the mech's experience. My lord, if the mecha evolves, please also return to the vicinity of the camp. Ana reminded Zhang Unicorn. Aha! Zhang Wei hummed. But even if he had to evolve, there was no way he was going to let Ana watch him. Who knows if they might have something bad in mind. If we really want to evolve, we should at least wait for Xiao Bao to awaken. Or maybe it's a safe bet to go to the beach and have Fish Girl watch him. But that was something that couldn't be said explicitly. Wouldn't it break Ana's heart to say it too clearly? Ana then turned her head to go pack up her mech. After mounting the mech's severed head back onto the body, Aina sternly ordered the two ninjas to disengage the merge. At first these two were reluctant to cooperate, but when Aina took out her super-energetic sun sword, these two wimped out. The two lifted the merge, and the mech turned into a mech core, which Aina handed over to Zhang Wei before returning to the base with the two. At this time, Zhang Wei's mecha level was in the midst of a rapid increase. As the level of the mech increased, the battle power of the mech naturally increased as well. It was just that Zhang Wei no longer looked at the little bit of battle power provided by the increase in the level of the mech. It took half an hour for Zhang Wei to absorb all the source crystals in the cargo hold. However, what made Zhang Wei very dissatisfied was that the mech level was still a little short of reaching level 80. Only 3 levels short of being able to equip the energy shield. It's just hard. Where can I get some more high-grade source crystals? Absorbing ordinary source crystals and intermediate source crystals could no longer provide Zhang Wei's mech with much experience, and only the experience provided by advanced source crystals was considerable. It was also the fault of Zhang Wei's mecha leveling up too rapidly. Only the first time the initial source crystal descended, Zhang Wei was about to raise his mecha level to 80, and the energy within the source crystal couldn't keep up with Zhang Wei's promotion progress. The only way to be satisfied is to have a large amount of food. There are 2 more hostages. These 2 guys aren't worth much, but their behavior is worth a lot. The source crystals to be had should be enough. Zhang Wei pondered silently before returning to the camp at a quick pace. When Zhang Wei returned to the campsite, he had pretty much taken care of their side. 2 dozen more were killed, and those 2 dozen were dogs like Peter Ma. It's absolutely impossible to be a traitor and still want to run here to enjoy your life. It didn't even need Zhang Wei or AI to do anything. He did it himself. How much Lao he and the others hated people like Peter Ma. Only they themselves knew. So, there was no hesitation at all in moving. Zhang Wei ignored these trivialities as he found Aina. How's the talk going? Momoyama is being held by me. Aina spoke up. What? Zhang Wei looked at Aina suspiciously. Why are you holding people back again? Because they were the ones who didn't keep their word in the first place. Momoyama was not given to them. And then what? You'd apologized. Zhang Wei was really speechless. These 2 ninjas who had killed over could be considered pig teammates, right? Tomorrow, they'll send another batch of resources over as an apology, and the hostages will take a few days. How many resources? Zhang Wei was not interested in anything else but resources. Didn't say that. All I said was to let them look after themselves. And if we weren't satisfied, not only would we not release them, but we'd even move to another region, leaving this Osaka house to the royal family to keep to themselves. Zhang Wei didn't hold back from giving Aina a thumbs up. That's awesome. A watchful eye would probably leave you scratching his head. At this point, you didn't so much scratch his head as lash out. Who sent them? Yutaka was furious. We're in the middle of a good deal. We have to do something, right? None of the ministers at the head of Yuta dared to say anything at this time. Do you guys know how many more resources we're going to have to pay for this one? Do you guys know how many triple entry mechs can be built with these resources? It could even pile up a quadruple entry mecha. Yud was still growling, his heart dripping blood. The quad-in mechs weren't much use, but their large size made them intimidating presences. The little Japanese side had already piled out a quadruple entry mech, only because quadruple entry mechs didn't have much use, so only one was piled out. If Zhang Wei knew what Yu did and the others were thinking, Zhang Wei would only say that Yu did and the others were too narrow-minded. Quad-in mechs are only really able to show the true power of mechs. A mech with energy shield protection and a mech without energy shield protection were simply 2 different concepts. If Zhang Wei was equipped with a legendary level shield, Zhang Wei wouldn't even be afraid of mushroom bombs. 4 in. That's the real rise. If there was an energy shield on the little Japanese side, as long as it was equipped for the 4 entry mechs and the cargo hold was piled high with source crystals, then these 4 entry mechs would be able to break bread with the current Zhang Wei. Now, you guys tell me what we should do. No one dared to be the first to speak in the face of Yud's rant. You said that you've been running the ninja team, so what do you think should be done? Yutoku pointed at the minister closest to him and spoke. The person being pointed at could only come forward with a hard head. It couldn't be helped. Whoever made the mess was a ninja, and he was the only one who had to clean up the mess. Your Majesty the Emperor, as I see it, as long as we give them enough source crystals, this matter can be passed. Although it's still unclear what's attracting them within the Osaka prefecture, I'm sure that they won't give up the Osaka prefecture so easily. And now they're just trying to ask for more favors. That's easy for you to say. How many source crystals is enough source crystals? How about giving them half of today's amount of source crystals? The old minister opened his mouth to test the waters. He wanted to know what Yuda's bottom line was. Half? How dare you say that? If you were him, could you agree? Yutoku was painfully aware of this. Those are their source crystals. The source crystals they got by exploiting their own people and giving up many lives. Now it's going to be given away. How can it not hurt? The old minister wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. knowing that this was far from the figure that Yudai had already considered clearly in his mind. Why don't we double it for them? Double? To put it mildly, these source crystals are to be made up by your ninja forces. Yutoku was getting to the point. As the real power in Japan, Yutoku has a lot to weigh. Now that the ninja forces were showing signs of disobedience, he was going to take the opportunity to crack down on them. Chapter 146 Brother. It's demolished. This cannot be. Your Majesty the Emperor. This old minister is going to be scared to death. So many source crystals. Let them ninja troops take them. Will they still play in the future? Without a supply of source crystals, the mechs within the ninja forces would all be for show. Why not? You caused the mess. Do you want others to wipe your ass for you? Yudi opened his mouth to question. The old minister was dumbfounded by this question, and likewise no one else spoke for him. Whoever helped out would have to take out source crystals from their own pockets to fill the holes, and no one was stupid yet. But it can't be taken away all at once, or else the ninja forces will have to come to a halt, and that's not good for my empire. Humph. Double the amount of source crystals for him and send it to them tomorrow. Also keep an eye out for that underground beast and see if you can still detect the life fluctuations. As I see it, that Chinese person is looking at that beast. Yutaka voiced his suspicions. The veteran minister of this ninja force had just sort of reminded Yutaka. Zhang Wei definitely has an ulterior motive for wanting to take over Osaka House. Although the Osaka prefecture had decided to hand over to Zhang Wei, Yutoku certainly wouldn't let Zhang Wei have a good time as all. As for how it will work, that will depend on the follow-up. Yes, Your Majesty the Emperor. Back off all of you, and wipe your own asses if anyone makes any more trouble. And about bringing the Chinese in as soon as possible. Yes. A group of ministers left. Yutaka sat on his throne rubbing his brow. Tired. Too tired. Luckily, there wasn't much of a ripple in the aftermath. The next day's resource handover went very smoothly, except that the cargo hold containing the source crystals went from 1 to 2. Aina was quite satisfied with Yutoku's sincerity, and she handed Momoyama over to the man who had come to hand him over, as well as returning the 2 ninjas whose 2 legs had been amputated. The guy who came to hand it over didn't say, picked it up and left. Momoyama spent the first half of the trip back to Kyoto crying and the second half cursing. By now Momoyama's heart was filled with fighting spirit that was completely transformed from anger. Zhang Wei didn't care about all the 7s and 7s of Taosan. He led the cargo hold straight to the side of the mechanical behemoth. However, just as Zhang Wei wanted to absorb the source crystals to raise the level of his mech, the ground unexpectedly began to shake violently. The tremor was so great that it was like a magnitude 6 or 7 earthquake. Aina sprinted all the way to this side, and she was relieved to see that Zhang Wei was fine, having just offended the emperor to death so much. If first in Zhang Wei collapsed, her AI's days wouldn't be much better. My lord, is this little treasure's awakening? Aha! Zhang Wei opened his mouth to Aina, who had run in, while keeping a close eye on the side of the elevator shaft. It didn't take long for a behemoth to appear in Zhang Wei's detection core. Its bow. After Little Treasure had just appeared in the middle of Zhang Wei's detection core, only a second or so later, the dirt flipped over and Little Treasure shot up into the sky in a very furious manner. It was a true rush out of the ground, with all 4 feet more than 10 meters off the ground, and the ground shook even harder as it landed. You can feel how much Bo's weight is exaggerated right now by this vibration. Good boy. So big? Zhang Wei couldn't even help but open his mouth. Before Xiaobao's slumber, Xiaobao's normal posture of walking on the ground was just 6 or 7 meters high, but now, 17 or 18 meters. Standing on the ground with all 4 feet on the ground was already almost as tall as Zhang Wei's mech, and the length would be even more astonishing if Xiaobao's big tail was counted. It was 50 meters long. That's if you stand up. Little one's mechanical behemoth. This. Big brother. When Xiaobao saw Zhang Wei, he called out with such affection that he came up to give Zhang Wei a hug. Stop! Zhang Wei hurriedly shouted to stop. This weight of Xiaobao's he definitely couldn't bear, and he was afraid that he would be crushed to death if he was pressed underneath. Big brother, what's wrong? Xiaobao was more or less aggravated. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why is your attitude so cold? Look at what kind of physique you are now. Are you trying to get me killed? Zhang Wei didn't have the good sense to speak. Ow. Approximately how much battle power do you have now? Zhang Wei didn't care what emotions Xiaobao was feeling as he opened his mouth to inquire curiously. I don't know, but I know I'm strong now. Speaking of the strength piece, Bao stated on the spot that he stood up. What with the kingly this and that? It's all brother. Zhang Wei nodded secretly. In fact, so it should be. Xiaobao had devoured a mechanical beast that hadn't been born yet, 100-meter tall kind of beast. This behemoth was only sleeping underground because it didn't have enough power, and none of the internal body parts that were missing. Xiaobao had devoured all of such a fellow. It would be strange if there wasn't such a big boost. Big brother, you tell me, who are we going to fight? I'll go first this time. Xiaobao the bastard was a bit bloated. I can fight that big guy if I run into him again. Well, this one is still thinking about food. It's not easy to get addicted to eating behemoths. Jiang Wei didn't know where to get this kind of giant beast for Xiao Bao to eat. Settle down. Get used to your own current abilities first. I'm going to evolve my mech as well. Good. Big brother, don't worry about evolution. Leave the safety to me. Pa spoke confidently. He didn't believe there was anything he couldn't break with a flick of his tail right now. It's more than enough to protect Jiang Wei. Good. With Xiao Bao around, Jiang Wei was indeed much more at ease. Mainly because now Xiao Bao's size could really give people a strong sense of security. By the way, there should be an external device where the external shoulder of that behemoth is, so be careful to dismantle that and go give it to Fish Girl later. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, Xiao Bao bumbled off to dismantle the parts, without the slightest intention of taking the weapon on that giant beast for himself. Aina stood off to the side a bit less understanding. If she possessed an ability like Xiao Bao's, she definitely wouldn't be so nice even if she would still listen to Jiang Wei. It's always no problem to be promoted from a superior/subordinate relationship to an equal partnership, right? But looking at Xiao Bao's state, he still recognized Jiang Wei as his big brother, and the level of obedience was the same as when Aina first met Xiao Bao. Why? Aina doesn't understand, and no one to explain it to her. Jiang Wei began to devour and absorb the source crystals in the cargo hold as his mech level began to rise once again. It was only 3 levels away, so naturally it wouldn't take long. When Jiang Wei raised his mecha level to 80, Xiao Bao had yet to finish dismantling it. He had already found the cannon that Jiang Wei had mentioned, but it was a bit slow to dismantle it because he had to be careful not to destroy it. Jiang Wei was not in a hurry and waited quietly, and after about 10 minutes, Xiao Bao happily carried a huge cannon with a barrel 15 meters long and a caliber of more than 1 meter in diameter and ran back. Big brother, it's dismantled. Well, put it there, I'm going to start evolving. Chapter 147 Brother, where's that hood? With Xiao Bao watching from the side, Jiang Wei could evolve at ease. Begin evolution. Mysterious energy descends. Jiang Wei's mech floated uncontrollably high into the air. The mech spun in place when its feet were roughly 10 meters or so away from the ground. Mystic energy began to modify the mech. As the transformation proceeded, light was gradually released from the mech, from shimmering to gradually dazzling. Xiao Bao was very vigilant in sensing the surroundings. Any wind and grass movement in the vicinity could not escape Xiao Bao's perception. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. At this time, Jiang Wei's mecha shape had basically been transformed. The limbs were even thicker, and the height of the mecha had already reached 25 meters, which already had that little bit of a behemoth feel to it. However, a completed shape change is not a completed evolution. The remodeling is still in progress. Inside the mech, there was some extra space due to the increased size. This extra space is most notably the equipment bits for installing energy shields, and other things such as core module space have been increased as well. After another 10 minutes had passed, the light released from Jiang Wei's mech gradually diminished. The fourth evolution was complete, taking 30 minutes. When the mech landed on the ground, the mech's eyes released an azure light. Ding! The mech's fourth evolution is complete, increasing the energy shield equipment bit, core module space plus 10, mech's internal space plus 10, and battle power plus 100, equipped with a vacuum energy shield. Jiang Wei took out the energy shield he treasured in his cargo hold at the first opportunity while equipping it. The outer armor of the mech's lower abdomen opened, and the energy shield was pulled by the power of the mech into this open space. Ding! Equipment complete. View properties. Mecha form, level 4 evolution, 25 meters. Mech rating, 80. Weight, 78 tons. Battle strength, 50-50. Strength, 28. 5 tons. Speed, 25 m/s. Type, medium melee. Power, electromagnetic extended range power engine, legendary. Equipment, pulse halberd plus 6, legendary. Vacuum energy shield, legendary. Titanium defensive armor, epic. Multipoint renewal thruster, excellent. 100 battles core, epic. Detection core, legendary. Strong attack core, epic. Blizzard core, epic. Epic freeze float cannon first order. Skills, super battle enhancement, legendary. Death laser, extreme thunder blast. 5000 battle power now. Turn on the energy shield. Having just equipped an energy shield, Jiang Wei was definitely going to have a field day. After Jiang Wei gave the order, the mech's power was instantly reduced by 2,000 points, and an invisible but visible energy eggshell completely enveloped Jiang Wei's mech. Even the bottom of his feet were not spared. The first ignition. The power consumption is a bit much, Jiang Wei muttered. The first time the energy shield is activated it uses the most power, and after that first time, it won't use as much power to activate it later. It's like having underfloor heating in a building. The first time you fill it with water, you're sure to use a lot of it. It won't consume as much power if you use it again later. Pa, come on, attack me. Already dumbfounded, Xiao Bao ignored Jiang Wei. It wasn't that Bao didn't respect Zhang Wei anymore, but he really looked dumb. Zhang Wei could see the energy shield, and Xiao Bao was not blind, so he was naturally able to see it. For Bo, this scene is just amazing. Hey, stupid? Zhang Wei waved the electromagnetic battle halberd in front of Xiao Bao. Ha, big brother, what's wrong? Look at that. Giving Shobu a whole northeastern accent. Attack me. Xiao Bao shook his head repeatedly at his words. Big brother, this won't work. Try the defense ability of this energy cover. Hurry up. Don't ink. Zhang Wei spoke impatiently. Xiao Bao's brain just wasn't as good as AI Nai's, and if it was AI Nai, she would definitely be able to comprehend Zhang Wei's thoughts. Ow. Good riddance. I'm coming. As soon as Xiao Bao heard this, he didn't treat Zhang Wei politely at that moment, swinging his tail and smashing it at Zhang Wei. Now that the meteor hammer on Xiao Bao's tail was more than a meter in diameter, this big guy definitely wouldn't feel too good when it hit his body, for not only was the sledgehammer powerful, the spikes on the hammer were something far more deadly. I don't know if Xiao Bao has some grudge against Zhang Wei. This hammer Xiao Bao didn't keep his strength, it was an all-out attack. Zhang Wei could see the trajectory of Xiao Bao's tail attack, and if Zhang Wei was willing, this tail would not be able to whip Zhang Wei's body at all. However, Zhang Wei wanted to test the defense of the energy shield, so Zhang Wei didn't dodge, and didn't even have any means of defense, allowing the meteor hammer to smash on the energy shield. A huge impact force erupted and struck Zhang Wei's mecha, and then, Zhang Wei's body flew backwards uncontrollably, and the ground left a gully 3 meters wide and half a meter deep because of the friction of Zhang Wei's feet. Zhang Wei retreated a full dozen meters before stabilizing himself. Xiao Bao panicked a bit at the sight. Big brother, are you alright? It's fine. Zhang Wei immediately responded, as he was indeed fine. The body fell back because Xiao Bao's strength was too great, but Zhang Wei just took some of the impact. The vacuum energy shield did not disappoint Zhang Wei. Xiao Bao attacked so fiercely, the vacuum energy shield surprisingly did not even have the slightest intention of breaking. It was this strike that consumed 200 points of the mech's power. The energy shield is capable of staying on as long as there is enough power, unless the attack was so strong that it could instantly shatter the energy shield. After the energy shield was shattered, there was a cooldown time to activate it again, and Zhang Wei had to test how much time it would take. The description of the energy shield doesn't say anything about this, because this is not fixed. The cooldown time of the energy shield has to do with many things: combat power, quality of the energy shield, and even the core module that can reduce the cooldown time. According to Zhang Wei's own speculation, in his current state, the cooling time of the energy shield would take at least 2 to 3 minutes. Scatter. After testing the energy shield, Zhang Wei then dispersed it. Topping off the energy shield does look high, but it's a power drain, and the energy shield is still a big drain, consuming 1 to 2 points of power every second. The family wouldn't dare play like that even if they ran a farm. Anyway, it had already been activated for the first time, and before the energy shield was shattered. As long as Zhang uniquely intended the energy shield to be able to cover his entire body at any time, the coverage speed was only about a second or so. Big brother, where's that hood? Where did it go? Xiao Bao stared nervously at Zhang Wei fiercely. That hood was quite impressive in Po's opinion. It would be a shame to lose it. Put it away. Come on, carry that cannon. Let's go find Fish Girl. Good. Xiao Bao was more or less dabbled in heartlessness, and when Zhang Wei said that he had put it away, he really didn't continue to ask. Now all Po wanted to do was to go and show off his new form to Fish Sister, and although it wasn't quite as big as Fish Sister's, Po was still considered big enough for the land. Chapter 148 Pulse Cannon. A pangolin is just a pangolin. What more do you need a bicycle for when you can have such a big body? Afterward, Zhang Wei took Xiao Bao straight to the beach. Just not long after Zhang Wei blew his whistle, Fish Girl showed up. Zhang Wei, you're here. Your body, it's gotten bigger. Yeah, Shobu, how did you get so big too? Fish Girl was amazed. Yesterday, she had seen Zhang Wei, but today she saw Zhang Wei again and changed her appearance. Xiao Bao's change was even more tremendous, and even Fish Sister could actually feel a hint of threat from Xiao Bao's body. What does that tell you? This means that Po already has the ability to hurt Fish Girl. Obviously, if the sledgehammer on Xiao Bao's tail hit Fish Girl's body, it was expected that Fish Girl would also feel bad. Ha ha, how about it? Am I handsome now? Xiao Bao was also a person who could fool around, seeing that he hadn't even played yet. Fish Sister already couldn't help but marvel at it. My mech evolved. This guy swallowed a giant beast, the kind I was telling you about. If you find one for him to eat, it can become stronger too. Surprisingly, it's so powerful, so I'll have to look for it. With Xiao Bao as a forewarning, Fish Sister decided to treat this matter as a very important thing. This is for you. Let's see if you can install it on your body. Zhang Unicorn grabbed the giant cannon carried by Xiao Bao in the palm of his hand while walking towards Fish Girl. Fish Girl looked at the giant cannon with some trepidation as well. She knew that anything that could make Zhang Wei give it to her must be something good. Could try. This thing is a bit small for you. Zhang Wei shook his head helplessly. The big guy, which was a giant cannon for both him and Bao, was slightly more petite in Fish Girl's case, like a machine gun on a warship. Zhang Wei, it can be installed. You put this thing on my back. Fish Girl was also a mechanical body, and when she approached a certain distance from the giant cannon, she immediately knew that she was able to install this thing. Yes, Zhang Wei didn't hesitate as he jumped onto the Fish Sister's back. Although he was now that much overweight, Zhang Wei believed that Fish Girl would definitely be able to resist herself. Sure enough, the Fish Girl's body didn't even move in the seawater when she took her weight. Afterward, Zhang Wei placed the giant cannon on Fish Girl's back according to her guidance. Zhang Wei, you dodge a little. Yes. Zhang Wei quickly backed away. When Zhang Wei retreated to a safe distance, the Fish Girl's back unexpectedly cracked open. It was a bit scary to say, but it was actually opening up a space, just like the space where Zhang Wei had placed his energy shield. It came with the Fish Girl. It's an external weapon. I can take it back into my body and use it when I want to use it again. Fish Girl was happy. Not having to change your appearance is just something to be happy about for a fish girl. Who else would want to wander around with such a thing on their head? It looks out of place. Try the weapon's power. Zhang Wei had something to look forward to. This was at least an external weapon that came with the behemoth's body. It should be very powerful. Otherwise it would be sorry for the behemoth's identity. What does the behemoth do? These things are here to exterminate the world. What's the point of exterminating the world without some high-caliber gadgets? Fish Sister was just like that. Just like a kid who got a new toy. Of course she wanted to play with it. Okay, I'll try. Fish Girl was so excited that the giant cannon that had just retracted back into Fish Girl reappeared after a few clicks. Only, this time it appeared that the giant cannon had been linked to Fish Girl's body. Exactly how it was put together Zhang Wei did not know, and did not want to look deeply into it. That is something that scientists have to study. What has it got to do with him? Zhang Wei only wanted to know how powerful the giant cannon was. Zhang Wei, there's no attack target. Fish Girl was a bit distressed. No targets at sea. On land. How about hitting Bo? Fish Girl, what are you doing? Don't you hit me. Xiao Bao's perception ability really wasn't blown away. Just when the Fish Sister's side had the intention to hit Xiao Bao had already perceived it. Danger befalls, and it's the kind of kills you. If there was just that little bit of danger, Xiao Bao wouldn't be yelling so much. It would go against his magnificent stature. But for the sake of life, lose the pussy or whatever. It's all just stuff that doesn't matter. Hit the mountain over there. Zhang Wei looked at a small hill not too far from the coast and spoke to Fish Girl. Yes. Fish Girl looked very confident. After Fish Sister agreed, Zhang Wei felt a wave of energy appear that made him even palpitate a little. Pulse. Zhang Wei immediately knew what this power converging within the giant cannon was. It was the power of the pulse that was the same as Zhang Wei's pulse battle halberd. Gathering this much pulsing power? Fish Sister, quickly set off the cannon. Zhang Wei hurriedly reminded Fish Sister, the more pulse power that was gathered, the more powerful it would be, but it would also consume a lot of power in comparison. Although Fish Girl's physique was large, if it kept coalescing like this, Fish Girl's internal power would be drained. Okay, fire the cannon. Fish Girl whistled loudly, and then Zhang Wei saw a small sun shoot out from the mouth of the giant cannon on the Fish Girl's back. The speed of this small sun was quite fast, and Zhang Wei only saw a trace. Then there was a violent explosion. Zhang Wei was afraid that he couldn't see clearly, so he immediately turned on the detection core, and it was a rough detection that was turned on. Because of that mountain, it was already more than a kilometer away from where Zhang Wei and the others were. It was even on the verge of being more than 10 kilometers away. That place, there's no one there, right? Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter, simply because, this cannon is a little too powerful. The hill was blown away by a single blast, not to mention that everything in a 500-meter radius of where that hill was disappeared. All that was left was a large crater more than 10 meters deep. If there were people on that hill, or any mechanical creatures, it would be a definite no. Wow, so tired, Fish Girl exclaimed, then her voice immediately became much lower. This thing is indeed very powerful. However, you can't use it until the critical moment, and even if you do, you can't gather power for too long. Got it? Zhang Wei carefully admonished the Fish Sister. If Zhang Wei hadn't reminded the Fish Sister just now, it was estimated that the Fish Sister would have fallen asleep by now. There is not enough power in the body to do anything but sleep. Okay, I know, Zhang Wei, I really like the weapon you gave me. Fish Girl opened her mouth a bit weakly to thank Zhang Wei. As long as you like it, these source crystals are for you to recover. Zhang Wei took out a cargo hold, which contained some ordinary source crystals and intermediate source crystals. Aha! Fish Sister did not politely talk to Zhang Wei. Perhaps there was no such thing as being polite with friends in the perception of mechanical creatures. Zhang Wei on their side because of the power of the giant cannon happy at the same time. Japan's senior side is about to piss in fear. Chapter 149. This logic. Reasonable. Can someone tell me what's going on? Yude was shocked and furious. Kyoto is not far from Osaka Prefecture, and a spy planted by the Japanese High Command inside Osaka Prefecture sent them back a video of a giant whale blasting away a mountain in one shot. Not only was Yude shocked and furious, those ministers under Yude were about to piss themselves. If every mechanical whale had that kind of power, would the island of Japan still be either? It is important to realize that Japan is an island nation, and the country is surrounded by the sea, all of which is the territory of whales. If they surrounded the island of Japan in such a circle, do not need to attack too far away, as long as the seaside within 10 kilometers of all the bombing once. That Japan how to live? If they did plow the land by such means, would they blow up and collapse the land by the sea? Will it further reduce the size of the island of Japan? The oceans will keep encroaching on the land as long as they work on their bombing spree. If the size of the country keeps shrinking, and the Japanese are constantly being squeezed for their living space, eventually, they will be exterminated, won't they? Can anyone tell me if there is any means of completely destroying these whales? All the ministers lowered their heads when they heard Yudoka's question. The total elimination of whales? Not to mention the whales now. Even the whales before the end of the world can't be completely extinct in a short time, right? Do you want to hear what you are saying about tigers and wolves? Emperor, do you know how big mechanical whales are these days? Looking at that not so clear video footage, one can perceive the horror of that mechanical whale. And destroy it? With what? We do have mushroom bombs on the island, but we don't even have the right to use them. Given the current situation, we should be grateful if the beautiful country doesn't use that mushroom bomb to bomb us. And you expect them to use it to help us? The self-defense forces taking out the pretty country garrison over in Osaka 2 days ago is just starting to fester. And it's far from over. Wastes? What a bunch of wastes. What's the use of my royal family raising you? Yutak was furious. In normal times, these ministers gabbled in their own ears 7 times a day. Now, when it comes down to it, these bastards are silent. Well, you didn't have time right now to think about the fact that if all of these ministers were mutts, it didn't look like his breed would be too pure. What's up with that mech and that terrestrial mechanical monster in the video? Don't tell me you guys haven't even looked into this. At this time, the minister in charge of intelligence immediately stepped forward. If this one didn't know either, he guessed his head was about to move. Your Majesty, that mecha is the Chinese who occupied Osaka Prefecture, and the mechanical monster you mentioned should be his pet. Then explain to me why he was at the beach and what happened. The video is just a drone shot from an extreme distance. The image is blurry, details and whatnot what can't be seen. Your Majesty, in my opinion, this time Osaka Prefecture was shelled by whales. It must be because of that Chinese. Oh, why do you say that? Yutaka's mind calmed down a bit when he heard this. Can't stay angry with these guys either. After all, the whole of Japan still needs these guys to help them take control at the moment. Look, Your Majesty, this Chinese must have taken the initiative to provoke the whale because he has some strength. This is it. Look, he jumped on the whale's back. And what's that he's holding in his hand? The emperor frowned as he stared at the blurry video footage. In the video, the details of Zhang Wei's mecha were not at all, and the huge cannon that Zhang Wei was carrying was just a black shadow in the picture. This is supposed to be his weapon, and the old minister has heard that the weapon he possesses is very large, and that he jumped on the whale's back, and is supposed to have done some damage to it. The minister in charge of intelligence spoke eloquently of the speculation in his mind. You don't have to tell me. His guess does make so much sense. Not too much sense, but it all fits together and it's kinda logical. No, when he jumped away, why was the weapon in his hand gone? Yutoku was a little smart, and he caught the loophole in what the intelligence minister said. What? Jumped on the whale's back and slashed it a couple times, then gave the weapon to the whale? Your Majesty, you know something about the performance of the mecha. It must be that he realized that he couldn't hurt the whale, so he put away his weapon and prepared to run away, and could run a little faster without it, and that's exactly what he's running fast after. But he's pissed off the whales, and the whales certainly aren't going to let him off easy. So the latter happened. The Minister of Intelligence did not say this, but all those present heard it. The last thing was that the whale attacked Zhang Wei. However, Zhang Wei relied on his speed and dodged. And then, there was no more. The video screen was interrupted. The spy who operated the drone to record the video ran very fast too. Who knows if the whales will continue to go crazy and take another shot? What if the shot just happened to fall on his head? Your Majesty, actually, this is a good thing. When the Minister of Intelligence saw that there was no one to refute what he said, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. What good is this? Yutaka looked worried. Two great enemies. The whale, needless to say, was too powerful beyond Yude's imagination. Zhang Wei wasn't a good person either, and the fact that Zhang Wei was able to easily dodge such a fierce shelling was enough to explain a lot. Now, Where did this good come from when his own ministers were saying it was good? Your Majesty, think about it. That Chinese man cut down the whale, and the whale also launched an attack on that Chinese man. They must already be immortal with each other. Two tigers fighting, we just watched the fun. Anyway, the whales are currently gathered over at Osaka Prefecture, and the old minister estimates that they won't rest until they kill that Chinese, so we're safe instead. Ah, yeah, Yutaka froze for a moment. This analysis, that logic, that's reasonable. What do you think, gentlemen? Yutaka's face lightened up a lot. Two enemies are scarier, but if those two enemies are going to fight to the death, then those two enemies are nothing to fear. Your Majesty, my old servant believes that the truth of this matter should be just that. If they really fight to the death, then we can still reap the benefits. You see, this are dragged on the cultural words, said the Chinese people are the ancestors of the Japanese. The Japanese still do not recognize, now exposed it. The old minister also thinks it is very reasonable that we should send the Chinese to Osaka as soon as possible, so that those foolish Chinese can help our great Japanese subjects to hold off the whale fire. Chapter 150. Big Brother, you finally contacted me. Senior Minister, seconded. After the two high-powered old things took a stand, the others began to speak in agreement. Even though some people felt that something wasn't quite right, they didn't open their mouths. Anyway, even if anything went wrong, it would be the bad luck of those few openings in front of them. So what were they following to stir up? Good. If that's the case, then that's great. Order them to do their best to send all the Chinese over. The original, those old and sick and disabled are not to be executed on the spot. All bring them to him. Yutaka opened his mouth to give the order. Originally, they were not prepared to send all the Chinese people to Jiangwei. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive to make a bunch of tired people, which is not as convenient as getting them killed in place. Yutaka was only going to send half of them to Jiangwei, who didn't know exactly how many Chinese were still alive anyway. However, now Yu doesn't think so. What's wrong with the old and the sick? It would be a lot of work for them to send the old and infirm over there. And wouldn't it be the same thing if Jiangwei wanted to move them away at that time? As long as there were these old and sick people dragging Jiangwei down, then Jiangwei would not easily leave Osaka House. Your Majesty, the old minister understands what should be done. Let them seize the time now, and there will be absolutely no delay. All disperse. Yutaka was in a good mood and ran off to pamper his consort. It was a happy thing today, and Yud felt like he could hold out for an extra minute, which could be a full 2 minutes. Jiangwei's side was also happy, and today, the harvest was huge. His own mecha evolved, Pa awakened and became stronger, and even Fish Girl used a powerful weapon. In this way, he felt that his safety factor had completely exploded. Perhaps the plan to sweep across the entire island of Japan can begin. There's no way around it. With the energy shield, it's just so wild. Returning to the camp, Jiang Wei called for Aina. You should still have quite a few connections in Japan, right? Jiang Wei got straight to the point after meeting Aina. Ai Nai was also very knowledgeable. Seeing that there was no one else in Jiang Wei's house, she couldn't help but move her hand against Jiang Wei while speaking. Yes, my lord. Jiang Wei didn't stop Aina. His body had just been strengthened by another wave and really needed to be released. Afterward, Jiang Wei half reclined on the chair. Aina blushed, knowing that she would get to eat good food again. Mobilize your connections to find out if there are any more giant beasts on this Japanese island. Jiang Weiwei closed his eyes to enjoy himself while opening his mouth to command. Oh, Z Island Law. Aina was a little less comfortable speaking, but she responded to Jiang Wei anyway. Aina being a ninja, that was certainly organized. While most of the shinobi within the organization served the imperial family, there were some rash and disobedient ones, and Aina had a general idea of where they were today. If she took the initiative to look for them, she was sure to find them. The ability of ninjas to gather information is very strong, and any ninja placed in a place without a strong self-defense force is definitely a powerful party. If there are still behemoths existing in Japan, through them they will surely be able to tell. Only, it would require Aina to leave the camp and actively search for it. In that case, she was going to be unable to see Jiang Wei for some days. With that in mind, Aina slowed down, taking her time, savoring it. Jiang Wei didn't pay attention to Aina's small mind. Enjoying it was done. This time it was not known whether it was because of Aina or Jiang Wei's body had gotten stronger again. Aina had been busy for an hour before she was done, finally eating something delicious. Aina licked her lips in satisfaction. Seeing Aina's small appearance, the satisfaction in Jiang Wei's heart reached the top. My lord, I need to leave the camp in order to pry. When do I leave? Aina spoke after organizing herself. You can't organize it without it. Your heart is pounding and the water is flowing. This 3 into the mech you take the first use. Go out to meet the danger, also good self-protection. When you are ready, go. By the way, also look around, there are no Chinese people. Understood, my lord. Aina was filled with joy as she received the mecha core handed over by Jiang Wei. She felt that her efforts had not been in vain. and that she was once again trusted by Zhang Wei. It had been more than a day after Zhang Wei's trust in her last time, and now it was estimated to be 7 or 8 days. It was a very good sign, and Aina felt hopeful that she would be able to climb into Zhang Wei's bed. If Zhang Wei knew that his first time was still alive, I'm afraid that this hope would be greatly increased. After all, the first time is very seductive to a man and represents a woman's affections. Although Aina was a ninja, usually dressed coolly and looked as if she was a bit Thai. However, Aina did still have her first time, and when she really had to carry out any mission, she didn't even have to take the last step to take out the target of her mission. Go on. Zhang Wei looked at Aina's heart full of joy, and surprisingly, he found himself feeling a little bit impulsive. However, Zhang Wei restrained himself. Aina was currently very obedient, and if this kind of submissive woman was really pushed down, Zhang Wei was afraid that he would be soft-hearted when he left Japan at that time. Yes, Aina didn't notice Zhang Wei's little emotion as she left with a happy smile. It's also time to get in touch with home. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei left the camp once again. Outside the camp, Zhang Wei merged with the mech. The 25-meter-tall mecha looked at the little Benjamins in the camp in awe. A 20-meter-tall mech would already be something to look up to for them. This 25 meters. Taozi, what are you doing? Zhang Wei was the first to contact Zhang Tao. ********. Big brother, you can finally contact me. How many days has it been? Where have you died? Zhang Tao's yelling voice reached Zhang Wei's ears. This could already be considered noise for Zhang Wei. In Japan, Osaka Prefecture. Well, any pretty girls? Zhang Tao was excited, and really not at all serious. You're a hopeless creature of the lower half, but there are plenty of girls. Have you fought for your country? Zhang Tao's tone became serious. Perhaps, this should be a very sacred thing in Zhang Tao's opinion. Sort of. What do you mean sort of? Zhang Tao couldn't understand. Competitive is competitive. Non-competitive is non-competitive. Sort of what's going on here? It's all only half done. For what? Because it's too dirty for them. Big brother is really a big brother. Half a set every day. How can you hold back? Awesome. Zhang Tao opened his mouth in admiration. He recognized himself that he was definitely unable to hold back. Down to business. How are you guys doing? Don't worry big brother. It's very good. My mech has already evolved 3 times. I kind of know now why you're so powerful. Your brother, I'm also powerful now. Zhang Tao was very proud to show off to Zhang Wei. Chapter 151 Good Brother. Kissing Brother. Where's Lin Xianying? Lin Xianying was also Zhang Wei's friend, and was also the object of Zhang Wei's key cultivation. And the far battle mechs were also very powerful. The reason why all the far battle mechs behaved weakly in front of Zhang Wei was because all these far battles were garbage. A truly powerful distant battle cultivated could give Zhang Wei a lot of help. At the very least, Zhang Wei did not have the means to attack the enemy from 100 miles away. But the far warfare mecha had this ability when it grew up. My mecha has evolved 3 times. How can Miss Lin still lag behind? Big brother, let me tell you something. Don't get excited. Zhang Tao opened his mouth mysteriously. What is it? You have a love interest again. What do you mean again? In saying who is my woman and what do you mean by love rival? Lin Xianying. Ah, here comes another guy chasing after her. Zhang Tao didn't think that Zhang Wei didn't mean Lin Xianying. However, in all conscience, there was just a tiny bit of ambiguity between Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying. The first reason for befriending Lin Xianying was because she was a bridge for him to communicate with the military. And the second reason was because Lin Xianying was a distant warrior and had a lot of potential to grow up and be helpful to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei definitely didn't covet Lin Xianying's body. Isn't it good just the way it is? How cool to play whenever you want. No one cares. No guilt. It's the end of the world. And you need an emotional support and someone to keep you in check? Stop it. That's all the weak ones are supposed to do. The weak hold together to keep warm and the strong go it alone. Understand? Don't say, TSK, it's different when you fought for your country. You talk much harder. I think you have itchy skin, don't you? Do you believe that I can return to my country within a day? Zhang Wei's teeth itched with anger. When he was in Chuan City, Zhang Tao wouldn't dare to talk to himself like this. Big brother, I was wrong. It's just weirdly unfortunate. But don't worry for a moment. Lin Xianying doesn't have a good face for that guy. It's that guy who got on the pole. Did I ask you about this? Fine. You didn't ask. I'm not going to say anything else. Zhang Tao was a bit weak. It seemed like his big brother was really a bit angry. Uncle Zhang is still around, right? Zhang Wei smoothed out his breath. He wasn't really angry, mainly because the topic was always being skewed by Zhang Tao. He was angry. Of course it's there. His old man is red in the face lately nah. Zhang Wei was a bit staggered. He hadn't been in contact with his family, and according to Uncle Zhang's character, he would be worried about himself. So why was he red-faced? Is he looking for a companion? It was also the fact that Chief Zhang did not know what Zhang Wei was thinking, and if he did, he was afraid that he would blow his beard in anger. Not a word? Brother, do you really think we don't know about you? Zhang Wei hummed. Hey, Uncle Zhang is really nothing but good to you. We have a satellite here that is still good to use, and now this satellite's main task is to keep an eye on you every day, and most of what you do. We know. What? Zhang Wei was not happy at that moment. Just the thought of having a dozen, or even dozens of people staring at him from all angles when he did anything made Zhang Wei's scalp go a little numb. It wouldn't be too embarrassing if it was something done in the room, but outside the room. Ha ha ha, don't worry big brother. Lin Xianying doesn't know about those things. You're basically not being watched while you're fighting for your country. Zhang Tao laughed out loud. Being able to tease his own big brother, Zhang Tao felt very comfortable. I was also going to bring the Super Energy Sun sword back to you on the way back, but now it seems like you don't really need it. Don't big brother. Good brother. Dear brother. You can't do this to your brother. Zhang Tao instantly wimped out. The sky is the limit and the equipment is the biggest. Super Energy Sun sword. Zhang Tao has always been thinking about it. When he saw Zhang Wei give the Super Energy Sun sword to that Japanese woman to use, Zhang Tao even took a hard jealousy. Tell Uncle Zhang not to waste satellite resources on me, and ask him to help me find out if there are any giant beasts on the island of Japan. You know what a giant beast is, right? Got it. Zhang Tao immediately became serious, knowing that I have to tell you as well. Since the giant beasts have already appeared in Japan, there will definitely be some on our side as well. They must be hiding in off the beaten path places and are hard to spot, so do your best to look for them and get them killed in advance. Chief Zhang has already arranged for people to be lining up, and so far no one has been found. Well, also, the next time the initial source crystals come down, collect the source crystals as soon as possible in the first place, and if you can get an energy shield, then raise your mech level to 80 as soon as possible. Understand? Understood. Okay, it's fine. I'll contact you if something happens. Nothing major. Don't bother me. Except for the discovery of the behemoth's trail. Good riddance. Zhang Tao was cooperative. In fact, if the satellites on this side of Chuan City hadn't been keeping an eye on Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao wouldn't have been able to resist contacting Zhang Wei. One could not easily contact Zhang Wei. Also, this was a rule set by Chief Zhang. After ending the call with Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei, who had wanted to contact Lin Xianying, gave up his intention to contact Lin Xianying. It's being watched. This is awkward. And having already asked Zhang Tao what he should have asked, there really wasn't much to say to Lin Xianying. Do you really ask about that love interest? In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhang Wei gave up his intention of contacting Lin Xianying. Zhang Wei then disintegrated and returned to camp. Boss, there's a call from the Japanese imperial family. Not long after Zhang Wei returned to the camp, the dog interpreter shouted and hollered. What is it? They said they would fulfill their promise as soon as possible, and their men are already exiting Osaka House, and our men will be delivered as soon as possible. Quitting already? Then why is it so quiet within this camp? Zhang Wei opened his mouth as he pointed at the tents of different sizes within the camp. Don't look at this broad daylight as if there is not much popularity in the camp, but in fact those Japanese are hiding in the tent. Without any special circumstances, they will not come out. Who knows if running out will invite trouble for you? I asked about this too, and they said that civilians who are willing to leave can leave Osaka on their own, that no one cares where they are going, and that if they don't leave Osaka within 10 days, then they are out of their hands from now on. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded at his words. Although he had long known what kind of a bird the little Japanese were, Zhang Wei had not really expected such a situation of disregarding the deaths and lives of his own people. Inform them that they have 3 days to all leave Osaka. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to the dog translator and commanded, there's no need to keep these people in the camp. Soon the Chinese will come. With so many people and the stench in the camp every day, Zhang Wei had long since had enough. As for killing, that is also impossible. Such a bunch of useless rice barrels thrown to the little Japanese how good can waste food, but also can make the Japanese royal family troubles. Chapter 152. Faye are running out to die? For 3 days, some people left and some came. The dog interpreter is busy. He is now considered to be a real small leader. Command this, command that, over the addiction. But it's just a little lonely and isolated at night, because there is no little Japanese pussy, although a lot of Chinese women came, but these are their own compatriots. Even if the dog interpreter wants to do something, he is afraid that Zhang Wei will see him upset to get him killed. As for free love and all that, what kind of love is there these days? It's a struggle to stay alive. Zhang Wei didn't pay attention to these messy things. There was old he, the dog translator. As long as it wasn't messy, Zhang Wei didn't have any other thoughts. As for the days, it's also a bit boring, listening to Ana's reports every day. On the 4th day, when the sky had only just dawned, Zhang Tao took the initiative to contact Zhang Wei. Big brother, there's good news. Zhang Tao was excited. What good news? Zhang Wei's side had only just left from the camp and was leading Xiaobao around. Found a suspected monster lair. Really? Jiang Wei immediately became energized after hearing Zhang Tao's words. With all this idleness every day, Jiang Wei felt like he was about to suffocate. Monster lairs are good. Lairs mean there's tons of source crystals. Of course it's true. The satellite found it. Where? It's within Osaka Prefecture. The coordinates are. Alright, keep looking for the behemoth. I'll check out that nest. Good. Ending the communication, Jiang Wei immediately rushed towards the coordinates provided by Zhang Tao. It's been many days since I've fought a monster, and my hands are itching to do so. This little Japanese land is actually quite nice, with very few mechanical creatures, and if we can deal with the threat of sea monsters, it's quite suitable for ordinary people to survive. Zhang uniquely lamented as he walked. After coming to the island of Japan, Jiang Wei had encountered only a handful of mechanical monsters, unlike the Chinese side, where there was a mechanical creature riot at every turn. Big brother, I sense a monster in front. Xiao Bao suddenly spoke up to remind Jiang Wei. Okay, come on. Jiang Wei did not see the shadow of the monster, and there was nothing within the detection range of the detection core. However, Jiang Wei trusted Xiao Bao's perception, and if he said that there were monsters, then there definitely were. As he continued to approach that monster's lair, Jiang Wei changed his rough detection to fine detection. With this change in detection mode, Jiang Wei immediately realized that something was wrong. This underground, what's going on? Even though Jiang Wei was well informed, he was shocked to see the situation within 10 meters underground. Within Jiang Wei's detection range, there were horizontal and vertical passages underground, all of which were violently excavated, and these passages were of different sizes and densely packed. And Jiang Wei felt very amazing that these messy passages had not collapsed. Big brother, right down here, I sense a lot of monsters. Po was so excited he almost jumped in place. Not the kind of joy that comes from sensing a kindred spirit, but the excitement of being about to enjoy a feast. A lot? How many? Bao shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's really a lot. How deep is it? Do you know? Jiang Wei could only detect 10 meters underground and did not know what was deeper. Don't know, but I can dig them out. Then why and you do it? Jiang Wei spoke without any good humor. Good riddance. Xiao Bao didn't care what Jiang Wei's attitude was. He only knew that he was going to have a big meal. Digging is violent. Dirt flopping. Just as Xiao Bao frantically started digging, an even more violent vibration came from under Jiang Wei's feet. Although there was also a great sense of vibration when Little Treasure was digging, Jiang Wei was able to determine that the vibration was not made by Little Treasure. So, who is it? Soon the answer was revealed. A large number of mechanical creatures rushed towards Xiao Bao. There are mechanical mice, mechanical cats and dogs, and other mechanical creatures like squirrels, monkeys, and the like. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Wei's entire body went numb when he saw these small mechanical creatures, and he really didn't know what was going on. Jiang Wei would not be surprised if there were only 1 or 2 mechanical creatures within this underground space. But how many of these have appeared? How do these mechanical creatures manage to stay together very well? Big brother, to kill or not to kill? Kill. Never mind why these mechanical creatures are together, but they're charging up and biting you, and you're not grasping at straws to fight back? Something's not right. Why aren't these guys afraid of Xiao Bao? Little Treasure was a genuine king-class creature, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. The first reaction of these small mechanical creatures should be to run away after sensing Xiao Bao's presence. Now why are they so brazen in their onslaught on Shobu? This is an act of sending death, and it can't even delay Xiao Bao from digging the hole. Soon, the mechanical creature wreckage spread over the cave that Xiao Bao had just dug out. Jiang Wei took out his pulse battle halberd and expanded the diameter of the cave once again on top of what Xiao Bao had dug out of this cave. There was no way around it. Jiang Wei wanted to be able to move freely after entering the cave, so he could only expand the cave to a large enough size. Jiang Wei's behavior also aroused the hatred of the small mechanical creatures, and those that were unable to attack Xiao Bao all rushed towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei would not be polite with these mechanical creatures. Raising his hand to kill, 1 halberd and 1 little friend, the body of the mechanical creatures that were scratched by the halberd would instantly fall apart, truly turning into a floor of parts. No fey, but organized. This monster lair. Something. Jiang Wei collected source crystals while decapitating mechanical creatures. Although they were basically ordinary source crystals, they couldn't be wasted. As the depth of Xiao Bao's digging continued to increase, the mechanical creatures that came to stop Xiao Bao changed from small mechanical creatures to medium-sized mechanical creatures, like lions and tigers and that kind of thing. The attack power of these mechanical creatures has been qualitatively improved, but they also remain a joke in the face of Pa. Even the Fae are running out to die? No wonder mechanical creatures are so rare in the Osaka Prefecture territory. They wouldn't all come to this underground lair, would they? Jiang Wei originally thought that this place does not have any mechanical creatures because the Japanese island is too small, and the Japanese do not care about the environment and small animals, do not see them nothing to discharge a nuclear sewage and so on. so that the Japanese island is simply no animals, but now that I look at it, that's not the case at all. This underground, what the hell is there? You're good, we can't stop you, you're qualified, can join us. Just as Zhang Wei was puzzled, a fey lion that had come to surround Zhang Wei suddenly opened its mouth. As the fey lion opened its mouth, the mechanical creatures that surrounded Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao all stopped attacking. Chapter 153 Voices from the Underground. Zhang Wei had almost forgotten that these fey could talk, and it wasn't Zhang Wei's fault. A normal fey wouldn't be so brave. If they faced opponents of the same level as them, it was understandable that they were so brave. Zhang Wei, however, they knew that even if they rushed up, they would all be solved by a single move. And in this situation, if they still rushed up so fiercely, then there must be a reason. Sure enough, a fey now spoke up. Join you? Make me your leader? Zhang Wei didn't continue to make a move, and it was necessary to probe for information first. Your power is indeed strong, but it's not qualified enough to be our leader. This lion fey did not mean to look down on Zhang Wei. He was just stating a fact. Oh, it doesn't work either? Zhang Wei pointed at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was a king level, and an almost invincible existence in the king level, or at least it seemed to be right now. If Xiao Bao was willing, he could naturally gather a bunch of minions. Neither can he. The lion fey shook his head again. Omega, your boss. What is it? The fey lion's refusal aroused Zhang Wei's interest. Little Treasure wasn't even qualified. So in this lion fey's opinion, his boss was even more powerful than Little Treasure. This is very amazing. To know that Xiao Bao carries a legendary grade source crystal with him, and is improving every moment. Not to mention Xiao Bao's other food. That one giant beast alone is not an unusual opportunity. Nowadays, Xiao Bao, Fish Girl was so panicked when she saw it. What kind of thing was this lion fey's boss in the end? If you agree to join us, our boss will receive you. If you don't, then you'll have to die. Then die. Zhang Wei swung his war halberd. The battle continues. After knowing Zhang Wei's attitude, these fey were not polite to Zhang Wei. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation appeared. Fey who can use skills are here. However, these skills basically did not hit Zhang Wei's body. All of them were blocked by Xiao Bao's huge physique. Zhang Wei wasn't worried about Xiao Bao. The current Xiao Bao was a bulldozer, just digging all the way forward. Everything he encountered was going to be squeezed into crumbs by him, and so were the skills. They couldn't hurt Xiao Bao at all. Xiao Bao was flawed in terms of speed, but the strength and body's defense was terrifyingly strong. That layered shell armor could not protect against physical attacks, and the various energy attacks basically could not break Xiao Bao's defense. Big brother, we're almost at the place. I can feel a king-level aura. Xiao Bao advanced while shouting at Zhang Wei. Don't go forward, come back. Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao. Although Zhang Wei was a bold man, there was no need to rush forward even though he knew that there was danger in front of him. What if what's in there is prepared to use some means against them? Anyway, they had already dug to their doorsteps, and even if the guy inside didn't come out, Zhang Wei naturally had a way to deal with it. Little Treasure was obedient, immediately backing up in place after he heard Zhang Wei shout. All the mechanical creatures that rushed up were either flung away by Little Treasure's nose or entered Little Treasure's mouth. By the time Xiao Bao retreated to Zhang Wei's side, there were no longer any mechanical creatures rushing out within the cave entrance about 100 meters ahead of them. Not coming out? That's not good. The floating cannon on Zhang Wei's right shoulder fired. The rifle was played out like a machine gun by Zhang Wei, and the bullets were rapidly inspired. This is the war power 5000 hit out of the bullet. Bullet power naturally, needless to say. The mud cannot stop these bullets. Dense bullet holes appeared in the mud. Soon the mud, which had been beaten into a hornet's nest, slid down the wall. It's kind of digging in to advance. It's just a lot less efficient than if Pa had done it himself. Enough, stop. A roar sounded from inside the cave. Zhang Wei didn't find the owner of the voice even when he turned on the detection core, but Pa was acting a little agitated. Apparently, it was the owner of the voice that made Pa behave like this. Big brother, he's very powerful. Xiao Bao reminded Zhang Unicorn himself. It's fine. Zhang Wei soothed Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was only a little uneasy, not fearful, which meant that the other party's strength was not much stronger even if it was stronger than Xiao Bao's. Since this was the case, Zhang Wei wouldn't be afraid. He hadn't used the energy shield yet. He hadn't used the superpower battle enhancement yet. So what was there to be afraid of? Right now, Zhang Wei only wanted to figure out what exactly was underground. You, now submit, and I will forgive your insolence. Still biting off more than you can chew. No need for you to forgive. Come out. Zhang Wei spoke nonchalantly. What a death wish. Kill them. The owner of that voice spoke and ordered. And then the earth shook. The shaking was much more violent than just now, as if it was a 7 or 8 magnitude earthquake. Go on. Get out first. Zhang Wei greeted Xiao Bao. Although this cave had been expanded to allow Zhang Wei to pass through, it still affected Zhang Wei's movement. His physique was here, and without enough space, He simply couldn't utilize Zhang Wei's combat power. Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao quickly retreated. Suddenly, the wall that Zhang Wei had punched into a hornet's nest collapsed. Countless mechanical creatures madly rushed towards Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao. This is far worse than a rat wave, because there were not only ordinary mechanical creatures among this madness, but also Fae. The Fae are all mad too. Looking at the screen full of red and blue light, Zhang Wei also panicked a bit. Extreme Thunder Blast. The narrow space was just right for using Extreme Thunderbolt to seal the way. The war halberd swung and a ball of light was chopped out by Zhang Wei. The lightning force field could cover 100 meters in diameter, enough to envelop the entire passageway. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that he could at least stop these mechanical creatures in their tracks, but to Zhang Wei's surprise, these mechanical creatures did not care about life and death. And even if the mechanical creatures in front of them collapsed into the force field of the Extreme Thunderbolt, the mechanical creatures in the back were all madly charging forward. There was no intention of waiting for the force field to disappear. These things, crazy? What's that guy in the far end giving them? Zhang Wei could not understand the behavior of these mechanical creatures. Mechanical creatures are also all inclined to avoid evil, and when they encounter an unbeatable opponent, they do run away. The current scenario had overturned Zhang Wei's perception. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Death laser. Purple lightning formed, and then all the mechanical creatures in a straight line were cut in half. Since these guys weren't afraid of death, Zhang Wei naturally didn't mind killing them all. Those Fae that burst out were not ordinary source crystals. The medium-sized Fae that burst out were high-level source crystals. The Mecha 4 advancement was far from the end. Zhang Wei wouldn't mind having too many source crystals. He would only mind having too few. Chapter 154 Huge Underground Space. At this moment, Zhang Wei transformed into a mobile turret. Shoulder resistance to 2 floating cannons notwithstanding, Extreme Thunderbolt and Death Laser are used in shifts. As for the mechanical creatures that rushed in and out, there was no need for Zhang Wei to pay any attention to them at all, and Xiao Bao took care of all of them. These guys, they're really violent. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. You said the mechanical wreckage is blocking the road, so you guys should stop rushing. These guys are just stubborn, blocking the road and breaking it up directly and violently, then rushing out and dying. Why bother? How many mechanical creatures are hidden underground? After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the number of mechanical creatures still didn't decrease. Instead, there was a tendency to fight more and more. In these 10 minutes, Zhang Wei had already eliminated tens of thousands of mechanical creatures, and Zhang Wei didn't know what this underground had already been dug into by them to accommodate so many mechanical creatures. Just as Zhang Wei was sighing, Zhang Wei suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not good. Someone is robbing the source crystals. Xiao Bao, go! Zhang Wei was furious. The source crystals inside the bodies of those mechanical creatures that died. Zhang Wei simply didn't have the time to collect them and could only wait until the final cleaning of the battlefield. However, Zhang Wei suddenly realized that the source crystals inside the bodies of those dead mechanical creatures were actually being transported backwards. There are petite mechanical rats that specialize in this work. This discovery naturally made Zhang Wei furious. This could all be his source crystals. Even if they were ordinary source crystals, then he couldn't let others take them away. Good. Little Treasure wailed as he transformed into a bulldozer once again, crushing forward in a rampage. He didn't care what was in front of him. He crashed and stomped on it all. Zhang Wei followed closely behind Xiao Bao, and there was still no time to collect the source crystals on the road. This time, Xiao Bao didn't have the intention to stop, advancing frantically all the way. The metal wreckage in front of him was like a big iron ball being toppled by Xiao Bao all the way forward. This way, I don't know how many mechanical creatures were crushed to death by this big iron ball. Xiao Bao was kind of addicted to playing. He didn't do anything else. He specialized in pushing the iron ball, and he also had to guarantee that the iron ball wouldn't get smaller. This is also well realized. The big nose is pressed against the ground and just pushed forward. Most of the metal debris left on the ground becomes part of the iron ball. As the number of dead mechanical creatures grew, so did the iron ball. Gradually, Pa felt the strain. Because the iron ball gets bigger, it squeezes the dirt around the cave. At first it wasn't much of a problem, but the bigger the iron ball got, the more resistance Pa encountered. It's quite logical that you can't push it. Zhang Wei was not a dry person. Seeing that Xiao Bao was struggling to push, he immediately went forward to help. With the addition of Zhang Wei as a vital force, Xiao Bao immediately felt much more relaxed. Eventually, Bao stopped pushing, and he specialized in increasing the size of the iron ball. Zhang Wei himself pushed the iron ball and crushed it all the way, not feeling the strain. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Wei with 5,000 battle power was a bit more than Xiao Bao in terms of power. However, this was still Zhang Wei not using the thrusters. If the thrusters were counted, Zhang Wei's power would be even stronger. Not good. Little Treasure. Stop. Zhang Wei suddenly pulled on Xiao Bao's tail, but stumbled as Zhang Wei yanked him. What's wrong, big brother? Xiao Bao looked at Zhang Wei in confusion. Jiang Wei didn't explain as he raised his leg and kicked the large iron ball in front of him. The iron ball lurched forward for a distance of a few meters before it began to descend rapidly, disintegrating countless metal remnants as it did so. If Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao had been pushing the iron ball forward, I'm afraid they would have fallen down with it by now. Where's the weirdness? Pa quickly moved up to look down. This look startled Bao. There was no light underground, but Pa could see the eyes of the mechanical creatures. Red, blue, too dense to count. Big brother, come and see. Jiang Wei stepped forward. He had just used the detection core to detect the underground cliff in front of the iron sphere, though he failed to detect the situation below the cliff. When Jiang Wei stuck his head out to look down, Jiang Wei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as well. Can't count at all. How many monsters are there? If these things rush out, I'm afraid that the entire Osaka prefecture will instantly become a paradise for these monsters, right? No, not only Osaka prefecture, but even all of Japan will be overrun by them. It was an extremely powerful force, so large in number that no city could withstand the onslaught of these monsters without a solid fortress of defense. Even if the Japanese imperial family has any big killers, it's useless. Big brother, are we going down? Xiao Bao more or less panicked, because the number of mechanical creatures is just too much. Too many ants bite the elephant. Down. Jiang Wei didn't have any hesitation. How can you not want such a great fortune, now that you have seen it? Moreover, Jiang Wei also wanted to take a good look at what was really messing with this underground. Besides, if they didn't settle these mechanical creatures now, when the initial source crystals descended, these things would definitely come out, and they would have to snatch Jiang Wei's initial source crystals at that time. This was something Jiang Wei could never allow. Good, but didn't refuse, didn't offer anything different. If Big Brother says go, then go. The next moment, Pa jumped straight forward downward. Hey, Jiang Wei was dumbfounded. I'm sure we'll do it, but can't we settle for some strategy or something? Can't we just throw something down from up here and kill a lot of people? However, Xiao Bao had jumped in, so Jiang Wei certainly wouldn't hesitate. It's just that Jiang Wei isn't as rough as Xiao Bao. Although Jiang Wei was not afraid of the damage he would cause to the mech if he fell from a high altitude, he should still be more stable. While Jiang Wei's mech was falling, the mech thrusters were activated, and with the thrusters spewing fire uninterruptedly, Jiang Wei's falling speed was greatly reduced. By the time Jiang Wei fell into this underground huge space, Xiao Bao had already started sweeping across the four directions. Seeing this, Jiang Wei immediately joined the battlefield. In this kind of open terrain, there's not much in the way of skillful tactics to speak of, head on and it's done. Apparently, the mechanical creatures all fought the same thing. Without the limitation of terrain, they could attack Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao from all sides. With these mechanical creatures having room to play, Jiang Wei could naturally utilize his battle power perfectly. The pulse halberd swung, taking the lives of several mechanical creatures with each swing. However, compared to Xiao Bao, Jiang Wei's speed in clearing the monsters was a bit slower. It wasn't that Jiang Wei couldn't do it, but these mechanical creatures were basically the short kind for Jiang Wei. It is one of those mechanical creatures that can't even cut Jiang Wei without jumping up, and Pa has no such limitations. The tail swept out horizontally, and with one sweep, a large swath of mechanical creatures were knocked away, faster than Jiang Wei could clear it by releasing his skills. Chapter 155 Beast Mecha. To say that this cleaning up the little monsters, it's still Pa who's better, but Jiang Wei wouldn't be jealous. Xiao Bao was hanging out with him. Jiang Wei, still not right. These guys, very wrong. Jiang Wei checked his surroundings while fighting. The darkness did not affect Jiang Wei's vision, and as he looked around, there were mechanical creatures everywhere. However, Jiang Wei realized that all those mechanical creatures they killed would be quickly moved away. Both the physical remains and the source crystals inside them would be gotten rid of. There were mechanical rats stealing source crystals just now, and they're still coming, so there must be a reason. Turn on rough detection. Jiang Wei switched to detection mode. The range of fine detection was too small, and right now Jiang Wei didn't need to know how the situation was underground. He wanted to know what kind of tricks these mechanical creatures were up to. When the detection range was raised from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers in a circle, Jiang Wei immediately saw the scene he wanted to see. Rows of mechanical rats were orderly throwing the metal remains and source crystals they dragged back into a huge furnace. Outside of this furnace, there was actually a machine armor guarding it. It's not a mech. It's... Jiang Wei was a bit numb when he saw those mechs. Although what Jiang Wei saw was a mech, it was not a human-controlled mech. Doesn't this thing come out after a couple years? How come it's out now? Jiang Wei recognized these mechs. These are beast mechs. If they really competed in terms of performance, human mechs were simply no match for other people's beast-shaped mechs. This is because these mechs are controlled by beasts, not humans, and can switch between mech form and beast form at will. With two forms, the fighting style naturally has to be stronger. However, there were limits to this beastly mech. Ordinary mechanical creatures can't manipulate beast mechs. Only Fei can. The The number of Fae was limited, and if the number of Fae was large enough, then I'm afraid that when the beast mechs appeared, it would be the time of humanity's demise. I was just reborn for a bit. Is there a need to make so much of a mess? Or maybe these things actually appeared long ago just like the behemoths, only that they were all building up their power and waited until they had accumulated enough power to come out a few years later? Xiao Bao, charge that way. Jiang Wei reminded Xiao Bao. In any case, since he had stumbled upon it, Jiang Wei was going to knock this furnace to pieces. The furnace was also said to be the technology of an alien species, a somewhat higher-end being than the behemoth. As for what this furnace could explode, Jiang Wei was not sure, but he would naturally be able to find out after it was broken. Kill him. When Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao changed direction, the voice appeared again. This time, not only were the mechanical creatures impacting Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao, the mecha guards guarding the furnace all moved as well. At a cursory glance, there were about 100 beast-shaped mechs. Bao, be careful, there's some tough guys coming. Jiang Wei gave a reminder to Xiao Bao. Okay, got it. Po would have been standing by, trying to keep the mechanical creatures from having a chance to get close to him. Although being attacked by these ordinary mechanical creatures wouldn't injure you, the accumulation of small amounts made a big difference, and you had to be serious if you didn't want to roll over. 2 minutes later, the beast-shaped mechs that were 5 or 6 kilometers away from Jiang Wei and the others were in place. Crossing such a long distance in 2 minutes shows that their movement speed is terrifying. Big brother, what are these things? Xiao Bao looked at the beast-shaped mecha that rushed over and opened his mouth to exclaim. There were large and small beast-shaped mechs, with the larger ones standing around 20 meters tall and the smaller ones only 10 meters tall. And there are some very distinctive features between each of their individuals. For example, there are horns on the top of the head, or long arms and legs, and some still have very long fangs in mech form. Never mind that, just kill. Jiang Wei knew what a beast-shaped mecha was, but he didn't have time to give Xiao Bao the benefit of the doubt. None of these beast mechs were weak in battle, all of them had at least 3 advances. Moreover, their instants were all at least xenomorphic mechanical creatures, and the true combat power of these beast mechs was much stronger than that of an ordinary human's triple-entry mech. As a creature of the king's class, why do you want to be in the company of humans? The mechs on us. Do you want them? If you want, you can join us. You'll become a very powerful being, and with your body transformed into a mech. The mechs will all be at least 40 meters tall. The beast-shaped mechs that rushed over did not immediately make a move against Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao. The one beast-shaped mecha in the lead instead opened its mouth to persuade Bao. To this point, Jiang Wei had to admit, if we were to get a beast-shaped mech specifically for Little Treasure according to his body, Little Treasure's size would definitely be very huge. Beast mechs, with a 50-50 split between the mech itself and the mechanical creature proper. Without the involvement of the mechanical creature ontology, the beast mech wouldn't have been able to switch freely between mech and beast penalty. It could be said that if Xiao Bao had a beast-shaped mecha, even his current beast-shaped form could increase his battle power by a lot. Xiao Bao's heart was moved or not Jiang Wei didn't know, but Jiang Wei's heart was moved. Bao, promise them. No, I don't agree. Little Treasure was stubborn. This time, he rejected Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei slapped his thigh straight in hatred. I'm not asking you to join them. Why don't you just hang out with the mechs and come back? Wouldn't it be nice if you became the boss of these beast mechs and abducted them all? Now you're being nice. You're answering it like it's nothing. Fine, it's your choice, and since you don't agree, you can only die. Wait. Jiang Wei hurriedly stepped forward and raised his hand to block it. I'll talk him down. You guys wait a while. Good. The one in the lead obviously did not expect Jiang Wei to help persuade him, and although he was a bit surprised, he agreed. It's just a short wait anyway, even if these two guys have some other agenda, it's fine. They also happened to surround the two guys while they were at it. If they couldn't talk about it later, they could round up these two guys as fast as they could. Xiao Bao, you have to promise. Don't you want to get such a mecha? Jiang Wei walked to Xiao Bao and opened his mouth to guide him. Think, it's kinda cool, but gave the answer very submissively. If you want to, say yes to them. No, I can't betray Big Brother. Xiao Bao shook his head very firmly. Jiang Wei wanted to cover his forehead. Knowing your loyalty, I have never doubted it, and I'm not moving? Big Brother, I will not betray you. Xiao Bao had not been in contact with Jiang Wei for a short time. What kind of Jiang Wei treats Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao knows clearly in his heart, so Xiao Bao will not betray. Who asked you to betray? Your IQ must not have evolved well. What I mean is that you fake a promise first and come back after mixing up the mechs. Got it? Chapter 156. The words are not mutual, so that's how it is, Big Brother. I see. Xiao Bao nodded to Jiang Wei with certainty. Hey, I agree with what you guys just said. You see, this is called learning now and using now. Xiao Bao, who had just figured out what was going on, immediately acceded to the request of these beast-shaped mechs. Jiang Wei was speechless and looked at the sky. Well, the sky is not beautiful. You can't see it at all. They're underground. You're looking for death. The Beast Mech's commander was furious. The conversation between Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao just now could not be hidden. What Pa heard? They all heard. Well, you don't even talk behind people's backs anymore, do you? When we were what? Stupid X? What do you mean? You were the one who invited me just now. Xiao Bao opened his mouth in response quite rightfully. I killed them for me. Words are not enough. The Beast Mecha leader felt that he would be insulting his intelligence if he chatted with this little treasure any longer. Don't want a guy with that kind of IQ. Hey, silly hat, just kidding. Xiao Bao hemmed and hawed, and then charged straight at this beast-shaped mecha leader. If Xiao Bao had been playing dumb, the leader of this beast-shaped mecha wouldn't have been too angry. But Xiao Bao stopped playing dumb halfway through and threatened to be teasing him. Who can stand that? In the next moment, more than 20 of these 100 beast-shaped mechs took out their weapons. The weapon just more or less takes up that high end. It's not a rifle. It's not a machine gun. It's not a freeze gun versus a heat gun. Instead, it's a beam gun. The beam gun has extreme penetration and is similar to walking around with a laser. You don't have to shoot the gun one by one. Just keep pressing it and there will be a beam all the time. Death laser, enhanced. Of course, this is not referring to prowess. Rather, it's the duration. Shobu, be careful. These things, they're still something. Although the beast-shaped mecha leader had decent intelligence, he was also confused by Jiang Wei's words that were so tongue-twisting. What does that say about whether I'm a thing or not? Don't worry, big brother. They're all little plops. Jiang Wei didn't care who Xiao Bao had learned this way of expressing his language from. As he rushed towards the beast-shaped mecha on the other side with his battle halberd, the weapons used by these beast-shaped mechs also had their own characteristics, and were extremely different from human mechs. However, Jiang Wei didn't care what kind of setup these things had for their attacks. Whoever it is, just destroy it with one halberd. By virtue of his large size, long arms, long weapons, and still swift movements, Jiang Wei coped with the situation with ease. Several of the beast mechs attacks were swatted back by Jiang Wei using his battle halberd and left 3 beast mechs alive. On the contrary, Jiang Wei did not have any intention of getting hurt at all. Moreover, Zhang Unicorn was still able to manipulate the floating cannon while fighting and attacking those beast mechs that were fighting from afar. This human is not that easy to deal with. Use the beast form. The leader of the beast-shaped mecha opened his mouth and ordered. Then there was a continuous stream of ghostly cries. Jiang Wei really couldn't figure out why these guys had a roar before transforming, and it was still the kind of roar that looked up to the sky. The glistening necks they exposed were simply like sending a signal to Jiang Wei. That is to say, no one blew the horn of the charge. Otherwise Jiang Wei must have charged even more vigorously. Jiang Wei's speed surged, and after one halberd, the heads and bodies of 3 more beast-shaped mechs were separated. Then, a violent metallic clashing sound was heard throughout the underground space. Big brother, look, they're about to transform. Xiao Bao kindly reminded Zhang Unicorn. Jiang Wei didn't pay any attention to Pa. I'm not blind. Do you need to remind me? Little Treasure didn't have the slightest awareness that he was already disliked. He was still chattering. Big brother, these guys are so handsome when they transform. I want them too. What was that for? If you'd said yes to them in the first place, you'd probably have had it customized for you by now. Not now? What do you think? You think they'll still willingly help you build mechs? If you can't do it willingly, then force them to do it. And that doesn't work? Jiang Wei's entire body froze when he heard Xiao Bao's rhetorical question. Yeah, what's wrong with being unwilling? So what? Wouldn't coercion do the trick? Good. Then let's get all these dogs killed. And after we melt them down, let's make them all over you. Jiang Wei nodded his head to Xiao Bao, and at the same time gave him a reminder not to be greedy. The behavior of the guys in charge of transportation in this underground space was all in Jiang Wei's eyes. This place, it's short on metal. With Xiao Bao's size, a large amount of metal materials would definitely be needed to create a beast-shaped mecha. Jiang Wei didn't want the guy behind the hide to have a reason not to build a mech for Xiao Bao, so the metal remains on the ground, which Xiao Bao couldn't eat. All had to be kept. I know, big brother. Pa swung his meteor hammer after he agreed. This meteor hammer didn't attack those melee beast mechs. The meteor hammer was aimed at those beams of light that shot out. Be careful. The meteor hammer is the hardest and best defended part of Po's body, and Pai is going to try the level of these beams with his own tail. Soon, the meteor hammer collided with the incoming beam. The light was as if an adhesive had been added, and the very tip of the beam remained connected to Xiao Bao's tail after he retracted it. The beams were all tugged askew by Pa. Big brother, these guys cheat. You have to be careful. With experience, Xiao Bao opened his mouth to remind Jiang Wei, if there are only a few beams of light with their weapon necklace, so is viciously scary. But what if it's a dozen or even dozens? All the beams of light were stained with meteor hammers, and Xiao Bao was afraid that even if he exerted all his strength, he would not be able to compete with the strength of these beast-shaped mechs. Got it. I'm fine. Take care of yourself. Well, Zhang Wei really didn't have anything to do with it. Zhang Wei's speed was fast enough that when the beams of light came, every single beam that came was blocked by Zhang Wei. Moreover, Xiao Bao's troubles could not be perceived by Zhang Wei at all, because the beam didn't stick to the pulse halberd. Maybe it's not that the beams don't want to, but that they don't have the ability. Zhang Wei's weapon was a pulse weapon that had been enhanced. The weapon itself was self-pulsing, and the pulse waves would cancel each other out with these beams, so the beams were blocked before they could even get close. This caused Zhang Wei, who had wanted to use his ability shield, to cancel that intention. Good steel should be used on the edge of a sword, and Zhang Wei knew that there was no real boss among these beast-shaped mechs. It wouldn't be too late to use the energy shield when he saw the real boss of these beast mechs. After all, using an energy shield is still a bit of a power drain. Chapter 157 Live Instruction. Big brother, help! Pa snapped. There were already 4 beams of light sticking to Bao's body. Pa was in a position where he couldn't hide, and the beam didn't feel like much of a problem, but the temperature was extremely high, and the areas of Xiao Bao's body that were stuck were already like a red-hot branding iron, so it was estimated that in a little while it was going to burn through Xiao Bao's shell. Is this thing so powerful? Zhang Wei muttered before brandishing his war halberd and charging up. When the war halberd scratched across the beam of light that was sticking to Bao's body, the beam was immediately interrupted. It's about to scald me to death. These dogs, I'm going to kill them. Xiao Bao was like a raging rhinoceros, rushing towards those beast-shaped mechs using guns in the distance regardless. But by this time, those melee beast mechs had already finished converting their forms, and the real rhinos stopped in front of Xiao Bao. Just by looking at its physique, the mechanical rhinoceros couldn't compare to Bao. But this mechanical rhinoceros had a layer of outer armor over it, and the rhinoceros horn on top of his head was releasing uninterrupted light, which looked like a relatively sharp weapon. Xiao Bao didn't take this rhino, which was a third smaller than his own size, seriously. When he was close enough to attack, Pa swung his tail and smashed it into the rhino. This rhinoceros was really here to go head-to-head with Xiao Bao, and surprisingly didn't dodge, but instead aimed its own rhinoceros horn at the meteor hammer that was smashing in. When the meteor hammer collided with the top of the rhino's horn, Xiao Bao's tail was toppled uncontrollably, and the tremendous bandwidth forced Xiao Bao's body to spin around in place. Fortunately, because Xiao Bao's body spun in place, all those mechanical creatures that surrounded Xiao Bao stopped. Big brother, this rhino is so hard. Xiao Bao greeted Zhang Unicorn. If you can't beat them yourself, then call out to your big brother. Zhang Wei saw very clearly that it wasn't actually that Xiao Bao couldn't beat this rhino, but that there was something about this rhino's rhino horn. Although he was not sure what kind of weapon it was, Zhang Wei could sense that the rhino horn was not only hard and sharp, but it also came with a kind of anti-vibration power. Instead of being repelled by the top of the rhino horn, Xiao Bao was repelled by his own power. Kind of funny. All of you, get out of my way. Zhang Wei swung his halberd and rushed up, and the road-blocking mechanical creatures were no match for Zhang Wei even if they were wearing a hard coat. One halberd and one kid, regardless of whether you're in beast form or mech form, all the same. Seeing this, the leader of the beast-shaped mecha knew that they were no match for Zhang Wei, so they tried their best to drain Zhang Wei's mecha energy. As long as they drained Zhang Wei's mecha of energy, they could still win. Then, under the command of this leader, all the melee mechanical creatures backed off, leaving the stage to the beastly mechs that used their guns in distant battles. A dozen beams of light shot towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had to dance his war halberd to block those beams of light while slashing the blocking mechanical creatures. As for Zhang Wei's floating cannon, it hadn't stopped at all, and 3 far-flung beast-shaped mechs had already been taken out by the floating cannon. However, the remaining ones were not as easy to deal with, as the mechanical creatures that retreated from Zhang Wei all retreated to the front of those in the far battle. Melee mechanical creatures with thick skin and armor make them even more durable. The floating cannon's attack power alone could not take down these melee mechanical creatures in a short period of time. But even so, the beast mech side was attritional. Soon, Zhang Wei rushed before the mechanical rhino. The mechanical rhinoceros did not have the intention to take the initiative to attack. His mission was clear, and that was to block Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao from leaving from this direction. So, he just has to focus on defense. Zhang Wei waved his war halberd and slashed at the rhino's head. I'd like to see if it's your horn that's hard, or my halberd. The rhinoceros showed obvious defiance. When he saw the war halberd splitting over from above, the rhinoceros raised his head high and proudly, still responding with his rhinoceros horn. In fact, he didn't have any other means of defense. Cut. Zhang Wei spoke coldly. Just when the halberd was about to split on the rhino's horn, Zhang Wei suddenly changed his stance, only to see that the halberd made a semicircular arc in the air and successfully bypassed the rhino's horn, and split at the mechanical rhino's neck instead. You know that the rhino horn is the hardest part of your opponent's body and you still chop it? Brain fart. Just this tilting of the neck is perfect for showing off the neck. It would be a shame for this mechanical rhino to come out of the show without a chop. When the mechanical rhino realized that Zhang Wei had changed his stance, it was already too late. His speed was not a bit worse than Zhang Wei's, and when his head was not even halfway down, the war halberd had already slashed through the mechanical rhino's neck. In the next moment, the mechanical rhinoceros's head sagged violently. Zhang Wei didn't chop off the mechanical rhino's neck, mainly because the bastard's neck was a bit too thick to be chopped off in one blow. However, the mechanical rhinoceros must have also cooled off, its head drooping most of the way down and the light in its eyes disappearing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The beast mech leader cursed angrily. The one with the strongest defense among their group was surprisingly gotten killed so simply. What an idiot. Stop him, we can't let them pass. The beast mecha leader acted a little nervous. At this time, only mechanical creatures with slightly weaker defenses could be sent to block Zhang Wei. Now it depended on whether Zhang Wei's propulsion speed was faster, or whether they consumed Zhang Wei's internal energy consumption faster. Seriously, having to deal with incoming beams all the time is a real drain on power, but Zhang Wei wasn't afraid. What kind of engine is Zhang Wei equipped with? Replenishing these consumptions was not a problem at all, as long as Zhang Wei had enough source crystals. Unluckily, Zhang Wei had a very large amount of source crystals in his cargo hold, and after his mech enhancement upgrade was completed, all those resources sent by little Benji were put away by Zhang Wei. If he really wanted to fight for consumption, Zhang Wei estimated that he could exhaust all these beast-shaped mechs by standing here. However, Zhang Wei was not prepared to do so. Why fight them for consumption when you can hack things to death? However, before Zhang Wei could get angry, Xiao Bao charged up again. The mechanical rhinoceros had deflated him, and he didn't believe that these two guys who had popped up to block the road could stop him as well. Moreover, Xiao Bao has already learned the tactics to avoid the enemy's strengths and attack the enemy's weaknesses, and Zhang Wei personally taught him. So, this time Xiao Bao had learned his lesson, and as he flicked his tail, he was also observing the two mechanical creatures that were blocking the way. While waiting for the two mechanical creatures to respond, Bao began to look for weak points in them. Changing the trajectory of the attack midway was too easy for Pa, because he was using his own tail, and because he had enough power to change the trajectory of his attack. Found it! Xiao Bao exclaimed, and then his tail quickly sank, and the meteor hammer that was originally going to smash the bodies of these two mechanical creatures went straight for the legs of these two mechanical creatures. Chapter 158 Melting Pot. Bo was excited. The two big guys with their heads down ready for a beating were miserable. Do you know what a sweeping leg is? It's still the kind of leg sweep that just breaks the leg. The flavor of this is something only these two swept guys know well. It doesn't hurt too much, just can't stand up. How can I stand with no legs left? Bao, who swept the two blocking dogs down, was visibly more excited. Big brother, hurry up, Xiao Bao greeted without even looking back, and then directly jumped onto those two big guys. This good stomping left the two more or less struggling big guys instantly cold. Who in their good graces can afford such big feet? Bao's weight combined with the force of his feet almost didn't send the two guys stomping to the bottom of the ground. You know, the ground here was already hard and had withstood the ravages of so many mechanical creatures that it had long since given way. For that matter, Xiao Bao also hardened the bodies of these two goods to a depth of half a meter into the ground. Zhang Wei saw this and exclaimed, "Good guy. Little treasure." This is considered to be the initial realization of the essence of fighting. Zhang Wei then waved his war halberd to get rid of a few rash goods that were pestering him, and followed in Little Treasure's footsteps. Xiao Bao's side had just jumped down from the two big guys when Zhang Wei gave them another such blow. Although Zhang Wei's physique was large, his weight was definitely not comparable to Xiao Bao's, so the two big guys basically didn't move when Zhang Wei stepped on them. But not moving is the worst thing that could happen. Played to death by Xiao Bao? Zhang Wei wanted to pick these two guys' brains out of the ground to see if their eyes were still bright. However, it seemed that there was no time for that. The mechanical creatures behind him had all rushed over desperately. Extreme Thunder Blast. As Zhang Wei jumped downward from the bodies of these two big guys, he twisted and released a skill. Zhang Wei didn't care about what followed, as Xiao Bao was again pestered by those beast-shaped mechs using beam guns, with no melee mechanical creatures in front of them to stop them. It could be said that these beast mechs were rather cocky. Why this formation? It was because they were confident that they could take Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao down. If Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao knew they were going to be taken down, what would they do? Naturally, it's a runaway. So, the melee mechanical creatures were blocking the places to leave this underground space. Stop them, don't let them pass. The leader of the beast-shaped mecha was completely insane. Who would have thought that these two dogs would be so difficult to deal with? However, it was too late to say anything now. If he lets these two guys see their king, he won't have to be a chieftain. As for whether Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao could harm their king, this was something the beast mecha leader would not doubt at all. Even if these two dogs were powerful, they were definitely no match for their king, because that's simply a descending blow. Which of their mechanical creatures is not a powerful Fey? There were even many king-level mechanical creatures. With their abilities, they can only submit to the feet of their king and dare not resist. Roar! There were roars in all directions. Jiang Wei turned back and continued to release the extreme thunder boom. It was really hard for these mechanical creatures. They had all turned into such a large size, and it didn't change their instinct to roar. The two extreme thunder blasts successfully blocked the pursuit of the melee mechanical creatures, and Jiang Wei came to Xiao Bao's side, lightly waving his war halberd, and the beams of light adhering to Xiao Bao's body were immediately interrupted. Dogs, get your asses! Without the restriction of the beam, Pa surged forward. If it were normal, a furious king level like Xiao Bao, whether it was a beast mech or a mechanical creature in front of them, they would have to dodge. However, the beast-shaped mecha blocking in front of Xiao Bao had no intention of giving way. They're trying to stop Po with their lives. Unfortunately, without that strength, even putting up a fight won't do any good. Against these obviously unresistant guys, Po didn't even bother to look for any weaknesses in them, and just crushed them, not flicking his tail. Crushing by size is just that. Crushing these guys in order to relieve the hatred in Xiao Bao's heart. The weird weapons in these guys' hands had gotten him twice already. If it wasn't for Jiang Wei's rescue, Xiao Bao estimated that he was afraid that he would have gotten cold by now. Being pierced through the body by that monstrous weapon was definitely not a pretty sight. Pa made it. His massive body looked like a train had crushed an ordinary person. After crushing through, the beast-shaped mecha he had pressed into could no longer be seen in its original shape. Their external armor, their very bodies, all of them deformed, which was not even given a chance to transform into a beast form. It's over. Stop right there you guys, the beast mecha leader shouted. Instead of anger, there was a hint of supplication in his tone. It was like a little abandoned pussy, raising her hand to try and grab it, but she couldn't, and could only watch the man disappear before her eyes. Want to cry? No tears. Jiang Wei took Xiao Bao and disappeared in front of the beast-shaped mecha leader's eyes. The beast-shaped mechs that were pursuing all stopped at this moment. What should we do? A mechanical creature in the form of a tiger looked to their leader. The tiger had always been very upset that this one could be the alpha, but it can't be helped. Who made this one a good ass kisser? The king personally ordered this bastard to lead them, and the tiger could only endure it even if he was not convinced in his heart. But things are different now. This one made a very serious mistake, and if nothing else, this one is definitely going to get jacked. If he comes down, won't he have a chance to get to the top? Now it's just about time for him to show it. What to do? How do I know what to do? Wait for the king's order. The beast mecha leader spoke in an ungraceful manner. To ask him what to do at this time, isn't that rubbing salt into the wound? He wasn't even in the mood to see who had asked such a question. He was worried. On the other side, Jiang Wei turned the corner and saw a scene that made him all wide-eyed. This big? Jiang Wei marveled. In front of him was a huge furnace that was taller than he was. There was no telling what was inside the furnace, but it was all burned to a reddish liquid anyway. To say that it was very simple steel here, Jiang Wei would not believe it in any way. So the question is, where are the tops of those beastly mechs? Jiang Wei looked around. In this place, he surprisingly didn't find any mechanical creatures, and fine detection couldn't even find that so-called superior. There's nothing but such a furnace, and since you won't come out, I'm going to stab you through this furnace. Jiang Wei opened his mouth and then stepped forward, holding his war halberd about to poke a hole in this furnace. Unbridled. If you don't want to die, stop. The voice appeared again. Where is it? Jiang Wei was confused. Chapter 159. Wait. Please wait. What is this? Jiang Wei had his fine detection on all the time. Jiang Wei could be sure that there was nothing else in this place besides him and Xiao Bao. Who's talking? Is it some kind of god or goddess? Say, isn't this a technological world? Seeing that Jiang Wei was scared and stood still without daring to move, the voice appeared again, and this time it was a bit more condescending. Humph. It's not too late to submit. Who are you? Where are you? The classic two-pronged question. Right in front of you. Jiang Wei looked in front of him, and he could have sworn that in front of him, there was only such a large melting pot, and nothing else at all. In the next instant, Jiang Wei suddenly came to a realization. This melting pot is you? Yes. Submit, and you will receive unexpected benefits. The furnace continued to speak. What are you talking with? Jiang Wei didn't respond to the furnace, instead asking about the doubts in his heart. Jiang Wei had heard of this thing called the beast in his previous life, but it was unheard of for Jiang Wei to know that the boss of the beast-shaped mech was a furnace. Unbridled thing. You won't know fear until you're taught a lesson. Then, a violent fluctuation appeared above the furnace. In the blink of an eye, a red flowing chain appeared, which was made up of those things that had been burned red inside the furnace. Jiang Wei was able to determine that this thing was even hotter than the super energy sun sword he once held. Energy shield. At this time Jiang Wei didn't dare to hesitate at all. The super energy sun sword would be hot enough for Jiang Wei to remain unharmed as the user mech. Right now, Jiang Wei didn't have the ability to do so, and he wasn't sure if his pulse battle halberd could resist the blazing thing, but even if it could, he couldn't use a legendary weapon to go up against someone else, couldn't he? Pa, pull back. Good riddance. Pa was obedient and backed up quickly, hitting the main one obediently. It's really not possible to disobey. He can't even carry that kind of beam weapon a little bit. This people's boss's trick. It must be more powerful than that thing. It's better to let Big Brother chew on such difficult bones. After Xiao Bao retreated, the red chain was manipulated to stab at Zhang Wei like a bayonet. It's pretty fast. With Zhang Wei's speed and reflexes, he was just barely able to dodge it. Obviously, whether it was the energy shield Zhang Wei used or Zhang Wei's ability to dodge the attack, this was beyond the furnace's expectations. But the furnace doesn't panic at all. Can dodge a chain, can't you? What about 2? How about 5? How can I hide? Just as Zhang Wei wanted to rush forward to dislike the furnace body, the other 4 chains formed almost instantly and stabbed at Zhang Wei and Zhang Wei's body with the speed of a falling meteor. If Zhang Wei continued to advance, he would be stabbed by at least 2 chains. But if Zhang Wei dodged, then there was a chance that he wouldn't take the attack. Zhang Wei wasn't stupid. He had already detected the chain when it was formed and made an evasive gesture. The defensive ability of the energy shield was something Zhang Wei definitely believed in. After all, this was a legendary level energy shield, and it was a vacuum energy shield, where hot things thrown into a vacuum had to be quickly cooled. But the energy shield was attacked, which was going to consume Zhang Wei's mech power. Even if there were a lot of source crystals, they couldn't be wasted, could they? Dodging down in advance, Zhang Wei dodged most of the chains, and in the end, only 1 chain stabbed at the energy shield. As the chain stabbed at the energy shield, the red streak quickly cooled into a steel state, and this steel state continued to spread upwards. This is a vacuum? The melting furnace obviously carried a bit of the attribute of being knowledgeable, and surprisingly saw what Zhang Wei's energy shield was at the first moment. With that kind of defense, how many pieces of legendary equipment do you have on you? Melting Pot was surprised. Legendary weapons he recognized, and he had just comprehended the legendary energy shield. So how much more legendary equipment did this difficult guy have? You don't get to know, Zhang Wei responded. And then, taking advantage of the furnace being a bit dumbfounded, Zhang Wei used the superpower battle strengthening. Having paid for half of the power in the mech's body, Zhang Wei's battle power doubled. It instantly skyrocketed from 5,000 battle power to 10,000 points. In the next moment, Zhang Wei activated the thrusters, which erupted with fierce flames, and then Zhang Wei's body smashed out like a cannonball. This violent surge was something the furnace hadn't expected. When he tried to use the chain to block Zhang Wei, it was too late. At this time, Zhang Wei's short burst of speed was even faster than his manipulation of the red chain. How can this be stopped? However, Furnace wasn't that scared, even if Zhang Wei was holding a legendary grade weapon. So what? His defense was no joke. The furnace walls were over 3 meters thick, and they weren't just any metal. Legendary weapons also take a certain amount of time to really hurt him. With that time, he could get more chains to attack Zhang Wei. Let's just see who can top it first. Vacuum energy shields are really strong in defense, but they need to consume a lot of power to support them. Furnace didn't believe that he couldn't handle a tiny mech with his size. Thinking this way, the melting pot instantly felt stable and didn't carry any fear at all. However, when Zhang Wei violently impacted the furnace wall using his war halberd, the furnace was a bit dumbfounded. With 10,000 battle points, a legendary grade weapon in hand, and a core enchantment, along with the impact brought about by Zhang Wei's explosive power, this strike was, well, very strong. If they were to be replaced by those beast-shaped mechs outside, a series of them would have to be knocked down by Zhang Yi's strikes. The furnace was indeed very firm, and this halberd Zhang Wei only broke through about 2 meters, and a large conical pit appeared on the furnace wall. So hard? The furnace hadn't even made any comments yet, but Zhang Wei was dissatisfied first. In Zhang Wei's opinion, his halberd was enough to pierce through this furnace, but I didn't think it would work out. In the next moment, Zhang Wei didn't dare to delay. There was a time limit to the enhancement brought about by the superpower battle strengthening. It's 100 seconds long, but what if you can't pierce this furnace within that 100 seconds? However, just as Zhang Wei wanted to continue, the furnace spoke again. Wait, please wait. The furnace withdrew all the red chains as a sign of good faith. He knew that he could not break through Zhang Wei's energy shield in a short period of time, but Zhang Wei had the ability to be able to break through his defense in a short period of time. This is going to be a lot of fun if it goes through. Wait, although Zhang Wei was in a hurry, he wasn't in that much of a hurry. I'm convinced. Your ability is recognized by me. We can trade fairly or work together. The melting pot goes soft. It's not a good idea to disobey. The furnace wall is only a meter thick, even if it can block Zhang Wei's next blow. But what about the next one? Fair? No, it's not a matter of fair or unfair right now. You haven't set your position straight yet. Jiang Wei raised his hand after saying that and made a gesture to continue his attack. Wait. Chapter 160. No boss. I'll think of something. Hearing this sound from the furnace and so on, Jiang Wei knew it was stable. In fact, Jiang Wei didn't know just how thick the walls of this furnace were. Maybe the walls of this furnace are 10 meters thick. Now he had a lot of room to maneuver. If he really stabbed too deep, it wouldn't be so easy to keep breaking through the furnace wall because it wasn't good for power. It's like taking a stick to a rat hole. It's easy to break through the hole, and the deeper you go, the worse it is to power through. But now, Jiang Wei had no such worries. You could tell by the way the furnace was behaving that he was on the verge of striking through the walls. What else do you have to say? Jiang Wei still maintained his attack stance. I can recognize you as my boss. Melting Pot compromised. It's better to be someone's little brother than to die, right? The walls of the furnace were really going to be broken through a hole, and everything inside that furnace was going to flow out. Without the metallic liquid inside the furnace, he was an ass, and he couldn't utilize any of his abilities. Although, even if a hole was broken open, he had the means to fill it. Could Jiang Wei watch him mend himself? Wouldn't it have been better to have said so? Why do all this hurtful stuff? Jiang Wei collected his halberd and waited for these words from the furnace. This furnace's ability. Jiang Wei looked at it. He could take in mechanical creatures. Jiang Wei could take him in. In that case, weren't these beast-shaped mechs his own little brother's little brother? The beast-shaped mechs were still very capable, and Jiang Wei already felt some regret for having just taken out so many of them. Boss, what's your name? Melting Pot was also a man who knew how to be human. After all, he had swallowed many others as well, absorbing human intelligence and emotional intelligence. My name is Jiang Wei. Jiang, the arrogant Jiang Wei, the only me. The furnace was silent. It's just as well that this one doesn't have a face, or else it wouldn't necessarily look like that. After 3 or 4 seconds, the furnace then responded. Boss, what a dominant name. I can give you a name too if you like. Boss, what's the name of that brother on our side? My name is Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao took the initiative to open his mouth. He didn't want to lose his position as Jiang Wei's #1 lapdog. Obviously, although this furnace is supposed to be immobile, his ability is very strong, and when his own big brother looks at it, I'm afraid that this one will steal his position. So, but can't show weakness. Big brother, names don't matter to me at all. It's better not to use them. Big brother, you can just call me Melting Furnace. Melting Furnace wimped out. Bo, what kind of name is that? If I really wanted this uneducated guy to name himself, would he call himself Little Furnace? Or the Stove? That's not nearly as lofty as a furnace sounds. Oh, it's a pity. Tell us about your origin. Name or no name didn't matter at all. The main thing was that Jiang Wei was curious about the furnace. Boss, would you believe me when I say I'm not sure? Melting Pot's voice was cautious. He was afraid that Jiang Wei would give himself another hit. Oh, what's going on? Jiang Wei didn't make a move and only expressed his curiosity. Here's the thing. I was here when I awoke and was born knowing my own abilities. I can modify mechanical creatures, not only to help them build armor, but also to enhance their intelligence. At the very beginning, I was still weak and could only attract some small mechanical creatures over, then catch them and replenish the energy in my body. Those red metallic liquids that boss saw. Once I had accumulated enough energy, I was able to use my other abilities, and then it didn't take long for almost all of the mechanical creatures in this neighborhood to be placed within this underground space. Hearing this, Jiang Wei suddenly spoke. How did you manipulate those mechanical creatures? Fei are fine, but how did you manipulate those ordinary mechanical creatures that don't have much intelligence? That's easy. I don't know what this ability of mine is. If I part with a tiny bit of my own energy, it's like a mark on their body and they'll listen to me. That amazing? How come you didn't mark me? It's not marked not. Melting Pot was a bit tongue-tied, but if Laozi's chain could break through your energy shield, do you think Laozi would still talk to you in such a lowly manner? That's true, but I don't suppose this ability of yours would work on Fei, would it? Yes boss, but I can raise the intelligence of the Fei. I can subconsciously change their minds, and the ones that get my modified armor are much less likely to betray me because I can remotely manipulate the armor. Their bodies are wrapped in it, and if they don't listen to it the armor will kill them. Jiang Wei secretly said it was a bit scary. This manipulation is really good. So, here's the question. You're quite resourceful, but you're also making it difficult for me. How should I manipulate you? Melting Pot clueless. I was just so focused on bragging about it. I forgot to collect myself. You're a dangerous guy. It's hard to guarantee that you can keep talking to me like this, so I think it's safer to get you killed. Don't you think? Jiang Wei opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. Don't boss. You can manipulate me. I'll think of something. Furnace was anxious. He doesn't want to die. Jiang Wei didn't rush. Jiang Wei really didn't have any good ways to control the furnace himself. The ability of this furnace was so unbelievable that it could easily create an army of mechanical creatures. And even with enough energy, beast-shaped mechs could become an army. If Zhang Wei couldn't effectively control such a powerful ability, then he could only tear this furnace apart and feed it to Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei hoped very much that the melting pot would come up with a solution on its own. This is a question that has really nagged at the melting pot for a long time. He had a way to put Zhang Wei at ease, but he didn't want to use it. If he really did so, then he would really have to be subservient to Zhang Wei in the future, and would not have the slightest chance to resist. However, if you don't let Zhang Wei feel at ease now, you are afraid that you will be cold now. What to do? After struggling with it for a long time, the melting pot finally did speak up. Boss, here's the deal. I'll call a mechanical rat in and he'll give you something, and having that will put your mind at ease. Good. Zhang Wei nodded. What can a mechanical mouse turn over? Not to mention the mechanical rats. Even if those beast-shaped mechs outside came in, Zhang Wei was not afraid of them. Zhang Wei wanted to see what this furnace could do to put his mind at ease. After Zhang Wei agreed, a fey mouse with blue light in its eyes entered. For Zhang Wei, looking at this fey mouse now, it would really be at the level of a small and inconspicuous one. Just as Zhang Wei was staring at the rat, a portal unexpectedly opened on the lowest wall of the furnace that pressed against the ground. Chapter 161 Boss Zhang. As he watched the mechanical rat walk through the portal, Zhang Wei was a little confused. That's it? I'm on my own. That door. As long as Zhang Wei recovered his costal body, he could also go in and take a look. Only, right now, Zhang Wei didn't make this request. Without fully controlling the furnace, Zhang Wei didn't dare to play so fancy. His original body didn't have that much power, and a red whip from someone else could just take Zhang Wei away. It didn't take long for the mechanical rat to come out, and out he came holding a crystal ball about the size of him. There was a red energy inside this crystal ball that kept swimming within the period, like a small fish. Boss, this is my core. As long as you take my core, my life and death will be under your control. The furnace explained the function of this crystal ball for Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei kept nodding his head after sniffing. This works, this is too good. It was just that Zhang Wei didn't expect that this furnace had a core as well, which was a bit amazing. Good, so very good. Subsequently, Zhang Wei received the core of the furnace into his own mecha space, without putting it into the cargo hold. It's safer to keep important things in mech space. Zhang Wei was satisfied, and the furnace was relieved. This time he didn't have to die, right? After Zhang Wei collected the core of the furnace, Zhang Wei disintegrated with the mech. Open that door. I'll go in and take a look. Okay boss. The furnace doesn't come with any resistance at all. His little life was controlled by others, and as long as Zhang Wei crushed the core, the furnace would instantly cool down. Zhang Wei stepped in. The place wasn't very spacious, and there was a pile of source crystals stacked up inside. Ordinary ones, and intermediate ones, but intermediate ones were already at the top. That's all the source crystals you have? Zhang Wei could see that this should be the same place as the mech space, specially used to store important things. Boss, if you need source crystals, should you kill all those mechanical creatures? This furnace is pretty tough. Hearing that Zhang Wei wanted the source crystals, he was even prepared to kill all those juniors who followed him around. No need. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to refuse. Are you kidding me? Why kill all these useful men? Wouldn't it be good to keep it so they could help themselves to the initial source crystal? These mechanical creatures were more reassuring to Zhang Wei to use than even a human. Oh, that. Let's help get a suit of armor first. How? Zhang Wei didn't move the source crystals of the melting pot. It was just that much. Zhang Wei couldn't look at it. This is good. Furnace's tone was relaxed. He was the one who did this job. Naturally it wasn't difficult for him. Bao, come here. Let him get you a suit of armor, so you can turn into a humanoid mecha later and be more resistant to beatings. Yes, this is good. Bao was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. See, Big Brother took in this new little brother for the purpose of getting himself a suit of armor, thinking that he would also be able to switch between beast-shaped mechs and human-shaped mechs at will. How could Xiao Bao not be excited? The next moment, the furnace wall opened a portal, which was only about 10 meters high, and with Xiao Bao's current size, he could barely squeeze in by lying on the ground. Zhang Wei kept frowning at the sight. It seems that there is a limit to how many mechanical creatures can be transformed by this furnace. Too large for mechanical creatures to transform. Because of this door, those large mechanical creatures wouldn't be able to get in. This dashed Zhang Wei's desire to have furnace make a suit of armor for Fish Girl. If Fish Girl could also turn into a humanoid mecha form, who would Zhang Wei be afraid of? By then Fish Girl is a true behemoth. Not only bigger, but with weapons that only behemoths can have. The furnace should do just fine for other accessories and whatnot. Isn't the beam gun drummed out of the furnace? How long will the remodeling take? Boss, Little Treasure's size is a bit big, so it will probably take 3 or 4 days. The furnace gave a time. After all, You have to tailor the armor and consider some of the things that Pa has to do to transition between human and animal form. Although Zhang Wei didn't understand it, he knew that it wasn't simple. 3 or 4 days is actually fast enough. There's no rush. Just get it slowly, get it right, and get it done in 10 days. It wasn't far from the day when the initial source crystals descended, and Xiao Bao's wanting to appear too late would affect Zhang Wei's efficiency in picking up the source crystals. That's definitely not a problem. Melting Furnace opened his mouth and packed his bags. That's right, boss. Let all our little brothers outside come in and get to know you, so you can command them at will in the future. Furnace had the good sense to hand over control of the beast mech. Zhang Wei definitely did not have any opinions about this, and he expressed great satisfaction with the furnace being so up to speed. Good. Zhang Wei rejoined with the mech. It didn't matter if the main body recognized it or not. What mattered was that they had to remember Zhang Wei's mech. All come in. The melting furnace opened its mouth, and this time, its voice was as majestic as the one Zhang Wei had heard so. The next moment, the beast mechs that were still alive fishtailed into the room. Zhang Wei checked the quantity and was pained. Originally, there were hundreds of beast-shaped mechs, but now, well, only half of them remained. Got so many dead? Zhang Wei muttered and opened his mouth. Furnace did not dare to say. Said you got yourself killed how much? You do not have a point in your own heart? All of you come and meet the new boss. From now on, you may be able to live if you don't listen to me, but if you don't listen to the boss, you'll surely die. Got it? The melting pot is still a good talker. In the next moment, the beast-shaped mechs dropped to one knee and rose. Meet the boss. My name is Zhang Wei. You guys, from now on, hang out with me, do a good job, and you won't be shortchanged. Understand? Understood, Boss Zhang. Zhang Wei froze for a moment. Who came up with such a rustic name? However, this was fine, and Zhang Wei did not correct the way these beast-shaped mechs addressed themselves. As for the benefits and whatnot that Zhang Wei had said, although they could willingly do things for themselves now, but giving them a little more motivation would make them do things with more vigor, wouldn't it? They're all intelligent creatures now. Really use them like asses and horses. They'll rebel. If there was really anyone who wasn't afraid to die and carry out a rebellion or something, Zhang Wei would also have a hard time. In Zhang Wei's opinion, kidnapping mechanical creatures with benefits, with emotions, was a bit more secure than threatening their lives. After all, who hasn't had a hothead who wasn't afraid to die? This is evident in the way Bo behaves. Xiao Bao genuinely followed Zhang Wei to hang out, which Zhang Wei perceived very clearly. Get up all of you. Don't be formal. Do what you normally do. Those mechanical creatures you look after, just keep them underground for now. Yes, Boss Zhang. After responding, all of these beastly mechs got to work, not even waiting for the furnace's command. No one was stupid, and at a glance, they knew that it was Zhang Wei who had taken the melting pot, and that their choice of boss had been changed. Chapter 162. The Supreme Boss is quite fierce. It's a new mountain and you're still worshipping the old one. Isn't that an eye-opener for the new boss? If you don't want to live, then die a painful death. And you'll only die a more painful death if you get yourself into this kind of trouble. While waiting for the beast-shaped mechs to command the mechanical creatures to start working, Zhang Wei was bored and chatted with the furnace. Furnace, you should be able to enhance yourself as well. Can you become bigger? Boss, it's possible, but it requires a large amount of high-grade metals, and these current mechanical creatures can't meet the standard. The furnace spoke truthfully, having nothing to hide from Zhang Wei. Besides, having paid their respects, wouldn't it make sense to let the boss help out with their own troubles? High-grade metal? Zhang Wei thought of the behemoth at the very first moment. If the furnace was allowed to devour a giant beast, the furnace would definitely be able to have a considerable increase. The modified armor could certainly be stronger by then as well. Do you know about behemoths? I don't know. Then it seems like there shouldn't be any giant beasts in our area. Zhang Wei nodded. Furnace had brought so many mechanical creatures to hang out underground. He should be very clear about the underground situation in this neighborhood. If there were behemoths, it was estimated that Furnace would have already commanded his minions to bring back the behemoths. Behemoths that can't move are only worthy of becoming food for the furnace. Get one back for you if you find a behemoth. Boss, really? The behemoth is awesome? The behemoth should be from the same place as you. Only you've forgotten what it is. That behemoth is a 100-meter tall monster, very strong. Boss, it must be hard to deal with such a big guy, right? Furnace was shocked. While he was shocked at the enormity of the giant beast, he was also shocked at what Zhang Wei had just said, that he and the giant beast came from the same place. What does it mean that he and the behemoth appeared at the same time? It's okay, the current behemoths can't even move. They're underpowered. Boss, it's like this. Right now the metal in the bodies of these mechanical creatures can't fulfill the conditions for my evolution. But I know that as long as a period of time passes, the metal that makes up their bodies will naturally strengthen, and then I'll be able to devour them to enhance myself. As to why I know this, I'm not sure. Furnace, it's kind of like making friends with Zhang Wei. Anything else? For example, was there a thought that made you extinguish the world? Why did the machinery descend on the blue planet? The ultimate goal is to exterminate all species on the blue planet. Don't think that source crystals falling from the sky was a gift. In Zhang Wei's opinion, the source crystals falling from the sky were only the most basic transformation of the blue star, converted into a place suitable for certain mechanical creatures, or perhaps to convert the whole of blue star into a spaceship as well. Anyway, it's no good. The creatures that survive on the blue planet are assholes to some existences. The behemoth, the furnace, all must be here to clean out the assholes. Not yet. My idea is to take on as many henchmen as possible, building beast mechs to better manage the mechanical creatures. And once the mechanical creatures have evolved enough to satisfy me, I'll swallow them to enhance myself. Melting Pot spoke his mind. Zhang Wei nodded slowly. No wonder. Furnace had no intention of releasing these mechanical creatures or beastly mechs. That way it does stay out of the way too. When all of Little Japan moves away, even less people will pay attention to what the island of Japan looks like. By then it is expected that the opponents of the melting pot should be about to become behemoths in the middle of the ocean. Perhaps the furnace and the behemoth don't exist to wipe out humans, they are supposed to wipe out sea creatures. The ocean was huge, with countless mechanical creatures, and the large mechanical creatures were comparable to the existence of a giant beast. Thinking like this, Zhang Wei found it very reasonable. If ever anyone orders you to do anything, you remember to let me know. Don't worry, boss. You're my boss from now on. Everything else will have to step aside. Furnace was very knowledgeable. He also felt that Zhang Wei's suspicions were reasonable, and he himself didn't know how he had appeared. So much so that it makes sense to artificially throw yourself out here and let yourself develop slowly. By the time one develops enough power, the person behind the curtain is expected to show up. But not to mention that Zhang Wei wouldn't agree to the furnace listening to other people's orders. The furnace itself wasn't convinced either. On what grounds? You've worked so hard to build your family here, and then you have to take orders from you. A guy who never shows up and never gives you any help? Stop it. The melting pot reckons that at that time, even without Zhang Wei, he will do his best to resist. As for the claim that the man behind the curtain had given the furnace life or whatever, the furnace would only scoff. Born and not raised in vain. Look at this. It's devoured enough humans to think like a human. Either that or human intelligence is on the high end of the scale, and emotional fecundity alone is something no other creature can match. Okay, just remember it, and it may not be something that comes to you. I'll try to do as much as I can for you about the behemoths, so don't worry about it. Zhang Wei tapped the fireplace wall twice. Cultivating a melting pot is very valuable. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that if he could get a second giant beast, he would drag it to the fish sister and let her swallow it. But for now, fish sister could only pull back and withdraw, cultivating the melting pot without delay. Okay, boss, I'm not really in a hurry either way. The main event is a non-competitive one. That way, a boss with a heart of gold is less likely to forget about you. Melting Pot understands its strengths as well as its weaknesses. His advantage was that he was able to help Zhang Wei build a beast-shaped mecha army that belonged to Zhang Wei, and his disadvantage was that he himself could not move, and even if he did, it would have to be someone who carried him around. So, just play to their own strengths. He believes that day by day, Zhang Unicorn will certainly understand who is his number one little brother. As for this little treasure that's being transformed, he's nothing. Okay, I'll leave first. Xiao Bao will be given to you. Let him go back to me by himself after the transformation. You guys stay here underground, don't go out. I'll let Xiao Bao inform you if anything happens. Yes, boss, take care boss. Zhang Wei nodded and left. There is a world of difference in treatment between when you leave and when you break in. All of the beast-shaped mechs all nodded their heads to Zhang Wei, and it was a respectful one. The mechanical creatures all lowered their heads as well, doing their best to keep their heads close to the ground in a sign of submission. They can't disobey. Their head is submissive. Do they dare to bare their teeth? To bare your teeth is to die. Besides, this Taishan boss is pretty fierce, so there's a sense of security in following him. No matter what, if you really die because of something, there is still the Taishan boss to avenge your death, isn't it? Chapter 163. We all listened to Mr. Zhang's arrangement. Besides, the transformation quota was limited. Whoever could get into the eyes of the Taishan boss. Wouldn't the next batch to be transformed into beast-shaped mechs have one of their own? The Fey mechanical creatures all wanted to show their faces in front of Zhang Wei. However, no one dared to rush out to curry favor with Zhang Wei. Didn't you see that those beast mechs were all honest and didn't dare to move? They were small shrimps who were afraid of patting the horse's ass on the horse's leg, so they were all very honest. Zhang Unicorn left the underground space. When he saw the sun in the sky, Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Well, actually, it's just making a move. Mechs don't need to breathe. Rituals are still necessary. It looks like the policy needs to change. Zhang Wei muttered, then tried to contact Old He. If Lao He was currently in a state of merging with the mech, Zhang Wei was able to contact Lao He, and if Lao He was not merged with the mech, then naturally, he could not be contacted. Luckily, Lao He is online. It's the same thing as having your cell phone turned on and off. Mr. Zhang, you asked for me. Old He's tone was very respectful. Zhang Wei had saved their lives, provided them with mechs, food, and even a safe place to live, so how could they not be respectful? Old He also knew that they were tainted by China. If they were not Chinese, they would have died long ago. Zhang Wei would not care about them. Something's up. You at camp and I? Yes, Mr. Chang. Wait for me. I'm coming over now. Yes. Lao He didn't ask anything more, and when Zhang Wei came, he naturally knew what Zhang Wei was going to say. When Zhang Wei arrived at the Anai camp, Lao He was waiting at the entrance of the camp. The whole camp was hot with mechs, people, all doing something. One could see it on the faces of those ordinary people, who all had smiles on their faces, and although they were physically tired, it was a smile that came from the bottom of their hearts, because they survived. Heaven sent a hero to save them. It's better than anything to be alive. Zhang Wei didn't dare to admit that he was a hero. The word, too heavy. As for saving these people, there was also a purpose. If he didn't need the manpower to collect the initial source crystals, Zhang Wei probably wouldn't have even made a special effort to rescue the entire Chinese people on the Japanese island. And now, how many? Almost 100,000. Just this much? Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. According to his guess, there were more than a few Chinese in Japan. Mr. Zhang, if you still need people, we can also get people from some other friendly countries as well. This is typical of old Ho, who is a good old boy, and he wants to save more people. This falls under the category of having suffered yourself and wanting to hold an umbrella over others, but it also depends on how capable you are, without which the umbrella is going to break. Zhang Wei didn't want to comment on anything about this kind of old He with the character of a holy mother. No, we don't need any more people here. These people now, just build the Anai camp at ease, and stay within this camp from now on, don't go out. Lao He was a little confused, although he wasn't sure exactly what Zhang Wei wanted these people to do. Old He knew that Zhang Wei had a claim, and definitely wasn't trying to raise idlers. But now, how did the rhetoric change? Mr. Zhang, we are also able to help with something. Old He tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Useless people, unwanted people, and people who are capable of being discarded at any time. Lao He doesn't want to go through the pain again. No, I'll contact the country and see what you should do here. And if the country has a way to get you back, then you'll all go back. With Furnace as a minion, these people were indeed no longer useful. And if we really want to use these people, who knows if they'll keep the source crystals they find in private. Now these people were grateful to Zhang Wei and asked for very little. They were satisfied with a mouthful of food and a bit of drink. But human inferiority is there. It won't be long before they'll want better food, a better life, and even some people will get ideas that they shouldn't. Zhang Wei knows a lot about human nature. What haven't we seen in the last 10 years of Armageddon? Therefore, if they couldn't be sent away, then they would all be captive here, lest someone swallow Zhang Wei's source crystals. As for life, just do your best to protect it, and kill anyone who dares to blow up. If he could get all these people back home, then Zhang Wei would be completely at ease. Although Zhang Wei was cold enough, Zhang Wei would still be a bit psychologically burdened if he really wanted them to get rid of these 100,000 or so Chinese who were incapable of resisting. If these are Japanese, it's a good idea to just get them killed. Hey little brother, the uncountable mechanical creature minions in the underground space are wailing. Okay, we'll all listen to Mr. Zhang's arrangements. Old He didn't ask for anything else when he heard Zhang Wei's words, and it was naturally excellent if he could go back to his country. There had never been a time when he had missed his homeland so much. Even if he were to die, he would want to die in his homeland, not this foreign land. The urgency of returning to one's hometown has long been experienced by Lao He. Having been on the verge of death many times, at that time Lao He had only one thought: how nice it would be to die in his hometown. Now, with the hope of returning home, Lao He was naturally looking forward to it. I'll ask what's going on first. Yes, Zhang Wei tried to contact Zhang Tao. What I didn't realize was that I couldn't get in touch. The guy disintegrated with the mech. Zhang Wei, who had no choice but to contact Lin Xianying. I am. Lin Xianying answered very quickly. How are you doing? Did something happen that you need help with? Lin Xianying opened her mouth to inquire. Someone had been watching what Zhang Wei was doing via satellite. Lin Xianying knew that Zhang Wei had entered an underground space, but what happened within the underground space was unclear to Lin Xianying. Now that Zhang Wei had taken the initiative to contact him, it was likely that he needed help from China's side. Yes, can you find a way to get the Chinese here back? Don't worry about safety at sea. I'll get my whale friends to help get our ships offshore. Zhang Wei stated his claims and what he could do. I need to ask the chief about that. The chief and the others have been looking into going to pick up Chinese from various countries lately as well. Zhang Wei froze for a moment. Had the country developed so well already? That's the ability to go overseas and pick up people? Currently, existing humans have basically mastered the laws of survival in the midst of the end times, but the ones that can afford to go out to sea and pick up people are simply not there. Subsequently, Zhang Wei figured it out. It's not that China is growing so much, but it's because China has a country of its own. There's Fish Girl, the whale friend. Chapter 164. Boss, are you going to kick me out too? Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Good. End of communication. Lin Xianying immediately went to find Chief Zhang. After Lin Xianying relayed Zhang Wei's meaning to Chief Zhang, Chief Zhang immediately clapped his hands in agreement, and within 3 days it will send warships to Japan. But after 10 minutes or so, Lin Xianying contacted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, the chief has already agreed to pick up the people, and will send a warship to Japan within 3 days. What arrangements should be made on your end? The warship will encounter a lot of dangers if it leaves the harbor now. All of the sea creatures that were once there have turned into mechanical creatures, in which case the warships are in great danger even if they don't go out of the harbor, let alone going out of the harbor. I'll have someone follow the whales to pick up the warships and have them leave today. I'll give you the coordinates when they get to their designated place. Good. Communication was brief, but efficient. In a very short period of time, Zhang Wei took care of these Chinese survivors. Old he, I'll give you something. Mr. Zhang, if there's anything you want, just order it. You're going back to China. Ha, old Ho was a bit overwhelmed. Back home? This is good, but how to get back is a big question. I'll make arrangements for you to go back. Zhang Wei could see old he's doubts. Yes, Zhang Wei had said so old he naturally had no opinion. Well, account for things here and then come with me. After solving the matter of these people, Zhang Wei's mood relaxed a lot. So many people stayed here. It was always a trouble. Killing and not being able to kill, and raising and not wanting to raise, is not a hassle. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Zhang Wei had new minions, otherwise these people Zhang Wei would not let go. Soon, Lao He explained everything and he followed Zhang Wei's footsteps towards the beach. Shoreline. Zhang Wei took out his whistle and called out to Fish Girl. It didn't take long for Fish Girl to surface. Where has Lao He ever seen such a battle? Almost didn't die in place from the shock. It was a good thing it was in a state of merging with the mech, or else I'm afraid my heart would have popped out and skittered. Relax, it's a friend. Zhang Wei calmed Lao He down. That's exciting? So can you stand on Fish Girl with any more intense emotions in a few moments? It's not too late to wait a little while if you want to get excited. Ow. Lao He opened his mouth to respond, but this thing wasn't about not getting excited. Zhang Wei, you came to see me again. Fish Sister spoke happily to Zhang Wei. Well, there's something for you to do again this time. We're friends. It's only right that we help each other. So tell me what it is. Fish Sister was really very good at talking, and mainly she really considered Zhang Wei as a friend. Even if Zhang Wei didn't give her that giant cannon, she would still help Zhang Wei. The definition of the word friend is so simple amongst mechanical creatures. Overall, it's just better than people. You're going to take him on a trip over to China, as close to the coastline as possible. There's a warship coming over to pick up the man, and after that, you'll have to be bothered to escort the warship back to China. Zhang Wei voiced his claim. Such a small thing. Ha, no problem. What was incredibly difficult for a human was no big deal at all in Fish Girl's case, and she even thought that it was too small, leaving her a little less than satisfied, as if she hadn't done Zhang Wei a big favor. It's no small thing, and since you promised, it's on you. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Fish Girl was full of promises. Alright old he, you follow Fish Girl back first. You can all go back when the warship comes. Lao He is a bit unable to take a step. Is this going to be yanking on this big whale's tail or what? Just stand on the Fish Girl. It's very stable. Zhang Wei reminded old he. Good. Even though Lao He was afraid, he could only go on with his head. Luckily, the Fish Sister had no intention of harming Lao He, and allowed Lao He to climb up the Fish Sister's body on her hands and knees. I'll have someone contact you, and you guys keep in touch to report your bearings. Fine. I know. Lao He stood on Fish Girl's back, more or less standing a little less securely. He contemplated whether or not he should sit down, for surely sitting was much more secure than standing, lest he should be flung over the edge of the ocean in a few moments. Go! Zhang Wei waved his hand at Fish Girl. The Fish Girl twisted and swam away after bidding farewell to Zhang Wei. After the Fish Girl left, Zhang Wei contacted Lin Xianying again. The people have already passed. Let the satellites watching me keep an eye on them. You can contact the mechs on the whales directly. I'll ignore the rest. Okay, just leave it to me. Lin Xianying responded. Only when things on this side were arranged did Zhang Wei return. After the Chinese were settled, then the Japanese in Osaka Prefecture should be settled as well. These Japanese are basically Ana's minions. Now that there are better used minions, these these 2/5 Zhang Wei naturally won't keep them. Only, Zhang Wei wouldn't do anything to cross the river. He was going to arrange all these people out and have them travel to various parts of Japan to spy on the news, just like what Aina was doing now. As for whether they can provide any valuable information, that Zhang Wei does not know. This belongs to the wide casting of the net, whether they can catch fish or not, depending on God's will. When Zhang Wei conveyed this news, the expressions of the Japanese people were different. Some were horrified, some were in tears, and some were nodding their heads and gibbering about who knows what. Are all of them Japanese people so emotionally voluptuous? Zhang Wei poked the dog translator's arm twice. The dog translator is in shock. Now that the camp is getting rid of the Japanese, is there any use for him as an interpreter? Is it possible that he's going to be kicked out by Zhang Wei as well? As for what Zhang Wei asked, the dog interpreter's ears automatically filtered out. At this time, the Japanese people's emotions are not full. Is it important? Boss, are you going to kick me out too? The dog translator's expression at this moment was worse than crying. Who said that? Zhang Wei was a bit confused by this question. If he remembered correctly, he hadn't said this just now. The others drove away, but Zhang Wei, the dog interpreter, still had to stay. At least after Aina leaves for something, there's a dog translator who understands Japanese and can communicate with the royal family or something Japanese. Expecting Zhang Wei to learn this bird language on his own was not even a thought. Ha, not kicking me out? Aha, ha ha ha, I know boss. This is the core of the mech. Give it to some people you think are reliable. Let them get the mechs and contact Aina if there's something going on. I'll go and spread it out. Understand how to do it? Chapter 165 Bombed by us? Understood boss. Don't worry boss, absolutely complete the mission. The dog translator opened his mouth to assure him. Zhang Wei didn't care as he returned to his penthouse, only to see the dog translator yelling and commanding there, and every now and then someone would come forward to receive the mech core. Just as Zhang Wei's side was clearing up his territory, the Japanese imperial family's side had encountered a great annoyance. Pretty country came looking for trouble. They had exterminated a large army of pretty countries in order to cope with Zhang Wei's demands. Before they died, these great soldiers sent the news of their destruction back to the country. After a discussion, the pretty country has decided that they want to fully take over Japan, and they have just officially notified the Japanese imperial family of this decision. What wolves? Just because of such a small matter, they have to make such a big deal out of it. Yu De was annoyed. The rhetoric on the side of the pretty country was very fierce, with the momentum of starting a fight right away. Stationed in Japan's beautiful country's big soldiers there are still 30,000 to 40,000 people more. These people do not dare to say that each of them have mechs, but how also half of the people have mechs. Moreover, these soldiers were scattered all over the place, so if they all rioted at the same time, the Japanese self-defense forces would not be able to suppress them all. In fact, even if it has the ability to suppress, Japan really dare to really turn the tables with the beautiful country? The little boy who had once landed on their heads was not something they had forgotten. If this happens again, I'm afraid that Japan as a nation will disappear from this world. Your Majesty the Emperor, they won't use that kind of mass murderer easily, and now their request is just to save face. Now that the situation within the countries is basically stabilized, the next thing to do is to plan the globe, which is a game between great powers. At this point, the minister couldn't say any more. They call themselves the Great Japanese Empire, but they actually have a limited land area and are still an island nation, and things like plotting the globe have little to do with them. But what this minister said was indeed correct. The global situation has stabilized. Those who should survive will naturally do so, and those who should be exterminated have already been exterminated. Well, those places that were decimated must have been taken over by someone. Mechanical creatures are a bit scary, but who's too big for their own turf? We don't know what will happen in the future. The bigger the territory, the more resistant to pressure and risk. Pretty country must have gotten wind of something and is now going to use the big guns on the Japanese side as a fundamental to grab territory. Down the line, Yutaka was angry. What a time to be hiding your words. Your Majesty, we can actually cause trouble by pretending to agree, but pointing the finger at Osaka. If we agree, will that Chinese man agree? If the big boys go after him, won't there be nothing for us to do? This minister is a good brain, and has quite a lot of detrimental tricks. Utaka felt a lot more permeable as soon as he heard this, and having not had a bowel movement for days, he now wanted to sit on the toilet and give him a mountain of a good time. Immediately contact the pretty country and tell them that we agree to a major military takeover of all of Japan, and that we will cooperate, but we can't control Osaka Prefecture or the area around it, and that side has already been occupied by the Chinese country. Yes, Your Majesty. With a decision on the Emperor's side, the ministers below showed much more enthusiasm and acted immediately. When the pretty countryside got the news from Japan, the pretty country executives were infuriated and laughed. Do you really think they don't know what's going on in Japan? Occupied by China. What a great hatchet job. As far as they knew, there was only one person from China in Osaka. And the fact that the Japanese were incapable of dealing with such a person was a disgrace among disgraces. Since Japan can't solve it, let our valiant soldiers do it. Using Japan as a springboard, we can take over all the countries over in Southeast Asia that have been exterminated, and it will be our pretty country's second home. Your Excellency, it is said that the Chinese is very difficult to deal with. Why don't we? Let's let the Japanese side deal with him. Someone raised a different opinion. Why do you have to do something yourself when you can get your little brother to do it? Isn't it good to save troops? It's very difficult to transport troops that way now. The sea definitely doesn't work, and the sky is very dangerous. Humph, do I need to tell you what the Japanese are like? If they can handle it, do you think they'd give up Osaka Prefecture to a Chinese? And still not shy about fighting us. The pretty country's head of state had an angry expression on his face. This is treating his pretty country like a soft target to pinch. And anyone who has treated them like a soft target since the founding of the pretty country has already paid the price. This time, it was no exception. He wanted to make Japan a complete colony of the beautiful country. He wanted to plunder all the resources of Japan. This matter, no need to talk about it. Contact the garrison at once. Let them enter Osaka. They must clean up that Chinese. Yes, the order to eliminate Zhang Wei was sent down level by level, and soon reached the pretty country garrison here on the mainland of Japan. Damn it, what are the people at the top thinking? How dare they ask us to do the Japanese a favor? The garrison commander was upset. He's now spending every day in style, more so than before the end of days. In the past, if you wanted to play any woman, you had to think of some ways and use some tricks. How nice it is now to look at it and take it straight home. Commander, this is the meaning of the highest level. As long as we exterminate the Chinese, we will be able to take over the whole of Japan, and then you will be able to play with the women of the royal family as much as you want. This is quite attractive, you say. The garrison commander's eyes were glowing. He had long had his eyes on a royal princess. If it's really that enjoyable, it wouldn't be a bad idea to send some people to kill the Chinese guy. No need to send anyone. Find his location and blow him up. Commander, I'm afraid not. Why? The garrison commander was puzzled. Because according to our analysis, this Chinese, I'm afraid, has already been bombed by us. Bombed by us? Speak clearly. At this the garrison commander became interested, and he sat up straight from his semi-paralyzed state. He's the same Chinese mech that the Japanese imperial family once asked us to blow up. It can't be, can it? Didn't San's side already move? And a small mushroom bomb was used. There's no way he's still alive. No, according to our analysis, this Chinese man is the one who was supposed to be dead. Then why is he still alive? The garrison commander was confused. Did the mushroom bomb not kill him? It's a no-brainer. According to our projections, it should have been San who blew crooked, so he survived. This analysis still makes sense, and there is indeed a great deal of uncertainty as to what the missiles of the San family will be able to hit. This is a fact that is not disputed in any way throughout the world. However, this time San was really wronged. They blew up right on target, just not dead. Chapter 166, The Mission of Necessary Death. However, no one would even believe this when it was said. Except, that doesn't matter now. Even if he didn't die, how did he appear in Japan? The garrison commander was genuinely confused. The person who should have already been eliminated had not only survived, but had even appeared in Japan. This is still unclear. We have limited resources at our disposal, and it's already the limit to analyze him as the same Chinese who was bombed. Indeed, they are just garrison troops, and there is a limit to the forces they can mobilize. Even so, why did you guys analyze that blowing him up wouldn't kill him? The garrison commander still had great trust in his staff, and since they had analyzed it, they must have had their reasons. Commander, the conventional missiles we have definitely won't kill him, even if we use mushroom bombs. He already had the experience of being blown up once, and you know the accuracy of our mushroom bombs. If they didn't hit his mech right on the head, he definitely won't die. We only have one mushroom bomb over here. This is our bottom card to deter the Japanese imperial family, although they have apparently agreed to submit. But this kind of thing is anyone's guess. What kind of virtue the Japanese are, I believe you, Commander, are also well aware of. The garrison commander kept nodding. I do know the virtues of the Japanese. It's impossible to expect them to be honest. Yes, the mushroom bombs can't be moved. Then it seems that we really need to send troops to kill him. Only, his mecha must be very powerful. What kind of power do we have to use to kill him? Commander, we've actually made a major breakthrough in our labs, and I was about to report this to you. Oh, come on. Wherever there is a pretty country garrison, there will be a pretty country lab. Exactly what they were experimenting with was never published, and even if some of it was, absolutely no one would believe it. But as the top brass of the garrison, they certainly knew what kind of research was going on in the labs. Roughly speaking, it's 3 words: anti-human. Just announcing any of them would be met with worldwide scorn. Now that the end times had come for such a long time, those guys in the lab had finally gotten a little bit of a head start. They've worked out ways to briefly integrate people with large combat vehicles like tanks. It's just that this method currently has some flaws. After the fusion, the duration varies depending on the state of the user and the vehicle. And according to their speculations, even the strongest soldiers can only last less than 20 minutes. After 20 minutes have passed, the soldiers and the vehicles will be scrapped. The garrison commander frowned at his words. Such dire consequences? How is the war effort? This is what I'm going to report right away. The battle power is very strong. If you use heavy tanks, the height of the mechs can reach more than 20 meters, and the battle power is about 4,000. How much? The garrison commander stood up straight with a prancing motion. 4,000 battle power just from fusion? Are you kidding me? The garrison commander was all too aware of how much battle power all the initial mechs had. They have long been working on how they can make combat vehicles like tanks that can also merge with humans to become mechs. Now the initial success. But what he didn't expect was to have 4,000 battle points without an increase in mecha level. Yes, Commander. That's right. It's around 4,000. And the mechs come with their own long-range attack weapons. And the artillery has changed from live rounds to power cannon rounds, which are very powerful. Speaking of this staff officer was all excited along with it. As long as they have this kind of mass murderer, little Japan can easily be flattened by them. Only now it's a bit of a waste of soldiers and tanks if you flat out push. It's really going to have to wait for those guys in the lab to get further results before we can move on a large scale. If that's the case, sending one over will be enough. The garrison commander knew very well what 4,000 battle power represented. But how can we ensure the loyalty of the soldiers? That's the hard bit. Disposable mechs were indeed powerful, but if the user had bad intentions, then I'm afraid that the one who would be attacked would not be the Chinese person, but would be them instead. After all, this is a mission to let someone die. And who can willingly die? Commander. At the moment the only people who know about the drawbacks of this fusion are the people who experimented with it and you and I. As long as we don't say anything about it there won't be any trouble. This staff officer really wasn't a good one. He was prepared to hide the fact that fusing with the tank would surely lead to death. So, good. Either that or the garrison commander and the staff officer can piss in the same pot. And the garrison commander actually agrees. Then, my subordinate will go and arrange it now. Yes, but don't waste the lives of our best soldiers. You understand? Yes. The staff officer saluted and left. Choosing a soldier with a similar physique would be enough. And even though the battle power would be less, it wouldn't be too much less. It didn't take long for the staff officer to assemble about 30 large soldiers. The GIs all looked physically imposing, with sharp eyes. One look at the stance tells me that these people are not booze hounds. Every one of them is capable. Now, there is a very important mission that needs one person to complete. It is up to you all to decide who can go and complete this mission. I only need a name. I don't want to know anything else. And the person who completes the mission will not only be promoted to rank, but will also be rewarded with a huge prize. The staff officer spoke up. And then, these GIs got excited. The promotion in rank was secondary. They cared about what the staff officer said the great reward was. All described as huge. This reward must be very, very good. So, arm wrestling. A dozen tables were set up in a clearing. And these chosen GIs were to compete team by team in an arm wrestling match, with the winner going up and the loser going down. Everyone competes against everyone else at the same time, and the winner participates in the next round. This is already considered relatively fair. As for absolute fairness simply does not exist. The contest began, and all the GIs used all their strength. After a round of bouts, the final victor smiled somewhat disengaged. I won. Humph. Bad luck. Damn. My strength is clearly stronger than his. Why is he the one who wins in the end? Except for this victor. Everyone else was upset that it wasn't them who was about to take the credit. Then the counselors appeared and took the victors away. And those who had lost could only disperse each helplessly. Sir, what is my mission? There's no rush. We'll move tomorrow. You get some rest today and have the doctor give you some shots to strengthen and replenish your body in the evening. Great lad. I'll give you a big surprise when you've completed your mission. Yes, sir. The military salute was standard and the GI was thrilled. Chapter 167. I told you we had to merge early. Luxury cars, beautiful women, status, just for today. Good, you're very good. You can stand out amongst dozens of others. I think highly of you. Thank you, sir. Rest. A rainbow of words from this staff officer was like a shot in the arm for this GI. Rest was definitely not an option, and the whole night was spent in exuberance, thinking about what difficult task he was going to carry out, and anticipating the rewards he would receive once he had accomplished it. With this thought, Without realizing it, it was dawn. Early the next morning, the GI was treated extremely well. Specialized food was delivered, and the meal was superior, something he hadn't had in a long time. The GI was touched, and the staff sergeant was a bit emotional. After all, this is the last meal of the severed head. Do not give people a better meal. This staff officer himself heart is also not good. When he had eaten and drunk enough, the staff sergeant took the GI to this side of the armored car camp. The GIs followed along without asking many questions, except when the staff officer handed the private over to a man in a white lab coat. The private was a little nonplussed. What's this about? Could it be that he was looking at his physique and was going to drag himself into some kind of experiment? Soldier, don't be nervous. Can you drive a tank? It's nothing difficult to drive away. The big soldier spoke truthfully. It's true that it's not hard to drive away, but if he had to maneuver to fire a gun or something, it wouldn't work. It would have to be on a professional. Then there is no problem. Now, give the assignment. Yes, Joe stood at attention and looked forward. Now, you are required to drive this heavy tank to Osaka, and the target of your mission is the same Chinese man who is currently in control of Osaka. Sir, are we going to blast him with this heavy tank gun? The first soldier opened his mouth to inquire. No, not shelling. Killing him. Joe wasn't a cutie pie either. Whether or not the tank was capable of dealing with the mech, he knew in his heart. Not to mention Zhang Wei's kind of mech. Even an unusual Bijin's mech was not something that could be easily eliminated by a tank's gunfire. Sir, I'm afraid we won't be able to accomplish the mission with only one heavy tank. No, it's enough, because this heavy tank is convertible into a mech. What? Couldn't help but exclaim. Never heard of a heavy tank being converted into a mech. No, what does that mean? Was this going to allow himself to control this heavy tank that could be transformed into a mech? The GI turned from a state of surprise to ecstasy. No wonder there was a competition. No wonder they had to pick the strongest among the 30 or so people. Sure enough, there was a huge surprise. Even if there were no other rewards, this one alone would have been enough. You guessed it right. You will be controlling this mech. And according to our calculations, the mech's battle power can reach 4,000 points. Do you know what 4,000 points of battle power represents? It was clear that the head among the experimenters was a little more excited than the big guns. Sir, I understand. The private opened his mouth and shouted. Good, the task of killing him is yours. Remember, you can only merge with this heavy titan after you've seen him. I'm going to teach you how to do it next. So listen carefully. Yes, Joe was very cooperative. One must listen carefully to such good things that come to one through good luck. The experimenters took out a piece of something that resembled a mecha core. Something that they had dismantled an unknown number of mecha cores before they could initially understand it. Using their reassembled mech cores, they can temporarily force a vehicle to forcibly transform into a mech. This conversion was irreversible, meaning that as long as a person was merged with this temporarily converted mech, then there was no possibility of disintegration. And, because it was a forced transformation of the vehicle, it didn't match the original mech core, so it could only last for a short time. After the mech core could not maintain the mech form, this temporary transformation would disintegrate in place. It's the real kind that disintegrates in place into a field of parts. In that case, the person who was completely one with the mech would naturally die. Yes sir, I understand what you mean. A mech like that is too big and obvious a target. Instead it's much less likely to be detected in a tank. The big soldier forced his brain and explained for the head of this experimental staff. It just makes sense and is logical. The head of the experimenters was a bit confused himself. The rhetoric he had thought of earlier was useless. Yes, that's it soldier. Your understanding is very good. I think highly of you. Go up there and try it out. If it's okay, you can go now. We'll be waiting for your good news at camp. The private saluted excitedly. Sir, I will live up to my expectations. Good job. Go for it. The head of the experimenters tapped the GI Joe on the shoulder. The GI was even more encouraged. And then with a steely gaze, he got into the tank, ready to go. Sir, I'm heading out now. Well, good luck with that. Yes, the tank then started up, which had been checked for performance long ago, and there was nothing wrong with it. When the tanks pulled away, the head of the experimenters mouthed amen. This pretty country base wasn't too far from Osaka, and it only took about 2 hours to reach it by driving a tank without a care in the world. Joe felt that if he moved fast enough, he might be able to make it back in time for lunch. In this way, at the thought, the big soldier's demeanor became lighter, and his grip on the mech's core became harder. More than 2 hours later, Joe finally saw the original city of Osaka. The city was in ruins, but the Osaka base was within the ruined city. Sir commanded that I was not to merge with the mech until after I had seen him. but that would certainly lose the lead. Some basic information about Jiang Wei was clear to Dabing. The drifting countryside didn't know much, but the Japanese royal family had a deep understanding of Jiang Wei, and as they wanted the pretty country's garrison to fight Jiang Wei to the death, they naturally wouldn't conceal information about Jiang Wei. Therefore, the dabbler who got the information in advance decisively chose to merge with the tank when he was still about 2 kilometers away from the Osaka ruins. At this point, Joe chose to trust his own judgment, knowing that the only way he would be in a better position was to merge with the mech himself first. The ensemble begins. The process of merging was not as smooth and silky as it could have been. After all, it was an imposter, and the mech core needed to be put under very strong pressure. It was a full 10 seconds before the tank began to shift form. I told you it had to be an early merge. Ha! Chapter 168. Being hit by such a blast must not have been much of a good feeling. Joe grunted twice before closing his eyes to savor the experience. Once these eyes were closed, they could never be opened again. This was because the tank, while transforming into a mech, incorporated the G's entire body within the mech as well. It was a dark green mech, 20 meters tall, with a lower body of about 12 meters, though it had no legs, and remained in the same sort of form as a tank base, with tracks to take care of maneuvering. Most notable was the mech crotch. A normal mech with a flat crotch is the same for both men and women, and this big soldier transformed into a different mech, with a very long and thick gun barrel sticking out of his crotch, twice as thick as the original heavy tank's gun barrel. A thicker barrel would indicate that the run was using a larger caliber and more powerful shell, and the upper half of this mech is in humanoid mech form. There's a head and a face, and hands that look thick as well. It's true that there are 4,000 battle points. The officer didn't lie to me, although this lower half of my body affects my mobility a bit, but such a high battle power is enough to make up for these shortcomings. Joe was pleased with his mech. He'd never had such a blast. How the mech itself fought was not so too clear to Joe, but he already knew something about the giant cannon on his hip, which was his main means of attack. The shells of the giant cannon were compressed by the mech's internal power, and the compressed shells were so powerful that a 20-story building could be collapsed with a single blast. What effect would such a shell have if it landed on a humanoid mech? If he was approached by anyone, this mech of Joe's had a certain ability to resist, and his hands had not risen for nothing. Depart. Joe was spirited. However, the few GIs sneaking up behind the GIs manning the drones were dismissive. Isn't it just that you got a very strong mecha? Why are you so proud of it? This one's a little sour. If the person manning the mech had been him instead, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been sour, but instead would have been even more smug than the current Joe. Bastard. How dare he disobey me? The head of that lab crew was a little peeved. Footage from the drone surveillance is immediately transmitted back to the garrison camp. At this time, inside the garrison camp, there were 7 or 8 officers who had been staring at the big soldier and his mech in a state where it was impossible to blink. Nothing will go wrong, will it? The staff officer frowned equally. No, it won't. 10 minutes. Even if it will take him some time to catch up with looking for that Chinese guy, it's only 2 or 3 minutes. The time left is enough for the soldier to kill the Chinese man. Humph. If there's not enough time left, he's responsible. Fully responsible. Everyone looked at the brainiac who had spoken. In charge? How do you take responsibility? What are you doing putting a man in charge who must die? The man also knew that what he had said seemed a bit off, but trying to take it back would be impossible. Luckily, there was some other movement on the Osaka side, and the footage coming back from the drone appeared to change dramatically. Look, the drone's picture wasn't that clear, but they could still see a behemoth suddenly appearing. Who's this? Naturally, it's Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei had already discovered the strange mech when it entered the detection range within 1 kilometer. Jiang Wei would definitely not let go of this kind of uninvited guest. So, merge and meet the battle. Fire. This pretty country soldier is also not at all 70% with you, and when he saw Jiang Wei, he immediately chose to open fire, only to see that the giant cannon on the crotch of this strange mecha was fully charged in a very short period of time, and then a ball of white stuff spewed out. Well, it was a very explosive white mass of energy, equal to a cannonball but far more powerful. Anyone who thinks wrong can go to the bench. Jiang Wei's entire body was stunned when he saw this scene. How come these things beyond Jiang Wei's cognizance always appeared on the Japanese side? And where did this weird mech come from? And what's with the disgusting way he attacks? For this kind of disgusting attack, Jiang Wei didn't even want to block it. He was afraid of making a mess of himself. Jiang Wei ducked. Because the distance was sufficient and Jiang Wei's reaction speed was fast, he easily dodged it. This massive energy created a violent explosion when it touched the ruins not far behind Jiang Wei. It was not an ordinary dynamite kind of explosion, but a ball of white light exploded. Intense light with blazing high temperature enveloped 100 meters square. Why does it feel so similar to my extreme thunder blast? Jiang Wei muttered. However, Jiang Wei knew that the power of this cannon was not as high as the damage of his extreme thunder blast. Just as Jiang Wei was thinking here, the pretty country soldier was not happy. How dare you hide? How dare you dodge my attack? So, the streak mode begins. Not the 7 times a night kind of streak, but the machine gun-like kind of streak. You can dodge a shell, but can you dodge a barrage of shells? I take back what I just guessed. This one's means are stronger than my skills. The single-shot power of the extreme thunder blast did exceed the single shot of this strange mech. However, the extreme thunder blast couldn't do a series of shots in a short period of time. And if he really wanted to play like that, the power inside Jiang Wei's mech wouldn't be able to keep up, and the legendary engine wouldn't be of any use. This is because the power consumed by the skill is constant. Extreme Thunder Blast was consuming 10% of the power. The more power consumed, the stronger the battle power boost and the more powerful the skill would be. It all goes hand in hand. If Jiang Wei struck 10 rounds of Extreme Thunder Blast in a row, Jiang Wei would lose power. If it came in one shot, though, it would be fine, as the engine would quickly devour the source crystals to replenish its power. It must not have been much better to be hit by such a blast. Energy Shield. The vacuum energy shield completely wrapped Jiang Wei's body. Now, Jiang Wei didn't have to hide. The somewhat disgusting cannon shot over and struck the energy shield would all be blocked by the energy shield, unable to harm Jiang Wei. This can't be right, the pretty country GI exclaimed. The top brass of the pretty country garrison watching the drone footage were chanting the same. In their opinion, the power of this cannon had already exceeded that of conventional shells. And what level of shells would it have to be if the coverage could reach 100 meters square? It should be considered a missile, right? This kind of powerful shells, striking Jiang Wei's body one after another, could actually be blocked by all of the layer of light film released on his surface. Who could believe this? You know this weird mech's battle power is a proper 4,000 points. Jiang Wei was certainly not unscathed, and every time the energy shield endured an attack, the power of Jiang Wei's mech would be depleted. Only this depletion would be filled in the blink of a few households, so it looked as if Jiang Wei was unharmed. My turn. Suddenly, Jiang Wei opened his mouth and his battle halberd slashed at the strange mecha through the air. Extreme thunder booms the sky. Chapter 169. Is there a total of 5 minutes? No? Jiang Wei was able to dodge the attack of the strange mech, but the strange mech could not dodge Jiang Wei's attack. Look at the configuration underneath him and you can tell he has limited evasion. Maybe the speed of walking in a straight line can compete with Jiang Wei. The strange mech that couldn't dodge could only choose to go head-to-head with Jiang Wei. The muzzle of the cannon was adjusted upwards, and a series of shells rushed straight towards the sphere of extreme thunderbolt. The two sides collided, and the two types of energy fluctuations instantly exploded, covering a large area. The strange mech instinctively wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't know what would happen when Jiang Wei's skill hit his body, but absolutely nothing good will come out of it. However, just as he was about to retreat and distance himself from Jiang Wei's figure unexpectedly rushed out from the place where the two energies were in chaos. Breaking out of a place like that is a baptism of two energies. Anyone in their right mind wouldn't have gone so straight, because it wasn't that far even if they came around. However, Jiang Wei happened to rush out at this place where the energy fluctuated violently. What's there to be afraid of with an energy shield? Those two types of bursts of energy couldn't do much damage to Jiang Wei at all. At this moment, Jiang Wei was already very close to that strange mech. The monstrous mech's under-seeping tracks were running fast. With the tracks in place, the monstrous mech quickly retreated. Run away you. He was already so close. How could Jiang Wei let this guy run away? You came with wheels and ran pretty fast, but we also have propellers. The thrusters erupted in fire, and Jiang Wei's figure leapt out violently. Perhaps than a long duration, Jiang Wei is a little less than good. After all, the propellers cannot be used all the time. Consume more power, not to mention that it will also produce a small damage to the propellers. But if they were to compare short bursts of speed, this strange mech would be no match. Crawler kind of stuff goes faster and faster, and it takes time and a process to get to the top of the speed scale. It's like a car that accelerates for 10 seconds at 100 kilometers and takes at least 10 seconds to reach 100 kilometers. Jiang Wei was different, as he was able to do 100 kilometers in just 3 seconds in a short period of time. It's just like a sports car. That pushback feeling. Don't mention it. In one word, awesome. Therefore, the strange mech was miserable. Before he could run out far, before his cannon had time to aim at Jiang Wei who was close at hand, the halberd in Jiang Wei's hand had already been placed on the body of the strange mech. Say, who are you? Jiang Wei opened his mouth. He was sure that whoever was controlling the mech would be able to understand what he was saying. The mech came with its own translator. However, this pretty country GI couldn't understand what Jiang Wei was saying at all. Originally, the strange mech he was controlling was a half-baked product. So did you really think those experimenters could still give you a translation system? But that didn't delay the pretty country soldier from being able to understand what Jiang Wei meant. I'm a soldier from a pretty country, if you don't want to die, please put down your weapon right now. Jiang Wei's entire body was already unsure of itself. What is this world coming to? If this image is correct, it should be that he has placed his war halberd next to this guy's neck, and if this guy doesn't cooperate, he will decapitate him. But how did it turn into this guy threatening himself now? Is everything from a beautiful country so superior? The pretty country soldier couldn't understand Jiang Wei's words, but Jiang Wei was able to understand the pretty country soldier's words. Pretty country, I shouldn't have made a move to exterminate you guys yet. Are you living too comfortably? Are you making things harder on yourselves? Jiang Wei opened his mouth. Unfortunately, the pretty country soldier still couldn't understand, and could only hear Jiang Wei's gibberish. Chinese, why don't you take your weapon back? I'll take your ass. Jiang Wei was a bit angry at this donkey's reply. However, just as Jiang Wei was getting angry, this strange mecha lifted its hand without knowing what to do and peeled Jiang Wei's battle halberd to the side. This time, Jiang Wei was completely not going to do it. Did this guy have some hidden identity like that Momoyama guy that could be slightly exploited? If not, what makes this guy so superior? In fact, what Jiang Wei didn't know was that all the real white people in the pretty country did have such a sense of superiority. They inherently believe that whites are supreme and inherently supposed to rule over other races. So, this sense of superiority is something that has been engraved in the bones of these high-minded people. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's battle halberd pressed down again, and this time, it pressed down on the strange mech, forcing the strange mech to stop retreating. There was no way around it. The theory was so big that the tracks underneath him became almost a planing machine, with tons of dirt flying high. However, this is not a sand lifting game. This is like a vehicle stuck in a sandpit and can't get out. At all. Fark, what are you trying to do? You really don't want to live. Damn Chinese pig. Jiang Wei was scolded and almost broke his defense. When Jiang Wei's halberd was about to cut off the brain of the strange mecha, Jiang Wei suddenly felt that the halberd in his hand had become heavier. It wasn't so much that the pulse halberd had actually gotten heavier, but rather that what was bearing down on the halberd had collapsed. Jiang Wei could swear that it was definitely not his move. Who understands, family, that this weird dog thing has dissolved in place? Each goes back to its own home, and no one is held up by anyone. No, it can't be. It's impossible. How can I die? Disintegrate me. Quickly disintegrate me. Pretty country Joe's desire to survive is so strong that he wants to disintegrate with the mech while keeping himself alive. Whether the mech was dead or not no longer mattered to this pretty country's big guns, as long as he himself survives. After all, in the eyes of that staff officer, he was a very, very nice young man. With this one mech gone, they'll be sure to get themselves a better one. Unfortunately, no matter how much this pretty country guru cries out, the disintegration won't happen. This time it says his mech disintegrated. The literal kind. No, don't. Why is this happening? The pretty country roared. It's none of my business, is it? Jiang Wei was a little unsure. To say that it had nothing to do with Zhang Unicorn didn't seem right, but to say that it had something to do with Jiang Wei asked himself that he hadn't done anything to him yet, just rushed over from a distance, and then put the halberd on the guy's shoulder. There was no substantial damage at all. Jiang Wei was confused, and so were the top brass of the pretty country garrison. What the hell is going on here? The garrison commander was furious. What happened to the promise that it would last 10 minutes? Has this been going on for 5 minutes total? It was a miscalculation on our part. Mechs firing their guns creates a lot of consumption. That's why it shortened the time he existed with the mechs. It's a new direction of research. I'm going to go back and work on it now. After saying that, the head experimenter turned around and left, not caring what the garrison commander thought. Chapter 170 Yud who was claimed again. Me, that ing asshole. The garrison commander was unusually angry. What's this guy's attitude? You came up with something and swore you could handle the Chinese man. Now what? All the top brass of the garrison were a bit dumbfounded. They came to see a good show, but they didn't expect to actually have such a good show. Osaka Prefecture. Jiang Wei walked towards the front of the scattered mechs. This guy isn't here to touch the porcelain, is he? Will it be able to be put back together again in place in a little while? After all, this was something Jiang Wei hadn't seen before. It was the first time Jiang Wei had encountered something that dismembered itself in situ. Jiang Wei then kicked the barrel of the cannon at his feet. It was a bit disgusting, and Jiang Wei was going to keep this away from himself. With a kick, Jiang Wei then used his feet to rummage among the pair of parts on the ground. Nah, not a single hair. This mecha also had engines and other equipment, but after disintegration the engines were dismembered into parts without the slightest recyclable value. This thing, it's supposed to be a tank kind of special vehicle transformation. Another little Benji screw up again? Jiang Wei returned to the camp with misgivings. The first time he returned to the camp, Jiang Wei called for a dog translator. Call the Japanese imperial family and ask them what they want to do. Yes, boss. The dog translator was worried that he would become a useless person. Now that he was alone in the entire Osaka camp, his heart grew fuzzy every day he stayed here. Although this place in Osaka was quite calm, and there was basically no mechanical creatures to be seen. What if one day a mechanical creature on the wrong side of the pill suddenly ran into his face? If there had been anyone else here, there would have been someone else to go up and top it off. And right now, the only food the mechanical creatures had was him. In this current state, he would only feel safe if he followed Zhang Wei's side. If Zhang Wei thinks he's useless, hey, put Yude on the phone. The dog interpreter is now calling the Japanese royal family that is really not at all polite. Calling the emperor by his first name, not to mention his tone, was very poor. It's like a landlord greeting his own longtime laborer. The bottom line is that the dog interpreter is already hanging out on the side of the Japanese imperial family. No matter what his tone was, it was Zhang Wei who represented him. Therefore, the operator didn't dare to slack off at all. And after a very polite hi, he immediately ran off to shout for the emperor. Yude naturally didn't dare to slow down, and his breathing was still a bit irregular when he picked up the phone on the hoof. Yud Bar, speak up, what do you mean? The dog translator spoke irritably. Zhang Wei was going to ask what was going on, and the dog interpreter already knew, and know what's going on. These dogs wanted to pit his boss against him, which the dog translator could never allow. Though he didn't have any more men around him now, he still had some management power over the ones he had scattered. This is all a privilege given to him by Zhang Wei. If not for Zhang Wei, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, we all understand. What do you mean you sent a mech that strange? Think you can kill my boss? My boss could care less about this behavior of yours, but not me. In this matter, if you don't give enough compensation, then we're not done. The dog interpreter spoke quickly and with a lot of gusto. Yude was bluffed, and the point was that Yude really didn't know what was going on. The pretty country garrison side did not share the news of their attack on Zhang Wei with the Japanese side. What the hell is going on? You're talking about things that I haven't understood. Stop pretending. The mecha you sent is dead through and through. If you don't give a reasonable reason and compensation, my boss is ready to go around Kyoto. After all, it's not that far away. Don't you think so? Threats. Naked threats. This has nothing to do with us. It wasn't the people we sent out. It must have been the pretty country garrison side that made the move. Yutaka basically already knew what was going on. All you can say now is that the pretty country's garrison are stupid X's. Sending someone to kill Zhang Wei. Why did you send only one person there? If you've already decided to do it, why don't you deliver a thunderous blow? Now, well, instead of killing the people, they've come after them again. The pretty country's garrison has nothing to do with you? Do you believe that when you say it? Just say, how much compensation are you prepared to give? The dog interpreter didn't care about those things. The compensation had to be given. I will consult with the ministers. That's fine. I'll give you half an hour to not only discuss how much compensation to pay, but also to investigate which pretty country's garrison made the move. Got it? Yes. What can Yutaka say? Can't afford to mess with it, at all. The fact that the emperor is being threatened by such a Chinese every day is outrageous to the core. The phone hung up. The dog interpreter immediately changed to a smiling face and looked at Zhang Wei. Boss, they've already gone to discuss the matter of how much compensation to give, and I've asked them to investigate clearly who actually moved the hand. Well done. Zhang Wei complimented the dog translator, and then nothing more. Zhang Wei didn't say anything, and the dog interpreter had nothing to report. The whole camp was deserted. What could be going on? Luckily, the awkwardness only lasted 10 minutes before the phone rang. Hello, we've already prepared compensation, and we don't have many source crystals left at the moment, so we can only provide 30,000 intermediate source crystals this time. The dog interpreter covered the microphone after hearing this, and then told Zhang Wei the amount of compensation. Zhang Wei nodded to the dog translator. The Japanese royal family side was probably really low on stock, as the entire island of Japan didn't have that many mechanical creatures for them to kill. That's the downside of poor land. The place is that big, there are only so many mechanical creatures to kill. And if there's a furnace in this part of Osaka, could something capable of gathering mechanical creatures exist elsewhere as well? On the matter of source crystals, Zhang Wei didn't count too much. The dog interpreter immediately loosened his hand after seeing Zhang Wei nodding. Yes, what I asked you to investigate. Have you investigated clearly? It's clear. It was the pretty country garrison headquarters that moved. This kind of thing is still very easy to investigate. After all, pretty country wasn't trying to hide anything. In today's world, do they still need to take other people's feelings into account when they do things? Boss, it was the pretty country garrison headquarters that moved. Well, tell them to send the compensation over as soon as possible. Good. After saying that, Zhang Wei left. Receiving these 30,000 intermediate-level source crystals, Zhang Wei was ready to sneak around the pretty country's garrison headquarters. The Japanese royal family is very rich, and the pretty country garrison is certainly not poor. Chapter 171 Attacking the pretty country garrison headquarters. The initial source crystal is about to descend for the second time, so we have to keep them all honest. That afternoon, compensation from the Japanese imperial side was delivered to the Osaka camp. Zhang Wei didn't waste any time, and after getting the source crystals, he immediately set off to the pretty country garrison headquarters. On the way there, Zhang Wei found a few small things. It's the drone surveillance squad that the pretty country garrison got out. These people were responsible for maneuvering the drones to monitor Zhang Wei all the time. When the distance was far, Zhang Wei's detection corps couldn't find these guys, but if the distance was enough, these guys were useless no matter how perfectly camouflaged they were. 1 foot a little friend. The big feet of Zhang Wei's mech were enough to completely cover and crush an adult lying on the ground. After settling a couple of small shrimps, the pretty country garrison HQ side was stunned, because looking at this direction Zhang Wei was advancing, it was obvious that he was running towards the pretty country garrison headquarters. Quick, how many tanks do we have left? The garrison commander was full of urgency. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhang Wei's fighting strength was. If Zhang Wei was allowed to run to their headquarters, there would be no telling how many people would die. Now he couldn't care less about the future or not, the experiment or not. The only ones who could fight against Zhang Wei were the kind of disposable mechs that the lab had come up with. People are killing at the door. How can they not resist? Commander, we still have 10 serviceable tanks here. What about the ones that don't work? There are 5 in repair and 3 scrapped. Go ask the lab guys if the ones that are repaired, scrapped, will work. Yes. The pretty country garrison was all tense because of Zhang Wei's behavior. The GIs looked serious, with a hint of horror in their serious pupils, because the conventional weapons they were using couldn't hurt the mechs at all. They're all just cannon fodder when they go to war. The ones who really have the power to fight are the big guns who have mechs. Of course, it's the stuff the labs come up with that does the most good. The lab certainly can't afford to leave itself without its subjects. So after the head of the lab argued his case, the pretty country garrison headquarters eventually left them with 2 functioning tanks. The rest, all of it, is given to dedicated use. Even the ones that are repaired and scrapped have owners. By the time Zhang Wei arrived at the pretty country garrison headquarters, the pretty country garrison here was already standing by. It was just that the kind of mecha that had attacked Zhang Wei before did not appear. After all, we don't know if we can fight or not. And if we can't, wouldn't it be a waste to use those disposable mechs now? Omega, ooh, the battle is pretty big. Zhang Wei sneered. The headquarters of this pretty country's garrison numbered nearly 10,000 people. Tens of thousands isn't a small number anymore. Realize that this is tens of thousands of people where everyone owns a weapon. Zhang Wei didn't approach rashly, with 1 against 10,000. It was never wrong to be careful. As for negotiating about compensation or whatever, it's not something that should be done now. The only way these pretty country guys will talk to you nicely is if you beat them up and hurt them and scare them. So, at a distance of 1,000 meters, the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder opened fire. To say the least, it's still a bit more powerful than a freeze bomb and creates a special environment. Attacking the same area consecutively was naturally able to fill that area with ice crystals. A rifle-type float gun wouldn't have that ability. However, the rifle float cannon has more penetrating power and attacks farther than the cryo float cannon. Great for headcount kills. Seeing that Zhang Wei made his move without saying a word, the pretty country garrison's side didn't hide anything. All kinds of weapons all greeted Zhang Wei, especially the snipers occupying the high ground, who worked in groups of 3, 5 in all. Each group was responsible for attacking Zhang Wei's eyes. As long as Zhang Wei's eyes were shot blind, then the rest would be easy. Sir, isn't it our turn? Everyone in the lucky group of chosen ones was exuberant. Originally, they all thought they had no chance to take credit. I didn't realize that such a good thing had once again come and fallen into their laps. Right now they just wanted to maneuver their mechs for the big kill. Wait, there's no rush. The staff officer who followed the garrison commander stopped the GIs. Now Zhang Wei was still some distance away from their headquarters. Let those ordinary soldiers and mechs go ahead and consume Zhang Wei's power, and then let those mechs make their move when Zhang Wei was almost done charging. Also, not too many mechs can be deployed at once. After all, tanks are limited. Trying to get the home front to ship tanks to this part of Japan now is no easy task. It can be said that this tank is used one less than the other. So cherish it. Zhang Wei didn't know the strategy of the pretty country garrison. He just wanted to go all the way to Mangan. After all, sooner or later, this pretty country garrison was going to become Zhang Wei's whetstone, and it was fine to kick them to death now. It's still a death, isn't it? Chinese, why are you attacking us? Just as Zhang Wei rushed towards the defense circle of the garrison headquarters against the rain of gunfire, someone finally spoke up. Why, don't you know it in yourselves? If you don't want to admit it, that's fine. You can interpret my current behavior as killing you for fun. You, the soldier who spoke to Zhang Wei, silted up. Killing people for fun. That sounds like a bit of an attribute. That is, these guys are all pretty countrymen. If they were Chinese, they would surely be able to understand the meaning of this sentence. Because, this is the evil act committed by the Japanese in China back then. It's useless to say more. Just kill and be done with it. As far as this kind of defense formation of the pretty country was concerned, Zhang Wei estimated that even if he didn't use the superpower battle reinforcement, he could still charge and kill him several times in this defense formation. Zhang Wei thought so and did so. With the distance being too close, Zhang Wei didn't dare to be careless as he used his energy shield. After all, there were too many people on the other side, and there were quite a few far-flung mechs as well. If he was entangled by these telekinetic mechs, Zhang Wei basically wouldn't have to move. Regardless of the type of firearm, the bullets fired carry a certain amount of impact. The impact of fewer and fewer bullets came and went. Of course Zhang Wei wouldn't care, but the impact of thousands of bullets came and went. Zhang Wei had to pay attention to it as well. However, this is largely gone with the use of the energy shield. Because the bullets couldn't break through the defense of the vacuum energy shield, how could it harm Zhang Wei's main body when it couldn't even break the energy shield? Luckily, I got enough source crystals from the side of the Japanese imperial family. Otherwise it really wouldn't be enough for me to squander on myself. The amount of power needed to attack such a headquarters would not be small. Chapter 172. These guys, playing so hard? Rampage. A way to crush. Zhang Wei did it regardless. It crashed straight into the defensive circle made by the pretty country garrison. There was simply nothing that could stop Zhang Wei from attacking. Come on, get those things out. The garrison commander couldn't sit still on the spot when he saw such a scene. If this isn't blocked, they won't need their garrison headquarters. On the contrary, Zhang Wei, the halberd swept across. Within a radius of 20 meters there would be no organic armor at all. A sweep is a piece. Some of the ordinary soldiers within this 20-meter range had some chance of survival. After all, they were too small, and Zhang Wei would have to specifically target the ground if he wanted to attack them. It's too much of a waste of an attack. However, even if Zhang Wei didn't specifically target them, the GIs on the ground didn't have a good time because after the mechs were cut into two pieces by Zhang Wei, the fallen mechs would naturally smash those GIs to death. When Zhang Wei broke into the defense circle, this defense circle did not stop ghosting. Various voices filled the entire garrison headquarters. After Zhang Wei had killed a few times back and forth in this defense circle, a decent resistance force finally appeared. 3 alien mechs. This was the name Zhang Wei had given them, and it just seemed unorthodox. Calling it an alien mecha was just right. These 3 mechs were basically the same in appearance as the one Zhang Wei had killed earlier, and their attacking abilities were also the same, with the huge cannon barrels on their hips constantly spraying white shells. Disgusting. How dare you shoot yourself in the face? Zhang Wei was so angry that he first stared at the alien mech that specialized in shooting at his face. As if he had endured a great insult, Zhang Unicorn released 2 skills in a row under his breath. The Extreme Thunderbolt and Death Laser were launched at the same time, and the 2 floating cannons on his shoulders were also all aimed at this alien mecha. Suddenly faced with a sea of attacks, the alien mech targeted by Zhang Wei was cooled down on the spot. Most of the white shells fired within his giant cannon were stopped by the power of the floating cannon and the Extreme Thunder Blast. Eventually this guy, who likes to spray his face, was split in half by a death laser. As this mech fell to the ground, the pretty country garrison commander knew that he definitely couldn't take down Zhang Wei with just 3 alien mechs. Get them all out. All of them. It's a death wish to hide at this time. As for how many people would die if the Great War broke out at their garrison headquarters, it no longer mattered. Die as many deaths as you like. The most important task now is that they need to live. At the order of the garrison commander, all alien mechs were deployed. The nausea is getting worse. Let's see how much of it you can really have. Zhang Wei had a bit of nostalgia for Xiao Bao. Other than that, at least Xiao Bao could help Zhang Wei block these disgusting white shells. Shooting at Xiao Bao's body. Although Xiao Bao was definitely dirty, Zhang Wei himself was clean. That's all there is, right? Superpower battle enhancement. Originally, there was no need to use the superpower battle strengthening at all, but these things were too disgusting, and Zhang Wei had to exterminate them as fast as possible. Otherwise, if he was really sprayed in the face, Zhang Wei guessed that he wouldn't have the face to meet people in the future. Quite a big old man to be sprayed in the face with white this stuff. Just thinking about that image sent a chill down Zhang Wei's spine. Instantly, the battle power soared. The engine inside Zhang Wei's mech roared. The source crystals in the cargo hold were rapidly depleting. Meanwhile the mech power was returning at a rapid pace. In the next moment, Zhang Wei's figure violently rushed out. The strength brought by the powerful battle force made Zhang Wei's feet step on the ground, and the vibrations that erupted from the earth would cause the soldiers to stand unsteadily. Who's seen this before? Each time his feet hit the ground a shockwave was created. Not to mention people, the not-so-big metal debris on the ground was lifted off by the airwaves. It's like every kick Zhang Wei throws is a high-explosive bomb going off. The metal wreckage that flew out smashed the eastward-facing GIs out of shape. Those who are still alive at this time are definitely favored by Lady Luck. These alien mechs that had just appeared weren't any good at all. To fire a gun at a target, you have to at least aim the gun at the target. However, right now, they were simply incapable of aiming their cannons at Zhang Wei, because Zhang Wei was running too fast for their bodies to turn fast enough to keep up. So the result was a collective dumbfoundedness on the part of the garrison's top brass, each of them showing a look of horror, unable to utter a single word. Had they known that Zhang Wei was so strong, they wouldn't have messed with him at all, and would have even moved their garrison headquarters. Whoever wants to mess with this sick thing does so. Unfortunately, where in this world is there any medicine for regret to buy? Now that they had provoked Zhang Wei, they would have to suffer the consequences of provoking Zhang Wei. Alien mech after alien mech was demolished by Zhang Wei, and the alien mechs could not organize an effective attack at all. Of course, this had the advantage that no one noticed the side effects of the alien mechs. All the mechs had been dismantled by Zhang Wei, and there was no way to discover this alien mech even if no one killed them. They would die on their own. What are you all waiting for? All melee mechs move out and surround him, and the far mechs cover him with their strongest firepower. Prepare to fire the mushroom shells immediately. When ready, immediately, now. The garrison commander is also somewhat capable of having some ideas, at least for now. Commander, cannot the mushroom bomb is too powerful. The staff officer beside the commander hurriedly spoke. If the mushroom bomb was detonated now, those of them would be affected as well. As for whether or not the GIs and mechs in this place survived, this staff officer didn't give a damn. Love to die or not to die. Still hesitating my ass? Keep going and we won't even be qualified to use that weapon. Come on, all of you. If you don't want to die, run in the opposite direction. The yell from the garrison commander roused the spirits of many, and then some people fled. Others got into the underground fortifications. It's the kind of underground fortification that can defend against a mushroom bomb attack. As a country that had been patronized by mushroom bombs in earlier years, there were quite a few underground fortifications built underneath the little saying. Pretty country garrison headquarters happens to be here, but what they didn't realize was that one day they themselves would have to endure their own mushroom bombs, which is kind of hilarious. The top brass of the garrison had withdrawn, and all those guards and whatnot naturally followed. When two armies are fighting and the general runs away first, how can we fight this battle? The entire garrison was no longer able to form an effective offense against Zhang Wei, and could not even hold him back. As batch after batch of melee mechs died in Zhang Wei's hands, the resistance naturally became smaller and smaller. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Wei spotted a missile lifting off. These guys, playing so hard? Zhang Wei was surprised. Now what this missile meant, Zhang Wei knew in his heart. But they're going to detonate this bomb in the midst of their large number of soldiers? Chapter 173. Don't come out if you have the guts. The guys in the pretty country are more ruthless than the small fry ever were. Zhang Wei opened his mouth to sigh. It's just that this is the next best thing you guys have ever played. Sticking your face in the air and opening up big. Do you really think I'm a dead man? Turning on a big one in your face is going to be interrupted. Especially if it's one of those moves that has too much lead time. Missiles are at their slowest when they are lifting off and when they are most likely to be interrupted. Zhang Wei won't be polite to this missile. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you. Freezing bullets are useless. And this is where the rifle float gun comes in handy. The rifle's single-shot attack had a longer distance and stronger penetration. Especially since Zhang Wei was now also using the superpower battle strengthening, and his battle power had soared to over 10,000. Although the missile that was launched into the air was 3 to 4 kilometers away from Zhang Wei felt that the rifle float gun would definitely be able to hit it. So, the rifle float gun was on burst mode and kept firing at the rising missiles at a rate of twice per second. As far as the naked eye could see, sparks were constantly erupting from the ascending missiles. You have to realize that the missile's propulsion, terminal guidance, ammunition, etc., are all highly sophisticated products. The slightest misstep could cause a missile launch to fail. With the rifle float gun so targeted, and the missile itself pierced through an unknown number of bullet holes, could the missile still complete its launch? Of course it's impossible. As this missile lifted off to about 40 meters from the ground, the mushroom bomb from the headquarters of this pretty country's garrison finally couldn't carry it. Airborne self-immolation. Zhang Wei didn't know which shot had gotten the credit, but the mushroom bomb exploded anyway. As he watched the mushroom bomb explode, Zhang Wei didn't even move, but just stared into the distance and watched that big firework in the air. Mushroom clouds rose, shockwaves swept in all directions, and everything below the mushroom projectile was instantly vaporized. This is due to the heat. After the heat comes the horrible radiation. Zhang Unicorn wasn't a bit flustered. First of all, he was a certain distance away from where the mushroom bomb was detonated. he didn't have to withstand that blazing heat, and as for radiation, this kind of thing was even more useless to Zhang Wei. The vacuum energy shield will be able to withstand the radiation. Even if it couldn't withstand radiation, Zhang Wei's mech wasn't a vegetarian, and it could block all the radioactive and harmful substances, which couldn't harm Zhang Wei at all. All the other mechs that were far away from the blast point did the same, but the GIs who didn't have mechs were going to be in for a rough ride. Even if the heat doesn't kill them, the radiation will kill them. These dogs aren't in league with me, are they? Zhang Wei was puzzled in his heart, and he wondered if there were spies from China planted among the top brass of the garrison. Originally, Zhang Wei was worried about how to quickly clear the ground of the pretty country's big soldiers. It couldn't be that he could carry his war halberd and cut them down one by one, could it? Now well, the other side took the initiative to help clean up, without mechs as protection. Except for those who escaped to the underground passage nearby, all will die. Unfortunately, who could happen to find the underground fortifications in the meantime? So the results are obvious. The garrison's ground forces are essentially dead. To Zhang Wei, the high temperature of the airwave was nothing, and when it swept over, the clothes on the ground garrison and the hair on their bodies were all taken away by the high temperature. Also taken away is the large amount of water in the body. If it is someone with a lot of water, there is a slight possibility that they can survive. Those with little water will surely die, so that's why all like a lot of water. There are other roles to play when it matters. However, even if the watery ones can get away with escaping the hot airwaves, the radiation that follows is not something the human body can withstand. It was just that none of this had anything to do with Zhang Wei anymore. And currently, within the wave range of the explosion, only Zhang Wei was able to move. Those mechs were resistant to heat and radiation, but they also required a lot of power. Without power, the mech would have to lie on the ground and rest. Would Zhang Wei, such a strong man, decapitate an enemy who couldn't move? Of course it will, since we're already enemies. What's there to say? Cut them all down, leave no one behind. That said, this chopping job is definitely not an easy one either. As he hacked and slashed, a realization arose in Zhang Wei's heart. Invincible. It's pretty lonely. The pretty country's garrison headquarters couldn't do anything about Zhang Wei. This was still Zhang Wei acting alone, really bringing out his army of mechanical creatures. Dominating the entire island of Japan was not a matter of concern. After 10 minutes had passed, the pretty country's garrison headquarters fell silent. Aside from the guys who ran away early when they saw the situation was bad, the only people still alive at the moment were the top brass of the garrison who were hiding inside the underground fortifications. Those guys who ran away early, Jean Unicorn didn't care a bit. He cared about these pretty country executives. Roll out by yourselves, or will I pull you out? Zhang Wei arrived in front of a ruin, and then waved his war halberd, clearing out an open space in the midst of this ruin. Among the underground fortifications, Zhang Wei could detect that there were quite a few people within this underground fortification, which was why he told them to roll themselves out. But who would listen to Zhang Wei's orders? Even if some people want to listen to orders, they have to understand Mandarin to do so. Unfortunately, Zhang Unicorn didn't have the slightest understanding of the plight of these garrison executives. In Zhang Wei's opinion, these people just didn't take themselves seriously and were trying to deceive themselves. It is obvious that you have been known to be within the underground fortifications at the foot of this place, and it is surprising that you have not come out. What kind of behavior is this? Death-seeking behavior. Doesn't come out, does it? Okay, you guys stay out if you have the guts. Zhang Wei muttered twice before jumping in place. This jump was a full 20 meters without the use of thrusters. And then as Zhang Wei's body descended, Zhang Wei grasped the war halberd with both hands and stabbed down at the place where the most people were gathered underground. As Zhang Wei landed on his feet, the ground caved in with the huge impact. The underground fortification collapsed. At the same time, the war halberd stabbed into the underground fortifications. None of the group of people targeted by Zhang Wei could survive. Either they were taken by the halberd or buried alive. Also cut off by Zhang Wei's strike were various communication abilities. The garrison commander with the satellite phone in his hand was trembling all over. He's not in the pile. He's asking for help from the pretty country itself. Unfortunately, before words could be spoken, the communication was cut off. Fortunately, the place where he was the strongest part of this underground fortification, and it was also a bit far away from the landing point where Zhang Wei had jumped, so the place he was in did not collapse. Only, even if he survived, he couldn't get out. The underground fortifications had collapsed, and it was difficult to expect him to climb out with his hands. I told you all, don't even come out if you have the guts. Zhang Wei spoke coldly. Then like a gopher, hitting people wherever they were, the pulsating war halberd began to harvest lives uninterruptedly. Chapter 174. You're going to tell me about that science without borders thing? While Zhang Wei was harvesting human lives, inside a laboratory that was about 5 meters underground, a group of experimenters were surprisingly still working overtime. Or maybe they just don't know what's going on in the outside world. Because the place they were in was a special building, not a lower ground fortification built by Little Ben, but an underground laboratory built by Pretty Country herself, with a very high level of security. They just felt some vibrations here. Nothing else special. You guys are quite comfortable. After Zhang Wei settled the people within the underground fortification, he walked towards this laboratory. The depth of 5 meters underground could not block Zhang Wei's detection, and Zhang Wei knew that the identity of these people was rather special, so he didn't directly cut these people down. Instead, he used the pulse halberd as a shovel, and actually dug out the entire underground laboratory. Inside, come out. Zhang Wei opened his mouth after digging this lab out. Zhang Wei's shouting could be heard in the lab, and although most people couldn't understand it, they knew it was Chinese. The group of experimenters numbered about a dozen, and one of those dozen had an Asian face on top. After he heard Zhang Wei's words, his face changed drastically and panic was instantly written all over his face. Joe, what happened? The head of the lab staff approached the Asian. He knew the Asian was Chinese and could understand Chinese. Sir, it's not good. It's that Chinese guy. He. They heard Zhang Wei's voice. What did it mean? This represents the disappearance of all resistance outside. With all that strong resistance gone, can they, the ones who are incapable of fighting, live? Let's go. We're experimentalists. We have our own research. The Chinese won't give us a hard time. The head of this experimental staff is surprisingly quite a good one. He was smug enough to think that what he had worked out would keep him alive in exchange. Yes, a group of experimenters all put down their hands and followed the sight of this head experimenter. As the door to the lab opened, the group of experimenters saw a different world. All around the lab were ruins. All kinds of debris covered their eyes. Come up here, Zhang Wei commanded. It was already a bit small to look at these guys, and the fact that they were still standing more than 5 meters underground made it seem even smaller. Zhang Wei's orders were translated by the Asian. And then a group of experimenters started crawling to the ground on their hands and knees. By the time they climbed above the ground, everyone's legs were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way around it. Everything they saw was too gruesome. The only mech standing was Zhang Wei himself, and none of the other living creatures. Not good. There's radiation here. A man's mouth and nose suddenly spurted blood. Get back to the lab and get the suits. The head of the experimenters immediately spoke up and gave the order. Afterwards, these people didn't care if Zhang Wei agreed or not. And no one cared if the height of 5 meters was too high. Almost everyone jumped under the pit. Zhang Wei didn't stop it. It was true that he had been a bit careless just now. This place is a high radiation area, and the negative effects from radiation come very quickly. He hadn't even asked a single question here, and there was already blood spurting out of his mouth and nose, and if he stayed any longer, I was afraid they would all die. Fortunately, these experimenters did not keep Zhang Wei waiting for long. All of them were wearing protective suits. That is, some of them were walking with a limp, and when they appeared it took a long time for them to climb up from the ground. It didn't help that those who weren't broken helped those who were. Those who were broken couldn't have climbed up at all if they hadn't been helped. That Asian, you come out. Zhang Wei opened his mouth when he saw that everyone had arrived. The Asian experimenter sniffed and immediately stepped forward. You're from China? No, I just have Chinese blood, and nowadays I'm a Pretty Country's nationality. Oh, you're quite proud. Zhang Wei couldn't look at this kind of person the most. Just by listening to this man, I can tell that this man must have grown up in China, only to join the Pretty Country later when they had some power. I can't say that such people are traitors and sellouts, but they are definitely not good birds either is all. The country trained you, and you turn around and serve the enemy? I'm not proud, just stating a fact. Are you going to tell me about that science without borders thing? Zhang Wei spoke coldly. Naturally, science is for all mankind. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your master would have shot your father on the wall if he knew you were such a piece of work. Zhang Wei opened his mouth in a very ungrateful manner. This kind of person will surely die here in Zhang Wei. Science has no borders, but scientists have borders. You, don't be too arrogant. Our lab has already mastered the most cutting-edge technology techniques. The kind of mech that dealt with you before you should have already encountered it, right? That is the product of our lab. The bottom line for this Asian experimenter comes from their research. No one can resist this temptation as long as they are in power. When they perfected their research, they would be able to create a large number of battle-powerful mechs. Oh, you guys are the ones who make those guys that shoot around? Zhang Wei had found the source of this. Naturally, if you can provide us with protection, we will share this technology with you, but we ask to keep our Pretty Country citizenship and will not join China. Where did you come from, stupid beep? Did you go abroad and get infected by those stupid beeps in foreign countries? Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt. Just now, the bastard himself had said that science and technology had no borders and that it was for the benefit of all mankind. But in the twinkling of an eye, he told Zhang Wei that he wouldn't be able to change his nationality. Don't you still have a political stance here? What's the big deal? How can you be so rude? The Asian experimenter was furious. Jiang Wei really couldn't understand the brain circuits of such people, and he didn't want to understand them either. What doesn't make sense with words? Just say it with your fists. This is the constant truth. No matter how far mankind has evolved, it seems like you really think your life is too long. Jiang Wei opened his mouth, while the rifle float gun then opened fire. The bullet pierced the Asian experimenter's stomach. His entire body was cut in two by the shot. Ordinary bullets for Jiang Wei's mecha were large-caliber armor-piercing bullets for ordinary people. What are you doing? The Asian experimenter was killed and the remaining experimenters were all honest. But the head of the experimenters still stood up. Kill you all. Jiang Wei could understand the bird language of these people, but these people couldn't understand Jiang Wei's words. It was only when Jiang Wei raised the butcher knife that these people reacted. But what's the point of reacting? With their abilities, they can't even run away. Chapter 175 Plan Name, Pleasure. Wait. The head of the experimenter had his arms crossed forward to his chest. He tried to fend off Jiang Wei's attack. But how can I block it with this small body? Lord from China, please wait. We are very useful to you. We know a lot of secrets, and we ask you to be generous. Jiang Wei was a bit puzzled. Having just exterminated a treasonous guy, I didn't realize that there was a Chinese speaker among this group of whites. I'm getting some interest in what you have to say, so go ahead. This white man could speak Chinese, so naturally he could understand. He wiped the sweat from his own forehead while then locked eyes with the head of the experimenters. Only after seeing that head nod at him did he continue to speak. My lord from China, we still have some things you need in our labs, such as meteors, red stars. We are researching on how to imitate meteors and red stars, and we have already made progress. And when we succeed in our research, you will have an endless number of meteors and red stars. And this was something that Jiang Wei didn't care a bit about. It was not that Jiang Wei was arrogant enough to ignore this kind of strengthening resources. To strengthen a piece of equipment, this kind of strengthening resources needed a lot. Because not only can equipment be enhanced, but core modules are all able to be enhanced as well. It does take a lot when you count the updating of equipment. Jiang Wei basically hadn't strengthened any of the equipment on his body right now, just because of the lack of such strengthening resources. But Jiang Wei didn't believe that these guys could study it, because no one will be able to study it for the next 10 years. Expecting Jiang Wei to raise these people for 10 or 8 years is purely a joke. However, these people seem to have a bit of something else besides being able to come up with that disgusting alien mecha, and Jiang Wei didn't mind hearing about it. Also, there are many other projects that have been set up, but have not yet been worked on, and our team is the best in the world, and will definitely be able to be a help to your lordship. Also, we know why the garrison made a move against the lord. Why? Jiang Wei hadn't really figured out why this pretty country's garrison would suddenly make a move against him. It's because of the Japanese royal family. Jiang Wei didn't need to listen carefully to the latter words to know what was going on. Drive the wolf to the tiger. The Japanese royal family played this well. Nothing else? This white man frowned. What else? Isn't all that said enough to prove our worth? Since there's nothing left, you're all dead. Jiang Wei suddenly launched an attack. Freezing bullets, rifle bullets, just one round of attack. All the experimenters present perished. What's to be known is known. There's no use keeping these people around. Jiang Wei wasn't sure if these guys loved their country or not, but in case a patriotic one appeared and transmitted their future research results back to the beautiful country, wouldn't that be a trouble for himself? In the future, if these guys really made tens of thousands of those alien mechs, Jiang Wei would feel sick just thinking about the image. It's like tens of thousands of big men in front of you. That's what, really, if you are overwhelmed by white pulp. The scene. So it's better to kill all these dogs. Melting furnace. Notify Tiger and the others to come over and clean up this place. Jiang Wei contacted Furnace after settling the pretty country garrison headquarters. Okay boss. Furnace's response was quick and timely. Tell them to bring more mechanical creatures. There's quite a lot of stuff. Yes. Melting Pot sniffed happily. There's a lot of stuff, so most of it must be metal wreckage. This is what the furnace needs. Afterwards, ending the communication, Jiang Wei moved out that laboratory 5 meters underground. According to the white guy just now, there is some good stuff in this lab. The lab was soon dismembered under Jiang Wei's violent demolition. As expected, there were indeed meteors and red stars in this lab, and there were quite a few of them. 4 meteors and 2 red stars. Reinforce the engine. Jiang Wei used 3 meteors with 2 red stars to strengthen the engine to +5. Electromagnetic Extended Range Power Engine, Legendary, +5. Battle Power +600. Conventional Power, 15,000. Overdraft Power, 6,000. Short Burst Power, 9,000. Heavy-duty Extended Range Power Engine with electromagnetic gas pedal for massive power output in a short period of time. The engine that had been strengthened had been improved in every aspect. Especially the regular power had been increased by a surprising 5,000 points. This made Zhang Wei more confident. As for the other things within the lab, there was nothing that could catch Zhang Wei's eye. However, Zhang Wei did not destroy all the research materials, and he decided to let old he and the others take them back. Useful or not, let's let our own research gurus look at it, just in case you can find something useful in it. Regarding whether or not his own family would get that kind of alien mecha, Zhang Wei didn't know and wouldn't care. That was something for the bigwigs to worry about. Zhang Wei was now just fishing for resources to improve himself. It's best to change all of your equipment to legendary and strengthen them all to +9. If he really wanted to do all this, Zhang Wei estimated that he would be able to wander around the world, and any sea creatures or behemoths would be mere chickens. Should we go after the Japanese imperial family? Forget it, the second wave of initial source crystals will be descending in a few days. Collect them and go back to them. We can blackmail some initial source crystals then as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei left after collecting the research materials, not waiting here for the beast-shaped mecha to come over. There's nothing going on Zhang Wei's side, but the Japanese royal family side is already in disarray. All sorts of information was constantly updated, and when he learned that Zhang Wei had destroyed the pretty country's headquarters by himself, Yu Di sat paralyzed on his throne. He didn't know if he should be grateful or frustrated at this point. The pretty country garrison headquarters was destroyed, and he had one less Taishang emperor at his head, but he also had one more Taishang emperor that he really couldn't afford to mess with. What to do? The mushroom bomb didn't even kill the Chinese guy. Is the whole of Japan going to be held by this Chinese man in the future? What if, one day, he gets tired of playing and wants to sink the entire island of Japan? Yu Tak doesn't doubt Zhang Wei's ability at all. Make a long-term plan right away. The name of the plan: ingratiate yourself. Do everything you can to ingratiate yourself with that Chinese, and from now on, no actions against him are allowed. Is that clear? Hi! A group of ministers bowed to Yud. They were also afraid in their hearts, fearing that Yuda would have a brain fart and make any more plans against Zhang Wei. I'm afraid they're doomed if they continue to target. However, among these people, there was another person whose eyes released endless anger from his lowered head. This person is none other than Momoyama, the Prince Momoyama who was humiliated and then released. Chapter 176. One day, I want there to be no more living people in this country. You guys are scared, but I, Momoyama, am not. I will get him killed, no matter what it takes. Momoyama's hatred for Zhang Wei had turned into a paranoia. Of course, it wasn't all because of Zhang Wei, but also Aina, and that dog translator. None of the emperors and ministers present had ever been humiliated before, and they didn't know what it was like. But Momoyama knew that, so he couldn't hold his tongue. He already had a thought in his mind on how to deal with Zhang Wei. That is, what Zhang Wei is afraid of. He does? So far, Momoyama only knew that Zhang Wei was afraid of giant beasts. It was the only thing, but Momoyama felt it was enough. Since he was afraid, he must not be able to fight. Therefore, Taosan was going to release the giant beast, and was going to let the giant beast go and kill Zhang Wei. And, now that Momoyama has a target, the newly discovered target is known only to Momoyama, not even to Yutaka. 2 days later, seaside, about 2 kilometers from the coastline, a warship from China was docked. This is the warship that came to pick up our Chinese compatriots. When the people of camp and I saw the warships, there were no cheers, only countless cries. Each of them had loved ones who remained in Japan forever, never to return. There are also people whose loved ones have been subjected to inhumane torture. Others are extremely resistant. I'm not going back. I don't want to go back. What am I going back for? My wife and children died here, not at the hands of mechanical creatures, but at the hands of those little Japanese. I want to stay and take revenge. I'm not leaving. A man crouched on the ground and bawled. What's it like to watch your wife and children being tortured to death? The man's lips had scabbed over for I don't know how many times, never fully healed. He hated himself for his incompetence, his failure to protect his wife and children. He wanted to die, but he didn't want to. It's not that he's afraid of death, but he wants revenge. If he doesn't dare to see his wife and children. He doesn't have the face to see his wife and children. One person cried, 10 cried, hundreds cried. Zhang Wei, who had come to see him off, was also silent. Human nature, it's contagious. Zhang Wei claimed that he didn't care about the lives of these people, but when it really came to this, Zhang Wei was still infected. It's like saving old Ho and the others at that time. Is it really a good choice to let people who have a death wish return to China? Will they ever be able to start their lives over again? No, it can't. It's the kind of scar that only blood can cleanse. Those who have not experienced suffering will not understand the pain, and those who have not experienced it are not qualified to forgive anyone on behalf of those who have experienced it. Big brother, I'm here. Zhang Tao appeared. Originally, Zhang Tao was going to be cheeky and give Zhang Wei a big surprise, but he felt the sad atmosphere on the coast, and Zhang Tao could not laugh. Zhang Tao's expression was serious, and the people who followed Zhang Tao were also serious. Well, go and count all the people who don't want to leave. Good. Zhang Tao didn't catch up with Zhang Wei. He knew that there was something serious that he needed to do. Eventually, those who should have left, boarded the warship, and were escorted back to China by the Fish Sisters. Those left behind, not many, less than 200. It's all men, all of them. There are also some women who are staying to help avenge their husbands. However, those women were persuaded away by Zhang Tao. Revenge, it's a man's business, and it's not too late for the women to get it on when all the men are dead. It is said that men and women are equal, but in fact there is no such thing as equality. What should be done by men should not be done by women. Facing these remaining 200 people, Zhang Wei lifted the merge, didn't go anywhere else, just stood here on the shore. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei with burning eyes. Some of them had seen Zhang Wei, some had not, but all of them knew that their lives were saved by Zhang Wei. No one blamed Zhang Wei for saving them too late, and no one complained that if Zhang Wei had appeared earlier, their loved ones would not have been tortured to death. They now only hoped that Zhang Wei would give them a chance, even if they only got the chance to die with the enemy. I, Zhang Wei, can't promise you anything. All I can say is that I will do my best to kill all those evil Japanese. A group of Hans, who had just hidden their tears, once again slid down their cheeks, but no one sobbed out. They let the tears run down their faces. No one would laugh at the people around them because what they were going through was so similar. They couldn't sleep every night, and a scene that was extremely cruel to them crossed their eyes. They were afraid to look, but even more afraid to forget. Tao-chan, on it boss. Zhang Tao stepped forward. Give mechs to the brothers. From now on they're all brothers. Treated equally. None of you should ever think that 1 for 1 isn't a loss. I know what you think. I want you all to live to take revenge. And one day, I want there to be no more living people in this Japan. And I want this Japan to be wiped off the map of the world. Tell me, will you live to see that day? Zhang Wei's shout reached the ears of these people. Yes. One wiped a tear from his face. He decided that this was the last time he would shed a tear. The world didn't believe in tears. Yes. More people opened their mouths to respond. Eventually, all spoke neatly in response. Show your smiles, and let your enemies remember your smile, even if it is the smile of the devil. I can understand our forefathers now, that if we just get all 3 generations out of the war, our relatives in the next 3 generations won't have to fight. Now, we're going to fight all the remaining battles in the future, and then our descendants really won't have to fight. Do you know what should be done to put an end to this forever? Kill all the little Japanese. This time, there was no need for Zhang Wei to ask himself, as someone immediately chanted. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, no, not just killing all the little Japanese. We have to kill all those who are unfriendly to us. We're going to kill everyone who has ever bullied us. Those who have caused suffering to our nation. All deserve to die. Zhang Tao listened to the blood boiling. He could not wait to take his people to kill the Japanese Kyoto now. To kill the Japanese emperor. Boss, you tell me, how to kill. Zhang Tao had already rolled up his sleeves. His eyes were red. Zhang Tao, who has not seen the brutal behavior of the Japanese, is like this? So the attitude of the 200 people left behind can be imagined. There is no hurry. You must first strengthen yourselves. Go back. Zhang Wei led the way. Returning to the Osaka campground, the ride was silent. No one looked back at the warships moving away. No one saw the soldiers on the warships who were still saluting them from a distance. Nor did anyone see those who stood on the deck crying and silently praying that they would live. Chapter 177 Little Treasures Beast Form. It's time to go. Those who stayed behind worked hard to improve themselves, honing their fighting abilities every day. No one's slacking off. You don't need to be spurred on. The hatred in your heart is the best spur. Zhang Wei saw all of this in his eyes. Boss, originally I came here in high spirits, and you almost made me cry just now. Zhang Tao stood beside Zhang Wei with some complaints, looking at the sparring mechs outside the camp. Who asked you to come? Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. It's pretty much stabilized on the home front, so I'm following along with nothing. Aha! Zhang Wei nodded. Zhang Tao has come, and cannot throw him back. Just left these people to Zhang Tao management. Do not need to worry about Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had done more than just talk about those words on the coast, and his own cold heart had been touched by his own words. Some peoples, just don't deserve to be in this world. There are some places where it's best to let him sink permanently. Boss, what's going on over here now? This way. Zhang Wei had nothing to hide from Zhang Tao, and told him roughly what happened. Damn dogs. Boss, let me lead the men to exterminate the remaining pretty country garrison. Zhang Tao invited for battle. At home, he hadn't moved in a while. Although the equipment on his body hadn't been updated much, the mech had also been triple entered, and had a not-so-weak combat power. There's no rush. The second wave of initial source crystals will be here soon. After collecting Osaka's initial source crystals, we'll go out for a spin. Let's get them fighting first. Jiang Wei pointed at the mechs outside the camp. It's not just a case of revenge. It takes enough to get revenge. Good. Leave the matter of training them to me. Zhang Tao patted his chest and assured. By the way, boss, the sun sword was given to that Japanese woman. Then I am a little aggrieved, said Zhang Tao. A little aggrieved. See, this didn't follow the boss. Can't even mix with the equipment the boss eliminated. No talent. The second wave of initial source crystals descends. Good equipment at your disposal. Then, that woman boss you. Zhang Tao did not say the latter words. Just now the boss has said that he wants to destroy all the Japanese. Keeping such a rooted Japanese ninja, is it really good? She, won't have anything to do with it? And if she does, then kill it. Jiang Wei's voice was cold. It wasn't that Jiang Wei was heartless towards Aina, but it all depended on Aina's choice. If Aina remained obedient, Jiang Wei naturally wouldn't cross the river. But if Aina chose to resist, there was nothing to do but kill. There's no point in keeping the best knife if it's going to backfire on its owner. Ruthless man, but I like it. Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Wei kicked Zhang Tao, directly sending Zhang Tao flying out of the window. Zhang Tao fell from a height of 10 meters, but when he landed on the ground, he patted his butt and stood up. His body was mech-enhanced, and a fall at this height would only hurt his butt a little. The dog translator's entire body froze as he watched. Isn't this Zhang Tao the boss's brother? Is this the friendship boat capsizing? What are you looking at? Dog translator. Zhang Tao scolded the dog translator. The dog interpreter was so aggravated. What did he do to you? You're just going to scold him? Zhang Tao directly ran towards the outside of the camp after scolding the dog interpreter. He had to properly train his new brothers and also communicate with them emotionally. He didn't have time to waste on this dog interpreter. Another 2 days passed. The return of Pa. Having been transformed by the furnace, Bao could now be considered a weapon all over. Looking at Xiao Bao's armor that covered his entire body, Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Although he had long since seen the elevated Xiao Bao through the image, and also knew the current situation of Xiao Bao through Jiang Wei's description, but when Xiao Bao truly appeared in front of Zhang Tao still couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Bao? Zhang Tao opened his mouth a little less convinced. Ha? What brings you here? The returning Bao was in a good mood, knowing how awesome the armor he was wearing was. Come on, let's fight. Xiao Bao rushed towards Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's mech had reached 30 meters in height after 3 advances, comparable to Zhang Wei's 4 advancement mech. However, when Zhang Tao saw Xiao Bao rushing towards him, Zhang Tao's entire body went numb. Wait a while, how would Zhang Tao dare to make a move against Xiao Bao? That's a bad play that's just going to hurt. Are you afraid? Then show you my other form. After saying that, Xiao Bao started transforming in a very proud manner, and about 10 seconds later, a dark red mecha that was also 30 meters tall stood in front of Zhang Tao. At this moment, not only did Zhang Tao's brain go down, but so did all the mechs looking this way. A small treasure of such a large size was enough to shock them. But when they saw with their own eyes that Xiao Bao had transformed from a king-level mechanical creature into a beast-shaped mecha, their brains went straight to mush. Boss, what's the situation? Zhang Tao knew it was useless to ask Xiao Bao, so he directly asked Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei had also walked out from within the camp at this time. Come on, I'll practice with you. Jiang Wei merges with the mecha to have a go at the current Bao. Beast mechs have odd weapons, most of which are related to their native means of attack. The rest of the Xiaobo mech was pretty normal. It was the 2 arms that weren't quite normal. There were no mech palms. His palms were 2 large meteor hammers, 2 or 3 times larger than a normal mech's fist. Boss, this isn't good, is it? Xiao Bao acted a little coy. Wouldn't this be a bad scene if the boss was violently beaten up? Yes, Pa is so confident now. With the armor, Bao felt like his combat power had increased several times. Pretty good. Come on. Jiang Wei did not take out his pulse battle halberd. It's just a matter of cutting to Trishobu's level. There's no need to fight to the death. If you really want to use the pulse halberd, it would really be the rhythm of a halberd going down as a whole. Yes, Xiao Bao didn't treat Jiang Wei politely and swung his arm to rush towards Jiang Wei. It was surprisingly fast. Jiang Wei doesn't wimp out and fights head-on. Zhang Tao wimped out and quickly backed away, also commanding all the other mechs to dodge farther away. The 2 behemoths clashed together. Jiang Wei retreated, and Xiao Bao similarly retreated. After both sides had retreated 7 or 8 steps each, Xiao Bao wheeled his arm up in the air and his meteor hammer flew out. That's right, it's flying out, and the meteor hammer has a chain attached to the end that telescopes. Jiang Wei didn't dare to fight hard and raised his hand to grab the chain as he dodged. Then, the 2 sides were more forceful. The scene looked like it was standing still, but from the ground underneath Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao's feet, one could tell that both sides were firing. The ground began to chafe, spiderweb-like cracks being born from beneath both of their feet. Just then, Jiang Wei suddenly let go. Chapter 178 We Want All of Japan. Xiao Bao did not expect Zhang Wei to suddenly let go of his hand, and when he was caught off guard, his body lost its balance, and after falling to the ground, he rolled backwards several times before coming to a stop. No more fighting. Pa sat down on the ground and played a rascal. How can this be fought? He was no match for the boss even after he used his weapon, and he would be educated by the boss if he fought any longer. There's still a lot of room for improvement in the combat power of this mech of yours. Go practice with Zhang Tao. Yes. As soon as he heard this, Bao got excited then. It was hard to be educated by Zhang Wei, but when he went to educate Zhang Tao, it turned out to be a pleasure. Boss, there's no need, right? Zhang Tao tried to resist. You've been fighting people who are not as good as you for such a long time. What happens when you meet someone who is better than you? It's quite good to adapt in advance. Zhang Tao thought about it as if it was really the case. Come on, but didn't care that much and went straight for it. Zhang Wei shook his head, not caring about this pair of living treasures. Anyway, no one could be killed. 2 days later, just as Zhang Wei was waiting at ease for the initial source crystal to descend, Aina suddenly sent back a message. My lord, there have been changes in the camps of more than one pretty country garrison. It should be related to your elimination of the pretty country garrison headquarters. It was the first time word had gotten back to Aina since she left. They've got some nerve. My lord, do we need to do something? Aina meant to make a mess in the dark. It wouldn't stop these pretty country garrisons from assembling, but it would delay them considerably. No, arrange for your men to occupy the camp they abandoned. Around the camp I want you to make them all our own territory. Can you do that? Zhang Wei gave his response after considering it for a while. Yes. Aina had left and had gathered a group of henchmen, most of them small forces that the ninjas had formed on their own. Under Aina's strong suppression, these forces naturally submitted. The super energy sun sword was an obsolete item to Zhang Wei, but to others it was in existence like a divine weapon. Okay, let's do it. My lord, but those garrisons could number nearly 20,000 if they really gathered together. Aina also learned about the current situation in Osaka Prefecture through various sources. The Japanese were driven away, not to mention that those Chinese were surprisingly picked up as well, leaving only about 200 people behind. 200 men against 20,000 men, or 20,000 men fully equipped. How is this going to be fought? Aina knew that Zhang Wei's mecha was very powerful, but 20,000 people was no joke. Aina wants to go back and help. Don't worry. Zhang Wei opened his mouth indifferently. It was only 20,000 people, not enough for the beast mechs to stuff their teeth. A massive army of mechanical creatures was out in force, and it would take less than 2 minutes to overwhelm all 20,000 people. Yes, my lord. Aina didn't dare to refute Zhang Wei and could only follow orders. You have to pay attention to the territory you've collected. Keep everyone under guard. Don't let them go out, and kill those who don't obey, including those men you've collected. We don't need that many people. Do you understand? My lord. Aina understands. Well, do something. The comms went down and Zhang Wei contacted the melting pot. Arrange for some mechanical creatures to go over to the border of Osaka Prefecture, and if any human troops come over, exterminate them all. Yes, Zhang Wei didn't have any intention of doing it himself, and it was fine to leave this kind of thing to the furnace. However, to Zhang Wei's surprise, these pretty country's garrison was not here to crusade against Osaka Prefecture. What is this? When he learned of this, Zhang Wei was stunned. According to normal human logic, Zhang Wei had destroyed the garrison headquarters, so the pretty country's garrison must have come to take revenge. But now, the rapidly assembling pretty country garrison had actually entered Kyoto and was headed straight for Tokyo. What do they want? Just as Zhang Wei was shocked, the dog translator panted and ran to Zhang Wei's room. Boss, something's wrong. What is it? The pretty country's garrison fought with the Japanese self-defense forces. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. How did this turn into a dogfight? The Japanese royal family was actually confused. They also thought that the pretty country garrison was assembling to go after Zhang Wei. Now that he knew how difficult Zhang Wei was to deal with, he must have gathered such a large army at once to fight with his back to the wall. To this, Yude agreed wholeheartedly. But the ending is so different from what Yudish thought. The assembled pretty country garrison did not head for Osaka Prefecture, but turned to come to Kyoto. Can someone please tell me what this is about? At this point, the pretty country garrison had already fought with the self-defense forces. Every day, there was a lot of artillery fire, and all kinds of mechs were harvesting a lot of lives on the battlefield. Because there was no block on the Japanese side, the pretty country garrison assembled a very strong force that could not be resisted by the self-defense forces in a particular area. As the garrison advanced, they were all but on the verge of entering the jurisdiction of Tokyo. If the pretty country garrison was allowed to act recklessly, he, Emperor Utoku, was afraid that it would not be long before he was captured alive. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that's something we'll have to get in touch with on the pretty countryside. Then why don't you make contact soon? You'd growled. In these recent days, ever since he met Zhang Wei, nothing had happened to make him feel comfortable. Yes, the phone call from the Japanese side to contact pretty country came through quickly. Afterwards, Yuta himself went down, while the pretty countryside sent only a general to deal with Yuta. This is already extremely disrespectful to Japan, but even so, Yudoko held back his anger and didn't lash out. Your Excellency, I wonder what the pretty country garrison is planning. Why are they attacking my Tokyo? Is our previous agreement no longer valid? Emperor Yutoku, this is my pretty country's punishment for you. You know that Chinese is very powerful, but you hide it and don't report it, causing my pretty country's garrison to lose a huge amount of money. And this is a price that needs to be borne by your Japanese. These are all excuses. In today's world, why don't this general say something practical? What do you really want? We want the whole of Japan. A Japan completely under the control of our pretty country. Do you think you can completely control Japan with just these garrisons you have in Japan? Yutoku almost growled. Relying only on our own strength is indeed not an option. But what if we support a pseudo-regime? Emperor Yutoku, we hope that you can cooperate and not put up ineffective resistance, which will only waste the few living forces we have today. And as long as you hand over power, Japan will move towards a better future under our beautiful country. Asshole. Yutaka threw the microphone out. He couldn't control the anger in his heart anymore. Somebody. Chapter 179 Legendary Equipment Upgrade Stone. Your Majesty, what is it? The ministers, who were in a hurry, immediately rushed over when they heard Yutaka's rant. Right now, the only one who can make up his mind is Yud. Commanded once to kill the pretty country's garrison, and kill them at all costs. Yes, the ministers offered nothing different. People have already hit their lair, and if they don't resist, they'll just become puppets of those pretty country's big guns? Maybe then a random ordinary GI will be able to strut his stuff in front of them. This is unacceptable to them. Sign the order allowing the self-defense forces to use all weapons. Remember, all weapons. You'd continued to growl. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Not yet? What can't be? The country is going to be gone. What's there to worry about? Go. Emperor Yutoku is acting a little crazy. As for all the weapons he mentioned, the most damaging of them is the biochemical weapons researched by Japan. Biochemical weapons were powerful and had an extremely wide coverage, and although they couldn't deal with mechs, they didn't have any problem dealing with those ordinary pretty country GIs. Even if they had prepared antivirus equipment in advance, it was useless. A great war broke out between the two sides. Zhang Wei was watching what was going on in the sky as he waited for the initial source crystal to descend. On the third night of the war that broke out between Japan and the pretty country, a meteor shower that had appeared across the globe reappeared. Countless meteors fell from the sky. Coming. Everyone, move out and expand outward. Centering on Osaka. Furnace, get the mechanical creatures out as well. Quick. Zhang Wei began to give orders. Zhang Tao left Osaka with more than 200 mechs, and the beast-shaped mechs and mechanical creatures controlled by the furnace were all out as well. Even the fish sisters and the others had moved away from the near sea and headed to the depths of the ocean to grab the initial source crystals that had fallen. As for Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao, the two of them were only responsible for the Osaka Prefecture territory. The territory of Osaka Prefecture alone was enough for Zhang Wei to eat his fill. How much can be gained in other places? Zhang Wei didn't care that much. Things are what they are. Just as Zhang Wei mobilized the forces he could to start collecting initial source crystals, the great battle on the Kyoto side was also suspended due to the appearance of initial source crystals. Nearly half of the pretty countryside was dead or wounded, and about half of the mechs were exterminated. Japan's self-defense forces didn't have it so easy either, with the number of dead and wounded almost equal to that of the pretty country garrison. However, if the fight goes on like this, the final victor will definitely be the Japanese royal family, because the Japanese royal family also has support from the people. Those mecha owners in the civil society are not just for show. When it comes to the survival of the country, there are still people willing to come forward. Now, however, no one was willing to fight. Everyone knew the role of initial source crystals, and everyone began to collect them. However, when the following day dawned, both the pretty country garrison and the Japanese imperial family discovered something that made them furious. Because of Zhang Wei's previous layout, nowadays most of the land in Japan is surprisingly under Zhang Wei's control. What wasn't under Zhang Wei's control were just a few edges. That leaves very little for them to wade into. It's all Aine's doing. Camps large and small were connected because of Aina. Although all of these people had some petty thoughts, for the time being on the surface they were all at Aina's disposal, and a large portion of the initial source crystals they had obtained had to be handed over to Aina. That's a lot to turn in, but they don't get any less, because we're all on the same team. There's less conflict with each other and no need to worry about who's shooting in the back. It was much faster to collect the initial source crystals this way. With intentional searching, it wouldn't take more than 2 days for the dropped initial source crystals to be scraped clean. It was also a pretty busy night for Zhang Wei, who was in charge of the neighborhood of the Osaka camp while Xiao Bao was in charge of all of the Osaka camp. Little Treasure's treasure hunting ability wasn't blown away. He wouldn't take the wrong path at all and only collected epic and legendary grade source crystals. In one night's time, Xiao Bao had found 18 source crystals, 3 of which were legendary grade. Although Zhang Wei had gotten a bit more source crystals, they were much worse in terms of quality compared to Xiao Bao. Big brother, these source crystals are for you. Let's see what good things can be opened. Xiao Bao gave all the source crystals he had found to Zhang Wei, not taking them for himself. Yes, Zhang Wei was not polite. He started with the epic source crystal to open it up. The equipment appeared as a low chance. Most of them were purple stars, which also had repair components, which was also considered a kind of special equipment. Using repair components could quickly repair the injuries of the mech. For example, what Zhang Wei had gotten was a 20% quick repair component. If the blood level of Zhang Wei's mech was 100, when the blood level of Zhang Wei's mech was damaged and reduced to 80, he would be able to quickly replenish the 20 points of blood by using this repair component. Pretty much the same function as the instant recovery potion. It is worth mentioning that an epic level machine gun floating cannon, this thing Chu Ran cannot use, ready to give Zhang Tao, cannot chill the heart of his number one little brother. The most important thing to Zhang Wei was that he had gotten a skill book. Epic skill. Star Destruction Continuous Blade Slash. Star Destroyer Continuous Blade Slash. Active skill casts 4 consecutive attacks on a single target within a 1-second period of time, boosting the damage of each attack by 10%. Good skill. Zhang Wei did not hesitate and immediately learned this epic skill. This epic skill allowed Zhang Wei to utilize 500% of his attack power in 1 second. A divine skill for single combat. It's time for legendary grade source crystals. The most shipped items were definitely these 3 legendary grade source crystals, which Zhang Wei was looking forward to. Bao also watched with bated breath in case something came out that he could use. Turn on. Ding. Open a legendary grade source crystal and obtain a legendary grade 6-tube vector thruster. 6-tube vector thruster. Battle strength plus 200. Equipment requirements, 2000 battle power. The thruster has been dramatically improved on its multi-point refueling configuration, giving the thruster more powerful refueling capability with single-point breakout capability. Gear up. The 6-tube vector thrusters were exactly what Zhang Wei needed right now. Not to mention, the increased single-point breakthrough ability would make Zhang Wei's mech explode faster. Go on. Ding. Open the legendary grade source crystal and obtain the legendary grade Eternal Star Armor. Eternal Star Armor, Legendary, Battle Strength plus 500, Durability, 10,000, Equipment Requirements, 4,000 Battle Power. The armor is extremely defensive, impact resistant, and halves the wear and tear of durability. Good stuff. Gear. Go on. Ding. Open a legendary grade source crystal and obtain a legendary grade equipment upgrade stone. Legendary equipment upgrade stone can upgrade legendary equipment by 1 notch. This, Zhang Wei looked at the stone that was finally opened out and had trouble choosing. Nowadays, Zhang Wei had quite a lot of legendary grade equipment on him, but there's only 1 upgrade stone. There was a bit of a tussle over which equipment to use. Zhang Wei. The most useful things to Zhang Wei at the moment are the weapons and engines. Upgrading either of these 2 would increase Zhang Wei's combat power significantly. Chapter 180 Encountering a Giant Beast on Peach Mountain. So hard. Can I have another piece? Zhang Wei sighed and opened his mouth. Forget it, let's upgrade the weapons first. The engine could provide power and was the root of the mech, but the current power of Zhang Wei's mech was sufficient. Even if you boost the engine, you're just going to be able to boost more power. But weapons are a different story. The pulse halberd was already this strong. If the halberd was upgraded, the weapon obtained would be even stronger. Not only is the battle power increased, but a good weapon is capable of delivering a stronger attack. Upgrading the pulse battle halberd. Ding, the upgrade has begun. The legendary equipment upgrade stone was incorporated into the pulse battle halberd. What happened next had little to do with Zhang Wei, who became a spectator. Just like a mech evolution, the pulse halberd flew up out of nowhere without being manipulated by Zhang Wei, and slowly rotated in the air. The power from the legendary equipment upgrade stone began to take effect, and under Zhang Wei's gaze, the pulse halberd, which originally only had a section that possessed the tip of the halberd, surprisingly took the shape of a halberd tip at the other end as well. This was only a change in appearance, and Zhang Wei could not see the internal changes, and if he did, he certainly could not understand them. In about 10 minutes, the pulse battle halberd upgrade was complete. As the pulse halberd fell from the air, Zhang Wei stepped forward and caught it. Oh no, it can't be called a pulse halberd anymore. Electromagnetic bipolar chop, legendary, plus 6, battle strength plus 3,100, equipment requirements, mech battle power 3,000, Introduction: an EMP weapon equipped with 2 high-performance pulse guidance chips, which can form an electromagnetic magnetic field during battle and can electromagnetically attack all machinery within the magnetic field. 1,000 points have been added to the battle power, and the weapon automatically releases an electromagnetic magnetic field. I just don't know how good it is. Come on, Xiao Bao. Let's try it. Jiang Wei had gotten a new weapon and naturally wanted to try out its power. Xiao Bao was a little less than pleased. Big brother, you have to be a little lighter. Got it. Jiang Wei swung his electromagnetic bipolar chop to kill Xiao Bao after he finished speaking. When Jiang Wei swung the electromagnetic bipolar chop, the invisible electromagnetic magnetic field covered 100 meters around Jiang Wei's mech body. Xiao Bao was also a mechanical creature, so he could naturally feel the trouble the magnetic field was causing him. Big brother, the body has a feeling of being paralyzed. Xiao Bao spoke truthfully while waving the meteor hammer in his hand to block Jiang Wei's attack. To say that Xiao Bao's meteor hammer was indeed very hard, and it was not known what kind of metal it was constructed from. The electromagnetic bipolar chop collided with it and did not harm the meteor hammer. Just a little paralyzing feeling? Jiang Wei was still a little less than satisfied. Big brother, the speed of movement has slowed down, and this paralyzing feeling is getting stronger. Xiao Bao spat while resisting Jiang Wei's attack. You're not paralyzed, are you? Do you know what it's like to have numb hands and feet? Do you know how much the fighting power is reduced when you fight in such a situation? If you really don't know, stomp your foot 10 times as hard as you can, and then you'll know what it's like to be paralyzed. Sustained damage that still keeps accumulating. Not bad. Hearing Xiao Bao's tirade, Jiang Wei had that little bit of satisfaction. No more fighting, no more fighting. Bao sat down on his butt and began to play tricks. Jiang Wei couldn't really cut Xiao Bao when he saw this, so he could only stop. Okay, no more fighting. If I find another legendary great source crystal, I'll give you another one, okay? You can't just put a horse to work and not feed it. Xiao Bao's beast-shaped mecha form possessed 2 meteor hammers, and another meteor hammer could also hide a legendary great source crystal within it. Really? Xiao Bao instantly jumped up from the ground, the displeasure and spitting he had just experienced thrown out of the window. Well, really? Okay, I'll get it now. Pa scampered off. Jiang Wei shook his head helplessly while continuing to wander around the camp's perimeter with his new weapon. There were still some initial source crystals around here, and although the epic and legendary grades were basically gone, there were still high-level source crystals. This wave, Jiang Wei was prepared to strengthen all of his legendary grade equipment to +9. Some useful epic gear can also be enhanced up. For example, the core modules. Those epic core modules are all of great use as well. Just as Jiang Wei was searching around for source crystals, the small talk side didn't stop either. All searching for the initial source crystals. It goes without saying that the one who really didn't stop was Prince Momoyama. Prince Momoyama had originally led a team of mechs to search for the initial source crystal on this side of Kyoto. There were still some places that weren't covered by Jiang Wei's forces, so the harvest was good. But the root cause that kept Momoyama from stopping was the fact that not only did Momoyama find the source crystal, but it also found a giant beast. Another giant beast hidden underground. Originally, when he found this giant beast, Momoyama was prepared to follow Jiang Wei's example and dismantle the beast, greeting himself with all the parts he could use. However, when Momoyama led his men to dig out the head of the beast actually moved. In just one instant, Momoyama and his men were all hit by the light released from the beast's eyes, and the mech went limp, unable to move. The behemoth had no mercy for Momoyama and the rest of them, and went straight for the kill, as mech after mech began to melt under the precision of his gaze. That's right, melting. The eyes of this giant beast could release extremely high temperatures, the kind of high temperatures that a mech couldn't even carry. Momoyama watched as his men were melted to death one by one. There was no fear in Momoyama's heart, only resignation. I can't die. I haven't killed them yet. I'm going to kill them all. I can't die here. Momoyama is trying hard to get up and escape, but his mech had lost all power and couldn't move at all. You want to exterminate the world? At this time, a voice appeared in Tao Shan's ears. Who? Momoyama exclaimed. The men he brought with him are all dead, and he is the only one left. Do you want to exterminate the world? The voice sounded again. This time, Momoyama was able to determine the source of the sound. It was the giant beast that spoke. Yes, Momoyama had no fear as he spoke the truth of his heart. Extinction? Pretty good. Jiang Wei, the dog interpreter, Yu Tak, the ministers who accused him, and even the Japanese who secretly said that his incompetence had led to a huge loss for the Japanese imperial family. These people, all of them deserve to die. The behemoth had also sensed this very emotion in Momoyama before leaving him alive. I can help you get your wish. The behemoth spoke again. He could sense Momoyama's emotions and knew that what Momoyama was saying was the truth. This extinction mood of Momoyama is in line with the behemoth's mission, and the behemoth can't move at will just yet, just when it needs a like-minded helper, lest he himself be destroyed by mankind before he is out of the world. It was like the companion he had destroyed earlier. Chapter 181. Can't wait till tomorrow. You can help me? How can you help? Momoyama was excited. I thought that I would not be able to live anymore, but I didn't expect that not only would I be able to live now, but I would also be able to take revenge. This is simply, as long as you help me regain my power, I can allow you to merge with me, manipulate my body, and fulfill your every wish. Are you saying that I can manipulate your body? Momoyama couldn't believe his ears. If he could control such a powerful mechanical beast, then Zhang Wei was nothing. Yes, with my permission you can manipulate my body. Will you? I do. How can I help you get your power back? Momoyama was desperate now. Desperate to be able to maneuver the behemoth's body himself. Can't wait to maneuver now. Source crystals? I need a large amount of source crystals. As long as there are enough of them, you can fulfill your wish. Okay, I'll get the source crystals. Go on, don't let anyone find me. Yes, there wasn't much exchange between Momoyama and the behemoth, and the cooperation between them was quickly finalized. Momoyama then left, and before he left he reburied the behemoth's head. When Momoyama returned to Kyoto, he immediately found Yutoku, His Majesty the Emperor. Momoyama is here. Get up. The relationship between Yutoku and Momoyama was indeed very good. At least at times like now Yutoku could still give Momoyama a good face. Your Majesty. Momoyama wouldn't dare. Momoyama has let your Majesty down again. The entire squad I led was killed in action. Who did this? Yuda's face instantly turned ugly. It's pretty country. Currently, it was only the pretty country that was in conflict with the Japanese imperial family. And of course the pretty country should take the blame for this kind of thing. It's fine. As long as you're fine. The others are dead. Yutaka sniffed and opened his mouth to comfort Momoyama. In Yutoku's opinion, it was very lucky that all the other mechs were dead and only Momoyama himself escaped and came back. But, sooner or later, we'll settle the score with them. And now that we've had a good harvest, I believe this day won't be too far away. You'd showed a lot of confidence, because the Japanese royal family's harvest in the past 2 days was indeed quite a lot. The source crystals that had been obtained were all piled up in the warehouse, just waiting for the statistics to be completed. They would build at least 2 powerful mechs. Having seen how powerful Zhang Wei was, they had decided to take the elite route. Not a squad kind of elite, but a real elite, the kind of existence that could shock a country by itself. Like Zhang Wei, building such a mech would require absolute loyalty on the part of the mech owner. In Yutoku's eyes, Momoyama was such a man, absolutely loyal to him. Yutoku, and not weak in combat himself. Yes, Your Majesty, Momoyama is no longer fit to go out. The warehouse where the source crystals are stacked needs to be guarded, so why don't we let Momoyama guard the warehouse? Momoyama showed his fox tail, expecting him to help the behemoth collect source crystals on his own. How much could he collect? If you want to obtain a large amount of source crystals in a short period of time, you must rely on the whole of Japan, and he just had that opportunity. Good, that's exactly what I'm thinking. With you guarding the warehouse, I'll be able to feel a lot more at ease, and you can use some of the source crystals yourself to see if you can get some good stuff. Yudoku did not refuse, and he did have this in mind. Even if Momoyama did not initiate this request, Yudoku would have arranged such a thing for Momoyama. Source crystals piled up within the warehouse were a pile of useless things, and only by using them where they should be used as soon as possible could the source crystals be brought into play. Anyway, Momoyama was already the person elected by Udetsu, so it was fine to let Momoyama use those source crystals now, without the consent of the other ministers. Your Majesty, Momoyama was more than a little uncomfortable in his mind. You'd believed in him so much and he, well, we are brothers. Don't be so, go on, here is my oracle. Emperor Yutoku casually wrote an oracle to Momoyama. With Yude's handwritten message, it would be easier for Momoyama to do things. Yes, Momoyama will definitely not fail, Your Majesty. Momoyama knelt down again. Get on with it. Yutaka was pleased with Momoyama's performance. Such a good thing wouldn't have fallen to Momoyama if he didn't know how loyal he was to him. Momoyama traveled to the Kyoto warehouse with a mixture of emotion and guilt. This place, heavily guarded, with countless sentries, both open and dark, it was impossible for anyone to approach it quietly. There was no need for Momoyama to sneak around. However, as he made his way outside the warehouse, and after he showed the guarding officials the Yudoku oracle, Momoyama logically became the supreme leader of the guards of the warehouse. I'm going inside the warehouse and no one is to be disturbed. Understand? In front of the bystanders, Momoyama was still very dignified, and this was said with a great deal of vigor. Don't worry, Prince, we will do our best. Very well. Momoyama stepped forward and patted this guard officer on the shoulder, and only then did he step inside the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Momoyama's eyes glowed. With this many source crystals, it's definitely enough. Laid out in front of Taozuhan were several piles of source crystals, ordinary, intermediate, and advanced. all laid out in heaps. Epic grade was not much, but there were a dozen or so pieces, while legendary grade was only 2 pieces. Collect! Momoyama took out his mecha core. He was going to take all of these source crystals away. Even the ordinary source crystals would not be spared. Fortunately, Momoyama had long prepared several ordinary cargo pods within the mecha space, so he could directly use the mecha core to collect these source crystals. Otherwise it would have been impossible to take these source crystals with just the cargo bay equipped within the mech. But in a matter of minutes, the source crystals collected by the Japanese imperial family were swept away by Momoyama. Not even a single piece was left behind. That should be enough. I'll go back now. It can't wait until tomorrow, although some source crystals will be delivered tomorrow as well. 1. Because as long as someone enters the warehouse, Momoyama's actions will be exposed. And 2. Because Momoyama's heart is really over the top, and he wants to leave a little bit of source crystal for the Japanese royal family. So, Momoyama left after 10 minutes inside the warehouse. Before leaving, Momoyama locked the door to the warehouse, instructed no one to enter, and then went to rest. Momoyama's behavior was so normal that no one suspected anything, and naturally no one entered the warehouse to check it out. What they didn't know, however, was that Momoyama had left again less than 5 minutes after he returned to his residence from the warehouse. This time, he was leaving Kyoto. Momoyama was a prince, an existence that could walk horizontally within Kyoto. If he wanted to leave the base, no one would have the guts to stop him, and even if someone was curious, they wouldn't dare to say more. For example, why Prince Momoyama left the base without being followed. Another example of why this big knight is leaving. Chapter 182. Why does my great Japanese empire have to endure all this? Momoyama's move went well, but after leaving the base, he didn't merge with his mech, choosing instead to walk away on foot. Combined with a mech, the mech is too large and easy to spot. Momoyama could already imagine how furious Yutaka would be when he realized the warehouse had been emptied of him. He wondered how long it would take him to maneuver the behemoth. If Yutaka really found the traces of his departure and sent people to catch up, it would spoil his good deed then. So, Momoyama was careful and cautious, and he didn't merge with the mech all the way. From darkness, he walked until Momoyama came to the spot where the behemoth was buried. When he merged with the mech, "I'm back." "Oh, you're back so soon?" The behemoth was also a bit surprised. He didn't know Momoyama's identity, nor did he need to know. Momoyama is just a pawn for him. It's best if he can play a role, and he has nothing to lose if he can't. "Yes, I have a lot of source crystals here. See if you have enough." Momoyama took out several cargo holds and opened them all. "That much? Good, that should be enough." The behemoth was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that in just one night's time Taosan would be able to get so many source crystals. As for how Momoyama got these source crystals, the behemoth wouldn't even ask. "What am I going to do now?" Momoyama was a little wary. If the behemoth flipped out at this time, he, Taosan, had no ability to resist. "Don't worry, I'm true to my word and won't harm you. You can fuse with my body now." "Fusion? How?" Momoyama was a little excited. "You disintegrate with the mech, and I will admit you. Yes, it's all come to this." Momoyama has nothing to hesitate about. If the behemoth wanted to kill him, a single glance would do the trick. There was no need to get into all this semblance. Momoyama then disintegrated with the mech. When Taoshan's true body landed on the ground, it was as if a heavenly eye had opened up in the center of the behemoth's brow. And surprisingly, another eye appeared. A light shot out of these eyes. A receiving light. In the next moment, Momoyama disappeared in place. By the time Momoyama regained consciousness, he was able to feel the body of the giant beast, which was his current body. This, so strong, Momoyama couldn't help but want to raise his hands. To move, he could feel the immense power contained within this body. "This is all power that belongs to you now. But there isn't enough power yet. We need to have absorbed those source crystals. What's it going to take?" Momoyama couldn't wait to speak. "You only need to think about devouring those source crystals." "Yes." Momoyama immediately thought about absorbing those source crystals inside the cargo hold on the ground after he agreed. Then, 2 rays of light shot out from the behemoth's eyes, and when those rays swept into the cargo hold on the ground instantly entered into the behemoth. And then, the source crystals began to burn. No matter what grade of source crystals they were burning like crazy. A sound of loud machinery being activated came out. Momoyama could feel his body being activated, a feeling that made Momoyama groan out. So strong, really strong. Momoyama was excited. Behemoth didn't rate. Did the behemoth really give its body to Momoyama to use so easily? Of course not. Momoyama manipulating the mechanical behemoths required the consumption of life force, similar to those alien mechs, except that, right now, it was simply consuming Momoyama's life force. According to the behemoth's estimation, Momoyama's manipulation of his body should last for about 2 days. With these 2 days, it was enough time to bulldoze the entire island of Japan. and by then there would be no existence on this island that could threaten him. So, even if Momoyama threw his body out in the open after he died, there was nothing to it. He had built up a lot of momentum this time, and when the next initial source crystal descended, he would be able to truly manipulate his body. Everything is looking up for the behemoth. Go ahead and destroy everything we can see. Okay, great. The earth shook. The 100-meter-tall behemoth gradually drilled out of the ground. The giant beast was 100 meters tall and looked similar to a beast-shaped mecha. His head and limbs were the same as a normal mecha, but his back had a dozen spikes, which varied in length, with the long ones being 20 meters long and the short ones only 7 or 8 meters. Momoyama was still adjusting to the behemoth's body, and walked a little wobbly after crawling out of the ground. However, adapting to a new body didn't take long, and the behemoth didn't rush it. 10 minutes later, Momoyama had adjusted to his new body, and he had identified his first target to attack. Pretty country garrison. Asking him to deal with Zhang Wei right now, Momoyama was still a bit terrified in his heart. After all, he was a bit of a shadow in his mind, and he was going to use the pretty country's garrison to give himself back a bit of confidence. It's not too late to go back to Zhang Wei when you have enough confidence. The behemoth offered no input. As long as Momoyama went out and destroyed everything, the behemoth certainly wouldn't intervene as to who to hit first and who to hit later. Just as Momoyama maneuvered the behemoth over to the pretty country garrison, everything Momoyama had done in Kyoto had been exposed. What? Momoyama took all the source crystals? How is that possible? Yutaka was woken up from his sleep. A confused Yutoku's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing about Momoyama stealing all the source crystals and fleeing Kyoto. The person he trusted the most betrayed him. But why? Obviously, he had said that he could use the source crystals in the warehouse as he pleased, and any goodies could be equipped on Momoyama's body first. He trusted Momoyama like that, but why did Momoyama defect? Check for me. See where he went. Yutak gritted his teeth, his gums bleeding from biting so hard. There were only two places Momoyama could go now. One was over at the pretty country garrison, and the other was back to Osaka Prefecture. Could it be that Momoyama had long ago defected to that Chinese? But that Chinese man had humiliated Momoyama. Momoyama why? You'd couldn't figure it out. But that wondering was quickly replaced by fear. The men who tracked down Peachil failed to find it, but they saw the mechanical behemoth. The 100-meter-tall mechanical beast was so intimidating that when the drone footage was transmitted back to Kyoto, the entire conference hall was silent. Everyone is looking at the footage coming back from the drone. Why? Why should my great Japanese empire have to endure this? Yud muttered. So far, he'd never heard of it anywhere else. What has Japan endured? Powerful Chinese mechs, mechanical whales that blocked off the coast, and 100-meter mechanical behemoths hidden underground. And there's more than one mechanical behemoth, not to mention this one came out that can move freely. Chapter 183. Die for this prince. What in the world has my great Japanese empire done that is so outrageous? Emperor Yutoku looked up to the sky and sighed. None of the ministers present uttered a word. In fact, they know in their hearts what they have done that is so outrageous. Just what's the point of talking about it at this point? Your Majesty, as long as your Majesty is still alive, my great Japanese empire is not considered extinct. So please enter the underground safe house immediately to hide. A minister spoke up. Hearing him say that, he was still loyal to Emperor Yutoku. Go, bring me the strongest mech core. Emperor Yutoku opened his mouth to give the order. Although he didn't know exactly what the pitfalls of merging a human body with a mech were, he couldn't care less about that now. The minister just now was right. He has to hide until all the calamities are over. Now even his most trusted Momoyama had betrayed him. So there was no one among these people who was trustworthy, and if he wanted to live well, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, Yud wanted to hold the most powerful mecha in his hands, so that he could have a place to rest in the future, no matter what happened. Yes, a minister opened his mouth, and immediately went to do something. It didn't take long for this minister to return, and he took and gave Yudoku a mech core for a 4-entry mech. Holding this mecha core, Yud was truly at ease. Come on, all follow me to the underground safe house to take shelter and let our people do their best to avoid the calamity. Yud sighed. And then a group of ministers who had long been ready were immediately about to enter the underground safe house. But no sooner had they entered than one of the self-defense guards came running in hot pursuit. Your Majesty, something big has happened. What else? Yuta was very bad-tempered, and at this point in time, could anything worse be happening? The behemoth, heading towards the pretty country garrison. What? Yutaka was alarmed. The ministers following Yutak were surprised and delighted. Instead of coming their way, the behemoth went over to pretty country. This is great. Are you telling the truth? Yud couldn't help but take a quick step forward as he grabbed the soldier's shoulder in a death grip. Yes, sire, 1,000 times over. Our men are following. They're about to make contact. And now the pretty country garrison is all panicked as well. Quickly, go and take a look. Yuta couldn't think of anything else and quickly returned to the conference room after releasing the soldier. On the big screen in the conference room, the behemoth had made contact with the pretty country garrison in the drone footage. The pretty country garrison couldn't even fend off Jiang Wei, so what were they going to fend off this 100-meter-tall mechanical beast? Damn! What the hell is this? What did it come out of? Quick! Contact the mainland! Quick! Airbase! Contact the airbase! Get all the airplanes that can take off to come over for support. Full of missiles! Quick! The commander-in-chief of the current pretty country garrison gave many orders in quick succession. Meanwhile, there were already mechs from pretty countries engaging the mechanical behemoths. Dare to insult me. Dare to mock me. Laugh. You guys keep laughing. Tao-san laughed wildly. He didn't even have to make any attack moves. He just went all the way straight through pretty country's defense circle. If you really come across something that's not a good solution, just activate both eyes. Wherever the heat of the gaze passes, it burns. Humans can't handle it, and neither can mechs. This big guy is so hard to get at. We have to find the weak spot in him. The 10 mechs that were constantly launching attacks around the mechanical behemoth jumped up and down. However, no matter what kind of attack they used, it only left a string of sparks on the body of the mechanical beast, and it couldn't hurt the mechanical beast at all. They weren't even capable of stopping the mechanical behemoth in its tracks. Attack his leg joints. Can't let him keep going. Up. Each of the 10 mechs used their own means, and they had all mastered attack skills. However, their attacks were just scratching an itch to the mechanical behemoth. The difference in combat power is too great to break the defense. A bunch of jumping clowns. Momoyama's confidence was already so inflated that he saw the mechs that were constantly harassing at his feet. Originally, Momoyama was not going to pay any attention to these guys. However, these guys were jumping around so much that Momoyama felt as if ignoring them was a bit too much in their face. Death to this prince all. Momoyama didn't do anything extra. He didn't even initiate an attack. He just used his thrusters. The mechanical behemoth was fitted with oversized thrusters, one on each leg. Each thruster was 10 meters long, and the jet ports were 64 holes each. Violent flames erupted, and the huge heat wave formed by the flame eruption instantly sent the surrounding 10 mechs flying backwards from the impact. Among them, the telekinetic mechs whose mechs themselves didn't have strong defenses were even directly melted by this heat wave spray. Those that didn't melt weren't in great shape either, and were basically incapacitated. Just with you guys, you still want to stop this prince? Momoyama laughed wildly. Damn Chinese pigs, I'll clean you up when I've finished with them. At this moment, Momoyama was bursting with confidence, and he was absolutely certain that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't destroy. When Momoyama roared, the pretty country's garrison naturally heard it. Ordinary GIs couldn't understand much. They only knew simple words like "ya buy a disc" or something like that, but the GIs who manned the mechs were able to understand. Prince? The news was immediately reported to the top brass of the pretty country garrison. Is this something that Japan has come up with? Are they trying to completely tear themselves apart from my pretty country? Contact the mainland immediately. And also, I'm looking for Yutaka. The news of the mechanical behemoth traveled back to the pretty country itself, while the pretty country's garrison commander contacted Emperor Yutoku. Emperor Yutoku, what do you mean by this? Is this a complete break with my beautiful United States of America? The garrison commander questioned across the phone. Yude was a little confused by the question. Didn't we break up a long time ago? What do you mean? Humph. Still in disguise? This mechanical behemoth is something you guys came up with. And the one controlling this behemoth is one of your Japanese princes. What did you say? I say, the one who controls the giant beast is one of your Japanese princes. You must have ordered him to come here, right? Good. Very good. Really think that I, pretty America, have the means to punish you, Prince Manhwa? Emperor Yutoko's eyes were glowing at the words. Nowadays, there are not many Japanese princes surviving in the world at all, and the only one who is not with Yutoku is Momoyama himself. Originally, Emperor Yutoku thought Momoyama had mutinied. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the situation didn't seem to be such a case. If the one controlling the mechanical beast was really Prince Momoyama, then where was this a disaster for his great Japanese empire? Clearly the greatest opportunity. Chapter 184. Nice one. This thing is really more brutal than I am. What makes you say that Prince Momoyama is the one controlling the mechanical beast? Yutaka, though, would very much like to believe that all of this is true, but reason told him that was unlikely. Although Tao-san had taken away all the source crystals, those source crystals simply weren't enough to pile up a 100-meter-tall mechanical beast. It wasn't the first time he had learned of this mechanical behemoth, which wasn't even a human mech. Humph. Still not admitting it? This giant beast calls itself a prince. If it's not someone from your Japanese royal family, who could it be? At this point you, Emperor Yutoku, are going to deny it. Do you think that's funny? The garrison commander shouted a rebuke. He's going to die, and if he doesn't get tough, there's no chance he'll get tough. I'm not denying it, and I can't reach Momoyama. I need to confirm what's going on. Do you have any means of getting me in touch with Momoyama? Yutaka was really trying to have a conversation with Momoyama at this point. Humph. Still pushing back at this point in time. Very good. Remember, this is your choice in Japan. My pretty country's revenge will not come too late. The garrison commander hung up angrily. It was obvious that the Japanese were not willing to cooperate, and the damn lapdog had the audacity to rise up and turn against his master. So how could the pretty country accept this? Yutaka, who was holding the microphone, couldn't get back to his senses for a long time. Immediately think of a way to contact that mechanical beast. There is a great possibility that that mechanical beast is now being manipulated by Prince Momoyama. What? Prince Momoyama? Numerous ministers were shocked. Soon the shock turned to surprise, and the celebration of the aftermath. Yes, we'll figure it out right away. Quick, get a drone that can talk. There is still a way. Just send out a drone capable of transmitting sound. To say the little book is still quite stocked. The drones that transmit sound are great to get. By the time this drone ran to the battlefield, a large portion of the pretty country's garrison had already been exterminated by Momoyama. There was no way around it. Momoyama's attacks were too sharp to be resisted. Misery, too much misery. Corpses are everywhere. By the time this drone reached the battlefield, there weren't even a few mechs left standing on the pretty country garrison side. The rest of the ordinary soldiers died, fled, and more were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Momoyama, stop! Yute's voice came out after the drone flew in front of the behemoth. Momoyama hadn't lost his mind, and he could hear Yutaka's voice. Your Majesty. Instincts developed over the years made Momoyama subconsciously stop when he heard Yutaka's voice. On the other side, Yute was about to jump up and down with excitement. Sure enough, it's Peach Hill. The great Japanese empire is going to stand up on top of the world. Momoyama, you must not rush the pretty country garrison. Your Majesty, these bastards of the pretty country have bullied me and humiliated the subjects of my great Japanese empire. They must not be spared, Momoyama retorted. Both before and after the end times, the pretty country's big soldiers were making a mess on the land of the great Japanese empire. Momoyama has been looking at these guys for a long time. In the past, they were incapable of resisting and could only lower their eyebrows. The powerful one now was him, Taosan, and it was impossible to make him Taosan lower his eyebrows. This is the inferiority of the Japanese. This inferiority is on full display in Momoyama. Momoyama, they've learned their lesson the hard way. Our enemy now is not them. It's that Chinese guy. You go kill that Chinese guy. The Chinese guy? There's no rush. Kill these dogs before you kill him. Momoyama continued to retort. He was already so powerful himself, and Yud was still trying to sway his mind? No way. Absolutely no way. He also has royal blood. In the future, he, Momoyama, will be the emperor, and Yutoku is nothing. Yud frowned. I didn't think that my words Momoyama would dare to refute them one after another. It's just that Yudoku was also able to see the situation clearly, and it doesn't do him any good to push Momoyama right now. Good then. You will kill them now, and after you kill them you will go and kill that Chinese, and the mechanical whales besieging the coastline, and from now on you will be the god of war of my great Japanese empire, with a status and position that is only below my own, and no one will be able to sway your will in the future. Yutaka's words were clear enough. He wants to decentralize, and his condition is that he must still be the emperor and still enjoy everything that the emperor has. Momoyama considered for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, Momoyama understands. An emperor without real power is just a name. Momoyama doesn't care. The people of Japan Momoyama still needs. Manipulating the behemoth requires massive amounts of source crystals. These source crystals can't be counted on Momoyama to collect on his own. The best way to do this at the moment is to let the people of Japan provide for himself. Yes, Yutaka orders the drones to leave and not to block Momoyama. The carnage continues. Pretty country G.I.'s crybaby. On Osaka's side, Zhang Wei, who was staying around to look for source crystals, suddenly received a communication from Zhang Tao. Boss, big deal. What happened? A giant beast. A giant beast has appeared. And this giant beast is slaughtering the pretty country garrison. Zhang Tao shouted. He saw the mechanical behemoth from a distance. There was no way. The mechanical behemoth was too big. And Zhang Tao's 30-meter-tall mecha was just as tall as someone's calf. Therefore, without any detection, it was possible to see clearly from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, especially when the two eyes of the mechanical beast released a blazing hot light. Behemoths? Behemoths that move? Zhang Wei was dismayed. It wasn't like he hadn't seen giant beasts before, but, at this stage, they shouldn't be able to move around freely. How could a giant beast suddenly appear? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, boss, or you can come and take a look. Okay, send me the location. Zhang Wei didn't refuse. Behemoths were something not to be underestimated. Even if Zhang Wei was strong enough now, he did not dare to underestimate mechanical behemoths. That's something that certain existences have made extinction level. This is the kind of thing that has to be eliminated as soon as possible. Moreover, the mechanical beast's body was full of treasures, and no matter who it was given to, it was a good thing. Zhang Tao sent his location to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei called out to Xiao Bao, and then they quickly moved towards where Zhang Tao was. When Zhang Wei was still 10 kilometers away from the behemoth, Zhang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth and shout out, "Good guy. Good lord. This thing sure is more brutal than I am." Pretty country garrison here has become a hell on earth. The ground was scarlet, and in some places, large puddles of blood had even formed, and corpses were even everywhere, with very few intact corpses present. "Boss, you're here. What are we going to do? I'm afraid this thing will target us next." Zhang Tao was one who could see things clearly, and he had already figured out what the behemoth would do next. "Come on, I'll try what he can do." Zhang Wei didn't wimp out a bit and surprisingly rushed towards the mechanical behemoth. Chapter 185. In that case, it's not really bullying you. What happened to the mechanical beast? What's wrong with a mechanical behemoth that can move? I'll go too. Xiao Bao followed behind Zhang Wei with a high shout. Xiao Bao was likewise not afraid of the mechanical behemoth, as something that had once had its body hollowed out by Xiao Bao. "Leave this to the boss. Come on, let's go over to Kyoto." Zhang Tao knew he couldn't help. This kind of situation could not be encountered less often as long as one followed Zhang Wei around, and Zhang Tao had long gotten used to it. Previous experience had told Zhang Tao that it was best for him to do what he could at this time, rather than following Zhang Wei as he rushed to his death. Yes, the Mets following behind Zhang Tao did not have any comments. They weren't afraid of death, they were just following Zhang Tao's orders, which was what Zhang Tao had taught in the first lesson when he trained these Mets. Orders must be obeyed. While Zhang Tao led his men straight to Kyoto, Zhang Wei had already arrived close to the mechanical beast. "Zhang Wei, it's you. I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you took the initiative to come to my door." Momoyama was full of surprise when he spotted Zhang Wei. It's like meeting someone you can't forget day or night. "Oh, you're Momoyama?" No one else had to translate it. The mech gave it on its own. "It's rare that you can still hear my voice. Now how did you turn into a little bitty one?" Momoyama didn't immediately make a move on Zhang Wei. He had to follow Zhang Wei's example and humiliate him before killing him, just as he had been humiliated himself. He wanted Zhang Wei to kneel and kowtow to himself. He wanted to make Zhang Wei look like a dog wagging its tail at him. "I'm curious as to how you were able to maneuver this mechanical beast." Taosan was not even in a hurry to make a move. So naturally, Zhang Wei was not in a hurry either. "Do you think that I would tell you?" Momoyama was smug. Being able to manipulate a giant beast was purely accidental and his greatest chance in Taosan. "Not say it? How meaningless that would be. Saying it would only make me angry." Zhang Wei had already figured out Momoyama's thoughts. A bit of excitement would surely have prevented Momoyama from opening his mouth. Sure enough, after Taoshan heard Zhang Wei's words, he smiled coldly. He, this is a chance that belongs to me. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to have such a chance. There's something else I'm kinda curious about. Behemoths can't move without enough power. How did you manage to make them able to move around? With enough power, the behemoth is naturally able to move around. Oh, you gave him enough source crystals? How is power restored? Expecting the behemoth to recover on its own would not know how long it would take for it to be able to move around, and now since it was man-made, it would have to be a source crystal. What? Are you envious? Momoyama knew that Zhang Wei also had many source crystals, and the Japanese imperial family alone had compensated Zhang Wei with many source crystals. If it was for Zhang Wei to encounter this mechanical beast first, Momoyama knew that there would be nothing left for him. This current situation could only mean that his Momoyama's luck was better than Zhang Wei's. How many source crystals did you give him? Zhang Wei had that bit of gnashing of teeth. You think this prince will tell you? You took all the source crystals of the Japanese imperial family, right? Zhang Wei had pretty much guessed what happened. He just didn't know how Taosan had fused with the giant beast. And in Zhang Wei's opinion, the source crystals of the Japanese royal family collection will be his Zhang Wei sooner or later. Now that these source crystals belonging to Zhang Wei had been used by this guy, Taosan, to feed the giant beasts, how could Zhang Wei not be angry? So what if it is? Momoyama didn't refute it, admitting it graciously. Being able to steal the source crystals from the Japanese imperial family here was also a type of ability. If someone else had come, they wouldn't have been able to steal the source crystals at all. You dare to touch my source crystal? Zhang Wei questioned loudly. Momoyama was confused by the question. When did the royal family's source crystal have your name written on it? Zhang Wei, I see. It must be backed by the Japanese imperial family, right? The Japanese imperial family. There is not a single good thing about them. They are really not much of a necessity to exist. Zhang Wei's self-talk had infuriated Momoyama, and likewise the Japanese imperial family. What kind of robber baron theory is that? However, Jiang Wei didn't care so much. The angry Jiang Wei took out the electromagnetic bipolar chop and immediately attacked Momoyama. Without jumping up, Jiang Wei could only attack the mechanical behemoth's calf. Jiang Wei, you are looking for death. I will kill you first, then go to kill that dog translator. And finally I know that I will torture her and torture him to death. Ha ha ha, Jiang Wei, you can't see it because you're the first to die. Momoyama laughed madly. Just as Momoyama laughed madly, those spikes on the back of the mechanical beast suddenly shone brightly. On the surface, Tao Shan did not take Jiang Wei to heart, but he knew Jiang Wei's power and did not dare to underestimate it at all. And once he did it, he attacked with all his strength, not daring to let go of any water. This is lightning? Jiang Wei's electromagnetic bipolar chop slashed at the mechanical beast's leg, where the pretty country GIs couldn't break their defenses. They didn't hold up so well against Jiang Wei's weapons. Huge cuts appeared on the mechanical behemoth's calves. At that moment, the thunderbolts condensed at the back of the mechanical giant beast took shape, and one after another thunderbolt shot up into the sky. Look at the stance, it's like you're jerking off. However, these thunderbolts rushed up to the sky not slowly and fell down even faster. The first lightning struck Jiang Wei's mech. Jiang Wei felt a burst of paralysis by the lightning. So fighting within an magnetic field is this feeling. Jiang Wei was electrified with sensation, but he wasn't a masochist. And after taking a lightning strike, Jiang Wei used his energy shield. Let's see how many times you can resist the attack. Momoyama was still confident as the thunderbolts on his back were still gathering and releasing. Jiang Wei was attacked by the lightning lock and could only passively defend. The defense is something that sooner or later you can't defend. Moreover, Momoyama's behemoth body was not idle either. As Momoyama manipulated the behemoth to slap Jiang Wei when the lightning struck him, Jiang Wei was as if he was demented and didn't know how to dodge. When the behemoth's palm was about to land on Jiang Wei's brain, Jiang Wei then rolled on the ground. Quickly rolling 6 or 7 meters, this escaped being slapped on the ground. However, Momoyama was unforgiving as he freed his hands and bent down, his hands coming out in unison to keep slapping it where Jiang Wei was. As long as there was a single shot that could reach Jiang Wei would be crushed underneath his huge palms. This dog should have a battle power of 6 or 7,000, right? Jiang Wei muttered. How much battle power the mechanical behemoth had? This was only Jiang Wei's guess, but Jiang Wei guessed himself that there wouldn't be too much discrepancy. In that case, it's not bullying. Superpower battle enhancement. Chapter 186. Tell me something I'm interested in. Jiang Wei's mecha battle power doubled. Momoyama couldn't see how much Jiang Wei's battle power had increased, but he could feel how much Jiang Wei's speed had increased. That's impossible. Star Destruction Continuous Blade Chop. Jiang Wei was also aiming at the connection between the mechanical behemoth's calf and thigh. The joint connections of a mech are really the weak point of a mech. Although the speed of the mechanical behemoth was not too slow, it was much slower than the current Jiang Wei. The electromagnetic bipolar chop cut out 4 elegant purple rays. Within a second's time, all 4 attacks slashed at the mechanical behemoth's leg joints. Those mechs from pretty country couldn't break through the mechanical beast's defense, but Jiang Wei could. If it was just one slash, it might just be enough to affect some of the mechanical behemoth's mobility, but now it was 4 slashes in a row. After the 4 purple rays, the mechanical behemoth's body tilted, and without the support of its calves, Momoyama couldn't maintain the balance of its body well no matter how hard he tried. This was much fairer. The fallen Momoyama was about the same height as Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, you deserve to die. Momoyama didn't give up. Although his calf was broken, he wasn't dead yet, he was just restricted in his movements. In the next moment, the mechanical beast's eyes released a blazing light. The light shone towards Jiang Wei, who did his best to dodge it after activating his energy shield. But how can running not match the speed of Momoyama's gaze? Gave you some face. Jiang Wei was not happy at that time after noticing the speed at which the mech's power was decreasing. Since he couldn't avoid the gaze, he would blind the behemoth's eyes against this gaze. Jiang Wei was furious as he marched forward against the 2 blazing lights. His speed wasn't slow, and it only took 3 or 4 seconds for him to arrive in front of Tao Shan. Momoyama waved his elbow, trying to drive away Jiang Wei. As long as he pulled away, even if Jiang Wei had the protection of an energy shield, Momoyama had the certainty of getting Jiang Wei killed. Unfortunately, Momoyama had underestimated Jiang Wei's current battle power. When the mechanical behemoth elbowed Jiang Wei raised his foot and kicked at the mechanical behemoth's elbow. Both mechs collided, and the metal wreckage shattered and crumbled. Nothing happened to Jiang Wei's mech, and the broken metal was all from the mechanical beast. As the mechanical behemoth's elbow passed through the energy shield, the metal at this elbow became very weak. Because Jiang Wei's energy shield was a vacuum energy shield, the density and structure of the metal would change significantly under the state of vacuum. Facing the elbows that had become very weak, Jiang Wei's mecha's feet certainly wouldn't lose, and were even devastating. If someone who didn't know the situation saw it, I'm afraid they would think that Jiang Wei had kicked the mechanical beast's elbow and shattered it. with his little arm falling to the ground. Jiang Wei had no intention of letting go, and as he kicked and shattered the mechanical beast's elbow, the weapon in his hand had already slashed at the mechanical beast's brain, and also used the Star Destruction continuous blade chop, for more purple rays flashed out, and when Jiang Wei took his weapon and stabbed it into the mechanical beast's eye socket again, the mechanical beast's eye that had just withstood Jiang Wei's 4 attacks exploded this time. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Momoyama's body was integrated into the mechanical behemoth. The pain of the small coming and going Momoyama couldn't feel, but the pain of this poke in the eye Momoyama was able to feel. Unfortunately, it was useless to scream indiscriminately. The weapon in Jiang Wei's hand was not a good man or woman. 1 chop and 2 churns. And finally Jiang Wei let go of his hand while kicking his foot on the electromagnetic bipolar chop. When Jiang Wei finished the set of movements, he lightly jumped up and grabbed the mechanical beast's head in a flipping stance, and his hands grabbed the mechanical beast's 2 eye sockets respectively. And then came a powerful over-the-shoulder drop at Jiang Wei. Everyone else plays over the shoulder by tugging on their arms, but not Jiang Wei, who plays over the shoulder by clasping his eye sockets. What was the power of Jiang Wei, who had stormed the battlefield? And the point of focus was so reliable that Jiang Wei could utilize all the strength of his entire body. The next moment, the sound of metal crumbling appeared. The mechanical behemoth's neck began to crumble, and by the time the large face on his neck began to crumble, the mechanical behemoth, a brain that was 5 or 6 meters in height, detached itself from his body. Of course, it was certainly not a voluntary disengagement, but was violently and forcefully dragged down by Jiang Wei. No, it's not. Momoyama was alarmed. When Jiang Wei removed the mechanical beast's brain, Momoyama could feel the loss of control over the mechanical beast. This was something that Momoyama could not accept in any way. Idiot, you can't even beat it with such a powerful body given to you. The mechanical behemoth could no longer care about hiding himself as he angrily cursed Momoyama in his heart, and then took over control of the body. Can a mechanical beast fight without its head? Naturally, I can. At least the mechanical beast had an arm and a leg that could still move. That wouldn't count as a loss. The mechanical behemoth's own means of dealing with the enemy was many times stronger than Momoyama's. If the mechanical behemoth had taken control of their own bodies early on, maybe this situation could have changed somewhat today, but it's too late to say anything now. Even if the mechanical behemoth took control of the body, it couldn't reverse the defeat. Only one of his remaining arms was also easily chopped up by the electromagnetic bipolar chop when he resisted Jiang Wei. Wait a minute. Just as Jiang Wei was about to further expand the battle to finish this giant beast off completely, the giant beast opened its mouth. Even without its head, the behemoth is still able to transmit messages. You're not Taosan. Jiang Wei spoke with certainty. Momoyama's voice was still distinguishable to Jiang Wei. Yes, I'm not Momoyama, and I have something to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Tell me who you are first. Jiang Wei was very interested. Anyway, this giant beast definitely couldn't run away. Jiang Wei didn't mind listening to what this giant beast wanted to say. I am the behemoth proper. I can give you my body to use. My body is very much more powerful than your mechs, and if you manipulate my body with your combat prowess, we will be very good partners. What if I say no? Why? You've already seen how powerful my body is. That guy Momoyama didn't even utilize 1/10 of my body's battle power. But if you were the one who manipulated my body, that wouldn't have happened. Not interested? Tell me something I'm interested in. Why do you giants want to be on this Japanese island? For those words without nutrition, Jiang Wei was too lazy to chat. Since there is a possibility of communication, let's look into other important things. This point has to do with geography. You are from China. We dare not enter China because we are afraid that we will be discovered by you and thus be strangled in the cradle. You have learned quite a few words, and you have some foresight. Jiang Wei nodded silently, recognizing the mechanical beast. Chapter 187. Immediately start building a submarine to cross the sea. That's natural. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Let me ask you, how many other giant beasts are here besides you? I don't know exactly how many behemoths there are. I've answered your question. Are you willing to cooperate with me? What about furnaces? Do you know how many furnaces there are? You even know about the furnace? Furnace can help us make exclusive weapons. Where did you see that? So that's how it is. What else is there besides you behemoths and furnaces? Do you know from what place you have descended? How come you're the one asking me all the time? The mechanical behemoth was not pleased. He himself asked some questions, but he answered all of Jiang Wei's previous questions before he asked them. Jiang Wei was so good that he just asked questions and didn't answer himself at all. This is the last question. Jiang Wei held out a finger. I don't know how I appeared. I only remember my mission, which was to come out of the world and destroy the whole of Blue Star. Isn't it about time you answered my question? Oh, what's the problem? Jiang Wei was a little less focused as he considered things in his mind. Will you cooperate with me? No way. Die. Cooperation is not possible. Isn't this like asking a tiger for its skin? Moreover, Zhang Wei didn't think that there was anything bad about his mech. Although the weapons and equipment and so on could be transferred away, the skills that Zhang Wei had learned couldn't be taken away. And these skills belonged to the mech. There are god-level skills here. How can Zhang Wei give up? Give him what kind of mansion he does not bring to change. You went back on your word. The mechanical beast accused Zhang Wei. There were plenty of people accusing Zhang Wei. Would Zhang Wei care about the threat of such an outsider? In the next moment, Zhang Wei split the mechanical beast into two halves, the kind that charged the center of the body and started splitting. The world was quiet when the body of the mechanical behemoth was completely in half. The Japanese imperial side was dumbfounded. Such a powerful mechanical beast is not Zhang Wei's opponent. In the future, Zhang Wei will ride on their necks and pull X. They are afraid that they won't dare to say a word. The pretty countryside is also keeping an eye on the situation here. And the pretty country doesn't use any other means at all. Satellite monitoring is enough. The battle between Zhang Wei and the mechanical behemoth had all been felt by the people of the pretty country. Ravenous. In the high-level conference room between the pretty country and Japan, a needle could be heard. What you were counting on is dead, and from now on, I hope you will be at peace. After saying that, Zhang Wei used his floating cannon to shoot down all those drones flying in the sky. Being stared at like that every day, Zhang Wei was going to be very upset. This is more difficult for him than China staring at him with satellites. Baka, damn, how dare he? What does he want to dare? Is he trying to eat up all of Japan? Immediately call the Osaka camp and tell them that Momoyama's behavior today is all his personal behavior and has nothing to do with my Japanese imperial family. Yutaka is a smart one. He yells and screams to make himself known as soon as possible before Zhang Wei attacks Kyoto. On the pretty countryside, there was little noise. The main reason is that where Zhang Wei is located is a bit too far away from pretty country. Even if Zhang Wei was very powerful, it was still too much of a whip to be of any use. Cancel all contact with Japan and ignore whatever madness they're having. The pretty country's spokesperson opened his mouth to give the order. With such a powerful mech in China, let's leave it to Zhang Wei to enjoy himself. Hey, looking for someone? Inside the Osaka campground, Dogleg answered the phone arrogantly. Now, not to mention any minister of Japan, even the beautiful country's word people came. The Dogleg is also such an attitude. Hello, this is Yud. I have something I want to clarify right now. What is it? The dog translator didn't know that much, so he felt a little baffled by Yud's sudden call. We, the Japanese imperial family, have no knowledge of what Momoyama has done, so please speak kindly and don't let that lord from China get angry with us. I can't guarantee that. The dog translator sat up straight. It must be that the boss has done something heavenly again to give these little Benjamins a fright. How else could little Ben call like that? That, and please be kind. You can mention anything you need to me, and I'll be sure to fulfill it. At this point, Yud was out of his mind and would agree to whatever the dog interpreter wanted, even if he had to give his wife and daughter away. Whoever backtracks is a grandson. I'll talk to the boss about you, and I'll pretend I didn't hear the rest. After saying that, the dog-legged man directly hung up the phone, not saying anything specific, just saying it will be given. Is this fooling the silly boy? The dog interpreter spoke disdainfully, and then remained as I was. How's it going? Did you figure out his movements? After making the phone call, Yutaka hurriedly returned. Now Yutaka only wanted to hear good news. A bad news he didn't want to hear. Your Majesty, that Chinese has two options. One is to enter Kyoto, the other is to return to Osaka. Yutaka rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do I need you to say that? Is there another source for that Chinese? Be specific. According to our projections, the likelihood of him returning to Osaka is the highest. Oh, why? If these people are right in their projections, it could be a great thing for Japan. He must be collecting source crystals as well. These source crystals that fall from the sky don't wait for anyone. Gone is gone. Whoever gets them first is the owner. He must go back as soon as possible to look for source crystals and doesn't have time to care about us. Yud's heart sort of soothed a bit when he heard this. It's a bit of a logic problem, but it's the only way to think about it. As for what the problem was, couldn't Zhang Wei go to Kyoto to look for source crystals? Even if you can't find it, can't you come to the capital camp and rob it? Although there were very many people within the Kyoto camp, if Zhang Wei was willing, he could have done the same thing as Momoyama maneuvering the mechanical behemoth, destroying it without encountering any decent obstacles at all. Give orders to start building a submarine to cross the sea at once. A bionic submarine, and big enough. We need to leave the island of Japan as fast as we can. Yutaka opened his mouth to give the order. The large bionic submarine, which is Japan's last retreat, is currently the only one. Your Majesty, the construction is already ramping up time over there. And my suggestion is that why don't we go to the office inside that submarine right now, in case something does go wrong. This minister expressed his thoughts very clearly. Just in case, go to the office inside the submarine and run as soon as there's an accident.